In the morning, I fought inside the school beauty for 2.5 minutes, and in the afternoon, I fought inside the beautiful landlady for 2.5 minutes, and they not only don't mind me being short and weak, but ask me to go faster, just because any person's illness is a tangible monster in my eyes. What a cold monster, a red apricot out of the wall monster, an infertility monster, and fighting these disease monsters not only can cure the illness, but also bring unexpected benefits. When I wanted to see what strange disease I had, I was dumbfounded. Green hat monster, level 10, special monster that cannot be fought, disappears automatically after breaking up. What, have I been cuckolded? Why can I see this thing myself, but found that it cannot be touched, studied until near noon, and still cannot understand, but there is an important information inside, which is not for fighting. This indicates that there are those who can fight, and there are levels. Level 10, which means there are other levels. This level 10 represents the degree to which one is greened. 10 people, or 10 times, but now it's close to noon. I'm ready to deliver takeout. I can only study later. Although I saw the green hat monster next to me, I still believe that my girlfriend won't give me a green hat. She said she wouldn't have sex before marriage, not even a kiss. She's such a pure girl, how could she give me a green hat? Xiao Shui's home. This is my last order at noon today. It's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The order is very rich. Crayfish, chicken cutlet, roasted lamb leg, spicy hot pot, clay pot rice, enough for several people to eat. 301 on the 3rd floor. Knock knock knock, the takeout is here. Half a minute later the door opens, opening about a foot wide. A hand reaches out, at the same time showing a girl's head. Her face is flushed, her body seems to be falling, but miraculously suspended. There should be someone behind her supporting her. Yang Shi? I stared blankly at this pretty girl. She looks very gorgeous at this moment, a look I have never seen before. Yang Shi was also stunned. I inadvertently saw a thumb-sized cartoon figure next to her. It was the appearance of a little flower demon, a level 4 strange creature. Special monsters cannot be fought. Xian baby, who is it? Hurry up and get the takeout. Let's continue. I thought of something more exciting. At this moment, a man's voice sounded behind the door, and I angrily pushed open the door with an ugly face. And there were 4 people in the room. Zhang Long, Li Tian, Zhao Kai. 3 of them are my college classmates. Oh, put the takeout on the table. We are also tired, Zhang Long said. After saying that, Zhang Long laughed. He is about 1.8 meters tall and weighs around 230 pounds, with a big belly that looks like he has been pregnant for 10 months. At this moment, my mind was muddled, but now I naturally understand everything. Now I know what it means for this green hat monster to be level 10. Not 10 times, but 10 people. She looks so pure. Why would she do such a thing? In front of oneself. They claim not to get married or have a relationship. Not even kissing, but now they are with 3 men. Li Tian and Zhao Kai also act as if nothing happened. In their eyes, I am just a loser who delivers takeout and express delivery. A loser and a soft egg. Even if he catches me, what can he do? Yang Shi also calmed down and said softly, "You can go." After hesitating for a moment, we broke up. For 3 years, I could earn at least 10,000 yuan per month on average. I spent 500 yuan on rent, 500 yuan on food, and at most 500 yuan on phone bills, utilities, etc. The rest was all given to Yang Shi, in exchange for holding hands a few times, in exchange for a shiny green helmet, and the final sentence, we broke up. Why? I looked at Yang Shi with red eyes. I don't love you anymore. I hope we can part on good terms. Please don't come to me again in the future. Also, you didn't see anything today, Yang Shi said expressionlessly. In fact, Yang Shi just felt it was nice to have an extra dog licking her, enjoying the adoration of the dog licking. After all, it's a failure for a beauty to not even have a proud dog by her side. Moreover, having tens of thousands of pocket money a month is quite comfortable. Give me back the money I gave you in these 3 years. You deceived my feelings, but you can't deceive my money, I demanded. You are a poor loser. Do you have money? When did I ever spend your money? I don't want to see you again. Get out. I looked at Yang Shi, then looked at 3 men smiling as if watching a joke. At this moment I felt like a clown. I felt very unsuccessful and weak. Brothers, take Wang Su out. Don't you even look in the mirror. Do you really think Xin Shen likes you? You fool, Zhang Long sneered with disdain. The conversation was full of irony and ridicule. I was bruised and sore all over, sitting on the roadside outside of Qiushui Renjia with a smile on my face. This beating was my last dignity. Suddenly, I felt so silly. Next to me, a sanitation worker ant was coughing while bending over with a broom. Beside her was a thumb-sized snow-white creature, resembling a mini polar bear. It's a level 1 cold monster. A common monster that can be fought. My attention focused on the option to fight. Will you fight? I choose. Yes. In an instant, the scene changed, entering a world of ice and snow. Not far away was a small snow-white polar bear, only 1 meter long. I, unarmed, was still very nervous. The bear had a health bar with 100 HP, and I also had a health bar with 100 HP. Although it looks like a polar bear, its name is called a cold monster. With a loud roar, it rushes towards me at a fast speed. I try to dodge but find myself unable to move. Bang! -10. Not very painful? Then the cold monster stops moving. At this moment, I find that I can move again. Instinctively, I punch the cold monster on the head. -12. Then I find myself unable to move again, while the cold monster attacks me. -10. Finally, when I had only 10 points of health left, the cold monster fell to the ground. The battle ended. You gained victory in the battle. You gained 10 experience points. You leveled up to level 2. You gained the skill strong. Inventory opened. Skill bar open. Equipment bar open. Scene change. I am still sitting on the roadside curb, while the sanitation worker ant is still holding a broom, just opening her mouth to cough but finding nothing coming out. The sanitation worker ant is also puzzled. She felt unwell before, but now she seems completely fine. I am a homebody playing games and reading novels, but it feels like playing a game no matter what. But this is a real game. I tried to evenly distribute the 3 free attribute points on physique, strength, and endurance. Suddenly, a warm feeling rose from within, as if 3.6 million pores opened in an instant, indescribably comfortable, and filled with strength all over my body. Suddenly, I remembered that after the battle ended, I leveled up and my HP increased to 110. I had a guess in my mind, but I still had to try it out. Before trying, I looked at my equipment slots: weapon, clothes, shoes, hat, belt, necklace, bracelet, and ring, 8 positions, but now they are all empty. The inventory has 51,000 cubic meter spaces. In the first slot, there is a blue book with a passive skill that permanently increases constitution by 10 points. Without hesitation, I choose to study, and once again feel that warm sensation in my body. This comfort is no less than the drifting before that extreme 3 seconds. Sage moment. It's too comfortable. The stronger the physique, the more vigorous the chi and blood, the more tenacious the vitality, the stronger the immunity, the endurance, and even affects the lifespan. Physique reached 22, chi and blood 220. He thought of those athletes. Extreme athletes. Those people's physique was definitely quite a bit stronger than his right now, but he could boost it. The skill bar were one more skill. Strong. Thinking of something, Wang Su looked at his feet. The cuckold monster had disappeared, letting out a long breath. The sudden encounter had washed away a lot of his previous unhappiness, and thinking about being beaten by 3 people before, he felt it was better to raise his strength. A man's self-confidence many times came from his own strength. Combat strength was the most important kind. Some people who had strong second brother fighting strength were especially confident, and they could live a manly life by relying on their second brother. And now that he has a strong, physically powerful body, it must be a combined increase in fighting strength in all areas. The so-called high art is bold. As long as you are not afraid of fairy jump, not afraid of being kidnapped, not afraid of being karma waste, as long as your fighting strength can make you fearless of the other party's number and knife, gun and stick win, that is a brand new life. Ordinary people dating internet users, afraid of encountering fairy jump, be cheated of money is a small matter, but also afraid of being confused to karma waste. Look at the cell phone. Already 2:30 p.m. The sun is scorching, but it doesn't seem to be that hot. This is the benefit of physique enhancement. Not only resistant to cold, but also resistant to heat. If the physique is strong enough, it can be cold and hot. Back to the residence. It was a nice apartment. Wang Su was sharing the apartment with his college roommate, Lu Dezhuang. The two belonged to the diehards and shared common hobbies, playing games and reading novels. The only difference was that Lu Dezhuang's family history was very good. How good do not know. In short, very rich. Wang Su has not been taken care of. Lu Dezhuang is very fat. Do not talk about girlfriends, only like to play games, but also do not like to socialize with people. After graduation, Lu Dezhuang dragged Wang Su to rent this nice apartment. Lu Dezhuang spends part of his time playing games here. 250 pounds of fat, sitting on a computer chair, turn on the stereo open mic. He was the big brother in the game, playing a strategy game. He already had 5 golden dragons. Everyone called him Mr. Lu, Big Brother Lu, the kind where one person can kill dozens of people. Wang Su also plays this game, but he likes white votes. He likes to be a European emperor, perhaps no money, never want to be a big brother. Feel that the kind of number that is full of everything is meaningless. All have nothing to improve. After washing out, Lu Dezhuang has finished playing, dragging his obese body to sit on the sofa, and froze when he saw Wang Su. Well, old Wang, why do you look different from before? Lu Dezhuang was puzzled. Wang Su could only be considered as a small handsome, belonging to the clean-cut category, but with his enhanced physique, the whole person's essence had undergone a subtle change. There was also the change in his mindset. It made his entire temperament change. A lot of things looked away and looked down. After all, he was able to put down Yang Shi's matter, and after being beaten up by the 3 people who had greened themselves, he was able to not think about it for the time being, and was able to achieve peace of mind. I've been working out recently. Fatty, you should work out too, Wang Su said as he made a packet of bucket noodles. He hadn't eaten his lunch yet. Lu Dezhuang shook his head. Too Heba suffer. Can't top it. Life in the world. Just a few decades. How to be comfortable, how to come. What do you want to do as long as you don't break the law? I'm going to suffer from that crime just to make others look comfortable. I'm sick. High blood pressure monster. Level 5. Common monster. Combatable. Hyperglycemia monster. Level 10. Normal monster. Can fight. Obesity monster. Level 30. Normal monster. Can fight. Impotence monster. Level 2. Normal monster. Can fight. Premature ejaculation monster. Level 2. Normal monster. Can fight. Wang Su looked at the many thumb-sized disease monsters at Fatty's feet. Luckily, Fatty is still young now, but if it goes on like this, something will happen sooner or later. Wang Su was also speechless for what Fatty said. He did not say it again. It was not the first time he said it. It was useless. He focused on that hypertension monster. High blood pressure monster. Ordinary monster. Level 5. Combatable. Whether to fight. Yes, no. Yes. This battle, the enemy is powerful. Whether to still insist on fighting. Yes, no. No. Wang Su did not choose to continue fighting, but instead targeted the impotence monster. Impotence monster, level 2. Ordinary monster. Combatable. Whether to fight. Yes, no. Yes. This time, there were no hints and it went straight into battle. It was a 1-meter-long earthworm. Thumb thick. Blackish purple. Like steel. Chi and blood. 200. Snap. Moved quickly and viciously smacked on Wang Su. -15. Wang Su was already fighting for the second time. Not panicking and feeling excited. A fist slammed away. Bang. -18. The fight was not technical and Wang Su had 220 chi blood, so the battle ended without any surprises. You win the battle. You gain the weapon scimitar. You gain 20 experience points. Wang Su exited the scene and looked at the scimitar in the item bar. Weapon, scimitar. Level 2, attack power plus 25, physique plus 2, endurance plus 2. Durability, 20 days. Wang Su equipped the machete. Then he took a bite of instant noodles and chose the level 2 premature ejaculation monster. Premature ejaculation monster, level 2. Normal monster. Combatable. Whether to fight. Yes. After having the scimitar, Wang Su's combat power obviously received a huge boost. A single slash went down. Click. -40. Comfort. This slash went down and directly knocked out 1/5 of the premature ejaculation monster's blood. Now that was cutting on a major artery. End the battle quickly. You win the battle. You gain 20 experience points. You upgrade to level 3. Wang Su exited the battle and looked at his panel. Name, Wang Su level, 3 experience, 0/100. Physique, 25 blood, 250. Strength, 13 attack, 155. Endurance, 15 defense, 150. Free distribution attributes, 3. Well, this was the addition that included strong and scimitar. And for every level up, physique, strength and endurance would increase by 1 point, along with 3 points of free distribution attributes. Wang Su took the 3 free attribute points and evenly distributed them. Name, Wang Su level, 3, experience, 0 out of 100. Physique, 26 blood, 260. Strength, 14 attack, 165. Endurance, 16 defense, 160. Free distribution attributes, 0. Comfortable. This feels so comfortable. Now this physique was more than twice that of an average person. The fat man felt that his body seemed to be lighter by 1 point, but it seemed to be an illusion again. Looking at Wang Su eating his noodles, he opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Wang Su saved money and gave it all to Yang Shi. Lu Dezhuang also knows. And Yang Shi that kind of person woman. Only Wang Su is obsessed with feeling that she is pure. Others know what she is. But who will have nothing to say to Wang Su? Not to mention who can see. Wang Su such a simply cannot handle Yang Shi. The two people simply is not a world of people. Lu Dezhuang said to Wang Su, Wang Su also let the fat man do not talk nonsense, and for this reason also a fight. But two people from freshman year, 7 years of friendship is still in, although a fight, but does not affect the relationship between the two people. In the end, Lu Dezhuang also stopped talking. Don't eat instant noodles. Today's game is cool. Fat brother's treat. Go eat a good meal. Lu Dezhuang said smilingly. Wang Su thought about it and still finished the instant noodles. He couldn't waste it, and he also wanted to go out for a meal, as a farewell to his past self. Okay, my treat. Fatty. I'm breaking up. Wang Su gently laughed. Lu Dezhuang froze, then slapped his knee and said in surprise, Really? Fatty? What do you mean? Wang Su asked knowingly. Old Wang. Our brothers have been eating and living together for 7 years. Right. You are my half-brother. Break up well and find a better one in the future. Lu Dezhuang said happily. The fat man was wearing big pants, slippers, peach heart head, round and white, and walking. The fat meat trembled. Just out of the door of the room. Just met the landlord. Beautiful landlord. Still a super beautiful woman. Her age is unknown. Probably in her 30s. A slim plain pleated skirt. Is the most beautiful woman Wang Su has ever seen. Then the school flower of the university. Even the stars of the entertainment industry cannot be compared. The body is super explosive. 36D. Or the kind of the most perfect. Perfect will not let people feel vulgar kind. Beautiful atmosphere. Big senior. Her looks are extremely beautiful. Phoenix eyes like a spring. Clear eyes are very light. Very natural. There is a little bit of loneliness. And a little bit of coldness. Let you feel that even if she is in front of you, it is as if she is separated by several worlds. Wang Su saw her for the first time at the beginning of a little cannot believe that a woman can be beautiful to this extent. Because too beautiful. Beautiful to Wang Su even imagine her feel a little unrealistic. He has nothing. But this woman owns a whole high-class apartment building. And even rumor has it that she has more than just this one property. She is very mysterious. Some say she has a good family background. Some say the man behind her is powerful. And some say she is a widow. In short, no one dare to hit on her. But no one has seen her with any man either. Here 3 years this is the second time to see. The last time is still 2 years ago. Saw once. But if the most beautiful woman is who? As long as the question arose, naturally that woman will surface. See her again. Is still stunning. Looking at her like seeing the beautiful scenery. Look at beautiful women may really live long. Can make the mood better. And can increase the space of your imagination. Only he saw a little monster at the landlady's feet. Breast cancer army horse foreman. Level 10. Elite monster. Combatable. Wang Su froze. What did this breast cancer grand army pawn represent? Was she already suffering from breast cancer? Or was it just a budding state of breast cancer? If you killed the breast cancer army pawn, would it directly cure her? Or is there a stronger breast cancer general behind it or something? This breast cancer grand army horse foreman was still a level 10 elite monster. And he currently couldn't even beat a level 5 normal monster. Let alone a level 10 elite monster. Hello guys, the beautiful landlord said with a smile. Wang Su and Fatty had lived here for 3 years, and Fatty had grown very large, and he was very comical looking. Hello beautiful lady. The fat man's eyes squinted into slits as he smiled, and his naive smile was easy to close the distance. What are you guys going to do here? The beautiful landlord asked casually. Old Wang just broke up with his girlfriend. We are going to celebrate. Fatty said. He was serious. Just the beautiful landlord sounded and felt weird. Wang Su hesitated again and again, not knowing whether to remind her of this. It happened that the beautiful landlord gazed at him. Then he spoke. You have time. Go to the hospital for a checkup. Lu Dezhuang's fat face directly froze. The beautiful landlord froze and looked at Wang Su. Are you a doctor? Wang Su shook his head awkwardly. No. Chi Tang knew she had cancer. Advanced breast cancer. And had been taking medication to control it. But her condition was still worsening. She wanted to come here to spend the last stage of her life alone. She didn't want to see people's pitying gazes, even if they were loved ones, family members, or friends, with whom she would only be sentimental, and she didn't want to spend the rest of her life in the gazes of others' sympathetic and pitying gazes. Wang Su did not want to say more. Reminded, after all, he is not capable of treatment now. As for the future, not to mention cannot, even if it can, that also need time. She may not have time to wait until she can cure her. Giving people hope and then disappointing them was the cruelest thing of all. It just so happens that I didn't eat at noon either. Why don't I treat you guys? Chi Tang laughed. This was also a change in her mindset. Perhaps it was only when there was a major change in her life that she would do something she wouldn't otherwise do. My treat. My treat. Lu Dezhuang's fat face smiled and hurriedly said. Wang Su wouldn't think even at this moment that Chi Tang was going to invite them to dinner because of him. However, he had also just experienced a new life. And many things were also lightened and more clear. It's not that if you have been hurt, you will no longer fall in love, but you will learn to not let yourself get hurt in the future. The three people were just about to enter the elevator. An urgent voice with a crying tone came. Wait, wait. An older woman in her 50s ran into the elevator holding a 4 or 5-year-old girl. Her face was full of tears, and she looked panicked and helpless. The little girl seemed as if she was asleep. Auntie Lee, what happened? Wang Su asked. Auntie Lee was also a tenant here. Her child's daughter-in-law worked here, and she was at home taking care of her little granddaughter. But today, her little granddaughter suddenly fell unconscious, and she couldn't wake up no matter how much she screamed. She was terrified. I don't know what to do. Even call the cell phone or not allowed to press the button. Can only hold the little granddaughter taxi to the hospital? By the way, looking for someone to help her call. At the same time, Wang Su also saw a miniature little monster beside the little girl. Fainting monster. Level 1. Special monster. Combatable. Nui Nui doesn't know how she suddenly fainted. I can't wake her up no matter how I call her. Help me call my son and daughter-in-law. And then help me make a first aid call. Thank you. Thank you. Aunt Lee was incoherent and panicked. The elevator went down. Lu Daxiang took out his cell phone and hurriedly dialed the phone. It's okay, don't panic, let me see, Wang Su said as he grabbed the little girl's hand and pressed the child's tiger's mouth point with his fingers. At the same time, he chose to enter the battle. Wang Su was still a little apprehensive. Although this was a level 1 unconscious monster, it was a special monster, and this was the first time that he had encountered a combat-ready special monster. It was a small stone man. It was round and squatting with its eyes closed. The blood bar showed 1,000 Shi blood. This made Wang Su's heart thump. After all, he only had over 200 blood. However, he had already entered the battle and went up with a hard slash. When? -1. Wang Su. Finished. That was Wang Su's thought at this moment. This stone man doesn't attack himself? Wang Su tries to strike again. -1. -1. Then Wang Su slashed 1,000 times, and the knife curled up. Bang! The stone man shattered and dissipated. You have won the battle. You gain 500 experience. You upgrade to level 4. You upgrade to level 5. You gain the sheepskin coat. You obtain the skill golden needle stabbing point. Exiting the battle, Wang Su controlled his inner joy. The time outside was actually standing still. But before, Wang Su had pressed the little girl's tiger's mouth point a few times, and now as the fainting monster disappeared, the little girl slowly woke up. Wang Su slowly withdrew his hand. Grandma! The little girl opened her eyes and gently called Big Motherly. Nui Nui woke up. You woke up. Thank God. Thank you Xiao Su. Thank you. Thank you. Big Motherly thanked gratefully. We are all neighbors. No need to thank. It's okay. If you are not sure, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. Wang Su withdrew his hand and laughed. This time the elevator reached the first floor. Several people went out. Lu Dazhuang curiously asked, Old Wang, you still know medical skills? How come I didn't know? My grandfather is an old Chinese doctor. I have been gifted since I was a child. I could read and write at the age of 3, and I practiced martial arts at the age of 4. Wang Su seriously babbled. Stop. Lu Dazhuang hurriedly interrupted. Qi Tang is smiling and looking at the two, and does not say anything. She feels good about everything she looks at right now, probably because she doesn't have much time left. Lu Dazhuang wanted to go to a better restaurant, but Qi Tang found one in the snack street. She seldom ate these before. One was the environment, hygiene, health, and another was that she was very busy. But now that she had let go of everything, she now liked to do things she hadn't done before. She used to care a lot about what additives, unhygienic, and technologically ruthless work, but now she doesn't have to care anymore. Eat whatever she wanted. Spicy hot. It was an old store. $2 for a skewer, $3 for a skewer, $5 for a skewer. All kinds, cheap and expensive. A beautiful woman like her is the center of attention everywhere she goes. It's so beautiful that it's a bit out of place in this place. This is actually very exaggerated. Snack street or night market, there is no shortage of beautiful women, but can be so beautiful that when the surrounding environment makes her stand out from the crowd, it is still very shocking. Wang Su looked at his own panel at this time. Name, Wang Su level 5, experience 200/300, physique, 28 blood, 280. Strength, 16 attack, 185. Endurance, 18 defense, 180. Free distribution attributes, 6. Strong, passive skill, permanently boosts 10 points of physique. Wang Su added 6 points of attributes evenly to his physique, strength and endurance. Once again, he felt that warm feeling. His spine was tingling. This feeling was simply the same as that extreme 3 seconds. Satisfaction. Qi Tang looked oddly at Wang Su's appearance of having no desire at this time. What is the situation? Wang Su looked at a light golden skill book and a sheepskin coat in the item bar. Sheepskin coat. Level 5. Defense plus 10, additional attributes. Strength plus 3, Constitution plus 2, Endurance plus 2, Durability, 50 days. The golden skill made Wang Su still a little excited. Whether to learn golden needle piercing. Yes. No. Yes. Golden needle acupuncture point. Active skill. Pain relief. Supporting positive chi. Level 1. Experience 0 out of 100. After adding the attributes and equipping the sheepskin coat, Wang Su's physique reached 32 points. More than 3 times that of an ordinary person. Strength also reached 21. And defense was also improved quite a bit. Wang Su started jerking the skewers. Today's spicy hot pot was extraordinarily delicious. People's spirits were high when they were happy. At this moment, Wang Su was feeling good. His mood was good. His body was good. And he was eating a lot. Suddenly, Qi Tang's body trembled. His entire body tensed. His face turned white. And one hand grasped Wang Su's hand in death. The other hand covered his heart. Tightly closed his eyes. Lowering his head. Qi Tang was in a bit of a trance from the pain. And at this time she even felt that direct death might also be a good choice. Wang Su was dumbfounded, looking at Qi Tang grasping her hand. Her plain hand was very beautiful, and although he knew that he couldn't think nonsense at this time, his heartbeat still accelerated a few points, preparing to send her to the hospital. Qi Tang closed her eyes and murmured, "It's fine. It'll be fine after a while. Let me lean for a while." At this time, Qi Tang's entire body was crouched in Wang Su's arms, one hand grasping his hand, the other grasping his clothes. In just a moment's time, cold sweat ran down her forehead and cheeks, wetting Wang Su's clothes. She suddenly thought of the skill golden needle stabbing point, the effect of which was to stop pain and support positive chi, but it was only level 1. I wonder if it had any effect. Fatty, go to the pharmacy and buy a box of silver needles. Alcohol, Wang Su said. Lu Dazhuang nodded, all fat and trembling, and ran out. There was a pharmacy less than 50 meters away. 3 minutes later, Lu Dazhuang, sweating, panting, ran back. Directly by 3 boxes. Length, thickness are different. Alcohol wipe it. Although Wang Su was the first time, it is as if he has administered needles countless times, and the 3 needles are randomly stuck in Qi Tang's Yunmen, Zhongfu, and Shenzong. Wang Su's soft jade was in his arms, but he couldn't move. About a minute later, Qi Tang let go of Wang Su's hand and also sat up straight from his arms, looking at Wang Su in surprise. It didn't hurt anymore, and there seemed to be a little bit of warmth in his body. Just like when a person was freezing and shivering in the cold winter. It was hard to bear. A warm sunlight hit his body and drove away the coldness. Wang Su removed the silver needle. "I can only help you relieve the pain temporarily. You'd better go to the hospital when you have time," Wang Su said softly. He was now level 5, but he was facing a breast cancer army of horsemen, level 10 elite monsters, which he could not beat in a short time. Even if he had fought it, there was no guarantee that he would be cured. This was just a pawn. And there was a high probability that there would be a general, or even a booze or something like that behind. Wang Su was a bit sorry. It's really a red face. Such a good-looking woman. It's a pity. Thank you. Qi Tang smiled and looked at Wang Su. She found that this young man was very special, especially those clear eyes. Wind and waves, no desire. He wasn't much handsome, but after looking at him a few more times, she found a bit of indescribable good looks. This kind of good-looking is very special. Very introverted. 1.78 m height, slender and well-proportioned body, long inch hairstyle. The reason why the chi and blood is strong, the hair quality is very good, eyes have a god, plus a series of things happened to make his mind temperament shift. Obviously uninitiated eyes, but suddenly became indifferent to many things. As the saying goes, the clear eyes were because of the unworldly, and the lack of desire was because of Yang Shi's betrayal and the fulfillment that came from suddenly obtaining a powerful ability. Still eating? Wang Su asked. Qi Tang nodded. Eat. Suddenly the two people seemed to have gotten much closer. Thank you, Lu Dazhuang. Qi Tang thanked Lu Dazhuang, whose clothes were soaked with sweat. It was very sincere. No, it's just a matter of lifting a finger, Lu Dazhuang said in a hurry. I'll give you guys free rent, and in the future, you can stay as long as you want. Qi Tang laughed. Lu Dazhuang and Wang Su wanted to refuse. Qi Tang laughed. Alright, it's settled. Lu Dazhuang once again looked at Wang Su with curiosity. You really know about medicine? Is your grandfather really an old Chinese doctor? Wang Su nodded seriously. My grandfather is an old Chinese doctor. I have been gifted since I was a child. I could read and write at the age of 3. and I practiced martial arts at the age of 4. Lu Dezhuang hurriedly waved his hand. I know, I believe. Shi Tang looked at them with a smile and jerked the skewers in small bites. Even eating a spicy hot pot, she ate a different kind of elegance. Maybe this is what is called a beautiful woman. Even if she grabs a pig's head in her hand and chews on it with a big mouthful, it still looks good. If you don't look good, then you're not good looking enough. Your good looks are not enough to pull the pig's head up. As long as you are good looking enough and strong enough, the pig's head can also be pulled up. After eating the spicy hot pot, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. 3 people go back. Wang Su prepared to get ready, and had to go deliver takeout. This physical strength has increased greatly, and the delivery of takeout is more efficient. He didn't have any money, he was poor, and he gave all his money to Yang Shi, but he now felt rich inside. It was a kind of richness that money couldn't buy, so even though she didn't have any money, but he was able to be very calm. He had never been as quiet inside as he was now, and he truly experienced what it was like to have a quiet heart. Previously cannot see, care about this person's opinion, care about that person's opinion, is not to leave a bad impression of who, as the words, mediocrity is self-inflicted. In fact, who cares about you? People who care about you, will not care about those. People who don't care about you, probably turn their heads and forget who you are. And you are. For a person who has seen a sight of 2 people is not a bad impression of you painstakingly. Tangled up. Until 10 o'clock in the evening, Wang Su was considered to be off work. In the past this time often tired, but today was very relaxed. Slowly walking towards the apartment. Too many things happened this day. The night breeze was refreshing, and all sorts of people passed by, but he almost didn't recognize any of them. The past few years had been devoted to Yancy, but in the end it had been all for naught. There was a modest square in front of the apartment. Although it was already 10 o'clock at night, but after all, it was summer, the square still had people chatting, and there were a few small children frolicking and refusing to go home to sleep. Wang Su sat on a bench. He had to think about his future plans. The things that happened today made him feel very unreal. He was able to see disease monsters, and he was able to kill monsters to upgrade and improve his physical strength, and he also got a golden needle degree point skill that helped Shi Tang. He felt that he had to hurry up and fight monsters to upgrade. One was that as long as one's level was high, one would be able to kill high-level disease monsters, even if they were some difficult or even terminal diseases. Also, the higher one's level, the stronger one's body would be, and a strong physique was the source of happiness. At 10:40, Wang Su returned to his apartment. Lu Dezhuan was still struggling in the game. His happiness was eating and playing games. There were still leftovers on the table from eating takeout. Old Wang is back. What's up with that beautiful landlord? Lu Dezhuan's small eyes flashed with gossip. Don't know. Wang Su shook his head. It was just that right now Wang Su was staring at the level 5 hypertension monster on Lu Dezhuang. He was also level 5 now and had 2 pieces of equipment. The scimitar and the sheepskin coat. Hypertension monster. Level 5. Ordinary monster. Combatable. Whether to fight. Yes. No. Wang Su chose to fight. It was a large black boar, close to 2 meters in length, round, with long tusks, and covered in tendon meat, which made people feel at a glance that the meat should be very sinewy. Chi and blood, 300. The big black boar took the lead and charged towards Wang Su. Bang! -20. Wang Su panicked slightly in his heart, and the scimitar in his hand then fell down fiercely. Poof! -28. This battle really has no technical content. It is a real man's battle. You have a knife. I have a knife. The fight is all-round strength. Finally, when Wang Su still had 80 blood left, the big black boar fell. You have won the battle. You gained 50 points of experience. You gain 20 pounds of fine boar meat. You obtain a pig whip. You obtain a boar helmet. Ending the battle, Wang Su felt happy. Instantly, he felt that those gains didn't smell good anymore. And with that time, he might as well fight a few disease monsters. Looking at the 3 items in the item bar, 20 pounds of fine wild boar meat. This item was also possible? The item bar has a benefit that the space inside is absolutely static and can't store living things. Wang Su tested it. A bucket of steaming hot noodles was put in it, and the next day it was taken out still steaming hot, exactly the same as when it was just put in. So these 50 10M times 10M times 10M item bars were also a godsend. These 50 item grids could store roughly 26 million pounds of grain. What a concept! 6 million pounds of rice was enough for an adult to eat for 739 years. If Wang Su filled these 50 item grids with grain, he wouldn't be able to finish it alone for 10,000 years. 20 pounds of fine boar meat was placed in it. He put his attention on that boar helmet. Wild boar helmet. Level 10. Defense plus 20. Blood plus 50. Additional skill healing. Healing, restores chi and blood by 2 points per second until chi and blood reaches full value. Additional skill Vajra. Vajra, increases one's defense result by 20%. Durability, never wear out. Indestructible. Good stuff. Wang Su was a bit excited at this time. Increasing defense in chi and blood, as well as recovery. With this, the ability to continue fighting is greatly enhanced. And there is also a percentage plus defense. This is very strong. The most important this is still it can be used all the time. Do not have to worry about the durability problem. Before the machete or sheepskin coat, can only be used for about a month, even if the better attributes are useless. But this boar helmet is not afraid. As long as one wants to use, then one can always use. Looking at this boar helmet, Wang Su is the more he sees the more he likes, but it is a pity that he can only wear it at level 10. 10th level. Not difficult. They put more effort. Try a little. Very soon. The last is that pig whip. Shaking his head. Keep it. Maybe it can be used in the future. Anyway, his item bar is big enough. Lu Dashan felt that his body seemed to be comfortable for another minute, but he didn't think much about it. This night, Wang Su tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. There was excitement. There was excitement. There were also visions for the future. In the morning, Wang Su got up early, washed up, and went downstairs. He was going to go outside and sneak around, then see if there were any suitable disease monsters. He needed to upgrade. Now that the level was low, it was easy to upgrade, so he had to hurry up and level up. Only by leveling up could he hope to fight those high-level disease monsters. For example, cancer, rabies, AIDS, heart attack, cerebral infarction, acromegaly, vegetative. He was eager to see how strong those disease monsters were. Was it a big booze? Is it some kind of king, demon king? And then there was the equipment. One aspired to higher and more powerful equipment. There is also upgraded physique. Strength, defense increased greatly. In reality, he will also be very strong. If he is strong enough, he will not be Zhang Long, Li Tian, Zhao Kai beat. There were quite a few people practicing in the morning in that small square downstairs. Some old people are doing exercises. There were also big moms dancing in the square. And with the stereo on, the sound wasn't particularly loud. The only thing is that there are very few young people. There are also some old people practicing Tai Chi. The movement is very slow. Very slow. This is really cultivating the body and mind. Acute people watching them play Tai Chi Quan can be anxious to die. Coronary monster. Level 30. Booze monster. Can fight. But Wang Su dares not enter the battle. Wang Su feels will be killed in seconds. He also didn't know what effect entering combat and being killed would have on him. He didn't dare to try it easily. Heart attack monster. Level 20. Elite monster. Combatable. Left general under uremia. Level 50. Booze monster. Combatable. Wind chill monster. Level 5. Normal monster. Combatable. After turning around, there was only one disease monster that could be fought. Being old enough to be a disease monster wouldn't be something he could fight right now. Thinking about it, in fact, many diseases can't be cured. They can only be controlled. For example, diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, coronary heart disease, gout, rhinitis, migraine, herniated lumbar discs, and so on. Wang Su chose that wind cold monster. Enter the battle. A big white bear. The battle is not difficult and ends quickly. You gain 50 experience points. You gain bear gallbladder. You get bear paw x4. You upgrade to level 6. Upgrading to level 6 only requires 300 experience, and you had 250 experience on you before. So you solved this wind chill monster just in time to upgrade. You are still 4 levels short of level 10. 500 experience is needed for the next upgrade. Even if you fight a level 5 disease monster, you only need 10. This made Wang Su think of the breast cancer army horseman by Chi Tang's side, a level 10 elite monster. Forget it, let's not think about that one for now. But Wang Su was happy looking at the ingredients. You know, in reality, ordinary people you can't eat a lot of things even if you have money. For example, this bear paw and bear bile. Bear paw, one of the 8 treasures of ancient tradition, as early as in the Zhou dynasty was listed as tribute to the emperor to eat, is a high-level feast on the precious food. Bear paw is also a kind of nourishing and strong medicine, eaten to nourish the body, enhance the endurance of the work. There are in addition to rheumatism, strengthen the spleen and stomach, the wind and cold, the benefit of the effect of energy. The bear is a protected animal, and it is forbidden to hunt and kill it, as well as to buy or sell it. At least the country cannot be bought. These things, for a short period of time, Wang Su didn't intend to eat them, much less consider striking out or anything. It was better to grab the strength to enhance his strength in order to better enjoy life. Wang Su didn't know how many times a day he looked at his panel and item bar now. Looking at it put him in a good mood. When he saw that golden needle piercing skill, he was slightly stunned. Golden needle piercing point, active skill, pain relief, support positive chi, level 1, experience 1 out of 100. After thinking about it, I had given Chi Tang a needle once before, so it would be possible to raise it to level 2 by giving it 100 times. Although he didn't know what effect level 2 had, it was definitely better than level 1. The silver needle from last time was here with Wang Su, right in the item bar. Although it was bought by Fatty didn't use it, so Wang Su put it away. Thinking of something, he directly took out the silver needle and then applied it on his arm. Randomly stabbed a few needles. Looking at the golden needle stabbing skill, the experience was still 1 point and didn't go up. Wang Su stopped and frowned and thought, thinking about the scene and details of the last time he administered needles to Chi Tang. Then he did it again with all seriousness, and it lasted for about 3 minutes or so. Then he looked at the golden needle stabbing point skill. Golden needle acupuncture point, active skill, pain relief, support positive chi, level 1, experience 2 out of 100. Wang Su's eyes lit up. It's good to have an effect. You can practice stabbing needles yourself when you're not doing anything. 1 point of experience in 3 minutes, almost 300 minutes. Zap yourself non-stop for 5 hours and you'll be upgraded. He couldn't help but shiver at the thought, but it wasn't unacceptable. When I went back, I happened to meet Chi Tang. Plain long skirt, corset, knit shirt, tall stature, 36D body, really oppressive, perfectly proud. Wang Su didn't know why he just felt his throat dry, trying hard to avert his gaze. At this moment he understood and also felt what is called eye sucking. Looking at it can really relieve. No wonder it was said that looking at beautiful women could lead a long life. Wang Su slightly lowered his head, still to hide his embarrassment. He was a young lad and had an enhanced physique, so naturally he reacted more strongly. Chi Tang's skin was snow white like jade. Wang Su didn't know how old she was, but she was certainly not a young girl. With that mature breath and enchanting figure, she has a pair of very atmospheric phoenix eyes, clear and natural, so that people do not dare to look at each other. Chi Tang smiled when she saw Wang Su. What a coincidence! Well, what a coincidence! Wang Su smiled in response. Then there was a short silence. Wang Su wasn't good at talking to people, and facing Chi Tang like this, he was even more unsure of what to say. I'm in the late stages of breast cancer, and the doctor said I can still live for half a year, Chi Tang said softly, looking at Wang Su. Wang Su was not surprised either. It seemed that even if he solved that breast cancer army horse front, he couldn't cure him. He thought of the left general under the uremia banner that he saw in the morning. Just what would happen to Chi Tang's condition if he resolved this breast cancer army pawn after himself? Wang Su didn't know how to answer. He chose to be silent. Chi Tang just wanted to find someone to talk to, and she didn't think Wang Su could cure it. He just wanted to experience a different life. Yesterday's change of heart. Grabbing a boy's hand and still crouching in his arms. She hadn't been in a relationship, and although it was hard at first and didn't really feel anything, it still affected her a lot. Also, she felt that Wang Su was very different, and the more she looked at him, the more she felt compliant. Stay with me through these last 6 months, and I'll give you this apartment building, Chi Tang said clearly. Wang Su looked at Chi Tang in surprise. Wang Su, this. He was just a small person. What was the concept of a building? Having just experienced the Yangshi thing, he actually wasn't going to fall in love for the next long period of time. Wang Su looked at Chi Tang with the eyes of a liar. Even if she was terminally ill, with her looks, what kind of man wasn't called for? After you gave me the needle last time, I won't feel any pain for a day, and I don't even need to take painkillers, Chi Tang said. I live here. You can come to me when you need me to administer needles, or you can send me a message. No need for that. Wang Su shook his head and said, I only have half a year at most. A lot of things don't make any sense to me, and I've never been in love. Chi Tang also felt buzzed at the end of her words. She was the president before, busy and struggling. She was smart and had emotional intelligence, but Wang Su was younger than her, a big boy who had just stepped out of school for 2 or 3 years, and she felt that she was the one who had to eat the tender grass. If it were not for the fact that life has come to this point, it is unlikely that she would have taken this step. Life is really amazing. A lot of times, maybe you can't figure it out yourself, and you can't help it. There were only 6 months left in life, and this boy could make himself painless and was kind of the most agreeable one he had ever seen. But the only thing was that he was younger. She didn't really want someone younger than her age, and by so much, but she had no choice and no time. She just wanted to fall in love before her life ended. In the past, she always felt that there was no rush, and that she would rather have nothing than nothing, and that if she didn't meet someone she was particularly happy with, she wouldn't talk about it. She didn't expect to get cancer so young. She never thought cancer would find her. She always felt that cancer was far, far away from her. But it just appeared so suddenly, and it was still in the late stages. Wang Su sighed that sometimes this world is really wonderful. So wonderful that it is beyond your imagination. Pie will really fall from the sky. It just depends on whose head it falls on. Maybe it's also called opportunity, depending on who is ready for it. For example, Wang Su just happened to have this hand of golden needle acupuncture point. Just happened to live in this apartment. Just happened to meet such a chi-tang. Just happened to meet that day to eat spicy hot pot together. Everything coincided to have the present pie. Wang Su felt that this was the pie. A heavenly pie. Even if this is soft rice, this is being wrapped up. He doesn't care. Just because of the beauty of chi-tang. He is also blood money. If there was another woman, Wang Su might be worried that the other party was trying to get to his waist. Think it is a fairy jump. Will be afraid. Cannot believe that the pie will fall on his head. But now he can know that this is the real pie. The reality is that many people are cautious and miss many opportunities. And it cannot be helped. Ordinary people are too weak. Life cannot afford to make a little mistake. One slip up and you could be doomed. Wang Su looked at Chi-tang, who definitely called herself a beauty of her generation. Are you sure? Wang Su coyly asked. To be honest, he would uncontrollably avert his gaze even when he locked eyes with Chi-tang. She was too dazzling, just like the bright moon in the sky. Chi-tang nodded seriously. Sure. She had never been so sure of a thing as she was now. Wang Su was also feeling ridiculous. He had a girlfriend again. The previous girlfriend had held hands just a few times. It was silly to look back and think about the beginning. However, looking back to think about it seems to be good. He is still innocent body, clean, face. Chi-tang will not feel awkward. Until the two separated. Wang Su went to find disease monsters to brush experience in the morning. So he was a bit muddled. Even felt that just now was not a hallucination. Too unreal. It was still fast to brush experience for real. Hospital. Just go to find cold, fever, cough. These disease monsters. A morning effect is good. 10 of them, all normal level 5 and 6 disease monsters. Near noon, rose to level 7. Get a piece of equipment. Ring. Got one piece of equipment. Ring. Birch ring. Level 5. Attack plus 5. Defense plus 5. Blood plus 10. Durability, 50 days. Naturally, equip it directly. Scimitar. Sheepskin coat. Birchwood ring. The boar helmet one needed to be level 10 to equip. Near noon, the delivery started. Simply ate something in the middle and continued delivering takeaways at night. Until 10 p.m., Wang Su returned to the apartment. Not tired. Wash up and change clothes. Feeling relaxed and cozy. Do. At this time Wang Su's cell phone rang. Chi-tang. Wang Su picked up. Hello. Wang Su didn't know what to say. Aren't you coming over? Chi-tang asked. Thud. It was the sound of Wang Su's heartbeat. I'll be right over. Wang Su said honestly. He was young. His body was good. He washed up earlier and realized that because of his strengthened physique, even his figure had changed. Before it was just skinny. Now it was lean. A body of tendon meat. Male dog waist. Wearing clothes as a showy boy. Without clothes the body is full of wildness. Not the big muscular kind, but well-proportioned flowing lines, with distinctly moderate muscle contours and a sense of explosive power. But on the contrary, he has a clear and soft face, with a lightness that does not match his age. It is a kind of lightness. It is difficult for people to imagine that he is such a birth. So young, no experience, no wind and waves. How did he get to this point? Chi-tang saw Wang Su again, is more and more surprised. Why just feel he is very good looking. Chi-tang lives in a big place. The top floor, the whole top floor, just she lives by herself. There is a gym, a recreation room, a not too big and not too small swimming pool, a small garden on the big balcony, and a room to keep a cat. English short. Wang Su followed her. Just in front of the eyes of the delicate body, vegetarian waist and plump buttocks, swaying, as if shaking his whole world. For the first time, he found that women can actually bloom such a strong aroma. Previously read novels and other textual descriptions, always feel exaggerated. Watching TV and what is even more embarrassing, said so well, but the actor is 100,000 miles away from that standard. Red face thin life. Wang Su sighed again. Before, has always been said, the more beautiful women, but not happy, and even not a few can end well. For example, the 4 great beauties of ancient times. Wang Su followed her in a muddled manner. Do. This time Wang Su's cell phone rang. Lu Dezhuang called. Old Wang, where are you? Why aren't you back yet? Lu Dezhuang's voice came. Hey, can't hear you. Fatty. Wang Su these 3 years even when he had a girlfriend did not stay out at night. Now found it difficult to spread a lie. Say go out to the internet? Saying to accompany his girlfriend to spend the night? Chi Tang smiled and looked at him. This call made her a little easier. Hesitating for a moment, she took Wang Su's hand and sat on the sofa in the living room. This time pulling hands was different from last time. Last time belonged to being clutched by her. This time is holding hands. The heartbeat was fast and uncontrollable. He was not a veteran after all. This situation was still restless and even sweating. Wang Su put his cell phone on silent. He then took Yang Shi's hand. At that time it felt like the girl's hand was so soft. It felt so good. His heart beat faster, and his chi and blood went to his head. But Chi Tang's hands are even more different. Really crystalline like jade. Soft and boneless. White. Slender. And did not have a manicure, but her nails are neat, delicate, and a little crystalline like jade. I have to say, this woman looks good. Everything looks good. It is said that the beauty of the bones, the first thing that makes a woman look good is the bone phase. Bone phase determines the temperament. Charm determines your shape. Some people why thin is not good looking. This is the bone phase is not good. Some people say why my bald head is not as good as other people's bald head? Is my head not round enough? In fact, it is still the bone shape. Like the face. This is why many cosmetic surgery organizations now want to cut the bone. In fact, is to change the bone phase. The other is the beauty of the skin phase. It is said that ice skin and jade bone is bone phase. Ice skin is skin phase. The skin is as white as jade, glossy, and smooth as fat. Wang Su pumped his hand because he felt his palms sweating. Chi Tang looked at Wang Su with surprise. Didn't you have a girlfriend? Wang Su said awkwardly. Just held hands a few times. Chi Tang smiled for some reason. My name is Chi Tang. I can't tell you my age. It's older than you. What I said before counts. I can write it in the contract. Chi Tang laughed. Wang Su shook his head. No need. I don't want anything from you either. Wang Su was telling the truth. Although he doesn't have much money now, he doesn't want to make money this way. Besides, his body is very good. It will be better in the future. And he also believes that he will definitely be able to earn money in the future. Chi Tang froze. With her understanding of Wang Su, it was hard to refuse. After all, in this society, money can basically solve 99% of the trouble. You don't want money here. This makes it difficult for sister. Chi Tang said with a smile. Wang Su looked at her with surprise. A woman like her could be so bold, say such words, and take the initiative to pull her hand. And just now she also called herself up. Unreal. Not only unreal, it was really too inconsistent with her temperament. Chi Tang actually also hardened herself to give herself an experienced demeanor. After all, she didn't have that much time to be delicate. Although the doctor said that there were still half a year of life left, it wasn't necessarily true that she could live for half a year. There was also the fact that perhaps tomorrow her condition would worsen and her body would be in excruciating pain, and then whatever mood she was in would be gone. Her pretty face was slightly red, and she sighed helplessly. Sister's days are numbered. Can't you take the initiative? Can't you cooperate a little? Wang Su looked dumbfounded at Chi Tang's face that was absolutely called a magnificent beauty. At this time, her complexion, icy clear with a little blush, and a little indescribable cold charm. Mrs. Soon, Wang Su said stiffly. He is still a yellow blossom male, and has always felt that men and women should first understand, familiarize themselves, confess, and then hold hands, embrace, kiss the face, kiss the mouth, and so on for a long time. You can stretch your hand, little bastard. Chi Tang cried and laughed. If it was one that hated to eat her immediately when he saw her, she would have resisted and rejected it, but now that she met Wang Su, it seemed like it was all up to her to take the initiative, but she wouldn't be able to. However, if you haven't eaten pork, you've always seen a pig run. Am I pretty? Chi Tang looked at Wang Su and asked. Wang Su's eyes slightly dodged. His face was a little red and he felt like he was going to sweat. He nodded. Pretty. Gulp. Wang Su himself didn't know why he gulped. The sound was loud. It had never been there before. Could it be that a strong physique could make such a sound? Chi Tang was slightly flustered. After all, she was only colorful. It was all because of this damn condition. She was a proud daughter of heaven. No matter it was her birth, or her touch, her education, or her wealth, she had everything but love. She had never even held a man's hand. She was oriented normally. She just never met the right one. She just didn't realize that the change was too fast for her to go back to her indecision. Unless just leave. Just met Wang Su. She gave herself the standard is as long as to see each other eyes on the line. Smooth eyes, seems to be a very low standard. In fact, this standard is not low at all. It is said that if you don't like someone, you can't look at them. If you like, how to look good. Wang Su embarrassed, but was called by that little bastard is panic. Do not know what to do. No one has ever called him this. He wanted to kiss her, but he felt he needed to brush his teeth again, preferably with a piece of gum. Chi Tang was the one who hugged him. Her body was stiff. Wang Su was no better. He only felt soft jade in his arms and his blood boiled. Wang Su just held her without moving. It wasn't that he didn't want to move. It was just that the shock was too great, and the fluctuation in his heart made him forget what to do next. This is the difference between a young girl and an old man. If the old oil bar, that hand is to bring their own navigation, and also simply cannot hold back. Poor self-control is unimaginable. Originally, Chi Tang was an existence that Wang Su couldn't feel touching. Suddenly like this, it was a little unreal. It was too fast. So fast that it was a bit overwhelming. Wang Su wanted to reach out. Did it feel a little obscene? She is too beautiful, too elegant, too goddess. Really a little embarrassed. It still felt too abrupt. I'm not ready. You give me 2 days to let me digest. It's too sudden. Wang Su whispered. Put. Chi Tang really couldn't hold back and laughed, and the previous atmosphere disappeared. It also felt relaxed all over. Really did not expect a boy to say this to himself one day. Shouldn't this be something a girl would say? Her smile is extremely beautiful. There is also a strong healing power. Her beauty is atmospheric, very positive, but also very soft and dignified, although a little bit crisp, but more people feel inviolable. It was also for this reason that Wang Su froze and couldn't reach out his hand or his mouth. Good. Then let's go rest. I promise not to do anything, Chi Tang said and smiled again. In the bedroom, it was spotless, snow-white bedding, and soft lighting. Bang bang. Lying on the bed, Chi Tang was next to Wang Su, surrounded by a fresh fragrance. Wang Su could hear his heartbeat, strong and rhythmic. The first time he was so close to a woman. It was still such a stunning woman. Wang Su closed his eyes, his body a little stiff. Chi Tang smiled and closed her eyes as well. She didn't know why she was happy. She actually felt the need to slow down, even if she was in a hurry. Morning, Wang Su woke up early. A night of sharing the same bed. Although nothing happened, it could quickly draw the relationship between the two people closer. Wang Su felt that Chi Tang was a redhead before, but now he had a decision. It was to try to raise his level. He wanted to cure Chi Tang. As long as his level was high enough, he could definitely cure Chi Tang, even if he dragged his condition. As his level increased, the greater the hope of curing her completely. Wang Su looked at Chi Tang, who was still sleeping in Haitang Spring by his side. It still felt a bit unreal, but after one night, it at least made him feel a lot more real. This was the first time he had shared a bed with a woman, and the first woman to share a bed with him. Chi Tang stretched out her snow-white arms, stretched a lazy and seductive, slowly opened her beautiful eyes and saw Wang Su, slightly stunned, but soon revealed a smile. Good morning. Good morning. Wang Su didn't move to move his gaze away. That 3060 enchanting figure was in front of his eyes, calling out to him, proudly towering, trembling. The clear outline was infinitely beautiful. Such a figure must be very soulful to hold in the arms. Last night, he had hugged. Only Chi Tang had hugged him, and his mind was blank at that time. Opened his cell phone to see 20 missed calls. They were all from Lu Dezhuang. He hadn't looked at it after he put it on mute last night. Wang Su felt quite embarrassed. Fatty was his only real friend here. Returning to the apartment where he lived with Fatty. Fatty was huffing and puffing. Going downstairs, Wang Su decided to spend the next time trying to level up, hoping to save Chi Tang's life. Still went to the hospital. It was a good place to brush up on experience. Wang Su, are you following me? A familiar voice rang out. Yang Shi. At this time, Yang Shi was wearing jeans, a small vest, long hair draped over her shoulders, and it had to be said that she was a beautiful woman. It was just that there was still too big a gap compared to Chi Tang, no matter whether it was the bone phase or the skin phase, as well as the temperament, and that kind of emanation. It was much worse. If it wasn't for special reasons, Wang Su wouldn't be able to come into contact with an existence like Chi Tang. Wang Su was looking around here, looking for a disease monster suitable for him to brush his experience, but he didn't expect to bump into Yang Shi here. And Yang Shi thought Wang Su was following her, and she was very angry, because she was very uncomfortable. Her private parts had many small red bumps and itchy. She came to the hospital early today to have a look, but she didn't expect Wang Su to follow her. Wang Su looked at Yang Shi, then froze. Syphilis monster. Level 15. Booze monster. Combatable. Wang Su's eyes became odd. Level 15. Booze monster. Not to mention he couldn't fight it. Even if he could, he wouldn't fight it. This woman made him feel sick. 3 years of youth in exchange for an injury. But seeing this woman's syphilis monster, Wang Su had some comfort in his heart, since she had the syphilis monster. Then Zhang Long, Li Tian, and Zhao Kai probably had it as well. Sure enough, Wang Su saw the sneaky trio not far away. Yang Shi said that it was the three of them who passed it to her. Zhang Long, Li Tian and Zhao Kai said that it was Yang Shi, the slut who didn't know how to behave, who passed it on to them. When the three saw Wang Su, they couldn't vent their anger. With a twinkle in their eyes, the three of them directly walked towards Wang Su with quick steps, especially Zhang Long, with a big belly, shaking, chubby palm a big slap toward Wang Su, but now Wang Su were still spoiled him. Snap, a slap on Zhang Long's face. This is Zhang Long moved first, even if he didn't hit it. Nowadays, Wang Su's strength was more than twice that of an adult, and it was still easy to deal with Zhang Long. The last time he was beaten by his girlfriend in Greenham, their taunts, verbal insults, physical and mental double injuries. It was suffocating. It was really a bit painful at that time. So for Yang Shi, even if she died in front of Wang Su, even if he could cure her, he wouldn't make a move. He is not a saint. He does not have such a big heart. He just wants to watch them reap what they sow. Zhang Long was directly blinded. In Zhang Long's eyes, Wang Su was just a poor troll at the bottom of the social ladder, the kind who didn't even dare to fight back when he hit him himself. Zhang Long climbed up from the ground, a pair of eyes glaring as if to eat people. He disbelieved and rushed up again. Snap! Another slap knocked Zhang Long to the ground. To hit someone is to hit their face. The fiery pain. Half of his face was a little swollen. This was still Wang Su intentionally controlling the power. Slaps were used to insult people. No need to hit with full force. Hitting a serious injury was not a good solution. Being knocked down 3 times in a row, the furious Zhang Long yelled towards the dazed Li Tian and Zhao Kai. What are you waiting for? Fuck him. The three of them rushed towards Wang Su together, being surrounded by people. This was the first time, although Wang Su knew that his physique was now greatly increased. His strength and defense were qualitatively changed. He still felt that he had to be careful, but as soon as they exchanged blows, they knew they were overthinking. Whether it was speed, strength, even if he was hit with a punch, it was like being punched by a kindergarten child. Bang bang. Soon 3 people were knocked to the ground by Wang Su. At this moment Wang Su felt unprecedented pain. Little arm cub, if I don't get you killed, I, Zhang Long, will take your surname. Zhang Long roared with red eyes. Wang Su looked at him with a smile, took out his cell phone and aimed it at him. Can you say that again? I said if I don't get you killed, I, Zhang Long, will take your surname. Zhang Long roared louder, as if this was the only way to regain his lost face. Alright, I've recorded it. I'll go to the police. In the future when I have something to do, JC will be the first to go to you. Wang Su came over to show Zhang Long his cell phone, not lying to him. Zhang Long. Snap. Then put away the cell phone backhand as 2 slaps fell on Zhang Long's fat face. Comfortable. Zhang Long. He was all beat up and confused. Wang Su also counted to see clearly, before the feeling that these 3 people are very bullish. In fact, it is more of a bluff. To scare ordinary people, at most, call more than a dozen fat-headed friends, but not to the extent of that kind of calling the wind and the rain. To put it bluntly, it's also an ordinary person who just thinks he's superior to ordinary people. Look at the 3. Not surprisingly, all have syphilis monsters. Zhang Long is not just a syphilitic monster, but also has the acromegaly little demon king. Acromegaly little demon king. Level 30. Booze monster. Combatable. Nice guy. The root cause should be in this Zhang Long. His syphilis monster was the highest leveled. Syphilis monster. Level 20. Booze monster. Combatable. Yang Shi's syphilis monster was level 15. Li Tian and Zhao Kai's syphilis monsters were both level 10. But all of them were booze monsters. Gradually, Wang Su also discovered something. The level was the degree of the disease, and the booze level indicated that the disease was difficult to treat or could not be removed from the root. In short, it was tricky. Seeing these types of disease monsters on them, Wang Su was relieved, especially that Zhang Long. He had more disease monsters on him than Lu Dezhuang, especially the fatty liver monster, the alcoholic liver monster. Looking at this situation, furthermore, it should be cirrhosis of the liver. Wang Su didn't bother to continue to tangle with these few trash, and directly went to find a suitable disease monster to brush his experience. Gluttony monster. Level 1. Special monster. Combatable. Just in time to see a special monster. It was a chubby little boy, estimated to be just 5 or 6 years old. However, it should weigh around 100 pounds, with a chicken leg in one hand. He gnawed on it while running, a young woman chasing after him. You can't eat anymore. You have to control. Combat. Wang Su chose to enter combat. It was a big fat pig, but with a ferocious look. Blood-red pig eyes, long tusks, but all fat. Chi blood, 500. A level 1 monster with 500 chi blood. fight and take the lead in the attack. The scimitar slashed down fiercely. -100. Roar. The big fat pig's long tusks slammed into Wang Su. -50. So painful. Fortunately, Wang Su now had 390 blood. 5 rounds of combat have ended. You have won the battle. You gain 100 experience. You gain fire, 100 years level. You gain secret seasoning recipe. You gain knife skill, 100 year level. Exit the battle. Wang Su froze. It was fine to understand that the experience given was a bit more. Special monsters. It was just that the rewards given after this were just a little too strong. There were many more things in his head. Fire. Not unfamiliar. Usually people fry a dish. Steamed buns. To say the least, it is also considered fire. But this 100 years of fire is a bit powerful. There are also secret spices, which is good, delicious and healthy. In addition, this knife work is also 100 years of level. Let's put it this way, the knife work and the fire are unrivaled. This knife work is not just cutting vegetables, just this knife work. Wang Su feels that this chopper has not bad fighting power. This gluttony monster is really a good thing. This is good. It's no problem to settle down and make a living by this in the future. Not to mention the secret spices. Not to mention the knife work. This fire can make a delicious meal. High-end ingredients often need the most simple way of cooking. The most simple way of cooking is actually the fire. The fire will be too big, will be old, will be paste, will be bitter, will be firewood, will be hard, will destroy the nutrients, will affect the texture and flavor. Fire is small. It will be fishy, not stimulate the flavor of the meat, and even some unhealthy bacteria. No need to deliver takeout. You can open a small store and spend the rest of your time leveling. You'll have a place to eat yourself. There are also those fine wild boar meat, fine pork, pig whips, bear gall bladders, bear paws, fine beef. Of course, what cannot be taken out, or will not be taken out, nothing to do oneself can eat. Until noontime, Wang Su's level reached 9, count the harvest. Fine beef 150 pounds, bullwhip 5 PCS, tiger bone 2 pounds, 1 tiger whip, level 10 bracelet, carnelian bracelet, level 10, attack plus 20, blood plus 20, defense plus 20, additional skill, block, each damage received is reduced by 15 points, additional special effect, wear resistant, durability doubled, durability, 200 days. This thing is good or not? Wang Su is not clear. Anyway, now the equipment column is empty most of the time. What to give, what to use, and then say there is durability, and then good there will always be disappeared that day. Originally, the 10th level equipment, only 100 days of durability, but with an additional wear, it can be used for 200 days. It was enough, and Wang Su felt that he didn't need 200 days to replace it with a better one. The other thing is to harvest a lot of beef, pork, are fine products? This fine product can be great, much better than the market. In Wang Su feel what snowflake beef cannot. Wang Su felt that he did not need to deliver takeaway. At noon Wang Su decided to treat himself. With the cooking, with the ingredients, with the fire, with the knife work, and with the secret spices. But Wang Su still looked at his panel first. Name, Wang Su level, 9, experience 400/3000. Physique, 42 blood, 430. Strength, 31 attack, 340. Endurance, 32 defense, 335. Free distribution attributes, 0. Skill, strong. Passive skill, permanently increase 10 points of physique. Cannot be upgraded. Golden needle stabbing points. Active skill, relieve pain. Support positive chi, level 1. Experience 70 out of 100. Knife work, centennial level. Fire, 100 years level. Equipment, scimitar, level 2. Attack plus 25. Physique plus 2. Endurance plus 2. Durability, 18 days. Sheepskin coat, level 5. Defense plus 10. Additional attributes. Strength plus 3. Physique plus 2. Endurance plus 2. Durability, 49 days. Birch ring, rank 5. Attack plus 5. Defense plus 5. Blood plus 10. Durability, 49 days. Wang Su was still happy and excited. The feeling of being powerful was really wonderful. In addition, one grid in the item bar was dedicated to contain fine beef, fine pork, pig whip, bull whip, tiger whip, bear gall bladder, bear paw, all of which were ingredients. There is also an item grid for boar helmet, carnelian bracelet. There is also an item grid to put ID cards, bank cards, keys and so on. This item bar is really good, convenient and super spacious. It's comfortable, cozy, and satisfying. Today, I'm going to work hard to get to level 10, and equip the boar helmet and carnelian bracelet, so I'll have a considerable increase in strength. At that time, I don't know if I can defeat the level 10 elite monster, the breast cancer army pawn. Luckily, it wasn't a booze monster. Thinking of Chi Tang, Wang Su got a piece of beef and went to buy some other ingredients, then went back. Knocking on the door, Chi Tang opened the door, then pulled him and directly entered his fingerprints on the fingerprint lock. Seeing him carrying a big bag of stuff in his hand, he froze. Wang Su smiled. I'll cook. You can still cook? Chi Tang asked curiously. A little bit, Wang Su said modestly. His kitchen here was clean, and Chi Tang didn't plan to cook by herself again for the rest of the day. Before, she actually ate very healthy, and those junk foods weren't eaten. But after checking out cancer, she could eat whatever she wanted. What was healthy or unhealthy? What additives? Some people don't smoke and don't drink, and they go away at 30, and they go away at 50, and some people have big mouths of meat and big mouths of alcohol, and they don't stop smoking, and they live to 90 and still eat and drink and smoke. Who are you going to reason with? Take out that piece of beef. It's still beef tendon. Fine beef tendon. About 3 pounds. Make the secret seasoning. Cut it into slices and marinate it in the secret seasoning. We have a teppan at home. Why don't we just have a beef roasted on the iron plate? Anyway, it is delicious. During the marinating process, Wang Su quickly made a beef soup. Boil it slowly. The fire is the most important. When marinating, Chi Tang was surprised. The flavor of the spices is too fragrant. Pure fragrance. The kind of fragrance that directly hits your appetite and taste buds. The fragrance that refreshes your heart. This flavor is a kind of enjoyment. This is why some people love food more than beauty. Without beauty they can live well. But without food, they could be like a frosted eggplant. Looking sickly, Wang Su also felt very fragrant. But he had to stay calm. To be unperturbed. To make it seem like it was base fuck. Sizzle. Hot oil. Fresh meat. Color and flavor. Looking at it gave people an appetite. Taste it. Wang Su greeted Chi Tang. Chi Tang immediately nodded in agreement. Using chopsticks, he picked up a slice and then slowly put it into his mouth. It was a bit hot. Wang Su looked at the crystalline lips, which were a little bit delicate at this time. Like the petals of a flower. Delicious. Chi Tang's beautiful eyes had light. At that moment it was like the stars in the sky. Wang Su tried to lower his head and continued to busy himself laughing. Then eat more. Chi Tang smiled even more happily. She actually saw care for herself in this little man's demeanor. And even a little bit of coddling. It was very strange. Thinking about it she felt a little odd herself. She had always been very independent and had seen many men being attentive and sweet to women. But she felt so fake not to mention. She also felt ridiculous and silly. Chi Tang looked at Wang Su who was busy with a lowered brow. Unhurried and calm. Everything so natural and organized. Looking closely, it was as if it was art. There is also his slender posture. His figure is very upright. The longer he is in contact with his appearance, the more he feels smooth, and even a kind of understated luxury, inadvertently a little stunning to her. This guy is poisonous. Wang Su raised his head in Chi Tang's 4 eyes. Chi Tang actually blushed. Wang Su was puzzled and continued to be busy. Chi Tang slowly ate. The smile in the corner of her eyes was always there. The soup was ready in a while. Wang Su ate it faster, not wolfing it down, but eating it quickly. Is the 6 months the doctor said to you conservative or at most? After the meal, Wang Su asked. At least 5 months, but it shouldn't be more than 8 months, and there is quality of life for up to 1 month, Chi Tang said. She looked relaxed and even had a smile on her face. You're not afraid? Wang Su asked. It's useless to be afraid. Why don't we do something we didn't get to do while we still have some time? Chi Tang looked at Wang Su boldly. Cough. Wang Su coughed dryly. Chi Tang smiled and walked towards Wang Su. Auntie Tong? That I. Chi Tang cried and laughed, looking at Wang Su with an exasperated look. Auntie Tong? Am I that old? No. Your aura is too big. Calling Aunt Tong is my respect for you. Wang Su hurriedly said. Hug me. Chi Tang walked all the way to Wang Su, opened her arms and said softly, Wang Su. But his body was honest and gently embraced her. The peaks were stacked. The clear pressure. It made Wang Su unconsciously exert himself slightly, holding her tightly in his arms. His body directly stiffened there. He felt very illusory, very ethereal, and it felt as if his entire body was floating. Wang Su knew that if Chi Tang was healthy and didn't have this cancer, she wouldn't have crossed paths with him. This might be fate. It's amazing. Chi Tang wrapped her arms around Wang Su's neck, never imagining that her love started like this. Auntie Tong. Wang Su opened his mouth. Little bastard. Are you addicted to calling Auntie Tong? Chi Tang ranted in his ear. Her voice was cool and magnetic. Listening to her voice was a kind of enjoyment, not to mention this kind of pouting in his ear. It directly made Wang Su's body stiffen. Although he hugged her, he was still moderate, perhaps still not familiar enough to offend or blaspheme. He was just a small person. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength had increased greatly in the past 2 days, he probably had an inferiority complex and didn't dare to approach in front of such a woman. He also wanted to make girls giggle with flowery words, but he really wouldn't be able to. Not to learn by saying it, not to dare to say it. Some words, exactly the same. Others say out to make girls giggle. You say out. Directly cold. Awkward. Awkward can put the toes snap. Wang Su hugged her tightly, and did not say anything. I don't know why. Just suddenly feel everything better. Originally in this city, in addition to the fat man, in addition to Yang Shi, he almost did not even have a friend who could be called out to dinner. Well, Yang Shi doesn't count anymore. There was only Fatty. In fact, he thought about it quite well. Although it was said that there were more friends and more roads, but relationships needed to be operated and maintained. Some friends, even if they haven't seen each other for a long time and don't contact each other for several years, still have a good relationship when they meet again. For example, hair small, a place, a village, played together as children. Then there is the relationship of classmates. For example, elementary school, middle school and high school. Maybe that time is simple. That time friendship is simple, easy to print into the bone. There are also college roommates. After all, together eat, live and sleep in a house for several years. Although Chi Tang is not an ordinary woman, but Wang Su feels that he can believe in her, trust her. This is a woman who is very comfortable to get along with. Chi Tang whispered in Wang Su's ear. I'm like this. You still don't show it? Wang Su didn't know how to show it. Show his sword? He was really a bit shy, even though he was well capitalized. Fatty just kept envying him, and said that he let the big baby pearl get dusty, and it's kind of a sin to follow you. Suddenly Chi Tang's body tensed up and gave a soft grunt of pain. Wang Su knew that she was sick again. Her pain is already useless to take medicine, unless using nerve-destroying drugs, and cancer pain cannot be completely eliminated. It was usually more rest, distraction, mental comfort and so on. The worst thing about cancer is the pain, and many people can't bear the pain in the end. This disease is too torturous, and in the end, there is no other possibility for people to lose their wealth. But many people still have a ray of hope. What if they recover? The second time the needle was tied was much more skillful. Soon, Chi Tang's pain faded and her body was warm. This kind of comfort was only valuable after experiencing that kind of pain that was worse than death. In just a moment, her body was drenched in cold sweat. The beautiful face was drenched in sweat, which was a kind of delicate beauty after the storm. Wang Su was dumbfounded. Chi Tang probed and pecked at the corner of Wang Su's lips and ran into the bathroom. Wang Su was still dazed. That electrifying feeling. It left him wanting more. But he was dumbfounded. And he couldn't help but laugh. Heart like a deer. And a little itchy. Still want to try again. But he had business to attend to. Just quietly leave and bring the door to his room with him. Cell phone to leave her a message. He has to go first. Yang Shi was worried. Her body appeared a lot of small red bumps. The examination was informed that it was syphilis. Syphilis is divided into 3 phases. The first phase is easy to treat. The second phase of the probability of cure is also half. The third phase is basically incurable. She is in stage 2. It only takes 2 months, or even a month and a half, to go from stage 1 to stage 2 syphilis. Zhang Long was also stage 2, but it was more serious than Yang Shi. In addition to having warts, he actually knew his situation, just that he naturally did not admit it. We are all brothers, happy together, then we have the same blessings and difficulties. The doctor looked at them with odd eyes. Yang Shi lowered her head. After all, it is necessary to ask about something. It's called understanding the cause of the disease, and whether it is some kind of cross-infection. There were no secrets in front of the doctor. In the end, it was still medication, with penicillin as the main treatment. When leaving the group saw Wang Su again. Wang Su was sitting on a bench in the hospital hall, looking for a suitable disease monster to brush up his experience. He could now fight level 10 normal monsters without any accidents and get 100 experience each time. 26 kills were needed to upgrade. Now killing low-level disease monsters, such as level 5, which previously had 50 experience, now only had 25 points, halved, and killing level 1 and 2 disease monsters only had a pitiful 5 points of experience. But a mosquito leg is still neat even if it's small, and it was also doing a good deed, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Enemies were not as good as each other, being beaten up in the morning. The 3 men were on fire at this time. Suddenly, Zhang Long's eyes turned and pulled Yang Shi. That kid has licked you for 3 years. Aren't you going to give him a gift? Zhang Long said while smiling grimly and looking at Wang Su who was not far away. Yang Shi instantly knew what Zhang Long meant by that. She also looked at Wang Su. But why did she realize that today's Wang Su was very handsome? Was it because he beat up Zhang Long and the 3 of them? In the past, She could only say that he was a big, clean-cut boy, very shy, introverted, homely, a tomboy who always felt a bit curled up. But now she realized that Wang Su seemed to have stood up. In the morning, he even fought 3 by himself and easily crushed. His figure is straight, righteous and natural. His eyes are warm and godly. Without realizing it, she looked dumbfounded. Could it be that it only feels good when it is lost? She felt that she was too cruel at this moment. She felt that she should make up for compensating him. She was a beautiful woman. She believed that as long as she opened her mouth, Wang Su would definitely return to her. Wang Su naturally saw them, but these people made him feel sick. Why was he blind to her in the first place? Zhang Long's 3 men left. They didn't intend to let Wang Su go. They needed to call someone. He was slapped by Wang Su in the morning. He couldn't even eat until this revenge was avenged. Wang Su! She playfully stood behind Wang Su and shouted. Wang Su thought she had left and turned around to see Yang Shi. A soft white lotus flower look. Once he was mesmerized by this look of hers. Scram! Wang Su yelled. Shi was caught off guard and retreated 3 steps in a row. She thought that Wang Su would resent her, but she felt that as long as she was churlish, the odds were that she would be as obedient as before, and as long as she said she would make up, he should be too happy to wait. Shi came back to her senses and felt that Wang Su was so manly at this moment. She felt that the current Wang Su was very manly. Wang Su, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Let's make up. I'll listen to you in everything. I'll give you everything. Haven't you always wanted me? I'll give it to you today. I'll give it to you now. Shi was yelled at, more and more pathetic, like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. I see pity. Those who didn't know saw it and definitely thought that Wang Su wasn't man enough. Wang Su was completely disgusted. That level 15 syphilis monster. The booze monster. So blinding. Wang Su was also angry and laughed. Is syphilis curable? Yang Shi's eyes widened. You followed me? Shi got angry. Don't bother me. I think you're dirty. Wang Su said faintly, knowing that staying any longer would only bring humiliation. Shi stomped her foot, turned around and huffed away. Wang Su, on the other hand, continued to brush his experience. 4:50 p.m. You have won the battle. You gain 100 experience points. You upgrade to level 10. You gain the talent Vajra Unbreakable. Several warm currents in his body made Wang Su's entire body tingle. It felt really comfortable and too happy. Level 10 actually had a talent. Listening to the name seems good. Can't wait to look at it. Vajra Unbreakable. Talent class. Talent with uniqueness. Permanently reduces all damage received by 50%. Increases maximum chi, attack and defense by 50%. Immunity to abnormal states such as control and toxins. And restores 2/1000 of the maximum value of chi and blood every second. Wang Su was directly dumbfounded. This talent is too strong. For a long time, he could not return to his senses. The stronger you are, the stronger this talent is. The more you look at it, the more excited you get. This talent makes Wang Su feel more excited than winning the $1 billion jackpot or the $10 billion jackpot. Talent was truly terrifying. No wonder it was said that 1% of talent, 99% of sweat. But even so, this 1% of talent was countless times more important than that 99% of sweat. It is said that talent is more important than talent. But even so, this 1% of talent is countless times more important than the 99% of sweat. Now Wang Su finally knew the power of talent. This one talent is worth a whole set of godly clothes. This happiness came a little too suddenly. The ecstasy inside made him unable to calm down at all. His heart was beating so fast that he couldn't calm down at all. Playing the game to get a good equipment can be excited for half a day. Excited sleepless. More even reportedly playing the game to get a piece of God's clothing is too excited. Sudden death. Not to mention Wang Su, this is not a game. This is life. And still how much money cannot buy. Level 10. Finally level 10. Wang Su was very excited. Did not expect to get such a powerful talent. Unexpected joy. Countless times more surprised than being able to wear the boar helmet. Equipped with the boar helmet and carnelian bracelet. Adding his attribute points. Wang Su still chose to add them evenly. Name, Wang Su level, 10, experience 20/4000. Physique, 44 blood, 780. Strength, 33 attack, 646. Endurance, 34 defense, 593, include equipment, talents, skills, etc. Free distribution attributes, 0. Talents. Vajra Unbreakable, permanently reduces all damage received by 50%. Increases maximum chi, attack and defense by 50%. Immune to abnormal states such as control and toxins. And restores 2/1000 of the maximum value of chi and blood every second. Skills. Strong, passive skill. Permanently increases body mass by 10 points. Cannot be upgraded. Golden needle stabbing points. Active skill. relieves pain and supports positive chi. Level 1. Experience 0 out of 100. Knife skill, 100 years level. Fire, 100 years level. Equipment. Scimitar. Rank 2. Attack plus 25. Physique plus 2. Endurance plus 2. Durability, 17 days. Sheepskin coat. Rank 5. Defense plus 10. Additional attributes. Strength plus 3. Physique plus 2. Endurance plus 2. Durability, 48 days. Birch ring. Rank 5. Attack plus 5. Defense plus 5. Blood plus 10. Durability, 48 days. Boar helmet. Rank 10. Defense plus 20. Chi and blood plus 50. Additional skill healing. Healing, recover 2 points of chi and blood per second until chi and blood reaches full value. Additional skill Vajra. Vajra, increases one's defense result by 20%. Durability, never wear out. Indestructible. Carnelian bracelet. Level 10. Attack plus 20. Chi blood plus 20. Defense plus 20. Additional skills, block. Each damage received is reduced by 15 points. Additional effect, wear resistant. Durability doubled. Durability, 200 days. Wang Su's strength has directly undergone a sea change. No surprise, level 10 booze monsters can be fought, counting the talent's damage reduction, blocking and so on. The enhancement is definitely not less than 10 times. This is the difference between a rifle and a nuclear bomb. Inwardly, he gradually calmed down. He sat on the bench and didn't rush to continue brushing his experience. He needed to digest it. Sitting here at this moment had the feeling of watching the clouds roll in while his heart managed to be calm. An unprecedented sense of experience. The body was filled with explosive power, as well as that thick feeling, and the entire body was in a state of comfort, a state of perfection. The entire person was now incomparably awake and clear. His aura was more light, open, and natural. Starting at this moment, he felt like he was able to truly quiet down. One could only see clearly and thoroughly when one was quiet, and would not make a big fuss because there was no need to make a big fuss, because there is nothing to be done, cannot be released. Standing up, although there was still time, Wang Su did not continue to brush his experience, bought some beef and mutton, and then added some fine beef and mutton in the item bar as well as pork. Although the meat in the item bar had already accumulated a few £100, Wang Su still didn't want to part with it. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have a lot of money right now, he wouldn't even be able to part with it. The fine meat in the item bar wouldn't go bad anyway, and would stay fresh forever. Taking out his cell phone, he gave Fatty a call. Old Wang, why do I feel as if I haven't seen you for several years? Lu Dazhuan's sultry voice came through. Fatty, you're in for a treat. Go buy a barbecue grill and then wait for me in the small square. Wang Su opened his mouth. He was no longer delivering takeaways, but he still had to earn some money. He had always envied others for opening a small restaurant and having a skill. Alright, Fatty immediately said. Lu Dazhuan was rich and loved eating and playing games. With his time with Wang Su, he knew Wang Su's character. Since he said he had a mouthful of food, then he must have a mouthful of food. For eating, Lu Dazhuan's passion had always been high. He liked to eat, but he didn't know how to cook. Plus he was lazy, so it was hard to eat really delicious food. He stayed at home and didn't go out. Some things are just the best when they are out of the pot for that short period of time, and the flavor will be greatly reduced if he is given a delivery. At 6 o'clock returned to the small square there. This small square wasn't big, but it wasn't small either, and next to it was a pedestrian street and a commercial street. Every evening, this place is very lively. There are young people dancing, and ice skating, walking, and there will be a lot of ground stalls at the edge, selling toys, fried skewers, barbecue. In the center of the small square is an alpine stream, a pool, but the water is not deep, and the rockery is a large stone. There are fountains around the rockery. There are brilliant lights. There is also music. Many young couples would come here for dates, holding hands and strolling around. Young couples lead small children to play here. There are old people dancing in the square, the grandpas practicing Tai Chi, and young well-built girls leading the dance, and many young people joining in, following the blind dance anyway, and not being embarrassed by the large number of people. The well-built woman leading the dance was on a live broadcast. Occasionally, you will see a young man with a guitar on his back. Find a place to set up a stand and film him and the bustle of lights in the distance. He was also broadcasting live, singing and chatting. The entire small square was full of people. A scene of a bustling downtown, full of fireworks, making people feel comfortable. Fatty was sitting in a marginal position, with a barbecue grill, anthracite coal, and a large bucket of mineral water by his side. Wang Su, on the other hand, was carrying a large pile of things: meat, cutting boards, knives, iron sticks, condiments, a few pots, and drawing paper. Lu Dezhuang looked at Wang Su in surprise, and Wang Su didn't say much. He moved skillfully and quickly set things up, then rinsed the meat and directly cut it up with a fast knife. The speed was so fast that people were dazzled. Many people were attracted by the knife work. Wang Su experienced the power of 100 years of knife work, like an arm and hand. That feeling is indescribable. This feeling is very silky smooth, like flowing clouds in water. Soon cut 3 large pots of meat, all small pieces, uniform as if each one was measured. Marinate. Build the fire. Many people around were curious to gather around. Because of the spices marinating, this primal flavor had already emanated out. Boss, will it be sold later? Selling. Wang Su laughed. Good. Then, boss, how much for a string? Wang Su then called Chi Tang. The call was quickly connected. Chi Tang smiled softly and spoke. It's rare that you take the initiative to call me. What's wrong? Her tone was gentle. Her voice was magnetic in its coolness, especially good to listen to. Because of the phone call, it was as if she was biting her ear and talking. At this moment Wang Su understands why there is the saying of making telephone porridge. Previously did not understand why the young couple just separated. Hold a phone endlessly. Now that he thought about it, saying some fleshy love words in his ear might be enjoyable too. I got a barbecue stand here in the small square. Want to come and have some? Wang Su said with a smile. Wait for me. Chi Tong hung up the phone after saying that. Fatty kept swallowing his saliva as he looked at the marinated meat. Boss, how much longer? I kind of can't wait. This flavor is so right. It's definitely delicious with this flavor. Everyone line up. Don't give the boss any trouble. Start with me here. Crowd. MMP. But still line up the queue. Wang Su began to iron stick through the meat, wearing disposable plastic gloves. That speed is at least 1 top 3, even 5. Fast and accurate. Clean movements. Just watching him iron stick through the meat is also a kind of decompression. Bzzzzzzz. A moment of flavor filled the air. The refreshing fragrance emanated out. Many people's breathing stopped. The flavor was long-lasting, constantly drifting into the distance. Not to say that it drifted to 100 miles, 10 miles, drifting 100 meters is really not an exaggeration. The main thing is that this flavor is not the same as the scent of those technological ruthless jobs. This fragrance is the authentic herbal fragrance. Is the kind of pepper fennel, lotus leaf, fragrant fruit, nutmeg, angelica dihurica, cinnamon, incense leaf, cloves, lemongrass, grass fruit, cumin, angelica, chunpi, liangjiang. The difference lies in the fact that Wang Su can add these spices with the perfect amount of fire to directly stimulate them and still not destroy them. A lot of things are missing the mark. This purest fragrance produced a qualitative change after reaching a degree. Only Wang Su could achieve this effect with a powerful fire. Chi Tang came, wearing a duck-tongued cap and mask, wearing loose casual pants, but those long and slender legs, and the unobtrusive and perfect contour of the buttocks, exuded a fatal attraction. A pair of phoenix eyes looked at Wang Su with a smile. Wang Su grilled 2 skewers of more meaty ones, and the meat chunks covered the iron stick almost all over. Egu, so conscientious? Why are there only 2 skewers and very few chunks of meat on the others? Someone asked. Soon they knew the answer. Those 2 skewers were for Chi Tang. Put the prepared QR code somewhere. Then it was open roasted and sold. The price wasn't expensive compared to normal lamb skewers. Of course the quantity was not big. Wang Su hadn't thought about getting rich from this. He was just taking a little bit of time out of his day to get a little bit of money. Nowadays he didn't have a strong concept of money. Besides, if he wanted to make money he would have to earn those rich people's money. Anyway, that's it, until they sell out. Although a person was limited to buying a maximum of 5 bunches, in the end, quite a few people didn't get them. There were a lot of complaints. 500 skewers, almost $1,000 earned. No wonder barbecue stalls, when they were open for 3 months a year, made back the entire year's money. Fatty ate a lot. He was the only one who ate a lot. Chi Tang was almost full with those 2 skewers. This is better than delivering takeaways. Freedom, earn more, and it feels like this is closer to life than delivering takeaways. Delivery, only in a hurry to run, but also worry about being complained. Keep calling, even if the wind and rain, cold and hot, just to earn $2 more. For life is forced. The crowd dispersed. The fat man rubbed his belly and looked at Wang Su with a satisfied face. Old Wang, do you mind if we spend the rest of our lives together? Mind, Wang Su said without lifting his head. Chi Tang smiled on the side and helped Wang Su pack some things. Old Wang, let me tell you, same sex is true love. Look, we can play games together. No one understands you better than me. Even if you go out to look for a woman, I won't stop you. I will also help you refer to. Seemingly thinking that Chi Tang was still there, Fatty was a bit embarrassed. But what he was embarrassed about was not that Chi Tang was Wang Su's girlfriend. Well, Fatty didn't know that Chi Tang was Wang Su's girlfriend, and he didn't think that Chi Tang would look at Wang Su. It's not that he looked down on Wang Su, but objectively and factually speaking, these are the two people who can't even be hit by 8 poles. Even if the sun rises from the west, he won't believe that Chi Tang is Wang Su's girlfriend. This oven depends on you, Wang Su said. Lu Dazhuang's face then collapsed. He walked with a bit of effort. In the end, it was Wang Su who easily supported it. Almost most of the things were taken by Wang Su. Chi Tang was also surprised. So energetic? Lu Dazhuang realized that he kind of didn't recognize Wang Su anymore. But look at it, is still Wang Su. Hasn't changed at all. But it seems to have changed again. The person is still the same person. But why does it just feel different? It seems to have become good looking. It seems to have a temperament. It seems to have an aura. Moved the stuff to the apartment where he and Fatty lived. Chi Tang had already gone up and laughed as he left. Come over in a while. Wang Su's heartbeat then sped up 2 times and nodded. Okay. Fatty almost fell over. It always felt like something was wrong. But he didn't trust that idea. Old Wang. Lu Dazhuang looked at Wang Su. I'm in a relationship with Chi Tang. Wang Su admitted. Wake up, old Wang. Wake up. Look at me. Look at me. Lu Dazhuang said vigorously. Wang Su, there's an eye booger in the corner of your eye. Lu Dazhuang. Wang Su sees that high blood sugar monster in Fatty. High glycemic monster, level 11. Normal monster. Compatible. It was still level 10 last time, and it actually went up a level. At this rate, it probably won't take long to become diabetic. Now it's a high blood sugar monster. Not a diabetic monster yet. The current fat guy is fat but only has a little bit higher blood sugar. It's not completely sure it's diabetes yet. He had seen in the hospital. Diabetic monsters, no matter how many levels, at least are elite monsters. And even some are booze monsters. Combat. Today's level 11 normal monster. Wang Su felt that he might be able to kill it in seconds. It was a deer. A well-built deer with thicker limbs. It was impossible to have such a deer in reality. Chi blood, 1100. Wang Su took the lead. The scimitar swung up and slashed down heavily. Minus 480. It was okay. No disappointment and no big surprise. The plump deer slammed hard into Wang Su. Minus 0. This is not breaking defense. Unable to do any damage. Wang Su's defense was now very strong. And there was also the talent of up to 50% damage reduction. And the other thing was that there was a block. Don't underestimate this block. Although this is only 15 points. But this is blocking off 15 points from the last damage received. If you have high block equipment in the future, it will also be very useful. Especially with Wang Su, this talent is a perfect match. Second blade. Minus 500. With the third slash, the deer fell. The battle is over. You win the battle. You gain 110 experience points. You gain 10-year deer antler X2. You obtain deer whip. You obtain 10 pounds of fine deer meat. You obtain deerskin boots. Not bad. Another piece of equipment has come out. Deerskin boots. Deerskin boots, level 10. Defense plus 20. Blood plus 50. Durability, 100 days. This was a pair of ordinary shoes, but it could be equipped right now. And his equipment bar shoe position was empty. Deer whip was good stuff. Deer meat was a great tonic. Let alone deer whips. Wang Su now had quite a few whips, and he found that the burst rate of this thing was not low. Save it. You may be able to open a high-class whip house in the future. The fat man gave a jolt and felt as if his body was much more relaxed. Unknown. As if it was an illusion. But it felt like the body was comfortable. Wang Su patted Lu Dazhuang's shoulder and then went to the washroom to wash up. Changed his clothes. Let's go, fatty. See you tomorrow. Lu Dazhuang didn't know why it felt like the game suddenly didn't smell so good. But less than half an hour later, it still felt like the game smelled good. No one knows that he is a big fat guy when he is killing it in the game. They all think they are Mr. Lu, and think that they are all horse racing and singing every day and night. Thought he was the general manager Lu, who was a tender model of the daily club. Wang Su came to the top floor. Although he had recorded his fingerprints, he still knocked on the door before unlocking it with his fingerprints and opening the door. He was afraid of suddenly going in and scaring Chi Tang. Chi Tang was wearing a nightgown, plain color, light white kind. Below are slippers, exposed toes, snow white like jade, 10 toes like cardamom, and no nail polish, snow white and polished, like jade. This is not an online processed photo. The ankles are exquisite. The calves are well proportioned and straight. And at this moment he realized that it is really like white jade, as if emitting a halo of light. Her figure was really good. Very perfect. Shallow vegetal general waist. This is a kind of waist that is more advanced than a water snake waist. Just as full of infinite style. Especially the articulation between the waist and buttocks was perfect. Enchanting but not vulgar. Sexy but not lacking in elegance. Ahem. Wang Su was a bit embarrassed, but Chi Tang pulled his hand graciously. These 2 days were the 2 days she felt the most relaxed, as long as her body was not uncomfortable at all after Wang Su applied the needles. You're a big man. Why are you so shy? Chi Tang gently pouted. Wang Su's heart also beat a little faster when he was confused by his sentence about being a big man. How do you know I'm a big man? After saying this, Wang Su froze. He was fine with fatty or fatty and often joked about this kind of thing. It was mainly the truth, so the subconscious surprise was his own straightness. I hope she can't understand it. Chi Tang froze, was not sure, but look at his current color. Red-faced to Wang Su's ear, I do not know. Wang Su didn't hold back and hugged her at once. Hold tightly. Single thin clothes. Luscious and delicate. Hiss. It felt like the entire spine was a cold shiver and a jolt. If this moves for real, will it soar and send it straight away? I also don't know if people are comfortable to the extreme. Will they die of comfort? Wang Su at this time looked at the breast cancer army horse frontman. Level 10 elite monster beside Chi Tang. Combat. Although it was a level 10 elite monster, Wang Su did not panic at all. A white tiger. Blood, 2000. Not panicking, the curved sword in Wang Su's hand slashed up. Fighting was about substance, attributes, and skills. There was no skill to speak of. It was just chopping. Bang. Minus 250. Not bad. It's only 8 slashes. The white tiger rushed over and slapped his paw. Minus 10. Wang Su. Although he thought that he was strong now, he didn't realize that a level 10 elite monster could only hit himself with 10 points of blood. For 10 seconds a turn, one could still return 3 points of blood per second. 10 seconds was 30 points of blood. 30 points of blood in a turn. Unfortunately, his own chi and blood were too low right now, and the talent, Vajra Unbreakable, was not as good as the boar helmet's ability to return blood. His chi blood more than 800, 2000s is more than 1 point, can only take the whole, so back to blood 1 point, plus the boar helmet's 2 points, every second back to blood 3 points, so easily. Full-blooded state decapitated level 10 elite white tiger. You get the victory. You get 200 experience. You obtain a tiger whip. You obtain a white tiger skin. You gain tiger bone. You obtain the skill white tiger pile. Wang Su felt that this white tiger pile should be a good thing to learn right away. Several diagrams appeared in his mind. The requirements for posture were strict to the extreme, as well as breathing, and a formula that combined with a medicinal bath, without which, one could directly be practiced to death. White tiger pile, passive skill, enhance chi and blood, fight break sinews, grow chi, strong sinews, enhance defense. Each level permanently increase 10 points of constitution, 10 points of strength, 10 points of endurance. Level 1, 0/100. The moment he learns it, Wang Su gets a boost. He doesn't need to get started. He learns it directly. That is, level 1, increasing 10 points of physique, 10 points of strength, 10 points of endurance, and if he wants to raise his level later, he can only practice hard. Good skill. Another powerful skill. Simple, brutal, effective. It should be considered a small divine skill with a great use. This white tiger pile is something that can be taught to others to practice. It's considered a lost good. Level 1. Directly doubling an ordinary person's physique and increasing their strength. This is definitely good stuff. In fact, there are quite a lot of pile work, such as Taiji pile, Sansho pile, horse stance pile, Vuhu pile, descending dragon pile, tiger holding head pile, Shunbushi ride pile, and golden rooster independence pile. The main function of pile work is to strengthen the body. As for the effects of replenishing the essence and the kidney, benefiting the yang and strengthening the yang, and adding the marrow and living the marrow are also true. In fact, this is the enhancement of the physical body, all-round enhancement. Naturally, it also includes replenishing the kidney and the essence and whatnot. At this time, Wang Su realized that the breast cancer army of horsemen around Chi Tang was gone, but a new disease monster came out. A small white tiger, miniature size, thumb size, breast cancer army centurion, level 20, booze monster, combatable. Slaying breast cancer centurion can extend your life by 2 years. Wang Su was a bit excited. Finally, he saw hope. Little bastard. You're still dumbfounded at this time. You're making your sister hurt. Chi Tang stretched out a plain hand and gently grabbed one of Wang Su's ears. In that instant, Wang Su felt that his entire body was floating a little. I might be able to try to cure you. Wang Su looked at her seriously. Chi Tang froze, looking at Wang Su's naturally righteous and gentle eyes, and was a bit dazed for a while. He was dazed before originally thinking about this. She felt a sense of being taken care of, loved and spoiled. She smiled and probed Wang Su's face and kissed him gently. Wang Su as electrocuted. Very wonderful. Indescribably beautiful. A good while after reacting, Wang Su also kissed Qi Tang. Also the face. Blowing skin. Warm and cool like jade. Very elastic. Very fragrant. A kiss was like eating a delicacy that one had longed for. The feeling of satisfaction was indescribable. Wang Su seemed to have found a new continent. A little bit on top. Qi Tang's pretty face was red and her beautiful eyes were slightly closed. Her lips were like flower petals. Her snow-white teeth had a tantalizing luster. And her fresh and elegant breath slightly breathed on Wang Su's face. There was also that amazing pink tongue. Wang Su never thought that the tongue could be so nice and attractive. Wang Su kissed it. The brain boomed. Really happy. The whole person was like a flatboat on the sea. Falling and falling. Like a roller coaster. The whole person was a little bit floating. Qi Tang responded clumsily. Both people were inexperienced. But some things don't need experience. There was also no standard fixed pattern. Much less right or wrong. It stemmed from instinct. Wang Su was greedy at this time. It was also unknown for how long. Wang Su let go of the breathless Qi Tang. Inside, he was incomparably satisfied. Qi Tang pulled Wang Su back to the bedroom with a red face. Then he kissed again. The soft light in the room. Incredibly beautiful woman. A hair out of control. The next morning, Wang Su woke up early. Actually, he had only slept for a short while, and Qi Tang was still in deep sleep. Thinking about last night, Wang Su was excited. The best he had seen in the human world. He didn't think it could be perfect to this extent. It was really like a work of art. She was still a white tiger goddess. Both of them were for the first time. Luckily, with a strong body, after the initial ignorance and woeful situation, they soon got into a good mood. Maybe it was because Qi Tang only had the last 6 months of life, and there was at most 1 month left for a quality life. So she took this step. It was her first time. She was actually very shy, with a cool and reticent stunning face. Clearly shy and unappreciative. Clearly unappetizing, but very passionate. Forming a fatal and powerful contrast, it was like a violent wind and rain, and the waves were raging. Wang Su's body and mind felt a huge impact. Even he was lost in it. At that moment he felt that if there was an Elysium, this was the Elysium. Fate had made it so that he had such a perfect woman. Now she was his own woman. Wang Su looked at Qi Tang with especially tender eyes. Wang Su was eager to try fighting that breast cancer army centurion right now. A level 20 booze monster, or a breast cancer army centurion. Restrained, there was no hurry first, there was still time anyway. He decided that it would be better to level up again, and in the meantime, he would practice his white tiger pile and perhaps update his equipment. As long as he beheaded this breast cancer army centurion, then he could renew Qi Tang's life for 2 years. In 2 years' time, he could raise his strength a lot, so perhaps he would be able to face the next 1,000 husbandmen. 10,000 husbandmen? Exhaling a breath. Wang Su felt that there was not much of a problem. Slowly getting up, he went to the living room. Then he stood in accordance with the requirements of the white tiger pile. He was a level 1 white tiger pile, so he could stand into it very skillfully, very standardly, with a total of 4 movements. That's why the white tiger pile was also called the white tiger 4-style pile. Each stance was 2 minutes, and the time would increase as the level increased. These 4 movements all simulated the white tiger. One is before the tiger pounces. The whole body is tensed. The force is in a subtle state. That is, the point where the force is generated and not generated. The second is the tiger pounce, which is a state where the body's force is completely distributed. The peak of the force. The third is the tiger's coil, which is like a dragon's coiled disc, which brings the essence into the body, nourishes it internally, and strengthens the bones and blood. The fourth is the tiger crouching tiger posture, lying like a mountain, not moving like a mountain. Do not understand the essence. A lifetime cannot stand white tiger pile. Even if taught, it is difficult to learn. This needs to be enlightened. Need to sense. Wang Su was directly learned and reached level 1. The later only need to practice hard and have time to try that medicinal bath formula. 8 minutes later, Wang Su was already physically hot. With his physical strength, standing the white tiger pile was not even particularly easy. And this was still just the beginning. Any other ordinary person wouldn't be able to hold on at all. White tiger pile, passive skill. Enhanced chi and blood, hit break sinews, growth of chi, strong sinews, enhanced defense. Each level permanently increased 10 points of physique, 10 points of strength, 10 points of endurance. Level 1, 1/100. Currently it's 1 point of experience in 8 minutes. To level up to level 2, it takes 800 minutes and takes 13 hours and 20 minutes. Not bad, acceptable. Just like that, Wang Su stood all morning. His physique was strong enough to hold up. When he rested in the middle, he used the golden needle to prick his points to give himself a once-over. Chi Tang was too tired and slept until almost noon before waking up. Wang Su still kind of felt that last night was a dream of Nank. Noon. Chi Tang woke up with a lazy look. She was too beautiful. When she saw Wang Su, her snow-white pretty face reddened, and those cool phoenix eyes slightly dodged. She was shy. This woman, because of the longevity to go to the end. She is against the nature to do a well-thought-out madness. Wang Su was now covered in sweat. The athletic body, flow lines, muscles are not exaggerated, but full of explosive power. Last night Chi Tang also felt. He had practiced all morning, but if he wanted to upgrade to level 2 White Tiger Pile, he would need at least tomorrow. Wang Su was just to upgrade, but also rely on his own powerful physique and that 50% reduction in damage received in his talent, which also includes the damage, injury, wear and tear of the workout on himself, and so on. An immensely powerful talent. So good. I'll go wash up and cook in a while. Wang Su felt happy. He was also a real man now. When he came out of the wash, he found a brand new set of clothes sitting on the stool at the bathroom door. Chi Tang bought them for him yesterday. Wang Su was slightly out of his mind. And Yangshi for 3 years. She did not buy a single thing for herself. Shaking his head, still thinking about what she did. How could he be so stupid to look at her at that time? Wang Su changed into clothes. Casual wear. Wang Su does not recognize the brand, but look very good. Not flashy, but the material makes people feel very comfortable. Even if they do not understand, also know that this is high-grade goods. People rely on clothes. Add color. Not flashy, but also not cowardly. Standing there not dazzling, but who can not ignore him? Such as the breeze. He is very righteous, clean and natural. Chi Tang looked at him. I do not know why and thought of last night this little bastard is also very bad. Wang Su felt that life had reached a very satisfying state. This state is fun to do anything. For example, cooking would be easy and enjoyable. Chi Tang smiled at the side and watched Wang Su busy. She wanted to play a hand, but Wang Su didn't let her, letting her just talk on the side. Did I pick up a treasure? Chi Tang laughed softly. Wang Su's hands gave a beat, not realizing that he could actually become someone else's treasure one day. Who says men don't like to be spoiled? You are the one who is my treasure. Wang Su's voice was not loud. The first time he said it, he was a little bit raw, and he felt that he was not saying it well, but it was exciting. It was a feeling of falling in love. In the past, I was not used to seeing those male and female friends say meaty words, feeling disgusting, but now I realize that outsiders cannot experience that kind of joy. The noon meal is very sumptuous. Chi Tang also took out a bottle of red wine. Cheers! Chi Tang happily raised her glass. She was in a good mood and physically relaxed like never before. Probably because there was one less breast cancer army horse in front of her. Or maybe she had just experienced the joy of love and lust. Chi Tang felt that she really kind of liked this little man now. He himself only had half a year, and a quality life was at most 1 month. The clear and cold beautiful eyes softly locked eyes with Wang Su. On the contrary, Wang Su was a bit overwhelmed. At this time she has a kind of indescribable coldness. Not the kind of cold face is cold. Cold is more a kind of temperament. Cold beauty, even if she is smiling, and then gentle, there will be a trace of coldness. This is a kind of temperament, not controlled by facial contours. Is the inner, such as bookishness, Confucianism and elegance, and vast righteousness. Tong Tang. Wang Su opened his mouth. A bit raw. It was still a bit uncomfortable to be called so intimately. Chi Tang blinked her beautiful eyes, and approached her forehead with a listening look. I'm a clumsy person. Wang Su really felt that he was clumsy and didn't know what to say. He didn't understand a lot of things either, and he also envied those who could speak well and amuse the girls with their legs. Last night you were a smooth talker, Chi Tang said, and her face reddened, but she still smiled stubbornly and looked at Wang Su. She knew that if she didn't be bold, this guy was boring. Wang Su wasn't stupid and could see that this woman on the other hand was paying. Maybe she was experiencing the last half year of her life. Choosing herself should be the craziest thing she did. But a lot of times nature is hard to change. Even if you know it's nothing, be bold. Be afraid of nothing, not self-pumping. You can do it. It takes a lot of determination. He really just likes and loves this woman. They say a man's love is cheap, but she gave herself to him, which in Wang Su's opinion, this is enough. In this world, except for your parents, to you is the purest love. There is no more so pure love. It was lucky for himself, and maybe lucky for her too. I like you a lot. Wang Su slightly lowered his head and said softly. Chi Tang was happy, indescribably happy. A few simple words, but she clearly felt Wang Su's fondness. It wasn't one of those likes that hung on the corners of the mouth, or seeing color. It was complicated, yet clear and simple. What do you like about me? Chi Tang happily looked at Wang Su. Like how pretty you are, big and beautiful, like how good you are to me. Wang Su said a little coyly. Shi Tang was shy and smiling at first, but she was also a woman. She actually liked being complimented like this by Wang Su. It was only the last sentence that made her freeze. Liked how good she was to him. Her eyes were gentle at this time, reaching out to rub Wang Su's head. Wang Su looked at her speechlessly. With this look in action, she always felt that she was either touching a child's head or touching a dog's head. Seeing Wang Su's eyes, Shi Tang couldn't help but laugh out softly. At this moment she was especially relaxed. Life was in its final stage. Perhaps this was her best encounter. Thank you. Shi Tang narrowed her eyes. Her two hands gently grabbed Wang Su's ears and came up to press against her forehead. The beauty of a woman like her doing this act was indescribable, and it easily tantalized Wang Su's heart. Do. Just at this time, Shi Tang's cell phone rang. An unfamiliar phone number. Shi Tang hesitated for a moment to answer it, but in the end, she answered it. Big Beauty Chi. I miss you so much, a voice came. Snap. Shi Tang directly hung up the phone. The other party didn't call again either. But what they didn't know was that 3 cars entered this apartment complex. Then they stopped under the apartment building. A group of people got down from the cars and entered the elevator, all the way to the top floor. Knock. A knock sounded on the door. Shi Tang froze, looked at Wang Su and went to open the door. Who is it? Downstairs, the toilet is leaking. A voice rang out. It was broad daylight. High noon. Not to mention there was a man in the house. Shi Tang opened the door. Just as soon as he opened it, this door was pressed against it, and then slowly pushed it open, and a line of people fishtailed in. 10 people. All of them were stout, and although they were dressed in ordinary clothes, they were not ordinary people at a glance, and belonged to the bodyguard category. Shi Tang's heart thumped. Oh no! She seemed to have thought of something. Great Beauty Chi. I missed you so much. A handsome young man walked in. He looked flirtatious and had a smug look on his face. He was obviously very handsome, but that smile, that look, made one look like a lustful man. He was a bit on the thin side. His eyes were a bit hawk-hairier, and his lips were thin, giving people a sense of meanness and ruthlessness. Zhang Yihao, what do you want to do? Shi Tang stared at this young man with a cold expression. At this time Wang Su also walked over and stood beside Shi Tang. This young man called Zhang Yihao froze when he saw Wang Su. It seemed that he did not know of Wang Su's existence. After all, Wang Su had only stayed here for 2 nights and half a day. A grimness flashed in Zhang Yihao's eyes as he looked at Wang Su suspiciously. What do I want? What do you think I want to do? I naturally want to do what I want to do. Zhang Yihao smiled and looked at Shi Tang, his eyes greedy and crazy. Do you know that I have terminal cancer and only have less than half a year to live? Believe it or not, I'll drag you down too. Shi Tang said with a cold smile. Ha ha ha, Shi Tong. You are wrong. It is because I know that you only have half a year to live. I came here. You say that I imprison you here. When the time comes, you also die of cancer. You say that during this period of time before you die. Can't I be very happy? Towards the end, Zhang Yihao smiled particularly happily. After Zhang Yihao and his group entered the room, Shi Tang knew what he was planning to do. If Shi Tang was well, Zhang Yihao wouldn't dare to take this risk unless he didn't want to live anymore. In fact, Zhang Yihao also had another idea. When Shi Tang died, he could still take Shi Tang's property under his name for himself as Shi Tang's boyfriend. It's just that the plan couldn't catch up with the change, and the accident of Wang Su appeared. How to deal with this person? Zhang Yihao quickly had an idea. Investigate first. If he is just an ordinary person, then he is a vegetable, or had a car accident. It was just something that could be done with a little money. Let him go. What do you want? I promise you. Shi Tong spoke. Who is he? Zhang Yihao asked with a smile. He's just an ordinary person. No threat to you. Let him go. I know what you want. Shi Tang wasn't afraid, but she didn't want to involve Wang Su. But today's situation was not good to break. Ordinary person? Really ordinary people? Zhang Yihao laughed. Shi Tang knew it was bad. Alright, you guys go and tie him up. Zhang Yihao said. The 2 big men walked towards Wang Su. Reaching out, they went to take him. Bang! Click! Wang Su laughed and kicked out. Then his feet didn't leave the ground and kicked again. Bang! Ka-chow! The kick broke several ribs. The 2 men fell straight to the ground and couldn't get up. Shi Tong knew that Wang Su had muscles and strength, but it was impossible to have a chance of winning against 10 or so tall and lanky bodyguards. Zhang Yihao froze. His face was ugly. Get together. Beat me to death. The remaining 8 big men who were like wolves and tigers drew out iron bars, and there were even 2 who took out knives. Then, there was a burst of clicks and clacks. Movies don't even dare to shoot like this. Movies don't even dare to shoot like this. Fighting in movies is art. But in reality the fight was not designed. Wang Su realized that with his own strength, speed, these people were completely inadequate. Even if there were a few times more people, it was useless. They were too slow. and could not be beaten, like beating leather, one at a time. His current attack was too strong. If he hit the vitals, it could directly kill someone. He was like a walking horse, prancing and dodging, throwing punches, or kicks, no more than 20 seconds before and after that Zhang Yihao also fell to the ground. His limbs were broken, and his ribs were also broken. Qi Tang couldn't believe it as he looked at Wang Su. He was so capable of fighting? So strong? The surprise came too suddenly. Originally, I thought I was going to face hell, thinking that I couldn't even pass peacefully in the last stage of my life. It was just a pitfall for Wang Su, but I didn't expect the reversal to be so fast. Wang Su held Qi Tang's hand and said calmly, "Did you get scared?" "No, I'm just worried about you." Qi Tang looked at her with a smile. Wang Su could feel that she was really worried about herself, and there was just a warmth inside. Very warm. "There's me. As long as I'm by your side, no one can hurt you a bit," Wang Su said very seriously. Qi Tang nodded. "I know." At this moment, Zhang Yihao knew that a big trouble was coming. Qi Tang picked up his cell phone and made a call. Dogsy, I'll send you a location. Come here." Zhang Yihao is here with me and a dozen other people. Qi Tang said. "Sister, are you alright? I killed him already." A voice roared out, full of worry. "I'm fine. You take the people away," Qi Tang said. "I'll be right there." The call ended. Wang Su was puzzled. Dogsy, sister? But Wang Su didn't ask. Although he and Qi Tang were close now, he also knew that Qi Tang had come to this point with him because of special reasons. He didn't think that Qi Tang just really loved him. Maybe love was supposed to be encountered at a special time, at a special place just right. The love between men and women, which is so pure, is nothing more than seeing color. Do not say anything. I like your character, your inner, your kindness, your everything. But all this is still to build on the appearance. Maybe someone said, why some people are not handsome, but why is so attractive? Or like. In fact, think carefully. What do you like? Is it love-like or appreciation? Is he rich and capable? Will let you worship. If you are also in that height, you will still have this idea? Just like that saying, there is no love without a reason, much less hate without a reason. Don't give me to the second madman. Miss Qi, I am wrong. I will make it up to you. I will give you whatever you want. Zhang Yihao's face changed. Qi Tang didn't bother with him. 20 minutes later, a group of people walked in. At the head was a young man, very handsome, stout body, 1 meter 8, more handsome than those stars, bright eyes. Sis, seeing Qi Tang, he happily called out. Only although he was smiling, there was still a trace of sadness in the depths of his eyes. Qi Tang smiled and introduced Wang Su. "Qi Yun, my brother, my own brother. This is Wang Su, my boyfriend." The others had already taken everyone in the room away. Qi Yun looked at Wang Su in surprise. Sister's boyfriend? And then there was the fact that those people were all broken bones one by one. Did you beat those people? Wang Su nodded and smiled. Well, hello, nice to meet you. Qi Yun wanted to say something and smiled. Be nice to my sister, please. Second doggy. What are you talking about? Do I need you to say this? Qi Tang glared at him. The smile on Qi Yun's face was very strong, bowing his head and waist. Obviously a handsome mess, but now he really looks like a dog. I will. I treat her like a pearl. Wang Su said. Get lost, get lost. Qi Tang impatiently waved his hand. Okay, sis, take care of yourself. Qi Yun was reluctant to part. Bye brother-in-law. Wang Su froze and waved his hand with a smile. Bye. Qi Yun left. Qi Tang had come to live here alone, so how could the Qi family not know? That's why Qi Yun was also here. It was only a 10-minute drive. Qi Tang knew that. Otherwise she wouldn't have called Qi Yun. She also knew that they would still show up when she was very sick. In fact, the family wanted her to come back home. The family would take care of her. The family wanted to be there for her during her last stretch of time. But she didn't want to spend her last moments that way. Only Wang Su and Qi Tang remained in the room. Silence fell. Your brother is so handsome. Wang Su laughed. He's not as handsome as you, Qi Tang said seriously. Wang Su froze. Qi Yun's handsome was the kind of handsome that pounced on his face. With clear-cut angles, three-dimensional features, height, build, dress, and temperament, all of which were perfect. Qi Tang also did not lie. One was a pro-sibling forever rooting not to be handsome or beautiful to the other. Also, the current Wang Su is really not bad. His body is strong. His skin is the healthiest. His eyes are godly. And his face, which was originally clear, is more and more warm. Plus suddenly because of the get-to-let the heart nature has undergone a radical change. For example, the concept of money is gone. Even a tycoon can't have no concept of money. It was this that gave him an extra air of lightness, a transcendent air. and his eyes became more and more clear, leisurely, cozy, and unhurried. It was this unique aura that made him charming and attractive, and Chi Tang liked it very much. He's worried about you, Wang Su said softly. I know, Chi Tang said with a smile. If one day, I can really cure you, will you leave me? Wang Su laughed, seemingly feeling that he said the wrong thing. He shook his head. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Chi Tang laughed out softly. Really in love with me? As I said, a man's love is worthless. I guess there is no man who doesn't love you. Wang Su was very clear. What about you? Are you also worthless? Chi Tang pulled him to sit on the sofa, leaning on his shoulder. He enjoyed the quiet of the afternoon. I'm different. I'm a very stupid person. I don't know how to sway, and I can only fit one person at a time in my heart, Wang Su said awkwardly. Then do you still miss your ex-girlfriend? Chi Tang asked with a smile. My innocent body was given to you, and my first kiss was also given to you, Wang Su said seriously. This must be said clearly. It's important. Chi Tang blushed and snapped. Said who seems to be not thinking about last night. Wang Su's face also red. So many years all of a sudden bloomed. Wang Su nodded her not knowing how many times. The kind of desire at that time. Chi Tang is no better. Looking at Wang Su, unconsciously a trace of ambiguous breath rises. Little bastard. Wang Su picked her up, walking towards the bedroom. Chi Tang crouched in his arms. Chi Tang, who only got up near noon, lazily lay on the bed, leaning on a pillow behind her, not wanting to get up. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. She felt as if her whole body's bones had been dismantled, and her body was so soft that she couldn't use any strength at all. And at this time Wang Su was standing the white tiger stake in the living room. The bedroom door was open and Chi Tang could see him, clearly seeing Wang Su standing on the stake, sweating, that athletic body. For the first time she saw that a man sweating could look so good, full of an indescribable beauty, strength, wildness, and a natural elegance. It all combined to have a kind of fatal attraction. His eyes were soft and natural, serious, sincere, and especially righteous, very righteous. But when she thought of this guy just now, he was really a jerk, making her heart beat faster as well. Chi Tang, Chi Tang, you will also become like this. Her face reddened. Chi Tang herself couldn't believe that she would become like this, but she felt relaxed now. She had been so busy before that she had never stopped like this to pay proper attention to everything around her. Wang Su was immersed in the pleasure of the white tiger pile, as if intoxicated. There was a feeling of pain and joy. Exercising the white tiger pile for a long time was tiring, but it was possible to hold on. That sourness was hard to describe. Watching the proficiency experience needed for upgrading increase. This may be the motivation for him to persist in standing on, not getting tired of standing on. Tomorrow, he will be able to upgrade his level 2 white tiger pile. After seeing that the time was almost up, he washed up and changed his clothes. Refreshed, his body was especially comfortable. A healthy body should be comfortable. When he came to the bedroom, Chi Tang looked at him. His smile was gentle, atmospheric, and absolutely beautiful, and it was hard for Wang Su to imagine that the woman he had just gnawed on was her. His face was a little hot. Chi Tang seemed to have noticed and spat at him without any good humor. There was such a little bit of delicacy in that look that Wang Su almost lost control again. Chi Tang was startled, cried and laughed, and hurriedly said, I'll accompany you to the stall. Good, Wang Su answered. Chi Tang didn't dare to tease him anymore and hurriedly got up to wash and change into casual clothes. Looking good was really a visual treat. Wang Su didn't have big ambitions. He was just an ordinary little man. He didn't think about power over the world, nor did he think about being rich. He just wants to find a girl who likes to look at his own eyes, and live a peaceful life. Don't want her how beautiful, because too beautiful he can't keep. Light is laborious, hurt liver and kidney, heavy is broken. Previously, the idea was to find a girl who did not object to his game and could accept his lack of progress. He doesn't like to struggle hard and doesn't like that kind of competition that squeezes his head. He did not like that kind of desperate to struggle. After all, the chance of becoming rich is too slim. Very few can succeed, and most people get even more miserable in return. The ordinary is true. He likes the kind of waves and waves, light winds and clouds, leisurely and cozy days. He thought of Zhang Yihao and his party before. Such a thing, he did not think that he could run into. But then he realized that it seemed to be nothing, and it also made him understand that it was not that he couldn't touch it before, because he didn't have that ability before. For example, if he met a bad person, he didn't have the courage to go up. In fact, as an ordinary person, obey the law is the best return to this society. Call up the fat man. 1 is to let the fat man eat a meal. 3 takeaways a day is also unhealthy. He made this not only healthy, the nutrient content is also high. In addition, the fat man plays games all day long without going downstairs, but also let him go out for a turn. This activity may be less than 1/10 for others, but for the fat man it is a skyrocketing promotion. Fatty has always missed the flavor of kebabs. In the evening, they came to yesterday's place, which belonged to a relatively remote place, and all the good places were occupied by people. Wang Su found that there were already quite a few people waiting when they arrived. Among them there were quite a few people he still had an impression of. The people who had bought the meat skewers yesterday. Old Wang, why don't we get a number and let's broadcast together? Lu Dazhuang said as his eyes lit up. Wang Su thought about it. Okay, just what to live broadcast? In fact, Wang Su can now live broadcast quite a lot. For example, splitting bricks. What inch fist breaks bricks in those videos? Fake or not? Real or not? He can now do it easily. Perfectly done. Absolutely shocking. That is to hit the real picture. No more. He can portray himself as a martial arts master. Just perform the white tiger pile, and then perform the strength, resistance to blows, as well as real combat, etc. All can be. Wang Su realized that in fact, as long as a person you have talent, no matter what talent, it is easy to attract people and make money. Just shoot this barbecue stand of yours. Is it hard to believe that you know something else? Lu Dazhuang said. Chi Tang smiled and didn't say anything. She realized that she couldn't see through this little man either. He easily knocked down 10 pugnacious men today, and his outbursts of injuries were not something an ordinary person could do. And the main thing was that Wang Su was so calm at that time. He didn't put these people in his eyes at all. The impact and sense of security brought by a man with explosive force value is unrivaled. And this is one of the main charms of men. Lu Dazhuang took his cell phone and tinkered with it for a while, thought of something, put it in his pocket and said, Old Wang, I'll use your cell phone to open it. Isn't yours the same? Wang Su said. Come on, yours, and there is no secret. I don't care to see it. I will only open a live number for you. Fatty urged. Wang Su knew what he wanted, so he gave him his cell phone. Then the fat man operated quickly. What kind of name? Fatty asked. We are two people. Why don't we just call it Xuanji 2? Wang Su said. Good. Then let's call it Xianmei 2 Elders and change it later if there's a good one. Lu Dazhuang got it right and started shooting the video. At this time, Wang Su was cutting the meat. It wasn't that Wang Su intended to show off, but time didn't allow it, so he cut it very quickly, and many people would take out their cell phones to film it. They didn't know what level of Wang Su's knife work was. In short, it felt shocking. It was too fast, so fast that people were dazzled. Also, for the first time, it felt nice to see that a young man wielding a kitchen knife could be so comfortable. Some people even feel that if Wang Su uses this chopper as a weapon, his fighting power should not be weak. After filming, save it, then film Wang Su next marinating iron stick through meat, and the scene. Wang Su was indeed trying to earn $2. Although he didn't really need money, some money couldn't be saved. The money Chi Tang gave him and the card he gave him were all placed in the item bar. He couldn't accept it without it, but he wasn't going to move it after accepting it. This way it doesn't count as being wrapped, because I didn't spend. Fatty watched the shooting for a while. The rest was shot by Chi Tang. Wang Su behind the side of a small table. That is Chi Tang's special seat. On it were special meat skewers that Wang Su had grilled especially for him, as well as mineral water, melons and fruits. The fat man ate while watching others pay. That chubby smiling face, jerking the skewer, full of satisfaction. Chi Tang filmed all these images in and gave a few close-ups. The fat man's eating felt especially flavorful. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Boss, the barbecue here is wrapped up by us. Whoever wants it, buy it from me. A voice came. A bald head, with 4 young men squeezed through the crowd and walked in. The bald man had a stout figure, flowery arms, tight black undershirt, a little muscular, but also a lot of fat, big ears on the side, broad nose and big mouth, big eyes, fierce eyes. Behind the 4 young men a bare-chested, inch head, holding a cigarette, hanging, a look of I'm not a good person. The other 2 were also tight undershirts, with gangly smiles on their faces and curses in their mouths, exuding the odor of a gangster. Many people chose to retreat for the sake of unnecessary trouble. Some people were not convinced, but thinking about their wives and children at home, they also sighed and took a step back. More peoples had a look of watching. The bald gangster walked up to Wang Su, who was busy. Boss, I'll take all of your $3 a string, as many as I can get. After saying that, he said to the people around him, you guys know how delicious this kebab is. $10 a kebab isn't expensive. You guys can still eat it for a few dollars more. Boss, look, you quite a lot of money. I can also earn some. They can also eat. 3 birds with 1 stone. Everyone is happy. What do you think? The bald guy looked at Wang Su. Wang Su laughed and looked at the bald guy and said, I don't think it's good. Kid, Do you know who you are talking to? The youth with the cigarette in his mouth crooked his mouth and spoke disdainfully. Wang Su looked at the youth and continued to busy himself. He's Baldy Lee, brother Baldy, the youth said proudly. Baldy Lee is a famous gangster over here. Big mistakes are not made. Small mistakes are constantly made. Short-sighted. Open bar cannot go on. Open the KTV also lose money. Open the internet cafe also cannot go on. Do what cannot. But this kind of person is like a pile of dog shit. Life is very hard. The average person is not willing to mess with. Cannot afford to mess with. Can afford to mess with people are not willing to mess with. Such as shooting a maggot. Shoot rotten. They can also be disgusting not light. Make the best use of things. These people naturally also have someone to use. Give a little money will be able to do a lot of disgusting things for you. Lee Baldy is also considered on the list of Big Brother. In this area, say it is a character. Who mention it is disdainful. Even if ordinary people look down. But ordinary people cannot afford to mess with him. A lot of open door business. They will also go to recommend something. You do not buy cannot, or he can disgust you, so that your business will not be particularly good. So these people, they just eat and drink and wash their feet and massage. Many people look down on them, but they also think those people are the poor ones. They are very dashing themselves, indulging in their own pleasure. They would feel happy, but they would also feel empty once in a while. You don't give face to my bald brother? The youngsters shouted loudly. The bald head smiled and didn't say anything, with a look of an inscrutable big brother. This kind of scaring people and singing in blackface made him appear to have a low pattern. Not only could he not speak out to scare people, he also had to sing red face and comfort people. Little brother, something is good to discuss. Let's cooperate. Let's all make money together. I, Baldy Lee, will ensure that your business grows bigger and bigger. Whoever is looking for trouble, you mention me, Baldy Lee, and I will solve it for you. Baldy Lee revealed a gentle smile. I don't like to cooperate with people. Wang Su said. You were selling $3 a string. I'll buy them all. The bald man's face looked a little unsightly. Not for sale. Wang Su didn't even look at him. Believe it or not, I'll smash your stall? The youth with a cigarette roll in his mouth became angry. Wang Su looked up at him and smiled. Don't believe it. Egu, little arm cub, tired of living, get him, said four people rushed on. They have not been in many fights. Anyway, fight, not to the death. It is slaps, fists, kicks, and finally detained. Already accustomed to it. Bang bang bang. One kick a. What a fucking waste. Also have the nerve to come out to show off. Wang Su snorted. The surrounding people were shouting. The bald head was still standing and looked at Wang Su. Young man, you've caused trouble. What trouble? Wang Su smiled and looked at him. You feel emboldened because you can fight? You are still too tender. The four of them were injured by you. Let's calculate the medical expenses. Lee Baldy said seriously. Then call the police. Wang Su didn't panic at all. Brother advised you to spend some money to settle the matter. I won't blackmail you. Let's do it this way. For the four of them, 50,000 for one, 200,000. Baldy Lee continued. Did you film it? Wang Su smiled and looked at Chi Tang. Filmed it. Chi Tang shook his cell phone. If you say this is sent out, do you think public opinion will side with that? Involved in blackness? Wang Su smiled and looked at Baldy Lee. Baldy Lee's face changed. He was not a fool. Ahem. That we are just joking with you. We will leave immediately. After Baldy Lee finished speaking, he led a few people to quickly leave. Wang Su definitely knew that this matter was not over, but as long as they didn't dare to deal with themselves openly, it was fine. He really wasn't afraid of playing anything behind his back. It was all still because of the terrifying combat power. The reality is often that you don't even have a chance to video them. They will drop your phone the first time, but they simply can't stop Wang Su from videotaping. And the average person is even more afraid of their backstabbing revenge. Wang Su was even less afraid. Boss, mighty and domineering. Boss is so handsome. Boss, we still have to be careful of their private retaliation. You think the boss will be afraid of their private retaliation? Wang Su was busy while smiling and talking to everyone, telling them not to worry. Chi Tang looked at the calm and self-contained, spoiling himself, obviously making an ordinary barbecue, but it just made her feel a sense of radiance. A barbecue. In his hands became not to say how noble, but let a person feel very harmonious, very comfortable. That is an indescribable strange feeling. Are you full? When Chi Tang was out of her mind, Wang Su's gentle voice rang in her ears. She smiled and nodded. Full. Holding Wang Su's arm, Lu Dazhuan's eyelids fluttered. He didn't know that Chi Tang was cancerous. He only knew that his brother was already eating soft food, or that most fragrant level. A little envious. Fatty family has money, how much he does not know. Just that there are many children in the family, and the assets belong to his grandfather when all is said and done. And he is so unsuccessful. The enterprise is impossible to directly realize and share the money, can only be capable of on. So those money for him belongs to the flowers in the mirror, seems to have him a share. In fact, can also look at. But his pocket money is still quite a lot. He is not a weapon. Uncles and even older brothers and sisters are quite good to him. He looks also pleasant, so he does not lack pocket money. Lu Dezhuang looked at Wang Su in a sly way. Originally two bachelors, now suddenly he was left with himself. There was a feeling of being abandoned by the whole world. It felt like he was the only one left. Old Wang, if say I want to find a girlfriend, what do I need to do? When going back? Lu Dezhuang asked. First you need to find a target. That is, you need to find a woman and then turn her into your girlfriend. Wang Su thought about it and said seriously. Lu Dezhuang. Qi Tang didn't say anything, just smiled and looked at them. She liked it now. It was relaxing, unprecedented ease. It was said that when a person was truly and completely relaxed in their life, they were not far from death. It was true, because only when you know that you are going to die, you will completely put down, look down. What love, what money, what power, are all smoke clouds, a blow will disperse. Wang Su was also relaxed. It was a relaxation that was relaxed because of his own strength. Lu Dezhuang is his friend, a very good friend, the best relationship in this city, although he is fat, but very kind. 3 views are also positive, will really consider for friends, 4 friends good, but the reality is often so instead is a very stupid behavior. Fatty, it's time to lose weight, Wang Su said. He had advised before, and more than once, that this was a very silly behavior for the good of others. Don't others know about losing weight? Need you to remind them? It's hard. It's hard to be hungry and can't sleep. Lu Daxiang said helplessly. A lot of things are not on the mouth to say I have perseverance. I can do it by gritting my teeth. You can't do it or you can't do it if you bite your back teeth grooves to pieces. Or a different way to motivate will be a little useful. For example, sports. Looking for a beautiful girl to accompany the workout. Give you gas, encouragement, maybe a little effect. But how long it lasts is hard to say. Or do it. The beautiful girl to give some sweet taste as a reward, can also be a little effect. Girl is really good. Or else now play a game with a beautiful woman to play. Traveling with a beautiful woman to go with you. But you need to reimburse some of the expenses. Of course, we'll let you get some benefits. As for how much you get, it depends on whether you have money or not, and whether you are handsome or not. Wang Su wanted to say something, but still held back. Say it later. I didn't even go out to brush my experience today, and other than having fun with Qi Tang, I spent the rest of the time practicing White Tiger Pile. White Tiger Pile? This can definitely lose weight, as long as it can be practiced to level 1 to double the physique, strength, and endurance. It's definitely good for losing weight, but everything is difficult at the beginning. This White Tiger Pile is a bit difficult. With Lu Daqiang's size and physical fitness, want to practice White Tiger Pile? Almost impossible. Practice White Tiger Pile for half a day tomorrow and upgrade to level 2. Then go and brush up on experience in the afternoon. Still need to level up as soon as possible. Returning to the apartment. Under Fatty's grudging gaze, Wang Su waved his hand with Fatty and went to the top floor with Qi Tang. That Tong. Wang Su opened his mouth. Qi Tang. Wang Su scratched his head. The first time I called you that. It's a bit raw. I'll work on it. Qi Tang cried and laughed. Little bastard. This is really not small for me. I'll find a science video for you later. Wang Su said seriously. No talking. Qi Tang snapped without any good humor. Wang Su smiled. You're so pretty. The simple compliment. But it made Qi Tang happy, reaching out to rub Wang Su's head. Once again, Wang Su felt strange. Was this rubbing a child? Rubbing his little nephew? Or maybe it was rubbing the dog's head. Wang Su grabbed her plain hand and embraced her in his arms. He felt satisfied. There was a feeling of what more could a husband ask for. Isn't there anything you want to ask me? Qi Tang smiled and asked as she leaned into his arms. How old are you this year? Wang Su asked. Qi Tang. Not allowed to ask. Sister, I'm in my prime. I'm not marrying you or living with you. How do you think sister is old? Qi Tang didn't have the good sense to look up and glare at him. Are you planning to white vote me? Wang Su looked at her. Qi Tang rubbed her forehead. I'll give you money. Lots and lots. The corner of Wang Su's mouth twitched. Damn it. It's still a packaged relationship. Qi Tang couldn't help but laugh again. Stinky brother. Unhappy. She had a BFF who would have a lot of strange knowledge and a lot of name calling, popularizing her a lot. For example, the 3 words, stinky brother, she thought she would never be able to use, but it came out now, and it probably still had a lot to do with the fact that she didn't have much of a life. Did she feel like this was a change of temperament? Or was it indulgence? Wang Su directly picked her up in a horizontal princess hug. Home. Missy. Wang Su laughed softly. He was very happy, and didn't care whether he was wrapped up or not. He himself was her first man, which was already picking up a treasure. Although her temperament and initiatives were a bit different, he knew why. Otherwise it wouldn't be his turn to pick up the pieces. At least for the moment it was. In the future, it might still be true that she picked up the treasure. Chi Tang smiled and looked at Wang Su's face, reaching out to gently touch it. He felt that his brother was not as good looking as Wang Su. Why don't you tell me about you? I still don't know anything about you until now, Chi Tang said lazily. Wang Su and her leaned against the sofa. Chi Tang snuggled into his arms. Grew up in the big uncle's family. Never saw my parents. Said they were gone. The big uncle's family is very good to me. Well, the big uncle's family has only one daughter. My cousin. 6 years older than me. Who is older than you and my cousin? Wang Su recalled and said. Chi Tang hugged Wang Su and smiled without saying anything. I like the older one, Wang Su said. Chi Tang grabbed Wang Su's ear and snapped. I'm not finished yet. I'm not 30 yet. Wang Su laughed, still a little girl. Chi Tang. Wang Su had already moved some things around. For example, a few books. The Yellow Emperor's Internal Canon. Treatise on Typhoid Miscellaneous Diseases. 1000 Gold Formula. The Essentials of the Golden Chamber. Basic Theory of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Chinese Herbal Medicine. And Diagnostics of Traditional Chinese Medicine. I've only started reading it in the past 2 days. And I've been busy, so I've been squeezing time out of it. For example, after having fun with Chiton, reading is more effective. When I am tired of standing on the white tiger pile, I will read for half an hour. Because of the golden needle acupuncture point led into the human body acupuncture points, meridians and even including blood qi, people live a breath. People cannot live without qi in the body, such as the yuan qi, essence, kidney qi. Lung capacity is related to whether the qi is strong or not. Lung qi, the qi and blood are strong, and the qi here is as important as the blood. Chi Tang was actually not sure what level Wang Su's medical skills were at until now, but that hand of acupuncture let her feel. Just this ability to stop pain other people can't catch up. Not only does it stop the pain, but it also warms up her body and makes her feel very comfortable. Wang Su will also give Chi Tang needles once a day, not only to stop the pain, but also to support positive qi. This Fu Zheng qi is very strong. To a certain extent it is possible to curb the expansion of the condition. Just how much can be curbed? Wang Su was not sure, so it was still necessary to raise the level as soon as possible. After giving Chi Tang the needles, Wang Su zapped himself. Are you practicing acupuncture? Chi Tang asked curiously. It was the first time she had seen it. Aha! Wang Su's movements were skillful and swift. The proficiency experience had reached 70 before. It was still less than 30 times short. It was only 3 or 2 minutes at a time. So Wang Su decided to simply upgrade golden needle acupuncture to level 2 today. At 11:30 p.m., Wang Su completed his last needle application. A little excitedly, he looked at the golden needle piercing point skill. Golden needle acupuncture point, level 2, experience 0/200, active skill, effect, stop pain, stop bleeding, support positive qi. An additional ability to stop bleeding. Not bad. Wang Su was satisfied. After all, bleeding was also a big problem. Many people die because of excessive blood loss. Moreover, this stop bleeding could also stop bleeding inside the body. For example, the organs and the inside of the skull. This one is very powerful. Chi Tang's sleepy eyes nestled on the sofa had fallen asleep. Wang Su gently picked her up and walked into the bedroom. Then gently placed her on the bed and covered her with the summer quilt. Carefully came to the living room. Standing pile. White tiger steak. 40 minutes later. Wang Su washed up, gently lay beside Chi Tang and closed his eyes. Waking up in the morning, he found Chi Tang in his arms. She was the kind of woman who was absolutely beautiful and atmospheric, and this kind of bird-like appearance made Wang Su have a very visual impact. Unable to resist, he gently kissed her on the cheek. Chi Tang closed her eyes and smiled as she squeezed into his arms. Seemingly bumping into something, Chi Tang whispered with a red face, "You're thinking again." The day's plan was in the morning. Wang Su was gentle. The great increase in his physique made him especially energetic. Euphoria and pleasure. The stunningly atmospheric phoenix eyes, blushing, dodging, and looking so good that it made people sink. There was also that proud mountain range. Wang Su's inner longing was as if a thirsty person drank from a sweet spring. He couldn't even relieve that longing inside without nibbling it once. It really was like he couldn't wait to hold it in his mouth. After the clouds and rain, Wang Su went to practice the white tiger pile early in the morning. Chi Tang was all about catching up on her sleep again. She felt especially tired. Until 9 in the morning. Chi Tang woke up. Wang Su made her a good meal. I can do it myself. You make me feel like I'm bullying you. Chi Tang watched Wang Su cook and leaned on his back and said softly. When she was with Yang Shi, she sent breakfast every day and ended up getting nothing. Now that he had cooking skills, Chi Tang gave him everything, mainly because Wang Su felt the feeling of being favored in her eyes. For example, when rubbing his dog's head, he actually enjoyed it and was touched inside. How about I cook for you for the rest of my life? Wang Su said with a smile. Chi Tang shuddered. Good. Chi Tang laughed. But she had already thought about leaving before her condition worsened and she was in a sorry state. Remember what you said, Wang Su said, his hands busy. After finishing breakfast, it was already 9:40. Wang Su continued to stand the white tiger pile. Chi Tang, on the other hand, was reading a book, but she was enjoying the atmosphere more. From time to time, she looked at Wang Su waving his sweat not far away. She was a bit reluctant to give up, unwilling to give up this immediate brightness, the breath of life. Finally at noon, White Tiger Pile was upgraded. White Tiger Pile, passive skill, level 2, experience, 0/200, permanently increased 20 points of physique, 20 points of strength, 20 points of endurance. A wave of warmth flowed through his body. Physique, strength and endurance all increased by 10 points. Name, Wang Su level, 10, experience 20/4000. Physique, 64 blood, 1130. Strength, 53 attack, 870. Endurance, 54 defense, 1031. Free distribution attributes, 0. Talents. Vajra Unbreakable, permanently reduces all damage received by 50%. Increases maximum chi, attack and defense by 50%. Immune to abnormal states such as control and toxins. And restores 2/1000 of the maximum chi and blood value every second. Skills. White Tiger Pile, passive skill. Level 2. Experience, 0/200. Permanently increases 20 points of physique, 20 points of strength, 20 points of endurance. Strong, passive skill. Permanently increases body mass by 10 points. Cannot be upgraded. Golden Needle Stabbing Point. Level 2. Experience, 0/200. Active skill. Effect, stop pain, stop bleeding. Support righteousness. Knife skill, centennial grade. Fire, 100 years level. Equipment, scimitar, sheepskin coat, birch ring, boar helmet, carnelian bracelet, deerskin boots. Wang Su looked at the panel and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. The White Tiger Pile still has to be practiced. After all, the level in front is easy to raise, and the experience in the back needs to be doubled, and it will become more and more difficult. The video taken yesterday. Little fire, Chi Tang said as he walked over with his cell phone. Wang Su took it and looked at it. There were over 2,000 comments, close to 100,000 views, more than 10,000 likes. Tapping on the comments. I want to say that this is played at 2 or even 3 times the speed, but the same screen's not accelerated. And with my professional standard I can be sure that this is the original video. This was the first entry. In fact, I would say that the video you played at 2 times and 3 times would be very disjointed in the eyes of a professional, and it would be obvious at a glance. The boss is a master with a knife. I'm a big knife practitioner. I've been practicing for 20 years, but I feel like I can't beat the boss with a big knife with a kitchen knife. The one upstairs is Masterly de Dowley. Everyone can go watch his video. Doesn't anyone realize that the boss is good looking? Watch a few more times. It will feel fine. The more you watch, the more you feel extraordinary, obviously also look comfortable. But it is this comfort that is different. Put it this way, in line with the Tao. What is in line with the Tao? Is to comply with nature. The boss is really good looking. I decided to be friends with the boss. I have white skin and beautiful, the body of a small goal. I do not know if there is no luck to be able to spend a happy time with the boss. While you were sending it out, other rich women were already driving to their destinations. Wang Su looked at the comments and then at Chi Tang who was reading the comments with him. Chi Tang gave him a breathless angry look. Wang Su looked at her beautiful face and couldn't tell him how satisfied he was. After noon, Wang Su continued to go to the hospital to brush his experience. Now he is level 10. And because of the talent, because of the White Tiger Pile, as for those pieces of equipment is actually very general. But also that, boar helmet, is not bad. The burst rate was not high, and the good stuff was even less. After all, Wang Su fought a lot of disease monsters, but the equipment is only a few pieces. However, there were quite a few fine meats, whips and the like. Free time, Wang Su thought of home. Great uncle and great aunt were very good to him, only he used to be a bit resistant inside due to his personality. After all, he was not a parent and did not dare to be capricious. In the past, he almost did not take the initiative to call. Living expenses are also uncle called on time, will also call to ask if enough, not enough to say a word. The family still has money. In their words, they have food and drink at home. The child is outside. A meal without money will go hungry. Outside the child alone. Who is the father? Who is the mother? 3 years of physical and mental involvement by Yang Shi. Now looking back, very remorseful. Wanna not understand why so stupid before. Is young or ignorant? The phone is connected. Xiao Su, does it need money? What happened? There is a big uncle in. Big uncle's voice was full of worry. When Wang Su suddenly called, Wang Anmin was worried because it was fine Wang Su didn't call. Eldest uncle, it's fine. I just miss you and auntie. Give you a call? I'm fine. Wang Su hurriedly said. Really fine? Wang Anmin confirmed. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Are you and my auntie okay? Well, I and your aunt is very good. You are alone outside to take care of yourself. Something must give us to say. If you encounter difficulties, come back. The family has food and drink. There are 10 acres of land. How can not starve? Uncle said gently. In the past, Wang Su listened to the perfunctory work, but now it is doubly warm. Well, I remember uncle. You and auntie don't worry. I will take good care of myself. After a while, I go back to see you and auntie. After a phone call, Wang Su felt much lighter. Just hung up the phone and looked up. Quickly, if this goes on, the blood loss won't last on the operating table at all. An anxious voice came. Can't stop the bleeding. There are too many bleeding points to stop. The medical trolley flew forward. Only the entire medical trolley was bloodstained. A nurse held up a blood transfusion bottle, but even so, it seemed that it was not enough to make ends meet. Doctors, nurses, and family members also followed the fast running. The expression of grave, and some with tear-stained faces, crying in a small voice. Worried, uneasy. Wang Su clearly heard the doctor talking as he ran. Bleeding monster. Level 20. Elite monster. Combatable. Wang Su hesitated and did not take the risk, but thought of his golden needle stabbing point. A level 2 golden needle stabbing point with an additional ability to stop bleeding. To try or not to try? Make way. Make way. The paramedic shouted as he pushed the cart. At this time Wang Su shot out. A silver needle was directly inserted into the heart of the patient on the hospital bed. The Danzhong point. Enter the fight. Wang Su chose to enter combat. Although he was only level 10 and was facing a level 20 elite monster, Wang Su felt that there was no suspense. It was a large rooster. 3 meters in length. So big. Some people said that when an ant was enlarged to the size of several meters, the face of that ant was horrifyingly hideous. A 3-meter-long large rooster was also oozing and ferocious to look at. The fiery red chicken feathers, the huge chicken head, the blood-red huge crown, and the long beak glistened with a metal-like luster. Wang Su didn't doubt that if there was such a thing around in reality, a peck, it was estimated that half a kilogram of meat would be gone, and if he was pecked on the head, it was estimated that he would be opened, with a high probability of a human life. Blood, 4,000. Brush. The big rooster that was as huge as a ball of fire rushed to Wang Su, and its sharp beak pecked at Wang Su. Puff. -35. Wang Su now had 1130 chi blood, and the Vajra Unbreakable talent restored 2,000ths of a point of chi blood per second, which was 2 points, plus the Boar helmet restored 2 points of chi blood per second, adding up to 4 points of chi and blood restored per second. A round was 10 seconds. A round reduces 35 chi and blood, but restores 40 chi and blood. Fighting a level 20 elite monster with 0 casualties, even though he knew he could beat it, when he actually did, he still felt especially happy. It was the excitement and satisfaction of becoming powerful. Bang! Swinging his scimitar. -70. Needing to slash close to 60 slashes. That is, 60 rounds. If there is no recovery, one is hit with 35 points of blood at a time. 60 rounds, that is 2,100 chi blood. And one only has 1080 chi blood. You can see how important this recovery is. At this time, blood recovery is a divine skill. But if you don't have a strong defense and resistance, and you are hit with 200 or 300, then this recovery is also useless. The main talent, Vajra, increase too much offense, defense, blood, and damage reduction, so that their own resistance ability has undergone a sea change. With a strong defense and damage reduction, this recovery is considered a true divine skill. Talent recovery, 0.002% seemed not much at the moment, but when one had enough blood, 0.002% would be considerable. Boar helmet, recovered 2 points per second. Currently important, but may be ribbed in the future. But that increase in one's own defense by 20% is very strong. The later the more powerful it is. Unless one has a better helmet, there is no need to change it. 10 minutes later, you win the battle. You gain 400 experience. You gain 20 pounds of fine chicken. You obtain pushing, centennial level. You obtain the Chicken King belt. 2A Na, 100-year grade. revitalizes blood and removes blood stasis, harmonizes qi and blood, unblocks meridians, pushes blood through the uterus, pushes qi through the uterus, stops pain, improves immunity, drives away cold and evil, calms the mind and comforts the muscles. So strong? There's also a Chicken King belt. Chicken King belt, level 20, defense plus 40, blood plus 200, durability, 200 days, an ordinary belt. Although the battle lasted 10 minutes, reality was almost static. A level 20 elite monster actually had 400 experience, which made Wang Su happy. This would speed up his upgrading, and he would only need to kill 10 level 20 elite monsters to upgrade. Don't pull this needle. It can stop the bleeding in pain. It stopped the bleeding, stopped the bleeding. A doctor yelled in surprise. Quick, send it to the operating room. It was only 5 seconds before and after, and the medical cart quickly traveled to the operating room. The operating room had long been prepared. Wang Su was ready to continue going to brush up his experience. He needed to level up, and he decided that he would try that level 20 booze monster breast cancer army centurion when he reached level 20. First, he would renew Chi Tang's life for 2 years. Such a good-looking daughter-in-law couldn't run away. Wang Su, a young man from the patient's family, looked at Wang Su suspiciously. Li Baichuan? It's really you. Thank you, Li Baichuan said with excitement. A life of desperation in general. At least the toughest hurdle in front of him had passed. But this did not mean that his father was safe. Li Baichuan is Wang Su high school period of the man of the hour. The two are a classmate. Need also just say a word. Is a classmate relationship. Li Baichuan's father is the county police department. Li Baichuan looks high, but also particularly handsome. The family conditions are also good. Learning is also good. Wang Suet, no parents, low self-esteem. Friends are also the village, and not much. Leave a contact. Later we get together. I'll go over first, Li Baichuan said. His eyes were red. Obviously he had shed tears before. His father was the sky of the family. His father was arresting a fugitive this time and was stabbed 13 times. The blood flowed more than once. After a simple treatment in the county hospital, he came all the way to the provincial capital here with a blood transfusion. Cannot stop the blood. Wang Su sighed that the world is big and sometimes small. Next Wang Su continued to brush his experience. 2 hours later, Li Baichuan came to the hall and saw Wang Su still sitting at the bench. Wang Su. Li Baichuan had a smile and relief on his face and sat next to Wang Su. The surgery is over. It was successful. Thank you. I don't even know how to thank you, Li Baichuan said gratefully. No need to be polite. A show of hands. Besides, during high school, if it wasn't for you, I would have been beaten up. Wang Su laughed. Indeed, there was a time when Wang Su was blocked by the little punks, just because Wang Su said a few words to a girl. I should say that the girl asked him questions. He just gave the girl the questions. But the girl was very pretty. One of the boys in the class was not happy with Wang Su. A poor boy. Not just a better student. He wanted to beat him up. Just Li Baichuan passed by. He knows Wang Su. Small gangsters know that he is the son of the police commissioner's family. This matter will not be settled. Li Baichuan cannot remember. But Wang Su couldn't forget it, because growing up, the only time he was so close to being beaten, so it was hard to forget. Yes? Li Baichuan froze. Really couldn't think of it. You studied medicine in college? Is it a doctor here? Li Baichuan asked curiously. Wang Su shook his head. No, I came here to wait for a friend. He just left. Are you free? I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Li Baichuan said. Your father just finished surgery. Later, I'll treat you to a good meal then. Wang Su laughed. Good, then it's a deal, Li Baichuan said. Call with me if something happens. I have some special means in medicine, like stopping bleeding, pain, whatever. Wang Su got up or said. Wang Su was the kind of person who repaid the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water. Although Li Baichuan had only said a few words in the beginning, it was one less beating for him. A beating was said to be serious and not serious. One is physical and mental health. Young people beat up without a light weight. Bad luck may leave dark injuries, or even crippled. There is also a great impact on the psyche. So this is why Wang Su said this last sentence. Li Baichuan's father's injury is very serious. If it is difficult to get through, tricky, when the time comes Wang Su can give him a little late treatment. For example, stabbing needles to stop the pain, supporting the positive qi, and then failing that, helping him to push and massage, speeding up the speed of recovery, strengthening the body's constitution, for the recovery of the injury absolutely enhanced several times. Good, a great favor. The road is still long in the future. Li Baichuan was truly grateful. Without Wang Su this time, his father was almost lost, and coming to the provincial city was just the last ray of hope. After ascending to level 11, Wang Su left the hospital. When he went back, He bought mutton, beef, and some more for the condiments. Chi Tang is now doing nothing. In her own words, waiting to die. Indeed. So she was now as long as she could eat and wanted to eat. Then she was eating well. Really eating one meal less. Who could guarantee that she would still be able to eat tomorrow? Her condition could worsen at any time. And when it did, she was going to leave this place. And soon the world as well. Dinner is spent eating kebabs. So dinner was a no-fire affair. Eating Wang Su's kebabs was a treat. Fatty also ate openly. There were more people here in the small square tonight. Many people had already formed a line. Chi Yun watched from a short distance away. He saw Chi Tong in the long line. The flavor was really fragrant. Chi Tang's change was too great. But seeing his sister happy now made his heart happy and hard. Such days were few and far between. This feeling of waiting for a loved one to pass away was bad. Every day, I was afraid that suddenly the phone would ring and then I would hear the news that I had always had a premonition about but didn't want to hear. This is also a kind of torment. On the way back, Lu Dezhuang rubbed his belly. Old Wang, this kind of day wouldn't change for a god. It's comfortable. Fatty, is this all you're after? Do you have any wishes? Wang Su asked. My dream is to give me an iron stomach. And also how to eat is not fat. Never get sick. Lu Dezhuang said seriously after thinking for a while. What are your wishes? Chi Tang asked Wang Su with a smile. Wish that you live a long life and have many children. Wang Su whispered in her ear. If it was before, Wang Su might have other wishes. But he was now very sufficient. His life had changed. Powerful talent, powerful skills. He could definitely cure Chi Tang. But he was afraid that Chi Tang would not wait for him. He was afraid that it would be too late. Too late, too late. This was Wang Su's greatest fear at the moment. So his current wish was indeed for Chi Tang to live a long life and have many children. Why do you want to bring him many children and many blessings? Because Wang Su saw a small green dragon, thumb-sized monster by her side. Infertile monster, level 100. Dragon-shaped monster, demon king level, can fight. Chi Tang looked at her and smiled. Wang Su's soft gaze was filled with pity. This world was really not gentle to her. Not at all. So Wang Su decided that he would be gentle to her. Wang Su was actually very unhappy. Even after curing Chi Tang's breast cancer, there was still an infertility monster behind. This infertility monster should be stronger than this breast cancer army. It would also be a real pity if he couldn't have a baby with Chi Tang. Forget it, let's not think about it for a while. How old is Chi Tang now? She said she's not 30, so she should be 29? If I work hard for 10 years, I wonder if I can overcome that infertility monster when she's 40? If it was possible, it wouldn't be impossible to have a baby at that time. Shaking her head, was she thinking too much? The most important thing at the moment was not this infertility monster, but the breast cancer army. Chi Tang was warmed by the little man's eyes again. She was sure she really liked him. One had to say that this thing called fate was really magical. Chi Tang went to wash up, a little sleepy. Wang Su, on the other hand, practiced the white tiger pile and golden needle stabbing points. It wasn't difficult to upgrade at the moment. The experience was doubled. Level 2 needed 100 experience. Level 3 needed 200 experience. Level 4 needed 400 experience. Level 5 needed 800 experience. And level 6 needed 1600 experience. 1 point of white tiger pile proficiency experience takes about 10 minutes. Going to the back takes too long and is boring, requiring a long time to accumulate before it works. Chi Tang, who washed up, wore plain white pajamas, long black straight, and was as beautiful as a moonlight fairy. Perfect posture, 36D proud, nice sharp shoulders, soft waist and hip curves, so beautiful that people can lose themselves. She was kind of admiring this little man now. No wonder he was so good at kung fu. So hardworking, so self-disciplined, doesn't play games, doesn't play with his cell phone, doesn't go to bars, doesn't drink, and doesn't smoke. He practiced martial arts, read medical books, and was a great cook. One just casually grabbed this kind of superb? Wang Su was sweating profusely, and many times he closed his eyes because this way the sweat did not flow into his eyes. The white tiger pile's movements were so difficult that the sweat dampened his clothes, revealing his rigid silhouette. It was a body full of wild explosions, coupled with that clear, warm and natural face, creating a strong contrast that brought about seduction and attraction. Chi Tang blushed and slightly lowered his head. I'm going to bed first. Good night, little baby. Wang Su laughed with his eyes closed. Little bastard, Chi Tang ranted. Little baby. Wang Su blushed and closed his eyes. Chi Tang ran over and gave Wang Su a peck on the corner of his lips, then laughed softly and went back to the bedroom. Wang Su was a bit apoplectic, the young man, plus he was now in super good health and had broken his fast. At least Chi Tang was now able to turn him on a bit. Beep. This time the cell phone rang. Li Baichuan, Wang Su picked up the phone. Wang Su, my father's situation has suddenly deteriorated. The doctors are a bit at their wits' end. The vital signs are too weak. The hope of saving him over is at most 10%. Li Baichuan's hoarse voice came through. I can't guarantee you anything. If you believe me, I can try. There is a half probability. Wang Su said. I believe you. Li Baichuan sounded firm. Okay, I'll go over right away. After Li Baichuan hung up the phone, his entire body felt muddled. After Li Baichuan hung up the phone, his entire body felt muddled. Now was the time for him to make up his mind. Li Changshan is now awake. Just the body is incomparably weak. He can even feel that he really can not survive. Looking at a pair of sons and daughters' heart is also mixed feelings. Son Li Baichuan is not married. Daughter Li Baichue is married, but divorced. There is a 2-year-old daughter. Business in the county to do, not big and small, but is no longer intended to get married. He lived, sure this time to move up. Children will also be under his blessing. A better development. But he feels it is difficult to get through. It's a shame he hasn't had time to make any arrangements. It's so sudden. The choice of how to treat him was given to his son to make up his mind. Li Baichuan didn't know why, but he just trusted Wang Su. After all, if you let the hospital come, there is only 10% hope, or even less than 10%. After all, during the day it was Wang Su's one shot that allowed the surgery to be completed. If not for that shot, his father would probably have already left. So he trusted Wang Su. By the time Wang Su arrived at the hospital, it was already 11:30 at night. Nonsense. What nonsense? When Wang Su walked to the ward, several doctors were there, and one of them, a middle-aged male doctor, roared angrily. I don't agree. That doctor said, if the cure success rate can be increased to 50%, I'll let you do it for my father. Li Baichuan said. Director Tian, don't be angry. My brother is young. I'll discuss it with him again. A young woman spoke. She was Li Baichuan. Wang Su slowly matched her up with that woman. Having seen her in school because she was the #1 beauty in Zhang County, she had a pair of peach blossom eyes, which were particularly seductive, and a water snake waist, in addition to a peach butt and 36D. This is a demon. The kind of demon that comes out of your face. Such a woman, so to say. Good looking, absolutely good looking. Who look at all greedy. But not many men dare to marry. Who married all feel cannot live in peace. Too much effort, energy, but also folded life. She dresses very decently. Not at all leakage, but it is the soul of the soul. She had a marriage. She was married for 2 years and died at birth. It is said that the essence is overly consumed. Hurt the foundation. Overindulgence. Night and day. The more false the more you think. The more you think, the more false. The spermatozoa. Wang Su also did not speak. Looking at the weakly Changshan on the bed. Chi and blood loss monster. Level 25. Elite monster. Can fight. Yuan Chi deficiency monster. Level 25. Elite monster. Combatable. Kidney Chi deficiency monster. Level 25. Elite monster. Combatable. Level 25. Elite monster. Combatable. Wang Su was stunned and instantly understood. It might be the reason for these disease monsters. The body couldn't be conditioned. Instead, it was getting weaker and weaker. Slaying these few disease monsters and then conditioning them should be fine. Fine. Since you guys are so selective, then sign an agreement to prove that it has nothing to do with our hospital anymore. Wang Su heard that Director Tian's angry voice when he came back to his senses. You guys would rather choose a young man without a license to practice medicine than trust our hospital. Ridiculous. Director Tian looked at Wang Su. A level 25 elite monster should be able to fight. Wang Su was confident. After killing these 4 level 25 elite monsters, and with his own nudging, he could definitely do it. I'll sign, Li Baichuan said. Then he signed the agreement. Director Tian said towards Wang Su as he left. Practicing medicine without a license is punishable by detention or even a prison sentence. I'm not practicing medicine. I just know a little massage. Come to give a massage to one of my uncles. Wang Su laughed. Director Tian. Good. Very good. I will watch here. I want to see how you treat. Director Tian simply didn't leave. Wang Su didn't say anything either and took out his silver needle. Uncle. I am Baichuan's high school classmate. Wang Su gave a greeting. I also want to thank you for that needle. Let me last until now. Baichuan so believe in you. Then don't have scruples. This favor we remembered. Cured alive I earn. Cured not good. You also don't take it to heart. It would have been cured not good. Li Changshan laughed. This sentence is important to say. This is for everyone to hear. If you can't be cured and die, you can't blame Wang Su. This was originally a disease that can't be cured. Wang Su could also hear some words now and nodded with a smile. Apply needles. 4 needles were stuck this time. Tianfu, Zhongfu, Shihai, and Tian Ting, stopping the pain, stopping the bleeding, and supporting the correct qi. Li Changshan felt that his body was relaxed, and even his essence felt a little more adequate. At this time, Wang Su started fighting the Qi and Blood Loss monster. Qi and Blood, 5,000. It was a large black dog, nearly 3 meters in length. If not for the huge dog head, Wang Su would definitely think that it was a giant bear. Bang! The big black dog slapped its paw on Wang Su. -50. Wang Su, on the other hand, slashed his curved sword on the big black dog. -50. Wang Su quickly calculated that it would take 100 slashes for himself to slash the big black dog. He recovered 4 points of blood per second, 40 points in a round, but he was hit by 50 points in a round, calculating that he lost 10 points of blood in a round. One has 1,150 points of blood, and having previously risen to level 11, one has 2 more points of constitution, which increases one's qi and blood by 20 points. One could be attacked 115 times, and the big black dog only needed 100 times to die. So close. Just like that with time, eventually, the big black dog fell down. You win the battle. You gain 500 experience. You gain 50 pounds of fine dog meat. You obtain 1 dog whip. You obtain 1 dog heart. You obtain 20-year-old He Shou Wu X5. You obtain the ancient formula, Qi and Blood Soup. You obtain the King Dog Necklace. Not bad. Dog meat, dog whip as well as dog heart all belonged to Qi Fuck and had a very high burst rate. I didn't expect an ancient formula to come out, so hurry up and see what it is. Qi and Blood Soup. Ancient formula. Warms the qi and blood. Nourishes the qi and blood. Ingredients, jujube, wolfberry, angelica, ginseng, astragalus, chicken blood vine, ripe earth. Includes dosing ratios, as well as preparation methods, and fire requirements. Especially the fire requirements. The fire is too much to destroy the medicinal properties, and the fire is not enough to stimulate the medicinal properties. There is also the quality of the herbs. Wang Su had exploded 10 years worth of ginseng before. This time, it was a 20-year-old He Shou Wu. Previously, it was a level 10 disease monster, but now it was a level 25 disease monster. So the year of the herbs should have something to do with the level of the disease monster. This ancient formula Qi and Blood Soup seemed to be good, and when combined with pushing numbing, it was even more effective. It was also considered an unexpected surprise. After all, his 2 and this Qi and Blood Soup were both considered to be jack of all trades, curing diseases and strengthening the body without diseases. One's own path on the path of the divine physician was getting wider and wider. The current limit was a level 25 elite monster. Elite monsters are 2 times the attributes of normal monsters of the same level. I don't know how much the booze monsters are, but I can find a low-level booze monster to try later. Currently, he definitely couldn't beat a level 20 booze monster. Not to mention the breast cancer army centurion, which should be more powerful than a normal booze monster of the same level. Wang Su felt interesting. This can no longer play computer games. Those are really too low-level, too boring. It's better to own this one. Upgrading means you are powerful. Talents, skills can be used in reality. By the way, there is also a Dog King Necklace. King Dog Necklace, level 20, attack plus 50, blood plus 200, defense plus 50. Additional skill, strike, when attacking, 5% probability of inflicting 3x damage, 10% probability of inflicting 2x damage. Additional effect, wear resistant. Durability doubled. Durability, 400 days. Is this good? It should be considered good. It belongs to the attack equipment, but it can only be used for a maximum of 400 days. So Wang Su didn't need to dwell on whether it was good or not. It can only be used as excessive equipment. Next, Wang Su continued to fight. Yuan Qi Loss Monster. Level 25. Elite Monster. Compatible with the previous battle. There were scares. The main thing was that it was a close win every time. The battle ended. Wang Su had fought for a full hour. Apart from the first one that exploded equipment and ancient formulas, the remaining 3 just exploded some fine meat and whips as well as a 20-year portion of ginseng. But the experience was high. The 4 level 25 elite monsters got 2,000 experience, while he was now level 11 and needed 5,000 experience to upgrade to level 12. For elite monsters decimated was like opening the silt of a river. Wang Su wrote some medicinal herbs, as well as the needed casserole and whatnot, and handed it to Li Baichuan. This was the hospital, so it was convenient to grab medicines. Soon Li Baichuan ran back with the stuff. Wang Su began to decoct the medicine. With 100 years of fire, Wang Su quietly simmered, adjusting the flame size at any time. When fire, warm fire, large fire, medium fire, 1 hour. The room was filled with a strange medicinal fragrance. Director Tian was frozen. The quality of the hospital's herbs was so good? He didn't know that this was the effect of the powerful fire, which could fully stimulate the medicinal effects of the herbs. It wasn't how good the herb was. Wang Su had boiled ordinary herbs to bring out the efficacy of a 20 to 30 year portion of wild ginseng. After all, the real wild ginseng would actually waste 80% of its efficacy or even more when consumed by the average person. The other thing is that the fusion between the Chinese medicine complement each other. 1 plus 1 is far greater than the efficacy of 3. There is also the piece of body absorption. Wang Su's acupuncture and massage could allow Li Changshan to absorb the medicinal effects very well, which was something no one else could do. Li Changshan's crisis was that he was incredibly weak, and he still didn't absorb it, so he couldn't be toned up and replenished. In the end, 3 bowls of water were decocted into 1 bowl, 7 minutes full, small and medium-sized bowls. The medicinal fragrance was unique and strange, and the color was yellowish and warm. Li Changshan drank it in 1 gulp. It was not bitter, but rather the medicinal fragrance was full. After 5 minutes, a trace of warmth spread through the body, especially comfortable. Wang Su gave Li Changshan a nudge to be on the safe side. Li Changshan's face became rosy, then the whole person fell into a deep sleep. Calm breathing, stretching face, anyone could see it was too much better than before. I'll come back tomorrow to take a look. Don't eat anything for 3 days. Wang Su said. That's good. Impossible. Simply impossible. Director Tian didn't believe it at all. Even though he looked at Li Changshan, who seemed to have really gotten better, he just couldn't believe it. After all, surgery was needed to also be able to bow a 10% hope. But now, with a few stitches, a bowl of herbal soup, and a massage, he was cured? What a joke. Wang Su looked at Li Baichuan and smiled. Don't worry, it's fine. Not just save your life. You can definitely recover as before. Wang Su had this confidence. Li Baichuan let out a long breath. His face could not hide his excitement. Li Baichuan's beautiful eyes also flashed as she looked at Wang Su and thanked him one after another. Baichuan and I were in the same class in high school. Sister by writing. No need to be polite. Wang Su laughed. Li Baichuan froze and laughed happily. You'll be my own brother from now on. I didn't prepare today. I'll thank you properly later. She was originally enchanting beyond measure. Although she was dressed very modestly, she was just gorgeous. At this time, her look was slightly haggard, and with an easy smile, happy surprise, let her add 3 more sexy. No need. Just Baichuan this relationship. I also help. Wang Su said with a smile. Li Baichuan's mother also graciously thanked her. Li Changshan was the sky of their family. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning, and Wang Su went back. Li Baichuan went to see Wang Su off. Brother, in the future, as long as you can use it, you must open your mouth. As long as you can do it, no matter if you can do it or not, I will do it for you, Li Baichuan said seriously. Li Baichuan was also a man of nature. Wang Su smiled. Good. If something happens I will definitely look for you. But don't worry, it won't be something illegal. Wang Su did not refuse. After all, in the old home in Jiangxian County, Li Changshan must have moved a little this time. Wang Su thought of his cousin, who was married and not doing well. And some things cannot be completely rooted out just by fighting. Back home, Wang Su's voice is very small, but found that Qi Tang did not sleep. Instead, she was at the head of the bed, leaning on a pillow and reading a book. When she saw Wang Su coming back, a soft smile appeared on her face, and she also stretched her waist. Wang Su resisted the urge to hug her. He still had to take a shower. Why didn't you sleep? Wang Su asked with concern. I wanted to wait for you, Qi Tang said with a light smile, bright-eyed and white-toothed. She was really beautiful, and Li Bai writing was 2 different kinds of beauty. The most intuitive difference. One was cool and absolutely beautiful, atmospheric, but also very gentle. Li Bai writing is a siren. Typical skin beauty. In fact, not just skin beauty. Is skin beauty is too enchanting? Preconceived ideas? Wang Su prefers Qi Tang. This is the most beautiful virtuous wife and mother type. Well-built, atmospheric, cool, yet gentle. That kind of strange charm that other women didn't have. Wang Su even wanted to see what kind of beauty she had when she held the child that belonged to them. But thinking of her infertility, he could only sigh. After taking a bath, Wang Su hugged her. Then stupidly, Qi Tang was already asleep in his arms. Her body was very bad and weak, and she slept for a long time every day. Wang Su's bit of stupidity also slowly dispersed, and there was more pity. This was his first woman, whether it was body or heart. Yang Shi, that is nothing. Gently kissed that glowing pretty face, close to watch. Still flawless. No makeup, no beauty face, no filter, but the skin is like jade. Really let people sigh. This may be the so-called natural beauty. In the morning, Wang Su woke up early. Gently bring the door. Go to the living room to practice white tiger pile. In addition to leveling up, the most important thing at the moment was practicing White Tiger Pile, selling some kebabs at night, and having a superb beauty. Wang Su felt that his life was very fulfilling and satisfying. These few days of practicing had allowed Wang Su to enter a special state. With his eyes closed, the articulation between each movement flowed like a cloud, and there was a feeling of turning decay into magic. The movements were not large, but they were difficult, balanced, and the stump work was to hit the breaking foundation, the core strength, or the enhancement of the qi and blood roots. Hospital side. Li Chongshan did a checkup, a full-body physical examination. Although the injuries and everything were still recovering, but it was completely different from before. Before it was running out of gas, but now it is vitality. This is vitality, although it is still weak, but compared to before it is the difference between heaven and earth. One is life, one is death. That bowl of soup? Director Tian feels that it is the efficacy of that bowl of medicinal soup. This is a divine soup. Ah, a waste. In his hands is a waste. Right. He even left a list when he went to get the medicine. Isn't this the prescription? Most importantly, at that time, when Wang Su decocted the medicine, he was there the whole time and didn't add any other precious herbs. Thinking of this, his eyes brightened. The mood also began to get excited. He was able to make it to the director. Tian Kunda was very careful and prudent. He decided to try it himself first when the time came, because he himself had a loss of qi and blood, just to see the effect. As long as the effect was good, then it could be said that it was an ancestral prescription. Just with this prescription can earn countless money. Modern society, the lack of exercise, a winter, cold limbs or cold, can be said to be qi and blood deficiency, not necessarily a kidney deficiency. There is also alopecia. It is very likely that blood deficiency. Huang Dni Jing Cloud, hair for the rest of the blood, kidney it's hua in the hair. Chinese medicine theory that the hair for the external manifestation of the kidney qi, and for the human body blood qi surplus and deficit signs. At night, Tian Kunda found an excuse to take away the list. By the way, he also grabbed a few copies of the herbs on it. He was afraid that the decoction would not be successful at one time, so he bought a few more copies. When he went back, he couldn't sleep, so he simply started to decoct the medicine. First, he recalled the steps of Wang Su's decoction. Even the size of the other party's firing was memorized. Most of these herbs were common herbs. Even the ginseng among them was actually only artificially grown, and the year was estimated to be at most half a year. He had casseroles at home. The daughter-in-law is a fat middle-aged woman with a hot explosive head, and her body is not 200 pounds, but also 180 pounds. Tian Chinda did not love her. Only her family is in the medical equipment business, and there are many people in the family who are engaged in the medical industry, which is also the reason why he can be the director. He has always wanted to turn over, but he can't. If this prescription could turn him over, he would divorce this fat woman and find a younger, prettier one. Old Tian, hurry up and calm down, old ma. You haven't been home for half a month. Hearing Tian Kunda's voice coming back, Nyo Ruhua excitedly came out and dragged Tian Kunda towards the bedroom. I'm going to take a bath. Tian Kunda hurriedly said. No need. Old lady likes that smell. 3 minutes later. You're still a doctor. So useless. Waste. Tian Kunda walked out numbly, holding his old back, his face full of disinterest, muttering under his breath. Just like a pig. Bad breath. Armpit odor. And you want me to be more powerful? You get me a good-looking young one and see if I'm any good? Tian Kunda didn't pay any attention to Nyo Ruhwa's words. Rubbing his sore old waist, he was a little excited to start making the medicinal soup. Whether he could turn over or not depended on this medicinal soup. The boiling went smoothly. It just didn't have that pure medicinal flavor. Tian Kunda frowned. He clearly remembered that the medicinal soup made by Wang Su had a strong medicinal scent, a very pure medicinal scent, and he had once only smelled this kind of flavor on a 50-year-old wild ginseng. Could it be that his herbs were not old enough? But he remembered clearly that Wang Su was using the most ordinary herbs. Tasted it, then drank it in one gulp. He knew all these herbs and wouldn't eat bad people, but not for long. He felt a handful of what it means that medicine should not be eaten indiscriminately. Sweating all over his body, vomiting and diarrhea, sweating all over his body. Help! Nyo Ruhwa! Tian Chinda screamed breathlessly. The yellow soup was already in his pants pockets. There was no longer anything in his stomach, but it was still bubbling with yellow water. The main thing was that the chrysanthemum hurt too much, like sitting on a glass ballast. His stomach also hurt. Nyo Ruhwa pinched her nose, gave Tian Chinda a disgusted look, and called the emergency number. These Wang Su did not know. In fact, even if he knew, Wang Su was not worried. The main core of this qi and blood soup is his fire, so this formula wants to promote, but it is also a weakened version. There is no way. no one can reach the fire. Getting up in the morning is refreshing. Chi Tang was sleeping lazily. Only the face had more than a trace of sickly whiteness and a little more tenderness. Chi Tang slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Unlike in the past, today there seemed to be exhaustion, vulnerability, and when she saw Wang Su, a smile appeared on her face and she lazily reached out her hand. She herself slightly stunned. Strain. Today, her body felt heavy and had no strength. Wang Su's golden needle stabbing points made her not feel too sick or bleeding, just still felt weak. Wang Su lowered his head and placed her hand on his face while grabbing it. Wang Su smiled and lowered his head, moving closer to her. He felt like a dog at this time, yet it was very happy. Chi Tang laughed out softly, rubbed Wang Su's head, and reluctantly hugged Wang Su's neck. Attachment. Unshedding. At this moment Wang Su felt a lot of her emotions. She knew her situation, and when this situation occurred, it was basically considered that her condition had worsened. It was time to leave. Wang Su felt her thoughts at once. From her eyes, he saw reluctance. This reluctance was not just for this world, but also for himself, but he also saw a hint of determination. Although he hadn't spent much time together, Wang Su knew this woman's character. Chi Tang leaned in Wang Su's arms and smiled as she looked out the window at the bright world. It didn't feel good before, but now it felt so beautiful. When the day came, it wasn't that panicky, it wasn't that disturbing. As time wore away, too many things little by little. She didn't feel pain now. Normally she would be in pain worse than death. How could she even think to see if the world was beautiful? Dying would be a relief instead. As for what was said about a good death, it was because there was still a fantasy of a comfortable life. If a patient is told that every day is this state of pain and life is worse than death, is he still willing to live? Do you have any wishes? Chi Tang asked him with a soft smile. I hope you live a long life and have many children. Wang Su said. The same answer as last time. Anything else? Chi Tang smiled and continued to ask. I want to hear you say you love me. I want to hear you call me brother. I want to hear you talk. Wang Su said softly. I love you. Wang Su. I love you so much. You are my baby. Brother. Wang Su felt his bones crumble. I still like to call you little bastard. Chi Tang laughed happily. Maybe it was this time that she could do this. As long as Wang Su said it, as long as she could do it, she would do it. Wang Su hugged her tightly. It was the first time to be called baby. It was still such a magnificent woman. It seems like you are saying goodbye to me. Wang Su said softly. Life is a journey. It will eventually break up. I can't accompany you to the end, but I'm very happy to have met you in the best years, so that I have less regrets. Chi Tang squinted his eyes and lazily laughed. Don't you want to live a long life and have many grandchildren? Wang Su laughed. Chi Tang smiled and didn't say anything. Chi Tang was actually really reluctant. Think about our daughter. Looking like you, powdered and carved. Milky voice calling you mama. Don't you want to? Wang Su continued. Think about our son. Tiger head. Naughty and mischievous. You beat him 18 times a day. He still happily shouts mama I love you. Wang Su looked at her with a smile. Chi Tang laughed softly. Think, very much want to. Then let's make a pact. Okay? I can cure you. Definitely. Wang Su looked at her seriously. I know you don't believe me. Let's do it this way. 10 days. 10 days if I can't make you better. I won't stop you from doing anything. But during these 10 days, you can't leave without saying goodbye. You can't leave secretly. Wang Su looked at her seriously. Eyes sincere, hopeful, loving, favoring, those naturally clear, light and righteous eyes made Chi Tang nod gently. Good. Wang Su went out in the morning. He had to grab the time to brush up his experience and level up now. White Tiger Pile was busy practicing. Before he upgraded himself to level 20, White Tiger Pile could definitely level up at least one more level. Tian Kunda was hospitalized. A false alarm. A bit dehydrated. And was woefully embarrassed. There are some things people are not stupid. Checkups, lab tests, what he ate, several kinds of Chinese herbs? The names of these herbs are somewhat familiar. After all, quite a few people were present at that time, and only Director Tian put them into action. Everyone knew it in their hearts because Director Tian's behavior was something they had also thought about. The powerful qi and blood soup simmered by Wang Su was there for all to see. Because many people had not rested from last night until now, they were concerned about Li Changshan's condition. Just like this, they watched Li Changshan get better, and now he is completely stabilized and his recovery speed has accelerated. Before, he had already reached the stage of running out of gas, and the probability of saving his life was less than 10%. Just like this was acupuncture once, a bowl of medicinal soup, to save the life of. It is unbelievable, but this is the truth. Miraculous, this may be the right medicine. Immediate effect, medicine to the disease it. That young man is really young, but when you think about it, it seems to be particularly different. It's that calmness and composure that shouldn't be his age group. The happiest of all was naturally Li Baichuan's family. The family kept together and went through these 2 days. For them, it was a big storm. But in the end, they still survived. After the storm, only then did they realize that some things were too precious. It was just that when they didn't experience the storm, they couldn't appreciate that what they once had was actually the most precious existence. Brother, this classmate of yours is really marvelous. Li Bai writer looked at Li Baichuan. At this time, Li Changshan was also awake. He had thought how he wouldn't be able to make it through this time. He greedily felt everything now and looked at his children. And for a moment, he had a kind of great realization. What power, what glory and wealth. All had a whole new experience. In front of life, these were all worthless. Being alive, safe, and having a family reunion was the best. Xiaochuan, this classmate of yours should move around more in the future. Friends focus on sincerity. Just be sincere to people. Li Changshan said with a light smile. Dad, I remember. Li Baichuan nodded. Li Changshan looked at his daughter. The little girl definitely misses you. My side is fine. So you go back first. Li Bai writing shook his head. Dad, Mian has her grandparents watching over her. It's fine. Li Changshan looked at his daughter and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. The daughter was supposed to have a happy family. Her husband's family was the richest man in Zheng County. The younger members of the family also have someone working in the organization. After 2 years of this marriage, the daughter was widowed and there were some rumors. Daughter also no longer consider marriage. She is only 28 years old. Wang Su now grabbed all the time he could to upgrade and brush up his experience, because Qi Tang really didn't have much time left. Upgrade. Level 12. Exhaling, a man walked in. Qi Yun. Wang Su smiled when he saw Qi Yun. He remembered that last time Qi Yun called him a brother-in-law when he left. Wang Su knew that sentence of brother-in-law was his affection for her sister. Can we talk? Qi Yun was the first to speak. Wang Su nodded. Sit down and talk. If it was before, Wang Su would always feel uncomfortable when facing this kind of rich family's young man. So stylish, handsome and with an okay temperament. The gap was there, and it was inevitable that he would feel inferior. But now it feels very calm. He can really do now face whoever can be calm. Feel another kind of equality. Perhaps this is the equality of all beings. Life is only once. This was the bottom line that he possessed. Qi Yun was especially surprised to see Wang Su again. The last time was too hasty. But the short contact felt that Wang Su was not ordinary. Not to mention how proud a person his sister was. Even in the final stage, she would not find just anyone. And this time it was just a serious survey and a greeting to feel that Wang Su was not ordinary. This temperament was too calm. It wasn't faked. There was also the fact that he felt Wang Su was very charming. Special charm. Couldn't tell. You and my sister? Qi Yun asked curiously. We are really boyfriend and girlfriend. Wang Su said. I know. Qi Yun nodded. What do you want to know? Wang Su asked with a smile. Do you know about my sister's situation? Qi Yun asked. Advanced breast cancer. 6 months of life at most. Wang Su said. Qi Yun sighed softly. How good it would be if my sister didn't have this disease. The expression was downcast. Since my sister chose you, I'll recognize you as my brother-in-law. I just hope that you can treat her well and make her last days happy. I'll fulfill any request you have. Qi Yun looked up at Wang Su. I will cure her. Wang Su shook his head and said. Qi Yun wasn't surprised because he didn't believe Wang Su's words at all. At noon, Wang Su went back and was already level 12 with most of his experience. If he worked hard in the afternoon, he might be able to get to level 14. It wasn't too difficult to level up now, and elite monsters had double the experience compared to normal monsters. When he went back, he saw that Qi Tang was there and breathed a sigh of relief. Her body's physique was starting to drop big time. Acupuncture, qi and blood soup. Wang Su let her lean in his arms, then fed her one small spoonful at a time. Qi Tang had a smile on her face, tilting her head to look at Wang Su's gentle gaze. It was clean and cool. That natural aura was indescribably nice and comfortable. I know you lied to me, but I still don't want to leave you. I so want you to stay with me for 2 more days, but I don't want you to see my condition worsen. Qi Tang said softly. I won't lie to you. Believe me, I can cure you. Wang Su's hand lurched. I believe you. Although Qi Tang said this, but making a person believe that terminal cancer could be cured, believing that a terminally ill person could recover, it was no less than bringing the dead back to life. After a bowl of qi and blood soup, Qi Tang's body was slightly warm and had some strength. Much better than before. She blushed slightly and pulled Wang Su. I want it. The voice was small. Wang Su laughed and pinched her agitated nose. This atmospheric and cool face couldn't help but tease her. What do you want? I'll give you all. I want you. I want you. Qi Tang looked at him shyly but boldly. Wang Su hugged her and whispered, "I don't understand. Little bastard. You did it on purpose." Shi Tang's face turned even redder. Wang Su wanted to say that he could cure her, and he knew that this might be the last time she thought she would love her. Wang Su was extremely gentle. Four eyes were close to each other, eyes entwined, as if studying ink. Light research and fine grinding. The phoenix eyes are mesmerized. The most beautiful music. The most beautiful scenery. The soul trembles lightly. Wang Su didn't understand how the sound could be so good. Quiet down. Shi Tang lazily squeezed into Wang Su's arms. "I'm a bit cold," Shi Tang said softly. Wang Su hugged her tightly. It was still summer. Her skin was warm and cool like jade. Icy skin and jade bones. But she felt cold, which was caused by the deterioration of her condition and the decline of her body functions. Shi Tang looked at Wang Su and smiled, trying her best to hide it, but Wang Su still saw the reluctance in her eyes. "Want to leave me secretly?" Wang Su said with a smile. Shi Tang was caught in his words, but still didn't admit it. "No. The 10 days we agreed on. If I say I can cure you, I can definitely cure you," Wang Su said seriously. The tone was firm. Shi Tang smiled and nodded. "I believe you." Wang Su didn't dare to continue in the gentle land. He made a good nutritious meal for Shi Tang and accompanied her to eat some, so that Shi Tang could have a good rest. "Don't open the door for anyone, and don't open it for anyone who comes," Wang Su gently admonished as he left. Shi Tang smiled and nodded, especially happy, just happy, went forward and gently hugged his neck. "I'll wait for you to come back." Wang Su hugged her. "Good." Bringing the door on, Wang Su then went to brush up his experience. When he came to the hospital, he happened to meet Li Baichuan. Li Baichuan was in a good mood. Li Changshan had recovered particularly well. Knowing that his injuries were very serious at that time, there was less than a 10% hope of even saving his life. But now, not only is his life out of danger, his body's recovery speed is also very fast. It was basically certain that it was 100% healed and that it could recover to what it was before the injury. "Brother Su, still, thank you." Li Baichuan smiled sincerely. "You'd better call me Old Wang and I'll call you Old Li. It's too fake for you to call me Brother Su," Wang Su said with a smile. "In fact, if you cure my family's old man, it's just that I'm willing to call you father," Li Baichuan said. "Wang Su, Old Li," Wang Su said. "Old Wang." Li Baichuan laughed. "Let's go. I'll go see uncle," Wang Su said. The two people went to the ward together, a beautiful woman and a Li Baichuan. They had met last time. The beautiful woman was very kind and pulled Wang Su very affectionately. This made Wang Su a little uneasy. He hadn't seen his parents since he could remember. Growing up with his great-uncle was very good to him, but he knew that it was his great-uncle, not his mother. He grew up understanding, and would not be as willful as other small children. He was also polite to anyone. Li Bai Writing smiled and looked at Wang Su. The more he looked at him, the more affectionate he felt. One reason he was his younger brother's classmate. The second reason was that he was an old hometown, both from Jiangxian County. There was also the fact that Wang Su had cured her father when he was most desperate and helpless. She thought Wang Su was very good looking, the kind of good looking that doesn't show off. The more you look at him, the better he looks, the more attractive he feels, positive, reliable, convincing, and even a bit of an urge to rely on. She felt that Wang Su was toxic. Li Changshan recovered well, and Wang Su once again gave him the needles once again to consolidate, and also to add a little more skillful experience to his own golden needle stabbing points. Finally, he boiled a bowl of qi and blood soup. After drinking this bowl, he basically didn't need to drink anymore. His body was recovering every day, and the rate of recovery was especially rapid in the past 2 days. 2 days of recovery was roughly 30%. The recovery would become slower later on. This was because the body was getting better and better. Just like an exam, it wasn't difficult to raise 0 to 60, but raising from 60 to 80 raised the difficulty, and raising from 80 to 90 was even harder. Li Changshan was feeling better, but his family still wouldn't let him get out of bed, making it necessary for him to lie down enough for 10 days and half a month before saying anything. The doctor also suggested the same thing. "It's fine. In fact, it's fine if you want to come down and walk around, but don't take too long," Wang Su said. Li Changshan was happy. "Hear that?" Xiao Su said it's okay to come down for a walk. Wang Su's words were now no different from a holy decree. The main thing was that Li Changshan had been lying down for the past 2 days and was uncomfortable all over. When he heard that he could come down for a walk, he couldn't wait a moment. The family members slowly helped him up. "It's fine. It's fine. I feel fine," Li Changshan said with a smile. The main reason was that Wang Su had opened his mouth, and they believed in him. It was until evening. Wang Su finally rose to level 14. It reached his expectations. When he left, he ran into Li Baijie. Li Changshan was already fine. and Li Baijie wanted to go back to take a look. Brother, Li Bec writing called out to Wang Su. Sister 100 writers. Wang Su gave a greeting. Where are you going? Sister will send you. Li Bai writing said. Wang Su, I'm not far from the neighborhood. What are you doing? I'm going home. My daughter probably misses me. Is there anything I can help you with at home? Li Bai writing said. Wang Su smiled and shook his head. He was going to wait until he killed Qi Tang's breast cancer army centurion. Then he would go home to have a look. It had been a long time since he had gone back. In the past, he himself didn't ask anything about the situation at home, and was preoccupied with Yang Shi. If it wasn't for Qi Tang's side not being able to get away, Wang Su would have gone back by now. Halfway home, there was a beautiful woman walking in front of him. The figure is very good. Thin waist, rich buttocks, tall posture. The profile of the face also looks good when you look at it from the side, but it just always feels a bit unnatural. Plastic surgery monster, level 7 monster. Special monster, non-combatable. 7 times plastic surgery? The beauty saw Wang Su and threw him a wink. Little brother. Date? Wang Su shook his head and walked away. Life was strange many times, and his previous self had never encountered such a situation. Now that he had Qi Tang, he didn't feel anything about this kind of erotic encounter, and it just appeared. Of course, if he were to change into his previous self, although he was excited, he wouldn't dare to do so. It is said that innocent attentiveness is not adultery. He has nothing. A beautiful woman suddenly asked you about it. This kind of pie in the sky he did not dare to take. The least estimate is syphilis plus gonorrhea plus warts. If you win the lottery, that is AIDS. Or maybe it is a fairy jump. In the end, you not only what benefits did not get, but also a beating, broke the money. What's more, it may be a cup of wine and then lose consciousness, and wake up to find that the waste is gone. But now Wang Su was directly immune to poison, hallucinogenic, psychedelic, hypnosis, etc. Because of his talent, Vajra unbreakable, coupled with his strong fighting strength, want to karma his waist, impossible. Wanting to fairy jump him was impossible. Even Wang Su doubted that he would be immune to viruses. Back home, practicing White Tiger Pile. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, you can level up another level of White Tiger Pile. Tomorrow, he could easily be level 15, and if he worked hard, he could be level 17 the day after tomorrow. Qitong was sleepy and drowsy most of the time. Because of Wang Su's acupuncture, it made him either feel pain or lack of energy. Without any energy in his body, he wanted to sleep. His body was sore and weak. 3 days passed in a flash. Until the evening, Wang Su returned to his residence. Level 18. Just level 18. White Tiger Pile level 3. Golden Needle Stabbing Point level 2. But immediately level 3. Name, Wang Su level 18, experience 70/20,000. Physique, 90 blood, 1545. Strength, 79 attack, 1260. Endurance, 80 defense, 1487. Free distribution attributes, 0. Talents. Vajra Unbreakable, permanently reduces all damage received by 50%. Increases maximum chi, attack and defense by 50%. Immune to abnormal states such as control and toxins. And restores 2/1000 of the maximum chi and blood value every second. Skills. White Tiger Pile, passive skill. Level 3. Experience, 15/400. Permanently increases 30 points of physique, 30 points of strength, 30 points of endurance. Strong, passive skill. Permanently increase 10 points of constitution. Not upgradable. Golden Needle Stabbing Point, active skill. Level 2. Experience, 170/200. Effect, stop pain, stop bleeding. Support righteousness. 2A Na, 100 years grade. Invigorates blood and removes blood stasis. Harmonizes chi and blood. Unblocks meridians. Pushes blood through the womb. Pushes chi through the womb. Stops pain. Improves immunity. Drives away cold and evil. Calms the spirit and mind. Comforts the muscles and body. Knifework, century grade. Fire, 100 years grade. 5 days at most. Faster than 3 days or so to upgrade to level 20. There were a few pieces of level 20 equipment. Just nothing particularly good. But even so, as long as it is upgraded to level 20 and equipped, the strength can be increased by a large margin. There was also the fact that the White Tiger Pile could be upgraded another level. Qi Tang, who woke up in a daze, couldn't hide the exhaustion on his face. Wang Su was a little heartbroken. She seemed to be able to feel her state. She felt like she was starting to get a bit disoriented. She even felt as if her body was a little bit not her own. I might not really be able to hold on. Qi Tang took Wang Su's hand and said softly, "There are still 5 days. 5 days and I'll have a way." Wang Su's bright and clear eyes met her seriously. Qi Tang smiled. She knew that Wang Su was using her faith to keep herself going. to keep herself alive for 2 more days. But she was still happy. You promised me. Keep your word. I can cure you. And I'll also let you give me a baby. Our child will be very cute. Okay? I promise you. Chi Tang leaned in his arms with a smile on her face. I don't know when I fell asleep again. Wang Su didn't sleep at night. He practiced the white tiger pile and practiced the golden needle stabbing points. Until it was almost dawn. Golden needle piercing point was also upgraded. Golden needle stabbing point. Active skill. Level 3. Experience 2 out of 400. Effect. Stop pain. Stop bleeding. Support positive chi. Hang life for a day. This surprised Wang Su. To hang one's life was to preserve one's last breath, so that one would not die. To hang one's life for 1 day. This was considered heaven-defying. There is ginseng hanging life, but it seems that only 100 years of wild ginseng can have this effect. As for true or false, it's really hard to say. The last thing the hospital needed was disease monsters. Wang Su started brushing his experience early in the morning. In today's society, the standard of living has increased, the amount of exercise has decreased, and there is a lot of junk food to eat. So it is really hard to find a disease monster at all right now. Blood sugar monster, high blood pressure monster, high uric acid monster, gout monster, urinary pain monster, constipation monster, hemorrhoid monster, nephritis monster, urinary protein monster. Wang Su to find the most suitable for you. Currently it is elite monsters no more than 30 levels. Ordinary monsters no more than level 40 are fine. Migraine monster, level 10. Booze monster, combatable. It was the first time Wang Su had seen a booze monster that he could battle and win. It was a man in his 30s, covering the left half of his head in pain as he sat next to Wang Su. Muffled cries of pain emanated from his mouth. He held his head with both hands and curled up, trembling slightly. Combat. A prompt appeared. Fighting with a booze-level disease monster required the use of golden needle stabbing points first. Man. Migraine right. Do you want me to help you? Wang Su asked. Help. The man said vaguely. Here is the hospital. He thought Wang Su was a doctor, and also at this time he just want not to hurt. Others simply cannot care. 3 silver needles into the man's head. Feng Qi, Tong Tian, Jade Pillow. 3 acupuncture points in. Combat. This time successfully entered the battle. Wang Su was still a little excited. After all, this was the first time he fought a booze-level disease monster. It was a monster whose form appeared to be that of a sheep, but was suspended in the air, surrounded by a fierce wind. The long sharp horns were straight as a javelin. Migraine monster, booze monster, chi blood, 10, 000, 10, 000 chi blood, 10 times the strength of a normal monster of the same level. Elite monsters are just 2 times the strength of normal monsters of the same level. The 10-meter-long giant goat, with its divine majesty, rushed directly towards Wang Su. The sharp long horns made Wang Su's heart tighten. Bang! -25. Wang Su breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was a booze monster, the level was suppressed. Plus, he had a strong defense, and a 15-point block that reduced the damage received by 50%. Wang Su's scimitar fell. Bang! -200. Very stable. 50 rounds, 500 seconds. Less than 10 minutes. You win the battle. You gain 1,000 experience. You gain 500 pounds of fine mutton. You obtain a lamb whip, fine product. You obtain the white zephyr ring. Wang Su did not feel much for the mutton and mutton whip. This thing has been a lot. Mainly because the explosion rate is too high. Cannot say that every time to burst, but 3 times there are 2 burst. But the burst rate of equipment is really a bit low. This time it's a ring, the white zephyr ring. It's still a booze monster that exploded. It should be very powerful by the name. White zephyr ring. Level 10. Attack plus 100. Defense plus 100. Blood plus 500. Additional skill healing. Restores 10 points of chi and blood per second. Durability. Never wear out. Indestructible. Good stuff. The stuff dropped by this booze monster is really good. It's a pity that it's only level 10. But the defense and chi blood added are high. And the recovery added a lot. Wang Su currently needed this recovery very much. At once, it increased by 10 points per second. Plus the recovery from the talent, Vajra Unbreakable, and Boar Helmet, reaching 16 points per second. And it was also a never wear out indestructible equipment. This was Wang Su's second piece of never wear out undestroyable equipment. The only pity was that they were both only level 10, and the cap was indeed a bit low, but it didn't affect Wang Su's happiness. The current, White Zephyr Ring, was considered a minor artifact for Wang Su. For the next battle, Breast Cancer Army Centurion more confident, directly equipped. Name, Wang Su level, 18, experience 70/20,000. Physique, 90 blood, 2035. Strength, 79 attack, 1355. Endurance, 80 defense, 1582. The man who was in pain before instantly stopped hurting and looked at the 3 silver needles Wang Su removed from his head in surprise. "Are you the doctor here?" the man asked enthusiastically. It was only at this time that Wang Su got a good look at him. 30 years old, with a blessed look. His face was a little pale. It should be because he was in too much pain before. There was also cold sweat. Not fat. Earlobes are big, lips are slightly thick, eyes are very positive. People can easily develop a good feeling for people. Wang Su shook his head and laughed. "I happened to come across it. It just so happens that I can treat migraine headaches. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Really thanks a lot. My name is Chao De Gao. I run a supermarket." Saying that, he took out a bunch of shopping cards and handed them to Wang Su. No. Finally leaving a shopping card with $1,000 denomination, the other party made sure to leave Wang Su's cell phone number. Contact information was exchanged. At 10 o'clock in the morning Wang Su called Chi Tang. "Hello," Chi Tang's lazy voice came. "I just want to hear my baby talk." Wang Su laughed. Chi Tang naturally understood that Wang Su was uneasy about her. The feeling of being worried and hung up on by someone was also quite good. Chi Tang laughed. "Then what do you want to hear me say? Little bastard. Then say something nice." Wang Su laughed. "Then you call your sister first to listen." Chi Tang's lazy voice came out. "And Tong. Chi Tang. Good sister." Wang Su laughed. Being separated by the phone would make one bolder. Plus the fact that the two had the most intimate relationship after all would also increase confidence. "Stinky brother." Then came a soft laugh and hung up the phone. Wang Su continued to brush his experience. Until noon. Wang Su looked at the fact that he was already almost halfway through his experience, and that he could level up to level 19 with some effort in the afternoon. Fortunately, the leveling up in the front was relatively easy. With the leveling up, the experience needed at the back will be more and more, and then it will be very difficult, needing a lot of time to accumulate, maybe a year and a half to rise a level. Today, this white Zephyr ring definitely belongs to the current minor artifacts. With this, Wang Su feels that when he fights the breast cancer army centurion after level 20, he will be stable. Returning home, seeing that Chi Tang was there, Wang Su was relieved and didn't know why. He was afraid that Chi Tang would secretly leave. She stood there at the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the traffic outside. Wang Su looked at her like a painting. Turning back, she smiled and waved to Wang Su. Wang Su smiled and walked over. "How do you feel?" "Apart from the lack of energy, there is no discomfort," Chi Tang said. She knew that this was the effect of Wang Su's acupuncture and chi and blood soup. 3 days at most. "Baby, I'll give you a big surprise," Wang Su said. "Well, I believe in you." Chi Tang rubbed Wang Su's head. Wang Su came over and bent down and lowered his head to rub her. Chi Tang couldn't help but smile again. The afternoon sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows and fell on her body, radiating a divine light. "Are you happy?" Chi Tang asked with a smile. Wang Su froze, a little unsure, but still smiled and said, "I only felt truly happy after I met you." Chi Tang blushed. "Be serious." Wang Su understood and also reached out to touch her cicatrization. "Can't you think of something healthy in this little head of yours? What are you thinking about?" Chi Tang knew that she was overthinking. Her beautiful eyes turned. "Am I overthinking?" Wang Su froze and hurriedly said, No, that one is indeed the happiest." "Little bastard," Chi Tang gently ranted. Wang Su went to cook. Chi Tang looked at Wang Su's back as he went to the kitchen. The heart sighed slightly. Life has too much helplessness, perhaps for himself. When he met him, his life is also considered to be a crippling consummation. He thought that the best result was just like this, even better than what he thought. He should be satisfied. After finishing the meal and cleaning up the dishes, Wang Su continued to go out. "Call me if something happens, don't open whoever knocks on the door, and promise to do what I promised you. What I promised you will definitely be done." After leaving the house, he was ready to walk for a while to kill some food. This time a van stopped beside him. "Little brother, how to go to Yunshi Road?" The driver came down and said politely. Wang Su was about to reply. Suddenly, the back door of the van opened violently. Wang Su was standing right there at the back door. At the same time the door opened. 2 hands stretched out and grabbed him. He dragged him towards the van with all his might. The driver also came forward and pushed him hard. Wang Su didn't panic. In fact, if he didn't want them to drag, not to mention 3 or 5 people, even if 5 or 10 people couldn't drag him, but he still went along with the strength to enter the van. "Sit still. Don't move." There were 7 people in the van. "Where are you taking me?" Wang Su looked at the 7 people and didn't panic. "You'll know in a moment." Someone laughed. Wang Su thought about it. The people he had offended were limited. Zhang Long, Li Tian, Zhao Kai and Yang Shi. The other was Baldy Li. "Did Baldy Li ask you guys to come?" Wang Su continued to ask. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." The youth who was next to Wang Su grabbing one of Wang Su's arms roared, "Ka-ching!" Wang Su directly pinched off his arm. "Did Baldy Lee ask you guys to come?" Wang Su asked with a smile. "Fuck him, get him killed." The other man was enraged. Bang bang, click click click. Drive properly, go where you need to go. Wang Su said to that driver. Yes, big brother, I will drive properly. The driver said with a cold sweat on his face. He was shocked. Other than the driver, the rest of them had broken an arm at the least. There was one who used a knife who directly broke both arms and legs. Naturally, he also asked who had sent them to arrest him. Zhang Long and Li Baldy. Zhang Long is an ordinary person, a group of people to Li Baldy as a big brother. However, every time you ask Baldy to come out, you will have to pay 1,000 or so, but also ask Baldy to eat, drink and play a dragon. This time Zhang Long is to ask Li Baozi out. When Baldy heard the coincidence, he just wanted to deal with Wang Su. Incidentally, can also get a lot of benefits. Zhang Long's group said they also want to be present. Just want to see Wang Su's miserable. The location was a rotten building. The location is slightly remote. Because of the appendage, there is no road repair. It is all dirt road, but it is just a section. Not very far. They are not trying to kill people. Just want to beat Wang Su. Crippled. To export the bad anger. The van stopped under the rotten building. The driver carefully opened the door for Wang Su. Big brother, they are inside. The driver said in a humble whisper. Wang Su got out of the van and walked inside. Those people didn't get out of the car. This person, with a high level of skill and courage, as long as he was strong enough, he dared to break into all the dragon pools and tigers' dens. Wang Su was really not afraid, and just walked in. The first floor of the rotten building is a big flat floor, very empty. Zhang Long, Baldy Li and others had smiles on their faces when they saw Wang Su. Just on Wang Su himself, where were those people? Shouldn't Wang Su be bruised and swollen right now, with slap marks where his face should be? Shouldn't he be crying and begging for mercy on his knees? Wang Su looked at Zhang Long with a smile. This college friend, when he was in school, thanks to his family's money, although he was fat, he was also an active figure in the class, and he also had a girlfriend, so it was very beautiful. Li Tian and Zhao Kai are his diehard friends and little followers. Yang Shi was also there. Wang Su just swept a glance at her before looking at Baldy Li and said flatly, "Looks like the lesson given last time wasn't enough." Fuck him. Baldy Li glared and roared fiercely. He counted 15 or 16 people here. There were still guys. If 15 or 16 people couldn't beat one person, then it would be a disgrace to his grandmother's house. Last time at the small square, Baldy Li felt that it was his side that didn't play well. But a person who can fight again, facing a dozen or so gangsters with murderous weapons, is no match. They were going to waste Wang Su today. The dozen or so people directly surrounded him. Then the scene was weird. Wang Su's speed was too fast. His movements were as athletic as a tiger, and his strikes were clean, with an indescribable beauty, coordination, strength, flowing water. Every strike was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. To strike is to break bones. And his figure prancing and dodging, easy and relaxed. These people waving murderous weapons. Onlookers can see that this cannot cut people at all. Less than half a minute, directly lying on the ground. Arms and legs are broken. Baldy Li's face turned white. Zhang Long, Li Tian and Zhao Kai, three people are even more scared to pee. The only ones standing here now were Baldy Li, Zhang Long, Li Tian, Zhao Kai and Yang Shi. Wang Su walked towards Baldy Li. "Spare me, I will never trouble you again." Baldy Li was afraid. He knew that Wang Su wouldn't kill him, but he definitely dared to break his limbs. It wouldn't be a good taste. Click click click. Both legs were directly broken by Wang Su's kick. "Next time I will waste your third leg. You can come and try." Wang Su laughed as he looked at Baldy Li, whose clothes were wet with cold sweat. Wang Su then looked at Zhang Long and the others. "Wang Su, we are classmates. I was wrong. You give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again." "Wang Su, I was wrong. Please let me go," Li Tian directly cried. Zhao Kai sat on his butt on the ground. "Wang Su, it's none of my business. I'm just a follower. Please spare me. I can make it up to you. I'll give you money." Wang Su smiled and looked at the three people. Then he looked at Yang Shi. Thinking of the Qiushui family, he thought of the four people. Wang Su raised his foot. There was a miserable scream. Yang Shi was left standing there with a pale face, trembling. Wang Su did not look at him again. Wang Su looked at them before leaving. "Do you want me to call the police for you?" No, we fell down accidentally." "Fell down?" Baldy Li was trembling in pain, but still said with a smile. They didn't dare to call the police either. Wang Su asked that driver to send himself to the hospital. Yang Shi, on the other hand, called for someone and then sent them separately to the hospital to pick up the bones. Back in the hospital, Wang Su was in a good mood. It was mainly because he beat up the 3 Zhanglongs. Although he no longer cared about Yang Shi, that breath still had to come out. Psychotic monster, level 70. Booze monster, fightable. Retarded monster, level 80. Booze monster, combatable. Wang Su shook his head. The disease that medicine couldn't cure now, he was now unable to fight at all. There is a huge difference in strength. Lucky monster, level 50. Special monster. Entering the battle can be rewarded. Wang Su. It was said that the Huang physique, the lucky man, the chosen one. Could this be the reason? This person was a fat man, in his 30s, and had a really rich face. Not handsome, but it is smooth. And Lu Daxiang's smooth eyes are not the same. Lu Daxiang is at most cute, but people this one at a glance is much more advanced. So fat. Good guy. No high blood pressure. No high blood sugar. No stomach problems. The body is actually very healthy. But you have to say lucky. There's also a monster. Green hat monster, level 1. Special monster. Non-combatable. Whatever. Enter the battle first. He was a bit excited. A level 50 lucky monster. I wonder what benefits it can bring to him. A big golden pig. Shining gold. With a big treasure chest by its side. Lucky monster. Level 50. Special monster. Blood, 1. Wang Su took the lead. A slash went down. Bang! -1. The big golden pig shattered and disappeared, turning into a sky full of golden light, like a rain of golden light. Splendid beyond compare. You obtain the golden coiled dragon armor. You gain 50,000 experience. You upgraded to level 19. You upgraded to level 20. Wang Su excitedly checked the golden coiled dragon armor. Golden coiled dragon armor. Level 50. Defense plus 1000. Blood plus 2000. Block plus 200. Additional skill, healing, restores 1,000th of the maximum value of chi and blood per second. Additional skill, Vajra, increases one's defense result by 50%. Additional special effect, no level limit. Durability, never wear out. Indestructible. Wang Su felt his chi and blood go up a bit. Originally, when he saw that the equipment was level 50, he felt that he could only keep it, and he estimated that he would have to keep it for a long time. After all, it would take a monkey's time to ascend to level 50, but it is actually no level restriction. No level restriction. Level 1 can also be equipped, and it's still equipment that never wears out and is indestructible. Even the attributes were a good mess. Artifact. This is considered an artifact. The White Zephyr Ring is trash compared to this golden coiled dragon armor. Ultra high defense bonus, ultra high chi and blood bonus, and healing. This 1000th does not seem to be much, but in the late stage this is very scary, and it can stack with the talent that blood return. The other thing is that this additional adamantine is higher than the adamantine of the boar helmet, and the two can be stacked, allowing defense to increase by 70%. Originally 100 defense, now it's 170. On top of that, it's that block plus 200. This one also went better with Wang Su's talent. He has high defense, high damage reduction. The damage he received was not much. Then block off 200, plus super high recovery. Wang Su couldn't calm down at this moment, even though he felt that he was already calm. A piece of gold coiled dragon armor still made him unable to calm down. That joy and happiness couldn't be concealed at all. Level 20. But the joy of level 20 could not be compared to the golden dragon armor. Equipped with the golden dragon armor. Equip the White Zephyr Ring. Equip the Chicken King Belt. Equip the Dog King Necklace. Name, Wang Su level, 20, experience 2000/50,000. Physique, 92 blood, 5910. Strength, 79 attack, 1492. Endurance, 80 defense, 4334. Free distribution attributes, 0. Talents. Vajra Unbreakable, permanently reduces all damage received by 50%. Increases maximum chi, attack and defense by 50%. Immune to abnormal states such as control and toxins. And restores 2,000ths of the maximum chi and blood value every second. Skills. White Tiger Pile, passive skill. Level 3. Experience, 2 out of 400. Permanently increases 30 points of physique, 30 points of strength, 30 points of endurance. Strong, passive skill. Permanently increase 10 points of constitution. Not upgradable. Golden Needle Stabbing Point, active skill. Level 3. Experience, 7 out of 400. Effect, stop pain, stop bleeding. Support righteousness, hang life for a day. 2A Na, 100 years grade, invigorates blood and removes blood stasis, harmonizes chi and blood, unblocks meridians, pushes blood through the palace, pushes chi through the palace, stops pain, improves immunity, drives away cold and evil spirits. Tranquilizes the mind and comforts the muscles. Knife work, century grade. Fire, 100-year grade. Equipment. Gold coiled dragon armor, white zephyr ring, or helmet, chicken king belt, dog king necklace, scimitar, deerskin boots, carnelian bracelet. This combat power was enough. Enough. Wang Su felt that he could crush the centurion of the breast cancer army. Go back. Go back immediately. Go back. Go back immediately. As soon as he turned around, he saw that fat man sitting beside himself. Seems to be waiting for someone. After getting such a great benefit from him, Wang Su always felt like he had to return something to him. Looking at the level 1 cuckold monster at his feet. What I said may cause you discomfort. Don't be in a hurry with me when I finish. If you believe me, go check it out. If you don't believe me, just take it as if I didn't say that your woman is having an affair. After saying that, Wang Su left. Xing Yunwang looked at Wang Su's back for a second. He was good with people. In fact, even if Wang Su didn't leave, he wouldn't argue with Wang Su. Xing Yunwang's daughter-in-law was beautiful. A super beauty. If he wasn't rich, he wouldn't be able to find such a woman. Xing Yunwang did not go to college, rural origin, but just do everything to make money, even if others are losing money. But he is money, and every time he can be good luck. Many people say that he is God forced to feed. Do not eat, cannot. Every day eat meat and drink, eat junk food, but also quite fat, but is not sick. Physical examination is nothing wrong. Ultimately, it can only be attributed to good health, good genes. The fact is, science can't even explain it. At this time, it is only 10 o'clock in the morning, but Wang Su cannot wait to rush home. Taking a taxi, Wang Su realized that his heart was beating a little faster. Qi Tang had reached the final stage, and he would soon be able to renew her life for 2 years. 2 years, Wang Su felt that he had a high probability of being able to keep her, especially with the golden coiled dragon armor. As long as he renewed Qi Tang's life for 2 years, Wang Su felt that he would be able to catch his breath. During these 2 years, he could raise his white tiger pile and golden needle stabbing point. The other thing was the rank, opening the door and entering the home. Wang Su couldn't calm his breathing. It was just very excited. Qi Tang looked at Wang Su with surprise because before, he didn't come back until noon. Today it was so early. Wang Su took a deep breath and smiled as he walked to sit next to Qi Tang, who was a bit surprised. Tang Tang. Wang Su pulled her hand, speaking a little shaky with excitement. What's wrong with you? Qi Tang was puzzled and looked at him with concern. I can cure you, Wang Su said. Wang Su didn't say that he could prolong his life for 2 years. He didn't want Qi Tang to keep feeling like there was a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. So he said he could cure Qi Tang. Qi Tang was stunned. So he was so excited because of this. Although she didn't believe it, just seeing Wang Su care so much about her made her feel a wave of warmth. It was the first time she had seen this little man lose his temper like this. I will treat you now. Wang Su got up. Qi Tang wanted to say something, but still didn't. The medicine was boiled and acupuncture was performed. Wang Su made Qi Tang lie down. In no time, Qi Tang fell asleep. Wang Su looked at the breast cancer army centurion. Choose to fight. Breast cancer army centurion, level 20. Booze monster. Blood, 20,000. However, the current Wang Su didn't panic at all. He felt that this level 20 booze monster didn't necessarily lose blood when it hit him. With 50% damage reduction, Wang Su's own defense is very high, mainly because he has a block plus 215. The golden dragon armor added 200 points to its block, and the carnelian bracelet added 15 points to its block. This is the final result of the damage reduction of 215 points. If you are hit by thousands of tens of thousands, this 215 points of blocking is nothing. But if a total of 200, 300, 400 hit you, it is different. Directly block off. Block most of the block. Block half. Plus Wang Su can now recover 28 points of chi and blood per second. A round of 10 seconds. That is 280 points of chi and blood, plus 215 points of blocking. Meaning that if the disease monster didn't hit Wang Su with more than 495 points of chi blood at a time, Wang Su would always remain in a full-blooded state. This was a white tiger. It was about 5 meters long, with an incomparable steed and extraordinary aura. It was said that dragons came from the clouds and wind came from tigers. This huge white tiger was as if it was riding the wind, and that demeanor was perfect. Roar! Deafening sounds of a tiger's roar. A white figure flashed. The huge tiger claw landed on Wang Su. Bang! Minus 110. Comfort. Actually, Wang Su thought that his opponent could not break his defense. Without this block, this strike was going to hit him with 325 chi blood. His recovery was 280 a turn, and he would lose 45 chi and blood a turn. With Wang Su's blood, he could last 130 rounds. The scimitar fell. Bang! Minus 20. Wang Su. 20,000 blood. 20 points at a time. It takes 10 seconds at a time. 6 times a minute. That's 120, 7,200 an hour. Well, more than 2 hours. Luckily, there is blocking and recovery. Otherwise you can't beat it at all. Every turn, 110 blood is lost, but 280 is recovered. So it's a sure win. Time stands still outside. Dash 20. Minus 60. Triple blitz. The numb Wang Su felt like the knife was cutting the curled edge. Finally, the giant white tiger's last ounce of blood bottomed out and then collapsed. You have won the battle. You gain 2,000 experience. You have obtained 50 pounds of tiger bone, fine. You gain tiger whip, fine. You obtain tiger skin, fine. You obtain the white tiger Vajra pestle. You gain the skill ortho bone, centennial level. Well, out of a skill and a piece of equipment, Wang Su was pleasantly surprised. This is a booze monster. The things dropped should not be wrong. Positive bone, 100 years level. Remove bone. Connect bone. Return bone. Good guy. Very simple introduction. But the 3 words of 100 years level represent strength. This time orthopedics can also be treated. Just what the hell is this bone breaking? Orthopedics is, to put it bluntly, bone splitting. But Wang Su's this orthopedics is a bit strong, such as cervical spondylosis, lumbar disc protrusion. In short, it is a lot of problems of the bones can be solved with orthopedics. Bones of many problems, in fact, to put it bluntly, is not in the original position after a series of problems. This practical, useful, after all, nowadays. Who has not a whiplash? Who does not have a lumbar disc herniation? White tiger Vajra pestle. Weapon, level 20. Attack plus 500. Defense plus 200. Blood plus 200. Additional skills, tiger poison. Passive skills, 10% probability of poisoning the target when attacking. Losing 5% of current blood every round. Lasting 5 rounds. Additional effects, wear resistant. Durability doubled. Durability, 400 days. Good thing, right? Just this tiger poison is a very impressive ability. Just rely on this poison. Can be little by little to poison the target to death. Unfortunately, the durability is 400 days, and it can be used for a year and a month. If this never wears out, it would be great. Just rely on this tiger poison. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a pity. The human heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. Wang Su took a look at the golden coiled dragon armor and balanced his heart. Later we'll have the opportunity. Not afraid. Sooner or later a never wear and tear. Indestructible high-grade divine armor. Only equipment that never wears out and is indestructible has a strong sense of security. For example, this, gold coil dragon armor. Boar helmet. White zephyr ring. The rest of the equipment always felt like it could break and disappear at any time. After fighting the breast cancer army centurion, Wang Su looked towards Qitang, who was still asleep, with a bit of anticipation. Sure enough, breast cancer army centurion, level 30. Booze monster. Battleable. 3 years of longevity can be restored after winning the battle. Wang Su let out a breath. Finally, he could rest his breath. It's okay, a level 30 booze monster. He may not be able to do it now, but the gap is not big. He will be able to defeat it soon. Wang Su sat on the recliner next to the bed and closed his eyes, thinking about what to do on the road ahead. The warm sunlight shone in. Today, Wang Su felt especially peaceful and beautiful, and that inner joy was very satisfying. It filled the body. He had never been as relaxed and at ease as he was today. A huge stone pressing on his heart moved away, and he had the backbone for the next development. One was the Vajra unbreakable talent, and the other one was the golden coiled dragon armor. Thinking about it, Wang Su fell asleep on the recliner. Not long after, Qitang woke up. The first time she perceived that she was different. The previous feeling of being sore and weak, getting up and sitting up was a bit of an effort, disappeared into thin air. Her body was relaxed, unprecedentedly relaxed, the same as before she was sick. This long-lost feeling made her unable to believe it. Seeing Wang Su sleeping next to her, a smile appeared on her face and she picked up a thin blanket to cover Wang Su. She walked around the house, moving her limbs. Okay, really okay? She was ready to say goodbye to this world. Although she didn't miss her family or Wang Su, she would leave even if she didn't miss them anymore. She would not stay by Wang Su's side at the most embarrassing time. If Wang Su hadn't stayed her again and again, she would have actually left this place. Even if Wang Su had kept her so much, she had made her decision for 3 days at most. She could feel it. But now, was this better? Or was it her own hallucination? Wang Su woke up at this time and smiled as he looked at Qitang, who was slightly out of it. How does it feel? Wang Su said with a smile. Qitang looked at Wang Su with surprise, unable to believe it. I'm really well? Didn't you ask me before what my wish was? Wang Su said. Qitang froze. She remembered because she asked twice before and after. and it was all one answer. My wish is that you live a long life and have many children. Wang Su took down the thin blanket and stood up, walking over to hold her hand. I feel like you haven't left the house for a long time. Let's go for a walk. Wang Su laughed. Good. Shi Tang's beautiful eyes lit up. This was the first time holding hands and going out for a stroll. Shi Tang felt as if she was getting a new life. The most precious thing in the world was actually to be lost and regained. The feeling of being healthy was really great. But that was late-stage breast cancer. With an ultimatum of life, and this was good? The bright sunshine, the cars on the street, the pedestrians, all of this was so beautiful to Shi Tang. The beauty that had never felt before was found to be so beautiful at this moment. Shi Tang looked at the little man beside him. Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup so that you can rest assured? Wang Su laughed. Wang Su thought, well, to the hospital to check, the probability is still cancer. But the symptoms are certainly not advanced. Wang Su could also say that it could not be cured once, and 2 or 3 times would be needed for the follow-up. As long as one went to the hospital for a checkup, being able to treat a terminal cancer to mid-stage cancer or even early-stage cancer, this had already been called astonishing. Shi Tang shook his head. No need. I only trust you. Then what if I lie to you? Wang Su asked with a smile. I'm meant to die. What can you lie to me about? Besides, even if you lie to me, I'm still happy. Shi Tang patted her head sideways and came close to Wang Su's ear and laughed. Wang Su wrapped her plain waist and embraced her in his arms. Tong tong. Wang Su really liked her and didn't know why he loved her so much. He was a person who lacked love. Great uncle and great uncle were good to him, but in the past, he didn't know any better and resisted. Cousin was also very nice to him, but he still resisted. His third uncle and third aunt were also good to him, but he still resisted. He felt that he had no father or mother, and always felt that he was a parasite. He is very lonely. Talking about a girlfriend, Yang Shi has not been good to him either. Also just Shi Tang. Wang Su felt that a woman can give herself to you. This is very important. Not to mention that a woman treats you well. That look, eyes, actions, what she has done for you, whether she really cares about you, it's hard to disguise. Not to mention Wang Su can feel it. Gu, what's wrong? Is my little man aggrieved? Shi Tang hugged Wang Su's neck and laughed tenderly. The voice was very doting. Who said that men don't need to be pampered, coaxed, or loved? Men also have fragile times, and that man can stand up to his beloved woman treating herself like a child. One sentence. Let Wang Su do not know why. Eyes red, sure for a friend to die. Is the feeling to be good to her? Let her become the happiest person in the world. Holding Shi Tang tightly, not letting her see her face, Shi Tang patted Wang Su's back, went out for shopping, bought a lot of Shi Tang's favorite food. Junk food does smell. Besides being unhealthy and unhygienic, there is almost no disadvantage. The snack street is very thick on earth, and there are all kinds of snacks. Then go to the side of the pedestrian street, walking street, mainly clothing and some leisure places, billiard hall, KTV, barber store, bookstore, jewelry, fast food, coffee shop, milk tea store, jewelry store, and a pet store. Go in and take a look at each store. The barber store was even. Do you know how to play billiards? Shi Tang asked with a smile. Go in and play a couple games. Wang Su pulled her inside. Shi Tang didn't know how. Wang Su didn't know too much. He knew one of the simplest ways to play. Playing the big and small balls first, and whoever scored the black 8 first at the end would win. Wang Su taught Shi Tang how to play. There is such a big beauty here. The people who played billiards were not calm. Looking at Wang Su and Shi Tang, their eyes were envious. There were a few young men playing billiards not far to the side. This woman is so superb. That body, it would be wonderful to hug her. The youths were no longer interested in playing billiards. It's actually very simple. Let's do it this way. We pretend to have a conflict. We fight and retreat. Then I kick you. You get kicked back and almost fall. Then hug her. It's an accident. The other small-eyed youth laughed. Gu, you go really have the most bad intentions. But I like it. Let's do it like this. After it's done, I'll treat you. The youth from before said happily. Mr. Go's atmosphere. Wang Su realized that his hearing was too good now. He definitely couldn't hear the words of the few people over there under normal circumstances, but now he could hear them clearly. A woman was too beautiful. Anyone would want to nibble on her. Wang Su thought of himself nibbling on her and hurriedly shook his head. The young man's chi and blood were so strong that a single thought could be stupid. Shi Tang looked at him with a smile. Little bastard. And this time there was already a quarrel over there. And this time there has been a quarrel over there. You're fucking cheating, aren't you? If you can't afford to play, don't play. Who can't afford to play? You want to fight, don't you? I'll be damned. What are you doing? What are you? Come on. Who's afraid? Then the fight started. shouting loudly. The momentum is very full. The scene made a lot of confusion. Muddy water in order to touch the fish. Fighting to Wang Su's side close. The small-eyed youth is still doing a lot of drama. His nose was beaten and bleeding, and he angrily stormed up and kicked at the youth. Real kick, I have to say. This is the next capital. This kick is a little hard. The pain of the face is twisted. Eat the pain and the pain to be a man. How can you get something if you don't put down the capital? That woman is too beautiful. Hug a little, but also can stretch a little. Touch the place that should not be touched. Think about the youth. Feel the body is not very painful. The youth staggered and fell quickly towards Chi Tang's side, then turned around, opened his arms and was about to fall. Wang Su smiled and pulled Chi Tang away at the last moment. The youth hugged Wang Su tightly, and then also touched his hand accurately. It's not right. Why is it so flat? Puzzled, he looked up. Wang Su. Snap. Wang Su, in turn, was a slap in the face. Men you also touch? After saying that, he kicked him out. The youth, Mr. Go, was kicked in the stomach and directly spat out with a wow. He was dumbfounded. The people around him were looking at him with strange eyes. In fact, when they saw Chi Tang beside Wang Su, everyone understood. They were all men. Despise, pity, gloat. Wang Su patted his body and pulled Chi Tang away. Chi Tang quickly knew what was going on. Smiling and holding Wang Su's arm, the corner of her lips slightly raised. Wang Su picked her up directly across his arms. Little bastard. This is the street. Chi Tang exclaimed, then quickly buried her face in his chest. I'm hugging my family's little baby. Wang Su laughed. Quite a few people around him looked on. Some gave him a thumbs up. Some were envious. And there were also quite a few young girls who asked the men around them to hug them as well. Auntie, you're 180 pounds. My concubine really can't do it. The young man looked sad. Then the 180-pound girl directly picked up the youth and walked forward with big strides. Wang Su also looked stunned. Chi Tang smiled and crouched in Wang Su's arms again. It didn't go back until the afternoon. Can I continue working? Chi Tang lay on Wang Su's lap. Wang Su sat on the sofa. With her eyes closed, Chi Tang asked softly. Of course you can. You've gotten better. You can do whatever a normal person can do. Wang Su said immediately. He knew his answer was important. If he answered that he couldn't, then Chi Tang definitely wouldn't think he was well. Not to mention that it wasn't better. It was just that Wang Su was confident that he could cure her. But it would take time. Chi Tang smiled and said, well, then I'll tell my family the good news. You should. Wang Su nodded. Chi Tang made a phone call. My parents want to meet you. Chi Tang said with a smile. Wang Su was a little uneasy and scratched his head. So when are we going? They arrived in 10 minutes. Wang Su. I'll take a shower and change my clothes first. Chi Tang smiled. 15 minutes later, a middle-aged couple and a handsome young man arrived. The young man Wang Su recognized. Chi Yun. The middle-aged couple. The middle-aged man. As soon as Wang Su saw them, he knew why Chi Tang could be so good-looking. The middle-aged woman was very elegant, dignified, generous, decent, not only good-looking, especially good-faced. That kind of virtuous wife and mother temperament was really too good. Seeing Chi Tang looked seriously, pulling her up and down, but soon looked at Wang Su and pulled Wang Su with a smile. You are Xiao Su, right? Auntie doesn't know how to thank you. Actually, they didn't believe that their daughter was well. It was just that their daughter liked him and was so happy now. That was enough. Good day, Auntie. Good day, Uncle. Wang Su coyly said hello, brother-in-law. What about me? Chi Yun smiled. The middle-aged man's face was calm as he nodded and smiled at Wang Su. Thanks for taking care of my girl. Sister, is it really better? Chi Yun was young and asked whatever he wanted to ask. All right. Chi Tang laughed. But the middle-aged couple wasn't too surprised, because no one else would have believed it. Wang Su didn't do much explaining either, as long as a checkup was done. From advanced breast cancer to early stage, even in the middle stage, they would believe that Wang Su could cure Chi Tang. This was a great thing for the Chi family, but only if they believed that Chi Tang could get well. In the evening, Wang Su made a table at home to entertain them. It was better than eating outside. Chi Yun couldn't believe it. This craftsmanship is too good, isn't it? This is too delicious. And this meat quality. Chi Yun, not to mention handsome, was very capable of eating, as he practiced sparring, well, also boxing, wrestling, and even jiu-jitsu. However, limited to his talent, he wasn't that kind of thick bones, nor was he big-boned. In the old days, when you worshipped a teacher, the master would feel the kid's bones first. Too old won't do, and too young if his bones don't work won't do either. The so-called bone touching is to see if the bones are robust and if there are any bone diseases. As the saying goes, martial arts and medicine are not separate. A master is half a doctor. brother-in-law. Let's spar sometime, Shi Yun said as he ate. Chi Tang glared at him. Second dog. Wang Su smiled and took Chi Tang's hand, but it was under the dining table. But anyone could see it. Good, Wang Su said. They weren't surprised that Wang Su knew martial arts. After all, Chi Yun had also told them about Zhang Yihao. This was also why Father Chi said that he thanked Wang Su for taking care of his girl. The thanks here wasn't for the cure, because even now they didn't believe their daughter was well. The thanks were for the incident with Zhang Yihao, which allowed his daughter not to suffer in the last stage of her life. Moreover, their daughter's days are numbered. She hasn't been in love, and to find someone she likes and spend this last period of time may be a best result. So they did not ask questions or scrutinize Wang Su. Mother Chi was especially kind to Wang Su. Father Chi laughed. Girl, the young people can have fun if they like, but they can't hurt anyone. Father Chi still had confidence in his son. Dad, what do you mean they young people? Chi Tang looked at Chi Father with a smile. Ahem. Yes, you young people, Chi Father hurriedly said. Mother Chi looked on with a smile. The family hadn't been this happy for a long time, and she didn't know how long this happiness would last, but she quickly suppressed it and stopped thinking about it. He couldn't think about the scene of his daughter leaving. The moment he thought about it, his heart was especially hard and blocked. A meal is finished. Drink some tea. Chatting about the day. Are some easy topics. All are memories. All are talking about Chi Tang. Chi's father and mother are both smart people. They talked about how excellent, naughty and cute Chi Tang was when he was a child. Wang Su smiled and listened, and was willing to listen. Generally he did not take the initiative to ask or say anything. Only when others asked him would he open his mouth. Chi Father and Chi Mother also found that this young man is very capable of composure. That calmness is not comparable to ordinary young people. This calmness is not pretending. This is very surprising. There is also the more contact the more it feels smooth. Only at this time did he realize that his daughter did not just find a boyfriend. This character, temperament, and now found that this looks more durable than their own son. This child is toxic. An hour later, Shi Yun couldn't wait to say, brother-in-law, do you want to do a couple tricks to help my sister out? Yes, Wang Su stood up. The living room on the top floor was huge. Shi Yun was excited and rubbed his fists. Need protective gear? Shi Yun said. Wang Su smiled. No need. Just give it your all. Shi Yun's combat power was simply not enough to look at in Wang Su's place. The gap was even bigger than the gap between a baby and a strong man. Shi Yun threw a tentative punch and was held by Wang Su's wrist. He couldn't get it back. Forward attack also cannot. Motionless, raising his leg, he was blocked by Wang Su's foot. Hiss. Bones hurt. Wang Su looked at him with a smile, then let go of his hand, and Shi Yun attacked again. Boxing. But Wang Su's speed and strength surpassed him too much, and the fight was completely crushing. There was no need for any skill at all. One force breaks 1,000 tricks. This is still playing with him. Anyone can see that this is not a level at all. Shi Yun had long since attacked with all his might, but he was simply unable to push further. No more fighting. No more fighting. Shi Yun was like an eggplant beaten by frost, completely struck down. Chi Tang looked at them with a big smile. Father and Mother Chi were also surprised. Wang Su looked at Chi Yun's appearance feeling if he was being cruel. If you can suffer, I'll teach you for a period of time, which can double your physical fitness and increase your fighting strength by at least several times. Wang Su said. Chi Yun was immediately energized and pleasantly surprised, excitedly saying, brother-in-law, are you telling the truth? The premise is that you have to be able to suffer. Wang Su said. I don't dare to say anything else. I can eat the pain of practicing martial arts. Chi Yun said with certainty. Alright, I have something to do these days. After a while, you take a spare time to come over. I'll teach you. I'm not busy. I'm free anytime. Then wait for brother-in-law to be free to teach me. Chi Yun said excitedly. Having fought Wang Su, Chi Yun knew how terrifying Wang Su was. Before, he shouted brother-in-law because he was the person his sister liked. Now he shouted brother-in-law. It was willingly. Last time when Zhang Yihao's group was knocked down, he didn't see it with his own eyes and knew that Wang Su had kung fu, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Unconsciously it was already 9:30 p.m. Father Chi and the others stayed here. There were many rooms here on the top floor. When Wang Su and Chi Tang were left, Wang Su let out a long breath. Chi Tang couldn't help but laugh. My parents are very open-minded. So much pressure? I was afraid that you would be unhappy in the middle. Wang Su said softly. Chi Tang reached out to touch Wang Su's head and sat beside him, his head resting on his shoulder. The next day, Wang Su went home and also gave Chi Tang and their family some time. Even if Chi Tang didn't go to the hospital, Chi Father and Chi Mother would still take Chi Tang to have a physical examination and do a checkup. This is good. Chi Tang did not give up. Even in front of his parents, he still hugged Wang Su. Wang Su also smiled. I'll be back in a few days. Take care of yourself. Call me if anything happens. Aha! She was really beautiful, calling her magnificent. Wang Su felt really lucky. He must protect her, and he was slowly having this ability. Auntie and uncle, goodbye. Wang Su waved his hand, and Shi Yun waved his hand as well. Jiang County, a 2-hour drive. It wasn't that far, 200 miles. Coming back again, Wang Su felt like a world away. Jiangxian County was a large county, with 1 million people and a large place. The county had barren mountains, transportation was inconvenient, and it wasn't rich. 10 o'clock in the morning, arrived at the county town, got off the bus. Wang Su was carrying a bag with things bought for his family. There is also a big suitcase. There were cigarettes, alcohol, meat, clothes, jewelry. Wang Village. Wang Village is 10 miles from the county seat and is located in the westernmost part of Jiangxian County. Further west is a big mountain. Very big. In the past, it is said that there are wolves, wild boars, but that was a few decades ago, and now it is just a barren mountain. Said to be deserted mountains, mainly because there are no mines. Transportation is inconvenient. There is not much mining, dense vegetation, not even a proper road. Desolate, a person into the still afraid of it. Overgrown weeds, vines, some ancient trees, and snakes and rats, wild birds and so on. Occasionally there will be some donkeys come camping. Take pictures, but do not dare to go too deep into. After all, who can not guarantee that there is no beast inside? In the past few years, the transportation has improved, much better than before. Wang Su pulled the box. Just walk back, 10 miles of road only, along a road, not panicked. Around from time to time there are cars passing. Battery car is also a lot of electric tricycles. Electric tricycles are also quite a lot. The only walker did not. Almost half an hour. Into the village of Wang. All are bungalows. Occasionally there are small 2-story buildings. There are also small cars parked on the street. Xiao Su is back. People who knew greeted. Aunt Xiulian is resting. Brother De Gang is at home. Greetings all the way into their own alley. Xiao Su is back. When he arrived at the door of the house, Auntie Yang, a neighbor, happened to come out of her house and greeted her warmly. The two families were front and back neighbors. In fact, Wang Su was the opposite in the village. College student, graduated for 3 years, didn't earn any money and didn't have a family. Also said Wang Su uncle spend all the money on Wang Su. This is the nephew. After all, not a son. You see this half a year or not back once. Said Wang Su does not know how to be grateful. There are a lot of people who chew on the tongue. Always feel that their own children did not go to college. Then Wang Su have prospects. The heart is very balanced. When you talk about Wang Su, you feel more accomplished and satisfied. Happiness comes from comparison. And that's the fun of talking behind people's backs and chewing on their tongues. It can gain a sense of fulfillment. Auntie is at home. Wang Su greeted with a smile. Taking out a package of 2 kilograms of fine meat, he handed it to Aunt Yang. Wang Su and Aunt Yang plus her son, Wang Hu, were childhood friends and had a good relationship. And the two families were front and back neighbors. While Aunt Yang was also very nice. And because of her good relationship with Wang Hu, she didn't rarely dine at his house. No, your elder uncle and auntie miss you. Go back quickly. Aunt Yang hurriedly said. This is what I bought for you. I still have it here. Wang Su shoved it to Aunt Yang. Aunt Yang, I'll go home first then. Wang Su laughed. Aunt Yang could only accept it and told Wang Su to hurry back. Just entering the door, hearing the commotion, Wang Su's elder uncle and elder mother came out. They were very happy to see Wang Su. The eldest uncle is 55 years old this year. His hair is partially gray, occasionally dyed, most of the time not dyed. Dame is 2 years older than elder uncle. Her eyes are especially gentle, smiling and pulling Wang Su, thin, spirited. Wang Su was in a relaxed mood at this time. He could now feel that strong affection. This is a family. This is a family. Affection is really good. Before he was 6 or 7 years old, Wang Su lived with his grandparents. Later on, his grandparents got older, and his eldest uncle didn't have a son, so Wang Su followed his eldest uncle's wife. Actually, it was as a son, just never changed his name. Wang Su had resisted when he was a child, so his eldest mother wouldn't let him change his name, saying that it was the same as whatever he called it. I brought gifts for you too. Wang Su smiled and opened the box, and the backpack. Bought a gold necklace, gold bracelet for the eldest mother. Bought cigarettes and wine for the eldest grandfather, and a watch, belt, shoes. You child, we are not old yet, by so much waste. Damiang mouth reproached. The heart is also indescribable feeling. Quite good, mainly because of the feeling that the child has grown up. Wang Su put it on the elder lady. I didn't know anything before. Auntie, I've grown up. Wang Su said with a smile. Dabo was a simple man, especially happy today. The elder lady's eyes reddened. You child, where's my sister? I'll give her a call. Let's eat together at noon, Wang Su said. The elder lady wanted to say something, but finally smiled and said, I'll call. Wang Su hurriedly said. The phone was connected. Wang Zijuan said softly, Xiao Su, sis, I'm back. I'll cook you something delicious at noon. Come on, Wang Su laughed. Wang Zijuan was 30 years old, married, just never had any children, and Wang Su didn't know what the reason was. Wang Zijuan was very pretty. They all said that she married well. Her husband's family was a wealthy family. Okay, I'll go over right away, Wang Zijuan said. Wang Su started to get busy. Prepare the hot pot plus teppanyaki for lunch. Make a few more dishes. Steam some rice. Wang Su knew that eating only meat without some pasta or rice, uncle and auntie must feel uncomfortable. Prince Jun came on an electric bicycle. He bought fruits and some dishes. A sesame chicken, 2 pig's feet, boneless chicken claws, duck collarbone, duck necks and whatnot, because the previous Wang Su liked to eat. Sis, Wang Su greeted happily. Wang Zijuan drew light makeup and wore a high-necked fall coat with a short-sleeved small knit sweater on the outside. Xiao Su, you've become handsome. Wang Zijun happily gave Wang Su a hug and patted his shoulder affectionately. She was really happy. This was her loved one, the closest relative. Wang Su's eyesight was good. A flash of bruise at the high neck collar of his neck was seen because of the proximity. It was summer. High collar, long sleeves, and pants or long pants. And Wang Su could feel Prince Jun's movements, his occasional subconscious reactions. He had a strong physique now, and was keen on the body's acupuncture points, qi and blood perception. There was also light makeup drawn, but there was still a little mark on his face where the root of his ear was. This is beaten. Who hit it? No need to think about it. Mild concussion monster, level 5. Elite monster, non-combatable, will heal with time. Anxiety monster, level 5. Special monster, currently non-combatable. Qi and blood stagnation monster, level 5. Special monster, currently non-combatable. The last two belong to heart disease, bad qi, anxiety, and then perhaps depression. If this continues it will become a real disease, such as depression. And the qi and blood blockage monster. Blocked to the brain is a cerebral infarction. Blocked to the heart is a heart attack. Wang Su saw that the family was very happy and held back first. Wang Su gave Prince Jun also jewelry, bags. He still used the card that Qi Tang gave him. There were $3 million in it. This was the pocket money Qi Tang gave him. The hot pot smelled good, and so did the teppanyaki, a fragrance that refreshes the heart and puts people in a happy mood. Big uncle and big mother ate happily. Wang Zijun was also praising them. Xiao Su, if you open a hot pot restaurant, business will definitely flourish, Wang Zijuan said with a twinkle in his eye. Wang Su nodded. I happen to have this plan. I want to go buy 2 pieces of clothes this afternoon. Sis, you accompany me. Wang Su then laughed. Good, Prince Jun naturally agreed. After dinner, Wang Su and Prince Jun went out. The eldest uncle and aunt sent them to the door of the house. Sis, I'll ride. You sit, Wang Su laughed. Wang Zijun happily sat cross-legged on the back seat. Riding along the road was not fast. Xiao Su, you're a bit different from before. Wang Zijun laughed as she saw Wang Su in a good mood. Sis, did he hit you? Wang Su said softly. Wang Jun's hand that was gripping Wang Su's clothes tightened. Sis, does the eldest uncle and mother know? Wang Su asked. No, Wang Zijun said softly. Xiao Su, the road seems to be wrong. Wang Zijun said. Buying clothes was not this road. I'm not going to buy clothes. I'm going to your house. Sis, Wang Su said. Xiao Su, stop. He has a large family and has dealings with those unsavory people. We can't afford to mess with him. Prince Jun's face changed and hurriedly said. Sis, don't worry. There is a younger brother. No one can bully. Wang Su stopped the car. He was afraid that Prince Jun would jump down and break his foot. My eldest uncle and auntie don't even bother to hit you a bit. What is he? What's the point of raising a male child in the family? My sister was beaten. My sister was beaten. Wang Su said calmly. But if Qi Tang was here he would know that Wang Su was really angry this time. He was calm when he had nothing to do with Wang Su, but now Wang Su was very nonchalant. Prince Jun didn't know what to say for a moment. Little brother, those people didn't do anything light or heavy. If anything happens to you, how will you let your sister live? Prince Jun hugged Wang Su. Sister, I've grown up. Let me come this time. Don't worry. I'll make sure our family is fine, all well and better in the future. Wang Su said firmly. This was already the entrance to Prince Jun's neighborhood. Simply put the battery car away, pulling Prince Jun towards her home. Wang Su knew Prince Jun's home. Building 3, Unit 2, 202. Knock knock. Click. The person who opened the door was a young man. Inch-haired, bare-chested, a large pair of pants and slippers. There is also a smell of alcohol. With a big waist and a big belly. Bang! Wang Su kicked over, directly sending Yang Donghao rolling out. Little brat, you seek death. Yang Donghao covered his stomach. His face twisted as he glared angrily at Wang Su. Prince Jun was also surprised and at a loss for words. Bitch, grown up. Oh, this punk is here to back you up? Ha ha ha. Yang Donghao laughed. Wang Su made Prince Jun sit on the sofa. Sis, just sit here and watch the show. Wang Su walked over, grabbed one of Yang Donghao's ears and lifted him up. There was no way around it. The hair was too short. Lifting the ear actually worked well. With this weight, if he didn't stand up on his own, his ear would be torn off. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Crouch. Crouch ah. Snap. A mouth smacked over. Why did you hit my sister? Wang Su asked with a smile. Chow Nimas. Yang Donghao cursed a fist toward Wang Su's face. Ka-ching. Wang Su directly grabbed his arm and demolished the joint. Pain. Drilling pain. Wang Su's orthopedic bone was actually used like this for the first time. He was also now aware of how the bone removal in it was used. Yes, this was bone removal. It was even more overbearing than removing bones. Removing bones was removing joints. This one was directly dismantling, but it could also be restored. It is only used at special times, and the biggest feature is that it hurts, directly giving you a puddle of mud. The bones are still there, but no one is connected. I was wrong. Only came a little. Yang Donghao begged for mercy. Why did you hit my sister? Wang Su removed the joint of her other arm. I'm in a bad mood. Yang Donghao stammered. Slap. Wang Su's big slaps were slapped one after another and soon turned into a pig's head. Yang Donghao was covered in cold sweat and pain. Wang Su dismantled the leg. After a while, he was almost deflated. Please, I'm wrong. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Yang Donghao's face was pale. His body was a puddle of mud. Good. First go back to Wang village with me and go kowtow to my great uncle and great aunt. Wang Su said. Good. Yang Donghao immediately said. In fact, Wang Su did not know that Yang Donghao had also beaten Wang Su's eldest uncle. The village knew about it. They all said that Wang Anmin didn't have a son to be like this. If he had a son, how dare his son-in-law be so rampant? Wang Zijuan is muddled. She rode in front on her battery-operated bike. Yang Donghao trotted in the middle. Wang Su at the end. Not slow to follow Yang Donghao, as long as the slow-up is a slap. The chubby Yang Donghao was sweating and panting. Being slapped is much more comfortable than breaking bones. Wang Su physical fitness. This rode leisurely, all the way to Yang Donghao, no less than 20 slaps. Finally to the village. Yang Donghao sweating, wet, but also be pumped down several times. Covered with dirt, dirty, woefully incomparable. But someone saw it has gone to report. Yang Donghao's hometown is next door to Yang village. Just have a room in the county. Wang village, Yang village in the middle of a big road. The two villages next to each other. Wang Anmin's two families also came out. Then saw a scene that he could not believe. Wang Su slapped Yang Donghao. In fact, everyone in the village knew that Yang Donghao beat Prince Jun. After all, he even beat his old husband. Plop. Dad. Mom. Help. Yang Donghao knelt on the ground with a snotty nose and tears. There were quite a few people surrounding the street, all talking. Xiao Su actually dared to beat Yang Donghao. Xiao Su actually managed to beat Yang Donghao. Xiao Su was taking it out on his sister. And today, knowing that her sister was beaten, he got angry. Xiao Su is a good man. In this family, we need a son. Yes, without a son who wants to bully, even the daughter in the husband's family have no bottom. My daughter does not exist in this situation. She learns sparring. My son-in-law comes to my place to hide for 3 days, dragging my old man to live in a house. Hey, also a headache. Tomorrow I will enroll my little granddaughter in a sparring class. Wang Anmin is an honest man, but not without temper. Just for the sake of his daughter, for the sake of this family. Many times is so helpless, not a passionate regardless of the line. Reality is so cruel. The onlooker can never understand. But in the end we will each live into our own most hate the way. There is a kind of growing up called committing. When I was young I wasn't afraid of anyone, so who am I to condescend? But as you grow up, you realize that there is no such thing as a person who is not aggrieved. A little aggravation is really nothing. Slap. 2 big slaps to draw over. This is what I hit for my eldest uncle. Slap. This is what I hit for my eldest mother. Bang. A kick went out, sending Yang Donghao almost flying out. Wang Su was afraid of kicking him to death and didn't dare to push too hard. This kick is for my sister. Roar. The sound of that wild roar of several motorcycles came from the street. The sound was ear-piercing. 4 motorcycles, 2 people on each vehicle. Yang Donghao's family is coming. 8 people. This old Wang's family is just 1 Wang Su and 1 Wang Anmin. Should we help? Who is Yang Donghao? You help. Do you even think about it? Brother. Yang Dongyan and Yang Dongfang were enraged when they saw Yang Donghao's wretched appearance. They were still drinking at home when someone ran to tell them that Wang Su was beating his brother. Hearing that person report the news, Yang Dongyan and Yang Dongfang burst out laughing. They naturally knew who Wang Su was. Their big brother's brother-in-law. A few years younger than them. Shy. He was just Wang Anmin's nephew when all was said and done. That person was anxious. And even took out his cell phone, which had Yang Donghao's wretched appearance on it. So immediately called for people to rush toward Wang village. Yang family is doing restaurant business in Jiangxian County. There are restaurants, hot pot stores, barbecue stores, breakfast stores. There is a big villa in the Yang village side. The family has many people. Yang Donghao 2 younger brothers, 3 brothers, uncle's family brothers no less than 20 people. Yang Donghao's father, 8 brothers. Yang village mayor is young old 6. At that time to find a husband for the cousin. It is because of their own family less. Want to find a person more. Do not be angry. Wang Su knew that Yang Donghao's generation, not counting the female children, just a dozen or so about the same age as him or older than him. Yang Donghao, Yang Dongyan and Yang Dongfang are one family. There are also the uncles Yang Dongyun, Yang Dongqi, Yang Dongsong, Yang Donghu, Yang Donglong, Yang Dongshi, Yang Donggang, Yang Dongxiang, Yang Dongchao, Yang Dongyu, Yang Dongbing, Yang Dongbiao. The Yang family is truly considered a large family, and they are very united. When I was in school, no one dared to mess with the young children. There were 20 of them on their own, and they were all no more than a few years above or below their age. They didn't need outsiders, whether they went to school in the village, or to the county town. And besides, their family had money, so the young children grew up very comfortably. This time, all 8 were from the Yang family's own family. Hit me. Yang Dongyan's eyes glowed red. Wang Anmin stepped forward to block Wang Su. I'll see who dares to make a move today. Old thing. I'll even beat you together today. Yang Dongyan said and swung his fist over. Wang Su pulled his eldest uncle back and laughed. Uncle, it's fine. Bang. As he spoke, a kick went out. Yang Dongyan was directly kicked into a rolling gourd. The remaining 7 young and strong men rushed towards Wang Su, but Wang Su was just so unperturbed. A punch, a kick, come one and hit one. Fists, slaps, crackling. A moment later, they fell to the ground. My sister is married. Not for you young family to bully. My sister can take a beating. You young family get ready. Hit my sister 1 time. You young family no matter who. I will hit 100 times. Wang Su said while that up was a kick. The surrounding people froze. They had thought of many outcomes, but they didn't expect it to be this kind of outcome. Yang family 8 people. Like a wolf like a tiger. Tall and big. From childhood powerful used to. That kind of toughness. A glare. Loud voice. General people really a little afraid. Damn. Don't pretend to be dead. Get up for me. Give me to your home. I want your Yang family to give me a statement. Wang Su said while kicking. A ghostly cry. Give me a fucking walk back. Wang Su threw a slap over one who still wanted to ride a motorcycle. I'll fight you. A man took a wrench and swung it towards Wang Su. Ka-ching. Wang Su reached out and directly dismantled his bones. One of his arms was swaying around, only relying on the sinews to connect him. And the pain was excruciating. Touch is not. Do not touch is not. Snap. A slap. Bang. A kick. It was all honest now. Then there was a strange formation. One man drove 9 people. Just like herding sheep. Kicking and slapping from time to time. From Wang village toward Yang village. Many people around followed to watch the fun. Sis. Uncle. Auntie. Let's go. Let's go to the Yang family to get a statement. Wang Su laughed. Wang Anmin hesitated and smiled. Good. Wang Su pulled Prince Jun. Sis, don't worry. Nothing happened. I'm here. The surrounding people also sighed. Wang Anmin is blessed. Wang Su is also really competitive. Yeah, so many people in the Yang family. Such a big family. I don't know how they will cope this time. Take a look and go. Do you think the police will be called? I heard that the Yang family has connections. Isn't there a kid in the Yang family who is a JC? Right. Yang Donggang. I feel like Wang Su is going to suffer. How can a poor family fight the Yang family? They have money and connections. When the time comes, they'll charge Wang Su with assault, which is enough to get a jail sentence. Yes, nowadays society. The fight is about relationship and money. It's not possible to fight even if you can. You can't afford to fight. This is the most humiliating day for the Yang family. The family is thriving, but was single-handedly beaten on the door. right in front of the Yang family villa. Yang family where to stand this? Young and vigorous. Dozens of people rushed out. But it's useless. They just can't beat them. Yang Donghao's parents were there. It was Prince Jun's in-laws. My sister married here to give your family a beating? Come out for me. Wang Su asked. Yang Laosan was Yang Donghao's father. They knew about the son beating his daughter-in-law. But anyone who thinks their child is good. Yang Donghao also said that this woman is not beaten for 3 days. Only beat to obey. Yang Laosan simply did not care. Wang Zijuan to Yang Laosan, 2 families complained. The 2 families are also painless to count Yang Donghao 2 sentences. Later, they even said, if you don't do anything wrong, Donghao will not beat you. Later, Wang Zijuan also stopped complaining. The 2 people did not have a child. And at first they said that it was Prince Jun's problem. He said it was hard to hear. In fact, even now it is said to be Prince Jun's problem. But then Yang Donghao went for a checkup and it was his problem. Azoospermia. This will not be able to. The existing medical treatment is simply untreatable. So simply do not plan to divorce. When the time comes, he is ready to adopt one from his own brother. Which of the 2 young couples don't have conflicts? It's only natural for a man to beat his own mother-in-law. What do you care? Yang Laosan's face was ugly. Angrily roaring. Snap. Wang Su directly threw a slap on Yang Laosan's face. Wang Su directly slapped Yang Laosan in the face. Look at this. Is this speaking human words? Do you know that your son hit my eldest uncle? How do you feel now? Wang Su looked at the dumbfounded Yang Laosan. If the son doesn't teach, the father's fault. Sometimes the best way is to return the favor. To be slapped by a young man at such an old age. Strange shame. There are many people in the Yang family, each with red eyes, rushing up, but they were knocked to the ground by Wang Su's big mouth. Dozens of people froze and couldn't beat one person. Coming to my Yang family to commit murder. Has Gangzi not returned yet? Yang Laoer opened his mouth and asked. At this time, the Yang family was also in a mess. Right away. Wang Su was not worried. This was a family matter. As for who was injured, Wang Su had a plan in his heart. Light injuries are not even counted. It just hurt and looked miserable. Not to mention that Prince Jun also has bruises. This is a civil dispute. It is a family strife. JC came to mediate normally. Today things do not give me an explanation. You young family members in the future also do not go out. See one I hit one. Wang Su said. Yang Donghao several people directly by Wang Su demolished the bones, such as a mess of mud lying on the ground. At this time, Wang Su's phone rang. It was Li Baichuan's. Hello? Wang Su picked up the phone. Old Wang. Thanks a lot. My dad was discharged from the hospital today. Li Baichuan smiled. Let's not be polite. I'm going back to Zhang County, so I won't be able to go over. Wang Su laughed. That's really great. We also just arrived home. Come to the house in the evening. My family would like to invite you for a meal. Is it convenient today? Li Baichuan said happily. Old Li, I have something here. Right. Are you working or doing business now? Wang Su asked. I am now a JC, Deputy Lieutenant of the Criminal Police Brigade. What happened? Li Baichuan asked in a hurry. His father was the police chief. It was not strange for him to be a JC. Do you know about Li Donggang? Wang Su asked. Why don't you know? He's on my team. Where are you? I'll go over to you. Li Baichuan said. I am in Yang village. Yang Donggang and their family. Wang Su said. I'll be right there. Li Baichuan hung up the phone after saying that. Wang Su's side just ended the call. The alarm sounded. Li Donggang is back. 4 JCs, one of which was Li Donggang, saw this situation at home and directly yelled. Arrest me. On what grounds are you arresting me? What have I committed? Wang Su asked. Gathering a crowd to fight and intentionally injuring someone. Li Donggang suppressed his anger with a sullen face. I was alone. 8 people from your family beat me to my house. Many people saw it. I came to your house to ask for a statement. Now it's dozens of people beating me. Your Yang family is crowded, rich and powerful. Wang Su looked at Yang Donggang. Yang Donggang's face is ugly. You are good. How many of our family lie down? There are too many people over here. A lot of people are taking videos. In case it is circulated. The pressure of public opinion is not something that their young family can withstand. All dispersed. JC to handle the case. Do not spectate. Not to mention the dissemination of untrue information. Every cell phone can be tracked. Our real name information. Heavy can be sentenced. We in the Wang family are in-laws. This is a family matter. Dispersed. Yang Donggang said while dispersing the crowd. The crowd dispersed. Wang Su. You are really bold. Yang Donggang looked at Wang Su with a grim gaze. Xiao Zhang. What are you wasting words with him? Just arrest him directly. Look at how injured a few of them are. Yang Laoer huffed. I have contacted someone. First send them to the hospital and do an injury appraisal. Li Donggang said. The before and after things were also understood. Yang Donghao beat Prince Jun. Wang Su gave Wang Zijun out to hit Yang Donghao. Then the family members beat Wang Su by virtue of the number of people. And the result was not fought. Can be characterized as mutual assault fight. Now just make an injury appraisal. This time Li Baichuan came. Team Li. Yang Donggang was surprised and went forward to greet him. Old Wang. What's going on? Li Baichuan was a bit out of breath and came in a hurry. My sister and Yang Donghao are husband and wife. My sister was domestically abused. I hit Yang Donghao, and then Yang Donghao's family hit me. I came to find them to ask for a statement, and there was a bit of a conflict. Wang Su said in a long story. Li Baichuan looked at the fallen. Simply mournful, this is all you alone knocked down? It is they beat me, I fight to the death. This belongs to self-defense, right? Wang Su asked. Li Baichuan also felt a big head. Yang Donggang also did not know that Li Baichuan and Wang Su knew each other. It seems that the relationship is not bad. If Li Baichuan intervened in this matter today, it was probably just a non-issue. Let's put it this way. Wang Su is my best brother, and you guys are such a relative. Do you sit down and talk? Or do you go through the legal process? Li Baichuan said. Wang Su knew that Li Baichuan came to the table. He only needed a fair. Yang Donggang must give Li Baichuan face. Besides, even if he went through legal procedures now his young family couldn't get any benefits. With so many people and media coverage, the Wang Su family is definitely vulnerable. And Yang Donghao's domestic violence came first. There is also Yang Laosan's sentence that a man beating his mother-in-law is justified. Just this sentence circulated. The Yang family is also going to be finished. For a family with a domestic violence man, a family with a questionable outlook, who has good feelings? There are some things that cannot be said. Weighing the pros and cons, Yang Donggang can only choose a private chat. Everyone sat down and talked. Beating my sister. You must give me a statement. Wang Su still had the same words. One sentence made the Yang family's fire go up as well. The Yang family was tossed around like this by you. Not only did they lose face, but there were several injuries that looked heavy. Wang Su, don't bully people too much. A junior from the Yang family couldn't help but speak. Snap. A mouth smacked that brat down. I bully people too much? Why don't we go through the legal process? I'll look for the media. I'll look for the netizens. Let's let people judge whether I'm being unreasonable or your Yang family is being unreasonable. Wang Su opened his mouth. Yang Donggang suppressed his inner fire and told his own family not to say anything. The Yang family also had people with brains. Not to mention that there was also a Li Baichuan in the middle. Li Chanshan had already been discharged from the hospital, and moving upwards was already ironclad. What do you want to explain? Yang Donggang opened his mouth. Li Donggang is considered to be a brain in the Yang family's generation. Relatively careful and cautious. The family cannot accept a compromise with Wang Su. In their eyes, Wang Su was nothing. However, Yang Donggang could see something deeper, such as Li Baichuan's attitude towards Wang Su. Sister, what do you want to do? Wang Su smiled towards Prince Jun. I don't want anything. I want a divorce. Wang Zijun said. Wang Zijun's conditions took the Yang family by surprise as well, thinking that Wang Su would open his mouth wide and ask for money or whatever. I didn't expect it to be just a divorce. I agree. Divorce immediately. Yang Donghao, who was lying on the ground, said in surprise. Yang Donghao was really scared and wanted to get rid of the relationship right away. Then listen to my sister. Wang Su said. Xiao Su. I don't want to get involved with them again. Are they alright? Wang Zijuan said worriedly as she looked at the several people lying on the ground like mud. She was afraid that Wang Su would hurt someone and end up in a lawsuit. Wang Su walked over and directly struck. Click 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 click. Ah ah ah. A scalp-numbing sound rang out. Well, connect the demolished bones to them. The people who were originally in a puddle of mud all stood up after letting out a grueling scream. Removing the bones hurt. Putting them back together also hurt. On the same day, Prince Jun and Yang Donghao received their divorce license. Looking at the divorce certificate in his hand, Wang Zijuan's whole body also relaxed. No sadness, more relaxed and free, as if a newborn, but also out of breath. Continuing to live like before, she felt that she would be depressed. How about this? Tomorrow I will visit uncle. Wang Su said to Li Baichuan. Good, let's have a good drink tomorrow. Li Baichuan said happily. The matter between the Wang family and the Yang family drew to a close, but many people in the 3 miles and 5 villages were talking about this matter. They all knew that the Yang family had been defeated this time. So a big family, with over 100 people in the direct line within 3 generations, was beaten up by Wang Su alone, but could not be stopped. Pugnacious. Many people felt that Wang Su fought. This is the man. Many people said that Wang Su is the enemy of 100 people. You should know that ancient generals say that 10,000 enemies is an exaggeration, and 100 enemies is already the best of the best. Wang Zijuan returned to the Wang village and returned to the Wang family. Although divorced, but Prince Jun relaxed. She did not want to marry again. Once married the wrong person. This wound are not sure how long to heal. Thank you, little brother, Prince Jun said happily. You are my sister. Don't ever say the word thank you to me. Whoever wants to bully my sister. I am spelling out this life to protect your safety, Wang Su said with a smile. While cooking dinner, Wang Zijun slightly bowed her head. This is home. Someone will guard you at all costs. Wang Anmin was especially happy. Just happy. Wang Su's eldest mother made sure again and again that Wang Su was not injured, chided him not to be so impulsive in the future, and laughed softly. Our family Xiao Su has grown up. Shi Tang's side was stable for the time being. Wang Su did not need to worry for the time being. It was time for a change on the family's side as well. The dinner was made sumptuously. Wang Anmin took out the wine that Wang Su brought back. Wang Su's handiwork was good. Wang Zijun loved hot pot. He just ate it at noon and still wanted to eat it at night. So it was still hot pot at night. This was the first time Wang Su drank with his eldest uncle. He came to this family at the age of 6. And now it's been 18 years. Wang Zijuan was 6 years older than Wang Su. When she graduated from high school and didn't even take the college entrance exam. Because of her good grades, her family's condition was nervous about sending one child to college, let alone two. Wang Zijuan gave this opportunity to Wang Su. She does not take the college entrance examination, has a high school diploma. High school diploma. To Wang Su said that he did not pass the exam. Wang Su did not think much about it before, and only realized it when he grew up. Wang Su has never seen his parents, followed by his grandparents since he remembers, and when he was in junior high school, his grandparents passed away one after another. In addition to his uncle, he has a third uncle. The third uncle is a disabled person. The construction site smashed the spine, now can only sit in a wheelchair. With 3 children, the family life is also very tense. When he was a child, Wang Su often went to the third uncle's house for dinner. The 3 children in Wang Su age, the largest Wang Yang, a year younger than Wang Su, did not go to college, graduated from junior high school to work outside. The second Wang Chong, a year younger than Wang Su, high school sophomore dropout, now also working outside. The third is a girl, Wang Ziyou, 6 years younger than Wang Su, senior this year. At that time, the accident didn't pay out much money, and he was left with a disability. Become an invalid. Uncle 3 lost the ability to earn money. The third aunt is very good, but also very kind, but to raise 3 children to raise, too difficult, not to mention also take care of the paralyzed Uncle 3. Wang Yang, Wang Chang is very understanding, not go to school, is to work. In this society, whoever is soft-hearted and understanding will suffer. It is because of the soft heart, goodness, cannot pass the psychological barrier, obviously their own chicken hair, but also sympathize with others. Afraid of others to leave their own cannot live. Uncle has not been less subsidized. No parents. Eldest brother for the father. Everything will help. This is also the third uncle can hold on to a factor that cannot be ignored. Wang Yang, Wang Chang is getting older and older, but currently do not even have a date. The family is poor. There is a lower body paralyzed father to take care of. While they were eating, third uncle and third aunt came. The third aunt pushed a wheelchair. Auntie San didn't know what had happened until after work, while Uncle San was at home and didn't know what had happened. Uncle San was 46 years old. His hair was mostly gray, and he looked more than 10 years older than his actual age. Third uncle, I just said that I was going to go and call you and third auntie to come. There are things to discuss. It's just right to come. Wang Su directly and easily carried third uncle to the chair and sat down. Third aunt was an ordinary woman, kind, hardworking and very strong, taking care of Uncle San, a big man, and sometimes carrying him on her back, was practiced. Xiao Su, good job, third uncle said happily. He already knew what happened. Wang Su poured a glass of wine for third uncle Wang Unching. The third aunt had not allowed the third uncle to drink and wanted to say something, but finally held back. Spine damaged monster Vanguard Minor General, level 40, elite monster, can fight, can barely walk after winning the fight. A level 40 elite monster that can be fought. Uncle Sam has been in a wheelchair for 10 years. His lower limbs were completely unconscious. He himself felt inhuman for these 10 years. He wants to die, but the 3 children are still young. Even if paralyzed and crippled, the children also have a father, just bitter daughter-in-law. There is no filial son in front of a sick bed, let alone 2 families. But the 3 aunts froze to take care of him for 10 years. The 3 aunts is also a bitter person. The parents of the mother's family is not in. The in-laws are not in. A paralyzed husband. 3 underage children. She can only work hard, work part-time, and still can't go out and take care of Wang Unching. She didn't even dare to get sick. She didn't dare to fall down because the family couldn't bear it. There are odd jobs around, and 7 acres of fields. The family raises 2 pigs, 5 chickens, and a clay dog. Wang Ziyao lives in high school and goes home 1 day a month. Wang Yang and Wang Chong both work outside and usually come back only once every 6 months. During the new year, Wang Su pretended to take out the silver needle from his backpack. Third uncle, your leg can be cured. Although it can't be completely cured for the time being, but it can make you conscious and barely walk, Wang Su said. Wang Anqing froze, thinking he had heard wrong. Wang Anmin also looked at Wang Su in surprise. Have sentience? Barely walking? This was something he couldn't even think of. Third aunt looked at Wang Su. Xiao Su, we went to the hospital many times, and there is no way for medicine to do anything about it now. Wang Anqing also smiled. Yes, Xiao Su, I am resigned to my fate. Right, Xiao Su, you just said you have something to discuss with us. Wang Su took out a paper and pen and wrote the names of some Chinese medicines on it. The ingredients for the qi and blood soup. Then trust me for once. I won't lose anything if I can't cure Uncle San. There is an old Chinese doctor not far from home. Almost 80 years old. Nowadays everyone goes to outpatient clinics when they are sick. Only a few people still go to the old gentleman. Just the right place to go to grab some medicine. The eldest uncle went there. Not far. Wang Su, on the other hand, began to give Uncle San a needle. There was also orthopedics in Twina. 100 years of bone setting and 100 years of massage. The spine was damaged and displaced. The 2 legs for more than 10 years are also blocked and have poor qi and blood circulation. 2A Na, which activates blood circulation and removes blood stasis, soothes the tendons and channels, plus acupuncture. When the eldest uncle returned with several packages of herbs, Wang Su began to decoct the herbs. Another hour. Wang Su once again 2A Na once and acupuncture once. Only then did he choose to enter the battle. Spine damage monster Vanguard Minor General. Blood, 16,000. This elite monster seemed different from the ones he had encountered before. Or was it because of the level? It was twice as high as his predicted chi blood, but it was no threat to the current Wang Su. It was a huge bull-headed fish-bodied monster with a big bull head and a huge fish body, suspended in mid-air. Snap! The huge fish tail swiped at Wang Su's body. -0. No way. Didn't break defense. In short, after being blocked, comfort. The white tiger Vajrapesal in his hand viciously stabbed the bull's head. Put. -300. It's a bludgeon. It was still a triple blitz. Fighting level disease monsters was bad on this point. Wang Su's attack power was a bit weak. Bang! -0. Bang! -100. Then greenish poisonous gas appeared on the bull's head. Tiger poison. Hit by tiger poison. -750. Tiger poison. Passive skill. 10% probability of poisoning the target when attacking. Losing 5% of current blood every round for 5 rounds. It's so useful. It's a pity that the white tiger Vajrapesal can only be used for 400 days. Tiger poison like this is really good. Soon the battle is over. You win the battle. You gain 1600 experience. You obtain the ancient formula, bowel cleansing formula. After looking at this, bowel cleansing formula, there is just one effect, to treat constipation. Sense. Wang Anqing said excitedly, his body trembling. This is for a person who has been paralyzed for 10 years, to be able to feel his legs, to be able to have sentience. That kind of happiness normal people cannot experience. Wang Su's massage and acupuncture, activating the blood and removing the blood stasis, saved Wang Anqing a lot of trouble. After all, paralyzed legs for 10 years, normally there will be a lot of blockage, qi and blood, and even arterial plaque, muscle atrophy, muscle necrosis, because there is no consciousness, so generally found, to the point of amputation. So paralyzed people also need to have someone to help move, is to prevent necrosis. Wang Anqing legs have little strength, which is normal. 10 years of paralysis. At this time actually trembling to stand up. Efforts to try to take a step. Just like a toddler learning to walk. Wang Anqing excited eyes tears. Simply cannot stop. Only experience this great surprise to know what is the tears of joy, which has endless sorrow. The third aunt was not excited. He did not ask Wang Anqing to recover as before. As long as she could take care of herself, she was satisfied. Eldest uncle and eldest mother were also thrilled. Wang Su, on the other hand, looked at the newly appeared disease monster. This was also within his expectations. Spine damage monster left general, level 30. Booze monster, fightable. Spine damage monster right general, level 30. Booze monster, combatable. Wang Su needed to wait a bit. When he kills the breast cancer army's 1000 chief, he will also be able to kill this spine damage monster left general and right general. It seemed that this lower limb paralysis, which was also considered a terminal disease, could not be cured without a miracle. Wang Anqing can walk slowly, This long goodbye feeling makes him excited and can't stop. I'm really well. Really well. Xiao Su cured me. Xiao Su cured me. The huge surprise for a while made them forget to ask Wang Su about why he knew medical skills. It was only when the surprise had passed that they remembered the question. Wang Su then said that he had a master who was an old Chinese medicine practitioner and said that he had talent. So he took in as a student. First the facts. Then the reason. Even if it is lame it will be convincing. Next the hot pot is heated. Wang Anqing drank for the first time in 10 years. But he got up several times in the middle and walked around. Always afraid of a big dream. Right. Xiao Su. Just now you said you have something to say? Wang Anmin remembered this question and said. You see us this hot pot? How about opening a hot pot store in the county? Wang Su said. Prince Jun had said it before. Now everyone's eyes lit up and nodded, feeling that it would definitely work. Then it's a deal. By the way, let's say 10 shares. Third uncle and third aunt count 3 shares. My eldest uncle and aunt 3 shares. My sister 3 shares. And I'll keep the remaining 1 share to give away. Wang Su said. Third uncle wanted to say something. Wang Su laughed. The family is so settled. And not necessarily make money. I am responsible for opening up. I am responsible for the hot pot base. The taste can be guaranteed. The rest, rely on you guys. Busy but then recruited waitresses. At that time, just like this has been drinking until very late. Discuss the details. Wang Zijuan with a small notebook writing. Some things need to be written down. Uncle San insisted on walking back. The next day the village exploded. Because Wang Anqing, who had been paralyzed for 10 years, was cured by Wang Su. Able to walk? This news was like wings. Not only in Wang village, but also in the surrounding villages. All were spreading. However, there were some people who didn't believe in it. One of them didn't believe in it. Not to mention paralysis and cancer cure. But in Wang village this is a sensational event. Because everyone knows the real situation of Wang Anqing. At this time, Wang Su has been looking for stores in the county. Currently there are 2 ways. One is to directly find the hot pot restaurant that is being rented out. Directly take over. It is very economical. The other was to renovate it yourself and purchase all of the kind. Brother! Just when Wang Su was thinking about the problem, the enchanting voice rang out. Looking back, Li Bai writing. Sister 100 Riders. Wang Su smiled and said hello. Casual pants. High heels. Carrying a woman's bag. That perfect and proud figure still had a delicate curved silhouette under the casual clothes. Her figure was too good. This kind of slightly loose casual wear couldn't completely cover it. But instead, the perfect silhouette of the inadvertent trembling blossomed into an even more deadly sexy enchantment. Mature. Sexy. Radiating from the inside out. Plus those super seductive peach blossom eyes. The eyes were very proper and gentle. But those were peach blossom eyes after all. And they came with a seductive charm that would always make you feel too sexy and a little titillating. Unconsciously, it would make people feel sunk. It was a completely different type from Chi Tang. I want to open a hot pot restaurant, and I haven't seen where there is a suitable store for rent. Wang Su avoided Li Bai Writing's gaze. That's coincidental. Sister is familiar with it. What are the requirements for the store? Li Bai Writing said with a smile. There are no requirements for the location. A slightly larger place will do. It's best if the front door is a bit empty, and a remote location is fine. Wang Su thought about it and said. Wang Su even wanted to go to his village to open a hot pot restaurant. Then let's go. Sister will take you there. I know a few locations. Go and see if there is one that suits you. Li Bai Writing looked at Wang Su with a smile. Those beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness and laughter. It was said that there was no love or hate without a reason. But now that Wang Su had saved her father, this was a life-saving favor for her. However, Li Bai Writing was 4 years older than Wang Su and had a 2-year-old daughter. Not divorced but widowed. Although not divorced, the marriage relationship naturally ended when the husband died. No one said anything when someone else's man died. Li Bai Writing, however, was rumored to be a husband hater, just for being too pretty. The family has a beautiful wife. Magpies are difficult to heal. The word color is a knife. This is not to say, man is a visual animal, because it is too beautiful. It is easy to generate impulse. Then uncontrolled, will be false. The more false instead of the more hyper will be more false. Plus all day long think about these thoughts, essence depletion and loss of God, so that there is still a certain scientific truth. Hypochondriacs often fantasize some strange things in the brain. This is a very God-consuming, which is called on the leakage of the essence. The essence is also called the essence of the spirit. The following unrestrained intercourse. This is the lower leakage. Up and down with the leakage. Light is life. Heavy is early death. I don't know how many people in the county coveted Li Baishir. However, Li Chongshan, as long as Li Baishir not voluntary, no one dares to provoke her. Husband's family is still the richest man in Jiangxian County. Li Baijia's daughter will always be the husband's child. And with this relationship, it can also block a lot of people. Li Bai writer herself also has a company, not lack of money. Her own this identity can also make a lot of people who have a bit of money to stop. Right. A moment later you directly go back with me. Come to the house for a meal. My parents have been reading about you. Li Bai writer smiled and twisted his head to look at Wang Su. Good. Then I'm sorry to bother you. Wang Su knew this couldn't be avoided. Brother, the Li family will also be your family in the future. No need to be polite. Li Bai writing said seriously. Wang Su. Li Bai writing froze, and gave him an angry glance without any good reason. What are you thinking about? Wang Su did think a bit wrongly, thinking it was her home. Well, her mother's home. Li Bai writing was a beauty store, including plastic surgery, cosmetics, and some kind of health club or something like that. Her late husband was the eldest, and there was a younger brother and a younger sister below him. All of them are still unmarried. Li Baijia has no intention of marrying again. In-laws take good care of him. They are very open-minded. The son is gone. Even if Li Baijia married in the future, even if they marry their daughter, they will also prepare a dowry. It's mainly because of little Mian. That is their granddaughter. A large family. Just this one little girl. She's the only little girl in the family. Although there is no longer a father. But there are uncles, aunts, uncles, grandparents, not to mention, grandparents are also precious. The two people came to the not-so-busy place in the county. This place belongs to the entrance of the county, next to a large turntable. Not far from the opposite side is the village. The place is very large, up and down 3 floors. Each flat has more than 300 square feet. This location is good or not good. Wang Su took a look and fell in love with it. There are many parking spaces, open views, and convenient transportation. From the south into the county almost all will pass through here, and next to the provincial highway. The reason why it is not good is that this is not the busy area of the county, but a little remote. There is no other entertainment around. It's just a big place and convenient transportation that are the two advantages. Sister, this is it. I'm satisfied. Wang Su said happily. Li Bai writing froze. Are you sure? Earlier, he heard Wang Su's request. He didn't have any requirement for the location. It was fine to be a bit remote. He hoped that the place was big, the transportation was better, and he could park his car. Li Bai writing then brought him here. This place is hers. Originally intended to open a beauty club. Just Jiangxian market has been saturated. There is no need to invest again. There is no sense. Open up is also their own and their own competition. The house was renovated. Brand new. Nothing inside now. Okay, Wang Su nodded. Others might not be satisfied with this location, but Wang Su liked it very much. Alright, since you found a house, come home with me, Li Baishir said with a smile. I haven't negotiated the rent yet, and also should I contact the landlord and finalize it earlier? I'll open my business in the last few days. Wang Su said. The house is mine. Don't say rent. Give it to you, Li Bai writing said with a smile. Then the rent? Wang Su scratched his head. Brother, looking down on your sister? If you want to recognize me as your sister, don't mention rent anymore. You can use this house whenever you want, Li Bai writing said. Wang Su didn't insist, bought some fruits, and also bought a plush bear. He went to Li's house with Li Baijia, Waterwood neighborhood, the best neighborhood in Jiangxian County. When they came to the Li family, Mr. and Mrs. Li Chanshan were naturally happy and warmly entertained, especially Mrs. Li Chanshan didn't take Wang Su as an outsider, sometimes shouting Xiao Su, sometimes shouting children. Li Baichuan was also there. He was also holding a little girl, pink card jade, big eyes, crystal-like, inherited Li Baichuan's excellent genes, like a porcelain doll. Little Mian, call uncle, Li Bai writing said with a smile. Uncle, the little girl called out in a glutinous manner. Wang Su was then happy, inexplicably happy. Would he and Qi Tang also have such a good-looking daughter in the future? So nice, so cute. Wang Su even forgot to answer little Mian's words. Wang Su's appearance drew a burst of happy laughter from the Li family. Xiao Su likes children so much, then you have to get married early. Do you have a girlfriend? Auntie will introduce you to one, Li mother said happily. Yes, Wang Su hurriedly said. Little Mian, this is for you. Wang Su handed the plush bear to little Mian. The little girl happily hugged the bear. Mian, thank uncle, Li Bai writing said with a smile. Thank you uncle. The sticky voice, milky, just sounded good. For some reason, Wang Su wanted to hug her, but in the end, he still reached out and just pulled the little girl's hand. The little hand was really small and delicate. Human cubs were the most adorable existence. Unexpectedly, the little girl opened her little arms and took the initiative to let him hug her. Wang Su happily hugged her over. The Li family was also strange. The little girl actually didn't let strangers hold her. But the first time she saw Wang Su, she actually took the initiative to let hold. Li Beck writer looked at Wang Su, felt that uncontested temperament, natural clear eyes. Maybe this is the reason. Li Baiyi writing feels that this guy is toxic. Never seen such eye. The little girl hugged Wang Su's neck, her little face rubbing against Wang Su's face. She is so small. She really can make people melt inside. Daddy, Daddy. The little girl was very happy. Wang Su was directly dumbfounded and stood there stiffly. The Li family was also dumbfounded. Because the little girl was not yet born. Li Bai writing husband died, so there was no one to teach the little girl to shout daddy, and did not know who to shout. However, although the little girl is 2 years old, but also will watch cartoons, which often have various small animal moms and dads, appear very often. Wang Su was a little embarrassed as he teased little Neon. He knew the little girl's birth. Li Baisher smiled and touched his daughter's little head, a little sour inside. He himself was rich, but only his daughter did not have a father, which would more or less have an impact, even greatly, on the way she grew up in life. Come, sit down, Xiao Su. Always treat this place as your home. Don't be polite. Mother Li pulled Wang Su to let him sit on the sofa. Li Changshan also smiled. Right. Xiaochuan, go see if your third uncle's meal is ready? Li Baichuan got up. Okay. Soon the dishes came up. Li Changhe was 40 years old, chubby, very cordial, and especially polite to Wang Su. After all, he saved his brother, and with his brother, no one dares to make trouble in his restaurant, and he operates peacefully. Not to mention that there are many conveniences. It was also easy to do anything at home. Xiao Su, in the future, when you go to eat at uncle's place, as long as uncle is open for a day, he will give you a free day. Li Changhe was particularly enthusiastic. A meal was joyful. The little girl seemed to like Wang Su very much, so a little person curled up in Wang Su's arms. The picture was actually indescribably harmonious. You see, the little girl is so sticky to you. Why don't you be her godfather? Li Bai writing said with a smile, like it was real, and like it was a joke. Good, Wang Su agreed. It made Li Baikji froze. Wang Su's current state of mind was actually very subtle, and his heart had its own backbone, because all the things he used were not comparable to money. In reality, most people's backbone came from money and power. As for Wang Su, besides his own fighting strength, there was also the powerful medical skill, which to a certain extent was the ability to grasp the life and death of others. For example, Li Changshan, if it wasn't for Wang Su, he would be gone. Everyone else was struggling for money. Wang Su directly skipped this stage. He could now truly feel what it was like for money to be something outside the body. Money is the master. Money can make a 1'3" marry a 1'8" beautiful female model. Money can make an ugly and old man find a young and beautiful woman. Or many. Money isn't everything, but money can buy almost any happiness. It can buy a father's kindness, a son's filial piety, family harmony, glamour, brotherhood, and conjugal harmony. You say fake? Life is like a play. The play is like life. True or false? False or true? The so-called long-time sick bed without filial son. The human heart which cannot stand the test. And how come the true and false? Wang Su will be appropriate to get some wealth, because the family needs, which is why he opened the hot pot restaurant. Li Chanshan smiled and watched, and did not say anything. Li Mother's eyes seemed to have something more. Looked at her daughter and smiled. This is a good thing. A good thing. Wang Su touched his head. I didn't bring a gift today. I'll make it up some other day. With this layer of relationship, everyone was one layer closer. At this time, Li Chanshan and Mother Li would also talk about family matters. They also already knew about Wang Su's life, and they wanted to help Wang Su's family, but they also knew that Wang Su was not a pool animal. So helping people should also be done before it's too late. When people are starting out, helping is sending charcoal in the snow. Plus Li Baichuan and Wang Su were in the same class in high school for 3 years. Plus Wang Su saved Li Changshan. As long as he doesn't do anything to die, this relationship can be maintained. Today, Wang Su also became little Mian's godfather, which makes the relationship even closer. Waiting for people to become a great power, and then going to help. At most it would be just icing on the cake, and not even necessary. Child, if there is anything you need to help, don't be polite. From now on, we are family. Wait for a few days. Your uncle and I will go to your house to see if it's okay. Li Mother said with a smile. Of course it's okay, just will it be too much trouble? Wang Su said. No trouble, then it's a deal. Mother Li was very happy. They were grateful to Wang Su from the bottom of their hearts. After lunch, Wang Su left. Li Baisher gave the key to Wang Su. Wang Su still wanted to mention the rent. but was glared at by Li Baisher. Come on, Wang Su didn't mention it either. Let's do it this way. I didn't give my little girl a gift today, so I'll give my little girl 10% of the shares of this hot pot restaurant. Wang Su thought about it and said. Li Baisher smiled and didn't refuse. Good. As long as it was something that could be related to Wang Su, she didn't refuse. Brother, take this card. The password is 6 zeros. Li Baisher shoved a card to Wang Su. Sis, no need. I have money. Wang Su pushed back. Well, in the future, when you make a lot of money, treat sis to a big meal. Li Baisher finished pushing Wang Su and twisted her head back. Bye. Li Baisher turned back with a smile. Wang Su waved his hand. Some people's kindness, good intentions, Wang Su could feel it, because Wang Su saved Li Baisher's father. This one reason was enough for Li Baisher to love and care for Wang Su. Sincerely, she was a strong woman, rich, capable, a few years older than Wang Su, and a classmate of his brother. Now it is even her daughter's godfather. Not good for him, good for who? Originally, Li Baichuan wanted to send Li Baisher not let him go, Li Baisher to go. Li Baichuan is a sheep in front of Li Baisher. Back to Li Beck writing. The family is curious to look at her. Li Baijie is a bit abnormal today. One is back with Wang Su. The little girl is too intimate with Wang Su, and Li Baijie also proposed to let Wang Su be the little girl's godfather. In the end, he did not let Li Baichuan, an old classmate, go to send, and had to go by himself. Li mother is a little regret letting her daughter marry so early. If you have not married now, and Xiao Su is a good match, although a few years older, but also not unacceptable. But now that she was widowed, she still had a daughter with her, and there was some bad reputation that her daughter was a husband killer or something. Well, you guys don't think too much. Wang Su he wants to open a hot pot restaurant. Looking for a store, I help him find. Just my unused store. He said it's very suitable. Sister, what do you think of Wang Su? Li Baichuan asked. Li Baichuan glared at him. Li Baichuan shut up and didn't say anything. Love what you want. Li Baichuan also want to open. Even if there is really something. And what does he have to do? Knowing that Wang Su wants to open a hot pot restaurant, Li Baichuan decided to accompany Wang Su to run. Back at home, Wang Su told his family about the store rented. The place was huge. Wang Su thought about it and asked, Third uncle and third aunt, how are Er Yang and Sanchong working outside? It's just earning $2. Hard labor, not much development, can't practice their craft. A few days of work when there's work, a few days of rest when there's no work. Third aunt said, let Er Yang and Sanchong come back. The hot pot restaurant needs people, so you can find a few less people outside. Wang Su said. Third aunt nodded happily. Okay, then I'll call with them. Having cured third uncle, Wang Su was now a man of great ability. Plus they had eaten this hot pot. This flavor, this hot pot restaurant must be doing good business. The two sons won't have any success outside. It's hard to even find a daughter-in-law. Coming back to follow Wang Su is definitely better than being outside. Do. At this time, Wang Su's cell phone rang. Chi Tang's phone. Wang Su walked out of the house, went outside and answered the phone. Tong. Chi Tang heard a soft voice, and this call made her happy. Did my man miss me? Light laughter pleasant and full of magnetic voice came. Wang Su's heart was just warm. Without realizing it, this woman occupied his entire heart. Want? Very much. Wang Su gently laughed. I also want you. Chi Tang's gentle voice came out. She was originally a cool and beautiful person. And this kind of lovemaking made Wang Su feel a huge spiritual fulfillment. I went to the hospital for a checkup, and I'm really well. Chi Tang laughed softly, especially happy. Little Tang can also tell lies to make me happy. Wang Su laughed. Chi Tang was surprised and said, you know, little fool, you should be in the middle stage now. Since I can cure you to the middle stage, I can cure you to the early stage and then completely cure you. Wang Su smiled gently. You're the one who's a little fool, little bastard. Chi Tang's lazy voice snapped. She was so cool and atmospheric that no one would think that she would be pampered. And although she hadn't seen her appearance, this pampered voice made Wang Su feel like he was in the clouds. Really want to see how she is now. A stunning look. I said I want you to live a long life and have many grandchildren. Wang Su gently laughed. Wang Su, it's so good to meet you. Chi Tang said softly. The same goes for me. Wang Su laughed. Stinky guy, say hello to your family for me. I'll come back to visit some other day. Chi Tang laughed. Wang Su was naturally happy. End the call. Starting to prepare, Wang Su mainly boiled the hot pot base. This couldn't be replaced by anyone else. Fortunately, boiling it once could be used for a long time, and he had an item bar to store it. As long as he made a warehouse and put in the ones he would use in the near future, it would be fine and cover his ears. There are some things that can only be known by oneself. Even if the people who are close to him don't need to say it, it's not a matter of trust. But it's not necessary, because there is no benefit. There are only bad things. In the afternoon, Li Baichuan came. There are several others who are the children of Li Baichuan's uncles and aunts. Wang Su did not politely talk to them, and everyone divided the work. No need to decorate. Just buy hot pot tables, cutlery, freezers, sterilizers, chairs and so on. Contact the supplier. Not to mention the price. As long as the environmental protection, health, solid wood, and even paint are not on, just sanded. Some things don't always feel like I don't know where to start. In fact, do feel like that. What's missing by what on the line? Wang Su is to get a number of pots, a very large kind, bought a lot of big materials. As for the business tax, those also let Li Baichuan to run. In addition, the production license what is also in the process. Many people are good at doing things. There are relations. It is faster. The process is quite a lot, but the speed is very fast. Wang Su idle. Practice white tiger pile, golden needle acupuncture point. Anyway, brush experience to see the growth. Cannot stop. This is like a person exercising. If he can see his progress, then he can stick to it. For example, if you do 100 push-ups and increase your strength by half a kilogram, or 1 or 2 pounds, even if it's even less, as long as you can see that you're making progress, a lot of people will be able to stick with it. Wang Su could just see it now. Practicing the white tiger pile once would increase his proficiency experience by 1 point, and currently this level required 400 proficiency experience. When the proficiency is full, it can increase 10 physique, 10 strength and 10 endurance. An ordinary adult's physique, strength and endurance is only 10. This improvement is not small. The next day at noon, Wang Yang and Wang Chong came back. Wang Yang, Wang Chong are 1 meter 8 tall, decent appearance. The old Wang family genes is poor. Both have no education, early to go out to work. The hands have thick calluses, wind and sun. The 3 brothers have not seen for a long time. Big brother, Wang Yang and Wang Chong greeted cheerfully. Although the 3 are uncles and brothers, but also rows of 3 brothers, similar age. Relationship is quite good. Are honest children. Wang Su patted the 2 men's shoulders happily. Back, Wang Su briefly said about the hot pot store. The 2 phone also know some, although I do not know whether it can be. Open the door to do business, which is so simple, but after all, it is an opportunity. Working outside will never get ahead. An open hot pot store, at least it is an opportunity. The 2 came back with a big surprise. Father could walk. At that time, after seeing their father could walk, the 2 men's eyes were red. Tears could no longer be controlled, which was happier than how much money they earned. These years mother is too hard, and they also feel sorry for their mother, but they have no success, no capital to let mother rest. If they had money, they could hire a nanny to take care of their father. At least their mother would have someone to give her a hand. Even if you take care of your father at home, no one will say that you are filial. Only people will say that you are incapable. As long as you have money, take out a little money. Hire a nanny. No, hire 2 nannies. This is filial piety. The more I grow up, the more I realize that in reality, spending money is filial piety. Although money is not everything, but 99% of the troubles in life are due to lack of money. But Wang Su is slightly different. For example, Chi Tang, even if you have money, you can't do it. Uncle San here, money at most to hire a nanny to take care of Uncle San, but far from making Uncle San himself can walk better. The plant that produces the hot pot base was prepared by Li Baijie for Wang Su. One thing does not bother 2 masters. Since the trouble a person, owe a favor or hold down a person better. Besides, Wang Su also has a favor to her, or a big favor. After all, environmental certification, production processing, mass production, etc. The plant is the foundation. So before and after 4 days of busy, until the 5th day, before opening, during the 5 days, Wang Su's white tiger pile was upgraded. In addition to making hot pot base, the spare time was given to white tiger pile. White tiger pile, passive skill, level 4, experience, 13 out of 800, permanently increase 40 points of physique, 40 points of strength, 40 points of endurance. Opening today. There was no fanfare and no one was notified. Wang Su's family, his eldest uncle, his eldest mother, his 3rd uncle, his 3rd aunt, Wang Zijuan, Wang Yang, Wang Chong, and Wang Su. There was also Wang Hu, Aunt Li's son, Wang Su's hairdresser, but Li Baijue, Li Baichuan, and their cousins, even little Nian Nian went. Mr. and Mrs. Li Chanshan also went to send a flower basket. On the first day of opening today, Wang Su got 2 big, new pots at the entrance. What was simmering inside was the soup base and stock. Wang Su's soup base is actually hot pot base. Wang Su today does not intend to use that kind of small package base. Directly simmering soup. The stock was bone broth. This time, the fine cow bone in Wang Su's item column was useful. Tiger bone was not willing to use, and could not be used. In case he was checked out, he couldn't explain. There were a lot of cow bones, all of which were fine cow bones. Rich and pure bone soup. The aroma of nature. Boil it early. Set off a firecracker. The world's second hot pot restaurant. This is the name of the hot pot restaurant. The reason is the second. Because I think the first is too ostentatious, or a little low-key good. The location is relatively out of the way. But this place can't be said to be bad. It just depends on what is suitable for business. This location is suitable for stores with excellent craftsmanship. Upper and lower 3 floors. All counted thousands of square feet. There are big tables. There are small tables. Big tables are round tables. Small tables are 4-person tables. Specifications 1, 2 by 0, 8. The first floor is for small tables. 40 tables. Not crowded. There is a cashier. Kitchen. A small warehouse. The second floor is also small, but there are 50 tables. The third floor is a private room. There are large tables and small tables. There are more than 300 square meters, and there are quite a few private rooms. This room is also ready-made. Before opening a beauty club, also need independent room. If it is not ready-made, Wang Su will not get any private rooms. After all, the main focus here is to eat. Now there is a private room. Will not be dismantled. How to save, how to come. Wang Su, that video number now also has 300,000 fans. In Jiangxian proper big network read. So he also posted on the video hot pot restaurant location. Opening time. Features, especially the name of the hot pot restaurant. Many people pay attention to Wang Su because of Wang Su's knife work. And in the provincial city of Stone City, those who ate Wang Su kebabs are concerned. These days can't see Wang Su. It turns out to go back to his hometown this side to open hot pot store. Stone City is just 200 miles away from Jiangxian. Say far not far. Say close not close. For foodies, it's just a 2-hour drive. Many people decided to go. Kebabs are so delicious. Hot pot cannot be worse. As the cauldron simmered, the flavor wafted out. The flavor was really kind of hooking. This was also the reason why Wang Su was confident that he didn't need to advertise or a good location. There was also the need to start early and just rely on the smell to attract people, which was the best advertisement. The charm of smell is ignored by many people. Let's put it this way. The scent of a woman can make you spellbound, but a good-looking woman who stinks can make you not interested at all. This is the most natural and pure scent, is the fragrance of herbal ingredients, but is able to mobilize your taste buds, the kind of appetite-refreshing fragrance so that people a little reluctant to leave. And then there's the bone broth, which is not a technologically hard job. The main thing is that the skeleton in the cauldron is still there. That unique flavor of bone broth. Many people smelled for the first time. It didn't smell the same before, or didn't have much of a flavor. It was also only 9:30 in the morning. There were still more than 2 hours until noon. Simmering on a low flame. Daddy. Fragrant. Fragrant. Little Mian hung in Wang Su's arms. The corners of his mouth were dripping with saliva. Wang Anmin and his family also knew what was going on. Knowing that Wang Su cured Li Changshan, that was a big official. He also became the godfather of Li Changshan's granddaughter. The opening of the hot pot restaurant. Li Baichuan and Li Baisha and the family were busy and did not contribute much. Wang Su let the little girl ride on the neck, and then went to do a roasted leg of lamb. Crispy and soft. The flavor is naturally nothing to say. 5 spice. Pure 5 spice. The little girl is so small, holding a big leg of lamb. That picture really cute, you a face of blood. The main thing is to look exquisite like a porcelain doll. Nibble that called a happy. Eyes are narrowed into a crescent moon. One said that dad is really great. Wang Su was shouted by her a little trance. Sometimes thought that this is the biological. You still have this craft. Li Bai writer lamented. Looking at Wang Su in surprise. Those picturesque peach blossom eyes. Along with that very proper figure. She was positive in her bones. Including her 3 views. And her kindness. But it is this pair of peach blossom eyes is too colorful. Too beautiful. And that figure. 36D proud. Waist is especially thin. It is this especially life-threatening. Which is why a woman's waist can kill. This and her temperament is in conflict. But it is this contrast fusion. Forming a kind of scourge of the charm of the people. Therefore, only her man died and was said to be a husband killer. Many people said normal. They are his man. But also prefer to be grasped by her death. Peony flowers under the death of a ghost also flow. Wang Su smiled. Talent. Li Bai writing also smiled. I do not know why looking at Wang Su and their own daughter in a piece of that picture will feel particularly good. Because the daughter at this time this kind of happy and happy. Other people actually cannot replace. That picture was so harmonious and beautiful that she herself was a bit shocked. Even at that moment she felt that if the little girl was his child, how good. This one was purely not involving her, just because it felt like it looked more like father and daughter than a real father and daughter. Having such a person to spoil her while he was not his daughter's father, it always felt unfair to him. Someone soon came to ask, "Boss, did this just open?" "Yes, just opened. Can we eat now?" the young man said as he sniffled. It was too fragrant. Not until 11:30. The bone broth takes 2 hours to simmer. Then boss, let's book a table first. Boss, isn't there any special offer for this opening? Today is half price. With all things are real materials. The kitchen is also open. The material can also be inspected and supervised. The main is delicious and healthy. This Wang Su is really not exaggerating. Not to mention other things. On this bone soup cannot find comparable. This is a fine cattle bone. Real material. As long as boiled out, this is irreplaceable. And then there is the meat. Real beef, cut their own rolls. Real mutton, also cut their own rolls. The portion is enough. The money that can be earned is earned. And the money that should not be earned is not earned. There are also family members or ordinary people. Wealth is not that the more the better, provided that you can keep. Ability and wealth must be equal, or wealth is a big disaster. The family is just ordinary people. So this hot pot store in his name, if someone peep wealth is also looking for him. He just wants his family to be little rich and peaceful. Family members come here to work to get a paycheck. By the way, a share of the red on the line. The money earned by the hot pot restaurant, Wang Su does not intend to take. One is that he does not need money. The video account is also a little bit of money. Not to mention the money given to him by Chi Tong. The card given to him by Li Baijiao. He has money. One person booking a table was a start. Quite a few people came to book tables in the back. There are even some people who are just watching here, rubbing the flavor. Breathing here is a kind of enjoyment. There are also some who go inside to look for sit already sat down. Want to order beer. Began to drink up. Summer, eat hot pot. How can there be no wine to help? After 11:30, suddenly a lot of cars came. Boss, we came from Stone City. Us too. Wang Su realized that most of them were people who had bought his kebabs. Having eaten Wang Su's kebabs and not being able to eat them for the past few days, they really wanted to. The temptation of deliciousness was to some extent the same as beauty. Both are a kind of fulfillment. Wang Yang and Wang Chong ran around, constantly busy, mainly responsible for the second and third floors. Uncle San was the cashier. Uncle Damsel and Prince Jun are responsible for the first floor. There were also some things that needed to be learned, and Wang Su let his family members take turns learning them. The core of this hot pot is the hot pot base and fine beef bones. This thing can't be copied by anyone else. As for the beef and mutton, is the real beef and mutton on the line? Their own cut and roll. The process of shooting video. The whole process. For this reason, Prince Jun also opened a special video number. Only shoot everything in the hot pot store. Shooting just to prove that their own things are real, clean and hygienic, and not to be a netizen. Prince Jun never wanted to be a netizen. Today half price. Only this day. As for the future, the normal price. Just than Pierre's real price. Catering profits are not small, but because of the use of real ingredients, the portion size is also enough. That is a lot less profit than Pierre's, but the customers will be more. The income is still considerable. Wang Hu was also helping out here. Tiger, I heard from my aunt that you are not doing your previous job. Why don't you help here? I will give you a high salary first, and then we will do it together later if there is an earning business. Wang Su thought about it and said, okay, the salary will be fine. This person will not do anything. Do not want to be big. Wang Hu naive smile. Wang Hu and Wang Su the same age. Smaller than Wang Su 2 months. Early not to school. Not the family did not let him on. Is not on their own dead. As a small laborer. As a waiter. Dry renovation. Delivery courier. Dry decoration and so on. 300 to 400 a day. But not every day work. Even 8 months a year cannot do. Idle time drinking and smoking. And finally found that cannot save a few money. The first day of business. A lot of people. Li Baichuan must help. Wang Su did not allow. He found a large private room for the family. Temporarily called Aunt Yang. Yes, waiter. Wages are the same as the high wages. A month in Wang Hu. The same as the $8,000 in wages. This can be the Yang Aunt scared not light. A strong excuse. Said too high. What is the standard of wages in the county? Put it this way, teachers more than 3,000. Less than 4,000. Supermarket salesmen have 2,000. More than 3,000. Go to the factory for 12 hours that kind of can be 4,018 to 5,002. $5,000 or $6,000 absolutely high wages. $8,000. In addition to the electricity bureau, normal wages simply cannot reach. Auntie Yang and Danyang together. Wang Su did not stop. He knows, not let the eldest mother to do something rather uncomfortable. Rural people, waiter this job in their view and rest is no difference. At home are to do a large family meal, but also to work, cleaning, washing clothes, pick up and drop off grandchildren. Old Wang, there is something to discuss with you later. Li Baichuan took the time to talk to Wang Su. Good, Wang Su nodded. After lunch, Li Baichuan's family ate to their heart's content. Before, they didn't understand why Wang Su opened a hot pot store, but now they understood that this was the delicacy on earth. This was the best flavor. Li Baisher looked at the hot pot store with booming business, a picture of the bustling downtown, the beauty of the smoldering world. Looking at that calm and self-contained, warm as a spring breeze of youth, for a time a little infatuated. Yeah head, Li mother gently called out. Li Bai writing blushed. Seeing her mother's complicated gaze, she hurriedly said, Mom, don't think too much. I just feel that he is different from others. Li Baikji felt that his explanation was a little bit of a here and now. Explaining instead felt like covering up. Helplessly, she shook her head. She felt that she either had thoughts of male and female love for Wang Su, or she felt that he was different, and she just hadn't seen a young man similar to him. This one wasn't faking it. Obviously young. That clear and exceptionally clean face should be youthful and untamed. Wang Su is less of these. Sincere to people. Convincing, but not borderless. But it just feels quite good looking, so that people can't help but want to look and feel comfortable. The little girl had already fallen asleep in his arms. He had one arm wrapped around it and a shirt wrapped around it. But now it was summer. It wasn't cold. The little girl was sleeping soundly, stuck in his arms, in indescribable harmony with him, and even made people feel like they mirrored each other. It was like a beautiful painting. Wang Su once said that he wanted to see how beautiful Chi Tang was holding their daughter, but he didn't know that Li Bai writing felt his longing in advance. He became someone else's scenery. This was why she was infatuated just now. It was said that a man would die for a friend, and a woman would die for a woman. It could also be love for a house. When Li Bai writing saw Wang Su's love for the little girl, a love that was simple and natural, it made her especially touched. Not to mention that Wang Su had saved his father. At 3 in the afternoon, the last table of guests left. Boss, it's really too delicious, too conscientious. The guests gave thumbs up. Quite a few people took videos. Many people forwarded it. What Wang Su didn't know was that the world's second hot pot restaurant had already started to catch fire online. The name sounded a bit middle-aged the first time, but it had to be said that it was instantly remembered. You say he is crazy? People did not say the world as first. But why does it always feel like it's something a little off somewhere? The eldest uncle and aunt, the third uncle and aunt, as well as Prince Jun, Wang Yang, and Wang Chong were all very excited. Business was booming, and although it was half price today, the fame had already hit the fan. After all, the customers ate to their heart's content, and almost everyone left with a thumbs up. Some people even said that the name of this hot pot restaurant was not wrong. The family are all old people, the lowest level of the old people. The family has never had anyone in business. Busy time to do farm work, idle time to go to an odd job. This side just finished. The other people went to busy preparing the evening hot pot. Li Baichuan came over. Just now he said that he was looking for Wang Su for some personal matters. The two simply went up and found a private room to sit down. Old Li, what's so mysterious? Wang Su asked curiously. Old Wang, my father is basically certain to go up before the end of the year, Li Baichuan said and pointed upwards. That's as it should be. A hand? Wang Su laughed. Li Baichuan nodded. Do you want to work? Li Baichuan asked. Wang Su shook his head. If it was before, Wang Su was really envious of eating finance. The iron rice bowl job. The salary is not very high, but in the system, the favor and courtesy, we all hold each other up. Face project there. There is a housing fund. Buy a house without worrying. In the ordinary people, eat financial or very honorable. If a little right, it is even more capable of symbolizing. But now Wang Su's ambition was not here. As long as the rank went up, he could go very, very high with all his medical skills. By the way, tonight, our high school has a small party. 1 or 2 dozen people kind of thing. Want to come? Li Baichuan said with a smile. I probably can't go. Wang Su thought about it and said, high school classmates. Wang Su good relationship is only 3 or 5. Our rural children. Li Baichuan this kind of 1 or 2 dozen people party. It is estimated that he did not play together. Chubby also go. Li Baichuan said. Wang Su was silent. Chubby is also their high school classmate. In high school, 180 pounds, 1 meter 7 in height. But how to say it? She was not ugly. Don't look so fat. But no one said she was ugly. She has lines. 180 pounds. But anyone who sees it will come up with one word. plump, fat. The main thing is that her face is not fat, although it is not the kind of palm face, but it is very rich, very beautiful face. Fair skin, full of collagen. The eyes are not big, but dark and bright, with long eyelashes. Small arms are slender, palms are slender, calves are well proportioned, and there is a waist. Really want to take a ruler to measure. Her waist is not thin, but, in her case, because of the great bosom and crotch, it looks like a thin waist. At that age, when aesthetics were more scarce and not appreciated, it was really too big. No one appreciated her beauty, but instead many people said behind her back that she was ugly, fat and so on. Fat family conditions are very good. Dad is a hand of the finance bureau, only child, but in high school, something happened, is fat to Wang Su confession, but at that time, Wang Su politely refused. One is that he did not want to talk about. He does not have that condition. The second, he does not like fat. Chubby has a good relationship, especially with boys, but only as a friend. Fatty is generous, and very good to Wang Su. Sort of the only one let him feel sort of friend of the opposite sex. At that time, although the confession was private, but still many people also know. Later spread. Many people know. Being rejected by Chubby was embarrassing, and Wang Su can still recall it now. Although Chubby was as usual, Wang Su gradually alienated her. After graduating from high school, summer and winter vacations, but also just their own good relationship with 3 or 5 classmates get together. In this flash, 7 years had passed. Then let's go and see. Wang Su laughed. Do you have a girlfriend? Li Baichuan asked curiously. Yes, in the provincial city, Wang Su said. Chi Tang was in the provincial city. Wang Su thought of Chi Tang and felt a burst of happiness. He missed her a little. Chubby is a big beauty now. Li Baichuan laughed. Wang Su thought about it, and in the eyes of adults, it was indeed a big beauty. Well, then I'll come find you at night and go over together, Li Baichuan said. Wang Su nodded and sent Li Baichuan away. It was said that not returning to one's hometown when one was rich was like traveling at night in brocade. Nowadays, Wang Su's mind was very flat. He just wanted to go and see Chubby. At that time in high school, the relationship was really good. Did not take her as a girl, until the last semester of his senior year of high school was almost over. I do not know why Fatty said that she liked him. Caught him off guard. Chubby studied very well. With time, Wang Su knew that at that time had been young. Toward the society, Wang Su knows. Fat in the positive county that is also the level of heaven's proud girl. The family is good. Good learning. Only daughter. No foodie magic worry. And to the eyes of adults, Fat is absolutely beautiful. Not the same beauty. Youthful young do not know how to appreciate. Young and ignorant. Wang Su sat in front of the hot pot restaurant. A shady place. Although it was a hot summer, Wang Su's physique was too good to feel hot. The body was always in a mild and comfortable state. Wang Su. The voice was unique. A little thin, like a child's voice. A little naive, and a little silly. Second Pig Z was 24 years old. He is from Wang Village. A fool. It is said that there is no silly village. Every village has 1 or 2 silly people, and the village's white affair must be there. Some places are called village guards. 2 pigs is such a person, who family white affair, will let him go. There are even villages that do not have a fool, will come to Wang Village to ask the 2 pigs to go. The old generation said that the fool protects the village from natural disasters and is the village guardian who guards the village. The village has to keep him, dressed in rags and silly. He can't eat 3 meals a day, wandering between villages all day. Wang Village is not far from the county town. The 2 pigs often come to the county town. The 2 pigs were not stupid when they were young, and Wang Su is still a playmate. Just 15 years ago, Wang Village had a murder case. The only survivor is the 2 piglets. Was scared silly. The case was solved. Is to seek money. The 2 piglets' parents are driving a bus. A bus and friends talk about the bus sold. Sold 200,000. Just sold. It happened to be a few people on the bus heard. On the tail of the 2 piglets' parents into the village. Rushed to the house in the latter half of the night. Misfortune struck. The 2 piglets took a hammer to the head. Didn't die. But after rescuing him, he was stupid. And he didn't know whether it was from the hammer or from fear. Wang Su took out a roasted leg of lamb and handed it to him. Second Piggy sat next to Wang Su. He ate it foolishly and wolfed it down. Wang Su saw the disease monster beside Second Pig Z. Blessed monster, special monster, non-combatable. Can descend blessings once after entering combat. Brain damaged monster, level 100. Booze monster, king level monster, combatable. Brain damaged monster. Not surprisingly, and quite severely damaged. To be able to survive and still act like a normal person seems to be the reason for this blessed monster. They say that stupid people have stupid blessings. It's just that this blessed monster came after being stupid. Or was it there all along? Forget it. Wang Su still tried the fortune monster first. This descending fortune once reminded him of the fortune monster he met before. So Wang Su was still a bit excited. Combat. An auspicious cloud. Colorful light. There seemed to be a divine dragon swimming in the cloud, glittering and hidden, and a low and distant dragon roar sounded like thunder. Then 10,000 rays of golden light fall. You have obtained the treasure, Dragon Pearl. Wang Su was very excited. The meaning of the word treasure was powerful in itself. No matter if it was in a TV movie or a game, treasures were good things. Wang Su couldn't wait to look at the treasure, Dragon Pearl. Dragon Pearl, treasure. Fused. Indestructible. Permanently doubles current physique. Strength. Endurance attributes. Additional skill Taming Beast. Taming Beast. Taming the target's loyalty is 100%. Spirituality is increased by 3 times. Physique is increased by 3 times. Strength is increased by 3 times. And endurance is increased by 3 times. Strong. Very strong. Double the increase in constitution, strength and endurance. And it's the higher your level, the more it increases. For example, if you currently have 90 physique, then increase 90. And when you have 100 physique later, then increase 100 physique. It's not good to level up though, but still very strong. And the main thing is that there is a beast taming skill. This is very strong. 100% loyalty. This is too powerful. In addition to tamed pets increase 3 times the physique, strength and endurance. This is not as simple as a 3-fold increase in combat power. This is the typical 1 plus 1 is greater than 3. Loyalty was a prerequisite. But the most terrifying thing wasn't the tripled increase in constitution, strength and endurance. It was that spirituality. Spirituality boosted 3 times. For animals, spirituality that was combat power. Wang Su felt that in nature. The most spiritual in combat were hyenas and wild dogs. That is to say, the director and deputy director of the anal department, big buffalo or lion, hippopotamus and even rhinoceros, have all been eaten by hyenas. If the buffalo were smarter, the fighting power would have skyrocketed. Big buffalo can only top. Hooves will not use. In fact, herbivores can also bite. Saw a short video of a donkey biting the crap out of a hyena. In addition, spirituality to pets. That's even more different. Now there are some animal imitations on the internet is very smart. Wang Su if you train a pet, that absolutely crushed. However, Wang Su was more looking forward to the fighting strength of the animal he tamed. It should be very strong. That level 100 brain damaged monster. Booze monster. King level monster. Wang Su don't think about it for a short time. Watching the second piggy enjoy eating. Sighing slightly. People have different destinies, but the same thing is happiness. Some people are very rich and capable. Their wives are beautiful and their sons are smart, but they are just sullen and unhappy. Some people obviously have nothing. No daughter-in-law. No children. No money. And even have no food. But they are happy. The rich man's happiness ordinary people do not understand. But the happiness of ordinary people rich people also do not understand. The treasure, Dragon Pearl, instantly made Wang Su's strength skyrocket. The main thing was that the Dragon Pearl's boost could be superimposed on each other with talents and the like, which was terrifying. Name, Wang Su level, 21, experience 9,000/50,000. Physique, 204 blood, 7890. Strength, 184 attack, 3765. Endurance, 184 defense, 7238. Free distribution attributes, 0. Talents. Vajra Unbreakable, permanently reduces all damage received by 50%. Increases maximum chi, attack and defense by 50%. Immune to abnormal states such as control and toxins. And restores 2/1000 of the maximum value of chi and blood every second. Treasure. Dragon Ball, treasure. Fused. Indestructible. Permanently doubles current physique. Strength and endurance attributes. Additional skill Taming Beast. Taming the Beast. Taming the target's loyalty 100%. Spirituality increased by 3 times. Physical quality increased by 3 times. Strength increased by 3 times. Endurance increased by 3 times. Skills. White Tiger Pile, passive skill. Level 4. Experience, 176/800. Permanently increase 40 points of constitution. 40 points of strength. 40 points of endurance. Strong, passive skill. Permanently increases body mass by 10 points. Cannot be upgraded. Golden Needle Stabbing Point, active skill. Level 3. Experience, 227/400. Effect, stop pain, stop bleeding. Support righteousness. Hang life for a day. 2 100 years level. Invigorates blood and removes blood stasis. Harmonizes chi and blood. Unblocks meridians and channels. Pushes blood through the womb. Pushes chi through the womb. Stops pain. Improves immunity. drives away cold and evil spirits, tranquilizes the mind and comforts the muscles. Bone setting, 100-year grade, removing bones, catching bones, and returning bones to their place. Knife work, 100 years level. Fire, 100-year grade. Equipment: gold coiled dragon armor, white zephyr ring, boar helmet, chicken king belt, dog king necklace, scimitar, deerskin boots, carnelian bracelet. Comfort: it felt so good to be powerful. He felt like he could now beat the breast cancer army's 1,000 chief as well as the spine-damaged monsters. General left and General right. All of them were level 30 booze monsters. However, for the sake of insurance, Wang Su decided to wait a little longer. First, he would raise his level, then raise his white tiger pile, and with a bit of luck, he would be able to change his equipment. A talent, Vidra Unbreakable. A treasure, Dragon Pearl. And a current absolute divine outfit, gold coiled dragon armor. Plus the skill, white tiger pile. It feels so good. Second Piggy leaned against the wall with a full stomach. No one knew what he was thinking. He was simple and happy. As long as he was full, he was happy. People who are unhappy are often unhappy because they want more. That's why it is said to be happy with what you know. Anyone know these 4 words, but not many people can do them, because it is human nature not to know enough. Fantasy things, once you get them, you will immediately switch goals, and what was previously precious and incomparable may quickly become worthless and discarded. Even if he could cure Air Piggy in the future, Wang Su didn't know if he wanted to cure him. He was already disconnected from society. The world was all strange to him, and he was alone. There was also that unfortunate birth. That might be more cruel for him, now might be the best. Just like that saying, everything is for the best. Second Piggy. In the future, if you are hungry and have no food, come here, you come here. Someone will give you food. Wang Su said. He didn't care if 2 Piggy could understand. Anyway, he just said it slowly, and not far away. Li Bai Rider just looked at Wang Su. At this moment she was more and more surprised and shocked. Not just because Wang Su was kind, but because of Wang Su's kind of frankness, calmness. Even if he was with a fool, he could still be harmonious and natural. Of course, it wasn't that Wang Su was stupid. It's just that it feels like this guy is toxic. He seems to be able to encompass everything, and doesn't seem to be out of place with anyone. He was like a breeze, coming in slowly, clearly in the midst of the smoke and fire, but not touching the smoke and fire. She came to ask Wang Su for help. I don't know if Wang Su can. A client of her health club had some problems. After using her skincare products, her face is full of pimples. The other party is a netizen. A big netizen in the next county with 1 million or so fans. Not to cure her, we have to sue Li by writing, but also exposure to sky-high compensation. Came here just in time to see the scene. Li Baijia's product is not a problem. It may be that the other body is allergic to this cosmetic. In any case, now is yellow mud off the crotch. Cannot explain. Cannot explain. Li Baijia came walking. Wang Su looked up and saw that Li Baijia in the sunlight was too stunning. This woman was on fire just by looking at her. This was definitely a woman who made men lose their lives. It wasn't gifted. Who could top it? She was the stumbling block on a man's road to success. No, it was a big mountain. Seeing her are a little bit on the head. Full of her are some mess, which still have the energy to start a business. To work? Energy will be used on her. Used in other places feel wasted. What do you work so hard for? Pretty pussy. You've got them all, and you're still trying to make money? Are you stupid? Wang Su stood up. Sister 100 Riders. Wang Su looked at the smiling Li Beck Rider and said hello. Can you cure acne? 100 Riders. Li opened the door. Wang Su didn't understand. He didn't know either. Although he said he could do massage and acupuncture. But sometimes it wasn't appropriate. If there was no disease monster, how to treat it? Li Baijia told him what happened. Wang Su thought about it. Then I'll go over with you to take a look. I'm not sure. Li Baishir was naturally happy. Then Wang Su got into Li Baishir's car and traveled together. The distance was not far, and they soon arrived. Feng. It was located on one of the busiest streets in the county. It was also the largest beauty organization in Zheng County, and even in several surrounding counties. It was very upscale in every aspect. Basically, the local rich women who do beauty maintenance and whatnot are all here. 3 floors, covering an area of no less than 500 square feet per floor. I have to say that Li Bai Writing is definitely a small rich woman. Very rich kind. The main thing is that she is the #1 beauty in Zheng County. Clothes are also good. Fashionable. Good skin. Good color. Good temperament. She is the living signboard of Windy Place. Not only beauty care, plastic surgery, but also body training, yoga. Li Baishir also spends a lot of money on teachers, experts. The money is not left over. The product on the profit is high, but also really use good products. Open door business. trouble is naturally less. Let Li by writing come to see me. I will give you another 15 minutes. If she does not come, then the court will see. Wang Su and Li Beijiting walked to the door of an office, and they heard an exasperated voice inside. Li Beiji pushed the door and entered. Mr. Li, a pretty young woman greeted Li Beijie. This was the store manager, and she was usually in charge here. This time the other party named Li Beijie by name. Wang Su also saw the female netizen on the opposite side. The dress was fashionable, and the body was good and big, but there were plastic surgery monsters around him. Still level 5. It should be an acquired one. She was wearing a mask and hat. Eyes angry. Li, you go ahead and get busy. Li by writer said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Li, the beautiful store manager answered and then walked out, gently bringing the door with her in the process. Ing, let's sit down and chat. We have the same purpose, all for the sake of solving the problem. Don't worry, we will definitely give you a satisfactory result today. Li by writer wore a smile and greeted her politely. They were acquainted. Chen Ying hesitated and still sat down. She was indeed here to solve the problem. She was a face anchor, and now that she was off the air for 2 days, she was very angry. Since hitching a ride on the live broadcast, Run Ying, who was originally just an ordinary person, was considered to have made a name for herself. Not only make money to buy a house to buy a luxury car, but also on behalf of the hometown to do public welfare, attend some activities, and some leaders can speak. Now, something like this has happened, and it has a great impact on her career. If it can't be cured, it may kill her live broadcasting career. After all, she is just a face anchor. No talent. Her acne was very serious, and for her who relied on her face value to make a living, not being able to cure it would be a real doom. Constipation monster, level 20. Boss monster, fightable. Hemorrhoid monster, level 10. Boss monster, can fight. Allergy monster, level 5. Normal monster, can fight. Wang Su didn't rush to speak, thinking carefully. This constipation of hers was very serious, and the toxins left in her body had been piling up in her intestines for a long time. The fire was surging up, plus indeed a little bit of allergy, but this allergy is still built on her constipation. Just a trigger. Constipation for a long time is bound to hemorrhoids. Cannot pull down, make hard, long time squatting pit, rectum down, inevitably go to hemorrhoids this step. The worse the constipation, the worse the hemorrhoids will be. The problem of constipation is in the intestines. Intestinal problems and the stomach has a relationship. Ultimately, it is the habits of life, dietary structure, mental factors, and so on. This is Wang Su. His medical skills are very good. You should know that news. Brother, this is Chen Ying, our biggest netizen here. Li by writing introduced with a smile. Li by writing had looked for Chen Ying to advertise. Chen Ying sized up Wang Su, dressed in ordinary clothes, but unusually clean and comfortable. A man who made it hard to define. Who wouldn't let anyone look down, and who wouldn't let anyone look particularly high? Hello, since Sister 100 Writers asked me to solve the problem, let's get straight to the point. Wang Su also didn't want to waste time here. The two women naturally nodded in agreement. Wang Su let her take off her mask. A face of pimples. Dozens of them were still there. No matter how good looking they were, they couldn't help so many red pimples. Wang Su took another look at the other's tongue, which was red. I'll be blunt. You have very serious constipation as well as hemorrhoids. The situation on your face is due to allergies, but the allergies are only mild. The root cause lies in your constipation. Endocrine disorders caused by too much toxin buildup in your body, and internal fires are rising. Chen Ying's forehead was also greatly shocked. Her constipation is indeed very strong. 6 or 7 days once a bowel movement belongs to the routine operation. Every time to go to the toilet is longer than other people give birth to a child, and every time after pulling, you have to use cotton balls dipped in water to send the hemorrhoid ball back. The whole person also seems to be very sick, weak, will also sleep for half a day. It gave the impression that her vital energy was greatly injured. She also tried to eat more vegetables, more fruits and drink more water. Drinking tomato leaves, aloe vera, vegetable juice had an effect at first, but in less than a month it was back to its old self. Then I heard that drinking senna leaves, aloe vera, etc. for a long time the colon will be black. The damage to the colon is irreversible, so I dare not drink again. Hemorrhoids have had an operation, not long after the good feeling because of constipation, and recurred. She also did not do it. Constipation cannot be changed. Just do hemorrhoids does not help. Constipation has become the biggest problem in her life. Cannot pull out, sometimes alone in the toilet crying, hard to make all the headache. She wondered if one day there will be a cerebral hemorrhage. Tried all sorts of methods. Kaiksalu has become a regular. Li by writing did not say anything. smiled and looked at Wang Su. Chen Ying also heard and understood that the product is not a problem. It is her own problem, she has to retort. No matter how, it is also a problem here. Then I don't use this product. How long can I recover? Chen Ying said. Wang Su felt that this girl was also a reasonable person. Since it's a problem solver, let's solve the problem. I'll cure your constipation, and hemorrhoids, and the pimples on your face will disappear in 3 days at most. Wang Su said after thinking about it. Wang Su always remembered that bowel cleansing formula. This one was the one that cured constipation. It just hadn't been used. For the effect, Wang Su would personally boil a bowl of bowel-clearing soup. Because of the fire, the effect of Wang Su's hand-boiled soup was incomparable to others. You can really cure it? Chen Ying couldn't believe it. Don't look at constipation. In fact, I don't know how many people suffered from this problem. There is no way. Many people are also self-deprecating, wimpy and can't even poop. Those who have a diarrhea simply cannot understand. Stomach pain, stool downward. The following does not let go. Tired and sweaty, just cannot come out. The stomach hurts, the colon is bloated, the anus hurts, and it even feels like the whole spine is sore, and you can't get it out of your dead body. You'll know in a moment. Wang Su didn't look at her and wrote out a list of herbs for Li by writing to send someone to grab. Wang Su, on the other hand, took out a silver needle and gave Chen Ying golden acupuncture points. 2A now was even if the other party was a girl. Acupuncture regulated her qi and blood. There are too many constipation factors, such as dampness and cold. Qi and blood do not pass, causing intestinal blockage, intestinal weakness, intestinal cold. Slowly constipation will become more and more serious. Soon the medicine grabbed back. In fact, there is a strict ratio between the prescription, and even boiled with time and order. Not that see the prescription you can use. A tiny lapse can lead to a huge mistake. That Tian Kunda before is an example. Plus the drawing effect of the fire. The formula was a good one and could be used by the general public, but it required Wang Su to tell others about the complete formula. Soon the unique medicinal fragrance came out. The fresh fragrance hit his nose. This was a medicinal fragrance. Li Bai writer was not surprised. He had smelled it before. Chen Ying couldn't help but inhale her nose. For the first time she realized that the scent of herbs could smell so good. In fact, many of the big ingredients in reality were also considered herbs. So there was indeed such a thing as a medicinal scent, but very few people had ever smelled it in reality. Instead, they were more likely to smell the unpleasant, pungent medicinal odor. Chen Ying was drinking medicine. Wang Su chose to fight the constipation monster, a level 20 boss monster. This was definitely a very serious constipation. A big golden lion, 3 meters long and about 1 meter 2 in height, mighty and majestic. Its mane flew. The golden-colored body glistened in the sunlight. Qi and blood, 20,000. Wang Su now felt that level 20 boss monsters were just too weak, especially now that he had fused the treasure, Dragon Pearl. His strength had increased by a large margin. Roar! A huge lion's roar came, and the golden figure flashed. A huge lion's roar came, and the golden figure flashed in. Bang! -0. There was no way around it. Wang Su's defense was now over 7,000, plus the terrifying 50% damage reduction. There was also blocking. It was within Wang Su's expectation that there was no broken defense. This was also why he felt that he should be able to beat a level 30 booze monster now. Poof! The white tiger Vajra pestle poked at the golden lion. -1,000. Strike. -0. -500. After 5 minutes, the golden lion falls. You win the battle. You gain 2,000 experience. You obtain steel armor. Wang Su shook his head. This was the equipment for the clothing part. With the golden coil dragon armor, this steel armor was useless and could only be destroyed. Steel armor, level 20. Defense plus 350. Blood plus 350. Block plus 50. Additional skill, heavy strike. The result of damage inflicted is increased by 10%. Durability, 200 days. With the gold coil dragon armor in front of him, this steel armor wasn't enough. But unfortunately it wasn't the shoes. Wang Su's shoes, bracelet, hat, and ring were all level 10. Then he proceeded to decapitate the hemorrhoid monster and the allergy monster. 15 minutes later, Mr. Li, I'm going to the bathroom, Chen Ying whispered. Okay, over there. 100 riders Li pointed. Chen Ying only felt her intestines rolling in her stomach, like a flash flood. It had been too long. She had never been this happy, not even when she was happy with her boyfriend. The kind that felt as if a small mountain had been removed from her body, feeling like her body bones were 2 pounds lighter. I had always felt that my belly was bloated and hard, but now it was as soft as a cotton ball when I touched it, relaxed from the inside out. The whole person was really a few points lighter. That kind of relaxation is beyond words. It was like the feeling of being free from illness. 10 minutes later, Chen Yingying walked out, a little embarrassed. Just now that crackling, imposing, also do not know whether the outside here. The main thing is that the toilet is in the office. Even if the office is not small, it is not much farther than a door. However, Wang Su and Li Bai writing are both calm and relaxed, and they cannot see anything. This made her heart a little more solid. These packets of medicine, you take them back. 3 bowls of water are decocted into 1 bowl. Boil it over high heat and turn it to medium heat. You will recover after 3 days, Wang Su said. Chen Yingying was very convinced and took it to say thank you. Thank you, since the matter had been resolved. Then Chen Yingying did not make any more trouble and left with a goodbye. Of course, if it wasn't better after 3 days, then it would definitely come back again. As Chen Yingying left, Li Bai writing looked at Wang Su in amazement. This pair of her eyes Wang Su really was a bit incapable of resisting. It was too titillating. Wang Su was not a saint. This teasing of Li Bai writing was from the bone. That is, she didn't subjectively tease people. She herself didn't even know she was teasing people. This is all natural emanation. It belonged to the kind of charming bones that were made in heaven. Really cured? Li Bai writer said with a smile. Well, she is just very constipated. Her body has too many toxins. Cosmetics became a catalyst. Using any cosmetic results will be like this. Just so you happen to stumble upon it. Wang Su explained. Brother, you're awesome. You're a big help to my sister today. You say let my sister how to thank you. Li Bai writer probed and gently laughed. She was tall, the most perfect young woman style, proud of her posture, and her bones were flirtatious with a bit of teenage innocence. There is a saying how to say it, men like the young girl who looks like a young woman the most, also like the young woman who looks like a young girl, like the atmosphere of the high cold woman pampered, like charming and enchanting woman holy. Only contrast can produce a strong visual impact. Fortunately, he has Qi Tang, and his fixation is relatively deep. Lustfulness is the nature of men, or rather the nature of mankind, and it is said that women are more lustful than men. As long as you are mortal and a normal person, it is hard to avoid it. Put it this way, abstinence. A man who has a daughter-in-law or a girlfriend, you see how many days he can abstain from sex. Many people can't hold on to their abstinence for 10 or 8 days, and then they can't hold on at all, and they can't sleep. They can't sleep. Those who have girlfriends go to find girlfriends. If you have a daughter-in-law, find a daughter-in-law. There is no girlfriend or daughter-in-law. They do it themselves. Self-artificial destruction. Without a woman, you can't even do abstinence. Think about a big beautiful woman in front of you. If you take the initiative to tempt you, how many men can hold on? In addition to saints and Lu Xiaohui, I guess there really is not. How many dignitaries, how many heroes and heroes, in the end is not lost in the woman. That kind of longing, scratching the liver and scratching the heart, distracted, restless, tossing and turning, that kind of just want to find a person to send each other's heart, tightly combined with the thoughts of. Instead, Li Bai writing is very simple. She likes Wang Su very much. That kind of like has worship, appreciation, and all kinds of reasons, also is not the kind of like of pro-brother, affection. Perhaps she herself does not know what kind of like. In short, she liked Wang Su very much. To Wang Su is unconditional trust. One is the favor. One is his temperament. After breaking the precepts, Wang Su felt that his fixation was slightly lacking, and the so-called taste of the marrow, many times unconscious and uncontrolled. His mind would be rambling, but he has reason in 3 views. He had even more Qi Tang in his heart. Sister 100 Riders, you're welcome. It's fine. Then I'll go back first. Wang Su said. I'll see you off. Li Bai writing smiled and picked up the car keys. There was still a party in the evening. Wang Su first returned to the hot pot restaurant here to work on it. They were also allowed to finish it independently for a bit in the evening. In fact, there was nothing that required too much skill. It was just that there were many people in the store, and it was still busy to maintain so many people. In addition, the people read is more right and wrong. Hot pot store up. Afraid of someone read to make trouble, to touch the porcelain. The family hasn't experienced these things. When the time comes, they will definitely have their hands full. The second pig is no longer here. Wang Su took out his cell phone and opened the short video. Now it is considered to have completely quit the game. Even the best games were not attractive. He now brushed short videos at most when he had nothing to do. He was actually very busy during this period of time and had very little time to brush videos. However, he would keep that Xianmei Erlao account. After all, if you have fans, to a certain extent, you have a certain amount of energy, the right to speak out. Of course, public figures also have a lot of restrictions, positive energy, public opinion orientation, or minutes to be blocked. Wang Su is now watching a video of an inch fist breaking bricks. The video shows a youth. hanging 5 bricks. 5 bricks wrapped in tape, tightly pasted together. And then the guy's palm is stretched out vertically and flat. And his fingers are against the hanging bricks. Then the fingers bent. Also just the distance of the fingers. A fist blasted out. That speed is almost fast to bring out the residual shadow. 5 bricks neatly broken from the center. The sound of that break is dubbed. Likes, comments a lot. Anchor real kung fu. Look at the calluses on the back of this hand. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. I have no grievances with the anchor. Why are you treating me like a fool? What do you mean upstairs? You can't doesn't mean others can't. The world is a big place. Don't question others in your own narrow circle. Anchor, where did you buy your bricks from? I also go to buy a car. I also want to play like this. It's too easy to make money these days. Anyone who goes to fight counterfeiting, I'll give $1,000 to support it. Wang Su smiled and turned off the video. There are too many similar things on the internet. Not to mention the authenticity of this video. Look at those beauty hostesses. That one is real again? Not that a big brother smashed 200,000. Excited to see the anchor woman. As a result, the big brother to see the anchor woman himself. Overnight carrying the train to run away. It is estimated that the big brother in this life will never believe in the net red beauty again. Wang Su stayed in this video for a while, and also read the comments for a while, and then quickly swiped to a broken brick video. This one was exaggerated. 4 or 5 stacked up a base and a base to form a long row, and then the anchor a hand knife down. Directly the 4 or 5 bricks to break open. Not each block turned broken into 2, but each block turned shattered into 4 or 5 pieces. Then in one breath, he finished splitting that long row. Dust flew. Even a fool can see where this is a brick. This is a prop brick. It just looks like a brick. It's about the same as a dirt block. It's not as good as a hard dirt block. The comments are also more interesting. The anchor is a truthful person. No one will say this is fake. Anchor, this is really not taking fans as people. The anchor is his own person. This is a reverse operation. I'm going to buy bricks. I'm going to break 20 blocks at a time. I'm also going to rob money. No one said fake. No one sprayed are not hot. You see, the more people sprayed but the more hot. These people understand traffic. Then swiped to the video of the fight. During Wang Su's college days, there was a time when he especially enjoyed watching boxing matches in WWE. It was also the boxing matches of King Tyson that were the most comfortable to watch. Clean, sharp, and violent. And the reality of more looks not good at all. But also, this is after all real, not movie and television works processed. Himself has always felt that short videos do not know what to shoot. This fighting power of his own is not the best material. Wang Su's strength, needless to say. Although the equipment can't work in reality, but the physique points, strength points, endurance points are possible. Strength 184. What a concept. An ordinary person 10 points of strength. Strength is about 100 pounds. How much strength does Wang Su have? He has to keep it all or he will kill someone. What boxing champion strength 800 kilograms? 1000 kilograms. Not to say true or false. Even if it is true, that is instant explosive power. Unlike the strength of Wang Su's, converted into attribute points, those boxing kings were estimated to be at most half of Wang Su's current strength, or even less. Talents infused Dragon Balls could work on reality, so the damage Wang receives is reduced by 50%. This is very scary, such as breaking bricks, which disguises another doubling of bone hardness. The stronger the physique, the stronger the bones and organs will be, and the defense also reduces the damage from external forces acting on it. Online, those broken bricks, smashing wrench, and so on, they need to fake. Wang Su does not need to play, then play some real. Wang Su got 3 real bricks, also wrapped with tape, then hang them on the roadside tree. Sis, you record it for me. Wang Su handed his cell phone to Prince Jun. Prince Jun was not busy at this time and came out to get some air, so he was pulled by Wang Su to give the filming. The reason why Wang Su was playing it for real was because no one would believe it. Hanging in the air, 3 bricks tied up, inch fist break. This only appears in TV and movies. Of course, there are many people who believe that there are people who can do it. After all, there were still people who believed that there were ghosts in this world. Wang Su violently punched out. Bang! The 3 bricks were directly shattered, in the same way as those prop bricks shattered. Good guy. Now the real has become fake. Other people hang up and hit. Fake good, but also just broken in the middle. Wang Su, this is too much. This is like a sledgehammer with 1,000 pounds of force and fast and fierce whack over the general. This is the one that treats people as fools. Prince Jun was also surprised. Wang Su smiled and said, fake bricks. Prince Jun believed it. Wang Su, on the other hand, edited a caption, this is the real kung fu, sent it out and left it alone. Without realizing it, it was evening. There had long been people going into the hot pot restaurant. Many of them still came to eat at noon, but it was with another group of people. Who should be inviting friends or inviting family? Li Baichuan came, riding an electric bicycle. Old Wang, get on, Li Baichuan said. Drinking doesn't drive. So Li Baichuan rode a battery bike and didn't drive. Wang Su smiled and sat on it. Not bad. The battery car is quite good. Shi Yuan Eatery. Two big men riding a battery car is not abrupt in this Jiangxian county. The small wind blowing in the evening. When the temperature drops, it is very refreshing, very comfortable and relaxing. Jiangxian county, because there is no big business, no big factories, there is little pollution. There are mountains, water and forests. The air is really good. The county is a large population, million people level. The development of the past few years is quite fast. The county urban area more than a lot of new neighborhoods, road repair, construction of parks, walking street, commercial street, has been attracting investment. 10 minutes later, the battery car parked in front of the West Garden restaurant. Suddenly the wind, the clouds were pressing down. Originally the sky was not dark, but now it seems to have turned into a dark night. Only the lights of the car beckoned a dazzling light. It was raining. It crackled and rained hard. The streets were lined with cars, many of which couldn't find a place to park but far away. That's why it's most convenient to ride an electric bicycle. The two people hurriedly locked the car, walked into the West Garden restaurant. Outside the lightning and thunder, wind and rain, did not get caught in the rain. Quite good. Shi Yuan restaurant architectural style retro. Interior decoration door frames, partitions, most of them are also wooden. Even the staircase steps are also wooden. There are paintings and calligraphy, carvings. There is a small pool with goldfish in the door. In Jiangxian, Shi Yuan restaurant is considered to be one of the most upscale restaurants. No. 209 on the second floor. Two people pushed the door to go in. Large private room. Upscale private room. Oversized round table. There are also sofas, coffee tables. At this time almost all arrived. Seeing Li Baichuan, are warmly greeted. Li Baichuan, when he went to school, is the schoolman of the hour. Good looking. Family history is also good. Mainly those who see the gangs are avoiding him. Who let his father is the director of the J Bureau. This is in the school period is incomparable scenery. Learning good, handsome, good family, can be counted on the county's proud son. And Li Baichuan close to a lot of are the main county's son. Either the supermarket boss son, this factory boss son, or the director of the family's children. Nowadays, Li Changshan moves up a bit. Li Baichuan is the crown prince of Jiangxian county. So even if you used to feel a little bit more bullish than Li Baichuan, now you are not as good. Most of them were boys, and there were a few girls, one of which was chubby. She didn't get thinner. Anyone who looked at it would have to say, this is a fat girl. But to adults she definitely belonged to beauty. At 1.72 m, she definitely belonged to the tall ones among the girls. Goose egg face, really not too big. Skin is particularly good. Fine white. Eyes are also good looking. Eyelashes are black and dense and long. High ponytail. She wears clothes very well. Fat places all covered. Small arms and legs, thin places exposed. Proud upper body. No exaggeration. Volleyball level. It was big. Really big. But right at the limit of what a man could feel. Not feeling cumbersome, but attractive. Her crotch and hip circumference were exaggerated. But then again, they were well proportioned. Well, her body is more like a big oceanic horse of the European and American kind. Without seeing it, you really can't believe that 180 pounds can be a beautiful woman. Many of the male students were sighing in their hearts that they were really stupid and foolish when they were young. Why didn't you realize at that time that it was a big beauty? Maybe it was small at that time. Small eyes, see things too big to accept? Or is it that experience is not enough? Tolerance is not enough. Nowadays in the society, also seen a lot of low-budget production movies, including Europe and the United States. Unconsciously, this perception came up. The other girl was the most recognized good-looking girl in the class at the time. Li Qiao, 1.68 m tall, fair skin, also goose egg face, just smaller than the chubby goose egg face by at least one size. Double eyelids, inner double, light in the eyes. There is a small tiger teeth, like to smile. Body is also good, but not the kind of devil's body, but the kind of youthful beauty. Slender legs, casual pants, legs straight, long, full of youthful vigor of the kind. Also ponytail, perennial ponytail, no makeup, good tutoring. Parents are teachers. 3 views are positive, generous. It can be said that there is no not like her, but she did not fall in love in high school, did not wear a skirt, chubby. Li Qiao, how are you? Wang Su smiled and said hello. The others really weren't too familiar. All of them were the kind he couldn't afford to reach before. All of them were high school stormtroopers. Chubby came over with a smile and patted Wang Su on the shoulder. Dude, not bad, much better than before. Wang Su, hello. Li Chao also smiled and greeted. They were also all 24 or 25 years old, and 26 years old. At least a third of their classmates were already married. Fatty and Li Chao did not expect Wang Su to come. It was because this circle had always had gatherings, but there had been no Wang Su. Chubby was especially happy to see Wang Su. After all, Wang Su was Fatty's white moonlight. I just opened a hot pot restaurant, so I'll treat you to hot pot some other day and make sure you're satisfied. Wang Su laughed. Chubby was a foodie, or else he couldn't be this stature. Good, then it's a deal. Fatty was very happy. Obese monster, level 30. Booze monster, combatable. Fortunately, the body was quite healthy. Being fat is not bad, but it's also really pretty, and the clothing score is not low. Unintentionally when Wang Su saw Li Chao's side, froze. Gradient monster army horseman, level 10. Booze monster, combatable. Combat. Wang Su directly fought. Level 10 booze monster. Still easy. The battle ended instantly. You gain 200 experience. You gain the skill kidney fist. Wang Su. Odd skill. Wang Su immediately checked it. Kidney void fist, active skill. When fighting a disease monster, it can reduce the target's attack and defense by 20% for 10 rounds. Good skill. This skill was very practical. Originally Wang Su's resistance was high. Plus this, the combat power could be significantly increased. At the same time, Wang Su had a set of boxing technique in his mind. Power generation technique, attack both kidneys, break kidney chi. This fist technique can beat the target into kidney weakness, and it is still the kind of kidney deficiency as if after 7 times a night. Perhaps more serious than this. Wang Su's eyes were odd. This kidney deficiency fist was a bit damaging, and after hitting someone, even if they go to the checkup, it will be considered that it is overindulgence, which is not something that can be hit. This kidney deficiency fist is more than that. The professional disguise makes the other person directly lose his virility for a period of time, and he can't do anything when he sees a beautiful woman, and he is castrated for a short period of time. This skill is very good. Wang Su was particularly happy. Once again, he looked at Li Chao. Gradient monster army centurion, level 20, booze monster, combatable after acupuncture. Originally, Wang Su was prepared to sneak in a wave of experience, and with luck, like just now, he could also obtain skills, supplies, and help his old classmates. But now the battle had a prefix. Acupuncture was required. Shi Tang's level 30 booze monster and Uncle San's level 30 booze monster also required acupuncture before they could fight. Wang Su could only stop. Old classmate, what's wrong? Li Chao was sensitive enough to feel Wang Su looking at her with complicated eyes. Wang Su thought for a moment. Li Chao, have you had a medical checkup recently? There is an organization in the unit. I didn't go. I had a physical examination 2 years ago. Nothing wrong. What's wrong? Li Chao asked. Wang Su smiled. Have time to do a physical examination. Put. Laughter came from the side. Wang Su, when did you become an old Chinese doctor? There was disdain, mockery in the laughter. Wang Su looked at the boy. 1 meter 8 tall. Also handsome. Wearing a famous brand. Spirited. Youthful. Untamed. Li Xian, the child of a rich family in Jiangxian County. His family's assets can be ranked in the top 5 in Jiangxian County. The richest family is Mian's grandfather's family. Xianli and Wang Su were not in the same class. At that time, there were only 12 classes in high school arts. However, Li Xian and Fatty are very familiar with each other, because Fatty confessed to Wang Su at that time. So Xian has a deep impression of Wang Su, but he looked down on Wang Su. It was just that Wang Su and Li Baichuan were together today, making him uncertain. Wang Su didn't reply to him as if he didn't hear. This made Li Xian's face ugly. What the hell? You really take yourself seriously, Li Xian said as if he was speaking to the air. It was just that everyone knew it was talking about Wang Su. Li Xian couldn't stand it when people didn't give him face. Xianli, shut up. Fatty glared. Goon. Li Xian spat out 2 words. Li Baichuan's face was ugly as he looked at Li Xian. Get out. Li Xian froze. He watched Wang Su and Li Baichuan come in together and actually moved a little. They were in the same class, and the first one probably met at the entrance and came together. As for why Wang Su could come here to party, Li Xian guessed it was more because of Fatty. However, he was still cautious. Saw Wang Su looking at Li Chao a little upset. Exported a sneer. Saw that Li Baichuan did not care. Li Baichuan actually just when he was joking. Then Xianli saw that Li Baichuan did not react. Bold. Seeing that Wang Su didn't put him in his eyes, he was directly angry and didn't tolerate it. especially when Fatty spoke up for Wang Su. He was not surprised, but he hadn't finished brushing off his prestige when Li Baichuan opened his mouth. Just 2 words go out. Li Baichuan looked at what Li Xian said. He knew it was telling him to get out. Baichuan, Li Xian said in confusion. Apologize to Wang Su and go. Li Baichuan said. Li Baichuan's face was ugly. We are all high school classmates. Although not in the same class, but they are all looking up and down. Class reunion, they are there. It will not happen like this. Old Wang, really sorry. Li Baichuan also has a pain in the balls. Outside the electricity flashed and thundered. It was raining heavily. Many people came to the hall of Shiyuan Eatery to avoid the rain. 3 burly men in raincoats with their heads down also walked in. One of them asked the front desk about Li Baichuan's private room. Said it was together. The receptionist also told the 3 men without much thought. A small county, can be called by name, naturally will not think much of anything. Li Baichuan invited Wang Su to come. Out of this matter of Li Xian, let him be very overjoyed. Wang Su smiled and was about to speak. Just at this time, the private room suddenly pushed in 3 people. 3 people wearing raincoats, tall and lanky, visually above 1 meter 8, ordinary looking, but strong like a bear. Out of alertness, Li Baichuan's body tensed. The next thing he knew was bad. The 3 men locked the door, turned on the stereo, and took out brightly colored knives. Nobody move. Honestly, a grim voice. The 3 strong men held the knives. The cold light flashed. This was a real knife. Open edge. A real sharp weapon. One look would make one's skin uncomfortable. Damn it, what are you pretending for? Xianli was in a bad mood and was kicked out. He happened to walk here and couldn't help but yell. Put. A strong man directly stabbed a knife into Li Xian's thigh. Ah. Several people couldn't help but let out shrieks. Shut the hell up. Whoever screams, I'll directly kill them. A brawny aura emanated. The room was instantly quiet. Cold sweat broke out on Xianli's face. His body trembled, and he pinched his thigh to death. Thankfully it didn't puncture the aorta. Wang Su looked at the 3 people, noticing that there was actually a red villain around them all. Killer monster. Level 2. Special monster. Non-combatable. Killer monster. Level 1. Special monster. Non-combatable. Murder monster. Level 3. Special monster. Non-combatable. Outlaws. Nice guy. You can see this too? This was good. A quick way to know if this person had a hit on them. Why is it here? Li Baichuan muttered. Li Baichuan already knew who they were. Wang Su had a guess after seeing Li Baichuan's expression. Li Changshan was stabbed 13 times when he was arresting the felon of the 4/16 serial murder QJ case. Although the main culprit was dragged down and eventually captured. But there were also several fugitives who were not apprehended. One of them is the son of the main criminal. But who would have thought that these few people were actually in Zheng County? They wanted to retaliate against Li Changshan and were prepared to hold Li Baichuan hostage before going to blackmail Li Changshan. On Li Changshan's side, they knew that they had protection, so it was not good to start. Li Baichuan and Li Baichuan are also very cautious. They would not have dared to act rashly today. Only this thunderstorm gave them an opportunity. Sometimes, a crowded place was instead safe. They mainly had no way back and couldn't get out. In that case, it was a fish out of water. So even if they died, they would pull Li Changshan's family as their backs. The person you're looking for is me. The others are not related. Let them go. Li Baichuan was JC. At this time the sense of mission and responsibility made him stand out without hesitation. A few girls were so scared that their faces turned white and trembled. The boys were no better. There were 2 who were directly incontinent, and the odor was that of an upturned head. Damn. Softballs. A burly man spat. Little brat, kneel down for me. Your old man fought to the death to capture us. Captured my father. I'll get his son killed. Since we're not allowed to live, then you guys don't want to live either. I've already had enough, and I've enjoyed getting away with it. So I'll see what your family can get. The strong man's kind of resentful and crazy look made people tremble. Protecting a party. From the time I put on these clothes, this is my mission and responsibility, Li Baichuan said. He was having a hard time in his heart. His father had been saved and everything was starting to get better at home. Everything was for the best. In fact, there are also caution. For example, the security doors and windows of their home, and the neighborhood added security patrols. Do not go out alone. Do not go to no man's place. After all, not all of them have been caught. Consciousness to guard against each other's retaliation. But who did not expect each other bold to this extent? Still really dare to be in Zhangxian. Still dare to be in the busy downtown. Li Xian was stabbed, but couldn't die. The 2 burly men stared at Fatty and Li Chao. TSK, it's so beautiful. I don't care. I'm going to have a good time today. You guys maintain it first. It'll be your turn in a while. I haven't seen such a voluptuous big beauty. A burly man walked towards Chubby with a knife. Chubby's face was pale. The body shivered. Everyone was an ordinary person, instinctively fearful and uneasy. Wang Su stood in front of Fatty. Don't be afraid. It's fine. Although Fatty did not believe that Wang Su could change anything. At least at this time Wang Su was at least considered a life-saving straw. But in Chubby's eyes, Wang Su had instead been taken care of by her. Don't. They will kill you. Chubby quickly reacted. The fact that Fatty could react so quickly and still have so much courage was mainly attributed to the fact that Wang Su was her white moonlight. Wang Su was artistically bold and didn't panic, but it was very rare for Chubby, a person who was clearly scared to death, to say this. There is really not afraid of death. Really think that Grandpa this knife is vegetarian? The burly man had a cruel and playful smile on his face as he stabbed Wang Su with a knife. These young people in the private room were no different from lambs to the slaughter in their eyes, not to mention that they were already trembling with fear. Some of them couldn't stand up, even if they could really go together. They were no match. They are outlaws, the hands of the murder weapon. Physical fitness like a bear, practiced sparring and fighting, killing skills. These people are really not enough to see. Wang Su reached out and slammed his fist into the murderer's knife-wielding wrist. Crack! Crisp sound of broken bones. Against the murderer, Wang Su would not hold back. Dang lang! The knife fell to the ground. At the same time, Wang Su kicked out. Knee! Ka-ching! Ah! Put! Ka-chow! Another knee. The remaining two criminals also saw something wrong and rushed towards Wang Su with knives, but their fighting strength was really too weak in Wang Su's eyes. Completely inadequate. Not to mention slow, they had no power. After a while, the three murderers were directly lying on the ground. Their limbs were broken, miserable, unable to stand up, in pain. They could only let out a low wail. They couldn't believe it and looked at Wang Su with resentment. This young man is so young, harmless, gentle eyes, looks like a big boy next door. But what the hell does it mean to break bones out of hand? Equally shocked was everyone else. Li Baichuan only knew that Wang Su was good at medicine. He never thought that he knew kung fu and could fight so well. Chubby also couldn't believe it, and Li Qiao was also looking at Wang Su incredulously. Li Xian had forgotten about the pain. The others were also dumbfounded one by one. Come, unify the statements. Wang Su greeted them and said, this credit should definitely be given to Li Baichuan. The others naturally had no opinion. After the robbery, this was the biggest surprise. Soon a large number of police came and everyone went to the bureau. Li Baichuan had originally excused himself. It was Wang Su's credit, but Wang Su didn't want it. It was best to give this credit to Li Baichuan. Li Chanshan gratefully held Wang Su's hand. Li Mother even hugged Wang Su. Only then did Mother Li let go of Wang Su. Li Baichuan then hugged Wang Su. Thank you. Only the Li family knew how dangerous it was this time. If the thugs really succeeded, the Li family was bound to lose their family. Wang Su stiffened in embarrassment. Sister 100 Riders, you're welcome. It wasn't right for Wang Su to push her away, nor was it right for him not to. A heavy oppression. Soft jade in his arms. Li Beck Riding's figure was too good. The summer clothes were thin. The fragrance was fresh, and the snow-white arm was wrapped around his neck. Exquisite figure. That fine branch hanging fruit. Trembling but proud and firm. It made him a bit apathetic. Sister likes you to death, Li Bai Riding said happily in Wang Su's ear. This was actually a thoughtless remark from Li Bai Riding. It was a kind of gratitude, a feeling of not knowing how to repay, a feeling of a soldier dying for a friend. It was a mood of willingly doing anything for Wang Su. Recorded a statement. Li Xian was not there and went to the hospital. As for whether the three thugs are seriously injured, no one cares, not to mention the broken arms and legs. At that time, that situation, even if they were killed, it is also self-defense. Li Baichuan is also as if he had a dream. This is the closest he has been to death. It is the most dangerous and fearful one. The main thing is that it is likely to take his family. It was still raining heavily outside. Wang Su's mood was calm, but Li Baijia kept pulling his hand. It just wouldn't let go. Wang Su had thought about what happened today. He assumed a situation where he would not have come to this party if he was still his old self, nor would he have experienced these things. At most, he heard that his high school classmate Li Baichuan had an accident or something. Feel sorry for a bit, sigh a bit, but quickly forget about it again. Time can wear away everything, slowly fade away after several years. Slowly no one will mention it again either. Brother, you know Kung Fu. Li Bai Rider happily looked at Wang Su, a mature and enchanting woman. At this time like a little girl, that delicate and naive demeanor on her face had an indescribable beauty. Something in the genes, although suppressed by reason, suppressed by morality, suppressed by many things, but some thoughts of the mind. It is difficult to control, because it is a human being. Wang Su is also a human being. Maybe he was timid in his bones, Maybe it was Chi Tang's reason. Although Wang Su uncontrollably moved some charming and longing thoughts, but did not put into action. Morality is self-restraint. The law is a mandatory constraint. A person can obey the law, is a good person. As for morality, this and the environment and the law of the jungle has a relationship. It also has to do with the enforcement of the law. But it is true that human nature is inherently good, and the human heart is good. Even the worst people have a conscience. And there are a lot of people with a human face. The rain stopped. The moon hung in the sky. The air became fresher and fresher. And many people soon appeared on the street. Li Qingshan's family had a false alarm. Li Qingshan and Li Baichuan still had a lot of things to deal with at this time and stayed at the bureau. So Li Baichuan sent Wang Su. Fatty and Li Qiao were also there. Everyone else's eyes changed when they looked at Wang Su. Everyone saw when Li Xin provoked Wang Su, and Wang Su ignored him. They still thought that Wang Su was too wimpy and cowardly at that time, but now they realized that people were truly disdainful. They all felt their faces burning. One by one, they all took the initiative to greet Wang Su in a well-behaved manner. Wang Su, thanks. I'll treat you some other day. Wang Su waved his hand. Some people didn't need to get serious, because they would never come into your life from the beginning to the end. They are just a passerby in life. After experiencing something like this, it was estimated that they all had to find a psychiatrist. Being scared. Outside Bureau J, the family is waiting. Fatty and Li Qiao said goodbye to Wang Su and Li Baixie. Let's get together again some other day, Fatty said reluctantly. Wang Su smiled and nodded. Good, old classmate. Thank you, Li Qiao said goodbye to Wang Su. You're welcome, Wang Su waved his hand. Things that most ordinary people would never encounter in their lifetime, they encountered today. Luckily, there was no human fatality at the scene. Otherwise, they would probably have a shadow for the rest of their lives. They couldn't even walk out. Sitting in the car, Li Bai Writing realized that the more and more he couldn't see through this little man, the more he looked at him, the more he felt that he was like a high mountain. Thinking about before, she hugged him and kept pulling his hand. She knows is excited. Is the celebration after the robbery? Then not only bold, but also will let go of some worldly things, discard a lot of the so-called reserve. That moment is the real true feelings. Follow the heart. As for other people's eyes, views, comments, to hell with it, simply will not go to the heart. That moment is really due back to their own. Back to the hot pot restaurant here. Business is still booming. Li Bai writing back. Wang Su went to the party. The results did not even eat. He moved out the recliner and sat on the side of the door. On a crisp night, because the business of the hot pot restaurant is good, there are quite a lot of people coming and going from this side of the entrance. Take out the cell phone and look. Good guy. Broken Bricks video actually caught fire. The main thing is that his effect is more burning. Other people break bricks. Just broken into two sections. It is divided into two. No matter how many pieces are stacked up, it is disconnected from the center. Wang Su, this is directly smashed in pieces. Too fake. As long as not stupid can see that this is fake. Wang Su also did not expect why the fire. The comment area also exploded. Good guy. Really good guy. You are a little bit of shade cloth, also do not want it. I tried. I swung it with a sledgehammer and it didn't have as much power as this punch from the boss. You also don't look at the boss's name. Xianmei Erlao. Hitting a brick is just, this is already convergence of 99% of the power. Or the boss is really people. This punch is bright and open. The boss fight is art. Some people are liars. Wang Su couldn't help but be happy even as he watched. Really fake is sometimes really hard to define. Watching the video must look at the comments. Or less soul. Wang Su also has a brick factory on his side, so he will go and contact it some other day, and burn some inferior bricks. The more inferior, the better. Even if you can see the poor quality, fake bricks, it does not matter. The main thing is to split more. If you split 3 bricks, we'll split 4. If you split 4, we'll split 5. If they split 10, we'll split 20, but only more than them. Let's change the name. Wang Su changed the name of Xianmei Erlao to the world's second master. Who is the world's #1 expert? Fatty Lu Duqiang. That's a good name. It goes well with your own hot pot restaurant. The more I look at it, the more I think it is a good name. Play, then play, just play. Anyway, there is a bottom. Not convinced? Then come to challenge live challenge. Come one to destroy you one. Still afraid of no heat? At 9:30 p.m., the last table of guests left the hot pot restaurant. Today's opening is also considered to be successfully completed. Although everyone was tired, they were also very happy. Full of longing for the future. Full of hope. Look at the list. Although the opening half price, but also can calculate the approximate income in the future. It's okay if you don't count it, but once you do, it's a shock. 10 shares, 1 share of Little Neon. The remaining 9 shares, 3 shares of the third uncle's family, 3 shares of the eldest uncle's wife, 3 shares of Wang Zijuan, 3 shares counted. A month down the line, if every day is full, at least $200,000 can be divided. They are all confused, although they know that it is profitable, but they did not expect it to be so profitable. Packing up, the family went home. Wang Yang and Wang Chong were also excited. It was already 10 o'clock at night when they returned home. Now that it was summer, it wasn't particularly late. They couldn't sleep, so naturally they talked together and sketched out a bright future. Xiao Su, the shares are given too much. Third aunt raised the question. Wang Su smiled. Third aunt, the shares won't change anymore. Externally you guys just say that you are earning a high salary here. No matter what happens, just remember to push it on me. Prince Jun smiled and looked at Wang Su beside her. That little brother who had always been behind her had grown up. All of a sudden, he had grown into a big tree. This time, he came back, solved his biggest trouble, let third uncle stand up again. And looking at this situation, the Wang family has a rich fortune, or a heavenly fortune. Take the third uncle as family. If 200,000 a month, a year is more than 2 million. After 10 years, looking at their tired bodies, Wang Su gave each of them a massage, especially the eldest uncle and the eldest mother. Frozen shoulder, herniated lumbar disc, knee pain, although not particularly serious, but more or less have problems. Wang Su pushed and naveled a bit and saw immediate results. And in the middle, he also used orthopedic bones. The qi and blood were not smooth, causing inflammation. They had already seen Wang Su's medical skills. After all, he could cure Wang Anqing, but after feeling it personally, they realized how amazing it was. These days were the happiest days for the old Wang family. The next morning, Wang Su got up early. White Tiger Pile. By the way, Wang Yang and Wang Chong also pulled up. Let them tie the horse stance. It was a bit difficult to start White Tiger Pile directly, so let them start with the horse stance. Standard horse stance. Horse stance, feet apart slightly wider than the shoulder. Adopting a semi-squatting posture, such as a stable stake. Horse stance can strengthen the kidneys and waist, strengthen the tendons and replenish the qi, regulate the essence and spirit, and the lower plate is stable. Good balance. Horse stance is the most basic stance for practicing martial arts, so there is a saying that the first 3 years of staking is the first step. Yes, horse stance also belongs to pile work. Stake horse stance to find that subtle a point. Staking is not right, also hurt the knee, hurt the waist. Wang Yang, Wang Chang's body and bones healthy, although early to go out to work, engaged in physical strength, but not the kind of particularly laborious work. On the contrary, exercise a good body. The main thing is still young. After hurriedly eating a little breakfast, Wang Su went to that brick factory, East Village Brick Factory. There is no shortage of poor quality bricks in the brick factory. The East Village Brick Factory is very small, already just a small workshop, in a semi-suspended state. When he saw the factory director, Wang Su froze, or junior high school classmates, Tian Tao. He just took over not long ago. The previous factory director was his uncle. Quit. He took over. The two men exchanged pleasantries. Wang Su, what do you want tofu bricks for? Tian Tao asked curiously. Tofu bricks? Well, that's an apt name. Aren't poor quality bricks tofu bricks? There were also tofu dregs projects. Wang Su took out the video to show him. You see this kind of prop brick online. In fact, is the tofu brick in your mouth? Selling also expensive, or not together as an Edison? Tian Tao's eyes lit up. Tian Tao is 1.7 meters. Not tall, but very thick. Up and down the same thick. Water tank body type, big head, big face, smiling, honest and simple, solid, 180 pounds, engaged in manual labor, but does have a son of strength. Okay? Tian Tao asked hopefully. Try it, and not lose anything. Look at these. What inch fist king, inch fist king, inch fist wolf, split brick king. This is all fake? Tian Tao asked doubtfully. Wang Su directly to him to open the online store selling props brick. Look at these. This brick. You think it is only sold to the movie and television? Fuck it. I'll call it the inch fist old man. Look at this callus on my hand. No one should doubt it. Tian Tao laughed nervously. Steady. Remember the secret of splitting bricks. The momentum must be enough. Must be lucky. To compare, the longer the time to compare, the more powerful. Wang Su admonished. This is also the experience he got from watching short videos. Come on, Lao Tian. Take a video for me first. Wang Su handed him his cell phone. Hello everyone. I'm the world's second master. Recently I've seen a lot of brick splitting masters splitting bricks on the internet. There's breaking bricks with an inch fist, and there's also violently opening bricks. So I'll also give you a show today. Saying that, He directly set up 10 tofu bricks, topped the bottom half with a stone bar, 10 bricks vertically side by side, a long string. Let's still say that. If other people can open one, we can open 2. If other people can open 2, we can open 4. Everyone can rest assured that we are not false to anyone in terms of quantity. The main thing is that there is a large number of blocks. Then began to luck. Gestures, deep breathing, lift, inhale, exhale, squat, then inhale again, lift, then a fist blasted out. 10 bricks shattered straight to the ground. Exhale and call it a day. Tian Tao didn't hold back his laughter. This laughter is short, but very clear, and it is definitely the finishing touch in this video. Then Tian Tao changed the name of the video number. Inch Fist Old Man. He originally also had a video number, but usually did not film much, occasionally filming friends drinking together or something. The scene also shot a section. Good guy. The same as the real thing, mainly the calluses on that hand, that solid body, and the simple looks. Then match the sound and speed up. The effect is actually exactly the same as those Inch Fist masters fighting online. Here is a brick factory. Naturally there is no shortage of bad bricks, and that big pile is half a brick, showing that the anchor often breaks bricks in practices, which is a symbol of hard practice. The 2 added contact information. Tian Tao sent a card to Wang Su. How much is it? Lao Tian. I will transfer it to you. This is a slap in my face. It's just tofu bricks. What money do you need? Tian Tao said hurriedly. Wang Su did not insist. Come find me when you're free. Treat you to dinner. I'll be home for a while. Wang Su said. Okay, then I'll come to you for a drink some other day. Back at home, the family went to the hot pot restaurant. Wang Su wasn't in a hurry. There was a dog in the house. Earthen dog, no breed, or an old dog. It's been 10 years, from the full moon to feed the big yellow dog. Nothing distinctive, and at the moment was lying in the sun, listless. Anyone could see that the dog wouldn't live long. Old Yellow saved Wang Su's life once. Junior high school graduation. The night is too hot. A person to go swimming in the river. Leg cramps. That time with the Old Yellow. That time the Old Yellow was only 2 years old. Is the strong time? Wang Su shouted Old Yellow. Old Huang jumped into the water. Wang Su holding the Old Huang's neck, froze and dragged Wang Su to the shore. The next day, Wang Su took the Old Yellow to find a female dog, so that the Old Yellow dog life and the first time to experience the joy. That bitch is the home of an elementary school classmate in the same village. It was also an earth dog. This is Wang Su invited that elementary school classmate to play billiards and surf the internet before he agreed. It was just that one time. When Lao Huan later saw someone else's bitch, he rushed over and ended up being beaten back. There is also the fact that other people's dogs are more or less breeds, and now there are fewer and fewer real earth dogs. What blackback, wolf green, Alaska, Era, Samoyed, Labrador, golden hair and so on. There is no way the owner would let his little bitch be bullied by a dirt dog. Those dogs also seem to resist Old Huang. Wang Su has always felt that he has wronged Old Yellow on this, and although the food is not good, he is not hungry. But this spiritual food, but he could not do anything about it. Now with the ability to tame the beast, it can enhance 3 times the physique, 3 times the strength, 3 times the defense, enhance the spirituality, and loyalty. The chi in blood is strong, which means the life force is strong, so it can be said that this is to enhance the lifespan. The way was that after fusing the dragon pearl, Wang Su could use the trace of dragon chi in it to stimulate the potential in the form of golden needle acupuncture points. Old Huang, Wang Su shouted. Old Huang slowly raised his head, then stood up and ran in front of Wang Su, not fast or slow. Golden needle. Specific acupoints. That trace of dragon chi was really a trace. Too tiny, but this tiny trace of dragon chi could be regenerated, and it would take a day to restore it to full strength. This tiny, imperceptible trace of dragon chi was specifically used to tame beasts. As that trace of dragon chi entered and quickly integrated into Old Yellow's body, a magical scene appeared. Wang Su felt as if his eyes blinked. Old Yellow changed. Old Yellow was originally not small, just old, thin and weak, with dull and sparse fur, and not necessarily seen by the dog stealers walking on the street. But now it changed all of a sudden. The skeleton seemed a minute bigger, a minute thicker. The fur was thick, silky, and shiny, and the body was thicker, and you could clearly see the contours of the athletic musculature. A bit of a majestic feeling, shaking his body. The fur all over his body shuddered and actually became clean. The eyes were full of spirituality. No longer that kind of listless and dull demeanor. There was even a little bit of indescribable momentum. Wang Su threw out a small bench next to him. Go, Old Yellow. Gripping back. Brush. Old Yellow quickly rushed over. The athletic body had the feeling of a dragon walking at that moment. the speed was fast and the body was flexible. It was still the same dirt dog, but it just looked unusual. Easily ran back with the bench in its mouth. The teeth are good, and the biting force is increased several times. Wang Su stroked Old Yellow's dog head. Old Huang, some other day I'll buy you 2 little bitches. Let's buy foreign breeds, the kind that are considered the so-called noble breeds. In fact, I know that they are also just dirt dogs from their place. Woof woof. Old Yellow barked softly. A threefold increase in body bones. This was not equal to the battle power of 3 dogs. This was a qualitative change. Coupled with that powerful spirituality, the piece of combat power was absolutely terrifying. Wang Su tested it. Old Yellow's speed, strength, reaction, resistance to blows, not to mention other things. Just that day 3 thugs are not the opponent of the Old Yellow now, because Wang Su tried the hardness of Old Huang's bones as well as the toughness of his skin and muscles. The most important thing was Old Huang's reaction and speed. Only then did he come to this conclusion. This tamed beast was indeed a bit strong. That trace of imperceptible dragon chi boosted its potential too much. Unfortunately, it was still limited by Old Yellow's bulk. In nature, large tonnage is a natural advantage. Even herbivores, such as elephants, now the land's number 1. What with lions and tigers, all step aside, followed by the rhinoceros, the hippopotamus, and the great buffalo. But these 3 have been eaten by hyenas. Mainly these 3 chassis is still short. Chrysanthemum can be attacked by hyenas, as long as a little higher. Rhinoceros, hippopotamus or buffalo that is also a small land tank level, could rampage through a herd of hyenas. It was unrealistic to domesticate these, but Wang Su really wanted to get a heavyweight pet. Horses, cows, and a pig. It was interesting to see how strong, powerful, and divine it would be after taming. Taming a horse is good. Look at the changes in Old Yellow. If this were to tame a horse, it would definitely be at the level of a dragon horse in reality. Many times stronger than those sweaty-blooded BMWs. Those so-called dragon horses, if you want to sell, that is absolutely heavenly price. Such as horse racing. Wang Su didn't expect that this beast taming could still make a lot of money. When it was almost near noon, Wang Su went to the hot pot restaurant. It was no longer half price today, but it was still overcrowded. And the group of foodies from Stone City had come again, calling for friends, some with their girlfriends, and even some with other people's girlfriends. Boss, when are you going to Stone City to open a hot pot restaurant? I have to drive 200 miles to eat a hot pot. Boss, still going back to Stone City? Boss, if you're busy, you can open a branch in Stone City and we'll work together. Boss, I also open a hot pot restaurant. We can also cooperate. Everything is good to talk about. Wang Su looked at them and smiled. The base of this hot pot is purely artificial, and it can't be mass-produced, otherwise it doesn't have the flavor. These people didn't know why. What Wang Su said, they believed. Looking at that breezy young man, there was none of that business you guile, falsehoods and snakes. There was just kindness and sincerity. Wow! Suddenly a customer spat out a mouthful of blood. Dad! Dad! The son and daughter next to him screamed and helped him. The surrounding people were also shocked. Wang Su also rushed over to take a look. Sorry boss, my dad has esophageal cancer. It's not a problem with the hot pot restaurant, the son hurriedly explained. Wang Su walked over to look at the agonizing old man, probably in his 50s. His face was white and his body was thin. Esophageal cancer, Army Grand Marshal, level 80. Boss monster, combatable. Not a marshal? Neither was it a centurion or a 1,000 captain. It was different from anything he had seen before. That level 30 boss monster of Uncle Sam was the spine-damaged monster Left General and Right General. And the first one Wang Su encountered was the spine-damaged monster Vanguard Minor General, a level 40 elite monster. Chi Tang, on the other hand, was the breast cancer Army Horse Pioneer. The level 20 boss was the breast cancer Army Centurion, and the level 30 boss monster was the breast cancer Army 1000th General. Li Qiao, on the other hand, was the Takazoite Army Horseman, and the level 20 boss monster was the Takazoite Army Centurion. Wang Su took out a silver needle and gave the man a few needles. The body of the old man, who had been unbearable, quieted down. His body warmed up. It didn't hurt anymore, and he didn't spit out blood. The old man looked at Wang Su incredulously. I don't know how long it had been since he had felt this kind of sensation. His pain, even after taking painkillers and taking pain-killing injections, still felt very painful, and the pain was such that he could not sleep for a night. The family's money had been spent, and his children had begun to borrow money. He made up his mind that he would not be cured, and finally he forced himself to die, because he could not be cured anyway and dragged the whole family down. The father didn't have a few days to live, and the sons and daughters just wanted to give him something good to eat in the last stage. Watching their father in pain was hard for them too, but there was no way to share it. By now they didn't expect anything. They only hoped that their father would be pain-free, go peacefully, and eat something good before he left. Uncle should be esophageal cancer. Advanced stage. I can't do anything. I can only stop the pain and bleeding. You guys better go to the hospital as early as possible. Wang Su said. It is also helpless. Human beings are equal in front of diseases, especially in front of this kind of disease. No matter how glamorous you are, how rich you are, how capable you are, at this time, it is equal. This time is the weakest and the most helpless. Wang Su was also helpless. The level 80 booze monster. Wang Su couldn't beat it, and he wouldn't be able to beat it for a long time to come. He thought of Chi Tang. This was not a good path to take. The people around him were also surprised beyond belief. That son looked at Wang Su with surprise. Boss, you can really stop my father's bleeding and pain? This was their biggest extravagance right now. They only hoped that their father would not be in pain. Wang Su nodded inside. Uncle's condition is very serious. I can't cure it. I know. Thank you. The man's eyes reddened and he thanked gratefully. The girl next to him went to get a mop, a basin, and cleaned up the blood her father had vomited. The family all thanked each other vigorously. They weren't locals. It was a buddy of their son's who recommended it. It was indeed delicious. They wanted to give Wang Su the money for the doctor's visit, but Wang Su didn't ask for it and only charged for the hot pot. Grand Marshal of the 80th Grade Esophageal Cancer Army. Chi Tong is breast cancer. If nothing else, there will also be breast cancer Grand Marshal of the Army. Wang Su thought it was all going to start as a cancer army marshal, but it didn't seem so. Chi Tong is young. Uncle Sam, this is not considered cancer, not a terminal illness. Tachyphylaxis is terminal, but Li Qiao is also young. Is it something to do with age? Wang Su would soon be able to buy 5 years for Chi Tang. After 5 years, could he himself deal with a level 80 booze monster? It was still a cancer monster. Boss, can I come to you when my father is in pain? The man asked with a careful plea of hope. Wang Su nodded. I'm usually here. If you can't find me here, my family is here. You let my family give me a call. Thank you. Wang Su nodded. Li Qiao was in the hospital at the moment, and the family was a bit dumbfounded. Acromegaly. Early stage. However, acromegaly cannot be cured, even in the early stages. None of the causes of acromegaly are clear at this point. Genetic factors, lifestyle, toxic exposure, occupation, history of head trauma, viral infections, and neuroinflammatory responses may be involved in the development of the disease. Acromegaly is more frightening and serious than cancer. Along with cancer, AIDS, leukemia, and rheumatoid, acromegaly is listed by WHO as one of the world's 5 most terminal diseases. The whole family was dumbfounded. With acromegaly, only 10% of people live for 10 years, and 50% die within 3 years, 20% live 5 years, and only a very few live more than 10 years. To a certain extent, tachyphylaxis was indeed scarier than cancer. Li Qiao didn't feel anything either, except that he would feel tired and weak, and had always thought it was a lack of exercise. This is definitely a bolt from the blue for the Li family. The cause of the disease cannot be determined. The certainty is to have acromegaly. As long as it is this disease, it is certain to die. It is just a matter of a little bit earlier and a little bit later. Li Qiao is only 25 years old, not married, and has never been in love. She is a good girl, formal job, good tutor, understanding, generous, very pretty but doesn't make people feel she's unattainable, dressed traditionally, decent, only to say married. Li Qiao in the eyes of many people is the first choice. Li by writing is prettier than Li Qiao and has a better body, but to get married is probably the first to be ruled out. Who wants to live well? Unless it is just want a short time crazy. Li Qiao's mother was paralyzed on the spot. Li Zhou's father held up his wife. Li Qiao also supported his mother. Mom, don't scare me. She took Li Qiao's hand and pulled it tightly. Froze, unable to say a word. Doctor, could there be a misdiagnosis? Li Qiao's father asked hopefully. Yes, there is a so-called misdiagnosis in any diagnosis, but you should also be psychologically prepared for the possibility of misdiagnosis, the doctor said sympathetically. Nowadays, the young rate of many diseases was getting higher and higher. Food safety cannot be underestimated. All kinds of additives, all kinds of technology, ruthless work. Young people don't like to fire. Eat takeout 3 times a day. Don't drink water when thirsty. Milk, tea, carbonated drinks, all kinds of water. A day or 2 days. A month or 2 months is fine, but a year or 2 years, 10 years? Li Qiao's father decided to take Li Qiao to a major hospital to check. The same day they traveled to the hospital in the city of Stone. The hot pot restaurant was completely on fire. The main reason is that Wang Su's video account has gained a lot of fans. The world's second best and the world's second best hot pot restaurant have gone head to head. The other thing is that the broken brick video is so pompous. Many people said that Wang Su was satirizing those masters. As long as you are not stupid, you know that Wang Su is a fake. Many people can see that Wang Su is muddying the water. In addition, Wang Su also filmed the decomposition of the white tiger pile action. The difficulty naturally needless to say. No matter strength or flexibility, the requirements are particularly high. This makes a lot of people admire immensely. Said Wang Su is a real master. Fake real, real fake. Many people are confused. Wang Su in the end is a master, or a master. This is also what Wang Su understands from watching short videos. You have to be controversial if you want to be on fire. As long as there is controversy, then there is traffic. Take Wang Su, his broken brick and standing pile. Some people say fake. Some people say really. Some people say this is a liar. Some people say this is a master. That's controversy. With controversy, most people want to figure out whether it's a fraud or a master. Will pay attention to, nothing to see, to search to explore. This is the traffic. This is the topic. If you are fake, pure fake, well, you will be defined as a liar. Spray a little. Feel that such a person is an ordinary person, but also come out to cheat money. Take off. This kind of garbage people destroy the three views. Abominable. Soon will fade out of the field of vision. As for what to say, the more scolded the more fire. That is only a short period of time, because being scolded that is also the topic. This will soon pass, where the more scolded the more fire. Are a little something real. If you are real, innocent, can only fist, admire, cannot afford, spray cannot, change a spray. There is another phenomenon. It is beautiful, can fire, take a look, feel good. As looking at girls can live a long life, look at beautiful women can live a long life, but the ugly, disgusting can also fire. This is like, they let a fart. Many people will smell, stink, but just cannot help but smell, and even smell a little enjoyment. He himself may not know why he did it. Tap the comments section. Wang Su simply wanted to see if there were any wonderful comments, discovering that there were actually quite a few people at himself, all of them asking him to say yes. There were also people posting links, saying that there were people who wanted to come and challenge him and give him a letter of war. Wang Su also had 500,000 followers now. If you say there were a lot of fans, there really weren't many, and if you say there were fewer, there seemed to be quite a few. Challenging himself? This is good. Wang Su didn't care who challenged him and directly posted a video. I heard that someone wants to challenge me. Today here to record a video. This video will always be valid. Welcome to challenge. To live the whole process. The challenge is successful. I will reward him with $1 million. And what if he loses? He will be a waiter for me for a day in my hot pot restaurant. Upload. Wang Su feels that he has touched the code of traffic. The controversy, the gimmick, it was all there. But then again, it didn't seem to be. It was actually thanks to his fighting spirit. An ordinary person wouldn't dare to post this video. The powerful bottom makes him fearless in the piece of force. No one is good enough to come. Nothing can watch others come to pretend. And then pretend not to be countered. Then send another broken brick video. Tian Tao had already sent him the bricks. Online has been someone hanging up 5 bricks, suspended in the air, wrapped with tape, an inch fist break. Of course this is also fake. All prop bricks. The video is processed. Wang Su thought about it. The main fight a block more. So he directly hang up 10 blocks. Put the cell phone against himself. Today I saw someone hanging in the air with an inch fist to break the brick 5 blocks. This person is very powerful, but still a lot worse than me. I said the number of no one can beat me. 10 blocks. Today I will give you a 10 block. Wang Su specifically got a set of white practice clothes. Not to mention, this line of clothing in his body. White clothes, already a good figure. Upright, good temperament, hands and feet. There is a kind of patriarchal style. Cannot say good looking. The momentum should be enough. High master aura. Close your eyes. Luck. Raise your chi. Slightly crouch. Knees inward. Just breathe. Then a fist blast to the 10 bricks hanging in the air. Snap. Broken in the center. The bricks are as flush as a knife. Phew. Wrap up. Looked it over. Perfect. As long as it's not a fool, anyone can tell it's fake. Upload. Then practice the white tiger pile. Anyway, if you have time to practice once will rise a little proficiency experience. Visible progress, in order to mobilize the greatest motivation. After curing third uncle Wang Anqing's paralysis, there were many people in the village who came to see Wang Su. After all, they were familiar with Wang Anqing's condition. And from the second day onwards, there were people in the village who came to Wang Su's door to seek medical treatment. The villagers, Wang Su also for the sake of experience, as long as they could be cured, they also came. There were quite a lot of sick people. Basically everyone had more or less problems: pneumonia, gastritis, colitis, constipation, diarrhea, hepatitis, hypertension, coronary heart disease, myocarditis, diabetes, gout, rheumatoid arthritis, cerebral infarction, heart attack, cervical spondylosis, lumbar disc herniation, osteophytes, nephritis, stones, tumors. Most people have cervical spine discomfort, lumbar spine discomfort, frozen shoulder. There is also gout, leg pain, constipation, hemorrhoids and so on. Wang Su's orthopedic ability is really not a joke. 100 years of orthopedic. What lumbar vertebrae? Cervical vertebrae, periapical. Wang Su casually fiddled with fiddling. The effect is immediate. Comfortable. Cervical vertebrae comfortable, as if the brain are awake. Vision seems to have recovered. Feel the whole person is much more relaxed. Wang Su maneuvered to reset, and then there was the battle with the appropriate disease monster. Unless it couldn't be beaten. Everyone praised Wang Su for his skill. In a few days, Wang Su became famous. He had opened a hot pot restaurant, and after this was passed on, they all knew that this hot pot restaurant was earning hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. All of a sudden, Wang Su has become someone else's child again. Before, he was a negative teaching material. What is the prospect of going to college? Now he has become a positive teaching material, which is not the same after going to college. Now he is treating them better than going to the doctor. And the key is not to spend money. Naturally, Wang Su is praised as a flower. Many people are ready to entrust the matchmaker door to door. Want to marry their daughters to Wang Su. It was close to noon. Wang Su was ready to go to the hot pot restaurant to have a look. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Enguo walked in. Eldest uncle, eldest mother. Wang Su greeted. Wang Anguo's grandfather and Wang Anmin and Wang Anqing's grandfather were blood brothers. Everyone belonged to the same family. Usually, they were busy with their own business, but for red and white celebrations, they were all on the field, and the crops and fields are next to each other. Wang Su called Wang Anguo is also the eldest uncle. Wang Anmin is the pro-eldest uncle. After Wang Anqing was cured by Wang Su, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Anguo came to Wang Su. Xiao Su, Xiaoning's lumbar disc pain is very bad. Do you have any solution? Wang Anguo didn't beat around the bush. Xiaoning was Wang Anguo's son. Wang Ning. After graduating from university, Wang Ning took the exam for village official and is now the village secretary of Wang Village. The same age as Prince Jun. Wang Ning is a lumbar disc herniation, a very serious kind. He had an operation and steel nails, but recently, it has recurred. It hurts so much that he can't sleep, not to mention walking on the ground. I'll go take a look, Wang Su said. Good, please Xiao Su, Wang Enguo's daughter-in-law said enthusiastically. Auntie, no need to be polite. We are all family. Wang Su took the silver needle box and also grabbed some Chinese medicine. The two families were not far away, about 150 meters, separated by a street. Wang Ning was already married and had 2 children, a son and a daughter, married right after graduating from college. Now the son is 5 years old and the daughter is 3 years old. Both are very cute. Wang Ning lying on the bed, like a frosted eggplant, the whole person haggard. Massage, acupuncture, are not much use. Now is considering whether to have a second operation. It's not a solution to keep hurting so much. The daughter-in-law looked at the child, but also worried. Wang Ning is an only child. Wang Anguo couple are iron rice bowl. The family conditions in the village of Wang is absolutely very good. Wang Ning's daughter-in-law was also a publican. Young and pretty, but now this was not a good time. Su Di is here, Wang Ning's daughter-in-law greeted. Sister-in-law, I came to see brother Ning, Wang Su said. Wang Ning smiled bitterly and gave Wang Su a greeting, showing his teeth. Herniated lumbar disc monster, level 20. Booze monster, mutated monster, can fight after acupuncture. Tip, orthopedics can reduce all attributes of the herniated lumbar disc monster by 20% after acupuncture. Mutant monster? It was the first time Wang Su had seen a mutated monster that was also a booze monster. There was no need to think about it to know that this one was more powerful than a mere level 20 booze monster. Well, one more hint. There was no doubt about the effect of orthobone on lumbar discs, and I didn't expect that orthobone could also reduce the attributes of disease monsters afterward. This is good. Originally, Wang Su was a bit hesitant. Although he had confidence, especially with the skill kidney fist, he still didn't want to take any risks. But with the addition of orthobone lowering the attributes by 20%, then it was a sure thing. Xiao Su, how is it? Wang Enguo was also worried about this son. It's a bit tricky but it can be cured. It will allow Ning to live like a normal person but try not to do any more heavy manual labor. Wang Su said. Wang Enguo was pleasantly surprised, then still let him do heavy physical work. To be able to rest without pain is a burnt heart. Wang Su started acupuncture. Then, orthopedics. Click click click. The sound of bones was clear and pleasant. It wouldn't make one's scalp feel numb, but instead had a way of making one feel that the bones were in their place. An intuitive comfort. Wang Ning was instantly comfortable. The entire person also loosened up. Then Wang Su chose to enter the battle. Herniated disc monster. Chi blood, 80,000. Wang Su. Not panicking. Orthobone had already reduced the opposite side's attributes by 20%. It was a large tree demon. It wasn't very tall, but the torso was like a vine, only unusually thick, growing to be sinuous, pale, gnarled and disjointed, like a huge tree net. This was a huge tree monster. The battle began. A huge branch, like a python, drew towards Wang Su. Snap. -180. Steady. Wang Su was now returning 33 points of blood per second, and in one round of 10 seconds, he could return 330 points of blood. As long as the blood drop was less than 330, then it would remain full. However, Wang Su still used the skill, Kidney Fist, -500. Well, the attack was okay, but the biggest effect of Kidney Void Fist was to reduce the target's attack and defense by 20%. The huge vines pumped again. Snap. -0. Wang Su. This was directly after lowering the opposite side's attack without breaking defense. Kidney Fist was really good, reducing attack by 20%. This was scary. Wang Su's damage reduction was already high, and his defense was also high, so the benefit of Kidney Void Fist would be very high, and could even directly change the outcome of the battle. The lowering effect of Kidney Void Fist lasted for 10 rounds. Then Wang Su switched to White Tiger Vajrapestle and attacked. Tiger Poison. Luck was on his side, actually getting the target hit with Tiger Poison in one go. Tiger Poison reduced the target's current blood by 5% per turn. -3,950. Comfortable. This Tiger Poison is still powerful. The next battle was simple. One Kidney Fist after 10 rounds. In addition to lowering the target's attack by 20%, Kidney Void Fist also lowers the target's defense by 20%, which allows the opposite side to take more damage. It doesn't take long, and the battle is over. You win the battle. You gain 50,000 experience. You upgrade to level 22. You obtain 1 experience elixir. You gain the skill Carpenter's Craft, Centennial level. The experience is so high. Could this be the reason for the mutated booze monster? 1 experience pill. Wang Su curiously checked. Experience Dan, increase 100,000 experience after use. Well, how can I say this? Currently it's a good thing. Later on, when you need a huge amount of experience to level up, this is a bit of a chicken ribs. Directly use the experience Dan. You gain 100,000 experience. You upgrade to level 23. A rush of warmth and relief all over your body. It's a really wonderful feeling. Another additional craft, Carpenter's Craft, was still 100-year level. It had to be said that craftsmen were really good. He had countless things in his mind that he could create himself. Even Wang Su wanted to craft something right away. He already somewhat understood the kind of joy a craftsman had. Taking out the Chinese herbs, he simply boiled up a serving of qi and blood soup. Wang Ning was pleasantly surprised to find that he didn't have any pain at all. His body was relaxed, and this long-lost feeling was as if he had gone from hell to heaven all of a sudden. Wang Ning's mother was even happier with tears in her eyes. Thank you, Xiao Su. Xiao Su, eat lunch at home. I'll go buy a dish. Wang Yingguo said and walked out quickly. Wang Su knew that he couldn't push back. It was already noon at this time. Not a moment later, Wang Yingguo came back from buying food. Chicken, fish, beef, elbows, pig's feet, cold vegetables, enemas, downers, and a few vegetarian dishes, and a case of beer. Su Di, this medical skill of yours, Wang Ning said and stuck out a thumb. Wang Ning's daughter-in-law was happier than anyone else. A glass of wine was poured during dinner, and she, who never drank for the first time. Sister-in-law toasts you. Thank you. If there's anything in the village that you need your brother Ning for, be sure to ask. Wang Su nodded. Good. Wang Su was not polite. He now had the ability to tame beasts. To raise something in the village, he might really need to trouble Wang Ning. After lunch, Wang Su went back home. He took out his cell phone and called Chi-Tang. Beep. Gu, my man misses me. Chi-Tang's cool and soft voice carried doting. Wang Su's heart instantly became incomparably calm and felt especially warm. I miss you, Wang Su said softly. Then if you say something nice, I'll go look for you. Chi-Tang gently laughed. Auntie Tong, you're the prettiest, Wang Su said softly. Chi-Tang, little bastard, how does the body feel? Wang Su asked with concern. I'm fine. I've already started working. Chi-Tang laughed. Don't tire yourself. I can earn money too. I'll give you all my money in the future. Wang Su laughed. Chi Tang's light laughter came. I miss you. Wang Su was just happy at this time, because Yang Shi was in front, so Wang Su just felt that Chi Tang was good. Good is good. Don't say this reason, that reason. Wang Su is not good to Yang Shi? What did he get in return? It's not that whoever you treat well will definitely treat you well. I'll prepare a gift for you during this time. When you're not busy that day, you come over. I'll take you to relax for 2 days. Wang Su laughed. You are too good to me. Chi Tang said softly. Look what you are saying. My innocent body is given to you. I am your person now. Who am I good to if not you? Chi Tang couldn't help but smile again when she heard Wang Su's words. Mature, dignified, cool and with a unique gentle laughter. It was especially enjoyable to listen to. Better than any music. Afternoon. Wang Su rushed to the hot pot restaurant, and the family had already started preparing the evening hot pot. Everyone had a smile on their faces. Although they were tired, they were more excited and hopeful. Aunt Young, Auntie, Auntie 3, Uncle, Uncle 3, and Prince Jun were on the first floor. On the second and third floor were Wang Yang, Wang Chong, Wang Hu and Wang Dajiang. Wang Dajiang is Wang Su's elementary school classmate and childhood friend from the same village. The one with the little bitch at home. Now everyone in the village envies Auntie Yang, Wang Hu and Wang Dajiang. With a salary of $8,000 a month. The food is good, and the work is not tiring. Some people's eyes are red with envy. Today is Friday. Third aunt, I'll go pick up Yao Yao in the afternoon. Wang Su said. Wang Ziyou, third uncle's daughter and the youngest child, has just started her senior year of high school, and only had 10 or so days of vacation in the summer, returning 1 day a month. Good, third aunt said happily. Zheng County No. 1 middle school. The notice was that school ended at 3:40. Wang Su was waiting in front of the school at 3:30. There were already many parents waiting here. Cars, battery cars, electric tricycles. There were a lot of people. There were also many young people, with cigarettes in their mouths, dangling, just 17 or 18 years old. Early school dropouts, groups of young people wandering in internet cafes, billiard halls, KTV. They have men and women. The export must bring dirty words, not with dirty words, as if it seems to be very goatish, not powerful enough. School is over. Students are coming out one after another. They are all 17, 18, 9 years old, youthful, energetic, do not use cosmetics, but they all have good skin. Fat people are few and far between. One by one, they are full of vigor. All are wearing school uniforms. The biggest role of the school uniform is fairness. No matter how good or bad your family conditions are, everyone wears a school uniform. Wang Ziyou was wearing a school uniform, standing tall, with a single ponytail, carrying a bag on her back and a large bag in her hand. It should be a change of clothes or something. She was looking around, searching. The genes of old Wang's family were good, and Wang Ziyou was very pretty. Even in her school uniform, she was particularly conspicuous amongst the crowd of girls. Many boys would sneak a look at her with fond eyes. Most high school students were still very simple, liking only dared to secretly like, and looking at beautiful women was also sneaking a look, or pretending to sweep by without thinking, but actually looking at a certain girl. Wang Su was about to greet. A boy with a height of 1 meter 8 and a small handsome look stopped Wang Yao. There were several other boys behind this boy. Wang Ziyou, I really like you. Be my girlfriend. The tall boy confessed seriously. Su Yang, how many times have I told you? I don't fall in love and I don't like you. Wang Ziyou frowned and said. This boy named Su Yan was still smiling. Prince Yao, your father can't move. Your 2 older brothers can't get married. It's all up to your mom alone. You're going to college next year. Where will you get your tuition? Su Yang opened his mouth. This doesn't need you to worry about. Wang Ziyou said. Do you want your mom to work her ass off to earn money for you to go to college? Can you bear it? Wang Ziyou, what do you think makes me unworthy of you? My family's money gives me money to spend for the rest of my life. This person actually doesn't live for himself. Many times for the sake of his family. For the people close to him. It's about giving. Su Yang said with a twinkle in his eye. His family is in good condition, but he is poor in studies. Often fooling around outside. Early contact with society. Also go to wash feet massage. Know the good of women. So he hit his idea on Prince Yao. Racking his brain. This person once opened the Pandora's magic box. He could not stop. Although he is not good at studying, his brain is not stupid, and he is even smart. He understands the truth that knowing one's enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. So he learned about Prince Yao's family. With this understanding, he knew where to start. Wang Ziyou is an understanding, filial piety, well-behaved girl. This was enough. If he wanted to pull Prince Yao down a little bit, he could only play the emotional card, the affection card. You just have to promise to be my girlfriend. I'll cover your tuition for college. I'll cover your living expenses. We'll get married when you graduate from college. Before that, I guarantee that if you don't agree, I won't touch you. Su Yang said seriously. Wang Ziyao didn't say anything. If you agree, I can let Auntie go to my family's factory to work. Free time, can take care of your father? Salary 5,000. A day at most half a day shift. Su Yang continued. Prince Yao, you can think about it. I know you are a good girl. I also know you don't like me. But a girl looking for one who loves herself is definitely happier than looking for one she likes. Su Yang looked at Prince Yao and said without panic. Su Yang was happy inside. As long as there's hesitation, then it's a big success. As long as you agree, then you can't run away. Not touching you? Hee. No need to think about it. I don't want to hit anyone today. Next time and see you say this to my sister, I'll break your legs. Big brother, Prince Yao said happily. Who do I think it is? Wang Su right. Just you still break my legs? Believe it or not, I'll get you killed. Su Yan looked at Wang Su grimly. Su Yang and some gangsters called themselves brothers and brothers, while an honest person like Wang Su was not in his eyes at all. Don't look at him, he was only 19 years old, but the 24-year-old Wang Su could be taken at will in his eyes. In his eyes, Wang Su like this was the most incompetent, wimpy softy. Wang Su looked at him, then punched his waist. Kidney fist. Su Yang winced. His face turned white. Both legs trembled a little. This hot day made him feel actually a little cold. His waist and legs ached. His body was weak. You, what did you do to me? Su Yang's face changed greatly. At this time from a car came down a bald man with a big belly. Xiao Yang. What's wrong? The man frowned and asked. Looking at his son's face which had a very bad complexion, a moment of doubt came over him. It had only been a month since he had seen him. How could his son be like this? Wang Su also figured out that the kidney deficiency fist was to break up the kidney qi loss, qi deficiency, and severe loss of kidney qi. Dad, he hit me, Su Yang said loudly. Wang Su laughed. I didn't hit you. In that punch just now, Wang Su's speed was fast and the force wasn't great. Wang Su was just trying to see if this kidney fist was good. It just happened to find the right target. Now it seemed to work well. Little brute, dare to hit my son. I'll beat you to death. The middle-aged balding man was furious. How to say that he is also a rich man in Jiangxian County, who C does not call Mr. Su, said a slap towards Wang Su. Bang! Wang Su kicked over and directly kicked the other party to the ground. However, Wang Su did not use force. He was afraid of kicking the other party to death. Kid, you wait. If I don't break your legs today, I'll take your last name, the man said. Took out his cell phone and started calling people. The commotion over here alarmed the school security. The security guard directly called the police. Then mediation. Surrounded by many people, Balding Su said that he and his son were injured. The main thing is that Su Yang's body looks very weak, so it is very important. Came to the hospital. Some examination. The doctor looked at Su Yang and Balding Mr. Su with incomparable eccentricity. Kidney loss. Serious loss of kidney qi. This is overindulgence. Control the number of times in the future. Put your mind on your studies. Su Yang. The corners of Balding Mr. Su's mouth twitched, muttering that it was too wasteful. Su Yang was anxious. I didn't use my hands. Su Yang red-faced and anxious. 19 years old. It's not shameful to do it yourself. It's not impossible to relax once in a while. It's just that there aren't many that put themselves in this situation. In the end the matter was left unsettled. Wang Su helped Wang Ziyao carry the big bag, and Wang Ziyao carried her own shoulder bag. Big brother, you've changed. Prince Yao looked at Wang Su curiously. The two chatted as they walked. Where have you changed? Wang Su asked with a smile. I don't know, Wang Ziyao said honestly. Girl, let's go. Your brother will first take you to a delicious meal. Aha! Prince Yao hesitated and nodded her head. In the future, if there are things that are not convenient to talk to third uncle and third auntie in them, just talk to me. Don't worry, brother can fix everything for you. No bragging, Wang Su said seriously. Earlier at the police station, the director had come, as well as Li Baichuan. Li Chanshan even told Wang Ziyao to call him directly if there was anything in the future. Wang Ziyao had been confused. That was the director. He still didn't know that Li Chanshan would soon be the main county parent official. It is just that he is not in office yet. Came to the hot pot restaurant. Wang Ziyao was surprised to see that it was all his own family. Father can actually walk. All of a sudden, he couldn't help the tears gushing out. Dad. Although her family told her not to think so much and to make sure to pay for her to go to college. Studying hard and getting into a good college was the best reward. Only by going to school could she have better choices and a great future. Wang Ziyao's grades are particularly good. Has been sitting in the top 10 of the grade. All the things that happened during this period of time were also told to Wang Ziyao, but what shouldn't be said wasn't said. Just told her that the family is in a better place now, so she shouldn't be pressured. Today that Su Yang gave her words, also let Wang Su know that this little sister is under a lot of pressure. At an age when she should be brilliant and uninitiated, she has to think a lot. Other people's children are still capricious, playing temper tantrums, wanting what they want to, and if they don't give it, they will splash and roll. But Wang Ziyao has never been like that. Family members to buy also do not allow. Living expenses are also the lowest kind. Never eat expensive. She is very understanding, but also very competitive. What happened in front of the school? Wang Su did not say. Wang Ziyao also did not say. Soon, she was eating hot pot. The family also ate with her. It was a free time to eat together to have an atmosphere. Looking at the family's joyfulness, and her two brothers were now smiling. Wang Ziyao had never been so happy. Study hard. When you get into college, brother will give you a surprise. Wang Su laughed. Good. Wang Ziyao smiled and nodded her head. The 18-year-old girl was shy, youthful and beautiful. Wang Su was also very happy. This was his old Wang family's girl. His cousin was a few years older than him. That there was a sense of accomplishment in taking care of his little sister. This is why boys are willing to have a blood sister. Well, in Wang Su's case, Wang Ziyao is the blood sister. Wang Ziyao wanted to stay at the store to help. Her family didn't let her go home. Wang Su had money in his hand, and quite a lot of it, so Wang Su felt the need to rebuild the house a bit. The mansion of the eldest uncle's family and the third uncle's family is not small in size. There was also Wang Su's parents' house. It was already dilapidated and could not be inhabited. It was behind the eldest uncle's house, and the two families were next to each other. Wang Su was ready to merge them directly, and the two homesteads together were 1.5 acres in size. Well, almost 1,000 square feet. Wang Su remembered Qi Yun and called directly. Brother-in-law, you're back? The phone was connected, and Qi Yun's voice came through with surprise. Not yet. If you have time, I'll send you an address for you to come over. I can't go back to Stone City for the recent period of time. Wang Su laughed. Good. I'll go over in the next 2 days. I'll give a call when I arrive. Qi Yun immediately said. Wang Su thought of preparing a surprise for Qi Tang. Originally, with 100-year great carpenter craft ability, Wang Su planned to build an ancient and special wooden building for Qi Tang, and the other thing was a white horse. His ability was a carpenter, not a woodworker. A carpenter is a person who has outstanding achievements in a certain area. His carpentry craft was still at the 100-year level, which was terrifying. It was as if a vast amount of knowledge about carpentry was engraved in his brain. Customize 2 sets of tools for carpenters: planes, chisels, axes, hammers, saws, carving knives, sandpaper, curves, drills. The other thing is to get ready to go buy a horse. Well, buy 2. One is too lonely. And buy a little bitch so Old Yellow can live happily ever after. Old Yellow is too lonely. He is going to buy the most beautiful little bitch for Old Huang. For this reason Wang Su also specially went to search. What is the breed of the most beautiful bitch? Wang Su looked. Samoyed, Husky, Alaska are actually on the list. Husky is known as Samoyed, a little home wrecker, and a middle child. But these are not a problem here in Wang Su. But to say face value, Wang Su still thinks Samoyed is better. It's not good to choose. So don't choose. The 3 fools all come one, so you don't have to get entangled. Linxian County has a not too small livestock market. Wang Su knows his village has a specialized cattle. There are also about 10 households that raise sheep. As for buying a dog, just go directly to the pet store. Sells about the same as on the line. Ultimately rely on the taming of animals to change. On the same day, Wang Su and his eldest uncle and aunt discussed the matter of rebuilding the house. Wang Anmin nodded. Wang Su might bring back his girlfriend someday. He really needed a place. Wang Su told them not to worry. He would take care of this matter. Then discuss about merging the 2 homesteads. Build a villa. With such a big place, the front yard can have a rockery and fish pond. Plant flowers and grass. And the backyard can have a grassy area to raise horses and dogs. Prince Jun's eyes lit up and laughed. It's good to think about it. Wang Anmin was also happy. Dame took out all her savings to give to Wang Su. Auntie, I have enough money. When I don't have enough I'll ask you for more. You child, our money is yours. Wang Su was helpless. Then, anyway, the hot pot store had income. He would not let the elder lady suffer anymore. The next day, Wang Su contacted the construction team. First tear down the current square. With the carpenter ability, he directly designed it himself and drew the drawings. The other thing was that Wang Su bought a lot of wood. Solid wood. although it is not a valuable wood, but it is better than the real thing. And the year is big. Old elm and date wood. Old elm are the beams of the old house in the past. Very thick, dry, strong. Grain is also good looking. Now all belong to the good things. The other is jujube wood. Jujube wood is very hard, dense. Rural date wood cutting board belongs to the best cutting board. Don't look at the wood. Can withstand the wind and rain, and can even last a few hundred years. The morning construction team came. Shovels, excavators. At noon, the house will be demolished and flattened. Drawings, design. Wang Su also agreed with the other party. Wang Su did not choose a steel structure, but a reinforced concrete structure. Reinforced concrete structure, weight, thick, strong, sound insulation, fire prevention. The disadvantage is that it has to be poured many times, and the material cannot be reused, and the construction cycle is a little longer. The money is there, everything is fast and the quality is good. Hefeng is an Edison. Net name Iron Fist of Home. To live broadcast martial arts. In addition to nothing to challenge this challenge that on the internet. But he only has 500,000 followers. More than his fans. No one take care of him. This guy is also a knowledgeable traffic. Whoever is on fire rubs off on whoever is on fire. For example, Wang Su has been a little hot lately, with the world's second best expert and the world's second hot pot restaurant as well as that exaggerated broken brick. He then posted a video challenge. My name is Iron Fist of Home. My family's martial arts. I heard that you are the second best in the world. I'm not talented. I would like to spar with your excellency. I'm waiting for a reply online. That was Iron Fist of Feng's challenge. Wang Su later posted that million reward video. As long as you beat him, you will be rewarded $1 million. And if you lose, you only need to be a waiter for a day in his hot pot restaurant. This video is on fire. This video is also crazy. Wang Su now had capital, especially after having the ability to tame beasts. A little worry was gone. Needless to say, his fighting strength, it is modest to say that the second in the world, and the talent makes him not afraid of poison, not afraid of psychedelic drugs. As long as he obeys the law, no one can do anything to him. However, Wang Su knew that those big internet celebrities couldn't even look at $1 million and wouldn't come to challenge himself. At least not now. Wang Su and Iron Fist of Home met in front of the hot pot restaurant. This side of the place was wide. Iron Fist of Home didn't come alone, bringing some fans and his own team. He was a 5'8" robust young man, has muscles, can backflip, can whirlwind legs, broken bricks. Nunchaku juggling is also tigerish. He's played in an amateur ring, the kind that a couple of internet celebrities got. He's won a few fights, and I don't know who he fought. Anyway, whenever people ask him if he can get in the ring, he'll put up a video of him KOing someone. It's all about settling the fight in 3 or 5 moves, and there's no front face shots of the opponents. They're all sideways, and no one recognizes them. Iron Fist of Home had been on live at this point. Brothers, we have arrived in Jiang County. You see, this is the world's second hot pot restaurant, and this is the world's second best. Iron Fist of Home said and gave Wang Su a shot. Wang Dajiang would also come to the rescue and took Wang Su's cell phone video number and started live broadcasting as well. A lot of people gathered around to watch. A lot of people eating hot pot also came out. And this kind of bustle was the first time in Jiangxian. Tekken of Home understands traffic. Let's do it this way. Let's eat something to pat our stomachs first, and PK on time in 2 hours. Iron Fist of Home said after thinking about it. Wang Su naturally had no problem with it. This was giving the fans 2 hours to create a conversation, to go and call out their friends, to go and spread the news. There was a live PK in 2 hours. The world's second best PK Iron Fist of Home. Since we're here, let's have a hot pot. The world's second hot pot restaurant is now also considered a Netflix restaurant. A small fame. More and more people from outside come here to eat hot pot. Many people praised it, but many people thought it was hype. The first moment Iron Fist of Home saw Wang Su, he felt stable. Height-wise it was about the same. Wang Su was 1.78 m, and he was 1.8 m. But looking at the size, Iron Fist of Home was at least 20 pounds heavier than Wang Su. Boss, if you regret it now, you can admit that you are just performing and have no kung fu. I can cancel the match. Iron Fist of Home said. Wang Su laughed. No, I'm not targeting you alone. I'm challenging everyone. This video of mine will be valid forever. As long as he beats me, I'll immediately reward him with 1 million cash. And if you guys lose, you only need to work as a waiter in my hot pot restaurant for 1 day. In his opinion, Wang Su was using money to fight for fame and traffic. For example, today, Wang Su lost. Bonus opponent 1 million. This is definitely going to be on the news. This is traffic. Wang Su smiled. At the same time, many anchors on the internet have come to rub traffic, all talking about this PK. Talk about the grudge, talk about the cause. and then finally analyze who can win on both sides. Without realizing it, Wang Su and Iron Fist Fang's live room was full of people. Wang Su made a call to Tian Tao. Old Tian, come to the county to rug traffic. Be right there. Tian Tao was very dry. Recently, inch fist broken brick has been said to be a culture. A circle. The inch fist old man breaking bricks was realistic. And with Wang Su's recommendation, this naive youth already had a little bit of traffic. Mainly inch fist old man. This name is good to remember. Inch fist old man speaks a mouthful of hometown language. If not with subtitles, many people do not understand what it means. This is also a characteristic. Wang Su felt that he had to get a few internet celebrities on his side. It was no fun to play alone. Wang Chong and Wang Yang all have video numbers, and now they have also begun to be okay with filming the hot pot restaurant. And they also film themselves taking horse steps every day. Little by little, the bottom line is accumulating. Unconsciously, the time has come to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There are a lot of people in the live broadcast room saying anything. It's not going to be a hype if we don't fight in the end? You guys say the boss has kung fu. Look at this physique, doesn't look like it has. That brick breaking video is a spoof, but the boss's white tiger pile is a bit of a thing. Anyway, if I don't fight, I'll take it off and use the rest of my life to scold them later. Don't be too happy. Do you guys think they are scripted? Everything you see online, remember, it's all fake. There was no ring where the match was taking place. It's just an open space. Both sides put on their gloves. Boss, take a shot. Don't say I'm bullying you. It's all about life. You can actually not take it. Iron Fist Fong said. Are you ready? Wang Su asked. Iron Fist Fong nodded. Let's start. Wang Su walked over, then casually threw a punch. Bang! It hit. Iron Fist Fong also threw a punch. It also hit. No one took a step back. Wang Su controlled the power and greeted Iron Fist Fong's face. Tekken Fong doesn't show any weakness either and swings his fist to counterattack. The duel of real men began. The live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Was this fight really unexpected? They didn't expect this kind of fight even if they thought about it. This is a master? This is a fucking king's fist, isn't it? But why was it a bit too much to watch? Wang Su's defense was so strong and talented that being hit really felt no different from scratching an itch. Since we are going to fight, let's be real and tough. You can't show too much power. It's not fun if you scare people away from the challenge. Bang bang. Since it's called Iron Fist Fong, then surely all the kung fu is in the fists. But now the problem is that Ah Feng's face is swollen, 2 ebony eyes, and the corners of his mouth are bleeding. But Wang Su didn't seem to be doing anything. Obviously, Iron Fist Feng's fists did not land on Wang Su's face. Head ah! Iron Fist Feng shook his head. His head was dizzy, his eyes were blazing, and he gritted his teeth and rushed up unbelievingly. Bang bang! No more fighting! No more fighting! Can't top it! Iron Fist Feng that head that face is swollen and pig head. At this time, he feels that the sky is spinning. This is not fake. This is a real fight. Absolutely real fight. The only thing that makes people puzzled why Wang Su did not have anything at all? The live broadcast room also exploded. I don't care if he's scripted or not. It's fun and hilarious to watch anyway. Tubers, I'll give you this. This is the real fight. Wang Su is the essence. Whoever of you don't believe me, find someone to fight and you'll know. This is true. My friend is practicing boxing and sparring. Have to pick 3 of us, at first or boxing stance. Sparring stance, but not for a while. What stance is gone? The last and we are the same. Also Wang Bok Fist. I'll give you guys. Wang Bok Fist is also called Chaotic Fist. Chaotic Fist kills the teacher. In fact, the technology is still very important. When you are young, you can blood, chaotic polka gas. When you are older you know, to technology, cannot be fast, to control the rhythm, or simply cannot top. I damn. Always feel upstairs said Strange. What broken road can also drive? Now although 2 o'clock, but today a lot of people are in, because they all know there is lively, willing to bet and lose. Tekken Afan didn't resist and volunteered to be a waiter, serving food or washing dishes. Then there were more videos on the internet, and the world's second hot pot restaurant had an extra Netflix waiter with a blue nose and a swollen head like a pig's head. A netizen with 500,000 followers was working as a waiter, and still with a swollen nose. Many people said that waiters are really not easy now, and they have to be beaten up when they work. Iron Fist Fong after the work was done was dumbfounded. The fans did not fall, but went up by 100,000. Many people in the live broadcast room asked Iron Fist Fong. In the end, how is the boss fighting? Many people are curious. Tekken Fong sighed and said in the live broadcast room, I know that many people think it is a script. I am here to cooperate with the boss to act. You guys take a close look at the bruises on my head. Is it true? Said also pulled the camera closer. I know I'm not an expert, But I'd been practicing martial arts for 5 years in real life. What I practiced as a child doesn't count. I can only give you guys that the boss is pretending to be a pig in a poke. Don't believe me? You guys look back. Ah Feng looked at Wang Su's calm and self-contained face. That distinctive temperament is too stable, too calm. Ripples. Thinking back to the battle just now, no matter if he hit to hit or not, Wang Su's eyes did not blink, and his demeanor did not change. Iron Fist Ah Feng had been challenging people all this time. People with real skills wouldn't accept his challenge. There was no point because it was a losing proposition. Those without real skill naturally didn't accept his challenge either. Iron Fist Ah Feng went up by 100,000 fans, and Wang Su directly rose 300,000 fans. It's still going up fast like this. In the afternoon, Wang Su went to the livestock market in Linxian County. It is not far. The two counties are next to each other. The livestock market is on the edge of the county. It is a piece of open space. Convenient transportation. Cars come and go. All are big cars. Livestock market is mainly horses, cows, donkeys, mules, pigs, sheep, but also a few chickens, ducks and geese. This livestock market in Linxian can only be considered a small livestock market. The odor here is very strong, and at any time you can see the livestock pulling out one pile after another and falling on the ground. Wang Su's purpose was clear. A white horse, a black horse. Found is found. It is not the same as one imagines. For example, the white horse. It is white, but it is not good at all. Dirty. A little bit of the appearance of the divine steed is not. The black horse was also average. Not the dark charcoal color one would expect. A big yellow cow. A big black pig. I can only buy the little bitch for old yellow later. 2 horses cost $24,000. 1 cow cost $11,000. And this one was stronger. The black horse is a stallion. The white horse is a mare. The big yellow cow is a bull. The big black pig is a boar. Back in Wang village, Wang Su tied both horses and a cow to a tree. The house on this side of the house had been bulldozed and the foundation was being laid at this time. Only one beast could be tamed in a day. Wang Su decided to train this big black pig first today. The horse and cow were more docile. Just tie them to the tree. This big black pig currently has 300 pounds. Round and rolled. Dirty. The silver needle was stuck in. And the trace of dragon chi was also integrated into the body of the big black pig. The immediate effect was as if it had blinked its eyes. The big black pig's body thickened by around. And that snout shortened a bit, making that pig face more and more naive. Physique. Strength and endurance increased threefold. And the previously drooping fat meat all became firm. It didn't turn into muscle. It just looked sturdy and thick like a half-sized water tank. The limbs were unusually thick and very short, with small short legs, like 4 small pillars, with a low chassis, giving people an especially stable feeling. The short pig's hair is just right. Very clean. Very fresh. No smell. Naive. Short and thick. Short and thick. Round like a ball. How to look like an enlarged golden piggy bank. Only this is a black pig. The 2 big leeches under the tail are estimated to make men envious when they look at it. The big black pig is very cheerful around Wang Su. Don't look at a pig. But this guy's fighting strength is much more horrible than the old yellow, where the weight tonnage is. Running. This is a small bulldozer. The more Wang Su looked at it, the more he liked it. It was hard for him to imagine how a pig could be a perfect blend of cute, stupid, mighty, majestic, domineering and powerful. This black pig was now as good looking as the black diamond. Wang Su was looking forward to the changes in the white and black horses as well as the rhubarb cow after the taming. With old yellow and big black pig in front of him, Wang Su didn't need to think about it to know that there would definitely be a sea change after taming the horses. Wang Su touched the big black pig's huge head. This guy was so sturdy. His thick body was very elastic, amazingly thick and unusually excessive. Together with the 4 small short legs that were short and thick like small pillars, Wang Su felt that even if the house collapsed, it couldn't be smashed down. Obviously the block is very big, but it just makes people feel very cute. Especially cute. This is the feeling of the depository jar becoming a spirit. At night, the eldest uncle and his wife went to stay at the third uncle's house. Wang Su and Wang Yang and Wang Chung stayed at the hot pot restaurant. Old Huan was also at the hot pot restaurant. The big black pig stayed in the village and had to watch 2 horses and a cow. After taming the beasts, the spirituality increased greatly, and this was the soul. The next day, in the morning, Wang Su woke up early. Calling up Wang Yang and Wang Chong, he told them to go outside for their morning exercise to tie their horses. Wang Su, on the other hand, took old Huang to skulk around and see if there were any suitable disease monsters. The air was fresh, and the air in the county was already good. Not to mention that Jiangxian had a big mountain and a big river passing through. Not only that, Zheng County didn't have any big factories. No pollution. Go to the park and take a look. Zhangxian morning walkers will go to the park. The park has man-made rockery, man-made small lake. The lake raised swans, said swans, but feel in home that kind of goose is not much difference. There are lawns, woods, stone sculptures, squares, a circle of asphalt main road. Above every 100 meters have numbers. So become a lot of race walking team, runners exercise site. There are also ping pong cases, a basketball court, a bar, a double bar, and a slide. There is also a library. In front of the park, there are many tricycles selling vegetables, which are usually grown by individuals in rural areas. There are also fruit sellers. The sunlight in the morning is not hot, it is very bright, and the golden light is pouring down on the earth, which makes people's mood extraordinarily comfortable. Some people jogged by. There are also young men and women walking hand in hand, enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the morning. Under the golden sunlight in the early morning, the girl would also look more and more beautiful. Brother! A familiar voice rang out. Levi Ryder walked over holding a husky. She was wearing a plain slightly loose sweatshirt, with her hair coiled up in a bun. She looked noble and mature. Those eyes were too good looking, as if they were dripping water, as if they could speak, as bright as flowers. Peach blossom eyes. This was the real peach blossom eyes. The slightly loose sweatshirt didn't cover her figure, but instead, between walking around, it was more able to show off that proud and plump fruit. Her neck was snow white and slender. Her back was so thin and elegant. Slender waist like a snake. Waist and hip lines make people cannot move their eyes. The closest neighborhood next to the park is the Waterwood neighborhood, and Levi Riding's home is in the Waterwood neighborhood. This husky was raised by Levi Chuan. Very beautiful, just do not know whether to remove the home. When Levi Rider came out for a walk or jog in the morning, she would bring it with her. Sister 100 Riders. Wang Su smiled and said hello. This is your dog? Levi Riding looked at Old Yellow in surprise. Although Old Yellow was an earth dog, it was very majestic and divine. This was an earth dog. It just felt different again from ordinary earth dogs. Wang Su hadn't had time to make a comment yet. Old Yellow rode on top of the husky. What a shamelessness. Wang Su froze. Old Huang did not have a leash. The husky did have one, and it was being held by Li Baishir. Li Baishir also had a short circuit in his brain, right in front of her eyes. Li Baishir red-faced handed the dog leash to Wang Su. Stinky brother. Wang Su awkwardly took the leash. Wang Su was embarrassed. Sister 100 Riders. Why don't I separate them? No talking. Li Beck Riding glared at him without a good mood. The flavor was all over the place. Wang Su looked at her dumbfounded. He just felt shocked by Li Beck Riding's beautiful appearance. The woman's femininity at this moment was soul-stirring. Wang Su was not a saint, even if there was no problem with the three views, no problem with morality, but people are people. He slightly lowered his head and averted his gaze. Levi Riding couldn't help but smile when he saw Wang Su's appearance. This guy is really good looking. Old Huang spat out his tongue and puffed. Li Beck Rider's face reddened again. There was a big tree on this side that blocked some of it, but after all, there would still be people passing by. Old Yellow, hurry up, Wang Su urged. Levi Riding. Old Yellow was refreshed, shook his doggy head, and cheerfully surrounded the husky, rubbing against it from time to time. Wang Su and Levi Riding walked and chatted in the back. There were quite a lot of people in the park, and many of them were still in groups. Some were morning walkers, some just came out in the morning to take a walk, not to exercise. Little Mian has been wanting me to bring her to you for the past 2 days. Levi Rider laughed. Then when you're free, bring the little girl here and we'll take her to play something she hasn't played before. Wang Su thought about it and said, I'll be free tomorrow. Levi Riding looked at Wang Su with a smile. Good, tomorrow then. Wang Su nodded. In the morning, I came here to the hot pot restaurant and found Wang Su. He was here to deliver a message. It was to tell Wang Su that the esophageal cancer patient, the old man who vomited blood at the hot pot restaurant, had already left. There is no pain. That son can't leave now, and asked him to come and say thank you for him. He will come to say thank you after he is busy with the aftermath. Wang Su sighed and nodded. There was nothing he could do about the grade 80 esophageal cancer army grand marshal. Life, old age, sickness and death. It's human nature. No one can escape. To be able to die without illness, without pain, without disease. This is a good death. And this is what many people dream of. Wang Su helped that old man with golden needles a few times in the past few days, just to let the old man go without pain. Go back in the morning. Wang Su trained the horse. That white horse. The silver needles were stabbed in, and that hint of dragon chi was incorporated. Wang Su taming the beast would also avoid people. After all, the change was still a bit big. Snow White. It is only now that it is considered a white horse. Long mane, silky fur, Snow White, well-proportioned body. Vaguely seems to have a hint of dragon posture. The The body was athletic and muscular. That horse face was actually a little bit showy. The eyes had a hint of spirituality. Whoever saw it thought that this white horse was beautiful. The body is a little bigger than before. The overall look has a kind of delicate posture. When the body moves, there is a kind of swimming dragon posture, full of power, with a wisp of charm. Whether it was the online PS pictures, or in reality, this horse threw off other horses by 18 blocks. Even though he had expected it and knew it would be stunning, he still didn't expect it to be this stunning. This was one of the gifts Wang Su had prepared for Chi-Tang. The white horse lowered its head affectionately and rubbed its head against Wang Su. The house was still under construction. Wang Su found that he liked staying here more and more. With the ability to tame animals, it was fun to raise some animals. The village was right next to a big mountain. There was nothing to do but shoot videos, cook food, and ride horses and hunt. Hunting? There are definitely animals in the mountains, but at most there are wild rabbits, pheasants, bobcats, and so on, and they shouldn't be too numerous. The vegetation of the big mountain was dense and the place was big. Wang Su felt that his animal taming ability allowed him to raise some animals in this big mountain. With more animals this way, it might be possible to hunt. You can breed good horses and get a horse farm in the mountains, so you can ride and shoot and hunt. This thought made Wang Su a little excited. Even if he had some ability and was not worried about food and drink, he could not lie flat. He still had to do something, so it was best to do something he liked. Take it one step at a time first. There's no rush. For now, first tame a few more beasts, just like getting a few head sheep. It would be incomparably easier to manage. For example, this big black pig right now. Proper pig king. Big black pig with amazing spirituality. There is no problem managing the herd. To build the family villa as well as the back garden and whatnot as soon as possible. Let his own family live a good life first. This time the cell phone rang. Shi Yun, brother-in-law. I've arrived at the county seat of Zhen County. Shi Yun's voice came through. You go directly to the world's second hot pot restaurant. I'll be there in a while. By the time Wang Su arrived at the hot pot restaurant, Shi Yun had already gotten acquainted with his eldest uncle, eldest mother, third uncle, third aunt and Prince Jun. The guy said Wang Su was his brother-in-law. The family was surprised. Shi Yun didn't look like a normal family's child. His height and looks and temperament needless to say. A straight suit. Compared to Wang Yang, Wang Chong and Wang Dajiang is a bumpkin. Shi Yun wants to help. How can the family let? Just at this time, Wang Su came to the hot pot restaurant. Wang Su has a particularly good impression of Chi Yun. From the very beginning, after knowing that he was really Chi Tang's boyfriend, he called himself brother-in-law and didn't look down on himself. At that time Chi Yun didn't know Wang Su's ability. Wang Su of course knew that it was because Chi Tang was his sister, his own sister, his closest relative, and not because of him. This is enough. As a man, all hope that his woman is also a little princess in her mother's family, loved and pampered by her family. Many families will only go to their daughters to ask for it, and do not care about the daughter's family at all. Behind every woman who is a foodie demon, there is a family that doesn't love her. Men don't look at how well their father-in-law's family treats them in the first place. As long as they are genuinely good to their daughters, that's enough. Love house. Because of Chi Tang reason. Plus Chi Yun is very to Wang Su appetite, so he is happy to teach Chi Yun. Chi Yun looked at Wang Su was wanting to speak, stopping and then wanting to speak. Wang Su naturally saw it and smiled. Let's go. Go outside. I'll teach you the first move first. Ah Feng also heard it and curiously watched the two walk out. Today's Ah Feng had lost his swelling, but the bruises and panda eyes on his face were still there. It would be afternoon before Ah Feng could be free. Shi Yun took off his suit and inside was a practicing suit. It seems to have been prepared earlier. White Tiger Pile is just 4 moves. White Tiger 4 styles. And Wang Su taught him the first move. The moment before the tiger's pounce. The movement of holding the breath, raising the head, collapsing the waist, and cocking the coccyx. At that subtle point, the whole person is like a full-stringed bow. White Tiger Pile requires enlightenment, in addition to perseverance, as well as medicinal baths to assist. Otherwise, the body simply can't handle it. Shi Yun had the basics, the enlightenment, and was especially diligent. Chi Tang said he was a martial arts nerd. He doesn't have a girlfriend and is afraid of wasting time and emptying his body. The most taboo thing about practicing martial arts is female color. Color is a bone-scraping steel knife. It will chaff the body. Wang Su gave him a demonstration. The action will be completely disassembled. A little bit to him, do demonstration, and then finally to the complete action. Wang Su even went out to help him correct it. Soon Wang Su saw Chi Yun's obsession with martial arts. He then kept pondering to try this movement. With a look of surprise, entanglement, incomprehension, and composure on his face, Wang Su came to visit at intervals. The sweat on Shi Yun's body dampened his practicing clothes, but he was oblivious to it. Closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, he had found that feeling, but it wasn't found every time. It usually took more than 10 or even dozens of times to find it, and then after insisting for a while, the whole body trembled like sifting chaff. There are a lot of people who can learn it, but it's 10 times harder to stick with it, 100 times harder to learn it. It's too bitter. Every second is torture. His face turned white, and then he collapsed to the ground in a general state of weakness, panting heavily, but with a happy smile on his face. Wang Su sent over a large bottle of mineral water to him. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Shi Yun happily thanked him. Wang Su waved his hand. "Take it easy. When will you practice this movement until you can stand for 10 minutes before practicing the next one?" Wang Su laughed. Shi Yun's body trembled. He could hold on for 15 seconds now, and it was the limit. In that state, his entire body was tensed, including his bones, tendons, skin, joints, and his entire body was in an indescribable state. One could even feel the qi and blood surging in his body. After practicing, go buy a big bucket. At night you will steam the medicinal bath. Wang Su said. "Trouble brother-in-law," Shi Yun said happily and excitedly. "Alright, you are Tong Tong's younger brother, so you don't have to be polite." Wang Su laughed. "Good." Shi Yun couldn't help but laugh once he heard Wang Su call Tong Tong. Shi Yun only admired people who were good at martial arts, and even though Wang Su's age was comparable to his, he was the first one to reach the top and was still his sister's boyfriend. He now believed that Wang Su could really cure his sister. It was because of martial arts. People who practiced martial arts were half doctors, and were better at regulating their own blood, bones, and joints than doctors. He had also heard that martial arts practitioners had cured terminal illnesses, but he didn't know whether it was true or not. Ah Feng watched and listened from a short distance away, and tried to do the same movement, then realized that he couldn't finish it at all. But Wang Su could do it easily. Not to mention the charm of that movement shocked him, and suddenly he understood. Although he knew that Wang Su was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger before, and he said the same thing in the live broadcasting room, but only now did he realize how terrifying Wang Su was. Wang Su taught Qi Yun he heard. If there is no Wang Su commentary, just rely on the eyes to see. It is estimated that a lifetime shall not be the trick. Stand out is only in vain. The core of the thing is not at all. That's why he tried. Knowing how difficult this action is. Iron Fist Ah Feng is also a hobby martial arts, followed by his grandfather practiced for a few years. His grandfather is not a master, or will be a few sets of crop handles. Ah Feng hesitated, and finally the impulse calmed down. In the afternoon, Ah Feng left. He said goodbye to Wang Su, who also waved his hand. Introduce more people to the challenge, haha. Ah Feng's eyes lit up. Sure. At night, Wang Su got a bucket of medicinal bath, 50 degrees of water. Shi Yun was red all over, gritting his teeth and struggling. His face was flushed. Wang Su, on the other hand, practiced the white tiger pile. He spent a lot of time practicing the white tiger pile every day for the past few days. Finally, at 11:30 at night, it was upgraded. White tiger pile, passive skill, level 5. Experience, 0 out of 1600. Permanently increases 50 points of physique, 50 points of strength, 50 points of endurance. The next level requires 1600 experience. 1 point of experience takes 8 minutes. Upgrading requires 800 minutes of uninterrupted practice, 214 hours. Practice 8 hours a day and upgrade to level 6 in a month. The other thing is to level up and kill Uncle San's spine-damaged monster left and right generals in Shi Tang's breast cancer army of thousands as soon as possible. When Wang Su got up in the morning, Shi Yun was no longer in the room. Last night, Shi Yun also stayed in the hot pot restaurant, shouted up Wang Yang and Wang Chong. When he went outside, he saw that Shi Yun was already sweating and practicing the white tiger pile, as if mesmerized. Wang Yang, Wang Chong a little embarrassed. Look at others. Look at themselves. Back in the village. It is still early in the day. Not many people are up. Wang Su tamed that big yellow cow. With the taming, the rhubarb ox also underwent a subtle change. Good guy. Too strong. Like an iron bull. And that bull's eyes, bull's nose, bull's horns, how to look domineering. A little bit of bull devil's sense of vision. 1 man tall, all tendon meat, thick cowhide, limbs with thick bones, a kind of immovable as a mountain feeling, full of wild beauty. The 2 bull horns are not long, but they are very thick, and only the top part is slightly sharp. Today, little Mian is coming to play, so Wang Su Hui is going to make a little something when he comes back early. The carpenter's tools purchased online were received yesterday. Wood also received a lot. Wang Su made a small dragon carriage. He realized how strong his carpentry ability was when he did this. The whole thing was mortise and tenon construction. Not even a single nail was needed. Solid wood, sanding, Carving. It is a lifelike little dragon carriage, although there is no color, but the ghostly, original wood color is very atmospheric, ancient. The more you look at it, the more you feel that there is a kind of low-key luxury. The main thing is that the whole thing is an incredibly cute little fat dragon. Wooden wheels, very strong. But Wang Su is not worried, because pulling the car is a big black pig. Black Diamond. Have plenty of strength. Efficiency is too fast. Wang Su himself exclaimed. Craftsmen are really comfortable. The rest of the trimmings made exquisite small wooden swords, and wood carvings, lifelike calves, pigs, puppies. Wang Su realized that this century-level carpenter ability of his, even the wood carving was proficient. It is said that if one method is proficient, all methods are proficient. Carpenters make furniture and build wooden buildings. Many places will need some carvings, those on the eaves, beams and pillars, some sacred animals and beasts of calming the house, and so on. Looking at these small objects in his hands, Wang Su does not see with his own eyes. It is difficult to imagine. Even the color is not on the wood products can actually be so perfect, polished and smooth. Mainly the pattern carvings on them, the outlines bulging, the workmanship was too perfect. The ability of a 100-year level carpenter could already do the job of turning decay into magic. Li Bai writing drove here. Daddy, Daddy. Seeing Wang Su, little Mian ran very fast with her short legs. A happy smile filled her little face, innocent and powdered. Cute your face with blood. Wang Su picked him up and lifted him up, causing the little girl to giggle. Little milky voice, crisp and pleasant. Let people listen to it. Unconsciously will be particularly calm. Li Bai writing casual dress, white sneakers, high ponytail, mature enchanting, but youthful vigor. Big piggy. Little Mian called out happily when she saw Black Diamond. Wang Su smiled and put her down. Afraid? Not afraid. Little Mian stretched her little hand and wanted to touch Black Diamond. The Black Diamond's spiritual loyalty was amazing. Wang Su touched the big black pig's head and muttered a couple sentences. In no time, Wang Su took out a special saddle and put it on the Black Diamond, pulling on the little dragon chauffeur. In an instant, the big black pig and the little dragon chauffeur actually mirrored each other in harmony and perfection. With a special sense of opulence, the little girl sat in the little dragon carriage, which is even more like the eye dotting that stroke, all of a sudden full of aura, beautiful as a painting. The big black pig is too thick, not to mention the little girl, is an adult cannot ride on it like a split. The Black Diamond's body is too thick. It was also so that it would look especially cute and adorable, and it would make people think that it was a deposit box that had become a spirit. Sister 100 Riders, don't worry, the Black Diamond is very docile, and it can also protect the little girl. Wang Su smiled and said towards Li Bai writing, I believe you. Li Beck writing laughed, bright eyes and white teeth, eyes like autumn water, skin like jade, smile like the spring breeze brushing the willow, delicate and gentle, soft, sexy and enchanting, and it was still emanating from the bones, really killing. The little girl rode pigs, horses, and cows, and of course it was Wang Su who held her. Li Bai writing, on the other hand, was filming, which was the best souvenir, and when she looked at it again in the future, she would surely miss the present, and might have regrets as well. She looked at Wang Su. Wang Su, on the other hand, was fighting the little girl with a small wooden sword each. The little girl's happy laughter didn't stop. Not a moment later. Daddy, Daddy, I want to ride the big horse. Daddy, I want to ride the big bull. Daddy, I want to ride the big piggy. Li Bai Rider was in a bit of a trance, and in that moment of trance, he even thought that Wang Su was his daughter's father. She even almost thought that it was really a family. She looked at Wang Su in a daze. Mama, Mama. The little girl pulled Wang Su with one hand and Li Bai riding with the other. The two little feet left the ground. A child needed a father's love and a mother's love in their growth. Whichever one was missing was imperfect. Very imperfect. This is why many people obviously do not love, but acting to act until the child is an adult. When the child's high school entrance exam to college, choose to divorce. At that time the child is older, adult, and relatively mature, and can even understand the parents. This is also considered relatively minimize the harm to the child. Li Bai Rider suddenly had a strange thought that came up inside him without knowing why. It was to have another child, and Wang Su gave birth, because she felt that this was the only way to connect everything. Little girl and Wang Su's child was a half-brother and half-sister. Blushing at the thought of this, she didn't know why she thought of this mess. Secretly looking at Wang Su happened to look over as well. The four eyes met. In that instant, it was like a collision of souls. It is said that the eyes are the window to the soul. You can see each other's inner world through the eyes. For the first time, Li Baijia panicked and avoided his gaze. Her heart was like a deer in the headlights. The delicate face was scarlet. The strong big sister who had always called out to her younger brother was defeated this time. Wang Su then suddenly felt that this mature siren-like woman was a bit so cute at this time. Do you plan to develop in Zhang County in the future? Li Bai writing slightly lowered her head and digressed to gently ask. Most likely here. Wang Su wasn't completely sure. Then have you thought about what to do? Li Baisher asked with a smile. The probability is to do the food piece, or vegetables and fruits and meat. Wang Su didn't hesitate. He had thought about it before, because he had the ability to tame animals as such as breeding pigs, cows, horses and whatnot were the best, and it was simple to cultivate good breeds. Moreover, he could also decapitate disease monsters on animals, so he didn't worry about pig plague, chicken plague or whatever. From time to time, Li Bai Rider would look at the incomparable white horse. She had noticed this horse for a long time. She hadn't ridden it, but now she wanted to ride. But she didn't know how to ride a horse, and there was no saddle. Son! Suddenly, a mournful cry came from the neighbor Wang Longbin's house. Suddenly, a mournful cry came from neighbor Wang Longbin's house. I'll go take a look, Wang Su said to Li Baixie. The crying over there was getting worse. It was inconvenient for the little girl to go. Li Baixie nodded and told Wang Su to hurry and take a look. Wang Longbin was 30 years old, had a daughter-in-law, a 5-year-old son, and a 50-year-old mother. His father died early, and his mother worked hard to bring him up and never married. The days have been tight. Wang Longbin is upright, honest, no great ability, but warm and kind, who have something will help. At this time, his eyes wild and empty, drooling, restlessness, fear, cranky, spasmodic, let a person look a little scared. Crying is his mother, Aunt Li. Wang Longbin, his daughter-in-law, shed tears and hugged Wang Longbin to death. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Longbin, Longbin, don't scare me, don't scare mother. Wang Longbin breathing is very thick, gasping for air. 120 had been called. Neighbors also had people arrive. Wang Su arrived, but most people could see that the symptoms were a bit like rabies. Xiao Su is here. Xiao Su is here. Someone called out. The whole village knew that Wang Su had cured Wang Onqing. So when someone who knew how to heal came at this time, it was all hopeful. Wang Su walked over and stuck a needle down, supporting the right qi, stopping the pain, stopping the bleeding, and hanging the life. Wang Su also tried to see. Gradually, Wang Longbin quieted down, and his eyes recovered. It should be the effect of Fu Zheng Qi. Wang Su also saw the disease monster around Wang Longbin. Partial general under the Rabid Demon King, level 20, Booze monster, can fight after acupuncture, after killing, can extend lifespan by 1 year. It really is rabies. Same as acromegaly, 100% lethality. Just at this time the ambulance also arrived. Down came the doctor, the nurse, Brother Longbin. I'll give you plainly, you are rabies, lethality 100%. You go to the hospital. At most 7 days. I can at least protect you for 3 years, maybe more. Wang Su still said it plainly. Aunt Li has only one son. He has never enjoyed any happiness in his life, and now that his son is going to die, the blow is too big. But even so, Aunt Li almost fainted. The doctor was a young doctor, in his 30s, looking at Wang Su as if he was looking at an idiot. It's true that rabies can't be cured, and it can't be cured. I advise you to go to the hospital for a checkup. Maybe it's not rabies. Sorry to trouble the doctor for a wasted trip. Wang Longbin took out $200 and stuffed it to the doctor. The doctor didn't take it and waved his hand. No need. If you guys are sure you don't want to go to the hospital, then we'll leave. Eventually the ambulance left. Auntie Li was dumbfounded. Everyone also felt that Aunt Li's life was bitter. Too bitter. Wang Longbin lost his father when he was 3 years old, and Aunt Li lost her husband. Now that her son was only 30 years old, she was going to lose her son again. Looking at her 5-year-old grandson and her daughter-in-law in pain, this family is going to be torn apart all of a sudden. Wang Longbin supported his mother. He couldn't get a breath out of his heart. He is not afraid of suffering, not afraid of tired. He believes that as long as he lives, his mother will have something to rely on in her old age. His daughter-in-law will have a husband, and his son will have a father. But he just died. He cannot rest assured. His mother had brought him up. And when he died, his mother would still have to bring up her own son. And then she would be 70 years old. Would her body be able to hold out? Xiao Su, can I beg you for something? Wang Longbin looked at Wang Su in pain. Although he is an ordinary person, but he has not begged. A job. Sell hard labor, but also do not need to beg. Honest and honest. What can do? What can be done? Do not go to climb high. Naturally do not have to beg. Longbin brother, you should not be too pessimistic. I can at least protect you for 3 years as a normal person. Other things we say after 3 years. Wang Su said. If other people said that, They didn't believe it, but Wang Su cured Wang Anqing, who had been paralyzed for 10 years, and in Wang village Wang Su's medical skills were recognized. Wang Ning's lumbar disc was so powerful was cured by Wang Su. Many people in the village with lumbar discs, frozen shoulders, and leg pains were cured by Wang Su. Although Wang Longbin was rabid, he didn't know if it was because he was young or for some other reason. He didn't want to face a level 80 boss monster directly last time. Fighting this rabid Demon King's subordinate boss monster can live for a year. While Qi Tang was also a level 20 boss monster in the beginning, it was 2 years. This meant that rabies was at least twice as powerful as even advanced breast cancer. Also, the partial generals under the rabid Demon King's command, there was no need to think about it. There must be a rabid Demon King. Wang Duo thought that he was now level 80 as well, so maybe he could completely cure the terminal disease. Zap the needle and enter the battle. A 4-meter long big black dog, 2 meters tall, majestic and domineering. Any creature, once it got bigger, would become terrifying. Brutal aura, blood-red eyes. This was just a beast like a dog. Partial general under the rabid Demon King, blood, 100,000. Very strong. Same level. Both boss monsters, but with different chi blood and strength. Through the amount of chi and blood, Wang Su could also tell which disease was more terrifying. Roar. It wasn't a dog barking. Instead, it was the sound of a beast roaring, sounding like a thunderbolt, directly ringing in the brain and shaking in the heart. Bang! A black figure came whistling, and Wang Su could feel the streaming wind that held it. Minus 150. The attack was still fierce. A normal level 20 boss monster couldn't even break the defense right now. Lazy to use kidney fist. Direct Vidra Pestle attack. Poof. Minus 1000. There was no bludgeoning. This rabid puppy monster had a high attack, but low defense. Every round, Wang Su dropped 150 and recovered over 300, so it was always full of blood. Strike. Tiger Poison. The battle is over in less than 5 minutes. Tiger Poison is really good. You win the battle. You gain 6,000 experience. You get Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawl. You obtain Mad Dog Fist. Wang Su. Check out Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawl. Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Shoes. Shoes, level 20. Attack plus 200. Defense plus 200. Chi Blood plus 500. Additional skill rock. Passive skill. Each time you are attacked, boost your current defense by 1%. Stackable. Lasts until the end of the battle. Additional skill Bloodlust. Passive skill. When attacking, attach a damage result of 20% of one's own defense. This damage ignores defense and is fixed damage. Durability. Never wear out. Indestructible. It seems to have shipped. This should be a good item. Even though it's only level 20, this should last a long time, and it's even hard to get rid of. The added attack, defense and chi and blood weren't much. They were moderate. After all, it was only a level 20 equipment. But these two skills are strong. Rock. As long as you are attacked once to increase 1% defense, and can be stacked until the end of the battle. The more you hit yourself, the higher your defense, the harder you get. And this bloodthirsty skill, when attacking, the additional 20% of their own defense damage results. This damage is fixed. Does not look at the opposite side of the monster's defense, only look at Wang Su's defense. This bloodthirsty and the rock is a perfect match. The more you fight, the more courageous you are. You say tiger poison is powerful, but some monsters are immune to poison and are particularly strong against it. In addition, this is a piece of equipment that never wears out and is indestructible. The most trashy equipment on your body right now is the level 10 deerskin boots, which are just right to replace. Change it. A sense of security leisurely arose. This bloodthirsty cloud chasing treads could make himself more and more courageous the more he fought, with his defense stacking up and his attack getting higher and higher. Wang Longbin felt a sense of relief in his body, as if his body had completely recovered. Wang Su, on the other hand, looked at Wang Longbin. Rabid Dog Disease Demon King's Vanguard General, level 35. Boss Monster, Special Monster, can be fought after acupuncture? 2 years of longevity increased after winning the battle. When he saw that the next disease monster was the Vanguard General under the Rabid Dog Demon King, Wang Su breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At least he could let Wang Longbin live for 3 years first. The almighty Qi and Blood soup was arranged. Powerful Qi and Blood, increasing one's immunity. To a certain extent it was possible to slow down the deterioration of the disease. Time is the best medicine. Time can soothe everything, can also extinguish everything. Auntie Li also gradually calmed down, although her heart was incomparably hard to bear. But even if misfortune happened, life still had to go on. Xiao Su, can I really live for 3 years? Wang Longbin asked apprehensively. At least 3 years, and even the probability of 10 or 8 years is not a problem. Wang Su said, a 30-year-old man. If he was told before that he could live for 10 or 8 years, he would have been very pessimistic, hard to bear, disheartened and devastated. But now, 10 years has become a luxury. Really, if he can live for 10 years, then his son is 15 years old. This 10 years they can work hard, make money, to the child to save up the money for college, to the parents to leave the money for retirement. Wang Longbin also thought of the daughter-in-law, Sai. In fact, the most bitter is still her. One may not be able to leave anything for her. Wang Longbin regretted that he was pounced on by the dog and did not see the wound at that time. Later, when taking a bath, he found a blood scab, not big, thought he scratched. Also did not put on the heart. Now it seems that it should just be knocked by the dog. Just at that time was startled. After all, by a big dog pouncing. Also did not feel pain. Only feel the heartbeat is fast. The brain is blank. Instinctive dodge. Push the dog. When Wang Su left, he patted Wang Longbin's shoulder. Cheer up. I will. Wang Longbin also gradually calmed down. Wang Su left and went back to his backyard there. No houses were built here. It had been bulldozed and was very empty. Li Baijie and Little Mian were still there. At this time, it was close to noon, and the neighbors all asked Wang Su to go to their home for dinner. Wang Su politely refused, saying that he had brought food with him when he came and was going to have a picnic. Are things settled? Li Bai writing didn't ask what was going on, just asked if things were settled. Wang Su shook his head. Rabies. I can only keep him alive for 3 years at most now. Li Bai writing knew Wang Su's medical skills, but she was still shocked. How dominant rabies was is known to everyone. 7 days at most. 100% lethality. And there are no survivors at the moment. Li Bai writing's beautiful eyes were all worship. This look makes men very popular, especially for a siren-like young woman like her. It was hard to resist. Wait for me. I'll go get something. Wang Su looked at the fact that it was already noon, and it was time for lunch. Bringing back the iron plate, knife, meat, kettle, tea, water cup, small stove, table, chairs, spices, small stove, etc. Soon, under a large tree, the teppanyaki is arranged. It is a north-south street, breezy, clear, and not hot. Gulp gulp. Water rolls in a small teapot. Tea is made. Chopsticks, small plates, slices of meat, all fine meat. I was going to have some whips. There are many whips in the item bar. All of them are fine, definitely strong. The taste should be good too. But in the end, I didn't take it out. Only get some fine beef. High-end ingredients often only required the simplest of cooking. Not to mention that Wang Su's fire as well as seasonings were powerful beyond compare. The meat was delicious and strong. And after one bite, that wonderful taste spread through the lips and teeth. A feeling of fulfillment rose and spread throughout the body. Stinky brother, it's delicious, Li Bai writer praised. Stinky brother, it's delicious. Little Mian giggled and said the same. The little milky voice directly made the two laugh. A 2-year-old child with a milky voice. Just calling out an adult's name would make people feel especially amused. Wang Su was not flustered. Making tea and roasting meat. Little girl in his arms, holding a small plate to eat, the small mouth greasy. The happy laughter didn't stop. The more Li Bai writing gets along with Wang Su, the more he can feel that Wang Su is extraordinary. Other men always let people go to use money to measure. Such as this man has no ability, can earn money. What do you know about a person? Looks can be seen, followed by age, character, speech and demeanor. What work? How much income? In the afternoon, Li Bai writing left with Little Mian. Little Mian reluctantly waved her hand with Wang Su, shaking her little hand. Wang Su came over, and the little girl forehead against. He did like the little Mian, exquisite like a porcelain doll, so small, cute and adorable mess. The little girl was held by Li Bai writing. At this moment, Wang Su was right in front of Li Bai writing's eyes. Wang Su's side face. Wang Su's face is clear. His eyes are especially clear and bright, and that natural and light atmosphere makes her slightly lose her mind. Ghostly probe gently kissed Wang Su on the cheek. Then she came to her senses. She was lost in a man's fascination. Bye. Red face Li Bai writing, directly dropped a goodbye and hurriedly got on the car. Wang Su was also confused. The whole person stiffened. It was too sudden. Hurrying to pull the car door. Li Baijie's face was very red. It is said that shy women are the most beautiful, especially a young woman like Li Bai writing who was charming to the bone. Being shy was even more captivating. Drive slowly, Wang Su admonished her. Li Beck writing said softly. Aha! Then she raised her head to look at Wang Su carefully. I'm not such a casual woman. I haven't had a man. Li Bai writing was incoherent. Wang Su froze. He can't. The child is doing IVF. Li Baijie red-faced and lowered his head. He didn't know why he said this. She was afraid that her actions just now would make Wang Su think that she was a random woman. He was a little messed up. a little incoherent, and even said this secret that no one knew. She didn't care what others thought. She just didn't want Wang Su to think that. But after finishing these and regret, say these do what? More words will be lost, is simply do not want to let him look down on their own. Wang Su will not be whole. He is actually still a rookie in the love field. Pro-life is good. Wang Su said out of his own field his emotional quotient is so low. This said what? Li by writing anger glared at Wang Su. She has not experienced personnel and feelings, but she through the human world, although before the loss of temper, but set out at least their own hearts through. Then I'll go back. Nothing to come home for dinner. My parents have been chanting about you. Li by writing gently smiled. Good. Drive slowly on the road. Safety first. Wang Su exhorted. Good. Li by writing said softly. Steal little straight man. But Li by writing instead felt more and more like it. In the afternoon, Wang Su went to Wang Ning's house. He was there to see if the mountain could be rented. This mountain was in Jiangxian County. The mountain was not high, not particularly large, and the entrance was in Wang Village. West of Wang Village is farmland. About 10 miles away is the Wild Boar Mountain. When the old generation was there were wild boars in the mountain. In the past few years, no one even went there. There is not even a proper road inside the mountain. When I was young, Wang Su and his buddies even went in to play. Inside, there were rocks, weeds, and trees that were hardy and drought resistant. There is also land, soil slopes, soil bumps, dense vegetation. It was once visited and developed. An artificial lake was dug, but really no one came, mainly because there was no character at all. No one came at all. Gradually it is completely desolate. Wild Boar Mountain is not high. The highest place is just over 100 meters. It's not even a mountain. Only the locals call it a mountain. Wild Boar Mountain north and south 7 kilometers, east and west 5 kilometers. Jiangxian County is a large county, a million population county. The geographical area is also large. North and south 50 kilometers, east and west 35 kilometers. Seeing Wang Su, Wang Ning greeted warmly. Brother Ning, I came to inquire about something today. Wang Su didn't beat around the bush either. Brother Su, go ahead. We brothers don't need to be polite. Wang Ning took out a teapot, poured water, and made tea. Can Wild Boar Mountain be insured? Wang Su asked. Can is able. Just what do you contract the Wild Boar Mountain to do? Barren Mountain. Before someone contracted, lost hundreds of thousands of dollars away. Wang Ning said. In fact, I want to raise something. Maybe the village will follow the benefit in the future. Wang Su said. He wasn't exaggerating. If it was really developed and could attract people to come here to play, then Wang Village would be the best hotel. Wang Ning didn't think too much about it. It's just right. In the past, although our village was next to the Wild Boar Mountain, but it wasn't able to make a decision. Maybe it really couldn't create revenue. The authority was given to Wang Village. Su D, how many years do you want to rent? You can be exempted from 3 years of rent. And after that, an acre of land will cost $10 a year. North and south 7,000 meters. East and west 5,000 meters. 50,000 acres of land out. Calculated this way, the rent for a year after that is $500,000. The average person can't afford to rent it. And those who can afford to rent it feel that this project can't make money. Wang Su rented. 50 years. 3 years of payment. He now does not lack of this money. Wild Boar Mountain is a natural large farm. There is an artificial lake. Wang Su carpenter ability can build wooden buildings. We can imitate, such as what the world's first building, Flying Clouds building, with his century-level carpenter ability. It's not a big problem. Horse farm, horse racing, hunting, scenery, if you can, then get a little wild area. Security is certainly not a problem. This will be considered later. The contract was signed on the same day, and it was exempted for 3 years, so there was no need to pay the money first. At this time it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Su rode his white horse to the Wild Boar Mountain. The current white horse was definitely called a divine horse. Don't underestimate the current white horse. With spirituality, powerful body bump is not a small killing force. The mouth is not just for eating grass, but also can tear. The speed is very fast. Wang Su is also the first time to ride a horse. This feeling is really good. Swift as the wind. 4 flat. Running up the body light, vaguely a hint of dragon posture. If this horse is seen by horse lovers, it is expected to go crazy. This road is a dirt road, but also smooth. The 2 sides of the big road is farmland. Almost all corn. There are no people in sight. It used to be all about farming, but now it's all about going to work. And there are only 2 seasons in the fields, one for wheat and one for corn. No one goes to the fields except for fertilizer, watering and pesticides. The sound of horses' hooves, the wind whistling past your ears. Horseback riding is so good. Chi Tang would be perfect on this white horse. Suddenly a rush came over her at the thought of happy times with Chi Tang. She felt like she was dying and felt like it was the last time she kissed Wang Su. That time, she was a most beautiful rider. She was blushing and sacred and shaking. It was as if the whole world was shaken at that moment. Wang Su still had that clear picture in his mind now. Absolutely beautiful, too beautiful to describe. She was originally cool, atmospheric and dignified. And at that moment, she was blushing and doing the most intimate act. As soon as Wang Su thought of this, he felt that he must spoil this woman to the heavens. There was no other reason. That was his own woman, and she was good to herself. Just like her. Very much, without reason. The distance is not far, a day's of effort to arrive. The so-called entrance is a forest of mountains and rocks. There are independent, there are winding and undulating. Some is a small hill. The surrounding hillside is very gentle. You can climb up, even if it rolls down. It is also fine, provided that you do not hit on the rocks. Walked into like walking a maze in general. A lot of places are very much rocky. Huge stones. Natural corridors in general. When I was a child, Wang Su occasionally went to play hide and seek inside, but adults are not allowed to go. One is that it is several miles away from Wang village. In addition, there are snakes and rats in the mountains, as well as owls, eagles, and mountain beavers. Mountain beavers are also called wild cats and money cats, and only now does Wang Su realize that the original is actually a leopard cat. When I was a child, I only knew that the wild cat would catch people, and scare children, that the mountain beavers eat children. Walking in, there is a wind, very cool, very quiet, and the crisp breath is uncomfortable. Wang Su is the art of high courage. Change an ordinary person. Really dare not go in alone around. There is no smoke and fire. How to say this feeling? You can go to the old house in the countryside to feel it. How many years no one went in the kind of house? In broad daylight. You will feel cold. Overgrown weeds. A lot of places are very lush vegetation. Some vines even blocked the road. But Wang Su was still satisfied with this place. After roughly looking around, Wang Su decided to go back and make a plan. There was a lot of gravel on the ground, and through a mountain pass, there was a place with a wide view in front of him. The hillside was actually still a dirt slope. In the middle was a 100-meter high hill, or it could also be called a boulder. Now climbing naturally could also go up, but not just anyone could go up. Wang Su felt that he needed a big iron bar. This strength of his own, holding a big iron bar, he could open a climbing road. Unconsciously turned for more than an hour. Go back first. The first step will be taken in the next 2 days. Acquire a batch of livestock and put it in. For example, a group of pigs. There is a big black pig to carry. Not afraid of losing or being stolen. 2 horses. A cow also put in. You can buy a few more cows. Mares. Tomorrow tame the big black horse. The big black horse is a stallion. Used as a stallion. 2 good horses are enough. Things are rare and expensive. Besides, some things are moderate. He is now taming 1 a day is simply not enough. After going back, Wang Su returned to the county town. The business here at the hot pot restaurant was always full. There were more and more people coming from outside the city. The fame of the world's second hot pot restaurant was also growing, mainly because the word of mouth was too good. The people who have eaten it are full of praise. Many people expressed skepticism. Walking into the hot pot restaurant saw 2 familiar figures, Fatty and Li Qiao. The main thing is that Chubby is too recognizable, and it is easy to be recognized at a glance in the crowd. Fatty waved his hand. Li Qiao also waved to Wang Su. She was a bit haggard. Wang Su smiled and walked over. Why don't you guys call me? The last time things happened, Chubby was scared. Originally Li Qiao was also scared, but the fear of acromegaly directly cancelled out the previous fear. Li Qiao came to find Wang Su, because last time, Wang Su asked her if she had a physical examination, so that she had time to go and do a physical examination. Plus Wang Su cured Li Changshan. Chubby and Li Qiao know that what Li Baichuan said. That time Li Baichuan invited Wang Su to the party. Is that we get together more? Wang Su sat down. Chubby has a good personality, very kind, and Li Qiao is the best friend. She is also very unhappy. They just came to have a good meal. Li Qiao smiled. The opening is also not informing us. It is. Chubby also looked at Wang Su. At this time Wang Anmin walked over, holding $1,200 in his hand. Xiao Su. These 2 girls have to. Wang Su smiled. Uncle. Then accept it. Wang Anmin accepted it and sent a few more plates of meat. Li Qiao forced to smile, but after all, so young, and not much experience, growing up in a comfortable environment, it is difficult to hide. She was also an only child, and the blow to her family was also fatal. Wang Su once had a crush on Li Qiao. After all, she was the best-looking girl in the class, and her personality was also good, or a good wife and mother type. At that time, Wang Su fantasized that if he could marry Li Qiao in this life, it would not be in vain. It can be said that all the boys in the class liked her. Parents are teachers, only child, no messy things, good tutoring, good character, beautiful, generous. But at that time Wang Su knew that he was not worthy of each other at all. The family conditions gap is very big. In addition, he is shy, nerdy. What talent is not? Cannot sing, cannot dance, cannot musical instruments, sports is not strong, but also not good at socializing with people. He is also not confident, and even has a bit of low self-esteem. Li Qiao knows Wang Su this person, because Fat to Wang Su write love letters. Li Qiao and Fat and is the best friend. I did not expect that now opened a hot pot restaurant with such a booming business. All said that the daily income of 10,000 yuan. Also, last time, he was so good at fighting. If not for his ability to fight, that time a few of them girls still do not know how bad it will be. The occurrence of these things instantly deepened Wang Su's impression in their hearts. A sense of security. A very strong sense of security. Girls like handsome, long, good-looking boys, but with time, it will be realized that good-looking in shelf life, and finally found that it is still fierce and strong man is more women's heart. The more you experience, the more you can know how attractive a secure man is. With time, experience, a secure, responsible, manly, able to carry things. 3. Positive, loving. Gradually, the man will have connotation, temperament, cultivation, will be more and more handsome. This kind of handsome, and face value has nothing to do, and at first find a so-called handsome man, because at first the heart is like, this time think each other is perfect, but with time, he will slowly become imperfect, and even finally worthless. In the end, they can still say a sentence, handsome can be food? At first, they are not like this. As long as handsome, I support you can. As long as handsome, a day to beat me 18 times can. As long as handsome, let me every day to him to wipe the buttocks ditch can. In fact, they like to look handsome, but also have the ability, love, will coax people, love daughter-in-law, love children, can earn money, do not get into the womanizer, in short, is what all have to have. Wang Su felt that there might be a way to cure Li Qiao's acromegaly. In addition to killing disease monsters normally, Wang Su felt that it was the white tiger pile, boosting the physique, fighting against muscle atrophy and weakness, and slowing down the progression of the acromegaly. Old classmate, what are your plans? Wang Su looked at Li Qiao and spoke. Li Qiao knew what Wang Su was talking about. There were actually no interactions between the two, and these words were more of a continuation of what he had said the last time he asked himself to go for a physical examination. He knew what disease he was suffering from. There is no cure for acromegaly. You can only do some rehabilitation training to slow down the progression of the disease. Li Qiao looked at Wang Su and said. Wang Su didn't say anything. Wang Su, Li Baichuan asked us to ask you. Chubby spoke expectantly. Li Qiao also looked at Wang Su a little hopefully. Can you endure hardship? Wang Su asked. Li Qiao's eyes lit up and said seriously. Yes. I'll give you acupuncture and medicinal soup to slow down your condition. In addition, I'll teach you a few movements. If you can learn these movements and persist in practicing them, it might allow you to live like a normal person. Wang Su didn't say the words too big, but also to give her hope. Really? Li Qiao asked in surprise. Don't be happy yet, wait until you can really learn those few moves. Wang Su knew that when a person's life was threatened, that willpower would be amazing. After eating the hot pot, Wang Su first gave acupuncture to Li Qiao. Then he decapitated that gradient army centurion. Level 20, boss monster, which could be fought after acupuncture. Combat. A huge ice panda sat on the ground, 4 meters tall, huge block, but still cute, holding a huge bamboo, sitting where it is, naive and adorable. Centurion of the gradient army, blood, 100,000. Brush, rolled over like a ball. The big bamboo in his hand swung up to hit Wang Su. Bang, -0, immunity to poison, immune to freeze. Wang Su froze. The Vajra unbreakable talent did immunize against all negative effects, and it had always felt ineffective. It just feels useful in reality, such as drinking 1,000 cups of wine. Drinking is considered a manifestation of poisoning. Drunken headaches, stomach pain, which are all manifestations of poisoning. Even if his physique is strong, but always drink will always be drunk. Even if you have been drinking water will still be water poisoning. And this talent directly immune to poisoning. Immune to all abnormal state. Too strong. This is the 100 poison invulnerable. Now Wang Su realized how strong this talent is. The disease monsters he encountered in the future are getting stronger and stronger. And all kinds of abilities are coming out. With this, Vajra imperishable talent, full of security. This is one's own backbone. Wang Su struck the Vajra pestle in his hand. Bang! Minus 1700. Comfort. Bloodthirsty cloud chasing crawl is really strong. 20% of the fixed damage of the additional defense. That is, 1/5 of the damage result of the defense. This is fixed damage. The other party's damage reduction is higher. The defense is higher. It is useless. Before, I only felt that bloodthirsty cloud chasing crawler was good. At this time, Wang Su can be sure that it is definitely a small artifact level. Unfortunately, it was only a level 20 equipment and added very few attributes. But even so, the bloodthirsty cloud chasing tread was still very strong, and the additional skills were too good. Bang! Minus 1715. Tiger poison. Immunity. Tiger poison triggered. But this big ice panda was immune to poison. The two skills, rock and bloodthirsty, that came with the bloodthirsty cloud chasing crawl allowed Wang Su's defense to get higher and higher, and his output would also get higher and higher. Finally, the great ice panda dissipates. You win the battle. You gain 8,000 experience. You obtain purple bamboo, fine, x 1000. Plantable. You obtain the pet giant panda cub, only for participating in battles with disease monsters. The pet bar opens. Pet? Wang Su was stunned, but immediately checked. Pet, giant panda, gold level. Level, 1. Blood, 1000. Attack, 100. Defense, 500. Skills. Freezing, 10% probability to freeze the target when attacking, making the opponent unable to act for 1 round. Quenching poison, 10% probability of poisoning the target when attacking, reducing current chi by 5% every turn, lasts for 5 turns. Meat shield, passive skill. Any damage received is reduced by 30%. Restores 1% of one's maximum chi blood every second. Life sharing, share chi and blood with the master. Only when both sides' chi and blood are all depleted will the battle end. Wang Su was stunned. It had always felt like fighting high-level disease monsters was out of reach. And even with powerful talents and the gold coil dragon armor and the like, it still felt so tough. Leveling up was also difficult. It was hard to obtain high-level equipment when you couldn't level up. And even if you had high-level equipment in the present, you couldn't use it unless there was no level restriction. I didn't expect a pet to suddenly appear. Just by looking at the skills, he knew it was very strong. And the level 1 blood and defense were so high. Wang Su was excited. There was a cute giant panda cub in the pet bar. When the level increases, the size should get bigger. And when a huge giant panda fights with him, it's exciting to think about it. A pet boosting its strength was stronger than a piece of equipment. Even if the golden coil dragon was not as good. After all, it was adding a combat unit. However, it's only level 1 now. So I'll go and take the little guy to upgrade in a while. 1000 fine purple bamboo. Can be planted. Don't have to think about it. Go plant it in the Boar Mountain later. Purple bamboo forest. Should be beautiful. Why is the name a bit familiar? After ending the battle, collect the needles. By the way, take a look at Li Qiao's new disease monster. Acromegaly Armada 1000-fold, level 30. Boss monster, can fight after acupuncture? Increases lifespan by 5 years after defeating. So much? Wang Su was puzzled. Some people with acromegaly could live for 10 years, while others couldn't even live for 3 years. It may have something to do with the body type. Or it may be that Li Qiao is young and has a good body type. He boiled a bowl of chi and blood soup for Li Qiao to drink. The effect is good. Relax your mood. Don't be pessimistic. It's okay. In principle, as long as it's a disease, it can be cured. It can't be cured because the medical skills can't work. In a couple of days I'll teach you a few movements. Be prepared. It's very bitter, but if you practice it well, it's the special medicine for tachyphylaxis. Wang Su thought about it and said. Li Qiao felt that his body had a bit of strength, and the tiredness he felt before disappeared. It was not an illusion. Thank you, old classmate. Li Qiao was grateful. Since you're called old classmate, don't be polite. Wang Su smiled. Li Qiao was actually the white moonlight in his heart. It was the white moonlight of all the boys in his high school class. It was said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Without talking about responsibilities, Wang Su could do it very lightly now, and a lot of things wouldn't make it tricky for him. The process of a person's life is birth, old age, sickness and death. Birth and old age are not under one's control. This is the law of nature. The remaining sickness and death. It is the biggest accident and disaster in life. Normal death is excluded. Wang Su was now the one who could maximize this kind of accident to a certain extent. This was why he was able to be calm and not be surprised by changes. It was said that wealth and money moved people's hearts, but these things could no longer make even the slightest ripple in Wang Su's heart. It was for this reason that he was able to have that natural temperament, breezy and unperturbed. The more experienced, the better the financial conditions, the better the family conditions of the woman, the more they could not resist. Qi Yun's perseverance shocked Wang Su. No wonder Qi Tang said he was a martial arts nerd. Other people's sports and exercise felt painful, but he seemed to enjoy it. The progress was quite fast. Although he was tired, he probably felt that he was improving. Muscle strain monster, level 30. Ordinary monster. Combatable. Wang Su didn't hesitate and directly chose to fight. There was an additional giant panda cub holding a green bamboo by his side. It was round and cute. So small. Lying at its feet. Wang Su tried to let it go behind him. It was still possible. The front position was the first to take damage, letting it go to the back to eat the experience. On the opposite side was a big yellow dog, spitting its tongue. Ordinary monster. No challenge. Muscle strain monster. Blood, 3000. Bang! Wang Su struck first. Minus 3000. Spike. You win the battle. You gain 3000 experience. Giant panda gains 3000 experience. The giant panda has risen to level 8. Nothing? Dog meat. Dog whippin' nothing. Wang Su checked his pet giant panda again. Pet, giant panda, gold level. Level, 8. Blood, 8000. Attack, 800. Defense, 4000. Although Wang Su had expected it, he was still shocked for a moment. So strong. Even as a mascot, placed behind himself, because of the skill of life sharing, it is equivalent to letting Wang have 8,000 more blood. The front level was easy to rise, and it would soon be able to rise to level 20, and by then it would be a full 20,000 chi blood in 10,000 defense, and every second to restore 1% chi in blood, that is 200 per second. A round of blood returned 2000. Standing in front as a big meat shield, Wang Su was shocked. He even wanted to try a level 40 boss monster. It was better to level up his pet first. Not to mention that the giant panda's freezing, quenching poison is very useful. Encountering a powerful opponent has the probability to make the target unable to act for a round. This critical time is very useful. 10% of the probability of face good time can be triggered twice or even 3 times in a row. There is also quenching poison. This is also very strong, but the limitations are also strong. The more blood the better the effect. Less blood, 5% of the chicken ribs. In fact, even if quenching poison and freezing have no effect, just as a meat shield, life sharing is enough. Wang Su was very happy. Unspeakable satisfaction. This panda level higher the stronger. Born big meat shield. In the evening, we got some wine and some dishes. Have a drink together. Wang Yang, Wang Chong, Wang Dajiang. Qi Yun is in the medicinal bath. Qi Yun doesn't drink or smoke because he wants to practice martial arts. He is handsome, has a good family background, and has no bad habits, but he has even quit the female sex. In a few days, the hot pot restaurant's income was amazing. Everyone had a smile on their face. It was a lot easier all of a sudden. The pressure was gone all of a sudden. Wang Su couldn't get drunk at all from drinking. It was just chatting and bragging together. And it was quite good. This kind of atmosphere was good. The more this time, the more inner peace. The other 3 people were also very happy and all got drunk. A dreamless night. It was a solid night's sleep. At 5:30 in the morning, Wang Su got up. The other 3 were still sleeping. Wang Su shook his head without shouting at them. Qi Yun was already practicing the white tiger pile outside. His movements were now standardized, but he could only take a minute in time. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Going from 0 to 1 is harder than if you go from 1 to 100. Wang Su was heading towards his old home alone. He went home today and tamed the big black horse. The other thing is to find someone to go to the wild boar mountain to build pigsties, stables, cowsheds and so on. Back home, Wang Su didn't delay. Directly tamed the big black horse. Beautiful. Even though he had prepared for it, he was still shocked. Pitch black, like splashing ink, that all over fur like black satin. Indescribable visual impact. Spiritual. Running up, such as a black cloud. Robust, compared to the white horse is obviously bigger than one. Athletic. Elegant. There is a kind of ferocity. Compared to the handsome white horse is not inferior. White horse like snow. Spotless. Black horse atmosphere. Indescribable atmosphere. This kind of horse more like to attract strong man. White horse white robe silver gun. The main one is a handsome. In fact, belongs to the art of processing. The ancient military generals, almost all of them are big waist. 5 big and thick. No abs, only big belly. Killing techniques on the battlefield is simple and brutal. A force to break 1,000 clever. Heavy weapons. Strength. Sweeping thousands of troops. The body is large. Endurance is also enough. Only now the movie and television in order to play handsome. Looking for handsome men and women. This time the white horse and white robe. Handsome. Floating. Is to pursue a good looking. 5 big 3 thick a Chinese character. Riding a white horse is not good looking. but riding this majestic black horse, that is powerful. Another kind of pugnacious beauty. This white horse was more suitable for a woman to ride. It was too beautiful. Like a painting. The several pets in one's hand were now tamed and completed. 2 horses, a cow, a pig, and Old Yellow the big yellow dog. By the way, when Wang Su saw Old Yellow, he remembered the Mad Dog Fist that he had obtained earlier and forgot to look at it at that time. The name was weird. Mad Dog Fist, active skill. Attacks the target's weak parts while boosting his strength attribute by 30%. Inflicts triple damage on the target. Cooldown time 3 rounds. A clear set of fists was imprinted in his mind. It's really Mad Dog Fist. How to say this fist? The actual combat ability is very strong. The shape is like a mad dog, letting out sharp barks to raise adrenaline, letting one's attack power increase, at the same time reducing one's own pain as well as interfering with the other party. At the same time, the only attack parts are the vitals, eyes, neck, crotch, chrysanthemums, scratching, snapping, poking and even biting. If the opponent does not have a murder weapon, then fight in close quarters and put the opponent right down at a tiny cost to themselves. This process may be interspersed with old phlegmatic attacks, spreading lime and dirt to achieve a blinding. The whole person in the fight is like an animal, arching his body, even rolling, winding and doing everything. Just one purpose, put the target down, regardless of life and death. This is fighting for life boxing. There are a lot of details here. Wang Su thought carefully. This Mad Dog Fist is a set of quick boxing, and it cannot be used easily. It cannot be cut. The best way is to save your life. Jedi counterattack. Wang Su feels that this Mad Dog Fist is most suitable for girls. It is perhaps the best women's self-defense technique, because relatively speaking, the requirement for strength is the lowest. This Mad Dog Fist was mainly a close-up counterattack. The only thing that needs to be practiced is the grip strength of both hands. You have to make sure that you can grab something and break it. Finger flexibility. The ability to insert eyes if necessary. And chrysanthemums. In short, wherever you can poke and poke. The stronger the grip, the better. It's best if you can scratch. And if you can't, you have to scratch and swell, preferably with a bit of violent tearing and yanking. It can disable the target in one go. The only disadvantage. This fist is not elegant at all. Can even be said to be ugly, savage, nasty, brutal. The girls who love beauty will not learn. Unless it's a girl with a story. Riding a big black horse. Next to the white horse. Just behind the big yellow cow. Big black pig as well as the old yellow dog. 10 miles of road. Quickly arrived. Not a single person on this side. Desolate. Wang Su took out a lot of wood from the item bar, as well as carpenter's tools. There were also shovels, digging a pit and lowering a pillar. Fortunately, no one saw. Wang Su the strength to dry the fire speed needless to say. That thick wood. A person to move around. As if no weight. This power is really scary. Wang Su feels so good. As if stacking wood. Process the parts and then build. Mortise and tenon structure if it can be mortise and tenon structure, and nailed directly if it should be nailed. The fence, topped with a triangular top, is boarded up. This is a fine piece of work if you just make it up. Wooden. The pillar is an old house to get down the beams. A person to embrace are barely the kind. The overall structure is sturdy, atmospheric, simple, spacious, airy and refreshing. Inside there is a rest area, sink, food trough, directly moved large stones, hammers thumped out. But now, directly let them go to the wild boar mountain to find food. It was just a big sink filled with fresh water. Well, the item bar was big enough for Wang Su to fill it with a lot of water. Without realizing it, it was already nearing noon. Wang Su talked about giving Chi Tang a gift, and the white horse was one of them, which was already prepared. The other was a wooden building. Wang Su had been unsure where to build it. Before he planned to build it on the old mansion in the village, there in the backyard. But now he felt it was best to build it on this boar mountain. He had already favored a location. It is not far from the edge of the place. That 100 meters high hill. Wang Su said last time that if he brought an iron bar, he would open a hiking path. Today he came with an iron rod, or a good number of them. So he was going to smash out a hiking path today, to keep the stone steps safe, but also easy to go up. At the top of the mountain, build a chic wooden building. When Chitong comes, he can stay here. Animals flocked below, bamboo forests, flowers and trees, and a fresh breeze. The beauty was all at eye level, but there was no elevator. But Wang Su could carry her up. Wang Su was a little bit excited and yearned for it himself. The wrist-thick big iron bar, 2 meters long, was held in the hand as if it was nothing. Bang! The iron bar holds the force of 1,000 pounds. Hitting the stone sparks, stone broken, or a large piece of stone was knocked down. The prying of the prying, the smashing of the smashing. Wang Su as if a tireless machine, step by step upward, winding ups and downs. The steps are very wide. The steps are very large, but on both sides there is a meter-wide small steps connecting the two big steps. The overall large steps are zigzag. On the situation, the efficiency is not bad. In this way, has been dry until the late afternoon when the sun is about to set, only to reach the top. Looking back, a sense of accomplishment rose. Although it was rough, there was a kind of natural beauty. It was very different from the carefully polished kind. The top of the mountain covers an area of several thousand square feet. A small wind whistled. There were actually some pines on the mountaintop, growing in the cracks of the rocks, and they were quite thick. Wind and rain. The whole tree is pale and gnarled. At first glance, it is the kind with very high density, such as tree roots, tenacious vitality, comes with an air of resilience. Bang bang. Wang Su chose a good location, right next to a few green pines. Wang Su planned to make a few pits first and save them for the lower pillars. The iron rod disliked the stone surface one by one. Relying on brute force, he froze and poked out a round pit, the size of which was the thickness of a large beam of a house built in the countryside. Miracles come out of great strength. Constructing a wooden building could not be done in a day or two, but mainly it had to be aesthetically pleasing. So Wang Su would get the materials first, and then come directly to the top of the mountain to build it up like a pile of wood. 100-year-old carpenter's ability was just so capricious, mainly because Wang Su also had terrifying strength, which was why he could do it all by himself. It was still easy. It was late in the day, so Wang Su went down after punching a few stake holes for the pillars. Taking an iron bar, he opened up the road nearby and hammered away. The big black pig had already opened the road in front, along with the big yellow ox. Wang Su slightly repaired it behind. For example, the sharp and severe stone tips that could easily cause injury. Wang Su knocked it flat, or more narrow position. Widen a bit. There, look at the danger. Some stones are about to fall down. Directly give it down. Just develop around the hill where the wooden building was to be built. Pick a spot and plant the purple bamboo. 1,000 plants. It wasn't until dark that Wang Su stopped. Looking at this big change. Very comfortable. Suitable for planting. Planting. Suitable for breeding on breeding. First developed and then planned. Hill plus wooden buildings. This is a scenery. Bamboo forest. Animals. Later tame a hare king, or get a wild boar forest. Boar Hill is still a big place. You can make quite a few areas. Take your time. There's no rush. For now it was better to remodel the hill that was closest to the exit and centered around the wooden building to be built. Wang Su didn't go back at night either. He stayed here at Boar Mountain, directly in the wooden room built today to rest. From the item bar took out a bed. Very complete. Lying on it. The stars are dotted. The moon is bright. The night breeze was slightly cool, and from time to time there were a few unknown bird calls breaking through the night sky. There were quite a few mosquitoes, but these could not affect Wang Su. Doo-doo. The cell phone rang. At night, Wang Su usually called with Chi Tang. It was Chi Tang who called. Baby. Chi Tang's soft laughter came. Wang Su felt super warm inside. He didn't know why, but he wanted to be spoiled here in Chi Tang. This woman knew Wang Su's environment since he was a child, and from the beginning to the end, she had always spoiled him. Her favor stems from her kindness, and also Wang Su's kindness to her. Gradually an extremely complicated sentiment. No matter what the reason, the two were the closest people. And Chi Tang was very traditional in her bones. She also did like Wang Su for many reasons, such as healing her, such as he was very good looking, his kung fu was very good, and she was very good to herself. Little Tong Tong, Wang Su was especially happy at this time. My brother is on your side. Right, Chi Tang said softly. Well, he does like practicing martial arts. Wang Su said. That, do you have any way for him to find a girlfriend? My parents are having a headache. Chi Tong laughed. This pile gong he is practicing now is the same one I practiced. After practicing it, his physical condition will increase greatly, and his desire will be very strong. Wang Su said after thinking about it. Chi Tang, I've prepared the first gift. The second gift will take a few more days. Wang Su said. What gift? Chi Tang asked curiously. If you give me a good word, I'll show you the prepared one. Wang Su laughed. Little bastard. Chi Tang laughed tenderly. This one is not good. Wang Su couldn't possibly be satisfied so simply. Then what do you want to hear? Chi Tang threw the question back, only needing to repeat a sentence when the time came. I want to hear your voice. Wang Su said shyly. Chi Tang actually heard it. Chi Tang on the other side of the phone blushed. This little bastard, obviously looking so neat and breezy, actually also full of these. Bastard. Say it quickly. If you don't say it, I'll hang up. The cool and soft voice with a little pout, and panic and shyness. Wang Su was just teasing her, knowing that she couldn't possibly promise herself. Wang Su saved some videos of White Horse. selected a segment and sent it to her. Is it really that pretty? Chi-Tang asked skeptically. After all, nowadays, with videos, live broadcasts, and beauty filters on, the closest people couldn't even recognize them. You'll know when you come. Wang Su snorted. Aha, Chi-Tang softly hummed. Just a little bit strange. Then hung up the phone. Wang Su. I don't know when I fell asleep. In a daze, Wang Su woke up. He woke up with a start. He didn't move. Instead, he opened his eyes to see where the sound came from. This look surprised him. Wild cats. A mountain beaver. Actually, it was a leopard cat. The countryside had said the little thing was fierce back then, and it was still a protected animal. Just what was it doing here? Although there were 2 horses, a cow and a pig on its own side, these were definitely not its targets. Suddenly, this mountain beaver directly collapsed on the ground. Slightly twitching, Wang Su quickly got up and directly rushed over. Then a needle was stuck on it, because he had already seen it. Hypertrophic cardiac monster, level 20. Boss monster, special monster, genetic monster. Can fight after acupuncture? Reduces all attributes of the monster by 20% after acupuncture. Combat. Wang Su now didn't care what monster or disease you had. He lacked experience. As long as he could fight, he would fight. For the first time, he saw 3 titles of disease monsters, boss monsters, special monsters, and genetic monsters. Before, he had only encountered mutated monsters, boss monsters, or boss monsters and special monsters. Level 20 disease monster, and it could reduce attributes after acupuncture. Coupled with the kidney fist, there was now the bloodthirsty cloud-chasing crawl as well as the pet giant panda. Even a 3rd title disease monster didn't have any problems. A huge tree man, muscular and over 5 meters tall. Although it was a tree man, the sense of oppression was strong. Hypertrophic cardiac monster, blood, 150. 000. Bang! Minus 300. The big tree man slammed his fist. The pet giant panda cub was still placed behind it. Now was not the time for it to resist damage. However, it could attack from behind, and with a bit of luck, it could freeze it or quench it, which was still quite good. This damage is considered the highest disease monster encountered so far. Steady. Mad Dog Fist. Minus 3,300. Mad Dog Fist's output was really high. Triple damage with the added bonus of bloodlust. A green light flashed on the big tree man. Once again, a punch was thrown. Bang! Minus 450. Wang Su. The giant panda cub rolled over and knocked the bamboo in its hand on the big tree man's body. Bang! Ice freeze. The tree man was sealed in ice. It couldn't move, but Wang Su and the giant panda could continue attacking. While returning blood, they attacked. Hardened poison. Freeze. Tiger poison. Although the probability wasn't high, it would naturally be triggered after attacking more times. This occasional freezing for 1 round, Wang Su returned more than 300 more blood, and the big tree man would occasionally deal a damage close to 500, which was compensated back by freezing. Without danger, Wang Su didn't even bother to use kidney fist. It was full blood all the time. Wang Su's attacks got higher and higher, along with the once in 3 rounds Mad Dog Fist. It didn't take long, and the big tree man fell. You win the battle. You gain 16,000 experience. Your pet giant panda gains 16,000 experience. Your pet giant panda rises to level 12. You obtain 1,000 ironwood. You obtain the recipe for making secret sesame chicken. Fine. Wang Su. What made Wang Su the happiest was that the giant panda had risen to level 12 with more than 3,000 experience remaining. Level 12 pet giant panda. Blood, 12,000. Attack, 1,200. Defense, 6,000. When he reached level 20, Wang Su was ready to cure Chi-Tang, third uncle and the others. By this time it was already more than 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Looking at the beautiful mountain beaver that had come to life, Wang Su decided to tame it. The little thing's eyes were wary and it showed its teeth. Wang Su needled it, and the trace of dragon chi slowly crossed in. Soon, the taming was completed. Good guy. It was clearly a small leopard, and it was still the most beautiful kind. The body structure also changed dramatically. Full of spirituality. Beautiful beyond words. At this time intimately rubbing against Wang Su. Wang Su couldn't help it. Hugged it up and jerked it for a while. No wonder they all like to jerk cats and dogs. It feels really good. Since there is one, then there must be more. Not for him. Tamed one is equal to tame all the leopard cats here. Wang Su just tamed them and didn't keep them in captivity. Even if they were protected animals, he wasn't worried about being reported. Besides, it could also be said that they were the offspring of leopard cats and domestic cats, and as long as there were more than 4 generations, it wasn't illegal. What's more, this kind of leopard cat which is almost exactly the same as a baby leopard, is not a purebred leopard cat at first glance. This is not to worry. This is originally Wild Boar Mountain original. Their own no captive breeding. There is no obvious control. The secret recipe for sesame chicken is a fine product. This is a good thing. Wang Su is more like, mainly because he himself especially likes to eat hemp pepper chicken. It seems to be early to raise chickens. Free range. Do it yourself. Absolutely exploded on the market hemp pepper chicken 10 streets. After all, now on the market are less than 50 days of chicken, feed, antibiotics and so on. There is no chicken flavor. The other thing is the recipe. There are certain requirements for the fire. It must be a perfect blend of flavor and spiciness, as well as the texture of the meat. Fresh and tasty, not too rotten, not too wooded, without losing the strength, but also crisp. Perhaps it could be made into a specialty of Zhangxian. Wang Su is not interested in making money. The family is no longer worried about making a living. Small wealth is peace. In fact, the happiness index of small wealth is the highest. Find someone to cooperate when the time comes. Back to sleep again. A little more than 4 o'clock. The sky is slightly bright. Wang Su got up. His powerful physique made it so that he didn't need to sleep for 8 hours. And it didn't even matter if he didn't sleep for a few days and nights. Coming to the top of that small hill, took out some of those 1,000 huge ironwoods. The ones that had been prepared were old elm and date wood, and even quite a few large tree roots. These things were just sturdy, resistant to wear, water, and sunlight. But now there was ironwood. This stuff has a great reputation. The divine anomaly scripture, southeast of the sea there is Shirshi mountain. The mountain has a wood, set ironwood, 500 years for spring, 500 years for autumn, born 1,000 years. The circumference is not more than a foot. The quality of its iron, touching the clanking sound, into the water is sunk. Wood 10,000 years old, for the god ironwood, quality such as jade, although the god soldier cannot hurt its hair, can be called a rare treasure. Hyperbole, 10,000 years. But now there are really thousands of years of ancient wood, so it seems to say that 10,000 years does not seem impossible. Huanshan welcome pine 1,300 years old, the largest tree in China, seems to be what fir, 3,500 years old, more than 80 meters high, next to the ground trunk diameter of more than 11 meters. There is also said to be the world's oldest tree, already 9,500 years old, is still alive. Let's get to work. Axe, chisel, saw, hammer. Wang Su was going to build a pavilion, a platform, a building and an attic, connected by a cloister, and carve dragons and phoenixes, open and dry. Because of the ability of 100 years of carpenter, the knowledge reserve of building in his head was too big. Do it with ease and flow, focused, concentrated, tireless. Little by little, time passed, and there were more and more wood on the ground, big and small, all kinds of shapes, in one big piece. It was an enlarged version of the building blocks. The wind at the top of the mountain was cool and refreshing, and it was refreshing to blow. Quiet, with a wide view and a quiet heart. It is said that cultivating the heart and cultivating the nature. Wang Su feels that he does not need to. Cultivating the heart. What is cultivated? In the prosperous and bustling city, so that his heart will not be confused by the chaotic flowers, lose his heart, and be driven by the interests he has already crossed over. Only when you see clearly and thoroughly can you enjoy life better. Maybe some people say, living to understand is not good. Really want to see through. Then the beauty is red powder withered bones. Money is outside the body. Then what is the meaning of living? In fact, this sentence is completely bullshit. No matter how thorough you see, you are human, not God. As long as you are a normal human being, the things you carry in your genes exist, like lust, desire. See through, just rational. Recognize the reality. Know in and out. Know what you need, what you want, know what you should do. This world does not have no desire, only all thoughts, have been busy until dark. Wang Su felt that at most 3 days, he could finish it, including some of the details, as well as including some furniture in this pavilion, such as beds, tables and chairs, wood carvings, and at that time, he could also consider taming a bird and planting some flowers to put together a bird in flower. In the evening, Wang Su's cell phone rang. Tian Tao called. Is that Open Brick Factory classmates? Screen name Inch Fist Old Man. Wang Su did not pay attention. Inch Fist Old Man now a little fire. The main thing is to ride the wind. Because recently the internet has been in a mess. Inch Fist break brick in the end, true or false? Inch Fist is not a master? Inch Fist cannot real combat? That punch can break several bricks. If hit on the human body will be how? Inch Fist Old Man solid body type. Face loyal, few words, plus thick calluses on the hands. Even though many people said that Inch Fist hitting bricks were hitting fake bricks, Still many people felt that Tian Tao was the master. There was a small heat for a while. This is not. Someone wants to fake him, to come to challenge the inch-fist old man. Tian Tao has not yet responded to the other party, but called Wang Su to see how to cope. People said to wait for a reply online. Do not reply, as if afraid, or you can pretend to be an expert and ignore it, which should also be the best way at the moment. After a brief exchange, Wang Su knew what was going on. Old Tian, like this, just say that he's not qualified to challenge you. Let him challenge me, and as long as he wins me, he can challenge you. Wang Su laughed. Okay, Tian Tao said happily. No, you can't change your name to world's first master. Whenever someone challenges you, you can say that you can only challenge you, the world's first master, if you defeat the world's second master first. Wang Su thought about it and said, network, play, just play, make something controversial, funny, fun, only then will there be heat. Tian Tao happily agreed. Hang up the phone, look at the sky. Wang Su went back, went to the hot pot restaurant here. Look at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Some of the nearby stores have begun to renovate. The business of the hot pot restaurant has started to drive the economic development of the neighborhood. Wang Su looked at the open space some distance in front of the hot pot store. This place was originally the entrance edgeline of the county town. It was all empty land with no owner. There was no value in developing it. And the place was also small. At most, they would build a street here. But it was meaningless. So Wang Su planned to get something here tonight. As for the unauthorized building being demolished, Wang Su felt it was better to say hello first. It wouldn't take up much of a piece. Is this something to look for Li Baichuan or Li Baijie? It just so happened that Li Baichuan came out of the hot pot restaurant. He didn't wear a J-suit. He was already off duty, and next to him were a few of his co-workers. Brother Wang Good, Wang Su. They were aware of Wang Su's fighting strength, and also his medical skills. At that time, they knew best how much Li Changshan was injured. So they were admiring Wang Su from the bottom of their hearts, especially the special nature of the profession they were engaged in. Who could guarantee that they would not be injured? Befriending Wang Su, it was not possible to pick up a life one day. Don't be polite, don't be polite, just call me Old Wang, Wang Su said politely. Everyone was of similar age, so there was no need to be too formal. Old Li, I want to get a ring here, about 12 meters in diameter. Wang Su pointed to the location. What kind of help do you need? Li Baichuan said directly. Try not to be torn down after you build it. Make it legalized, and maybe you can pull the economy for Zheng County in the future. Wang Su said, although it is a little bit of a big pie, but the probability of achieving it is still very high. Martial arts is a national treasure that never goes out of style. Midnight. The night is quiet. Wang Su got up, then walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Dig a pit. Play solid. Put a stone in, under the pile. All low piles, short and thick, and then thick solid wood boards, 20 centimeters thick, old elm, jujube wood, roots. The low pile below is very dense, above the thick planks tightly, plus mortise and tenon structure, such as a hole, surrounded by high pillars. Also wooden piles, are more than 30 centimeters in diameter of large wooden piles. The ring rope is wrapped around the perimeter. There is no top, the highest stake, carved a few words. Wang Su's characters couldn't be said to be much better. But the carpenter's ability allowed him to mimic them and carve them out with a knife. It was very abstract, and the strokes were like swords, so it's not good to evaluate if it's a good character or not. Ink was applied, because it was carved out and concave. There was no need to worry about it being washed away by rain. In one night, there was an extra ring here. Not to talk about how ornate it is, but it's big and sturdy, with the feeling of an old tortoise crouching on the ground. 6 words flew on the tall wooden pillars in dragons and phoenixes. The first ring in the world. The momentum is extraordinary, like a sword breaking through the sky. Wang Su took a video of the ring and also included the world's second hot pot restaurant. The world's heroes have heard of Wang Mao's name and all have lost their guts. Today I send a video as proof. As long as I defeat Wang Mao, I will reward him with $1 million. If you lose the fight you only need to be a waiter for one day in the hot pot restaurant. Welcome to the battle. Wang Su's purpose is not to fight. It was to draw attention and make Zhengxian famous, preferably becoming a Netflix hitting place. To bring about economic development in Zheng County. In the morning, the challenger came. Originally, he was challenging Tian Tao, the old man of Inch Fist, but Tian Tao said that he could only challenge Wang Su, the second best fighter in the world. After defeating him, the challenger agreed flatly that it was just one more fight since it was all in one place anyway. Wang Su saw this challenger, Muay Thai Kuan, a martial arts performer who was arrogant on the internet. His style was arrogant and barking, but he did have a bit of kung fu. And after defeating a few people, no one was there to meet him. The main thing is that he is too arrogant. A lot of people are not used to seeing, but there is no way to make people hate. But people just a sentence. Do not serve you to beat me ah. There are some people like him this style. Think Muay Thai Koen have real skill. Arrogant a little what? Millions of fans? Fame is not small. Mention mixed reviews. Some people say he is not good character. Some people say he is not good character. But few people say he is not good martial arts. On the internet, how can I put it? There are real kung fu practitioners. But that kung fu may be for health and performance, but not for actual combat. There are several kung fu masters, and even many celebrities have gone to him for advice, and he has a great reputation. But that doesn't mean it's good enough for the ring. This is why Muay Thai Koen screams and flaunts as if he is invincible. But no one meets him. Not that no one can beat, just not necessary. You have a big reputation. Beat Muay Thai Koen belongs to the normal operation. In case of defeat, can be a reputation. This kind of money-losing business is not stupid will not do. As for not responding to the war, wear the status, ignore it. Fans will also feel as Muay Thai Koen is not qualified, belongs to the clown to rub the flow. Muay Thai Koen net height of 1.77 m. Strong like a calf, dark skin, such as steel, look wild, teeth are very white, a smile with a male, strong, lean, and wild. Many women like that. He, 2A, also the second best in the fucking world. Claptrap jumping clown. Muay Thai Koen was as arrogant as ever. And this was the first thing he said after meeting Wang Su. Open the live broadcast. Why don't we just start? After the fight I'll have a nice hot pot. Muay Thai Koen picked his nose, picking out a piece of sticky booger, flexing his fingers. Wang Su didn't like this person. His mouth wasn't clean. Maybe it was his style, but this behavior was disgusting. Let's start then, Wang Su said calmly. Old Wang, is it okay? Tian Tao asked worriedly. Wang Su smiled. Don't worry. Crap. Hurry up. Slow. Didn't you eat? Or you can simply admit defeat. 1 million I'll take it. Muay Thai Koen impatiently shouted. Wang Su's side of the live broadcast room is also a lot of people. Boss, beat him hard. Beat him so hard that he doesn't even recognize his mother. Pull back. Look at this physique. That dog is arrogant but he does have 2 moves. Even the pygmy has to avoid 3 points. I really want to see him get beaten. Want to see him get beat up more people. But these days there are really not many real kung fu. Online are all fucking fake masters. A million fans of the inch fist master. You can think he cannot even squat a hitman squat. Push-ups cannot even do 30. Do you dare to believe? Some masters say they don't fight in the ring. They learn real kung fu, killing techniques. In short, those who can fight, don't want to fight. Those who can't fight, don't dare to fight. Reality is so fucked up. Wang Su walked up, put on the boxing gloves. Not for anything else. Just feel this Muay Thai Koen a little dirty. Just now picking his nose was really disgusting to him. He wouldn't let his opponent touch his body, nor would he let his hands touch his opponent's body. So he put on thick boxing gloves. Muay Thai Koen was wearing tight shorts, bare upper body, also bare feet, knees, palms, lower arms, and lower legs were tied with straps. Hurry up, grind it out. Muay Thai Koen said impatiently. The fight started. Wang Su was not polite this time. Mad Dog Fist. Yes, Wang Su used Mad Dog Fist this time, but just the movement, the body shape, the attack orientation was. Inserting the eye became hitting the face. Kicking the crotch became kicking the small stomach. His body was bowed and his hands and arms were leaning forward. The whole person was like a big elastic bow. His lower body was as stable as a rock, yet his movements were sensitive. After each step, his feet seemed to be welded to the ground. His upper body swayed, and each movement was full of power, as well as a strong sense of visual impact. The action was even better than an action movie, because the thick boxing gloves can hit the loud thumping sound. Muay Thai Koen blocked and raised his legs, but it couldn't touch Wang Su at all. Every time it was just right to dodge, while landing punch after punch on Muay Thai Koen. Of course, Wang Su did not dare to use force. His current strength really want to use vigorously. A punch will kill the person. The seemingly unstructured punches were even a bit messy, but they carried a sense of harshness, wildness, virility, and hormones. This feeling looks at people's blood boiling. Muay Thai Koen was red in the face, anxious, angry, and couldn't hit the person, but could only be beaten. He felt that as long as he could hit Wang Su, he only needed a leg to put down Wang Su. However, he did not know that Wang Su was just to not contact him, so he fought like this. And before that, it was all Wang Baofeng against the bombardment. The live broadcast was stunned. The scene was also surprised to look at the stage. Muay Thai Koen's face was swollen. His eyes were black and blue, and his lips were cracked. Muay Thai Koen was anxious, and the Wang Bao fist began to swing chaotically, but it still couldn't touch anyone. He was knocked down by Wang Su, stood up, and fell down again, eyes on fire. He has not been so poorly. Angry. The anger in his chest just couldn't come out. The people in the live broadcast room were cool. Crap. Save the video. When I'm in a bad mood, take it out and look at it. Get a complete one. To get the arrogance of Muay Thai Kun before the match on it. So it's fun to watch. Boss so able to fight? Is it an act? You think someone like the boss would act with someone like Muay Thai Kun? You guys don't understand, whether it's an act or not. But one thing is for sure. Muay Thai Kun really can't beat the boss. Professionals come out and explain. This is a live broadcast. Through the scene can be seen there is no acceleration. There is no dubbing. This is the real sound and speed of the blow. The boss's pilework is very strong. That pilework in his video. I, who have been practicing martial arts for 10 years, have not yet completely stood down. It's too difficult. Dare to set up the ring, and beat him to win a reward of $1 million. This does not have a little real skill. The minute the persona collapses, rubbing the flow cannot be rubbed. Muay Thai Kun could not stand up, sitting in the ring, holding his head in his hands, whimpering. Wang Su, people around. Live broadcast. This was beaten and cried? Muay Thai Kun was beaten and cried. Why I just want to laugh. I'm laughing. Sorry, I just couldn't hold it back. Ha ha ha. I feel more and more that the boss is handsome. Do you guys have it? Boss's temperament is too good. I chatted privately with boss. Boss ignored slave. Slave is so sad. The boss hides really deep. You can watch the video carefully. Look at the boss's action. If the boss is not wearing gloves, hit the face to change to grab or insert the eyes. Kick the stomach to change to kick the crotch. You look carefully at how many times the boss out of the leg, hit how many times the face, and the heart up position to change to the throat, the cheeks to change to the solar plexus. On the attack is not ferocious. Crap. This offense is so crazy. The boss's stance is so stable, so fierce, so wild. It always feels like a wild beast. Muay Thai Kun left in a sorry state, not even greeting Wang Su. Wang Su also did not let him work as a waiter here. He was afraid of affecting business. Just that picking his nose catapult action. To whom on the hot pot? Who can still eat? One battle became famous. Fans are growing fast. And the video of this battle is already trending. The captions have everything. A man shedding tears for another man. Arrogant man challenged at the door and ended up with only his shorts, hiding his face and crying. Is it human nature that is twisted or morality that is lost? Many anchors started to narrate this video, dabbling in traffic. Now as long as it's related to this video, people will watch it. And it has to say Wang Su is good. The wind is blowing. As long as you say Wang Su is good, you will be praised and said to be insightful and heroic. At this time, if you say that Wang Su has no real skill or something, naturally it will be controversial, but it will make people think that you have no level, just rubbing the traffic in eyeballs. No one pays attention to it. Dabbing traffic is also a technical job. When to dab? In what way to dab? This is all delicate. When this side is over, Wang Su rushed to the Wild Boar Mountain. We need to finish the wooden building as soon as possible. And Chitong said that he will come over in the next few days. Yesterday, the day, already made the parts good. Today is stacking wood. It was very quick. In half a day's work, the pavilion, corridor has been completed. Then sanding, carving, no color, the original wood color, but more atmospheric. Show the low-key luxury to the fullest. Mainly style, above the carving of dragons and phoenixes, the building arch dense, exquisite and exquisite, the roof contours changeable, simple atmosphere, without losing elegance, carved dragons and phoenixes and more a sense of splendor. Craftsman is really good. Wang Su is very satisfied. Then make beds, tables and chairs. Wood carvings, those are simple. Even got some root carvings. Lifelike and exquisite. They were all animals. There were tigers, wild boars, lions and bears. Well, when Shi Tang comes, himself and Shi Tang are also considered to have a home. At this time it was already half-afternoon. Many times it was just so coincidental. Wang Su had just gotten everything done on his side. The cell phone rang. Shi Tang. Auntie Tong. Wang Su happily picked up the phone. Little bastard. I'm at your hot pot restaurant. Shi Tang laughed softly. Really? Wang Su's voice was a bit rushed. Wanted her? Very much, but was still able to control it. But now when he heard that she had come, he was a little impatient instead, and couldn't wait to get to her side right away. Wait for me. Wang Su directly hung up his cell phone, riding on the big black pig, mainly because he was crossing over. Some places were uneven and there were ditches, but the big black pig wasn't afraid, like walking on the ground. Faster. Wind speed. The black diamond seemed to have thickened another round. Majestic and stupid. A cute mess. So big and still so adorable. thanks to the fact that its body type was short and thick, and clean, and its meat was tight and firm. The turnaround rate along the way was 500%, looking back 5 times, and finally staring directly at it. Many people couldn't help but take out their cell phones to shoot. Seeing Chi Tang again, Wang Su was still slightly out of his mind. This woman was really beautiful. The temperament was cool, a bit off the beaten track, and it always felt a bit unappetizing. Her phoenix eyes are like stars. Her atmosphere is absolutely beautiful. Her icy muscles and jade bones. Her shoulder is like a knife. Her back is also so thin. The temperament of this piece. Only she can make Wang Su think of the word magnificent and unparalleled. The true splendor of the generation. And Li Bai writing can only be a scourge. That is a siren. The bones are seductive. The temperament belongs to the two extremes. Seeing Wang Su, Chi Tang couldn't help but reveal a soft smile. The love in her eyes made Wang Su feel especially warm. Walking over, he held her tightly in his arms. Little bastard. They are all watching, Chi Tang said softly in Wang Su's ear. The voice was especially pampered. And at this moment, Wang Su felt that the extreme beauty of the human world was already there for him. Wang Su hugged Chi Tang as if he was hugging the most precious existence in the world. The inner satisfaction. And that kind of happiness. His heart can do waves in many things. But Chi Tang here he can't do it. He only had such a woman. His heart was very traditional. She was his woman. That was husband and wife as one. No distinction. To spoil her, to love her, is to treat her well. Although Yang Shi has been his girlfriend for 3 years, it is only verbal, and he has never even kissed her. Blood relationship, such as parents and children. Blood connection. Husband and wife relationship. This is the most intimate relationship. Water and milk. Intimate. Chi Tang could feel this little man's joy at seeing himself, and the undisguised love in his eyes. Wang Su reluctantly let go of her. The eldest uncle, the eldest mother, and Prince Jun and the others were laughing and watching from the side. Wang Su was slightly embarrassed. Eldest uncle, eldest mother, this is my girlfriend Chi Tang. Wang Su introduced them. Hello uncle, hello auntie. At this time, Chi Yun brought a lot of things from outside. Which were the gifts Chi Tang brought when she came? For auntie was a gold vein circle bracelet. For Wang Anmin was a watch. For Prince Jun was a necklace. Daughter, this is not a good idea to accept it. Not a good idea not to accept it. And I didn't know that Chi Tang was coming. And I didn't even prepare a gift. You child, Tong Tang is coming. You didn't say anything in advance. The elder lady looked at Wang Su without good humor. Wang Anmin, go get the money. The elder lady urged her eldest uncle. Good. Go buy a few more red packets. The elder lady shouted. Got it. At this hour, the hot pot store was closed. The store was full of its own family. But the family was building a house right now. Auntie, just leave it. I'll entertain Tang Tang. Wang Su could see that the elder lady was fretting. Auntie and Prince Jun pulled Chi Tang affectionately and talked. Prince Jun was a year older than Chi Tang. She still could not believe a bit that her little brother's girlfriend could be so pretty. Wang Zijun knew that Li Bai writing was pretty. But Chi Tang was too special. The rural saying was that this girl was a fairy, not a mortal. Wang Anmin came back in a flurry of wind. He wrapped several large red envelopes, and each red envelope was filled until it could not be filled. Wang Su also persuaded Chi Tang to accept it. It is the intention of the eldest uncle's mother. Chi Tang accepted one. Chi Tang knew that Wang Su had no parents, and his great-uncle aunt could be said to be his parents. So he looked at Wang Su with a softer and softer gaze. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Anmin seem to be kind people who love their children. Loyal, honest, and kind, and they won't even say a bad word. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Su pulled Chi Tang away from the hot pot restaurant. The big pig at the doorway nestled meekly to the side. Many people around watched and took pictures. There was no way. This pig was too special, too rare, couldn't get tired of looking at it, and looked in a good mood. Chi Tang looked at the black diamond with surprise. Seeing Wang Su, the big black pig happily ran over and meekly crouched at his feet, humming and grunting. It's so big and still so cute. Chi Tang happily looked at the black diamond. The two walked holding hands, with Black Diamond following behind. Why don't you say hello in advance? Wang Su's grip on her hand was slightly tightened, and when he smelled the fresh fragrance belonging to her, he felt his mind was at peace, and there was a feeling of feeling at peace in the world. I just missed you so much, so I came, Chi Tang said softly. These words were very well received and just went to the heart, especially coming from a woman like Chi Tang. I missed you too, Wang Su said and blushed. Chi Tang saw Wang Su blushing and reached out to rub his forehead. This guy is clean and natural, breezy, very positive, and also so horny. I will take you to see the second gift I prepared for you. Wang Su laughed. What is it? Chi Tang asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. You're guaranteed to like it. For the wooden buildings, attics, and pavilions that he had built, Wang Su was still confident. How can I say this thing? Even if he was rich again, no one else could build it. Tong Tang, Wang Su called her. Ah, Chi Tang looked at him. Have you ever ridden a pig? Wang Su asked with a smile. Chi Tang. But soon she seemed to realize something. Originally, the hot pot restaurant was at the edge of the county, and after walking for such a while, it was already out of the county. There would be very few people on the road. Wang Su picked her up and hugged her horizontally, very gently, then let her sit sideways on the back of the big black pig. Wang Su sat side by side with her, wrapping his arms around her plain waist. The black diamond was too thick, like a hippopotamus, and it was spacious for two people to sit on it. The black diamond ran, swift as the wind, flat and steady, not bumpy at all. Chi Tang was not nervous. As long as Wang Su was around, she was not nervous. Wang Su once again saw Chi Tang's breast cancer big army 1000 heroes. Breast cancer armada 1000 chief, level 30, boss monster, can be fought after acupuncture. 3 years of life can be restored after winning the battle. Luckily, there was no change. Worsening of the condition would make the disease monster level up, or even mutate the disease monster. That would directly double the difficulty possibly. Combat. Wang Su chose to fight. Although the giant panda was now level 12, a level 30 boss monster could still be fought. A huge white tiger with a body length of about 9 meters. The body was snow white, crystalline like jade, and the clouds around it were suspended, adding to its momentum, majestic and disdainful, and the eyes were ferocious. Ordinary people, if they don't have enough essence, will be scared and their spiritual souls will be frightened when they look at it. Breast cancer army chief, blood, 300, 000. Brush. The huge white tiger directly rode its face. That big paw was no smaller than Wang Su. Bang! Minus 450. Wang Su's heart tightened. Good guy. Wang Su was now recovering 340 points of chi and blood per round, calculating 110 points per round. His total chi and blood was only a little more than 8,000. 80 rounds were needed. However, Wang Su was not worried. Kidney fist. Minus 1,650. Nearly 1,500 of them were the bloodthirsty effect of bloodthirsty cloud chasing crawl. Bloodlust, passive skill. When attacking, attach a damage result of 20% of one's own defense, which ignores defense. Fixed damage. These shoes were a good thing. The giant white tiger once again rode its face and struck hard. Minus 360. But Wang Su's defense would get higher and higher. Mad dog fist. Bang. Minus 4,900. Awesome. Wang Su's eyes lit up. This triple attack was truly awesome. Comfort. You can only use it once in 3 rounds, which means you hit once, wait 2 rounds, and then you can use it again. Bang! The huge tiger claw glowed with red light and landed on Wang Su. Minus 1,080. Triple blast. It startled Wang Su. This is not fun anymore. Just after saying that, there was another blitz. Minus 720. Luckily, it wasn't a triple blitz. Wang Su hurriedly pulled the level 12 giant panda from the back to the front. Bang! Minus 900. Ha! The giant panda's defense was 6,000, which was more than 1,000 less than Wang Su's. Wang Su had a 50% damage reduction, and the giant panda had a 30% damage reduction, but Wang Su had more than 300 block. But there is one thing that Wang Su is far inferior to his pet giant panda. Recovery ability. The giant panda restores 1% chi and blood per second. A round of 10 seconds, 12,000 chi and blood. Every round back to 1,200 blood. As long as the opposite breast cancer army 1000-fold does not storm, the giant panda does not even bring a drop in blood. Just finished. Bang! Minus 1,800. Frozen. This is comfortable. The breast cancer army 1000 long rest for a round. Pandas directly restore full. God's pet. This big meat shield if level 20. Level 30. That's not bad. Think about Wang Su are a little excited. The power of the pet giant panda can only be truly experienced in real life. Even if there is no freeze. No quenching poison. Panda's simply a meat shield and Wang Su here is also a god pet. Giant panda can carry. Wang Su's output will be higher and higher. Wang Su and the giant panda have blood return. Even if the giant panda cannot top, can and Wang Su change position. Let the giant panda hide in the back. Only need 10 rounds will be able to restore full blood state. Then swap positions. With time, Wang Su's defense and output is getting higher and higher, and ultimately will certainly win the battle. You cannot rely on poison or freezing. Of course, if the disease monster is not resistant to poison, not resistant to freezing, then it is more relaxed and simple. The breast cancer army 1000-fold is not resistant to freezing. So even if there is a blitz, even a triple blitz, there is no fear. The pandas can completely hold up. Mad Dog Fist. Freezing. Although 300,000 chi blood was a lot, it couldn't withstand such a beating. From start to finish, there is no hint of immunity to poison. That means that the resistance to poison is particularly high. It is difficult to be poisoned. The fight lasted almost 20 minutes. Finally the breast cancer army 1000 chief fell. The huge white tiger disappeared. You have won the battle. You gain 60,000 experience. Your level rises to 24. Your pet giant panda gains 60,000 experience. Your pet giant panda levels up to level 19. You obtain 200 pounds of tiger bone, extreme. You obtain a tiger skin, extreme. You obtain a tiger whip, extreme. You obtain the white tiger bracelet. Tiger bone, tiger skin, and tiger whip are a bit numb. From ordinary, to fine, to now extreme. Looks like you'll have one in a while? Just eat this extreme grade 1. I wonder if Tong Tong will eat it. Forget it, don't tell her. Just say it's fine beef. There is a piece of equipment. Wang Su is still a bit excited. White tiger bracelet. Level 30. Attack plus 500. Defense plus 500. Blood plus 1000. Additional skill, heavy strike. A passive skill that increases the result of any damage inflicted by 20%. Durability, 300 days. This is it? Wang Su always felt that it was average, but this was a level 30 equipment. Increasing attack, defense and blood was okay. When the time comes and there's nothing better, then we'll use this. Wang Su pulled out the silver needle on Chi Tang. Chi Tang didn't resist at all when the needle was tied. This time, she looked at Wang Su with a smile. She could feel that her body was much lighter. That feeling was wonderful. Before it felt as if she was carrying 20 pounds of weight, and now it seemed as if she had lost the weight. And Wang Su once again looked at her feet. Breast cancer army wannabe, level 41. Boss monster, elite monster, special monster. Can fight after acupuncture and nudging? 4 years of longevity restored after victory in battle. 3 titles, a bit difficult. But Wang Su has a pet giant panda. And there is the hope of a few good equipment. The white tiger pile must be leveled up 1 level. The most important thing was to raise his level and the level of his pet giant panda. Pet giant panda, gold level. Level, 19. Blood, 19,000. Attack, 1900. Defense, 9,500. Skills. Freeze, 10% probability of freezing the target when attacking, making the opponent unable to act for 1 round. Poisoning, 10% probability of poisoning the target when attacking, reducing the current 5% chi and blood every round. Lasting 5 rounds. Meat shield, passive skill. Any damage received is reduced by 30%. Restores 1% of one's maximum chi blood every second. Life sharing, share chi and blood with the master. Only when both sides chi and blood are all depleted will the battle end. Powerful. This chi and blood and defense are all a cut above Wang Su. The more I look at it, the more I like it, the more comfortable I feel. Nowadays, the giant panda is also 2 meters tall, chubby, cute and able to fight, making the battle not even that boring. Although the outside world time was almost static, but the battle process was realistically close to 20 minutes, and it might be longer in the future. After resolving the breast cancer army's 1000 chief, Wang Su breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Everything was going for the best, but how the future would be, he didn't know. Only by improving himself could he better cope with any sudden changes. Chi Tang leaned in his arms. The black diamond ran like the wind. It was cool. Wang Su took her into his arms and tightly encircled her. A long breath was exhaled. It was so good. Missing me so much. Why don't you go look for me? Chi Tang asked with a smile. I'm shy, Wang Su said shyly. Chi Tang. Wild Boar Mountain. The first thing Chi Tang saw was the white horse. Wang Su had sent her a video before. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she realized how shocking it was. It looked better than in the video. The image was not as visually stunning as the real one. A black and a white. The 2 horse images were exceptionally harmonious. Just at this time, the big black horse inexplicably rode on the white horse. The black horse was quite a bit bigger than the white horse. The white horse appeared to be a little bit petite. Right in front of them, the picture was shocking. Wang Su held Chi Tang's hand and watched attentively. I'm not as good as it. Wang Su sighed. Chi Tang didn't know why, but she understood again. Red-faced, she gently stepped on Wang Su's foot. Lightness. That moment felt especially good. Wang Su looked at the blushing Chi Tang. This blooming beauty, cool and unassuming. At this time, but the delicate face of Scarlet. The kind of visual impact and visual enjoyment that came to his face. So that he understood what is the death of peonies under the flowers to do ghosts also wind flow. He even felt that this life was not in vain. That kind of spiritual fulfillment is indescribable. Chi Tang was also a bit flustered by Wang Su's look. Little bastard, Chi Tang lightly ranted. Wang Su hugged her lovingly. Did you miss me? Wang Su said softly in her ear. Aha! Chi Tang's voice was small. Then let me take you to see the second gift I prepared for you. Wang Su laughed. Wang Su picked her up horizontally, then walked into the wild boar mountain, then headed towards the top of the small mountain. I'll walk by myself. It's too high. Just pull me. Then if you say something nice, I'll have endless energy. Wang Su laughed. Don't say that. Chi Tang laughed. Sister Tong Tong, Wang Su called in her ear while walking. Chi Tang shivered. She was 29 years old, and she was 5 years older than him. Being called sister by him. Baby, Wang Su shouted himself a little excited. Other couples baby long baby short. Brother long brother short. Wang Su found himself unnatural every time he said it. Either he didn't want to say it, or he felt that he didn't say it as silky smooth as others shouted. Which videos? Male and female friends are shouting baby to each other, but Wang Su still wants Chi Tang to shout brother. I don't know why. It just felt especially good. Especially excited. Especially excited. Aunt Tong, I've called you aunt. You won't suffer if you call out brother. Wang Su said softly. Chi Tang, wringing Wang Su's neck. He came to his ear, and his exhale fell on Wang Su's neck, making him unable to speak of his heart. His mouth and nose were filled with Chi Tang's fragrance. Very light, heartwarming fragrance, which was not the flavor of perfume, more like a unique woman's fragrance. Chi Tang really felt groundless, but again, she didn't want to not satisfy Wang Su, gently called out, brother. It was very light, with a unique clear softness. It was a tone of arguing and doting on a child. That tone, that voice, was right in the ear. This was not the first time he shouted. He had shouted before, but at that time, Chi Tang thought it was the last time he was with Wang Su, and soon he would be separated from the sky. So at that time, Wang Su wanted to hear it, so she satisfied Wang Su, and didn't feel particularly shy. But this time was completely different, so the feeling of shouting out was naturally very different. Wang Su was more satisfied this time. Unspeakably satisfied. Chi Tang was so ashamed that she had no place to go. Looking at Wang Su with a red face, nearby, in full bloom, Wang Su gently kissed her on the forehead. Warm and cool as jade, continued to walk towards the top of the mountain. Chi Tang also did not expect that she would be so mushy with a man one day. Previously, she didn't even dare to think about it. Still a man 5 years younger than herself. Thinking about it, she smiled. She was very content. Just like that saying, everything is the best arrangement, tired or not. I can walk by myself, Chi Tang said softly. Holding you is never tiring. Wang Su really felt that way, treating it like a precious treasure. Chi Tang could feel Wang Su's eyes that doted on her excessively. She could even feel that Wang Su had a feeling of holding her in the palm of her hand for fear of falling off, and holding her in her mouth for fear of melting. In the past, she did not believe in love. What is love? See color. In fact, love you beautiful. This is not a problem, but rather the best. Do not say what inner beauty. Inner beauty is generally built on the basis of outer beauty. Men and women are visual animals, auditory animals, olfactory animals, like to look good, like to hear good, like to smell good. This is the most intuitive, the most direct. Then it is character, conduct, learning, cultivation, temperament. Then, like her also like themselves, like her face their smiling face, like her care for themselves, like her to know they're cold and hot. Love, very simple, but also very complex. Love is easy, but meet the right person is very difficult. Loving each other is easy, but keeping each other is hard. She tightly encircled Wang Su's neck. Everything is in no words. Coming to the top of the small hill, Chi Tang saw this gorgeous wooden building between the green pines. She froze. Wang Su put her down slowly. Chi Tang couldn't believe it because Chi Tang studied architecture and had research on ancient buildings. This wooden building in front of her eyes. She was literate. Oddly, she looked at Wang Su. Is this gift satisfactory? Wang Su said with a smile. Chi Tang pulled Wang Su's hand towards the wooden building. The closer it was also shocked, reached out and touched it, knocked it more and more surprised. Ironwood. It was still better than any ironwood she had ever seen. Ironwood had a very high density and water resistance. Because of its ability to resist insects, rot, wind and waves, it was widely used for keels, rudder wheels, masts, and other components in the shipbuilding process. Ironwood is an important and irreplaceable material for shipbuilding because of its toughness and long service life. It can also be used to make anvils. Chi Tang was surprised, but didn't ask too many questions and said happily, very satisfied. Pushing the door in, the room was tidy. The furniture was complete, all solid wood furniture, fine workmanship, polished very well, all original wood color. but it just looked more atmospheric and beautiful than any colorful colors. There was also the bed, a phoenix couch molded. There is a white mattress on it, as well as snow-white bedding. There was also the screen, carved with dragons and phoenixes, the dragon and phoenix, making the bedroom instantly ancient and fragrant. Chi Tang suddenly blushed. Wang Su gently wrapped his arms around her from behind. Chi Tang leaned in his arms and snapped, "Little bastard." Wang Su picked her up and walked towards the phoenix couch. At this moment, Wang Su could no longer control it. Greedily kissed her, not sparing any place. Chi Tang's clear and cold immortal face, shy and unable to look up. The gentle notes played the most beautiful notes. Underneath the body of Chang Wan, Wang Su's red face, looking at the clear and cold immortal face like a song, was right in front of him. At this time the two people were getting along in the most sacred and intimate way, like a spiritual storm, like the path to immortality. This moment was a state of extreme bliss both spiritually and physically. Unspeakable as stepping into the immortal realm. Beautiful. White tiger fairy. What a shock. What a beauty. 2 hours later, Chi Tang lethargically leaned in Wang Su's arms. At this time, she was looking better and better. But the air of coolness was still there. And it was this air of coolness that gave her a feeling of not touching the dust and not eating fireworks. This is the temperament of the bones. Wang Su hugged her. This moment of satisfaction. Life is really beautiful. The tranquility of this moment is the most beautiful. Quietly embrace each other, feeling the afterglow after the storm. Tong Tang, I feel that I am the happiest person in this world. Wang Su gently laughed, holding her tightly in his arms, as if he was afraid that she would suddenly disappear. Chi Tang knew that he hadn't been happy growing up, but now that she could hear these words from him, she was especially happy. The sun set over the mountains. Wang Su and Chi Tang walked out of the wooden building. Chi Tang once again looked at the wooden building, the attic, upstairs and downstairs, then went down. Wang Su carried her down. Wang Su's strong Chi Tang knew best. His fighting strength was inhuman, and his endurance was even more terrifying. Cannot help but blush. Wang Su saw it. Little Tong Tong, do you say I go down or go back? Wang Su stopped. Chi Tang shuddered and ranted in a cool and soft voice, bastard. Go down, go down. I want to ride a horse. I can be a cow for you. Wang Su felt especially accomplished just by looking at the blushing Chi Tang. It had to be said that when a beauty was shy, that kind of beauty was the most touching to the heart. With a red face, Chi Tang reached out and gently knocked on Wang Su's forehead. No talking. Xinglong was like a song, and those phoenix eyes were really absolutely beautiful and atmospheric, like the stars and the sea. At this moment she was as elegant as an immortal. Wang Su nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Chi Tang didn't hold back his light laughter. Her voice was especially good. Listening to her was a great pleasure. Not to mention some special notes. It was even more wonderful. Wang Su's heart went wild just thinking about it. No wonder it is said that the gentle land is the hero's mound. Iron and steel can also become soft. Color is a steel knife to scrape the bones, but also really incisive. The old ancestor to see the problem is to hit the nail on the head. The words are also sharp and incomparable. Mortals, the most extreme pleasure is the most lowly pleasure. For this life, for this bitter, for this struggle and struggle for a lifetime. Wang Su also saw Chi Tang's other disease monster. Infertility disease monster, level 100. Boss monster, dragon monster, special monster, combatable. Level 100 was like a huge mountain pressing down, not to mention a dragon monster. The other boss monsters, special monsters, have all been seen before, but only this dragon-shaped monster has not been seen before. But this will definitely be very scary. Work hard. With the pet panda, Wang Su saw a lot of hope, came to the bottom of the mountain and walked out of the boar mountain. The saddle was ready long ago. Chi Tang rode on the white horse, actually indescribable harmony. Wang Su rode on the black horse, jogging along a dirt road at the edge. Tong Tong, I want to make this place a paradise. Do you want us to cooperate? Wang Su said with a smile. Chi Tang thought about it and smiled. Sure, I'll support you in whatever you do. The two horses ran side by side, riding for a long while. Chi Tang was happy and felt especially relaxed. She loved the white horse. It was so beautiful. Then went to the top of the mountain again and got the teppanyaki. Took out that extremely high-quality tiger whip. Cut slices. Chi Tang. But she didn't know what kind of animal it was. Wang Su didn't explain. Can't say something to eat. This is beef. Wang Su said seriously. Looking at the clean face, clear eyes, natural breath. This face is warm and moist like jade. Very young, but not the same as other people's youth. He was very good looking, especially clean and refreshing. Even his breath was clean. His clear eyes were positive and warm. Very attractive. Without sharpness. With an indescribable charm. It was hard for her to imagine that just now when the two were together, he was also an asshole. Men like women to be a noblewoman in front of people. Dignified. Atmospheric. When two people, to him alone to be bold, loose, taste it, it's good stuff. Wang Su gave Chi Tang a slice. There was seasoning. The meat was not to mention. Strong and flavorful. Chi Tang had a red face, closed her eyes and ate a piece. The beautiful eyes opened and couldn't believe it. The flavor was just too good. It could only be described as wonderful. Wang Su also ate a piece. It could stand up to the word excellent. The taste was explosive. No wonder it was said that food is not as good as color. The fulfillment from this delicious enjoyment combined with the previous pleasure to become the pinnacle of life. It's all carried in the genes. For example, a person wants to eat something, that craving want all over the body. This was similar to a person who wanted a girlfriend and couldn't sleep. It didn't take long for a hot stream to rise. This thing is indeed a great tonic. Wang Su's physique was very strong, and he could also feel the powerful energy that rose without wind. Iron Man clanked. When the body is not good, many times it is instead a deficiency that is not replenished. The more you replenish, the more deficient you become. Many people feel like they are saber rattling at the slightest stimulus, thinking they are in good health. Sometimes it's the opposite. When you are weak to a certain extent, this is the same reaction. Many thoughts hurt the mind. Many people walk on the street to see beautiful women cannot move their eyes. And more than that, will also be imagined? Floating. This is the most harmful to the body. After a long time, the attention cannot be focused. The body's positive loss. Laxity of the eyes. Cowering. Hiding. To a certain extent, always imagining. Often imagining. This is compared to those real battles but also a big loss. Chi Tong body belongs to the weak. It had been crazy for a long time before. It had only been a short while. So Wang Su didn't do anything and continued to eat. His body could descend. This was a healthy body that could withstand the medicinal power of tonics and supplements. Weak and powerful. In turn, not to be supplemented. Leak most of it. Not to mention, just absorb so little let him continue to go crazy. Will be under the leakage. Which is why it is said that in the time of supplementation, prohibit room sex. Complementary is not as much as you leak. So continue to naturally more and more fill the more weak. The more weak more fill. Vicious cycle. The body is also more and more collapse. Chi Tang looked at Wang Su with a red face. Wang Su's change was naturally discovered by Chi Tang. She did not have a good mood to anger him and stretched out her hand. Wang Su had a red face and stretched out her hand. Chi Tang pulled her towards the wooden building. Wang Su was warmed by her again. He also understands why there is a rush of anger for the red face. Why there is no love for the rivers and mountains and love for the beautiful people. Tenderness. Wang Su was extremely gentle. Two people lying on their sides. Face to face. Looking at that immortal face. What worries are gone. The meaning of life is to have fun in time. Light research and slow grinding. Some time. Some quiet. There's no need to rush. Good wine needs to be tasted. Love. 2. Chi Tang eyebrows dodge. Atmosphere cool phoenix eyes. Has a layer of light water mist. This kind of get along. The most intimate and also the most sacred get along. This kind of look at each other. As if you can see each other's inner depths. That kind of tremor from the heart. The eye contact was like an electric shock. Wang Su was no better. After all, at this most sacred moment, there was no need to say anything. And the eye contact was the most shocking. It was not the first time that Chi Tang was so ashamed and humiliated. But every time, she still blushed immensely. This feeling was particularly shocking. Only when you love each other can you have this effect. The next day, Wang Su got up early and practiced the white tiger pile. It was right at the top of the mountain. The breeze was fresh and the air was clean. Last night Wang Su and Chi Tang stayed here at the top of the mountain. Washing, water and everything was well prepared here. Wang Su had an item bar, and the preparation was just getting it from the item bar to the wooden building. Morning. Leaving the big black pig to guard Chi Tang, she was still resting. Wang Su came to the hot pot restaurant. The purpose was clear, to heal Uncle San again. After seeing Uncle San's disease monsters, it felt too easy. Spine damage monster left general, level 30. Booze monster, fightable. Spine damage monster right general, level 30. Booze monster, fightable. Just a booze monster. In order to avoid people's attention, Wang Su gave Uncle San acupuncture, boiled medicine, and pushed. Then he entered the battle. First was the spine damaged monster. General left. It was a huge golden crab. So big. As big as a small car. Golden as a golden war general. Two huge pincers, glowing with a cold, chilling light. Spine damage monster left general, airblood 100,000. A large part of Wang Su's bottom line now came from the giant panda. The pet giant panda that was already level 19 gave Wang Su a great sense of security. Bang! The giant pincers clamped down on the giant panda. -600. How can I say this attack? It was okay. Kidney fist. Minus 2600. The giant panda swings a large bamboo and smashes it into the giant golden crab. Minus 0. Good guy. Didn't break the defense. This is not unexpected. The pet giant panda's attack is very low. The giant panda is a typical meat shield pet. While using quenching poison and freezing to interfere, giant panda is now level 19. Chi blood up to 19,000. Every second to restore 1% chi blood ceiling. A round of 10 seconds can restore 1900 chi blood. Very stable. This skill could be called a divine skill. Too strong. The next battle didn't have any ripples. Even if it was a blitz or triple blitz, it was full blood all the time, carrying it from the beginning to the end. You win the battle. You gain 30,000 experience. Your pet giant panda gains 30,000 experience. Your pet giant panda rises to level 20. Your pet giant panda realizes the talent, bronze head, iron arm. You obtain big crab, fine, x10. Talent. Wang Su was a bit excited. He had the most experience of how strong a talent was, and his, Vajra Unbreakable, talent was heaven-defying. Wang Su excitedly looked at his pet giant panda's talent. Bronze head and iron arm, talent that permanently increases the pet's blood and defense by 1x. Increases damage reduction by an additional 20% when blood is below 50%, and immunizes the pet from all abnormal states when blood is below 30%. Crap. That's great. The surprise came a bit suddenly. In addition to having no output, the giant panda can be called the perfect meat shield. At this moment, Wang Su felt that he had the confidence to take this giant panda to fight level 40 booze monsters, even the third title disease monsters. Wang Su excitedly looked at the attributes of the current giant panda. Pet, giant panda, gold level. Level, 20. Blood, 40,000. Attack, 2,000. Defense, 20,000. Talent. Bronze head and iron arm. Talent. Permanently increases the pet's chi blood by 1x and defense by 1x. Damage reduction increases by an additional 20% when chi blood is below 50%, and immunity to all abnormal states when chi blood is below 30%. Skills. Frozen, 10% probability of freezing the target when attacking, making the opponent unable to act. Lasts for 1 round. Poisoning, 10% probability of poisoning the target when attacking, reducing current chi and blood by 5% per round. Lasting 5 rounds. Meat shield, passive skill. Any damage received is reduced by 30%. Restores 1% of one's maximum chi blood every second. Life sharing, share chi and blood with the master. The battle will only end if both sides' chi and blood are all depleted. Strong. Strong. Wang Su couldn't hide his inner excitement. Next he could brush up his experience and level up. Spine damage monster right general. The battle continued. A 3-meter tall crayfish. Snow white in color. Spine damage monster right general, blood, 100,000. Bang! Hits the pet giant panda. Minus 0. Comfort. It wasn't a 3-title boss monster. It wasn't difficult at all anymore. In fact, now even if he encounters a 3-title boss monster, Wang Su was not worried. The pet giant panda's blood is 40,000. Defense is as high as 20,000. And damage reduction, immunity to abnormality, and there is a most horrible high recovery. Giant panda recovery ability is super powerful. 40,000 blood. 400 per second back to blood. A return of 10 seconds back to blood 4,000. As long as a hit does not fall panda 4,000 blood, that simply cannot be killed. We must know that the giant panda now has 20,000 defense. Wang Su now feels that he is a hitter. Pet panda has a skill. Life sharing. 40,000 blood. Disguised as Wang Su's blood. The battle is over. You have won the battle. You gain 30,000 experience. You upgrade to level 25. Your pet panda gains 30,000 experience. Your pet giant panda levels up to 21. You obtain giant lobster, fine, x10. You obtain the silver dragon belt. Got to equip again. However, now that the level was not up, with the pet giant panda, all of this ordinary equipment was not enough. Full body equipment, gold coil dragon armor, can be, in addition to the level 20, bloodthirsty cloud chasing crawler. Other equipment can only be said to be general, but out of the equipment, naturally still look forward to. In case of a similar, bloodthirsty cloud chasing crawler, even if the level is low, it is also very good. Silver dragon belt, grade, 60, blood plus 7,000, defense plus 4,000, additional skill, recovery, restores 2,000ths of the upper limit of chi and blood per second, durability, 600 days. What is this? How could there be level 60 equipment on a level 30 boss? This little lobster stole the equipment of a big dragon tribe member? Was the crayfish a dragon? This equipment should belong to trash in the eyes of the dragon big brother. Wang Su didn't feel strongly because this was level 60 equipment. One needed to ascend to level 60 to equip it, but he is only level 25 now. I don't know how long it will take to get to level 60. This piece of equipment let Wang Su also realize that he feels very good. Gold coil dragon armor is actually not that good. The main thing is that there is a no level limit. Can be used now. In addition to the additional skills are quite good, but the increase in blood and defense is really not much. But it is also possible that level 50 equipment and level 60 equipment is a watershed. Once again, I looked at Uncle Sam. There is a new disease monster. After all, the disability also belongs to the incurable disease, not just can be cured. Spine damage monster Great General, level 40. Boss monster, elite monster, commander monster, can fight after acupuncture. Uncle San, stand up and walk around, Wang Su said as he collected the needles. There was no further fighting. Wang Anqing felt that his legs were 3 times lighter and his waist was warm, unprecedentedly relaxed. Before, walking could only be said to be barely walking, and most of the time it was still sitting. Going to the toilet and walking short distances were no problem. At least they could take care of themselves. And now, it was possible to walk like a normal person. Wang Anqing walked around excitedly, even jogged a couple steps, with an excited look and a red face. This feeling was really too good. I'm better, Wang Anqing said excitedly. Wang Su originally didn't want to throw cold water on him, but he was afraid that he wouldn't know how to do physical labor. Third uncle, you can walk like a normal person now, but you can't do physical labor. Xiao Su, don't worry, we won't let him do physical labor. Third aunt said happily. The happiest was naturally the third aunt. At this moment, Wang Su was in a tangle. Could a level 40 triple title boss monster be beaten? He felt that it could. After all, the pandas were very strong now. But think about it, there is no need to be so anxious. After all, the 3 title level 40 boss monster can first upgrade? Giant Panda and his own now upgrade is not difficult. To reach level 30, that is certainly no suspense. Besides, the third uncle and Shi Tang also can wait, and Uncle San originally had no worries about his life. Shi Tang already had a 5-year lifespan. It was getting better and better. Wang Su left the hot pot restaurant and went to the pet store. He was going to buy 2 pets, a dog and a cat. A female dog. Find a wife for old Huang. You can't treat him badly. Also buy another cat, tame it and give it to Chi Tang. It is just right to tame it today. Wang Su is taking old Huang with him. Although Old Yellow is a clay dog, it is majestic, strong, and tough, and its physique is particularly good. Wang Su is letting old Huang look and buy the one he likes. The front passed through the square. The square is surrounded by a lot of people, still shouting. This is the old square. This side is not prosperous. Belongs to the old town of Zhangxian. This side of the square near are selling flowers and plants, and pets. Belong to the low version of the flower and bird market. Zhangxian also an anchor. What does this anchor do every day? Dog fighting. You do not say. More than 200,000 fans. Very moist. Niche fan support can be. Many people will reward a piece. 8 cents. More people. This income is very considerable. This anchor net named Dog King. Have their own pet store, kennel. Mainly raising dogs. Raised a lot. Under the hands of someone. Now in the positive county is also considered a celebrity. Anyone who knows the 2 dogs earn old knows money. What is the real name? Most people do not know. Behind the scenes called 2 dogs. Politely called 2 dogs. Of course, also called the dog boss. Dog brother. The Dog King looks lean. Like a thin dog. Running fast. Dark. 1 meter 7 tall. The front 4 incisors in the position of only 2 long. A smile is very comical. 35 years old. Several brothers. The family is poor. Has not been married before. Dry a renovation. Did a small work. Delivered a takeaway. Delivered a courier. And then watched the video, found that many people like pets. See other people shoot a cute puppy can be fire. Can make money. His brain is good. So he did his homework on this. And even privately investigated the crowd's preferences. Also counted as a success. Now the size is also the boss. Or an anchor. Face and face. And a beautiful girlfriend. Especially beautiful. Model-like. Envious of many people, face twisted. Hideous. Wang Su just intends to come over here to see. Buy a dog and buy a cat. After a person has a bottom, money or ability, his heart will be especially quiet. His nature will be calm. He will be patient in doing things. His temper will become better. And he will be in the mood for everything. Gu, Boss Wang is here. Someone saw Wang Su and greeted him warmly. Wang Su is also famous in Zhangxian County. And his fans are close to 1 million. And he is already the biggest netizen in Zhangxian County. And there is also a hot pot store. The hottest hot pot store in Jiangxian County nowadays. Or a net red store. People are like this. When you have the ability, money, have the ability, who will look at you high? To you courteous. Wang Su smiled and greeted the other party as well. Good day Boss Li, good day Boss Xiang. Wang Su thought of Chi Tang calling out to Chi Yun Erdogzi, but it was only Chi Tang who shouted. This side of the Dog King's big name is Li Erdog. The ID card is Li Erdog. Later also lazy to change the name. This name can be remembered by anyone. This name will make many people look down on him, and over time let him become thick-skinned, easy to get off the stage in case of trouble, and will not let the other side too much to count. Gradually, rich, but look away. Money is the master. The name is just a code name. What is called really does not matter. Li Ergu also politely came over to greet, full of smiles, although he is not good looking, but let a person feel simple and honest, even now have a little money, is also the boss, but the body is still not straight over. The smile has not been broken, open always good words, even if other people say he is not good to listen to, he seems not to hear. Here, is also a big grin, and never say how much money he earned, only said barely mixed a life. The car is a good car, he said it is to shoot video, and the house, it is to find a girlfriend, can't condescend to people. Boss Wang, you are my idol, Li Ergo said with a smile on his face, but sincerely. Boss Li is polite. I came to buy a dog today. Wang Su laughed. Just call me Air Dog. Boss Wang, feel free to look around. Come this way, Li Air Dog said enthusiastically. This Li Air Dog is a smart person. Enthusiasm is not boastful. Did not say anything about free delivery? Enthusiasm is just right. Boss Wang, this clay dog is big, but unfortunately it can't fight. A young man holding a Caucasian said. Wang Su looked at quite a few young men holding dogs. There were Castros, Rottweilers, Mastiffs. Many large dogs that are banned in the city are allowed in the countryside, the suburbs, and the breeds are not pure. In addition to hobbies, you can also make a video to earn some money. They are the dogfighting rings of Jiangxian County, with specific venues for their activities. Li Erdog belongs to the most successful one in Jiangxian. Doing their own videos, they also open dog breeding farms and pet stores. Actually, earth dogs are very capable of fighting. Wang Su laughed. The Chinese field dog, commonly known as the earth dog and firewood dog, was the big yellow dog in the village. Having followed the Chinese nation for more than 5,000 years, they had the most cordial relationship with the people of the country. They are in a free-range state and have been crawling and fighting since they were young, and their fighting skills are extremely high. In many videos, there are not a few cases of earth dogs picking off pit bulls. Still, the Chinese field dog is our country's earth dog. Those what Caucasian, pit, bull terrier are just foreign earth dogs. Boss Wang, want to come to a game? The young man jumped at the chance. His Caucasian dog was big and strong, quite a bit bigger than old Huang. Boss Wang, have some fun, make some noise. The surrounding people coaxed. Don't worry, see what happens. The young man opened his mouth. Wang Su smiled. Alright, let's have some fun then. Old Huang, take it easy, don't see blood. Caucasian was also eager to try. Old Huang was very stable. Looking at the opposite side of the Caucasus was calm. There wasn't much in the way of rules. The match began. Tiger, go! The young man called out. That Caucasian was named Tiger. Wang Su actually wanted to see Old Yellow's fighting strength. He knew that Old Yellow was very strong, boosting 3 times its physique. Strength and endurance was not as simple as 1 dog equals 3. It was a qualitative change, coupled with an amazing spirituality. Any dog would be unbeatable in front of it. Caucasus rushed over. Old Yellow made a leaping pounce. The tall and robust Caucasus was pounced on by Old Yellow. At this moment, Old Yellow seemed not to be a dog, but more like a fierce tiger, directly pressing the Caucasus, which was quite a bit bigger than it, to the ground. Struggling not to get up, Old Yellow didn't even use his mouth. The Caucasian's neck was pressed to death by Old Yellow, and in one photo, the fight was over. No matter how much the Caucasian struggled, it just couldn't get up and let out a whimpering sound. The young man's eyes opened so wide, and his lips were trembling. It was important to realize that this Caucasian couldn't be said to be his lifeblood, but it was definitely his beloved dog. He even opened the live stream, wanting his fans to see how dominant his beloved dog was. The others on the scene were also confused. When was the earth dog so powerful? The live broadcast room was also lively. The young man's live broadcast room didn't have many people, more than 700 people. Li Erdog's live broadcast room had a lot of people. Although it was morning, there were close to 5,000 people. Chinese field dog, Chinese god dog. I've decided that I'm going to buy an earth dog. I don't know where there are purebred earth dogs. Anchor, contact the boss. Is this earth dog for sale? I'll offer 20,000. You'd better wash your hands of it, 20,000 won't be your turn. The anchor bought it himself. Just happened to record it. Chinese god dog. This side ended. Wang Su went to find a little bitch for old Huang. Li Air Dog looked at old Yellow and was also greedy. But he had a good eye and knew that Wang Su wouldn't sell it. So he didn't even ask. A gentleman does not take away a person's favor. Go directly to the large dogs. Golden Hair, Labrador, Husky, Alaska, Samoyed, St. Bernard, German Shepherd, Husky, Old Huang. Let's pick whichever one we like, Wang Su said to old Huang. To be honest, now Wang Su was a bit envious of Lao Huang. Can choose a consort. How happy who you like. Directly take away. Immediately can live a life without shame. Old Huang stood at St. Bernard dog, rubbing against each other, sniffing each other, and then looked at Wang Su. It had to be said that this St. Bernard dog was beautiful, white and brown hair, looking very foreign, well proportioned, selling extremely well. Buy it. Then old Huang happily went to rub another Snow White Samoyed, and then also looked at Wang Su. Many people thought that Samoyed was the dog with the highest face value. Old Yellow's eye for this dog thing was indeed good. Just what did he mean by this? To pick two? Buy it. Wang Su gritted his teeth and said. Then old Huang moved again. Stop. Wang Su hurriedly shouted to stop old Huang. Old Yellow. Two can do. The body is important. The surrounding people were also stunned. This old Yellow's IQ was too high. His spirituality was amazing. And many people suddenly felt that their beloved dogs did not smell good. These two were both foreign breeds. It seems that old Huang is also very confident. For the two dogs, Li Air Dog asked Wang Su for $5,000. Wang Su knew that Li Air Dog definitely asked for less. And it was even very likely that he didn't make any money. Although Wang Su does not understand, but also know that this kind of sale of the dog is not cheap. It is impossible to this price. Old Huang's vision is very cool. The two chosen are the two dogs with the highest face value here in Li Air Dog. Nowadays, the dog is expensive or not. Depends on a face value, pure or not. It is not by saying. This Li Air Dog's cleverness lies in the fact that it does not say, nor free, but also lets you know what the other side has done, making you feel comfortable. Thanks then, Wang Su laughed. You're welcome, Li Ergo said happily. What surprised them even more was that the two bitches followed old Huang and were very well behaved. Wang Su was also going to buy a cat. Next to it happened to be the pet store that sold cats. The owner was also here, warmly receiving Wang Su. It's a good feeling. It's good to have money and be friends with everyone. Wang Su wanted to buy a Persian cat, and had always felt that Persian cats were the most beautiful, with snow white fur and the name Queen of Cats. If you buy one and tame it, it will definitely be beautiful beyond words. It would also go well with Chi Tang. But now I saw an exotic short-haired cat. This guy is stupid and silly. Looking at it makes people want to laugh, and a look at it puts them in a good mood. That face, those eyes, one look makes people think of 3 words. Big smart. There is no need to be entangled. Wang Su bought 2. A Persian cat and an exotic short-hair cat. Waving his hand with them, he said goodbye. Wang Su went back. Wang Su took 3 dogs and 2 cats. He walked back to Boar Mountain. It wasn't that far for more than 10 miles. Halfway there, Wang Su hesitated and still tamed the Persian cat first. A trace of dragon chi was injected. Wang Su was mentally prepared, but he was still shocked. Long hair like snow, big eyes like crystals, and that temperament. Even if it was a cat, you could feel its nobility. It was several times better looking than those processed pictures. The snow white fur is spotless. The hair is smooth and delicate, not dusty, not watery, and the big eyes full of spirituality. Whoever sees it marvels. Old Huang was halfway to the road and puffed and puffed and puffed and puffed happily. Wang Su, this Nima, what an animal, coming to the top of the mountain. Chi Tang heard the commotion and looked over. Wang Su himself only came up holding a Persian cat. The other cat was still in the cage. Old Yellow and the 2 dogs didn't need to be cared for. The big black pig ambled at Chi Tang's feet. A faithful guard. Chi Tang trusted Wang Su, so for some reason, such a big black pig wasn't scared when he was around. However, this big black pig was very cute and docile looking, and Chi Tang's mood would be especially relaxed when he saw this big black pig. Soon Chi Tang saw the Persian cat in Wang Su's arms. The cat looked good, and so did the man. Chi Tang realized that the original man hugging a cat could be like this. An indescribable feeling. It was harmonious, exceptionally harmonious. Chi Tang realized that Wang Su seemed to be in harmony with anyone. Wang Su stroked the Persian cat and smiled gently. From now on, she is your master. Protect her well. The voice was small, as if talking to himself. Wang Su handed the Persian cat to Chi Tang and smiled. This cat is for you. Take it with you wherever you go in the future. It can protect you. Chi Tang loved the cat. Now it was Wang Su who appreciated Chi Tang who was holding the cat. Chi Tang was the immaculate feeling, and this cat was like snow, forming a beautiful picture. Good. After hesitating for a while, Chi Tang said softly, I have something in the company and need to go back. Wang Su froze. So soon? A face full of reluctance. Chi Tang laughed, probing and leaning at his shoulder. My little man is so unwilling to give up on me. Chi Tang's red face, dotingly said, cool and gentle eyes, indescribably intoxicating. Wang Su picked her up in a princess carry, then slowly walked towards the mountain. Wang Su's heart ached for her. Her physique was weak now. She didn't stand up to being tossed around. Chi Tang closed her eyes and leaned in his arms, feeling especially calm. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to think about. She could feel Wang Su's heart aching for her. He always had a natural, breezy look in his eyes, seemingly not caring about anything, but only when he looked at himself did he fluctuate. She could clearly feel how much this little man liked her. Words that shouldn't be said, even in jest. He was very measured. Didn't you say you want to cooperate with me? Cooperate on what? Chi Tang said softly. What kind of business does your company do? Wang Su asked after thinking about it. Real estate, catering, supermarkets. Chi Tang looked at him with a smile. Wang Su thought about it. Okay, I'll prepare for it. Good. Don't need to be so tired. I know you don't have money to take the hot pot store. That card I gave you a little money. Don't be reluctant to spend it. Chi Tang said softly. Wang Su, and Tong, although I'm very honorable to eat your soft rice, I'm really proud of it, but I'm not trying to figure out your money. Wang Su said and then lost his breath, because he did spend the money on that card. Chi Tang for Wang Su nonsense. She just can't help but want to laugh. Don't know why is very happy. In his arms to find a comfortable position. Spending Chi Tang's money. Wang Su really had no burden. This is his own woman. In the future he can return her 100 times 1,000 times, with other ways to return, such as win-win cooperation. Arriving here at the hot pot restaurant it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chi Tang said goodbye to the Wang Su family. Chi Yun stayed here to continue practicing the white tiger pile, and at mealtimes, worked here as a waitress, saying that it was exercise and experiencing life. The family couldn't be persuaded. Drive safely, call me when you get home, and say hello to aunt and uncle for me. Wang Su and Chi Tang said goodbye. In the trunk were all the gifts Wang Su had prepared for her and her family. It was all food. It was too late for time constraints, so it could only be what was prepared before, and it was really good to have an item column. Secret 5 spice beef, boutique. Secret roasted leg of lamb, boutique. Pigs trotters, cows trotters. Originally also prepared a boutique secret 5 spice beef whip. Wang Su hesitated for a long time and still did not take it out. When Chi Yun goes back, let him bring it back to his old man. Chi Tang felt especially happy. Although he had only been here for a day, and with Chi Yun also being here, it suddenly felt as if this place was not too strange. They say that you can love a city because of one person. Chi Tang left. A group of 6 people also got on the bus and left. They were dressed in ordinary workers' clothes, probably car repairers or loaders, wearing hats, masks, and gloves, driving the van. Go after them. This kind of woman, cool once and die immediately is worth it. When the time comes we are imprisoned. Work quietly. Go back to have the most beautiful woman. Do you think this is not a divine enjoyment? Speaking as a 37 or 88 years old man. Height of 1 meter 7 out of the head. Solid. Shrewd. Big brother is right. We envy those rich people. Not envy their money. Is envy their money can play beautiful women? If we can play the most beautiful women, what more money? Right. Right. Outside we are the lowest people. But how can we know that we are dashing? What we want to eat, what we want to eat. What we want to drink, what we want to drink. And beautiful women. What we want to do. This is life. Everyone still need to be careful. Enjoy one more day to earn a day. We have not killed anyone. But once caught, it is also very difficult to come out. So I do not want to let us all pay for him because of your carelessness. Big brother, don't worry. We understand what you said about drunkenness. As long as you go out and drink, come back no matter what happens. First chop a finger. Next time chop a hand. The third time don't blame it on not thinking about brotherhood. And, don't rob. Any other crime don't have. We can work normally. Work. Do hard labor. Understand. Understand. In front of people we are hard-working bottom feeders. No robbing. No stealing. We are not allowed to fight back when we are beaten. The more abashed we are, the better. We ourselves understand what we want on the line. 6 people. With wrenches, iron bars, hammers, etc. All normal tools, followed Chi Tang's car in the van. The man was a fly-by-night many times. And it's played out every day in this world. A young girl in her flower season, in her prime, bright and youthful, with a good family, good looking, highly educated, and of good quality, but suddenly because of a morning run, or a night run, or go out to travel. In short, it is gone. When found again, it has been a human tragedy. Many tragedies happen to women because of night walks. A lot of tragedies are actually overkill killings. It may have started out as a sex robbery, because of resistance, because of saying that they would call the police, and then the other person ends up getting irritated, which leads to tragedy. There are also cab rides, wearing sexy, showing two big white legs, late at night. The darkness is easy for people to breed evil thoughts, more likely to awaken the dark side of the body. Originally the other party did not have this idea, but you this dress, the view stimulation, and white and tender, body and good, wearing sexy, but also sitting in the passenger side, but also exudes a mesmerizing scent. It is easy to be impulsive. This impulse, it is easy to evil to the gall. Peony flowers under the death of ghosts also flow, even if you pay the price. It's worth it. If after it happens, some people don't report afraid of losing face, then this opens the door to the devil for that person, and the next on the road simply cannot stop until they are caught. Robbery, or homicide. Once it starts, then it doesn't stop. The crime doesn't stop. That's why when a case is solved, once you check for priors, you basically have a criminal past. So give a girl a suggestion. If you feel in danger, or being followed by someone at night, for their own personal safety, do the following. The first, messy hair, and then make a crooked mouth and eyes, streaming harangues, preferably with snot. Secondly, stick out your fingers and pick your throat. Pick yourself up and spit. Make sure you spit on yourself, but also leave a little on your face. Third, pee your pants, and if you can poop a little, even better. Then suddenly fall to the ground, straight twitching. The group of people who followed Chitong were the kind who couldn't stop. It's also the ones who have tasted the sweetness. They usually move around this area, the intersection of 3 counties, convenient transportation, next to the national highway. They bought a 10-acre large sand and gravel land directly in the neighborhood. The price is not expensive. Can't plant crops? Can only plant some drought-tolerant trees. Then got a factory in it. Also had a big house, as well as a huge basement in the woods. This basement is what they built themselves. It was nicely decorated, and there were 6 wonderful women in it. The basement was not far from the house. There were also a couple of dogs. Ahead was a right angle turn, chasing the tail. The solid man said, bang! The van crashed into the rear of Chi-Tang's car. Chi-Tang's car stopped. In front of it was the big boulder of the corner, and the back was jacked up by the van. There was no way in or out. 6 men, with hammers and iron bars, quickly got out of the car and directly began to smash Chi-Tang's car glass. Soon the glass cobwebbed and fell off. It was a lie for Chi-Tang to say she wasn't scared. The hand holding the cell phone was also trembling, but it hadn't had time to dial out. It's so beautiful. Beautiful as heaven. Ha ha ha. Brothers, isn't it worth dying? The solid man said happily, excited beyond measure. This woman should only be found in heaven. What's the next sentence? Alright, do it. One by one. They were all excited beyond measure. The solid man reached out and went to pull Chi-Tang. Brush. A white shadow flashed as the Persian cat scurried out, its claws slashing directly at the solid man's eyes. Ah! The Duncher man covered his eyes with both hands, blood spilling out from his fingers. Collapsing on the ground, he rolled around, screaming in agony. The Persian cat went back to the car. Kill it, kill it. The rest of the men were in a hurry. Swinging hammers, iron bars, they struck at the Persian cat, but the tamed and strengthened Persian cat was too fast. Its spirit was wide open, and its claws, which were usually soft, were now sharp little knives. The cat's reaction and speed was 4 times that of a human's, and after reinforcement, it was estimated to be more than 10 times, so the movements of these people were slower than slow mo in its eyes. Before long, some people were blinded in one eye, others in both. The one who was blind in one eye was using his hand to cover that eye with death, but his hand was already skinned. But they didn't dare to spread their hands. Run! Run! A few people got into the van, and the dunce blind one was dragged into the van as well. The Persian cat didn't chase, but just squatted vigilantly beside Chi-Tang. The incident happened suddenly. Chi-Tang had only just started to get scared and was at a loss for words when the danger had been lifted. The people on the other side had already run away, leaving only spots of blood on the ground, as well as some bloody strips of clothes, hammers, and iron bars. Chi-Tang looked at the beautiful Persian cat. So beautiful. So cute. She had a bit of an illusion for a moment, couldn't help but hold it in her arms. A smile appeared on her face. It was a very easy smile, suddenly very relaxed, seemingly not afraid of anything. She remembered the words Wang Su had given her, telling him to bring it with him wherever he went. that it would protect him, but she didn't expect to actually be so protected no matter what. Opposite 6 strong men with hammers and iron rods, actually so easy to be solved by this cute little thing in his arms. Sitting in the car, her mood slowly began to calm down. Taking out his cell phone, he called Wang Su. Tang Tang. Wang Su picked up the phone and said gently, "I miss you." Shi Tang gently laughed. Wang Su froze with concern and asked, "What happened?" Shi Tang talked about what happened before. The more Wang Su thought about it, the more fearful he became. Sending Shi Tang a pet was planned long ago because the last time Zhangyi House matter had always made him uneasy. The more he cared about someone, the more often he would think of bad contingencies. Not to mention that red faces are thin. The prettier they are, the more likely they are to be in danger. And the women who are in trouble are all young and beautiful. That's why Wang Su gave her a Persian cat before he felt at ease. Not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality. Social pressure is high. Many people are hovering on the edge of collapse, and many times, he himself did not know how to. At that time, "Baby, don't be afraid. I will go over immediately. It's okay, it's okay." Wang Su softly comforted. Then Wang Su called Li Baichuan. 3 or 2 words will things said a sentence. Immediately out of J. Wang Su took old Huang with him. 20 minutes later, after Qi Tang saw Wang Su, she wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged her tightly. "It's okay, not afraid, not afraid. I'll send you 2 more little ones later. Make sure no one can harm you in the slightest." Wang Su gently patted her pink back. Li Baichuan was surprised beyond words. Wang Su actually had such a beautiful girlfriend. He hadn't seen a woman prettier than his sister, Li Bai Writing, but he saw it today. Qi Tang and Li Bai Writing were 2 extremes. Li Bec Writing was mainly too sexy and enchanting, and even a glance at her was a bit unsteady in terms of qi and blood. Li Bec Writing is mainly too sexy and alluring, and even a glance at her is a bit unsteady. Qi Tang is as cold as snow, gorgeous, and a little bit unappetizing. Let's put it this way, when a man is with Qi Tang, he will have a great spiritual achievement. Such a temperament, such as a fairy-like woman is his own woman, a special sense of fulfillment. Li Bai Writing is not the same. Such a woman will make a man lose his life. More action, exhaustion. Qi Tang knew that they went in that direction, and Li Baichuan let access to the cameras along the road. Several of that other group were blinded by cat scratches. Wang Su asked Old Yellow to sniff the blood left on the road. Old Yellow sniffed, then barked twice and started running. Drive the car and follow, smashing cars and robbing people in broad daylight. This was of a very bad nature. Old Yellow's sense of smell was enhanced several times, and within a certain amount of time, he was able to smell the residual scent of blood from the air. This was also the reason why Wang Su brought Old Yellow with him. Old Yellow's endurance was strong and fast. Following the scent of blood, he arrived at the edge of that forest. Old Yellow rushed inside and called out twice. More than 10 JC followed Old Yellow and rushed in. Just when they were not far from that house, Old Yellow stopped and called out twice at the ground. There were leaves on the ground, and the forest had a net surrounding it, and there were some chickens scattered inside, and Old Yellow barked at the chicken sink. The sink was a stone one, at least 100 pounds. Wang Su walked over and casually removed the stone sink. Old Yellow wouldn't scream for no reason. There must be a problem. After taking away, the top layer of soil and fallen leaves will be cleaned up, revealing a round well cover, thick and heavy iron cover. After opening it, it was found that it was actually a stone step. Good guy. Basement. There is a problem. A line of people's eyes are surprised. Wang Su did not go down. Several JC went down. Several rooms, still with electricity. Near the stone steps there is a steel bar welded iron door. Outside the lock, that manhole cover is actually at least 50 pounds, and the stone sink on top of it is more than 100 pounds. Pressing on it, a couple of safeties, and it was almost impossible for anyone in the basement to escape without tools. On the other side, 6 people were also captured at the house. It couldn't be helped that the dunce man was blind, and the remaining 5 had injuries, and 2 were blind in one eye. 6 wonderful girls were also rescued from the basement. All of them pale and not in good spirits, walking out of the ground. Several directly couldn't help but lose their voice and cry. Wang Su had already left with Qi Tang. The rest had nothing to do with him. Seeing those people so miserable, Wang Su was relieved. This tossing and turning, it was already almost dark. Qi Tang didn't leave today. The car was sent for repair. Wang Su took her back to Boar Mountain and returned to the wooden building here. Gave her a hearty meal. When he came back, he got 2 free-range chickens from the woods. As for peppercorns, mace, chili peppers and whatnot, he had more than enough in his item bar. Wang Su made the mace and pepper chicken. Qi Tang watched from the side, unable to help, looking at Wang Su's skillful movements and serious demeanor. Although serious, it was easy, not flustered. It just looked natural and comfortable. What happened today had a big impact on her. She stood behind Wang Su and leaned against him, back to back like that. Little bastard. Say something nice for me. Chi Tang laughed softly. Wang Su was embarrassed and said, Auntie Tong, you are fierce and big. Chi Tang. She reddened her face and thought of some images for some reason. Chi Tang, Chi Tang, how did you become like this? Wang Su was no better. All of a sudden, he was a little bit of fire. What else do you want to eat? The sesame chicken. What can be as delicious as Chi Tang? Turn off the fire. Wang Su picked up Chi Tang. He looked at her with a red face. Chi Tang, with a red face, came to his ear and boldly opened her mouth for the first time. I want it too. Wang Su felt his blood boiling. The impact of a woman like Chi Tang saying these words in his ear made him like a small boat on the sea. This was the charm of language. The same words depend on from whose mouth they come out. The best notes are those in the boudoir. The most fascinating words are the words of tigers and wolves in the boudoir. A woman like Chi Tang would never say any words of tiger and wolf. This is the first time she has said these 4 words. It seemed that 4 words without any meat could make Wang Su feel like he was nowhere else. If Chi Tang could say 2 words of tiger and wolf to him, Wang Su felt that he didn't know if he could stand it. He didn't dare to think. That longing was tightly combined. Only this could ease that longing in his heart. That love for her. Just like the lyrics of a song. Love to say. Love to do. Listen to the most beautiful notes. Admire the most beautiful scenery. Taste the ultimate beauty of the world. 2 hours later, Wang Su got up and continued to go make the sesame chicken. Chi Tang lethargically leaned against the pillow, her immortal face slightly red. Thinking about it, she really blushed a little. Put on the clothes and go to see Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai is the Persian cat. After experiencing some things, you will look down on some things, and you will also look at some things. Tong Tang, it's time to eat. Wang Su greeted Chi Tang. Good. Chi Tang smiled and gently answered. Wang Su put on disposable gloves and tore apart the sesame chicken, tearing it for Chi Tang. He placed it on the plate in front of her. Taste the flavor. Maybe this is our first project together in the future. Wang Su laughed. Chi Tang smiled and nodded. This taste, even with mental preparation, still exceeded her expectations. This flavor was absolutely called the best flavor. Even she who had never been a fan of food, she could not stop a bit. Wang Su smiled and looked at Chi Tang as a kind of enjoyment and satisfaction. Wang Su just felt that for a woman like her, saying I want it too, that was the limit. It felt divine to be happy with a woman like her. Wang Su looked at Chi Tang and froze. Chi Tang slightly angered him. Wang Su then felt especially sweet and warm. Chi Tang also strangely realized that it seemed more like life now. As if there were a lot more things that instantly made life full. I feel like my life is already complete. Wang Su said with a sigh. The sages said that food and color were the same. Nowadays, many people pursued power and color, but both have one thing in common. Color. But all told, there are only 3 kinds. Food, color, and power. Food and color. Wang Su felt that he had all of them now. As for power, this is strictly speaking very wide. For example, Wang Su's medical ability is actually considered a kind of power, depending on how you use it. Chi Tang heard Wang Su's words and looked at him with a softer and softer gaze. She was atmospheric, disdainful, cool, and had an indescribable nobility, which was why Wang Su liked to call her Aunt Tong. It was not that she was old. Rather, it was an inexplicable closeness and emotion within Wang Su. Chi Tang was unconsciously a piece of pure land and a harbor within his heart. Chi Tang could feel how much weight Wang Su's previous words carried. And Chi Tang felt it most deeply. Chi Tang did not know how to express intimacy with this little man. Happily, she reached out and rubbed Wang Su's head. Wang Su instinctively lowered his head and moved over. He felt like a dog at this moment, but he was just very happy. Could it be that he was a dog licker? He didn't think he was. But those licking dogs don't seem to think he is a licking dog either. Is he a dog licker or not? Should not be. Licking dog is licking cannot lick. Only called licking dog. If you can lick it yourself, it doesn't count. Besides, whoever licks a dog understands the joy of licking. Everyone jokes that others are licking dogs, but everyone who is not licking dogs, love to the extreme, is licking dogs. Auntie Tong. Wang Su squeezed into her arms and hugged her plain waist, enjoying this moment of quiet. Chi Tang smiled and stroked his head, her eyes full of tenderness. Isn't it tiring? Chi Tang gently encircled his head, a face full of tenderness and fragrance. Not tired. I have you. Wang Su murmured. More than 10 minutes. Wang Su reluctantly got up from her arms. Chi Tang's body and bones were still tender. Wang Su was afraid that she was tired. At this time, it was already dark outside. Wang Su carried Chi Tang to the bedroom and let her rest. He went to clean up. Then he started practicing White Tiger Pile. Chi Tang leaned on the pillow and watched him practicing. The Phoenix couch and Chi Tang were indescribably beautiful. Thrillingly beautiful. Chi Tang would also take a video of Wang Su. It was also a souvenir, a memory for later. Over and over again, Wang Su closed his eyes and sweated. His lines of muscles were beautiful and wildly explosive. Only that face was too clean and harmless. Natural, warm and unperturbed. However, his strikes, Chi Tang has seen. The opponent directly injured and broken bones. But he has a very positive outlook on three things. Is kind, does not swear, and has a good character. Chi Tang was a little out of her mind. In addition to being a little younger, it was even more perfect than she had imagined. Chi Tang did not know when she fell asleep. Wang Su was practicing White Tiger Pile in front of her when she was awake, and he was kind of accompanying her. At this time, it was already midnight in the wee hours of the morning. Wang Su walked out of the room. He wanted to give Chi Tang enough security. One Persian cat might still not be enough, so Wang Su gave her another one. Just tame that exotic short-haired cat. Persian cats were pretty, the queen of cats. This one was just adorable, stupid and silly, and just looking at it made people want to laugh. Tame it. The more you tame it, the dumber it gets. That face is like a meat bag. The nose, the mouth, the eyes, the combination together, the more and more it makes people feel like it's stupid and adorable. It's not pretty when you look at it with pretty eyes, but really cute. Especially with human eyes. Go back to sleep. Wang Su hugged Chi Tang, enjoying the gentleness of the night. Chi Tang found a comfortable position in his arms. The room had a small night light on. The light was dim, and Chi Tang was as beautiful as an immortal descending to earth. The sleeping her was cool and compelling, exuding an aura of rejecting others, but she was now softly squeezed in Wang Su's arms, creating a strong visual impact. Wang Su just felt that life had reached its peak. The next day, Chi Tang woke up early. Wang Su opened his eyes just in time to meet Chi Tang's eyes. Chi Tang subconsciously closed her eyes and seemed to pretend to be asleep, but it was obviously too late, and she was also looked at. On the contrary, Wang Su thought that Chi Tang's little action was very cute. Little Tong Tong, you are so cute. Wang Su scraped her nose. Chi Tang's red face, being praised for being cute, really couldn't top it. Reaching out, she covered Wang Su's eyes. Wang Su embraced her and smiled happily. I'm going back today, Chi Tang said softly. Aha! Love me! Chi Tang's voice was like a mosquito. After saying it, she was even more shy. But Wang Su was still hot. Men in the morning were the most aroused. Wang Su could feel that those two words were love for himself. Wang Su really didn't expect her to say those two words. Those two words should be in the middle of the words of tiger and wolf and not tiger and wolf? That was her great dedication to herself. Being in love with herself. Most men work hard and make money. For what? It's really for love. It's for the one who knows. The one who understands you. The one who understands you. The one who affirms you. The one who loves you. After breakfast, it was already past 9 in the morning. Wang Su gave this exotic short-haired cat to Chi Tang. Chi Tang was especially happy and loved it, naming it Little Fatty. It was indeed needy and chubby, especially joyful, and couldn't help but laugh at the sight of it. At 10:30, Chi Tang assistant drove to the county. A young girl, not very pretty, but looked very competent. Chi Tang said goodbye to the crowd and went back with the gifts Wang Su had prepared for her. At noon Wang Su went back to Wang Village. The old family villa has been built. In fact, the place to live was not big, and it was still very fast to build it, and Wang Su rushed the construction. At the same time, even the lawn in the backyard was paved. The front yard there Wang Su early from the Wild Boar Mountain transport back a huge stone, oddly shaped, polished, carved, made into a small rockery, although small, but look very atmospheric. Very steep. The more you look the more you feel extraordinary. The rest of the decoration, Wang Su is also by himself. These are very simple for him. Just like stacking wood. Plant a few more trees in the backyard. Make a doghouse for old Wang. Wood to do it. Fast and good. Room decoration. All wood paneling, flooring, wall panels, wood carving. Front yard. Polish your own stone paving. Yes, it's stone. It's all a foot thick. The surface of the stone is polished with something like a non-slip pattern, and these non-slip patterns form a huge pattern. The pattern is simple and atmospheric, like a bamboo forest. There are giant pandas, there are big mountains, there are small tigers. These projects Wang Su do it very quickly, also almost a day. Those stones laid in the yard others simply cannot move. Wang Su seems to move plastic. Efficiency is ridiculously fast. The next day to engage in furniture. This is even faster. This is his strong point. He doesn't even need to use his brain. In the yard, there is some space left. You can plant some vegetables and raise some things. After all, the two mansions together were still big. The courtyard wall was given by the building of the house. The small villa is not luxurious, but the overall look is particularly atmospheric. The backyard lawn, trees and a small garden embellished. The front yard stone floor is particularly atmospheric. Looking at the grade, heavy, step on it has a kind of indescribable peace of mind. Comfortable. The boulder rockery is like the finishing touch. All of a sudden will be upgraded to a new level. Inside the house is all wood. Floor, walls, furniture, screens. There are also some ornaments, wood carvings, all of which were carved by Wang Su with his own hands. Chinese style, chairs and tables, etc. are all going for a thick and atmospheric style. The screen is sandwiched between them, but it is also like a finishing touch. Who see will also feel is low-key luxury. Not gorgeous, but who all feel even those gorgeous arrangement. Also cannot pressure this room. There is no comparison. Can't say who is better than who, but ornate may be outdated. Will appear old with time, will feel more and more ordinary. But Wang Su this decoration will not. Instead, with time, it will become more and more extraordinary. Decoration are used boards, solid wood, and do not use glue and so on, not even formaldehyde. Relying on craftsmanship, workmanship, and incomparably strong, durable. All this Wang Su only spent 2 days. That night, the eldest uncle's family moved back. They couldn't believe it when they saw their brand new home. They had been staying at third uncle Wang Anqing's house during this time, and they were at the hot pot restaurant during the day. I didn't expect it to be ready so soon. So beautiful. They don't have much culture. They don't know how to describe it. It just feels too advanced. They don't even dare to think that they can still live in such a house in this life. Wang Su was also very satisfied. It was designed according to his own preferences. It looked simple, but it just felt upscale and grand. Wang Zijun had a happy smile on her face all the time. She had her own separate living room, bedroom, study, gym, kitchen, bathroom and so on. Her room had quite a few wood carvings, of animals, and plants, placed just right. Wang Su had given Wang Zijun a cat. How could this be less than this sister? All of a sudden, Prince Jun felt like he suddenly had so much. This was home. It was warm. She was very relaxed at this time. And suddenly she was completely out of that marriage. That marriage was like a long time ago, even a little hazy. A lot of things inexplicably cannot remember. It just felt very distant. The cat that was given to Prince Jun was a blue cat. Wang Su did not think that this thing was beautiful, chubby, round, and all in all, it was okay. One is a precautionary measure. One is that one has the ability to do this. There will be more other pets at home in the future. Uncle Sam's house is also going to be built. It's the same construction team as before. In 2 days, when Uncle Three's family moves here, construction will begin. This side of the housewarming new home naturally attracted neighbors to watch. After seeing it, every one of them is envious. And a lot of people inquired about how much money was spent. Many people said they would also build it. It was just too good looking. Every family in Wang village had a large home base and were able to build. But there were also quite a few people who were envious, but didn't have the money in their hands. Su Zia, now that you have the ability, can you bring everyone a hand? It's okay for you to eat meat and everyone to have a mouthful of soup, a young man said with a smile. This was also a brother of Wang Su's own family. Wang Su's old grandfather and Wang Ning's old grandfather were blood brothers. Wang Su's old grandfather and this young man's old grandfather were also blood brothers. 3 old brothers, but it was actually quite close. And Wang Su and Wang Ning and this young man were not out of the 5 fortunes. Wang Su thought about it. Let's do it this way. I'll discuss it with Wang Ning later. Wang Su didn't have the time. Letting Wang Ning do this matter was a feat. The sesame chicken that he had talked to Chi Tang about earlier. It just so happened that it could be started as well. But this one didn't use many people at the moment. The main thing is crops. Planting the kind of wheat and corn that the local ancestors had. The kind that doesn't have a high yield. No GMOs, no pesticides, no fertilizers. Some things just lack a channel and a bit of fame. Wang Su believes in the saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since God has given you this ability, it will definitely have a special meaning. Anyway, Wang Su is not afraid of moving anyone's capital now. He is fearless now. He also believes that there are many good people in this world. And there are still real entrepreneurs in this world. There is also the appealing voice of many ordinary people. Wang Su is an ordinary person. Also know what many people want. But there is no way. A person cannot change the environment. Now Wang Su decided to do something. His power is limited. But he just want to be an example. Win a leader. On that day, Wang Su came to Wang Ning's house. It so happened that Wang Ning's father, Wang Onghua, was also at home. See Wang Su are very friendly. Wang Su is now also successful. Hot pot store day into the money we all know. Or a big network red. He is also a big internet star. He is also a popular figure in Jiangxian County nowadays. Besides, Wang Su's handful of medical skills are enough for him to soar. Uncle, I'm here to talk to Brother Ning about something. Wang Su said hello. Wang Ning was curious as well. Brother Su, what you tell me straight? What brother can do for you? Do it right away. Wang Su then said his thoughts. Wang Ning froze and said, this is very simple. But Su D, are you sure you'll accept all of it and at a high price? Brother Ning, don't worry. I have no intention of earning everyone's money. No. I'm afraid that you'll ride the money into it yourself. Wang Ning shook his head and said, Brother Ning, I'm going to do something. Let's work together and see if we can bring our Wang village up. Wang Su laughed. Wang Ning was excited. Brother Ning, then you discuss with the people in the village and broadcast it. Remember, it has to be according to my requirements. Otherwise I won't accept it. Wang Su said, no need to discuss. This is a good thing. I will directly broadcast at that time. Those who agree to come to me to sign up to sign the contract. If anyone fakes at that time, caught in accordance with the contract. Wang Ning said. As for raising chickens, Wang Su will do it himself. Get a chicken king, or a few chicken kings. Hatch the chicks directly by yourself, and find something to eat by yourself in the wild boar mountain. Free-range chickens. Feed them 1 meal of grain a day in artificial feeding. Also build a food processing plant, when the first product is hemp pepper chicken. Food processing plant products? The main health, green, shelf life is very short, but no additives. The beginning is difficult. First get the chicken. At noon, Li Baichuan called, said that his family wanted to come to visit. It was mentioned before, but it has been building a house. Knowing that this site has been built and moved back, the first time to come, Wang Su naturally welcomed, started to busy himself at home. Make a call to the eldest uncle and aunt. Cousin sister also come back. Third uncle, third aunt and Wang Chong Wang Yang stayed in the hot pot restaurant. Wang Su prepared sesame pepper chicken, as well as his own stewed beef, pig's trotters, cow's trotters, peanuts and rice, and vegetarian pinyin. Roasted the leg of lamb for little Mian. At 11:50, Mr. and Mrs. Li Changshan, Li Baijue, little Mian, and Li Baichuan came. For the eldest uncle and the eldest lady, Li Changshan is a big man. Indeed he was. After all, he was also the biggest leader in Zheng County now. Many people knew that Wang Su had made a fortune. Li Changshan personally came to the Wang family. But everyone also knows that Li Changshan apprehended a murderer and was stabbed 13 times. And in the end, it was Wang Su who stepped in and saved his life. Little Mian recognized Wang Su as his godfather, and the two families became much closer. Li Bai Writing and Prince Jun are the same age and can talk to each other. Prince Jun thought of Qi Tang and then looked at Li Baisher. Li Bai Writing would talk to Wang Su and look at him. Prince Jun seemed to catch something from Li Baije's gaze, but was not sure. Little Mian, on the other hand, was hanging on Wang Su directly from the meeting, nibbling on the roasted leg of lamb, her big crystal-like eyes squinting into a crescent moon. Adorable and adorable. Wang Su also has no resistance to the little Mian, powder carving, so small, holding in the arms, listening to that milky voice, just like, this has transcended being pro-life or not pro-life. After all, many people like pets. Are pets also pro-life? Not to mention that this little girl also called out to his father. Prince Jun couldn't help but laugh when he saw this image, but Wang Su hugged the child very harmoniously. Not that he would hug the child, it's just that he knew how to hug it, and the little child would be comfortable. Here comes the issue of joints, bones and so on. This time Li Baichuan took another big credit. Li Baichuan had been looking for something. Thinking of old Huang, Wang Su asked with a smile. Li Baichuan suddenly poofed and didn't hold back. Wang Su looked at Li Baijie for an unknown reason. Li Baijie blushed and had a little bit of weakness, mainly because she later stole a kiss from Wang Su and said that she had never had a man. Wang Su seemed to think of something. That day, old Huang rode the husky that Li Bai Writing was holding. That husky was Li Baichuan's. Nothing, Li Beck Writer hurriedly said. Li Baichuan had seen with his own eyes that old Huang was really powerful. Not only that, recently in the short video, the Chinese god dog was also on fire, and that Chinese god dog was Old Yellow. For a while the earth dog fever has spread a bit recently. Even the price of the earth dog has increased. Many people also said that the earth dog is actually quite good looking when you look closely. They are kind, smart, adaptable, loyal, protective and affectionate. And some previous videos of earth dogs defeating pit bulls have reappeared. And the heat is also soaring. Normal people actually have patriotic feelings. National goods are great, but also feel proud inside. Sense of mission, sense of honor and shame. This may be the country's rise and fall is the responsibility of the people. But there are also many people set unconvinced, and even threaten to come to the challenge online, to see if the Chinese field dog is powerful. Or they're hundreds of thousands of fighting dogs powerful. Said what, that match is also good enough to take out. That can also be on the stage? Said the video in the old yellow, that fight can only be considered amateur competition only. Does not represent anything? Many people agreed. And many said they wanted to challenge. Waiting for Wang Su to reply. However, Wang Su hadn't even bothered to look at it for the past 2 days. And naturally didn't say anything back. Li Changshan's two families were looking at Wang Su that the more they looked at him, the more satisfied they were. It was a pity that his daughter had been divorced once and had a daughter who was several years older than Wang Su. The meal was very lively and harmonious. Little Mian hung on Wang Su, and Li Bai Writing sat beside Wang Su to make it easier to take care of little Mian. Li Baichuan and Li Changshan would all talk to Wang Su, and so would Mother Li. Because of Wang Su, Li Changshan was able to live, and the Li family was able to have today. Because of Wang Su, Li Baichuan could survive before, and solved 2 big cases in a row. Like or not, love or not, do not know where to start, but has been in love. Love is sometimes very simple, such as handsome, beautiful, but true love, deep love, definitely not a reason, because there are more handsome than you, more beautiful, more attractive. Li Bai Writing unknowingly looked at Wang Su and froze again. This time the bright eyes naturally see something. Wang Anmin held a glass of wine and had a drink with Li Changshan. Danian chatted with Li Mother. Li Baichuan also drank with Wang Su. Nothing seemed to have happened. Li Beck Writer's face was very red and she was a bit at a loss for words. Sister Beck Writer, I'll give you a gift someday. Wang Su gently laughed and also diffused her embarrassment. Li Beck Writing was a bit groundless and at a loss for words before. At this time, a word from Wang Su. That was an attitude. What kind of attitude she didn't know, but it could dissolve her embarrassment. Like a spring breeze. Aha! Li Bai Writer laughed happily. Eyes like peach blossoms, delicate, watery, mature and sexy. That kind of bone-emanating titillation makes even Wang Su dare not look more. There was also that fiery figure, calling out, leaping, fine branches bearing fruit. Chi Tang and her body is the same, but why Chi Tang is just as cool as snow. Atmospheric, elegant and dignified. This is the reason for the looks and temperament. Chi Tang is absolutely beautiful, atmospheric, and cool as a song. Li Bai Writing was sexy, enchanting, and flirtatious to the bone. Wang Su felt that if this went on, it was really too testing. He was not a saint. He was really afraid that one day he would not be able to hold it. In the afternoon, the Li family went back. Wang Su, on the other hand, got all the chickens from the third uncle's house, and additionally bought some in the village. They were all hens, and although they weren't completely free range, they were still much better than those from chicken farms. From them, a majestic and young-looking rooster was chosen to be tamed. It was to be the king of the chickens. The taming was complete. What a big change. Good lord. It was the first time Wang Su had seen such a beautiful big rooster. A chicken with bright feathers that were colorful. The crown of the chicken was large, blood red, raising its head and chest. The height of its head was close to 1 meter. The 2 chicken legs were thick and powerful, and the chicken's claws were like eagle claws. Thick neck, thick body, beautiful, mighty, feathers glowing in the sun, very powerful. Put this batch of chickens into the wild boar mountain there. In the afternoon there was nothing to do. Wang Su called Li Qiao. Old classmate. Li Qiao picked up the phone. Are you free? I'll treat you once, Wang Su said. Wang Su was going to brush up on his experience, and turned his preparations to go over to the hospital after killing Li Qiao's acromegaly army 1000. He now had a pet giant panda, and his strength had increased more than several times. The final appointment was at the park. This side was closer to the county hospital, and after the treatment, Wang Su could go directly to the county hospital. Li Qiao was Wang Su's white moonlight for 3 years in high school, but now was filled inside by Chi Tang. Now in front of Li Qiao is also considered to be completely relieved, without the same expectations that once existed. But after all, it is his own youth. Wang Su is hoping that she is getting better and better. Chubby came along. After meeting, Fatty affectionately patted Wang Su's shoulder. Buddy, I feel like I don't recognize you. Chubby character is particularly cheerful, or also called heartless. The only girl Wang Su barely counted as a friend of the opposite sex in his high school days. Beautiful fat girls. Facing them, Wang Su was more relaxed now. The friendship during the school years is the most pure and simple. The memories were too good at that time. Li Qiao smiled and greeted. Old classmate. Li Qiao was then relatively unfamiliar, but this layer of old classmate relationship it is enough. After all, she was once Wang Su's wonderful, yearning, once will often think of. Imagine the girl. Wang Su smiled. You don't have to be polite. Call me Old Wang. Old Su are fine. Take out the silver needle. Acupuncture. Gradient Army 1000-fold, level 30. Boss monster. Can fight after acupuncture. Combat. A 6-meter-long polar bear. Acromegaly army thousandfold, 100. 000 chi blood. Simple. A single title boss monster can't even break the defense of a giant panda. Battle over. You win the battle. You gain 30. 000 experience. Your pet giant panda gains 30. 000 experience. You obtain a low-level spirit gathering formation, restricted. You obtain passion fruit sapling times 20. You obtain bear paw, fine, times 4. You obtain bear gallbladder, fine. You obtain bear skin, fine. Something came out again. Wang Su was a bit surprised. And this time a different thing came out. Low-level spirit gathering formation, restricted. Formation technique, whether to learn it or not. Yes. Low-level spirit gathering formation, restricted. Formation technique. Within the range of the formation, the quality of plants increases by 3 times, the growth rate increases by 3 times, and the vitality increases by 3 times. Wang Su. What a great thing. This was still restricted. This was restricted because the aura in the air was already scarce. It just meant that the power of the low-level spirit gathering formation couldn't be fully utilized either. But this has been called anticlimactic. But it seems like it's not. Those who have planted plants know that when the same plants are planted, some grow very small, some grow very large, with a difference of several times, and some are directly not alive. A 3-fold increase in the quality of this plant would be quite unbelievable. Tonight, I will go to Boar Mountain to set up the spirit gathering formation. That way, the plants and grasses in the wild Boar Mountain would grow like crazy, and Wang Su could choose to clean up and plant the grass he wanted. High-quality pasture grass. The vitality was increased by 3 times. Basically, it was drought and cold resistant, and could survive well even in harsh environments. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that this spirit gathering array was powerful. As long as the plants were of good quality and grew fast, then it would be possible to raise better quality pigs, cows, sheep, chickens and the like. Wang Su collected the needles. A brand new disease monster appeared beside Li Qiao. Asymptomatic army wannabe, level 40. Boss monster, leader monster, special monster. Can fight after acupuncture? Restores 8 years of lifespan after winning the fight. A 3-title booze monster. And there's a title in there that's appearing for the first time. The alpha monster. Still have to wait in. Third Uncle Wang Anqing is also a 3-title booze monster. And one of them is a chieftain monster. This chieftain and chief that is powerful? It should be the chieftain. Chieftain. The leader of a certain group. Commander. A project team leader of a certain group. Li Qiao obviously felt much more relaxed in his body. Well, don't keep moping. From now on, even if I don't care about you, you'll still be able to live for at least 20 years. There is no incurable disease, and there is no one who will never die. The mindset is very important. If your mind is good, your essence will be sufficient, your vitality will be vigorous, and the stronger your immunity will be, you will be able to suppress the bad cells on your own, and even make it impossible for the disease to advance an inch. Disease? You can look at it as an army, even a living army. All you have to do is coexist. Don't think about wiping them out completely, and don't let them wipe themselves out. Your immune army is your capital. Your spirit, your faith, is the morale of the immune army. If the immune army runs out of morale, it will lose ground, while the disease army is overwhelming, which is why some people who know that they have cancer die very quickly, because when the morale is gone, the army is defeated. Thank you, old classmate, Li Qiao said in surprise. Wang Su did not teach Li Qiao the white tiger pile. Li Qiao's current physical condition could not practice it. It was still too good to think before. Wang Su waved his hand and left with a goodbye to them. County Hospital. The county hospital is the largest and the best medical hospital in Jiangxian County. In addition to the county hospital, Jiangxian also has a hospital of traditional Chinese medicine, women and children's hospitals, health centers, townships-only health centers, as well as village clinics. Wang Su actually found a disease monster, but it didn't attach to the human body. Hepatitis B virus monster, level 35. Infectious monster, elite monster, combatable, combat. It was a fish-headed, pig-bodied monster with a body length of 3 meters and a strange appearance. Not a boss monster, just an elite, infectious monster. It was vastly inferior to even a single boss monster. This was also the first time Wang Su had seen an airborne virus monster. Generally the rooms were sterilized. In fact, to kill these types of virus monsters, Wang Su could see it and knew that it was not necessary to sterilize it. You gain 15,000 experience. Your pet giant panda gains 15,000 experience. Your pet giant panda is upgraded to level 23. You gain the skill Myriad Hands Divine Thief. Wonderful Hands, active skill, can only be used on disease monsters. 1% chance of obtaining an item. 24-hour cooldown. Seems like a good skill, But isn't this probability and this cooldown time a bit too harsh? Once a day, 1% probability. In principle, using it for 100 days in a row, you can get an item that you don't know if it's good or bad. Something is better than nothing. It's a hope after all. Wang Su thought of Chi Tang's infertility monster, a dragon-shaped monster. Level 100. He could use the mythical hand stealer on this disease monster. But now Chi Tang was not around. The other one was Air Pigsy, a level 100 brain-damaged monster, boss monster, or a king-level monster. Wang Su decided to just cast wonderful hand stealing on these two disease monsters. In case a good one came out, then he could really wake up laughing. Level 100. Wang Su. A voice interrupted Wang Su as 5 or 6 young men walked towards him. The young man at the head had an ugly face, but was quite handsome. But there were several disease monsters around him. Premature ejaculation monsters, impotence monsters, kidney deficiency monsters, and essence and blood deficiency monsters. But Wang Su did not recognize each other. My name is Qiao Kai. Li Bai writing is my sister-in-law. Qiao Kai said. What are you looking for me for? Wang Su asked. This group of people were about the same age as Wang Su. Each one of them was dressed fashionably, and their hairstyles were well designed. At a glance, they knew that their families were in good condition. Think about it. Now Qiao Kai is the only son of the richest man in Jiangxian County. All day long he is not doing his job. KTV, bar, night and day, drinking. The days are not happy, but he always had an idea. He wants to get his sister-in-law. He always liked Li Baisher, but that was his sister-in-law, his own sister-in-law. Later, when his brother died, he was sad, but he didn't seem to be very sad, and even came up with some bold ideas. At first this idea scared him, but as time went by, slowly the idea didn't seem to be scary, and he even felt it was highly feasible. He was out in the world, driving a luxury car, hugging beautiful women every day, but he felt that these are not as good as Li Baijia's sweat hair. Li Baijia didn't live in their Qiao family, and he had never been able to find an opportunity. Their family is rich, but Li Baijia's family is not. Their family cannot provoke. The two families were in-laws, but after Qiao Kai's brother died, Li Baijia's marriage was terminated. As long as Li Baijia didn't marry, Qiao Kai felt there was a chance. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to make the rice right for the taking. At that time, the family scandal will not be publicized. Li Baijia will not be publicized. The beginning of everything is difficult. As long as there is the first time, everything is not a water to the end. But Wang Su recently and Li Baisher very close. He also knows that Wang Su was Nian Nian's godfather. Wang Su saved Li Changshan. There are even people who say that Wang Su and Li Baisher have been together for a long time. There are all sorts of things to say. Qiao Kai came to Wang Su this time to tell him to stay away from Li Baijia. I'm looking for you today to tell you to stay away from my sister-in-law. Qiao Kai stared at Wang Su and said slowly. Wang Su smiled. The little bit of a man's heart was written on his face. We are all men. There are some things that we all know without saying. Wang Su's laugh was ridicule in Qiao Kai's opinion. Wang Su, don't think that recently opened a hot pot restaurant is a rich man. It is marvelous to think that you are a character. I tell you, you are still far from it. I want to play you. There are 100 ways, believe it or not. Qiao Kai frowned and said. Wang Su felt quite funny, didn't say anything, calmly looked at Qiao Kai. Some people are not something you can mess with. You're an ordinary person. You're at peace. Trees attract wind. For you, having too much is not a good thing. Qiao Kai's voice was not loud. Wang Su nodded. You are right. Qiao Kai's face eased a bit. Wang Su spoke again. But what kind of a thing are you? Come to teach me things too? Qiao Kai froze, and with an angry face, he reached out and slapped towards Wang Su's face. Splat! Wang Su came after him and slapped Qiao Kai to the ground. Fuck him. The rest of them rushed forward, but a group of weaklings couldn't even touch Wang Su's clothesline. Wang Su slapped his ears. As far as hitting the face was concerned, that didn't hit. It was loud, but there wasn't much substantial damage. Not much damage, but very insulting. Qiao Kai was dumbfounded. A few young people were no better. 6 of their own. Why were they just hung up, or easily hung up, like an adult beating a group of kindergarten children? Let's wait and see. Qiao Kai's swollen face left a sentence and ran away. He didn't choose to report J. One was that he couldn't afford to lose that person, and he also knew that he couldn't even spell Wang Su's relationship right now. But if he just let it go, he couldn't swallow this breath. Several people swelled their faces and yelled to take revenge on Wang Su. This matter can't be let go like this. Brothers, take an idea. A youngster spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva and said, find more people to beat him up? Someone suggested, isn't he able to fight? Let's find 20 brothers, bring our weapons, and get him killed. Someone said, he has connections. Are you really daring to get him killed? If you dare, we'll go. Xiao Kai looked at that young man and said. That young man directly egged. He said beautifully, but where did he dare to go? At that time, he went in alone to pay for his life? That young man also said harsh words. Righteous indignation. Also said in Xiao Kai relationship is good. For Xiao Kai to share the trouble. Not afraid to die. Do a face only. Xiao. I think his bottom line is the hot pot restaurant. And he seems to be very capable of fighting. But he dares to beat someone to death? Someone said. Xiao Kai nodded. So, strike the snake and mess up his hot pot restaurant. It's definitely worse than taking his life. The young man continued. This is good. These days, money is the master. Without money, nothing. But in what way to mess up his hot pot restaurant? Xiao Kai's eyes were also flashing with an excited light. Hot pot restaurant is the catering industry. Screw the catering industry approach is still a lot. As long as no one to eat on the line. As for how to not let people come to eat, there are many ways, such as their own do not want to come, or dare not come. Lu Bing don't JB beat around the bush. Say something specific, Xiao Kai said impatiently. Then come fast. Food poisoning? Of course, don't really poison. Look for eating bad stomach, upset stomach. Go eat half the time it's best to vomit and have diarrhea. Come a few times, no matter whether it's true or false. You say who still dares to go where to eat? And don't go to make a noise, don't go to make a scene, just vomit and diarrhea. Pretend to be dead. Ask questions. Don't know why. That's it. This can be tough enough. Wang Su brushed until evening and rose to level 26. There was a lot of experience before that, and he didn't encounter any particularly suitable disease monsters. Coming here to the hot pot restaurant, he knew that Xiao Kai and those people wouldn't let up, but he wasn't afraid either. Seeing two pigs eating in front of the hot pot store. Originally, Wang Su had planned to go to the village to look for him. Wang Su. Second piggy shouted happily when he saw Wang Su. Wang Su smiled and sat next to him. Xiao Su was a playmate with him when he was a child. One of the few earliest playmates after having real memories. The kind that actually wore open pants and played together. Wang Hu, Wang Dajiang, and Air Pigsy. Every time two pigs came, the family would give him food, and it was all delicious. They also pitted him. Is it delicious? Wang Su asked with a smile. Yummy. Second piggy said vaguely as he ate. He was demented and had the intelligence of a small child. The very small kind. He wasn't crazy. That is, his intelligence was severely low. He was very quiet. He didn't fight back. He wouldn't hide. And he wouldn't cry unless it was particularly painful. Speaking can only say simple words. Slightly complex words cannot understand. Wang Su looked at Air Pigsy. Brain damaged monster, level 100. Boss monster, king level monster, special monster, can fight after acupuncture. Upper fire monster, level 5. Ordinary monster, can fight. Gastritis monster, level 7. Ordinary monster, can fight. 2 minor ailments. With second piggy's physique. Resisting them, they're usually fine after a week. Also that brain damaged monster. King level boss monster. This disease monster is the size of a thumb. With a dragon head and turtle body. A domineering dragon turtle miniature. Myriad hands divine thief. Wang Su cast mythical steel. 1% success rate. So it was just a hope. Not thinking about success. After all, the probability was too low. If after casting it for dozens of days in a row, perhaps there would be an expectation. And it also felt like there was a high probability of success. But even if it succeeded, it wouldn't necessarily be able to steal something good. These are all random. You cast mythical steel. The steal is successful. And you gain the green dragon Xuanwu armor. Successful? Wang Su froze and even went to look at the success rate. It was 1% right. Could it be because it was the first time you cast it? Was it a benefit? Or was it just luck? How about the 1% probability? It was indeed very low, but the probability of being lucky in getting a shot in the armors wasn't small. It seemed to be an armor. Wang Su had the golden coiled dragon armor, and actually hoped to come out with other parts. The mood was all a bit excited, looking towards this piece of equipment. Green dragon Xuanwu armor. Dragon divine artifact treasure armor. Refined with green dragon tendons. Xuanwu armor. Divine stones, divine water and other materials, with incomparably strong defense, firm as a rock. Level 100, defense plus 40, 000, blood plus 40, 000, blocking plus 800. Additional skill, Xuanwu, increases one's defense result by 2 times. Additional skill, firm as a rock, reduces damage results by 5 points every time you take damage, can keep stacking and lasts until the end of the battle. Additional effect, miraculous treasure armor. Those who have a destiny will get it. No level limit. Durability, miraculous treasure armor. Never wears out. Indestructible. Wang Su almost had a brain hemorrhage with excitement. This was a divine weapon armor. The Dragon Clan's divine weapon armor. It was really ridiculously strong. The level 50, golden coil dragon armor, had always been a divine weapon in Wang Su's heart. Only now did he realize that he was narrow-minded. It was only until now that he was a bit muddled. Happiness came so suddenly that there was no defense at all. 40,000 defense. 40,000 blood. 800 blocking. But this is not the most terrible. The most terrible is the additional 2 skills. Directly enhance their own defense results of 2 times. And firm as a rock, this is even more anticlimactic. Reduce the result of damage received by 5 points. Looks very weak, but can always stack. The first time being attacked to reduce 5 points. The second time being attacked to reduce 10 points. The third time being attacked to reduce 15 points. Keep stacking. After 100 rounds, that's a reduction of 500 points. Combined with blocking, 800 blocking. Combined with a strong defense, combined with the bloodthirsty cloud-chasing crawl, he felt that he was now a little scary powerful. Taking a deep breath, he tried to steady himself, but the trembling hands made him lose his temper. Chi Tang's condition had been weighing him down. Leveling up was too difficult, and there had been no hope in sight. With the pandas, it allowed him to see some hope, but it still wasn't a good move. This one divine weapon, Green Dragon Xuanwu armor, was too heaven-defying. A level 100 artifact, it should be top tier. Still the armor position. This position is the one that increases defense the most. With this Green Dragon Xuanwu armor, then Wang Su's bloodthirsty cloud-chasing cushion will really become a small divine weapon. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't calm his heart for a long time. The whole person's heart suddenly became much lighter. It was as if the world had suddenly become much clearer. I will look at it again and again, and every time I look at it, I am very excited. That kind of excitement, pleasure, beloved things, really is the inner stealing joy. Always happy. The golden coiled dragon armor that had followed him for so long. Wang Su was really a bit reluctant to part with it. Has always been his best equipment. In his heart is a divine weapon. Still a little reluctant to unload the golden dragon armor and replaced it with the divine weapon, Green Dragon Xuanwu armor. Changing the Green Dragon Xuanwu armor on. Instantaneous attributes changed drastically. A radical change had occurred. Name, Wang Su level, 26, experience 39,000/400000. Physique, 244 blood, 65865. Strength, 224 attack, 4665. Endurance, 224 defense, 158619. Free distribution attributes, 0. Talents. Vajra Unbreakable, permanently reduces all damage received by 50%. Increases maximum chi, attack and defense by 50%. Immune to abnormal states such as control and toxins. And restores 2/1000 of the maximum value of chi and blood every second. Treasure. Dragon Ball, treasure. Fused. Indestructible. Permanently doubles current physique. Strength and endurance attributes. Additional skill Taming Beast. Taming the beast, taming the target's loyalty is 100%. Spirituality is increased 3 times. Constitution is increased 3 times. Strength is increased 3 times. Endurance is increased 3 times. Formation technique. Low-level spirit gathering formation, restricted. Formation technique. Within the range of the formation, the quality of the plant is increased by 3 times. The growth rate is increased by 3 times. And the vitality is increased by 3 times. Skill. White Tiger Stake, passive skill. Level 5. Experience, 923/1600. Permanently increases 50 points of constitution. 50 points of strength. 50 points of endurance. Strong, passive skill. Permanently increases body mass by 10 points. Cannot be upgraded. Golden Needle Stabbing, active skill. Level 3. Experience 377 out of 400. Efficacy, stops pain, stops bleeding. Supports righteousness, hangs life for a day. 2A 100-year level. Invigorates blood and removes blood stasis. Harmonizes chi and blood. Unblocks meridians. Pushes blood through the womb. Pushes chi through the womb. Stops pain. Improves immunity. Drives away cold and evil spirits. Tranquilizes the mind and comforts the muscles. Orthopedic bone, centennial level. Removing bones, connecting bones, returning bones to their original position. Kidney weakness fist, active skill. When fighting with disease monsters, reduces the target's attack and defense by 20% for 10 rounds. Mad Dog Fist, active skill. Attacks the target's weak spot while boosting one's strength attribute by 30%. Inflicts triple damage on the target. Cooldown time 3 rounds. Wonderful Hand, active skill. Can only be used on disease monsters. 1% chance of obtaining items. Cooldown 24 hours. Knife skill, 100 years level. Fire, 100 years level. Carpenter's Craft, 100 years level. Equipment. Green Dragon Xuanwu Armor. Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Cushion. White Tiger Vidra Pestle. White Zephyr Ring. Wild Boar Helmet. Chicken King Belt. Dog King Necklace. Red Jade Bracelet. The Green Dragon Armor is a true artifact. Because of the Green Dragon Martial Armor, the level 20 Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawler had also become a small artifact. A true small artifact level. Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Treads. Shoes, level 20. Attack plus 200. Defense plus 200. Blood plus 500. Additional skill rock, passive skill. Each time you are attacked, increase your current defense by 1%. Stackable. Lasts until the end of the battle. Additional skill Bloodlust, passive skill. When attacking, attach a damage result of 20% of one's own defense. This damage ignores defense and is fixed damage. Durability, never wear out. Indestructible. Without the Green Dragon Xuanwu Armor, this Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawler could only be considered good, but now it was directly against the odds. Let's put it this way. Together with the Green Dragon Armor, the Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawler was a divine weapon. The rest were level 10 and 20 equipment, which was better than nothing. Wang Su looked at his attributes and was truly stunned. This wasn't a birdshot for a cannon. This was a nuclear bomb. However, when he thought of those high-level horrible disease monsters, he slowly calmed down, and the road ahead was long, because the attribute point increase from upgrading was very little. For Wang Su, the most important equipment was not the weapon, not how high the attack, but instead the defense. This Green Dragon Xuanwu Armor was powerful, needless to say. Divine weapon level, combined with the talent Vidra Unbreakable and Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawl. It was a perfect combination. It took a long time for Wang Su to calm down, looking at the replaced Golden Coiled Dragon Armor. It never wears out and is indestructible. This thing can't even be broken. Put it away. Anyway, the item bar is big enough. This is also a memory. A collector's item. Go back. Returning to Boar Mountain, Wang Su began to set up the Spirit Gathering Formation. The low-level Spirit Gathering Formation was still restricted, but it was just the right effect. Even if it was discovered, it could only say that this side of the water and soil was good, not supernatural. Spirit Gathering Formation has a formation center, also called Formation Eye. There should be mountain, water, wood, earth and fire. Mountain, good to say. Find a small piece of mountain. This is also the foundation. Wang Su polished to make it look more spiritual. Immortal mountains have spirits. Wang Su carved and polished, so that this boulder hill has more charm. Ghost axe work. Look rough, but this is instead more natural, just like the traces of nature. A small mountain. There seems to be an immortal standing above, as if at any time may ride the wind. Under the mountain, Wang Su planted 20 passion fruit trees. Another red rope was tied on the passion fruit trees. Next, Wang Su searched for the next location. In many places, the vegetation blocked the way. There was no road to go. The weeds were overgrown, and the grass in many places was more than one person high. There were also many places where the terrain was flat and still land, and the grass that grew was neat and looked good. It was busy for 4 hours. The low-level Spirit Gathering Array was considered to be successfully set up. The air seemed fresher, but it seemed to be an illusion. After all, the air in Boar Mountain was good before. Meow. Wang Su beckoned. It was the mountain beaver, the leopard cat. It was now more like a small leopard, athletic and cute, and scampered towards Wang Su. Wang Su hugged it and stroked its back. Not far away, there were 2 more mountain beavers, looking at the place warily. After jerking it around for a while, Wang Su let it go. The appearance of the Spirit Gathering Array here would change the ecological chain. Because of the dense vegetation, more wild rabbits, birds, voles, bugs and other animals that eat grass and fruits can be raised, and mountain beavers eat birds, mice, hares, and snakes. The key here is enough vegetation. Wang Su will also put chickens, ducks and geese inside. Later on, he will also put in domestic rabbits, but free range. Stray dogs and stray cats might also go in later. Wang Su will intervene more later and plan rationally. For example, planting pasture, planting fruit trees, and some special trees. Previously, maybe it was not good to grow in this environment, but with the Spirit Gathering Array, cultivate some heavenly ancient trees. After all, the growth rate is very fast, and a 3-fold increase can be great. Get some huge forests, such as wild boar forests. Wild boars reproduce quickly, especially without natural enemies. Terrain, rocks can also be cleared. Some terrain can make a large range of leveled ground. Make a road, ride, wander, even hunt. Raise a good group of horses, a herd, with good grass, a good environment, and the best stallions. Are you still afraid that you can't raise good horses? He can't rely on himself to tame the beasts. He can only tame one beast a day. And he can only tame more than 300 beasts a year without stopping. And only more than 3,000 beasts in 10 years. He will only get some leading ones, which is convenient for management and used for breeding by the way. This side of the hot pot restaurant. Business is booming. Overcrowded. A net red store. With outsiders coming over every day. They ate hot pot here. And they would also go around the attached villages. And they would also go to the park. But Zhengxian really has no place to play. And not much in the way of specialties. It can't keep people. So many people would leave after eating the hot pot. Just for the hot pot. There are quite a few luxury cars in front of the hot pot restaurant today. And most of them are cars from out of town. Many people who come here to eat hot pot are family units. Bringing their wives and children to eat. The world's second hot pot restaurant is famous not only for its deliciousness, but mainly for its health and nutrition. Some people come here to eat. Take away a copy for laboratory tests. Get the results of a big surprise. Also sent this list to the internet. This video caught fire. Or big fire. The main thing is that it is too healthy. So healthy that people cannot believe. But also have to believe. No one will be stupid to tamper with this list. Even the ingredient list do not dare to fake. Let alone this. Some additives are allowed. But you can't leave them out of the ingredient list. Counterfeiters love it when you don't write it down. Green. Healthy or so delicious. It is already very counterintuitive. But it's actually nourishing. Yes. This hot pot actually warms up the kidney and yang. Strengthens the spleen. And also strengthens the muscles and bones. Because there is a fine beef bone soup inside. So, this is also driving the reputation of the world's second hot pot restaurant. And there is a call for an online list of other restaurants. Good lord. Quite a few lists came out. Nima. It really brightened their eyes. This is for me to eat? This is for people to eat? So a lot of hot pot restaurants were directly seized and rectified. All sorts of exceeding standards. Bacteria. Soup is not fresh. Repeatedly rolled. What do you mean? The soup you use is left over from the last guest. Filter it. And the ingredients are all kinds of additives. All kinds of glue. Qualified not to say. Anyway, looking at the introduction makes people's scalp numb. Adults eat even if. But there are children The main thing is that there have been anchors to popularize the issue of food safety. There has also been eating out of the disease. Was severely investigated in the news. But many people said, where is that healthy food? But now the world's second hot pot restaurant's hot pot came out of nowhere and stood the test. The main thing is that the bone broth is fine beef bones. This is very nutritious and nourishing. And the beef and mutton used is real beef and mutton. Sliced by themselves. Without any processing. No additives and coloring. Not to mention adding duck meat and glue. For a time, the world's second hot pot restaurant was on fire. This world's second is true to its name. So the boss is modest. The boss is good. Food safety can't be delayed. This is the bottom line. But now how many people can abide by this bottom line? Why do not you give a strong dose of food safety? And do not impose heavy penalties? Penalize to the point of losing all the family's money. See who still dare? Even milk powder dares. Let alone food? For a while, the internet came out a lot of science anchors to explain to you what the various ingredients in the ingredient list. For example, what is a thickener? What is coloring? Flavoring, and sweeteners, or the former banned saccharin, now called what sweeteners? What potassium sorbate, sodium benzoate, phyllo, margarine, vegetable oil, periodic table of elements. Good guy, the sky is covered. All kinds of food is also taken out to give you science. Many anchors are directly transformed into fight anchors. Transform into justice anchor. This is all traffic. Every time there's a windfall, there's always someone who rises up with the trend. Soon the dragon-slaying teenager will eventually become a demon. The reputation of the world's second hot pot restaurant skyrocketed, attracting more anchors to come and fight. Tonight, they were all excited one by one. It was because a table of guests suddenly vomited, holding their stomachs with agonized faces. World's second hot pot restaurant. The guest vomited after eating hot pot. To know the world's second hot pot restaurant big trend will become a benchmark. The industry's benchmark. Unique, green, healthy, nourishing, food ceiling. But now, Wang Onmin and others who encountered this kind of thing for the first time directly froze. Naturally came up to ask. These few people did not speak, just painfully holding their stomachs and closing their eyes. Filled with pain, they only grunted, and were also really uncomfortable. Prince Jun called Wang Su. Wang Su knew about it and said that he would go over right away. And just at this time, those few people also pulled. Vomiting and diarrhea. Hot pot restaurant up and down 3 floors. So many, but also this table vomiting and diarrhea. Many discerning people seem to see something. Trees attract the wind. Would show in the forest wind will destroy. This is just a big fire. is not it also a little too fast? Chi Yun called the emergency number. He saw the problem at a glance. Don't worry everyone. There's no problem with the hot pot itself. This matter will definitely give everyone a satisfactory explanation. Chi Yun explained towards everyone. This is clearly a problem with the hot pot. Eating out of it is meant to be a private conversation, right? A young man at the neighboring table said. This table was Chow Kai's 6 people. At this moment, they were gloating and very pleased. This was a young plot. No need to hide. They were just their own people who had spoiled their stomachs and came here to vomit and have diarrhea. Anyway, just don't say anything. Today 2 or 3 come, tomorrow change the other 2 or 3. Each person give $2,000 subsidy. Just ask you hot pot restaurant can top a few days? A lot of things are better to be believed than not to be believed. Besides, once this kind of thing appears online, then it's basically over. Many people seem to have seen the second hot pot restaurant end miserably. Wang Su rushed here quickly. The ambulance hadn't arrived yet. Wang Su arrived right away. The family's faces were anxious, worried, and at a loss for words. Wang Su was not anxious. His face was calm, like a light breeze. Many people realized that the boss seemed to be more handsome. It was a kind of low-key luxury that was very special. It is to give people a feeling that such a person can be trusted. He can never be a bad person. He can never be a person without morals. Wang Su walked over. He directly took out a silver needle and stabbed 2 needles. The 3 people who had been vomiting in diarrhea, unbearable, instantly quieted down. These 3 people are also a little bit of regret. Regret to ask for less money. $2,000 to come here to disgrace. Vomit on the ground. Pull a pocket of pants. Suddenly the body is warm. A moment of good. Acute gastroenteritis monster, 10 level. Elite monster. Ordinary monster. Combatable. Diarrhea monster, level 8. Ordinary monster. Vomiting monster, level 5. Ordinary monster. There were also 2 people who were picking their throats and vomiting. Seeing Chow Kai's table, Wang Su actually understood. But the other party, this was a young plot. Okay, it's okay. You've had this acute gastroenteritis for 3 days and diarrhea. You've just eaten a lot of ice cream, right? Wang Su said casually. Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Wang Su looked at Chow Kai with a smile. Chow Kai also looked at Wang Su smugly. Although he didn't say anything, the look was incomparably smug. Wang Chong, Wang Yang, Wang Hu, Wang Dajiang and the others cleaned up the place. With such an unpleasant thing happening tonight, all of them are free of charge. In addition, the hot pot itself is definitely not a problem, so everyone can bring it back and have it tested. Wang Su said with a smile. The customers all thanked and left one after another. Chow Kai and the others were still the last. The few people with vomiting and diarrhea had already been pulled away by the ambulance. Even if they were cured by Wang Su, they still had to go for a checkup. Wang Su asked Wang Yang and Wang Chong to follow. Exercise to exercise them. Wang Su still had things to take care of. Looking at Chow Kai, Wang Su had a calm smile on his face. Chow Kai was very unhappy. He thought that Wang Su would be furious, mad, ugly, helpless and angry. None of these were there. There was just calmness. Chow Kai's few people left. Wang Su also went out. There were cameras at the hot pot restaurant and at the entrance, so he walked out. Chow Kai also saw Wang Su and had a cold smile on his face. He walked to a location where there was no one and no cameras. They were not afraid of Wang Su hitting them. They also prepared their manpower and were ready to film in the dark. If they could catch Wang Su hitting a customer, then this hot pot restaurant would be completely finished. What is this? A black store. That way, there wasn't even a chance to clear its name. Therefore, Chow Kai couldn't wait for Wang Su to hit him. They were emboldened to look at Wang Su. Wang Su, on the other hand, walked to Chow Kai's side, then smiled and gave Chow Kai a hug. Brother! Then both fists were there at his back waist and started to strike. Not heavy, more like a good brother meeting and patting his back, indicating a good relationship. Kidney fist. Once or twice. Chow Kai was confused. What the hell? This is wimpy? With a smile on his face, he said softly, late. What did you do earlier? Wang Su laughed. Not too late. Not too late. Wang Su's control of power reached the extreme. This is also the foundation. After all, his current power is terrifying. If he can't control his power to the extreme, then he can't touch many things now, and it's easy for people to get killed. So he used the kidney void fist, which could make that Chow Kai seriously kidney weak. Striking the kidneys directly can hit an extreme damage, combined with severe kidney deficiency. Basically do not need to get out of bed tomorrow. Not only that, go for a checkup. No surprise kidney failure. Still very serious kind, said Wang Su. Let go of him, twisted his head and walked away. Chow Kai. He was in the clouds, looking at Wang Su's back. Sooner or later, I will let you kneel in front of me and beg me. Wang Su laughed, didn't say anything, and didn't look back. Back at the hot pot restaurant, the family was sullen. In fact, everyone knew exactly what was going on. Someone's eyes were red, and there was no technicality to this kind of thing. But the average person had no choice but to compromise. Doing business is all about having more friends, and the road is better with more friends. Ordinary people doing business, not warm, okay? Once they are on fire, the things they face cannot be solved at all. Don't worry, it's fine. Wang Su comforted everyone. At this time, Wang Chong, Wang Yang and the others also called. After the examination, the doctor said it's fine, but the other party is not discharged, saying that he is uncomfortable all over the body, and the headache in his belly is terrible. Wang Yang said helplessly, good, I will go over in a while. Wang Su smiled, eat hot pot for nothing, and vomit in the store, and finally blackmail money. How can you be so comfortable? At this time 9:30 p.m., Wang Su rushed to the county hospital. Not far, but not close. Came to the hospital has been 10 o'clock at night. 3 people lying on the hospital bed playing on the phone. Intends to stay a few more days. Here's someone to take care of. Lying also comfortable. At this time changed into a hospital gown. It doesn't hurt either. Thieves are comfortable. Brother, Wang Su said hello when he saw Wang Su. Wang Su smiled and walked over. How much did Xiao Kai give you guys? Wang Su asked curiously. The 3 of them didn't speak. They were all young people with an untamed look. Wang Su walked over and directly picked up one. Reaching out and tapping, it was very slow and looked very light, controlling the power to a subtle point. In a moment, even if you go to check, there is absolutely no injury, just capillary rupture, pain plus kidney deficiency fist, weakness all over the body. If you check, it's also overindulgence. This young man now feels as if he is going to die. It hurts all over. His internal organs are on fire, and his body is like a needle sticking. Joints are also like pins and needles, such as fire, lower body crashing pain, burning in the urethra, chrysanthemum hot, as if the head of the rectum are out, as if not wiped clean skin swallow, pricked and scratched very uncomfortable, knees like arthritis, feet like gout. Wang Su proceeded to do as he did. Soon 3 people wailed loudly, Wang Yang, Wang Chong, and they also looked confused. Naturally, the doctor was alarmed, and JC was also alarmed. The 3 people wailed as if they were going to die. Do a physical examination, but found nothing hurt, just a very strong kidney deficiency, overindulgence, a little urethritis, do not pay attention to hygiene, did not wipe clean the skin yanzi, all have hemorrhoids, and a piece of yellow marks, emitting the smell of shang. Diagnosis is not pay attention to hygiene, bacterial infection, pay attention to hygiene in the future. Tuning monitoring, Wang Su that slow movement is more like a massage. Wang Su does not admit to hitting people. Hitting people is not like this. In the end, it was not settled. They were unbearable and continued to stay in the hospital. This kind of taste is not good. After a few days the symptoms are light. Wang Su can do it again, to ensure that they are worse than death every day. On this side, Xiao Kai, who had just returned home, felt physically exhausted. The 2 kidneys were empty, and it felt like the body was emptied. The whole person seemed as if a gust of wind could blow. His face was pale. At this moment he deeply felt what it was to be weak. Taking a few more steps, he directly collapsed. There was a cry of alarm. The family was in chaos. The richest man in Jiangxian County, and the eldest son has died. This youngest son is the only seedling. This family business also rely on him to inherit. He's so precious, so idle, and a group of friends, eat, drink and play, do not do their jobs, and flirtation. He fainted and scared the family. Rushed to the hospital. A check, kidney failure. Serious kidney loss. It may even be kidney failure caused by overindulgence and kidney loss. Overworked, causing lesions, and still 2 kidneys. Kidney failure is irreversible. The end is to replace the kidney. And even if you replace the kidney, the later rejection and so on is also a problem. Lifelong medication. There is also a tight kidney source. Chow father and mother Chow all of a sudden seems to pale 10 years old. The older son is this disease away. The younger son is actually also. The first time, the sadness came from the heart. Suddenly, Xiao's father thought of his in-laws. He knew very well how serious his in-law Li Qingshan's condition was at that time. Later, he also knew that it was Wang Su who cured him, so he seemed to see hope. He hurriedly went out to find Wang Su. He was the richest man in Zheng County, and he also knew that his granddaughter had recognized Wang Su as her godfather. This was also considered a layer of relationship. It was already 11:30 p.m. when Father Chow arrived in front of Wang's house in Wang village, knocking on the door. It's late. Something to talk about tomorrow. Wang Su didn't open the door and just spoke. He knew that Father Chow would come. He wasn't going to get Xiao Kai killed either. It wasn't worth it for this matter. Besides, he wouldn't kill easily. He was after all just an ordinary person with an ordinary mind, and he couldn't mentally get over this hurdle. It was possible to solve the problem without killing, and it could be solved very well. Xiao Su, I'm little Mian's grandfather Xiao Yunshan. I have something important to find you. Xiao Yunshan introduced himself. His identity as the richest man in Zheng County still served him well. I know why you're here, but you'd better go back and ask your son what he did to me before coming back to me. Wang Su finished his sentence and started to leave. The sound of footsteps was far away. Xiao Yunshan sighed, got in his car, and headed back to the hospital. He really didn't know what had happened, but it certainly wasn't good. What exactly was the beef between his son and Wang Su? He rushed back. He had to find out exactly what had happened. Only by knowing what had happened could things be resolved, no matter what the cost. Xiao Yunshan came to Xiao Kai's hospital bed with an ugly face. Tell me what happened between you and Wang Su. If you don't tell me, I'll go to your group of foxes and friends and find out. If you want to live, tell me clearly. Xiao Yunshan suppressed his anger. At this time, his son was weak, but this was what his own family had spoiled him with, and he was eating his own. Xiao Kai was also confused. Why was he still connected to Wang Su if he could live? He knew very well to what extent he had offended Wang Su, although he was beaten by Wang Su. But what he did was to cut off people's wealth. This was of a very bad nature. If he was him, even if he could be saved, he would definitely not be saved. Xiao Kai didn't want to die. His family had money. He lived a really happy life. He was still young. He couldn't die. It had always been his father who had given him the bottom of the barrel, so he told the whole thing one by one. Xiao Yunshan angry is the body trembling. He is also kind of know why Wang Su door are not open. Let him go to ask his son to do what? Think about yourself. Cut off their own financial road. This is to cut off people's lives. And the words of the son, what let the other side kneel down to beg for themselves, but also late. How did they give birth to such a stupid? Xiao Yunshan does not ask him to get ahead. You just need to be peaceful. Do not go to cause trouble. You spend more money is nothing. As long as you don't make mistakes of principle, don't suck, don't gamble, don't want to commit human life lawsuit. All good. This asshole actually hit the idea to his sister-in-law. This kind of thing oneself to beg others to cure his son? They don't say no. They just say they can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. What can you do? So we must find a middleman. This middleman is best Li Changshan, or Li Baisher. Li Changshan is well versed in having a human nature, and Li Bai writing is the #1 beauty in Jiangxian County, his ex-daughter-in-law, and Wang Su was a young man. Xiao Kai is little Mian's own uncle anyhow, and he himself, his own grandfather, went to beg. No matter what conditions are offered, he will agree if he can do it. The next day, Wang Su got up early and practiced White Tiger Pile. His mood was especially good, and he was not in a hurry now. Slowly practicing, the experience needed to upgrade the White Tiger Pile was increasing. The house of the third uncle's family was being built. Third uncle's family also lives here. The house was large and had enough rooms. During breakfast, Wang Su gave Uncle San continued treatment. Spine damage monster Great General, level 40. Boss monster, elite monster, commander monster, can fight after acupuncture. A level 40. 3 title boss monster, Wang Su was entering the battle without hesitation. 2 monsters? It was 2 woodvine-like monsters, said woodvine, but it looked more like 1,000-year-old tree roots, coiled and intertwined, more than 10 meters high. A large tree demon. 2 monsters that are exactly the same. Spine damage monster Great General, blood, 500,000. Spine damage monster Great General, blood, 500,000. Good lord. It was fortunate that I didn't have the urge to try it before. Now even though it was 2, Wang Su didn't panic. Green Dragon Xuanwu armor boosted Wang Su's strength too much. Bang bang. 2 huge wooden vine monsters smacked on Wang Su. -0. -0. Wang Su wasn't surprised. His defense was now up to over 150,000 dollars. There was also a terrifying damage reduction. Wang Su, holding the White Tiger Vidra pestle in his hand, hit one of the woodvine monsters. -32,500. Comfortable. This was the terror of Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawl. Additional 20% defense damage result. This damage is fixed damage and ignores defense. The powerful prerequisite for Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawl was high defense. With the Green Dragon Xuanwu armor, the Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawler was properly at the Divine Artifact level. The attacked spine-damaged monster Great General has plus 32,500 blood. The other spine-damaged Great General with full blood has plus 0. Full blood. This is self-healing, restoring 1% of the upper limit of chi and blood every second, settling at the end of the round. 10 seconds a turn. 500. 000 chi blood, 10%, 50, 000 chi blood. Each round returns 50,000 blood. What he himself was fighting now wasn't as much as what his opponent was returning. 40-level disease monsters. The difficulty of treating them was all at the level of a quandary. And now he kind of knew that he was still a bit underestimated. Wang Su was now returning 142 blood per second. And after his chi and blood came up, his talent, Vidra Unbreakable, blood return became terrifying. Together with the white Zephyr ring and boar helmet, it reached 142 per second. And 1420 chi blood was returned in 10 seconds around. Continue fighting. Quit. Wang Su chose to continue fighting. This could be that the end of a round of combat. Both sides were full of blood, triggering this mechanism. Otherwise, if they fought like this, no one would be able to kill anyone. However, Wang Su chose to continue fighting because Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawler had a rock skill. Rock, passive skill. Every time you are attacked, it raises your current defense by 1%, stackable and lasts until the end of the battle. As time goes by, the defense will get higher and higher. The higher the defense, the higher the attack. It can definitely be defeated. It just takes many rounds. Wang Su tried to block the giant panda in front of him. Bang bang. Minus 8,000. Minus 8,000. Nice guy. Wang Su simply pulled the giant panda behind him. These two wooden vine monsters were not yet known for their attacks. The giant panda's level was also really low and was suppressed. Even a meat shield can't hold up. The pet giant panda was only level 23. And the two spine-damaged monsters on the opposite side, the Great Generals, were both level 40 boss monsters with 3 titles. Dull battle, increasing defense by 1% each time. Bang! Minus 68,000. Out came a bludgeoning attack. One of Wang Su's trash equipment, Dog King Necklace, came with the blast skill. Blast. When attacking, there was a 5% probability of inflicting 3 times the damage and a 10% probability of inflicting 2 times the damage. 2 turns later, the monster was once again full of blood. After a long time, the damage dealt by Wang Su had exceeded 50,000. The spine-damaged monster's blood began to drop. Together with the occasional outbursts and triple blasts, the spine-damaged monster Great General's blood was dropping faster and faster. The first one fell. Then the second one. The giant panda watched the whole show this time. The opposite side was immune to poison and also immune to freezing. 2 vine-like wood demons. Giant panda attack cannot break the opposite side of the defense. Defense stacked up. The damage is horrible. Soon, the second spine-damaged monster Great General also fell. Counting the time, the battle was long. Most of the time was spent stacking their defenses. This time, he was able to win the battle. All thanks to the Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawl. The Green Dragon Xuanwu armor was the foundation, preserving one's life and strengthening oneself. But being able to defeat the spine-damage monster Great General relied on the Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawler. These two pieces of equipment are a perfect match. You can't have one without the other. As long as you can stand, then you can definitely win the fight. You win the battle. You gain 240,000 experience. Your pet giant panda gains 240,000 experience. Your pet giant panda rises to level 24. You obtain 100 Yukamiya trees, excellent, to plant. You obtain the skill, calligraphy, centennial level. Comfortable. This battle had made Wang Su comfortable and aware of his strength. Well, 100 plants of dulcimer wood is still of extreme quality and can be planted. Half-finished size. Quite good. Yukamiya has strong medicinal value. Yukamiya has a variety of medicinal effects such as warming the middle and tonifying the kidneys, activating the blood and tonifying the chi, strengthening the tendons and bones, lowering blood pressure and resisting sugar. Chinese medicine prescription commonly used as the main drug. Treatment of liver and kidney deficiency, back pain, neurasthenia, hypertension and other diseases. Wang Su this 100 plants is still the best. Wang Su this 100 plants are the very best. The value must be very high. Yukamiya tree can reach 20 meters high. Brown branches and trunks. Rough bark, dark green leaves. Yukamiya wood growth adaptability. Light loving, not cold tolerant, drought tolerance and salinity tolerance. With the polygonal array, it can be planted. The Yukamiya tree is a precious tree. Compared to this 100 dulcimer trees, what Wang Su preferred was the 100-year grade calligraphy. Everyone aspired to have a good handwriting. It is said that words are like people. Writing a good hand will make people feel that this is definitely a good person. Character painting. Words can be used as paintings. Decorate the room. The best thing is the word painting. The house of the family has always felt the lack of something in the house. Now it seems to be the lack of some calligraphy and painting. If some words and paintings are embellished in it, it can immediately make the room become distinct and have an extra aura of bookishness. Once again look at the third uncle Wang Onqing. Spine damage monster Great General, level 50. Boss monster, special monster, commander monster, can fight after acupuncture. It was still the spine damage monster Great General, but the level was level 50. Wang Su didn't fight again. He just wanted to wait a bit. Simply wait a bit. The previous battle had given him too much of a shock. The time spent fighting just now was long and boring. Outside time almost stood still. But the time experience of the battle was real for Wang Su. It was too boring. He now had other monsters to fight. Or he decided to raise another wave, such as leveling up the giant panda and himself to level 31st. Wang Anqing felt completely well. The body had strength and was energized. In the morning, the family went to the hot pot restaurant. It wasn't long before Li Bai Rider came holding the little girl. Wang Su knew what was going on when he saw Li Bai Jie. "Daddy!" Little Mian ran over happily. Wang Su smiled and picked her up. It was more than 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun was bright. The air was cool. Without realizing it, the weather was no longer so hot, and the mornings and evenings seemed to have started to cool off. Li Bai Riding was wearing casual clothes, but that body was really hot, trembling, making people a bit dazzled. The legs were long and slender, round and not bloated, and the meatiness that emanated inadvertently was mesmerizing. The curvature of the waist and hips exuded a fatal attraction, and the contour of the buttocks was a perfect peach shape, not exaggerated, and plump to the extreme. The pretty face was white and snowy jade, and the beautiful eyes were mature, sexy and enchanting, like flowers. Wrists and small arms are exposed, snow white and delicate. The lady's watch on the wrist, and a red rope, hands slender, no nail polish, no manicure, but better looking, also makes people feel more comfortable. A pair of light-colored showy high heels, with beige casual pants, upper body 7-point sleeve ladies casual lab coat, not fastened buckle, wear the charm of a mature woman, a sensible woman. She has such a figure, such a dignified dress, but she cannot hide the exquisite figure. Wang Su is also a man. Li Bai Riding hadn't been alone with Wang Su much since he stole a kiss that time. Wang Su was embarrassed and averted his gaze. Li Bai Riding smiled. The two stood side by side, a foot apart. Nearby, the silhouette of the beauty through a layer of fabric could also impact the eyeballs. "Sister 100 Riders, what brings you here?" Wang Su laughed. "Grandpa Little Mian wanted to bring Xiao Kai to make amends to you," Li Bai Rider said softly. Since Sister 100 Riders opened her mouth, making amends is fine. Wang Su laughed. Li Baiji made a call. Less than 5 minutes later, Xiao Yunshan walked in with Xiao Kai. "Xiao Su, I." Xiao Yunshan had just opened his mouth when Wang Su reached out and interrupted him. "My name is Wang Su." Xiao Yunshan sighed. "Mr. Wang, I've brought this unworthy thing to make amends to you today." Wang Su smiled. "Make amends? Why do you want to make amends with me?" Wang Su pretended to be confused and asked in disbelief. "I'm the one who found someone with a bad stomach to cause trouble at your hot pot restaurant. I'll apologize to you," Xiao Kai whispered. He had never even apologized to his old man, nor had he apologized outside. This was the first time he had lowered his voice like this, feeling ashamed and groundless. It was humiliating. "What did you say? I can't hear you." Wang Su frowned and asked. "I'm sorry, I'll pay for the damage to your hot pot restaurant, and I'll let those guys out of the hospital right away." Xiao Kai had never been so embarrassed. "No need. Stay, I can afford the hospitalization fee." Wang Su laughed. No, it's our fault. No need for you to pay. No need for you to pay. Xiao Kai hurriedly said. "Since you want to apologize, let's do it this way. You guys make a short video, make the ins and outs of what happened that day clear, then send the video to me." Wang Su laughed. Xiao Kai hesitated. Xiao Yunshan hurriedly said, "Fine, we'll film it today." "Alright then, I still have things to do." Wang Su laughed. "Mr. Wang, you have excellent medical skills. Can you give my son a look at his illness?" "Don't worry, I won't let you look at him for nothing. The price is whatever you want." Xiao Yunshan hurriedly said. "Oh, cure him and continue to cut off my wealth?" Wang Su asked with a smile. This sentence made Xiao Yunshan blush. What Xiao Kai did was not personnel. Wang Su looked at Xiao Kai. Kidney failure monster, level 45. Boss monster, growth monster, special monster, can be fought after acupuncture, and can cure kidney failure symptoms after defeating it. Well, this kidney failure monster is growing, temporary, and can be cured once, but if this continues, it can grow into a real kidney failure monster. Xiao Xiao also said that I should kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Well, it seems like begging for forgiveness won't even work. It's too late to say. Wang Su smiled and looked at Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai's face stiffened and turned red. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head. "Kneel down." Xiao Yunshan rushed at Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai's entire body was trembling. Kneeling for someone, His legs trembled, but he couldn't kneel. I can cure his condition. But why would I cure someone who wants to get me killed? By all means, I'm considered noble if I don't fall on my sword. Don't you think so? Wang Su said with a smile. Alright, you guys go. If you want to cure the disease, take out your sincerity. When I feel your sincerity, when will we talk about curing the disease? Wang Su said indifferently. The two people walked away. Li Bai Writer said with embarrassment. I've made things difficult for you. No. Wang Su laughed. Li Baiji did not say that he would let Wang Su cure Xiao Kai, which Wang Su was still very happy about. If Li Baijie opened this mouth, Wang Su would definitely alienate Li Baijie, a person who didn't know the difference and advised you to be generous. You had to stay away from. Li Baisher pulled Wang Su's hand. Did I do something wrong? She slightly lowered her head and looked uneasy, very afraid of losing Wang Su. Even her eyes were slightly red. Sister 100 Riders. There really isn't. Wang Su was also at a loss for words. Li Baiji suddenly hugged Wang Su, very vigorously. You are the most important person to me, Li Bai Writing said softly. A strong woman. At this moment, she was confused and incoherent. Wang Su was still holding little Mian, and now Li Baijie was holding Wang Su. Her words made Wang Su lose his grip a little bit as well. He was able to feel what the words meant. Wang Su had grown up without parents, and no amount of kindness from his great-uncle could replace his parents. Even if his great-uncle was really good to him, a child could be capricious with his parents, but not with other relatives. When he was a child, he was all cautious and felt that he was also a parasite, so he always wanted to find a beloved one. What is a beloved person? A beloved person is the most important person in life. Everyone who lives, there is always something in his heart, also called the spiritual support. Some are parents, some are daughters-in-law, some are children, some are close friends, life and death brothers. If not, it would be very lonely and lonely. When you are successful, you want to share with the most people. When you are sad, lost, want to get its comfort, encouragement of that person. Loneliness is the worst. When you are successful, no one to share with you. When you are disillusioned, not even a drink with you. At that time, it is really indescribable. Humble to the dust. No one cares about you, care about you. The world seems to have abandoned you. Li Bai Writing is an adult, has married and has her own daughter. Her parents are getting older, and she is actually lonely inside. A lot of the time, it was actually her and her daughter alone. Late at night, alone, she also loses sleep, can't sleep, looks at her daughter, and thinks about many, many things. Wang Su walked into her life in a different way, the next several times in a row, plus the first time to meet the little girl called him dad. I don't know when it started. Wang Su's weight in his heart is very heavy and heavy. The first time she wanted to rely on, probably in the most difficult time, is Wang Su help her. Her marriage was not a free love affair. It was a direct step into the marriage hall, and his husband's early flamboyance. In a fight with someone, that thing completely wasted. Xiao Kai, this kind of though 3 seconds and 5 seconds can work. Xiao Kai brother Xiao Feng is directly cannot use. Take medicine are useless kind. Finally did in vitro fertilization. But the time is not long. Uremia is gone. Li Baisher hugged Wang Su arm, teasing the little sheep, from time to time to look at Wang Su. Wang Su at this moment is also considered to really feel the heart of Li Baisher. It is said that it is most difficult to suffer the grace of a beautiful woman. Wang Su is also a human being, or an inexperienced little man. When a woman like Li Bai Writing liked him, he was joyful inside, which was something in the bones of human beings. Just as a girl likes to be pursued by a man, even if she doesn't like that man. Not to mention that Li Bai Writing was such an excellent and good-looking woman. The softness on her arm was amazingly elastic, and Wang Su was a bit distracted. Sister 100 Riders, I have a girlfriend, Wang Su said with a sigh. Li Bai Writing laughed. Stinky brother, you are so honest. Do you want to step on 2 boats? Said Li Bai Writing's enchanting and sexy eyes winking wryly. Wang Su almost went off the rails. This woman was mature and enchanting, sexy and provocative. This small action, a little bit of hook fire, hooking the heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Wang Su shook his head with difficulty. I won't pester you, I won't fight with anyone, and I won't think about marrying you. I just like you, I love you very much, and I want to be very, very good friends with you, Li Bai Writing said softly. She didn't dare to look at Wang Su and pretended to speak softly. The voice was not big, but it was clear. Wang Su understood it. It was just that he did not expect Li Bai Writing to be like this. Love to the depth of love is the most humble. Love to the depth of love. Love to the extreme is licking the dog. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. I'm just showing you my heart. Although I've married and given birth to a child, I haven't experienced a man. I'm not that kind of casual woman. Life is short. Youth is even shorter. I don't want to miss it. Li Bai Writer opened her heart, For the first time this unreservedly confided. This way is very silly. She also knows that all of her cards will be played out at once. But who can be sober when it comes to love? Always want to pour out their hearts and lungs. Wang Su understands at this time what is a heavenly battle. On one side is Chi Tang. He does not want Chi Tang to be aggrieved at all. But he is immortal. Also had fantasized about 3 wives and 4 concubines. And Li by writing such a stunning siren-like existence. Or has not had a man. And do not want the name. Not when their girlfriend. Not to mention marry themselves. Just in their occasional together. Saints are still all 3 wives and 4 concubines. He is immortal. In the face of such a temptation. As long as it is a normal man cannot refuse. Wang Su like this was actually already very rare. A different man would have hugged Li Baijie and chewed on it. Wang Su is a human being. A human being has his own selfishness, has his own desires, but he just feels that Chi Tang is good, and he doesn't want to do things to apologize to her. He felt conflicted. He also feels stupid. It is said that today's wine is drunk today, and the true meaning of life is to have fun in time. Maybe he is still too young. Wang Su was struggling on the moral borderline. Chi Tang's voice, cold and soft phoenix eyes, only belongs to her tenderness, belongs to her passion. Wang Su still wasn't able to take that step. Sister 100 Riders. I promised to send you a gift last time. And the little girls. What Wang Su sent was a pair of cats. It was also tamed. A pair of short-legged cats. Short and stubby limbs. Rounded on the body. Cute is really cute. Humans with short legs are not good looking. But animals, no matter what animals, short legs seem to be cute. Li Bai Rider was very happy. He didn't just like this cat, but mainly Wang Su gave it to her. Thank you for the gift. Little girl and I will go back first. Li Baikji smiled happily. Good. Drive slowly on the road. Aha! Li Bai Rider nodded. After taking 2 steps, she turned back and walked to Wang Su with a red face. Don't be pressurized. Don't think so much. I won't marry in this life. And I won't like anyone else. If you miss me, call me. Li Bai Rider reddened her delicate face and fled after saying that. Wang Su sighed softly. Calm down. Give Chi Tang a call. It was soon connected. Chi Tang's soft voice came out. My little man misses me. When calling, this cool woman would be a little more bold. Wang Su ate it up as soon as he heard Chi Tang say he was from her family. Tong Tong quickly praised me. I'll keep my body for you. Wang Su laughed softly. Chi Tang froze, seemed to understand something, but did not ask. This is her character. A bit cool and unappetizing. Laughing out softly, the magnetic, cool, soft voice was indescribably beautiful. My man is awesome. Ringing in the ears, really warm. It felt so good. Then you have to reward me next time. Wang Su whispered. What kind of reward do you want? Chi Tang asked with a smile. That, ahem. I want to see you wear black silk. Wang Su said with embarrassment. Chi Tang froze. Only Wang Su couldn't see Chi Tang's blushing appearance on the other side of the phone. Good. Chi Tang's voice was small. Little Tong Tong. Wang Su called her with a smile. Little bastard. Chi Tang said and laughed. I'm not small. Wang Su said softly. Chi Tang understood again and blushed. No asshole words. I'll just have to talk to you. Wang Su said softly. You. Chi Tang's voice was gentle with a bit of favor. When Wang Su listened to Chi Tang's doting tone, he felt especially warm and felt especially beautiful. It was as if the whole world was prosperous and flourishing. Auntie Tong, you are so nice. Wang Su was in a particularly good mood. Chi Tang. This asshole. Forget it, call it whatever you like. Ending the phone call with Chi Tang, Wang Su went to Wang Longbin's house. When Wang Longbin's family saw Wang Su, they were very enthusiastic. But the shadow that shrouded Wang Longbin's family was still there, and it was hard to be happy with a sword hanging over the head of the family's top pillar. But having survived 7 days, the hanging heart was considered to have landed for the time being. Brother Longbin, let me treat you again, Wang Su said. Wang Longbin was stunned, but definitely agreed. Trouble you, Brother Su, administering the needles. Wang Su had stopped by to brush up on his experience. With time, whatever emotions were low, whatever worries, would slowly calm down and become natural. People's habits were terrible. Time was the best medicine to wear out everything. The earth turned without anyone, and without anyone, this family still had to survive. Rabid Demon King under the banner of the Vanguard General, 35 level. Boss monster, special monster, can fight after acupuncture, after defeating, restore 2 years of life. Enter battle. A giant dog like a Tibetan Mastiff, with black hair like ink, 7 meters long, and a head as big as a water tank. The 2 reddish eyes exuded a ferocious light. Low hissing sound, thick body, thick limbs. This was a Tibetan Mastiff-like beast. Double title booze monster. The disease is rabies. It's awesome. Disease monster is not powerful. The first to see what disease, followed by the level, and then see if it is a boss monster. There are also special reasons, such as whether it's a mutation or not. Rabid Dog Disease Vanguard General under the Demon King's command, Chi Blood, 350, 000. The huge black shadow tore in. Bang! -0. Wang Su's current defense was just too strong. Plus the 50% damage reduction in that, Vajra Unbreakable, talent. The defense could not be broken. And Wang Su's attack was more powerful. -33,000. It seemed that level 40 disease monsters were a watershed. Below level 40, fighting was now easy. Wang Su didn't know how the attack of this Vanguard General under the Rabid Disease Demon King was, but in any case, it didn't break his defense. There was also no horrible blood return. 10 rounds of combat ended with a single bludgeon. You have won the battle. You gain 70,000 experience. Your pet giant panda gains 70,000 experience. Nothing? This was the first time that I had fought a boss monster, or a dual title boss monster that didn't explode anything. For a while, Wang Su was a bit stunned, returning to his senses. Once again looked at Wang Longbin side there. A new disease monster appeared. 4 of them. Rabid Demon King's Commanding General, level 40. Boss monster, elite monster, leader monster. Can fight after acupuncture? Restores 2 years of lifespan after defeating. General of the Western Conquest under the Rabid Dog Demon King, level 40. Boss monster, elite monster, special monster. Can fight after acupuncture? Restores 1 year of lifespan after defeating. General of the South under the Rabid Demon King, level 40. Boss monster, elite monster, special monster. Can fight after acupuncture? 1 year of life expectancy restored after victory. General of the North Conquest under the Rabid Demon King, level 40. Boss monster, elite monster, special monster. Can fight after acupuncture? Restores 1 year lifespan after victory. The 4 conquering generals were out. This wasn't a miscellaneous general with a heavy number. Wang Su was curious how many levels this Rabid Demon King was. However, Wang Su still found differences. The general of the 4 conquests was the leader monster, and it restored 2 years of life expectancy, while the other 3 only restored 1 year of life expectancy. Easy first, then hard. Combat. General Zhan Bei under the Rabid Demon King. Enter combat. 10-meter-long big black dogs, and there were still 2 of them, standing side by side. Huge bodies. Ferocious. Spewing out white air that shot out as far as 3 meters. Blood-red eyes like 2 small lanterns. Mighty and domineering. Wang Su felt they were beautiful. What animal, when it reaches 10 meters long and 4 or 5 meters high, is also very majestic. Still 2 together. The picture was indescribably shocking. General of North Conquest under the Rabid Dog Demon King, blood, 600,000. General of North Conquest under Rabid Demon King, Chi Blood, 600,000. What a high Chi Blood. Bang bang. -0. -0. It still didn't break Wang Su's defense. The level 100 artifact, Green Dragon Xuanwu armor, was really strong. The defense piece was nothing to write home about. Plus the talent's damage reduction. There was also super strong blocking. Not breaking the defense was also expected by Wang Su. After all, the spine-damaged monster Great General on Wang Anqing was also a level 43 title boss monster. And it didn't break defense at that time. White Tiger Vidra Pestle poked over. -33,000. The supergiant panda swung its big bamboo and charged over. Bang! -0. Hardened poison successfully. -30,000. Round ends. 1 big black dog triggers self-healing. Chi Blood plus 60,000. Another big black dog with full blood triggers self-healing. Chi plus 0. Wang Su. Suddenly, Wang Su realized that the poison didn't seem to be that useful anymore, reducing the chi and blood by 5% in 1 round. But the other party's self-healing directly replied by 10%. But it didn't seem to be useless. For example, this turn, a Rabid Demon King's General of North Conquest dropped 3,000 chi and blood. Combat was boring. The quenching probability was okay. And Wang Su's White Tiger Vidra Pestle plus the Pet Panda's quenching poison were, I have to say, still somewhat useful. The main thing was that out of the storm, it could go down the bloodline. This time it took a lot less time than killing the spine-damaged monster Great General. 2 big black dogs fall. You win the battle. You gain 240,000 experience. You upgrade to level 27. Your pet giant panda gains 240,000 experience. Your pet giant panda upgrades to level 25. You obtain 1 dog skin recipe. You obtain 1 sheet of dog skin, top grade. Not bad. It's pretty good for brushing experience. Dog skin ointment, nowadays, is called ointment, sticking ointment, nowadays. The dog skin plaster actually has nothing to do with dog skin, But the earliest dog skin plaster really had something to do with dog skin. But also just put the paste on the dog skin, and then stick on the body. Because the dog skin is breathable, the skin is moderately thick, and there is no odor after concoction. Dog skin ointment mainly has the effect of soothing tendons, activating blood, dispersing cold and relieving pain. It is used for the treatment of tendon pain, acute contusion, sprain, rheumatic pain, arthralgia, dystocia, muscle aches and pains. One more formula. Wang Su now had a bowel cleansing formula for treating constipation, a medicinal bath formula for practicing white tiger pile, and a qi and blood soup formula for tonifying qi and blood. Now there was another dog skin ointment formula. On top of that, secret seasoning recipe and secret sesame pepper chicken recipe. Fine. Next, Wang Su continued fighting. The second one, the southern conquering general under the rabid demon king. Almost exactly the same. No difficulty. You gain 240,000 experience. Your pet panda gains 240,000 experience. You gain 1 dog skin, top grade. Third one, general of the western conquest under the rabid demon king. Simply sextuplets. Exactly the same. The fight was pretty much the same. No suspense. No waves. You win the battle. You gain 240,000 experience. Your pet giant panda gains 240,000 experience. Your pet giant panda rises to level 26. You obtain a dog skin, top grade. This dog skin for a dog coat? It's top grade. Keep it. It might be useful later. The last one is a general of the East Conquest under the rabid demon king. Also 2 of them. 2 big dogs, visually 12 meters long and close to 2 stories high. So shocking. Wang Su felt so exciting. No one else in reality could have this experience of their own. 2 huge beasts. Ferocious breath. Spewing out meters of white mist. Fishy smell. General of the East Conquest under the rabid demon king. Blood. 1,000,000. Bang bang. -0. -0. Wang Su was really excited that such 2 giants couldn't actually cause damage to himself. That feeling of being powerful from the inside out made him especially excited. That inner joy couldn't be concealed. Being powerful felt really good. Bang! The Vajra mortar and pestle struck one of the general of conquest under the banner of the rabid demon king. -33,000. The pet giant panda also followed over, close to 3 meters tall. The giant panda was a little cutie in front of these 2 giant beasts. The huge 6-meter-long bamboo knocked on the other. Bang! -0. Rabid demon king's general of the east triggered the skill self-healing. +33,000 blood recovery. Another one. Rabid demon king's general of the east triggered his skill self-healing. Blood recovery +0. This will take a long time to fight. It returns 100,000 blood every round. All of the level 40 boos that Wang Su had seen so far had this self-healing ability. Could this be the power of a difficult disease? If Wang Su didn't have bloodthirsty cloud-chasing crawler, he wouldn't be able to fight at all, and he wouldn't be able to fight as much as the other side recovered. At this moment, Wang Su realized that this bloodthirsty cloud-chasing cushion was a divine weapon, but the premise is to have green dragon Xuanwu armor, otherwise he can't carry the damage of the disease monster. Both were never worn out and indestructible. This thick sense of security, of confidence, hardened successfully. -50,000. Mad Dog Fist. -120,000. The triple damage Mad Dog Fist is still strong, but it can't be used consecutively, and can be used once every 2 rounds. At the end of the round, the general of conquest under the rabid dog demon king, triggered, self-healing, blood return +100,000, triggered the skill, live together, die together, blood recovery +70,000. The other rabid dog demon king's Zhidong general triggered the skill, live together, die together. Wang Su. This skill was terrifying. Live together, die together, life sharing, self-healing stacking, twin children. Rabies lived up to its reputation as a disease with a 100% lethality rate, and it was also one of the terminal diseases with the shortest time from attack to death. Cancer could even be delayed for a while. Once rabies strikes, basically 7 days is the limit. With live together, die together in place, Wang Su could not beat these 2 rabies disease monsters without losing 200,000 qi and blood per round. Wang Su even thought about how many levels he would have to be in order to beat them if he didn't have green dragon Xuanwu armor and bloodthirsty cloud-chasing cushion. Even the previous spine-damaged monster, the great general, couldn't be beaten. The bloodthirsty cloud-chasing crawler was dropped from the rabid puppy monster on Wang Longbin. It was just the right time to renew his life, and everything was for the best. Wang Su thought of the man who had passed away, and the level 80 cancer monster. Even if he encountered it now, Wang Su wouldn't try it. Level 40 was already so scary. How scary was level 80? Wang Su didn't even dare to think about it. Still, he had to continue to improve himself. The battles were boring and lasted for a long time. Stacking defenses could only stack defenses slowly. Berserk! At the end of 50 rounds, the entire body of the conquering general under the Rapid Demon King glowed red, blood red, and once again tore into him. -0, -0. It still hadn't broken his defense, and 50 turns had also allowed Wang Su to already stack quite a bit of defense. Wang Su's defense increased by 1% of his current defense every round. The output would also increase, all of which was the effect of the two skills of the bloodthirsty cloud-chasing crawl. 100 rounds. General Zheng Dong under the Rabid Dog Demon King's command once again glowed red all over his body, and his body soared several meters, carrying a bloody light as he rushed towards Wang Su. General Zheng Dong under the Rabid Dog Disease Demon King used the skill, Twin Life Bloodthirsty Slash. Bang bang! -150. -150. Wang Su was startled. It actually broke the defense. The opposite two conquering generals under the Rabid Demon King seemed to have become physically weak. Double Life Bloodthirsty Chop, combined attack. This attack is bound to strike, inflicting 4 times the damage on the target. After using it, defense is reduced by 30%. Unable to act for the next 5 rounds. Cooldown time 100 rounds. How ruthless. I can't believe my defense was broken. Definitely strike. 4 times the damage. This is 8 times the attack. On their own body is also a Green Dragon Xuanwu armor. Attribute is powerful. The rest of the equipment, even if the bloodthirsty chasing cloud cushion, within the attributes are added very little. Less to almost negligible. Combined attack breaks defense. Level suppression. Rabid disease monster attack is truly terrifying. Hardened poison. Freezing. The battle is boring and exciting. Rabid disease was mainly outputting Berserk. And another big move came in 200 rounds. This time, there was no defense break, and Wang Su's defense had stacked up. Finally, the general of the conquering east under the Rabid Dog Demon King began to drop his bloodline. It was getting faster and faster. It collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Wang Su let out a long breath. You have won the battle. You gain 480,000 experience. You upgrade to level 28. Your pet giant panda gains 480,000 experience. Your pet giant panda upgrades to level 26. You obtain 10 dog skins, superior. You gain dog treasure, excellent, 10. You obtain the skill Mad Dog Roar. Quite good. Wang Su counted his harvest. 10 superior dog skins. This dog treasure is a good thing. Dog treasure is a stone-like thing that grows in a dog's stomach. The main treatment for chest and rib distension, esophageal cancer, stomach cancer, regurgitation, boils, etc., is an important raw material for a variety of good medicine. Dog treasure for the Chinese traditional Chinese medicine. Since ancient times in cattle Huang, Ma Baoan known as the 3 treasures, there is news that a man accidentally got the dog treasure. According to the agency's estimated data, the price can be sold to 96,000 yuan per gram, and after weighing shows that it weighs 18.98 grams. That is to say, the value of this dog treasure is surprisingly up to the horror of about 1.8 million yuan. There are $10,000 a gram on the market and a few $100 a gram. True or false? But it is certain that the dog treasure is absolutely good. And this dog treasure of Wang Su's was the very best. 10 of them, each of them was still very big. The value was absolutely high. But Wang Su didn't intend to sell it. It's a good thing. Keep it. There's plenty of room in the item bar. Maybe it'll be useful in the future. What he was most looking forward to was that skill. Mad Dog Growl. Mad Dog Growl let out a scream. 35% probability to make the target unable to perform skills. Lasts for 2 turns. At the same time, increase their own attack and defense by 30%. Lasts for 2 turns. Cooldown 3 turns. Wang Su was speechless. This was to emit a scream that interfered with the target, with a certain probability that the opponent would be unable to release a skill, while boosting his own attack and defense. In reality, it is also emitting a scream, interfering with the target, scaring the opponent, interrupting the opponent's attack, and at the same time boosting one's own adrenaline and lowering the sense of pain. Boosting adrenaline is a way to increase one's resistance and attack power, unaware of pain, and increase explosive power. This Mad Dog Roar and Mad Dog Fist go well together, and Wang Su feels that it is very suitable for girls. Besides being a bit of a shrew, it has almost no drawbacks. The name is not elegant, and the fight is even less elegant. But who says elegant when fighting for your life? When you are sick, naked for surgery, hemorrhoid change, are a group of people around to watch and learn? This thing can teach people, but must be premised on fighting for their lives when but also to learn the criminal law, especially self-defense. After all, this is the weak over the strong. The move is not away from the lower three ways. The move is to attack the eyes, throat, temples, crotch. Light is serious injury, heavy is death, so this can only be used in special moments. The battle ended. Wan Longbin recovered 5 years of life expectancy, plus the previous one of 2 years, as well as the earliest, currently almost 10 years of life expectancy. Wang Su ended the treatment. Wan Longbin's body was much more relaxed and could be clearly felt. Wang Su did not say anything, such as what to live at least 10 years and so on. There is no need, just say very good on the line. Tell a 30-year-old person that he can still live for 3, 5, 10, 20 years. In fact, the nature is almost the same. It's one word, panic. The wonderful thing about life is that you don't know when you're going to die. You don't know how many years you're going to live. So Wang Su wouldn't say anything more. And with time, they would slowly forget. People are forgetful. It is also the most receptive. It was almost time to harvest the corn. After this harvest, planting wheat, Wang Su let them plant local black wheat. The fields in the future would not be allowed to use chemical fertilizers anymore, much less pesticides. Wang Su would set up a spirit-gathering formation to envelop the fields. Find 2 pigs. 2 pigs was napping at the root of a wall. There was no one around. He was all alone. Wang Su sighed. 100 different kinds of life. 100 different kinds of life. Maybe the second piggy is happy. He looks at the second piggy, and there are people who look at him again. Wang Su gave him a roasted leg of lamb. The second piggy was then particularly happy and wolfed it down. Wang Su used wonderful hand stealer once, and this time it failed. This was only normal. After all, there was only a 1% chance. Second piggy. When you're hungry, go to the hot pot store wherever. There's roasted leg of lamb to eat. Wang Su laughed. Second piggy replied vaguely. Once again, he purchased 1,000 hens, adult hens. 100 piglets were bought. 4 mares, 3 cows, 20 goats, 100 rabbits, of which there was only 1 male rabbit. Wang Su had money now. There was still quite a lot in the card given by Qitong. There was also quite a lot in the card given by Li by writing. He also had some income from his short videos, but he didn't carry goods, advertise, collect gifts, or PK, so it wasn't much. For the hot pot restaurant, he doesn't share the money, so now he's really on a soft diet. A few short videos have been posted in between. It's that no matter if he challenges him or old Huang, he accepts it, and rewards them with $1 million if they win, and if they lose, they will be a waiter for a day at the hot pot restaurant. Another note, nose picking, and even more so nose flicking, is prohibited. Train the male rabbit and throw them into the Boar Mountain. The other 4 horses follow the big black horse and the white horse. The 3 cows followed the big yellow cow that was like a bull demon. Wang Su was simply looking for 3 daughters-in-law for the big yellow cow. As to whether he could have children and grandchildren behind him, Wang Su was now considering. Take your time. For now develop chicken raising first. With the chicken king and a lot of hens, it won't take long to have a lot of chickens. Today he is going to the Wild Boar Mountain to get some nests. Like rabbit nests, chicken nests. There will be an area for all of them. It was still very big in the Wild Boar Mountain. Wang Su was going to make some caves to protect himself from the wind and rain. Take an iron bar and chisel a cave on some rocks that are a little higher up. There should be a little slope so that the rain doesn't pour water into it. The depth can put some hay. These days, as soon as he had time, Wang Su would go inside to polish, open up the land, and carve. He now had calligraphy, and there was carving ability in carpentry. So get a wild boar forest. Above a small hill at the edge of the forest were the 3 big words in Dragon's Flight. Wild boar forest. Gnarled and gnarled. The strokes of the brush. The vicissitudes of the atmosphere. However, the forest was not formed yet, but under the spirit-gathering formation, it would soon take shape. The purple bamboo forest there is also inscribed, got a pear garden. Wang Su thought that when the pear blossoms were in full bloom, taking Chi Tang for a walk in it should also be very nice. Transplanting grapevines, it can make it go crazy. Under the spirit-gathering array, perhaps the largest grapevine can grow. Pine trees, jujube trees, sycamore trees. Wang Su would transplant some big trees together in the Boar Mountain to make a forest. With the spirit-gathering array in place, there was no need to worry about the survival rate or anything. He had the power, and the process was quick. In addition, he bought a lot of pasture seeds and planted grass in the gentle area, which could become a beautiful meadow here in the future. Some debris on the ground, stone, should be cleaned up and cleaned up. Large pieces directly by Wang Su stacked into a stone house. Sturdy, thick, stone house is very big. Terrain, mold is very good. Wang Su played in the Wild Boar Mountain. Xiao Kai sent a video on the internet. telling what happened at the hot pot restaurant one by one, and also go to the hot pot store there to say. Many people reposted Xiao Kai's video. Xiao Kai was naturally spurned by many people, just many people did not understand why Xiao Kai came forward to admit. Many people guessed, all kinds of guesses. Today, Xiao Yunshan brought Xiao Kai to work as a waiter at the hot pot restaurant. Can't even drive away. Because of what Xiao Kai did. Even though Xiao Yunshan is the richest man in Jiangxian County, Wang Anmin and the others didn't give the Xiao family a good face. Xiao Kai was screwing people to death. If it wasn't for Wang Su's ability, if it was someone else, he would have been directly screwed. Wang Anmin had to call Wang Su. Uncle. Wang Su stopped working and picked up the phone. Wang Anmin then briefly talked about the situation. Uncle, they are willing to work here as waiters, then let them go wash the dishes. If they can't wash them, there's no need to keep them. Wang Su said with a smile. Just like that, Xiao Yunshan and Xiao Kai stayed at the hot pot restaurant. There was also no more mention of Wang Su's treatment. What kind of person was Xiao Yunshan? To be the richest man in Jiangxian County and make a good living, he was also a person with wisdom. At least he has a knack for recognizing people. Xiao Yunshan was a successful businessman, but failed miserably at raising a child. He knew that if he wanted this son to live, he had to make Wang Su forgive him. He had spent half his life running and struggling, and now he was almost 60 years old, but there was no one to follow in his footsteps, and this family was on the verge of collapse. Without him, what would this family do? Without his son, the Qiao family would be extinct. So he did not go to beg Wang Su again. Wang Su want their attitude. He found the most stable. He has read countless people, and he can be sure that as long as his own attitude arrives, Wang Su will surely cure. But if his own family is a death wish, then Wang Su will definitely not make a move. This morning, Wang Su just tamed that big ram, received a call from Tian Tao. As soon as the phone was connected, "Old Wang, a tough guy has come to challenge you," Tian Tao said excitedly. Who? Wang Su asked. No matter who came, Wang Su would not be surprised. The Kung Fu King, Tian Tao said. Wang Su really knew this person. Wang Su liked martial arts, and the system would recommend various martial arts videos to him. There were fights, performances of flying daggers, swords, guns, swords and sticks, and more recently, various brick splitting. There were also splitting cobblestones, splitting wrenches, and even someone splitting scales, solid iron bumps. This Kung Fu King is a strong man who is 1 meter 9 in height and is estimated to weigh no less than 260 pounds. His videos are all about highlighting his strength. He's so strong, with special effects. He's like a gorilla. His videos are all about his shouts, like hitting his opponents, the kind where he beats 10 of them alone. The roar, the power, the devastating style. That roar is similar to a mad dog growl. His arms were thicker than the average man's thighs. There were no abs, but that thick body. In the interpretation of many people, such a body type was the most frightening. The height and weight were there, and the fight was an amateur fight with no weight limit, so it was just strong in the eyes of a lot of people. Others said, where the weight is, it's not fair. Amateur fight, that's so much fair? You come to challenge me, do you let me lose 200 pounds first? Such a big body is what people are made of. It's called giftedness. Don't be sour. What do you care? Where do you show off? It's the big body that challenged the boss, not the boss that challenged him. That's right. I went to the kindergarten to challenge him. Do you still blame the kindergartners for being small? Damn. The boss and the Kung Fu King are both adults. Okay, you're so JB to be able to pull the wool over your eyes. Kung Fu King's live broadcast room was very lively. Their fans naturally defended him, but there were also those who couldn't stand to see it, and both sides had their own opinions. In fact, many men envied Kung Fu De Wang's body. The height of the horse is big, although 260 pounds, but it does not look very fat. It feels very strong. Such a figure is to be able to put their girlfriend in the palm of your hand. You can hold her to run 10 kilometers wildly. Girlfriend is also full of happiness. Such a fierce man must be very strong. Watching his video you can tell that he is very powerful. Many girls also said that they like such men. Like strong, powerful, like fierce men, pile driver like men. Because fierce men have masculinity and manliness. When Wang Su came here to the hot pot restaurant, Kung Fu King and his team were already there. There were a lot of people around. It was very lively. Quite a few people were filming. This ring was as famous as the world's second hot pot restaurant. After all, it was not far in front of the world's second hot pot restaurant. And the name of this ring was also very tawdry. The world's first ring. Anyone knew it was gimmicky and funny, but it just stuck. And that's why, online, you always see something unknown, but you just remember it. The moderate ones, on the contrary, you will soon forget. Those strange and weird things, you remember very well instead. Wang Su was also a little famous by relying on the name of the world's second best expert, plus the world's second hot pot restaurant as well as the world's first ring as well as the reward of $1 million for beating him in the end, plus defeating 2 challengers. There was no small amount of heat, but many people still felt it was hype. But it had gone over their heads. Maybe that day will be interested. Kung Fu King looks simple, very sturdy, is also considered to be practicing martial arts since childhood, coupled with the physical fitness, but also really should be the words, a force of 10, not to mention that he will be unlike some of the inch fist break brick, that is really fooling the ghost, 5 bricks hanging up, wrapped with tape, and then inch fist, a blast off, that speed, fools can see is accelerated, hit the prop brick, sound effects are dubbed, the real fist in brick contact, is not issued that sound, that is the sound of metal and brick collision, 5 bricks hanging, tied together, give you a hammer, you may not even be able to hit all of them in 2. Hello boss, your hot pot tastes good. Kung Fu King took the initiative to greet. Hello. I won't argue with you if you say this. Wang Su smiled and reached out his hand. The two shook hands, although the other party came to challenge. But the first impression was good. Intuition, feeling, first impression. But one could not look like a person. And those who could come and initiate a challenge were not some uncontested characters. When a person does something, he must have his reasons. Just like a crime, the motive for the crime, even if it is a random crime. There are a lot of them to cover up something and confuse the public, except for some mental illnesses of course. Wang Su stood at 1 meter 8, and at some point he had grown another 2 centimeters, but he was still a small half a head short compared to the Kung Fu King. Kung Fu King was like a little giant, stout, like a bull. A lot of women liked this kind of game, especially some rich women. Wang Su had a well-proportioned body, and his powerful strength and temperament gave him a patriarchal demeanor. Kung Fu King's heart was relaxed when he saw Wang Su. With this physique, take it casually, steady, the Kung Fu King thought in his heart. Boss, why don't we start early, do it early, and break up early, Kung Fu King said with a smile. Wang Su nodded, a guest from afar. So let's start early. The number of people in Kung Fu Great King's live room had been increasing. He had set the challenge 3 days ago, and the news had been fermenting for a long time. What was the internet's favorite thing to see? Who to challenge, to make a date, to fight a fake. Many times it was clear that it was fake and all scripted, but they still wanted to see it. Wang Su's live broadcast also opened. Tian Tao was also broadcasting live. Boss, can you say if this is scripted? The question upstairs is really stupid. Do you think it makes sense for the boss to answer true or false? True is also false. False is also true. Just watch a hilarious. Wonderful. We watch the movie, watch TV, watch the video, knowing that it is false, but it does not delay you from getting excited, shedding tears, laughing, pithy, spot on. That's too pithy for my liking. What weird stuff got mixed in? Wang Su didn't answer this question. Just as the man said, there was no point. The scene was also surrounded by many people. After all, there was a hustle and bustle, or such a hustle and bustle, and there was nothing important to stay and watch. There were still quite a few customers at the hot pot restaurant who hadn't left, and they all came out to watch as well. Boss, you're confused. Isn't it good to make a good hot pot? Such a fragrant hot pot I want to eat for a few more years. Both sides stood in the ring. Both wore boxing gloves. Many people really didn't think much of Wang Su. The size difference was a bit big, and the Kung Fu King looked flexible, confident, and imposing. The whole person was like a small tank. Boss, let's start, Kung Fu King said confidently, signaling Wang Su to start. Wang Su smiled and nodded. Wang Su still planned to use the Mad Dog Fist today, but this time, he was going to put the Mad Dog Fist to good use. No need to bark. There was no need to use the Mad Dog Growl either. It was simply the Mad Dog Fist, including the footwork, the angle of the punch, and avoiding the key points. Mad Dog Fist can also be played with an alternative beauty. Wang Su wants to popularize Mad Dog Fist, then it has to be accepted. Throwing punches, bluffing, block the line of sight, step up, bow, twist sideways, strike the ribs. The angle is tricky, the movement is quick, and the body is bowed and wrapped, like an athletic cheetah. This angle will be found to be perfect if you look closely, because the opponent can't use any force to hit your vitals, and it's also difficult to attack the vital positions. Bang! Wang Su controlled the force, but the ribs were also a vulnerable area, and it still sent the Kung Fu King staggering back. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Su patted and charged hard, upwards to the face, downwards to the belly. If it was really a fight to the death, then the punch to the belly went straight further down. Wang Su's body was wide open and super flexible, like a big bow, up and down, left and right, sharp movements, and fast attack speed. Looking at it, it felt extremely explosive. Kung Fu King crouched down, bowed, tightened his stomach, stabilized his chassis, and took Wang Su's attacks hard. Bang bang, bang bang. Wang Su didn't rely on violence to fight. He didn't want to end the fight early, so he had to show some skill. When his opponent crouched down, Wang Su had already changed his orientation again, and every angle was the dead center of the Kung Fu King. Wang Su's punches were fast, but they were clear and just right, just giving a smooth, natural, watery look, and indescribable aesthetics, a little violent, a little elegant, a little unhurried, and more than anything else, a kind of spontaneity, as if it were in the palm of your hand. Mastery, grandmaster temperament, grandmaster demeanor, good-looking, hot-blooded, yearning, envious, comfortable, soothing, very enjoyable. The battle was completely Wang Su's show alone. The live broadcast room directly boiled over. Isn't this better than a blockbuster? This action design can be. Which I did you see the design? This is live. This speed, this power, this sound, didn't feel it at the scene. It's a pity. The back video will definitely be considered processed. Boss toxic. I'd love to say it's scripted, but my professional knowledge tells me that it's real and fake. Are you trying to say that even if this is scripted, but the kung fu and fighting skills those are real? Right. The other thing is, I don't know when it started, being bound by weight and strength, that way it's better to directly compare who's bigger. Hyenas weigh less than 200 pounds, wild buffaloes more than 2,000 pounds, but they're still eaten by hyenas. That's because of the anal digging, bird digging, frontal fuck. You see, the hyena is not a match for the wild buffalo. You are still narrow-minded. Crotch, throat, temples and other positions are vital. The rules cannot be hit, but there are still some relatively vulnerable parts. And then again the explosive power. The hammer smashed you. A hammer may not die, but a long nail through your heart? What exactly are you going to say? I don't know. You said a hammer. The Kung Fu King was unsteady on his feet. Wang Su attacked from various angles, controlling his power to the right degree. The beaten Kung Fu King was on the verge of collapsing every time, but didn't fall. The explosive power was sufficient and tireless, and the Kung Fu King was beaten like an undefeated man. He was unsteady on his feet, so naturally he could not use his strength, let alone attack. He didn't want to fall down. This kind of match, falling down, to a certain extent, was no different from losing. In the eyes of many, to be knocked down was to lose. His mind was in turmoil right now. All of this happening was really beyond his expectations. The square inches were greatly disorganized. The scene was frozen in shock. The live broadcast room was also quiet. Only Wang Su kept attacking. It was the first time they realized that fighting could be so good to watch. Watching as the adrenal glands raced and the blood flow accelerated, as if all the blood clots in the body were flushed out. Bang! The Kung Fu King sat on his butt on the ground. It was only at this time that he felt soreness all over his body. He didn't want to move at all, and his body and face were bruised in many places. Many places were red. These would usually recover after a few days of rest. Nothing serious. I lost, the Kung Fu King said with a sigh. Wang Su smiled and took off his gloves. Walking over, he slapped a few times on his body, dissolving the bruises on his opponent's body. At the same time, it accelerated the blood circulation. With a burst of relief, the Kung Fu Great King felt his body was much more relaxed and not as suffocated as before. At this time he came to his senses and knew that he had met an expert. A true expert. Because from the beginning to the end, he didn't hit Wang Su. When he thought about it, it seemed like he didn't even have a chance to strike. From the very beginning, he had become a living target. The more he thought about it, the more terrible he felt. Do you accept disciples? The Kung Fu King said shyly. Wang Su didn't say anything. I'm serious. After saying that, he directly kowtowed 3 times with a bang. Wang Su was also confused and didn't have time to stop pulling him up. Wang Su couldn't let someone kowtow for nothing. I don't want to take on an apprentice. I'll teach you for 3 months. How much you can learn depends on your ability. Thank you, Master. Kung Fu King said happily. Start tomorrow. Go get some rest today. You have to be prepared. It's very hard. Wang Su was confused before, but think about it. This guy has a lot of fans. Whether to accept a disciple or not, Wang Su has no feeling. It's not like he needs to rely on a disciple, but he can teach him. The main thing is that he doesn't know yet. Character, personality and whatnot. Besides, he really didn't want to take an apprentice. What's the benefit of accepting an apprentice? Wipe your ass, accumulate you? So, Wang Su said to teach him for 3 months. And in the meantime, test the character. 3 views, heart, etc. 1 battle to fame. This live battle has quickly spread online. and there was a kung fu king who directly kowtowed to his master. Wang Su also refused. How to Say is also a 2 million fans of the network read. Originally, I don't know if it's scripted, but these three heads kowtowed down, and also confiscated, and it's completely unintelligible. For a time, what is the boss like? The boss is the hidden high man. How powerful is the boss's kung fu? And is there a powerful one to try the water? Wang Su's fans rose greatly. The rise is a bit scary. Too fast. Already more than 2 million fans. It's still rising. Even Kung Fu King's fans had also risen greatly. Mainly because they want to go and ask what's going on. Is it an act? Is it a script? What are you Kung Fu King thinking? Are you kowtowing seriously? Just like that, the world's first ring got even hotter, along with Zhang Xian as well as the world's second hot pot. It's a bit mysterious that a big internet sensation can drive a party's economy, but it's not impossible to drive a county. So the leaders of Zheng County saw the opportunity. Not to mention that it was Li Changshan who was the leader now. Therefore, he decided to invite Wang Su to his home for dinner in the evening and have a chat. Receiving a call from Li Changshan, Wang Su naturally agreed. At 6 in the afternoon, Wang Su brought a roasted leg of lamb for little Mian. There were also 2 sesame chicken. Didn't bring anything else either. The relationship between the two families didn't need to be too polite. Knocking on the door. You child, this is your own home. Who goes home and brings gifts? As soon as she opened the door, Mother Li said reproachfully, but in an intimate tone. She had always been close to Wang Su. Wang Su had saved Li Changshan and then Li Baichuan. In Mother Li's heart, there was no difference between Wang Su and her son. Wang Su could feel that the Li family's closeness to him was pure, from the bottom of his heart. One's own kindness to them is a prerequisite. After all, there is no love or hate without a reason. It's not a gift. It's just a little bit of food I made myself for you to try. Auntie. Wang Su laughed. Dad. Little Mian knew that Wang Su was coming and waited early. It ran over at this time. Wang Su squatted down and smiled as he took out the leg of lamb wrapped in tinfoil. And when he opened it, it was steaming hot, and the aroma was really gluttonous. Little girl delicate like a porcelain doll, crystal like big eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. One hand holding the leg of lamb, one hand holding Wang Su. With her little face, she intimately arched over Wang Su's face. Milky laughter. Innocent. Mother Li had a smile on her face, but in her heart, she felt that it would be so nice if this child was Wang Su's child. It wasn't just Mother Li. Li Changshan was also the same. Li Baichuan was okay. Li Bai Writing had a smile on her face. Looking at Wang Su, her beautiful eyes had light. Wang Su smiled and said hello to them. Everyone sat down. The dishes and wine were ready. Wang Su's arrival filled the Li family with joy, truly like a family. Sitting around the large round table, Mother Li and Li Baijie were busy serving the food. It was sumptuous. Li Baichuan would also serve tea and water. Little Mian snuggled in Wang Su's arms and nibbled on the leg of lamb. Xiao Su, I heard that you were growing some kind of green food somewhere in Wang village. Li Changshan steered the topic to this. Wang Su also seemed to understand where Li Changshan had asked him to come from. This was also quite good. There was no need to take the initiative to say it himself. Anyway, if he wanted to do something, sooner or later, he would have to look for Li Changshan. Well, nowadays, life is rich in material things and the standard of living has also improved. After the prosperity, along with some for the sake of profit, there are a lot of health hazards. I want to do something healthy food, Wang Su said. Li Changshan did not speak immediately, but thought about it. Xiao Su, then what are your plans? Uncle will not hide it from you. Because of you, the mobile population of Jiangxian County is increasing. Do you have any suggestions? Wang Su thought for a moment and said, make a few Jiangxian characteristics, such as opening a large Jiangxian green shopping center. Don't be afraid of a single item. Make a brand. Li Changshan nodded, but still said, big supermarket or shopping center. These are good, but we don't have many specialties in Jiangxian. Wang Su laughed, then make specialty products. Li Changshan also understood, and looked at the mace chicken that Wang Su had brought. I'll figure out the specialties. Wang Su continued. The hot pot restaurant counted as one. This could attract people. Open another green shopping center. Flour, cornmeal, corn pellets, sesame chicken. When there are more chickens and rabbits, you can do something else too. The main focus is health and flavor. The other thing is pork, lamb. As to whether to sell raw meat or make it into cooked food, we'll talk about that when the time comes. He had passion fruit trees to make the ingredients, and there was a natural advantage to making cooked food. Wang Su was going to open a Chinese medicine hall, specializing in treating difficult and complicated illnesses, which could also become a specialty of Jiangxian. He has a bowel cleansing formula, which can also be famous in the world with just this one formula, specializing in treating constipation. This is because there are too many people who are plagued by constipation in our society nowadays. Constipation is the source of all intestinal diseases. Constipation can directly lead to anal fissure, hemorrhoids, then followed by perianal abscess, anal fistula, and even some people constipation force too much, resulting in cerebral blood vessel rupture. Constipation will allow the intestinal toxins to grow and jeopardize the entire body. The human body is a precision instrument. Constipation is a small problem, but over time there will be big problems. In addition, constipation can also cause stress and feel so wimpy that you can't even poop. The higher the pressure, the more constipated you are. It's hard to take medication that has side effects. What with senna, rhubarb, aloe vera glycosides, etc. You can't use them for a long period of time. If you use too much of these things, the intestines are blackened, or even poisoned, and the intestines are diseased. There are also people who use corkscrew all the time, forcibly stimulate intestinal peristalsis, but this gradually makes the intestine itself no longer work. Once there was a poll online, leaving aside the vain things, 3 options call for the highest. Binge eating is not fat. Fall back to sleep. Poop every day. Some people say that life is food, clothing, shelter and transportation. Others say it's eating, drinking, and pooping. Wang Su decided to at least open a Chinese medicine hall that specializes in treating constipation. Wang Su's decision was fully supported by Li Changshan. He also had unconditional trust in Wang Su. Wang Su's person, character, personality, ability, and 3 views, could not pick any faults. He was a young man, but different from any young man. A little too perfect, rather than real. In the end, it was decided that this green shopping center would come from Li by writing. If someone else came, Wang Su did not feel comfortable. This meal took a long time to eat and discuss. A lot of things are also considered to be initially finalized. Wang Su actually has an idea, is to choose a location in Zhangxian to build an ancient town. But in the end, he did not mention it. Now it is still immature. However, Zheng County is a large place. There are still a lot of undeveloped places, and now it is just building some forests. And in the future, it may build houses or something, just not developed at the moment. Wang Su wanted to get a zoo. This animal taming ability of his own. Want to have a good time? Then you can only get a zoo. After all, lions, tigers, pandas and so on, individuals could not farm, but it was possible with the help of a zoo. It doesn't need to be many kinds of animals, as long as they have their own specialties. For example, the largest tiger, the largest lion, the largest wild boar, the largest panda, the largest bear. Nothing can also perform lion and tiger, or giant pandas fighting northeast tigers. With Wang Su, the survival rate is high. You can get some endangered animals, and then slowly make the number more. There are also golden eagles, large raptors that might actually be able to fly with people. These can draw traffic. First to attract people, as long as there are people, then it is good to say. The most basic service people is food, clothing, housing and transportation. Hotels, inns, bed and breakfasts. Eat well, can be a farmhouse, local snacks. The other is a cab. More people, unfamiliar, taxi is very good. Or as a tour guide, take people around the day, is also an income. It was not until almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Little Mian insisted on pulling Wang Su to stay. This was a shock to Wang Su. Then you should stay a little longer, until she falls asleep, Li Baijie said softly. His voice was small, and he didn't dare to look at Wang Su. This is your home. There is your room over there. The bedding is all new. Mother Li smiled and pointed to one of the rooms. This house was bought by Li Baijie for his father. 160 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 1 bedroom for the parents, 1 bedroom for Li Baichuan, and 1 bedroom for Li Baichao and Little Mian. Sometimes Li Baijie didn't live over here. She had her own house in this neighborhood. Li Changshan and Li Mother went back to their bedroom. Li Baichuan was drunk and had gone back to his room to sleep. Now there was only Wang Su and Li Baijie left. There was also the little girl. Li Changshan and Mother Li went back to the bedroom, closed the door and sighed slightly. What are you sighing for? Mother Li laughed. The girl likes Xiao Su, but Xiao Su has a girlfriend. Li Changshan didn't know what to do. Writing is not a child anymore. She is smart. Xiao Su, this child has no choice. Let them go. You do not worry about it. Li Mother said with a smile. You don't worry about the girl. Li Changshan said. Your daughter's vision is high. She has no intention of marrying. Besides, how can we control it? Since we can't control it, then let her go. Li Mother said calmly. Li Changshan looked at his wife. Sensible, tactful, seeing everything through. This family was actually mostly run by his wife, including the child's education. Listen to you. I don't care. Li Changshan said helplessly. The child is too big for people. Wang Su was a bit embarrassed, because those words from Li Bai writing last time seemed like they were still ringing in her ears. She had already expressed her feelings. It was because of this that Wang Su was even more embarrassed. The bedroom was clean and lightly scented. The bedroom wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Double bed, leaning against the window sill. Outside there is a similar bar blocked, on top of which there is a notebook. The table had 3 lattices through the top, looking strong, but also beautiful. There were books in the cubbyholes and 2 potted plants on either side of the bar. At the doorway was a closet. Shoe closet. It's quiet, light and uncomplicated, with a beautiful layout. Wooden floor. Little girl wants Wang Su and Li Bai to ride on both sides of her. Little girl watch cartoons in the family are like this. Li Bai writing's pretty face has always been slightly red. It didn't even dare to look at Wang Su. She would also be shy, mainly because a sexy and enchanting woman like her was incomparable. Being shy was even more deadly. The ambiguous aura emanating from her made Wang Su feel a bit muddled. Wang Su told the little girl a story. Little children still sleep very quickly. In less than 20 minutes, the little girl fell asleep. Wang Su got up. Sister 100 Riders. I'm going back. Wang Su gave a greeting. Wang Su had just finished speaking when a hot and delicate body squeezed into his arms. Wang Su's brain went blank. There was no time to react at all. I'll just hug you. Li Baijia's voice rang in his ears. It was very glutinous, very lazy, and the voice was all sexy. Although Wang Su knew that this was not good, he was a man, and from the heart, he was actually intent on moving. Li Bai writing was definitely at the level of a special object. That body can make men drool kind of. It was exquisite, and he could clearly feel it at this moment. But Wang Su would still think about Qi Tang. He just didn't want to apologize to Qi Tang. Rationality and morality and nature are constantly fighting against each other. In reality, no man could resist this temptation. As long as it is called temptation, basically it is irresistible. If you can resist it, how can it be considered a temptation? You can't even resist a manual gear, let alone such a temptation. But Qi Tang was too good in Wang Su's heart. He only had one woman like Qi Tang. He enjoyed his love with Qi Tang, and he felt that true love was selfish. Heaven and man were at war. Li Bai writing gently let go of Wang Su. Wang Su also let go. I'll send you back. Li Baiji gently laughed. No need. I'm a big man. You have a good rest. Wang Su said gently. Aha! Walking out of the Li family, a small wind blew. Sobered up a lot. Just now, Wang Su felt that the whole person was floating a little, and exhaled gently. If this went on, Wang Su felt that he would fall sooner or later. Along the roadside, there are a lot of people on the road. The Waterwood neighborhood here is a busy district. It is also just after 9 o'clock. The clattering of beer bottles from the barbecue stalls is crisp. Drinkers talk and laugh loudly. You can tell they are really happy. There were also people taking a walk. And there were also young couples who didn't want to part, hugging on the side of the road. Wang Su came to his own hot pot restaurant there. Old Huang was at the doorway while ambling on the ground. Very quiet. There is a female anchor in the store eating hot pot while live broadcasting. The female anchor is very beautiful, youthful, energetic, with a good figure. Not local. Is a chat anchor, occasionally outdoors. Live eat some food. Live room with Big Brother sponsorship. The little beauty is cheerful. 3 views are positive. The gift is voluntary and enthusiastic, so her fans love her and spoil her. It feels like a little sister in the family. Little beauty looks very positive, very decent, beautiful, but instead of any evil thoughts. Even if some Big Brothers sent a lot of gifts, but also no idea, as if feeling like seeing their own daughters. Little beauty is mainly in addition to chatting and talent. Write a handful of good brush characters, but also painting. Known as the talented girl. Often nothing to write a word to give fans, or draw a picture. She doesn't carry goods, saying she doesn't know if it's good or not. He can't afford it. She can tell stories, especially historical stories. She likes to read books, use straightforward words to tell historical stories, and discuss the characters, including biography, environment. She has a nice voice and many people like to listen to it. Talking about poems and songs, will also write a few on the spot, to give fans, and those who get it will also give some gifts. She has to live. Gifts let fans live within their means, do not affect their lives. He has more than 3 million fans, but does not carry goods, and does not play PK, dress conservatively, spread also positive energy. Unlike other female anchors, they wear less and deliberately cover it with their hands. Scratch your head and twist around. I don't know when the short video big market has become like this. On the contrary, the positive energy belongs to the minority. The end of the live broadcast is the bandwagon. Almost no one could jump out, and Wang Su saw someone at this time. He was eating hot pot. A man, around 30 years old, about 1 meter 7 in height, dressed plainly, like a laborer, unkempt, with an ordinary, sturdy look, and wearing baggy pants, had a beard and wore a hat. The reason why Wang Su thought of him was because of the disease monster around him. Reddish villain, killer monster, murder monster, level 4, special monster, non-combatable. Wang Su has seen plastic surgery monster, cuckold monster, red apricot monster, this murder monster. Wang Su felt quite good. Whether there were any murders in the body, he could tell at a glance, and he could even tell that there were several murders. If Wang Su caught him like this, he could not explain himself. Murder monster, this can only be seen by himself. Just when Wang Su wanted to use what method, he saw this man looking at the anchor woman from time to time. Wang Su knew that this female anchor was in danger. Just at this time, the female anchor walked over. Hello boss, the hot pot is really great. This is the best hot pot I've ever eaten, bar none. The female anchor happily greeted and did not shoot Wang Su. This gave Wang Su a good feeling. The young beauty had just graduated from university, was young and energetic, confident and sunny, cheerful and kind at heart. Thanks for the compliment. Wang Su smiled. Mind appearing in the movie? The little girl asked with a smile. Yes. Wang Su went out of the camera to give a greeting to the people in the live broadcast room. Crap. Boss, I realized you're a bit handsome. Boss is so young. I envy boss. Boss, I had a great time watching your match today. The hot pot store customers had already left one after another. The little girl was also full. Boss, I'll come back for hot pot tomorrow. Bye. The little girl said goodbye to Wang Su. Wang Su smiled and waved his hand. Okay, I'll treat you tomorrow. Just for that comment she made in the live broadcast before, Wang Su also had to treat her to a meal. Really? The little girl asked happily. Not a bit of city. Sincere, simple, and wonderful. Really? Wang Su nodded. The little beauty left. While live streaming, she walked back to the hotel, just as a walk to eliminate her food. The location of the hot pot restaurant was remote, but there was also a big road with streetlights. It's just that there weren't many pedestrians on this section of the road, and there were trees on both sides, but she didn't take it seriously. Law and order society, which is so much danger, not to mention that he is also open live. The little girl left, and the man also slowly left. Wang Su looked at the two who left, squatted down and reached out to touch Old Yellow's dog head. Go on, protect that little girl. I'll be over in a while. Old Yellow stood up and unhurriedly followed from afar. On this stretch of road, only one side of the streetlight was on, and it was dim. From time to time, cars passed by. The headlights flashed, illuminating one's eyes. Maybe young couples will walk here. You can still have fun when the mood strikes. Sister Starlight, the light here is a bit dim, and it's also remote, so you need to pay more attention. Someone in the live broadcast room reminded. The female anchor's screen name was Starlight. They all liked to call Sister Starlight. There are tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. You guys are my talismans now. The little beauty laughed cheerfully. Without realizing it, they had already walked a distance. No one was around. It was quiet, and there were two streetlights broken. On both sides were big trees with dappled shadows. The weak light shone in from the distance. The more and more it looked dark and far away. Sister Starlight, hurry up. There's someone behind you. Looking a bit off. A striking pop-up screen appeared. Many people also saw it. A man was in the back, head slightly lowered, wearing a one-piece hat, like a raincoat. Both hands were stuck in his jacket pockets. The female anchor had thought it was a joke. He took a closer look and there was indeed a man behind himself. It was just over 10 meters away from himself. Cannot help but panic in his heart. The little beauty's heart panicked, and he expected in his heart that the other party was just passing by. So she hurriedly walked to the other side of the road, close to 20 meters wide road. Just that man also followed her to the other side of the road. The distance between the two was less than 10 meters. It was now certain that the other party was rushing towards her. Raincoat, raincoat. Is this the raincoat pervert murderer wanted online? This time Tay could see that the man was wearing a raincoat, a one-piece hat, which was fastened so deeply that only the mouth could be seen. Not even the nose could be seen. Already 4 young and beautiful girls have been killed. QJ.SS. Geographically fluid. No money grabbing. No network of connections. No motive for the killings could be found, except for one unintentional picture of a raincoat, exposed chin, an unclear pattern, known as the raincoat pervert murderer. Height at about 1 meter 73, weighted 156 pounds, solid, robust, age about 30 to 35 years old. Crap. Starlight, run. Call the police. It's too late. Anchor, run. The little beauty's body was trembling at this time. Her legs were soft, not to mention running. She couldn't even walk. Heart beating so fast. facing the raincoat man, slowly backing up. The mouth exposed under the raincoat cap is smiling. The mouth is not white teeth, with a bloodthirsty cruelty. The people in the live room were quiet at this time. It was too late to do anything. The little beauty's face is white, cold sweat. At this time the live broadcast room tens of thousands of people, but she feels very helpless. Despair. How could she have never imagined that she would meet the raincoat murderer? A vicious murderer on the run, who had been making a lot of noise on the internet during this period of time. She had always felt that this was just a news item, incredibly far away from her. She kind of resigned herself to it. She was scared, but she didn't cry. Just a pale face, trembling hands, and lips that expressed that she was panicked to the core at this point. The man took one hand out of his pocket, wearing gloves, a brightly shining sharp knife in his hand. It was glowing with coldness in this dark place. Step by step, he walked towards the little beauty. The little beauty felt like her heart was going to jump out. The live broadcast room was also full of people who closed their eyes and couldn't bear to look anymore. Woof woof! Loud dog barks came. Many people quickly opened their eyes, including the little beauties. They had never felt that the sound of a dog barking could be so wonderful. A big yellow dog appeared behind the man. What a majestic big yellow dog. This is the big yellow dog from the hot pot restaurant. Big yellow dog, go and pester the robbers. I'll cover your meat later. Big yellow dog, go bite the miscreant. If you save Sister Starlight, I'll give you my family's giant poodle, for a bit. Anchor run. Big yellow dog pester him. Maybe there's still a chance of survival. You're such an idiot. A knife-wielding murderer can instantly finish off a dog. It can't be stopped at all. The man glanced at the big yellow dog and continued to walk towards Starlight. Phew! At this time, the big yellow dog moved and directly pounced on that man. With a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, the man turned back, and his sharp knife directly stabbed towards the big yellow dog's throat. The people in the live broadcast room knew that it was over. But still, many people urged Starlight to run. But Starlight's legs were now weak. Ka-ching! Ah! Screams of misery. Is that a bite? There's a chance. There's a chance. A lot of people got excited. And then they were also stunned. Because the big yellow dog not only bit the knife-wielding wrist, but also pounced on a solid man. Dan gang! The sharp knife fell to the ground. The wrist was fractured. Blood flowed out. Crap! Crap! This big yellow dog is so fierce. At that instant, I felt like it was a tiger. Chinese field dog. God dog. Isn't this better than those foreign trash dogs? The one upstairs who said that the giant poodle gave the big yellow dog a bit. I'd like to say that your giant poodle is high on the list. I also think it's the giant poodle that's overpaying. The murderer who was pressed on the ground broke his wrist, and being pressed under the big yellow dog, he couldn't even get up. Anchor, run, call the police. God dog ah. Recorded it. I would call it a god dog. With such a dog, the sense of security is directly pulled full ah. A murderer, a knife-wielding murderer, a murderer with several murders on his hands, actually folded on a dog. Do you dare to believe it? Wang Su he did not appear, just watched from a short distance away, has contacted Li Baichuan. Police cars whistled. Soon arrest. Little Beauty also went to the police station, but just make a statement. Almost at the same time, this video directly fire all over the net. The rainy night murderer fell into the net, was captured by a dirt dog. The whole net was sensationalized. Big yellow dog became a hot word. The earth dog became a hot word. Chinese field dog became a hot word. The dog world ceiling appeared. Pictures, videos, and floods of the godly majesty of the big yellow dog. And then naturally, it was known that this was the dog of the owner of the world's second hot pot restaurant in Jiangxian. It was the same boss who opened the world's #1 ring. It's the same boss who rewarded $1 million for beating him. It was the boss whose screen name was world's second best. For a while, the whole internet was talking about a dog and a strange owner. Soon, the Zheng County officials also sent out a notice that the raincoat pervert murderer had been caught. The credit for this one was Wang Su's big yellow dog. This notice from Jiangxian County also caught fire. The official app of Jiangxian County increased hundreds of thousands of fans' attention in a short period of time. Wang Su's increase in fans was the most terrifying. After all, Wang Su is the owner of the big yellow dog, and paying attention to Wang Su may be able to understand the dynamics of the big yellow dog. Love the house. Love the dog and the people. Because of the big yellow dog, many people are full of curiosity about Wang Su. What kind of person can raise such a positive dog? Because of the old yellow, a time when many people said they want to raise an earth dog. Even the video of the big yellow dog competition not long ago was also turned out, and it was a big hit. This one was quite surprising to Wang Su. It was big news that the raincoat pervert murderer had fallen into the net, but this news could not be jumped without Old Yellow. Old Juan was also Wang Su's dog. A dog is so righteous, So courageous, not to mention its owner. So many people came to pay attention to Wang Su, found Wang Su so many fans, did not hang a commodity, not with goods, no advertising. Although the name that was given was a bit bluff, but many people said that the name of the owner's world's second hot pot restaurant was not a bluff, it was real. The other thing is that the video of Wang Su that became famous in one battle was very hot, asking if Wang Su was really the second best in the world. This everyone expressed disbelief. The world's second best, really want to be so powerful, has long gone to play the world competition, that is faster than sacks of money. Starlight, that little beauty, became the luckiest anchor, originally came to Jiangxian to eat hot pot. Met the raincoat pervert murderer is the biggest misfortune. But who would have thought that the reversal came so quickly? All of a sudden became the luckiest anchor again. The little beauty Starlight hugged old Huang and kissed him vigorously several times. Old Huang also disgustedly touched his face with his paw. This video is also a big fire on the internet. One by one, they said that they were living worse than a dog. Many people said that Starlight needed to send Old Yellow a few little bitches to thank him. Many people stated that Starlight should thank the boss. This was a gift of rebirth. Starlight's entire body was numb. The iteration of hell to heaven was too exciting to react for a while. Many people said that they wanted to come over in a group. Come to Jiangxian, have a hot pot, see Old Huang, and get to know the boss. Boss, how much does it cost to find Old Huang for one match? You people have really heavy appetites. Please respect Old Huang. Old Huang won't match with you. Someone said. Nima. I'm talking about me with a dog. With a dog. Crouching Nima pulling a gooby. You don't match with you even if you bring a dog. Can your dog beat Old Yellow? That person was also anxious. But full marks for understanding. Talent. Damn it. I mean for Old Yellow to mate with my dog. With my dog. The man almost vomited blood. This way. Big Bear brother, sorry. You didn't make your words clear. I thought it was to match with you. I was curious. You have a dog with you. Why do you have to match with you? It turns out that I misunderstood. The man. The live chat room was buzzing. There was always chatting. And the number of people was always increasing. Overnight, Wang Su became a big internet star. The kind where fans skyrocketed and the whole internet knew about it. The birth of a big internet celebrity was just like that. It needed an opportunity for the whole internet to pay attention to it. Wang Su this time because of Lao Huang, adding to the fact that she was an internet celebrity before. Not big, but not small either. This time Old Huang sent him up. 8 million fans. Over 5 million fans were added overnight. Wang Su found out when he got up the next morning, but it didn't make him much excited. It didn't even feel much. This wasn't as attractive to him as obtaining a piece of equipment or a skill. This calmness was real. That's why many people felt that Wang Su was not ordinary. How many young people couldn't help but float when they became a big internet celebrity? Even if they tried their best to hide it, they couldn't. But Wang Su remained the same, not rushing to open a live broadcast, let alone advertise and bring in goods. In the morning, Chi Yun and the Kung Fu King practiced the White Tiger Pile. The Kung Fu King was called Nyogang. The moment he practiced the White Tiger Pile, he knew that he had found the right person. His attitude became more and more respectful, very serious, and able to suffer. Li Chanshan met the next day to speed up the plan. Wang Su was already a big netizen. Attracting traffic is not a problem. So what was discussed before? Start immediately and speed up the progress. Li Baijiu chose a good location, not far from the location of the hot pot restaurant. Straight away, the construction began, and the workers started with full force to build the shopping center, and Li Changshan was already discussing the location of the zoo. Wang Su Gabe is not afraid to be desolate, to be bigger. After choosing the location, Wang Su let them plant grass. Wang Su would arrange the spirit gathering formation in it. The other thing is to get some small wigwam. The arrangement of spirit gathering array also need. There is also an artificial lake for animals to drink. Safety. Wang Su made a guarantee that there would not be any problems. However, Wang Su had another idea. Introducing rare animals was not easy, and a county was too difficult. So Wang Su decided to do something different. If there was no antelope, use ordinary sheep. No bison, use ordinary cattle. Wild rabbits, wild chicken. Instead of wild boars, use domestic pigs. Horses, mainly a man and nature. Lush grass with some nice woods, blue sky and white clouds. Come here to sketch, track and see some animals. No large wild animals at all. Horses, cows, sheep, pigs, rabbits, pheasants. Flowers bloom and butterflies come in, and as long as the environment is good, some birds and even some small animals will be attracted in. For example, foxes, squirrels, weasels and so on. The main one is not dangerous, but has the beauty of nature. Later on, when there are conditions, then consider wild animals. Wang Su also had to go to the wild boar mountain there to develop it. He hadn't tamed any animals today, and this once-a-day opportunity couldn't be wasted. Continue to tame the horses, cows and sheep. Once the countryside has chosen a good location and built it, the grass grows, and the leading horses, cattle and sheep will have to get it right. So prepare in advance. One of each kind, all male, a horse king, leading a group of horses to run through. Wang Su Du is a little bit looking forward to it. Get a mini version of the prairie. After all, many people have never been to the prairie in their lives. This side to get out a piece. Mainly Wang Su can get out more beautiful. Like a picture. The prairie is big. And when you go to the prairie, how much can you see? So, the size of the piece of location chosen on this side of Zhengxian is enough. A few friends, come here to play. There is food and scenery. Wang Su gave them the drawings. The main thing is to plant grass, trees, and transport boulders. The spirit gathering array needed to be set up. Everything was functioning. The population coming to Zheng County had started to increase. There was really a limit to what a hot pot store could entertain. For a while, Zheng County began to bustle. Law and order, health, facilities, and so on were all on the agenda. Guest houses, hotels, ghost houses, and even people came with tents and in RVs. Many people lamented. So much traffic. Zhengxian can keep a few points? It's just a momentary heat. It will soon dissipate. There are too many examples like this. Retain to stay or not. Wang Su does not have much feeling. He wants to do a good job. On the line. He is now really heart like water. Heart like a flat mirror. Not for money. Just to enjoy life. Do something meaningful while enjoying life? Many people came here. Besides eating hot pot and watching old Huang, they also wanted to see Wang Su live. But Wang Su didn't show up for 2 days in a row. Other people who had gained fans were hurrying to live broadcast, fearing that their fans would run away. Even some people directly began to bring goods. Can earn a wave is a wave? After all, overnight popularity. The probability will soon sink. No sound. So grasped the realization of a wave of the most practical. Wang Su is now busy and has no time to open a live broadcast. The video can't even care about posting. Called capricious. In the middle, he found the second piggy and performed a wonderful theft. And still didn't steal anything. This is the right way to open. This is the normal performance of 1% probability. The main thing is that the open door gave a green dragon Xuanwu armor. All of a sudden let Wang Su calm down. Originally this skill is bow probability. Even if you steal, it is not necessarily a good thing. There is also the probability of stealing a common item. Therefore, it is necessary to have a normal heart. And now with the green dragon Xuanwu armor, Wang Su's heart is even more calm. Of course, for good things naturally the more the better. Just now he can do more calm. Some things can't be forced. Let nature take its course. What's yours is yours. Not yours. You think again. Again desire. Scratching the heart. Day and night thinking. In addition to get all tired. The spirit of the wolves. What is the use of nothing? So, come to try once a day. Have fun. No use and no loss. Every time, Wang Su would bring delicious food to the second piggy. Now that it was summer. Every few days, he would bring 2 pigs to the river to take a bath. Change into clean clothes. A little bit of small illness. Wang Su will also go along to give him treatment. But it is also strange. Such a person sleeps on the street and eats unclean things, but it is as if there is a sheltered general. Do not get sick. The body is very healthy. Maybe it's the mind. A fool's mind is the best. There is no annoyance. Because there are no passions. No 7 emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, desire. Great joy and great sorrow all hurt the body. Anger hurts the liver. Sorrow and fear hurt the heart. Desire hurts the kidneys and the mind. Wealth, color, fame, food, also hurt the body and mind. The fool is simple and pure-minded. The heart of a child. The heart is strong. We all know that desire hurts the body and the mind. But it is impossible for a normal person to jump out of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The peony flower under the death of the ghost also flow. Clean heart. Live for 100 years and 200 years, and what is the meaning of it? Today's society. The 7 emotions and 6 desires hurt even more seriously. And now all advocate healthcare. Early start to maintain health. The most important element of healthcare is in fact to maintain the heart. Mindfulness. The human body has a strong self-healing ability. As long as you are not a big mouthful of poison, to a certain extent can be detoxified and metabolized out. Liver and kidney detoxification. So nourish the liver. Nourish the heart. Nourish the kidney. There is a saying called contentment. In fact, it is to let people develop a contented mind. What is desire is to want more. For example, in life, Seeing a man who is not as good as you have a very beautiful daughter-in-law can make you instantly unhappy. This is the mindset. Why do you just think he's not as good as you? Maybe you think you drive a better car than him, dress better than him, and have a better job than him, but have you ever thought that he's fitter than you, bigger than you, and has more stamina than you? Or that he's straight-talking, handy, good at ventriloquism, and clever with his tongue? What do you know? You have this thought. That is, you think you have some money, but still not enough, really enough. You will not have this trouble, and you wouldn't be jealous of him. See, a person earns $50,000 a month, and you have an unbalanced mind. You feel that you are not worse than him, but why is he so lucky that he can be $50,000 a month? In reality, such people abound. Jealousy, vanity, comparison, red eye. Jealousy makes people crazy. Jealousy makes people hideous. It is in such a state of mind, health will slowly diminish. Because of these behaviors of yours, sadness, injury to the spirit, injury to the 5 organs. The 5 organs are mutually reinforcing, and if one goes wrong, the others will follow, and then the intestines will be injured. First hurt the 5 organs, and then hurt the 6 internal organs. Stress is not just hair loss. Stress is also constipation. Wang Su is not envious of others who have a beautiful daughter-in-law, because he has not seen better than Chi Tang. He does not envy others who have money, even if you are the richest. Wang Su does not envy. Money is not the ultimate pursuit. It is just a shortcut to the ultimate pursuit. For example, if you want a beautiful woman, you can't do it without money, but you can do it with money. For example, if you want to eat good food, you can't do it without money, but you can if you have money. For example, if you want to live in a villa, you can't do it without money. You can do it with money. For example, if you want people to envy you, think highly of you, and respect you, money is fine. But Wang Su doesn't need money to achieve these purposes. Why did he have to go farther than that? He was in a special situation and skipped the pursuit of money directly. A person who could clarify his position, be immune to the temptation of material things, and have a strong ability, then he would radiate a bright light. Wang Chang from the village called. Wang Chang is 30 years old, has always been a peddler, selling livestock, or some mountain goods, also some wild rabbits, and so on. Often in and out of the livestock market and the flower and bird market. Wang Su before and he left each other contact information. Let him contact him if he has something good, and he will collect it at a high price. Brother Chang, is there something good? Wang Su asked with a smile. A pair of big boars, but the male boar is injured. Not too bad. And there are 8 small boar cubs, a month old. Wang Chang said, are they yours, or someone else's? Wang Su asked, someone else's. You want it? I can buy it for you first. Wang Chang said, trouble brother Chang, make sure you buy it for me. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive. Wang Su said, wild boar is now not a protected animal in many places, and there are even places that have issued wild boar catch and kill orders, $10 a catty to recover. 2 wild boars, plus a litter of small boars, cost $20,000. This is still the male boar was injured. In fact, no one raises wild boars. I also kill pigs for meat. These 2 big boars, big, that male bore at least more than 400 pounds, even 500 pounds, too fierce, so the injury is very serious. And that female boar didn't know that the capture was smooth because of the little boar. Neither was injured. Wang Su wants to give Wang Chang $2,000 hard work fee. Wang Chang refused to do so. Wang Su saw that Wang Chang was very persistent, so he did not give it again. All is a village. But this is not the main reason. The main reason, Wang Chang is very clear. Wang Su now has the ability. As long as he pulls him a little later, is not just 2,000 things. People's good. Wang Su naturally remember. Let Wang Chang see good things again must contact him. The boar's recovery ability is very strong, and its vitality is also tenacious. This big boar has almost a big bloody hole in its neck, and it is very weak at this time. Taming. Wang Su directly tamed this injured male boar. The process of dragon chi taming. Direct genetic breakthrough. Injury repair. The boar king was born. The body size was a huge circle larger, and the overall density, muscle density was increased several times. The bones were thick, dense, hard, and tough. Majestic. A pair of mighty fangs, not too long, maybe 15 centimeters, slightly pointed and thin at the very front, getting thicker the further back they went. A large pig's head, thick neck, all adamantium-like muscles, and unusually short and thick limbs, big fat ass, and a pair of big leeches hanging from it. Should be envied by many. The small tail is a bit thin and short, but it feels resilient, like a small whip, flinging it around. Mighty and domineering with cute and droll. Especially that pair of tusks. More a kind of cute and fierce temperament. Before that big black pig, like a piggy bank, it was more cute and adorable. Speaking only of face value, Wang Su actually couldn't tell which one was higher for a while. It was a bit difficult to choose. Fortunately, he didn't have to make a choice. It was all his. The Big Boar family had temporarily settled down here in Boar Mountain. Well, Boar Mountain. The Big Boar affectionately circled around Wang Su and grunted. Meek, dependent. Wang Su touched the big pig's head, especially thick. On this body, with a pair of tusks, this tonnage fight lion and tiger are not a problem. This confidence Wang Su still have. This is a small land tank, not to mention this big boar. Even the domesticated big black pig before, is not inferior to the lion and tiger. Because of strength, defense, and endurance, the thick neck doesn't have a lockjaw at all. In addition to the hare and mountain beaver, leopard cat, there is another wild species. It's still a big boar with a big block. Where was the limit of this thing? Wang Su was also looking forward to it. Some of the old sows used for farrowing could reach 1,000 pounds, and the largest domestic pig on record was 1,800 pounds, with a body length of 2.5 meters, a waist circumference of up to 2.23 meters, and tusks 14.4 centimeters long. It was made into a taxidermy exhibit after its death. Capital. The first hospital. Lots of doctors. The director is there. One was sad and apologetic. On the hospital bed was a middle-aged man with a stalwart face, but his face was abnormal. His body was thin, and he looked terminally ill. High fever, hepatitis, liver function, hematopoietic dysfunction, enlarged organs. By the side of the hospital bed is a young woman. This woman and Chi Tang are a little bit like each other. Well, it is a little bit of temperament. How to say it? Chi Tang is cool as a song, just like the bright moonlight. A little clear mind. Very ethereal feeling. This woman is directly cold and frosty. She is very beautiful. Her features like a picture. Just that kind of emanation is the breath of life. Do not approach. She is also 36D. Her features are not only beautiful, but also has a kind of noble temperament. Born a kind of noble temperament, coupled with this cold, such as cold winter ice and snow. Let's put it this way. Obviously very beautiful, but a look, directly can let the man bow his head. Hard not up. She is the president of Wei's group. And on the bed is her own brother, the founder of Wei's group, the real helmsman, MS. Wei, we've done our best. The Dean side. Hemophagocytic syndrome. Hemophagocytic syndrome is a very serious blood system disease. A small portion of patients could be cured, and the majority of patients tended to die early due to severe complications. Wei Xiangjuan would not be one of the few, but rather one of the most serious of the majority. Very serious. Full-blown, uncontrollable, helpless. The woman didn't shed any tears, but anyone could tell she was sad at this point. She is all alone. Her brother has a large family. If her brother is gone, what about the Wei family? Wei Xiangjuan is already in a coma. High fever does not go down. Has issued a critical notice, and has clearly said, at most 2 days. Then do your best to last one more day if you can. Doctors are out. Wei Xiangjuan's son is a master of eating and drinking. Not progressive. Just an only child. Mrs. Wei is dignified and generous. Beautiful and capable. But Wei Xiangjuan is her sky. The sky has collapsed. Wei Xiangjuan and Uncle. There are cousins. Cousins. Wei Xiangjuan is gone. No need to outside. Just this family can be uproar. Wei heard the wind is very difficult, but also very lonely. Thinking of the college roommate Chi Tang, he called the past real friends. Wei heard wind only Chi Tang a person. Once the two were also the two most dazzling flowers in the university period. Family and background are all very good, but there wasn't that man who could pick one of them. Some even said that the two of them didn't like men. Listen to the wind. Answering the phone, Chi Tang said happily, I missed you. Wei hearing wind had a nice voice. Chi Tang's voice was cool and soft. Wei hearing wind's voice was instead cold and enchanting. It wasn't as cold as others. What happened? Chi Tang froze and asked with concern. Nothing, just miss you. Wei hearing phone said in a pretense of relaxation. Alright, tell me what's going on. Even if I can't help you, I can still be your confidant. Chi Tang said. They were too familiar and knew each other too well. Chi Tang knew that Wei hearing phone had something the moment she heard it. Everyone needed to vent, in various ways. For example, the big leader scolded the little leader. The little leader needed to vent, so he scolded the group leader. The group leader also feels bad, so he vents to the group members. The team members are also human beings, but they can't find anyone to vent to. Some of them go home to find their wives to vent to. Some of them go home to their wives to vent, but some of them can't afford to mess with their wives. When you see a stray dog on the side of the road, Find a brick and throw it directly at you. Woo woo, the heart aches a little. My brother is going to die. The doctor said 2 days at most. Wei Hearing Wine said with a sigh. Wei Hearing Feng really wanted to find someone to talk to. She only had one true friend like Chi Tang, and she just wanted to find Chi Tang to talk to. Wei Hearing Feng talked about her brother's situation. Feng, wait for me. I'll ask you. Chi Tang hung up the phone after saying that. Then, Wang Su was working on Boar Mountain, clearing the land. The cell phone rang. Chi Tang called. Little Tong Tong. Wang Su picked up the phone. I have something I want to ask for your help. Chi Tang said gently. My family baby you say? No matter what it is, I'll get it done for you. Wang Su said spiritedly. My best friend, bosom friend, her brother is dying. Very special. Can you give a look? I thought it was something. They come over, or I go over. Wang Su said with a smile. Can't stand the bumps anymore. I'll have the driver pick you up. Chi Tang said. No need. I'll go to Stone City. Then we'll go over together. Wang Su said. Good. Wang Su didn't ask what kind of disease he was suffering from, and with herbs and silver needles, he directly asked Chi Yun to drive him. Brother-in-law. It looks urgent. Chi Yun asked while driving. Your sister's best friend's brother is dying and asked me to take a look. Wang Su said. Wei Hearing Feng? Chi Yun said in surprise. I don't know. I didn't ask. Wang Su shook his head. My sister is that one best friend. Roommate. Good friend. That woman will pull a face even more than my sister. Forget about it. Chi Yun shook his head. Do you have a girlfriend? Wang Su asked. I don't need. Chi Yun said dryly. Wang Su was really curious, but he was in this relationship with him now, so he couldn't discuss some topics that men could discuss. Less than 2 hours. Arrived at the Stone City. Chi Tang got on the car. The Stone City was not far from the capital city. About 2 hours away. Chi Yun was there. Wang Su wasn't able to do anything. The two people sat in the back of the car. Wang Su held her hand, holding that soft plain hand. The heart was apoplectic. Chi Tang's mouth was tinged with a hint of a smile. Can it be cured? Hemophagocytic syndrome. It's serious. Chi Tang asked gently. I need to take a look first. Wang Su wasn't 100% sure. After all, coming up with a level 83 title, for title boss monster, then he couldn't do anything about it. Sister, Wei Hearing Wind her brother is dying? Chi Yun asked. Chi Tong answered. If her brother can't make it, can Wei Hearing Wind carry it? Chi Yun asked curiously. Chi Tang didn't say anything. Chi Yun also knew that Wei Hearing Feng was also very capable, and like his sister, she was a career-oriented woman. Strong women. The Wei Group was also considered a powerful company. Wei Shangjuan was also a man of the hour and was only 40 years old with huge potential. The father-in-law's family also has influence, but the prerequisite must have Wei Shangjuan as a person in. Ability. Relationship is indispensable. Wei Shangjuan has the ability. Wei Hearing Feng also has the ability, plus the relationship of Mrs. Wei's family. Wei's group belongs to the rising star. Is rising. Huge potential. When something like this happens, it can't be hidden anymore, and the shares plummet. The market value instantly evaporated by half, and the trend is still falling, because I don't know who leaked the news, saying that Wei Shangjuan is no longer curable, and will last for 2 days at most. Wang Su was just watching these news. He didn't understand. Tong Tang, Wang Su called her. Chi Yun winced. Dogsy, close your ears. Chi Tang said softly. Chi Yun hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly. Her sister was such a proud person, but during this time, he also knew Wang Su's extraordinary. Feeling that he and his sister were still really well matched, he was happy. His sister's life was saved by Wang Su, and seeing his sister find someone she liked, this result was already beyond the family's expectations. Wang Su forgot about Chi Yun and was a bit embarrassed. Chi Tang smiled and looked at him, very gentle, making Wang Su instantly understand a word. Tenderness. Wei's group's shares plummeted and sold off. If Wei Shangjuan can survive, will it not appreciate in value? Wang Su said. Wang Su belonged to the small white. Well, the kind that didn't know a thing. Of course. Do you want me to buy it? Chi Tang asked with a smile. Wait for me to see the person first. If I make a move, then it's curable. Do you have enough money? Wang Su asked. Money is not a problem. Chi Tang said with a smile. Wang Su didn't ask again. He didn't understand, and he didn't want to understand. Those what mending, filling, peddling, just heard people say. He didn't have the slightest interest. This time is also a coincidence. He himself is not interested at all. Brother-in-law. Then I'll buy some at that time. Chi Yun laughed. Wang Su didn't know what Chi Yun did for so long. Dogsy he makes investments. I'm the majority shareholder. Chi Tong said with a smile. Chatting, without realizing it, they had already arrived at the capital hospital. The doctors had tried their best. The dean had a good relationship with Wei Shangjuan's father-in-law, and this time doing their best didn't work. Pity. Medicine can't cure the disease. The Buddha has a destiny. Some people are terminally ill. Flabbergasted can live for a long time. Some people have a cold, but it is dead. Who can we talk to about this? Genes, immunity, willpower? Many times medical science cannot explain. There is a man whose daughter-in-law is AIDS, living together for 3 years, even without safety measures, but just cannot infect him. Maybe the immune system is too strong. Someone just rubbing. Did not happen, and then infected. Some people have the same disease and nothing happens to them, but some people don't. A lot of it can't even be explained by science or medicine. For example, some people just have a high fever that won't go away, no matter how, and they can't even determine the cause. Fever, in reality, is a very common symptom. Many people think it's just a fever, but a persistent fever, a recurring fever, a high fever that won't go away, that's dangerous. That's fatal. Senior ward. Inside are people close to Wei Shangjuan, but not many. Wei Shangjuan's parents-in-law, Wei Hearingfeng, Wei Shangjuan's wife, Wei Shangjuan's son. The son is a dude, but also knows that the sky is falling. Wei Hearingfeng saw Qi Tang and came over to say hello, and in the meantime looked at Wang Su. Qi Tang said to bring one over to see if it can be cured. It is not good to draw conclusions now. The first thing Wang Su did was look at Wei Shangjuan on the hospital bed. Bloodthirsty blood pack syndrome monster, 60 level, special monster, resurrection monster, elite monster, can fight after acupuncture, can be maintained for 3 years after victory, and resurrected after 3 years. Wang Su pulled Qi Tang, probing his head. He said softly in her ear, I can maintain him for 3 years, and relapse after 3 years. Maybe it can be treated or maybe it can't be treated, but the probability of treating it is very high, but he might continue to relapse. The intimate appearance of the two people was seen by Wei Hearingwind. She was surprised. She knew best what kind of person Qi Tang was. In fact, even if Qi Tang had breast cancer, even if he had a critical notice, he had only come to gather with Wei Hearingwind for a few days, cherishing each other's friendship, but didn't tell her. But at that time, Wei Shangjuan was already sick and still very sick, so he didn't see that Qi Tang was also sick. Qi Yun has gone to operate. 3 years is also enough. Qi Yun is opening an investment company, and Qi Tang is the major shareholder. It was only at this time that Wang Su saw Wei Hearingfeng. It is really an ice lotus flower. Her beauty is unbearable. Let's put it this way. You hot a big man. Give you a beauty to the extreme ice sculpture. What can you do? Good figure. Proud 36D. Willow waist and plump hips. 1 meter 7'2" in height. Those legs are long and straight. Through the clothes have a kind of tightness. Especially the thighs were round and not bloated. As if there is magic. Eyes clear as ice. Very atmospheric. And Qi Tang wore together very harmonious. But Wang Su still feels that his own Qi Tang looks better. Just the right amount of perfection. There were no outsiders in the hospital room. Qi Tang signaled Wang Su to say whatever he wanted to say. I can cure it. I can make him recover immediately. It can only last for 3 years. After 3 years the probability of relapse is high, and it can't get rid of the root. Wang Su's words made Wei Shifeng and Mrs. Wei's eyes light up. Even Wei Shangjuan's father-in-law couldn't believe it. If it's cured, I'll do it right away. If not, I'll go back first. I'm still very busy somewhere. Wang Su said. Cure. Wei Hearingfeng opened his mouth. Cure. Cure. Several people spoke almost simultaneously. Excited. For Wei Hearingfeng, her brother could live for a month. A week. And she also wanted to be cured. Mrs. Wei and Wei Shangjuan were in free love. And his family's old man was more optimistic about this son-in-law. Wang Su didn't care about this either. He was here to help Qi Tang and get some experience along the way. As for human affairs, that was also for Qi Tang and Wei Xiangfeng. On the contrary, his own fame could also spread outward through the Wei family and Wei Shangjuan's father-in-law's family. Wang Su was a layman and could not be exempted. His strongest is the ability to heal the sick, and to a certain extent, he is also considered to be in charge of the life and death of people, and it is possible to become the guest of those big shots. Taking out acupuncture, a needle went down. Soon Wei Shangjuan's face changed, and his body eased down, seeming to fall asleep. Before, it was a high fever, and the overall look of his expression and face was that of a person who was terminally ill and about to die. But now anyone could see that it was much better. Just one shot. Whether it is an expert or not, one shot will already know. Level 60 hemophagocytic syndrome monster, but not a boss monster, so this can be beaten. Wang Su has this confidence. The boss monster is a threshold. As long as it is a powerful disease monster, it must have this title. It was a sign. Entering the battle. A 10-meter-long red wolf with fiery red wolf fur that was gaudy. So beautiful. The whole body was fiery red, godly and majestic. Where could one see such a huge and good-looking being in reality? Hemophagocytic syndrome monster, 1,000,000 chi blood. 1 million chi blood. This is also a 3 title, but not a boss monster. Mainly level 60. Also a triple title, just not a boss monster. There was only one monster. Bang! The huge fire wolf took the lead. -0. Didn't break defense. Also normal. Wang Su struck. Mad Dog Fist. -100,200. End of round. Hemophagocytic syndrome monster triggered the regeneration skill, plus 100,000 blood. Wang Su was not surprised, whether it was self-healing or regeneration. It was an important feature of the syndrome, and if he didn't have bloodthirsty cloud-chasing crawler and green dragon Xuanwu armor, he wouldn't have been able to fight. 1 round to regenerate 100,000 blood. This is really too scary. But it wasn't surprising when one thought about the fact that it was a life-threatening disease. It wasn't technically a true terminal illness monster yet, because it wasn't the last monster fought. It wasn't removing the root cause. It was just a temporary relief. The pet giant panda swung its giant bamboo and smashed it over. Bang! There was a lot of movement, but as a meat shield pet, the output was almost non-existent. -0. Poisoning success. -50,000. Freeze succeeded. Next turn, the giant firewolf was unable to act. This time it was lucky that the poison and freeze worked together. Plus poison, plus 1 mad dog fist in 3 rounds, plus 2 normal attacks. You don't need to stack damage to drop blood. The drop was very little. Unless there's a blitz. The twofold blitz probability is okay. So it's okay. It wasn't long. The giant firewolf falls down. You win the battle. You gain 300,000 experience. Your pet giant panda gains 300,000 experience. Your pet giant panda improves to level 27. You obtain the wolf tooth necklace. You obtain ginseng, 60 years portion, x10. If it's not a boss monster, there's very little experience. It's still a 3 title. And the main thing is that there's a lot of experience in leveling up. Monsters have very little experience. If it's a boss monster, the experience is boosted by 10 times compared to a normal monster of the same level. A title doubles it again. And the higher the level, the more it increases. When the equipment came out, Wang Su was still a little excited. Wolf Tooth Necklace. Level, 60. Attack plus 6,000. Defense plus 6,000. Blood plus 6,000. Additional skill Wolf's Teeth. 20% probability of triggering a blitz when attacking, causing double damage. 10% probability of triggering a fatal strike, causing triple damage. Additional skill Powerful. Passive skill. The result of damage inflicted is increased by 50%, stacking 1 layer every 100 turns, up to a maximum of 5 layers. Durability, never wear out. Indestructible. It's a good thing. Strike probability. Double damage and triple damage is so much better than this equipment on the body that the probability is almost doubled. Blitz is a good thing. And that power skill is also good. Boosting attacks is high. Stacking a layer for 100 turns too. If you triggered another blitz like that, that would be 7 times damage, as well as 11.5 times damage. It just takes a lot of turns. Hundreds of turns. Generally do not use so many rounds. This wolf's tooth necklace is strong. Also very suitable for Wang Su. Very suitable. Still never wear out. Indestructible. It's an artifact for Wang Su. Unfortunately, it is a level 60 equipment. There is no level restriction. I don't know how long I have to wait. This thing is good for Wang Su. Very good. Of course, just talking about the importance. It still can't be compared to the green dragon Xuanwu armor or the bloodthirsty cloud chasing crawler. Keep it. Wait for level 60. And I don't know if I'll still use it when I get to level 60. Gave 10 60-year-old ginseng. This is a good thing. Keep it. The item bar is really good. Battle over. Zapping continues. Then a bowl of qi and blood soup is prescribed. Let them go grab the medicine and boil it. While the medicine was boiling, Wei Xiangjuan woke up. It even felt like it had completely gotten better. The whole family was naturally overjoyed. In fact, they didn't think highly of Wang Su before. Too young. This was normal. No one else would believe it. No matter what, Wang Su hadn't encountered any dog-eyed. Tell him to get lost how to do this dog blood plot. Thank you. My name is Wei Hearing Wind. I'm Tongtong's best friend. Wei Hearing Wind thanked gratefully. Even when she was saying thank you, she could feel that she was being cordial. She was trying to make her face soft, but it was still icy cold. It was a feeling. And Wang Su had seen that there really were ice beauties in this world. A lot of TV said something about ice beauty, cold and frosty, but it was just a drooping face and unsympathetic speech. That is what ice beauty. Not to mention that the look is not good. The temperament and look is also not in line. After seeing Wei Hearing Feng, perhaps there really is an ice beauty in this world. Ha! I didn't pay attention to it before, but now I realize that Wei Hearing Wind also has a disease monster at his ankle position. It's actually so dazzling. Why didn't I see it before? Stone Lady Monster, level 100. Special Monster. Phoenix-shaped monster. Boss monster. King level monster. Can fight after acupuncture. It was a small icy blue phoenix that was lifelike, but it was also a sad monster. It was even sadder than Chi Tong's infertility monster. A stone woman. Or an ice beauty. A lot of people say something about just liking ice beauties. The icier they are, the more they like them. This is really nonsense. That is cheap. That is ignorance. After meeting Wei Hearing Feng, although it was just for a little while, one can already feel that getting along with such a woman was just boring and purely uncomfortable. Wang Su was curious how Chi Tang got along with her. Wang Su shook his head. Mrs. Wei also came to say thank you. There were also Wei Shangjuan's father-in-law and mother-in-law. Wei Shangjuan's son, Shi Yun, had gone out to work, making phone calls again and constantly arranging something. Listen to the wind. My boyfriend and I will just go for a stroll first. We'll be in touch later. Chi Tang said with a smile. Wei Shangjuan was well. This time was naturally a good opportunity. Chi Tang left the time for Wei Hearing Feng. Wei Shifeng and Wei family members stayed again and again. This was a great favor. Finally promised to go to the family for a banquet in the evening. Two people left. Walking out of the hospital, Wei family members have been sent outside. Let them be sure to go home at night. The two people sat in the car. Good car. What car? Wang Su really do not recognize. He car blind. In addition to a limited number. Basically do not recognize. But also heard what Ferrari, BMW, Mercedes, Cadillac, Maserati, etc. Just do not recognize. Wang Su sat in the passenger side. Wang Su just recently watched a video. It said that girls are 16 times more horny than boys. There are also men and women dating. It is to kiss and hug and lift high. Men don't take the initiative. Accompanying girls to eat, go shopping, go to the movies, is not doing the right thing, just doing foreplay. Do you think girls are just there to have a meal with you? What men think? Men know themselves. Women are 16 times more horny than men. What do they think? Still need to think? As long as you can ask out, like it or not, you should be able to feel it. Describe what men are. Is a banana, skin yellow, peeled instead of yellow, or white? And to describe the woman, it is an egg. After peeling the egg white, snow white like jade, crystal clear, but the inside is yellow oil. A woman's heart is said to be extremely imaginative and bold. Just the exterior is very reserved. Wang Su looked at Chi Tang. To think that a woman as cool as a song and as immortal as she was, she had also been so passionate. Wang Su unconsciously blushed. It was a little difficult to hold himself for a while. The main reason was that Chi Tang was right beside him. Within reach. But here is the parking lot. Here is the car. Chi Tang blushed pleasantly and greased him. Don't want to be good again. Chi Tang said softly. The voice was indescribably gentle. And there was that unique favor. The voice was indescribably gentle. And there was that unique favoring intent. Wang Su liked this kind of goodness of Chi Tang towards him. Unique favor. Favoritism. The fire in his heart is no longer just a fire, but more of a love. The kind of love that he holds in the palm of his hand for fear of falling off, and in his mouth for fear of melting. His eyes were particularly gentle at this moment. Less light-hearted. More love. Just love. Love to the bone. It was not the first time that Chi Tang had seen Wang Su's eyes like this, but every time it was shocking. To what extent did he like himself to be like this? My baby is talking about something bad, Wang Su asked with a smile. Eyes warm, but with a different flavor, because there is love. There is desire. Love 7 points. 3 points of desire. In fact, love is not pure. You like women. There must be desire. Otherwise it is not called love. Chi Tang was a little overwhelmed. This guy makes her kind of ignore her age. He is really good looking. It is the kind of good looking that is different. This guy is not even called my family Tang Tang. It is already my family baby. Chi Tang didn't feel how abrupt, and it didn't seem to be unacceptable. Could love really make people stupid? In the past, when she heard the conversations of young male and female lovers, she felt unbelievable. She did not expect that one day she could be like this. How can I say this feeling? It is amazing. Chi Tang blushed and drove. Ahem. That Tang Tang, do you still remember what you promised me before? Wang Su asked with embarrassment. The black silk thing. Really, the more embarrassed, the more exciting. Is this feeling youth? Is it love? Aha! Chi Tang whispered. Chi Tang had a house over here, and it wasn't far away. Bought it together with Wei Hearing Feng. Both of them don't have many friends, they are very talkative. College roommates, girlfriends, friends, a bit of confidants. Chi Tang's career, the company in 2 big cities, a capital city, a listing, Stone City there, an apartment building, is one of her property. It was also something that happened, where to go to take a break, intending to spend the last time of her life, did not expect to meet Wang Su, also did not expect to come this far. If she hadn't met him, perhaps she would have already left this world. 15 minutes later, came to a villa area, Purple Mansion, a single house with a single door. The Purple Mansion was filled with greenery, so many big trees that looked like they were not small in years. There were parks, kindergartens, elementary schools, and middle schools near the neighborhood. There are also shopping centers, malls, supermarkets, exhibition centers, theaters, plazas, hotels, theaters, banks, hotels, fitness places, swimming pools, barbershops, clinics, tea houses. The Purple Mansion is so big. The architectural style is very good. Looking at the upscale, very atmospheric. There are single-family houses and also large flat floors. The design of the Purple Mansion, Wang Su preferred. The big trees, the water pavilion, and the rockery fit each other. Pavilions, tea rooms, stone bridges, stone carvings and others skillfully matched. The plaques and poems in the garden are all inscribed by famous writers. So the humanistic and traditional cultural atmosphere is very strong. Purple Mansion enjoys both urban and natural resources, 5 business districts, living area, and 3 big parks. Tong Tong is rich. Wang Su does not feel anything now. No inferiority complex. Not envious of this place either. If it were before, if he was just an ordinary person, then he would definitely be envious and have an inferiority complex. This was the villa. If you let the rural people see it, they would feel that it was just a little bit higher grade than his house. Wang Su was also watching this neighborhood. He felt that the so-called villa neighborhood he had the ability to create today. This can be tried. The value of these houses is not high. The main thing is the location. Why is the location here good? Economic center, business center, education center, medical center. To put it bluntly, the surrounding services and facilities are good. People converge to form the so-called business circle, living circle, all kinds of circles. People first survive, then develop, better development. Because of the convergence of people, it attracts all kinds of talents. Medical care, education, food, entertainment and so on are the best. Likewise, there will be a need for many people to work, more people to serve, and more jobs. A cycle is formed. The more people converge, the more people there are, and unless saturation is reached, it will keep increasing. Wang Su thought about where in Wang Village there were any characteristics that would draw people in. Wangsuan is too small. Jiangxian, I think. Medical treatment, Wang Su can develop and develop. Currently the party is still not much. Gourmet, health. Wang Su felt that this could be. This is a good gimmick. The better life was, the more you would value health. When you were in a bad condition, the thought was to live first. When people are starving to death, they will not consider whether the food is clean and healthy. Construction has begun on the Little Prairie in Young County. It will be a great sight to see. No one else can imitate it. Only Wang Su can do it. One is the spirit gathering array, which is crucial. Another is the ability to tame animals. Even if it was just an ordinary animal, a horse could hurt someone if it was frightened. Shi Tang pulled Wang Su to her house. There were 3 floors up and down, 110 square feet per floor. Whether there was a basement underground, Wang Su didn't know. There was also a small yard. You could park your car, plant a tree, get a few pots of greenery, and build another dog kennel. Wang Su smoothly locked the gate. Shi Tang looked at him with a smile. Her cool immortal face was a little red, slightly bowed her head, but still took his hand, walked towards the room. The first floor was the living room, kitchen, bathroom, and gym. Upstairs was the residence. Wang Su embraced her in his arms, taking a deep breath. That longing, it was satisfied to a certain extent. It's so good. Wang Su laughed softly. Carry me upstairs, Shi Tang said softly beside his ear. Magnetic and cool, yet tantalizing. Wang Su's entire backbone was cool. From his tailbone straight to his heavenly soul. Wang Su could no longer control himself. Picked her up and walked towards the second floor. Shi Tang shyly crouched in his arms without raising her head. The beauty of life Wang Su feels is now. It will not change in the future. That kind of soul impact. Ice muscle and jade bone. Wang Su is greedy like a child. Clouds rise and fall. Wang Su is gentle, but he's well capitalized. A man of steel. Wang Su loved to look at the immortal face that was close at hand. The face that is too shy to look up, not knowing what to do but immaculate. Her cool, gentle and evasive eyes, and the notes that were like immortal music. Every time Wang Su felt as if his soul was going out of his body. This kind of experience is perhaps only envying the lovebirds but not the immortals. Shi Tang's beauty carried a cool and immortal aura that was rare and unique in the world. 2 hours later, Shi Tang fell into a deep sleep. Wang Su felt that he was now the peak of his life. An indescribable state. Just looking at her like this, it feels like it is not enough. Breast Cancer Army Wannabe, Level 41. Boss Monster, Elite Monster, Special Monster. Can fight after acupuncture and nudging? 4 years of longevity restored after victory in battle. Wang Su did not fight and needed acupuncture. There is no rush for this moment. Wait until she wakes up. Infertility Monster, Level 100. Boss Monster, Dragon Monster, Special Monster. Can fight. Wang Su saw this and remembered the Stone Woman Monster. Wei Hearing Wind Stone Maiden Monster. What did this mean? Wei Hearing Wind was a stone woman. There are several kinds of stone women. In short, they can't live a male and female life. Nowadays, medical treatment can cure some of them. But Wei Hearing Fang's Stone Woman Monster level is too scary. And it's also a 4th title, Phoenix-shaped monster. There were exceptions to every disease. And in her case, the current medical treatment was definitely unable to cure her. Shi Tang and Wei Hearing Wind were really half a catty. Both are stunning on Earth. One has cancer plus infertility. The other was a stone woman, directly unable to live a male and female life. Wang Su enjoyed the quietness of the moment, emptying his mind. 2 hours later, Shi Tang woke up, finding a comfortable position in Wang Su's arms. A little lazy, especially beautiful, extremely beautiful. Wang Su just felt that she was especially cute. Couldn't help but kiss her again. Took out silver needles and gave her acupuncture. Choose to enter the battle. This? Not 1, not 2, 3. 3 snow white tigers over 12 meters long. Divine, majestic, dominating, looking out of the corner of your eye. They say dragons and tigers. Dragons are legendary, but tigers are real. What does this also mean? Tigers belong to the most perfect animals, powerful animals. Breast Cancer Army Wannabe, Blood, 1, 500, 000, 3. Wang Su was pumped up and wasn't very flustered. The current level 40 triple title boss monster. Even if it was more powerful, Wang Su had the confidence to take it down. And it wouldn't be too difficult. Dragon from the clouds, tiger from the wind. Roar! A huge tiger roar resounded through the clouds. The sky and earth changed color, and the wind swept through the clouds, accompanied by the gusts of wind. 3 huge white tigers directly rode their faces. Bang bang bang! -0, -0, 000. The sound was great, but with a level 100 artifact clothing in his body, Wang Su's defense piece was indeed too strong. The main thing was that Wang Su's talent, Vajra Unbreakable, had a 50% reduction in receiving all damage. So it made this piece of level 100 divine artifact armor, which already had a terrifying defense, now doubled it. This was the effect of 1 + 1 being far greater than 3. That was why a level 43 title powerful boss monster froze and couldn't break the defense. The last time a level 40 boss monster broke its defense at 5 to 8 times damage, it only hit more than 100 drops of blood, but it broke its defense. Wang Su struck out. Mad Dog Fist, -99,000. The almost 3-meter tall giant panda was still cute, wielding a huge bamboo and smashing it over. It didn't have much output ability, but it was a great momentum. Bang! -0. The rendezvous ended. Breast Cancer Army Wannabe triggered the healing skill, returning blood plus 99,000. Doing this math, you can return 150,000 blood in 1 round. The Breast Cancer Army Captain triggers the skill Tiger Strength, increasing attack by 1% per turn. Breast Cancer Master triggers the Tiger Power skill, increasing attack by 1% per round. Breast Cancer Army Warchief triggered the skill Tiger Strength, increasing his attack by 1% per turn. Wang Su was a little flustered. His strength was that the longer the turn, the higher the defense and the higher the output. Now the opponent's attacks were also stacking up every turn. Luckily, Wang Su's defense increased by 1% per turn. Otherwise, after hundreds or even thousands of rounds, the first to die would definitely be himself. The more advanced the disease monster, the more powerful its ability. With all kinds of scary skills coming out, there was no other way but to stall the rounds and stack the defense to increase the output. White Tiger Star Formation. 3 huge white tigers were in a zigzag formation, hanging in the air. The white light on their bodies flourished, carrying a strong aura of solemnity. Boom! Combined attack. -0. What a great aura. Although it only hit 0, Wang Su felt a bit not so good. White Tiger Star Formation. Combined attack. Attack stack. But damage taken increases by 50%. Cooldown 100 turns. The White Tiger Star Formation allowed the 3 giant white tigers to stack their attacks. which was equal to triple in disguise. The tiger power, on the other hand, doubled the attack for 100 turns. If it was just one, Wang Su increased his defense by 1%, which could be counteracted and was not a concern. But now there were 3 on the opposite side. One by one, the attack does not break the defense. It is afraid of the white tiger star formation skill. For example, in 100 rounds, the attack is 6 times the attack of one white tiger. At 200 rounds, it is 9 times the attack. At 300 rounds, it's 12 times the attack. At 400 rounds it was 15 times the attack. However, there was one thing, such an overbearing skill, there was also an after effect. The damage received was increased by 50%, which could also be stacked. At 200 rounds, the damage received is increased by 100%, which is equivalent to doubling the damage of Wang Su's attack. Come on, let's see who gets who killed first. Round 101. Wang Su attacked. Bang! Minus 120. 000. Under normal circumstances, Wang Su should have reduced the opposite side's chi blood by around 80,000. This was the side effect of the white tiger star formation, but relatively speaking, the increase was better than the side effect. The increase in attack was too much, and if Wang Su's defense wasn't high enough, it was estimated that the first time the white tiger star formation was used, it would have killed him in seconds. Bang! Minus 360. 000. Out of the storm. Fatal strike. Triple damage. Blitz was really a good thing. End of round. Breast cancer army commander triggers healing. Chi and blood plus 150. 000. The breast cancer captain triggers together in the same boat. Blood plus 150. 000. Breast cancer army warchief triggers sharing the same boat. Chi and blood plus 150,000. Together in the boat, healing is shared. Cooldown round 20 rounds. Wang Su continued to fight. This skill was really varied. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a divine artifact clothing and a special boot, bloodthirsty cloud chasing cushion, there really wasn't a single thing he could do about it. Level 20's, bloodthirsty cloud chasing crawler, sealed the deal. How could Wang Su not expect this? A pair of level 20 boots had a never wear out indestructible. The attributes were very crotch pulling. Just 2 skills look okay. But at that time Wang Su defense cannot. Every round to increase 1% is just like that. Feel very ribbed. Defense cannot. The second skill additional 20% defense damage, even if it is fixed damage, is also very low. So has always felt that the shoes are not even better than the boar helmet, white zephyr ring. But when he obtained the green dragon Xuanwu armor, he realized how powerful this pair of small level 20 shoes was. It was truly standing on the head of a giant and being taller than the giant. The green dragon Xuanwu armor directly sent the bloodthirsty cloud chasing shoes to the altar. In one fell swoop, Wang Su had disguised himself to obtain a divine weapon once again. As it approached 200 rounds, Wang Su's attack was also becoming terrifying. Wang Su's defense for 100 rounds also doubled a little more. 200 rounds. The white tiger star formation was triggered. The white light on the 3 white tigers became even more dazzling, like huge stars blooming before their eyes. 9x damage. Bang! Minus 4,300. This is really breaking defense. Luckily, there were side effects. At this time, Wang Su's output was also very powerful. The normal attack had stacked up to 160. 000. Because of the side effects of the white tiger star formation, the damage doubled to hit 320. 000. The blood recovery could not keep up, and the same boat needed 20 rounds, coupled with the storm attack, as well as Mad Dog Fist. Mad Dog Fist was pretty powerful. Bang! Minus 960. 000. Wang Su. After 200 rounds, Wang Su is strong. Just give him a chance to fight for 200 rounds. First one to settle. The soldiers are defeated. After the first one was killed, the white tiger star formation could not be triggered. Wang Su's damage had stacked up. Mad Dog Fist tripled the damage, plus Blitz. The situation now was that as long as Wang Su could be made to fight for more than 200 rounds, his output was terrifying. But he was afraid of encountering the dreaded disease monster and not giving it a chance. Wang Su looked at Chiton's level 100 dragon monster, the infertile monster. I wonder if I can disable a single hit from this dragon monster. Dispel this idea. But if you want to have a child with Chi-Tang, you definitely need to kill this infertile monster. Wang Su really wanted to have a little baby with Chi-Tang, preferably a little girl. Wang Su thought about Chi-Tang holding his daughter and shouting Chi-Tang mama to a little girl. It would be very nice to see. Now that it was easy to fight monsters, he was able to ramble on. But the thought of this level 100 infertility monster made one very powerless. Don't think about it. Fight the monsters. Try to upgrade. There is still hope. The third breast cancer army wannabe also fell. You gain victory in battle. You gain 480,000 experience. You upgrade to level 29. Your pet giant panda gains 480,000 experience. Your pet giant panda upgrades to level 28. You obtain 3 medicinal soups. You obtain Tiger Bone, Extreme, x 300 pounds. You obtain Tiger Whip, Extreme, x 3. You obtain Tiger Skin, Extreme, times 3. You obtain low-grade Tiger Talisman, Treasure. Another treasure. Wang Su was still a bit excited. The last treasure was the Dragon Pearl, and it was very powerful, especially that beast taming ability. Wang Su directly looked at the Tiger Talisman first. Low-grade Tiger Talisman, Treasure Class. When receiving damage that is sufficiently fatal, immune to this attack. Cooldown time 100 turns. A treasure is a treasure. Wang Su was a little excited. Low-level treasures were also this domineering, and the utility of this ability was too strong. Powerful disease monsters that seem to have a big move for 100 turns are scary. A low-level Tiger Talisman with only one effect. Immune to 1 fatal damage. This is a divine skill. The main thing is that the monster must have a must-have move every 100 rounds. And this low-level Tiger Talisman treasure cooldown is exactly 100 rounds, restraining every 100 rounds of must-kill techniques. Wang Su wasn't afraid of those killing techniques now. But what about high-level disease monsters? Wang Su's defense is very strong. General attacks are not afraid of some rare and strange moves, but now every 100 rounds of moves directly waste. However, this low-level Tiger Talisman just says that when suffering fatal damage, it is immune to it once, with a cooldown of 100 rounds. If one suffered 2 fatal attacks within 100 turns, one would still die. But one more piece of a good thing is one more means of preserving one's life. And this is the powerful effect of treasures. Equip it to the treasure bar and it takes effect. This low-level Tiger Talisman was also considered to be like a tiger for Wang Su. The greater the power of a disease monster's move, the longer the cooldown time under normal circumstances. This was instead more favorable to Wang Su. When the power is not big enough, Wang Su's powerful defense and damage reduction can withstand it. When the power was too terrifying, the effect of the low-grade Tiger Talisman manifested. Although he had a piece of artifact armor with amazing defense, a piece of artifact armor wasn't enough to make him invincible. In front of those powerful terminal disease monsters, he was still far from it. However, this piece of artifact armor served as a root and could not be replaced. Next, Wang Su had to improve his recovery ability, blocking, chi and blood cap, and some special skills. The bloodthirsty cloud-chasing crawl was to ascend to the altar by relying on 2 skills that didn't look too good at first glance. 3 extreme tiger whips. Tiger bone is also a good thing. Can be used as medicine. Tiger skin can be made into coats and cloaks. It could be given to people close to you. Finally, Wang Su looked at the 3 medicinal soups. Spleen strengthening soup. Liver nourishing soup. Stomach nourishing soup. Good stuff. This is simply the root soup. The kidney is the root of the innate. The stomach is the root of the acquired. And the spleen and stomach are connected. They say the spleen and stomach are bad. The spleen and stomach are the source of chi and blood biochemistry. All life activities need the spleen and stomach to take in nutrients to supply. The spleen is the master of transportation and the stomach is the master of reception. Let's put it this way. In layman's terms, no matter whether you work out, or practice martial arts, or take supplements, are not as good as a good spleen and stomach. Spleen and stomach absorption. Transportation is the key to strengthening the body. A person with a bad spleen and stomach cannot be healthy. This is why it is said that the spleen and stomach is the foundation of the latter. The spleen and stomach is good. You can absorb enough nutrients, so that the 5 viscera and 6 bowels healthy body. As for the liver, the kidneys, they will flush out the toxins from your body. Liver and kidney, spleen and stomach, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, based on the spleen and stomach, interlocking, generally weak and sick, are from the spleen and stomach is not good. A large amount of food can pressure the disease. Only a good appetite, absorb enough nutrients, their own immunity is strong, can resist the disease. When people get sick, the first thing they do is to lose their appetite and can't eat. Normal people do not eat or still not able to top, let alone you are sick, but also cannot eat, will only get sicker and sicker. Spleen and stomach good people, not easy to get sick. The body times great, strong immune system, men are strong, women are beautiful. Because beauty itself is a manifestation of health. Spleen soup, stomach soup, liver soup. It goes without saying that the liver naturally, when the liver and kidneys are in trouble, it's fatal. These 3 prescriptions are good. Publishing it, Wang Su thought about it, but in the end the one who gained the benefit was instead the capital. In fact, ordinary people will not even try. Once the capital got it, it was directly packaged and then could make a bloody profit. This was not what Wang Su wanted to see. so he might as well get himself some TCM centers, a chain of TCM centers, and just prescribe medicinal soup to people cheaply at that time. With these 3 articles of medicinal soup, plus the qi and blood soup, and the intestinal cleansing formula, it was basically enough. In general, when you have a cold or fever, very few people go to a Chinese medicine practitioner. Instead, they would only try Chinese medicine when they wanted to regulate their body, or when Western medicine had no solution. Wang Su looked at Qi Tang again. Breast cancer Grand Army Legionnaire, level 50. Boss monster, commander monster, elite monster, legion monster. Can fight after acupuncture? Restores 5 years of lifespan after killing. For title boss monsters. One of the legion monsters made Wang Su not quite understand. But now Wang Su did not intend to fight. Breast cancer could no longer affect her lifespan in 10 years. Qi Tang could feel that her physical state had gotten a lot better. Auntie Tong, I like you. Wang Su arched into her arms after collecting the needles. Greedy. Xiu Feng was divinely beautiful. The kind of beauty that was in front of your eyes. Flawless and so beautiful that it shook your heart and soul. Only Wang Su could appreciate the beauty of this scenery. Soul-crushing. Qi Tang blushed and looked at this guy. Gently encircled his neck. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Su only got up. Tender land. Hero's grave. But this kind of gentle land is worth it even if you die. Wang Su smiled and looked at Qi Tang, who was as cold as snow. Thinking about before. Her look. Appearance. Only he can see. Can appreciate. This feeling is indescribable. Satisfaction. Achievement. Happiness. Love. Qi Tang reached out and rubbed Wang Su's head. The cool, soft, beautiful eyes had love, favor, and light. Holding her hand, he walked out of the room. The Wei family was in the purple mansion. When the two arrived, the Wei family was warmly welcomed. Wei Shangjuan was still the man who would die at noon. Now it was like a normal person. Miraculous. The Wei family knew that they had met a strange person. This was a family banquet. Here were Wei Shangjuan's closest people. Miss Qi, Mr. Wang, please. Wei Shangjuan entertained warmly. Even that waistline bent a bit. This was his savior. Wei Shangjuan was grateful from the bottom of his heart and wanted to get to know this person. He was the boyfriend of his sister's best girlfriend, and this time it was his sister's bestie, Miss Qi Tang, who took the initiative to find Mr. Wang to cure him. It was evident how good the relationship between his sister and her bestie was. Wang Su's temperament surprised Wei Shangjuan. He was a businessman, but also a smart man. Wei Shangjuan had a positive outlook and was extremely sentimental, which was the reason why he was able to reach this height today. No need to be polite. I naturally won't refuse if my girlfriend asks. Wang Su laughed. These words showed Qi Tang's status. Wei Xingfeng tried to squeeze out a smile. Wang Su could be sure that it was a smile, but this smile was said to be forced that was really a bit forced. She also warmly greeted Qi Tang and Wang Su, pulling Qi Tang to talk. She was really happy. Wang Su actually didn't like going to banquets, but sometimes it was not good to refuse. After all, he did not intend to live in seclusion, nor did he intend to isolate himself from the world. Besides, even if he went to a banquet, he was still the guest of honor. To be honest, this attitude of others being respectful and careful with you, afraid of saying the wrong thing, was actually quite good. Good words are really good to hear, to be taken care of, to be valued, to be favored. Indeed, quite good. This banquet is a little bit interesting when you say it's not interesting, and really not interesting when you say it's interesting. They say when you are rich, when you are in a high position, you feel everyone is so lovely. Only when you are in the trough can you tell who is human and who is a ghost. The dishes are all top-notch. They're all made by private kitchen chefs. The ingredients are also top-notch. The wine is Mao Tai. Wang Su cannot drink good or bad. The best wine is not where good. Not as good as the haggis soup. Many people toasted. Wang Su also came and went, but Wei's family had no intention of pouring wine. Just thank you. Let Wang Su feel free. They all drink dry, including that son of Wei Shangjuan. He also respectfully called uncle. This child is still in college. Seems to have just gone to college. Family conditions are good. Raised into a dude. But there is nothing to bully men and women. Is not progressive. Like to play. Spend a lot of money. Seats. Naturally. Cannot be exempted. Thank you. Cannot just verbal thanks. Money. Car. And house. This is sincerity. Mr. Wang. In the future, if there is any use for me Wei Shangjuan, I will never excuse myself. Wei Shangjuan toasted. Wang Su smiled. Good. Whether it was a scene or not, it didn't matter. Wang Su occasionally looked at that son of Wei Shangjuan, Wei Liang. It's not that there's anything wrong with him. It was just that a green hat monster beside him was just too green. Green hat monster, level 98. Special monster, non-combatable. Green you blow, Green you panic. Wang Su already knew what this level 98 meant. It wasn't a sub. It was a human. He once had a cuckold monster. Naturally thought of Yang Shi, that ex-girlfriend of his. Just now when he thought about it he realized that he actually kind of couldn't recall her. It was very vague. Very distant. Now that he was a big internet star himself, maybe she and her little friend should know. Big data would push it to them. There was no need to guess what kind of girlfriend Wei Liang was looking for. At least she was also a bar and nightclub regular. Or even just relying on this to amass wealth. It's just that Wei Liang and her must be boyfriend and girlfriend. Otherwise it wouldn't show the cuckold monster. Wang Su did not mention it. And will not mention it. This thing is about a you and me. Maybe Wei Liang knows it. Many people are actually sober. As two boys drinking, his girlfriend is also in. Received a phone call. It is her male best friend asked her to go to the bar to drink. The girl said intimately, "Baby, my male best friend asked me to go to the bar. Our friends." The man smiled. "Go ahead, have fun," and transferred her $1,000. The girl was happy and kissed him. "You're so nice." After the girl left, the other man who was drinking looked at the man in disbelief. The man smiled. "I don't plan to get married either. I'm just a passerby. Just be happy. You think people are cuckolds. You think people are licking dogs, but you don't realize that they may be more sober than you. You only see the licking dog's humble moments, but you don't see the licking dog picking up the highlight when the goddess is in a bad mood. She may look for a licking dog to vent. Then, the licking dog is even more humble. Being a lot of people see again, think is really poor. But you do not know. People have long been eating sweet, so maybe Wei Liang is sober. Besides, what did he say? Say your girlfriend in addition to you have 98 men? Wei Xiangjuan's industry is mainly the new energy sector. Other than that, it's the catering as well as the elderly health piece. Wei Xiangjuan is very good at chatting. He will talk about what Wang Su is interested in. As long as Wang Su is not interested in, immediately digress. And it is not abrupt and does not overshadow the main event. Wei Xiangfeng and Qi Tang would also talk, but the center of gravity was Wang Su. Mrs. Wei was also a smart person, plus Mrs. Wei's parents. All of them were human beings. Some of Wang Su's circumstances were already known. Half a day could learn the basics. Mrs. Wei's parents, including Mrs. Wei, as well as Wei Xiangjuan, had lived in the countryside. So much of the chat is rural. The new countryside, the future direction of the countryside. What pigs, horses, cows, sheep and dogs, all can chat. Wei Xiangjuan said he wanted to go to Zhangxian to invest. Wang Su smiled and told him, "You made the right decision." At the end of the dinner, Wang Su and Qi Tang went back. Wei's family sent them off warmly. When Wei Xiangfeng saw Qi Tang and Wang Su, she was a bit envious, but she was just clear about her own situation. She was destined to grow old alone. She was also happy for her best friend. She had always thought about what kind of man would be worthy of her best friend. She thought that no matter who it was, how good the family history was, as long as he was a human being, in Wei Hearing-Win's opinion, it would be that he had climbed high on Qi Tang, but she didn't think that there would be a man like Wang Su even if she thought about it. Because of curing Wei Xiangjuan, the reason of loving the house made her feel familiar with Wang Su. That was also the reason why she could feel Wang Su's extraordinary features. Wang Su could cure her brother. She wanted to ask Wang Su if he could cure her, but how to say? What if she had to check her body? So in the end, she didn't open her mouth, mainly because her situation was special, and she felt that this wasn't a disease, it was a congenital disability. Even if Wang Su's medical skills were good, he couldn't create something out of nothing. Qi Tang and Wang Su returned home. Well, Qi Tang's home, but Wang Su has a great sense of belonging. It was 9:30 p.m. at this time. Basically didn't eat anything over there. And it wasn't good. Wang Su makes some food himself. And Qi Tang has red wine here. Fresh tiger whip to 1. Tiger bone beef soup to a bowl. Comfortable. Red wine. Wang Su really cannot drink good. But do not know why the candlelight dinner must be with red wine. Is the capital of brainwashing? Or really feel the mood? Candlelight dinner with beef soup is not good? Is it bad to go with tiger penis? But the dishes for the candlelight dinner must be exquisite. This is certainly not a problem for Wang Su. 100 years of knife work is no joke. The light is soft. Beauty under the light is even more beautiful. Tonight's moon is very bright, almost full, and the bright moonlight shines in through the window. It's a different kind of mood. There are many ways for men and women to be happy together. In fact, with someone they really like, a single eye-to-eye touch can be very happy. Wang Su loved this moment. Because of his ex-girlfriend, Wang Su instead demanded really little. Qi Tang was his woman, and that was enough for Wang Su. Besides, she was really good to him. He could feel it. After eating, Qi Tang blushed and said softly, Wait for me, said Chi Tang and went upstairs. Wang Su was a little excited. He seemed to have thought of it, but he couldn't be sure. But once Chi Tang promised him something, then he would definitely do it. After a long time, Chi Tang appeared at the stairway of the second floor. Wang Su saw the black silk at a glance. Black silk, black high heels, slender legs were straight. These legs were definitely a god among gods. The black wraparound skirt outlined her plain waist as well as the most perfect peach buttocks. She wasn't the exaggerated peach but a peach but that was plump to just the right degree. The black blouse choker with 7-point sleeves was unbuttoned. A proud 36D with nice sharp shoulders. All in black. Like ink black. More and more set off her skin like snow jade. She was the kind of immortal face that was as cool as a song. Blushing at this time, but dressed like this, making Wang Su feel his blood run amok. As long as a woman is good looking enough, whatever she wears can give you a kind of shock. But the special clothes were definitely more shocking. Chi Tang slowly walked down. Her face reddened even more, and in Wang Su's surprised gaze, she sat on his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Wang Su's body stiffened. At this moment he kind of understood why those people liked uniforms. Why some weird costumes on the internet sold so hot. Little bastard, does it look good? Chi Tang asked gently in his ear. Wang Su really felt like flying. Chi Tang's temperament was too immortal, and her appearance was also unappetizing. This kind of dressing was really too shocking. Wang Su was a bit unable to sit still. Good looking. My baby looks good in everything. I want to. Wang Su said as he tightly wrapped her in his arms and his breathing was a little messy. The night was beautiful. The moon was beautiful. And Chi Tang in his arms was the most beautiful. Carry me upstairs, Chi Tang said with a blush. Wang Su simply couldn't top these 4 words. There was no fairy. But this woman was definitely the closest thing to a fairy in existence. At this moment, just these 4 words made Wang Su unable to hold himself. Thinking about the next picture, his heart shook, his blood surged, and his body was filled with power. That kind of impatience, that kind of inner fluctuation. If his body was not good, he felt that he would have a direct brain hemorrhage. This was the way to the peak of life. This was the excitement of the moment when an ordinary person won $1 billion lottery. Moonlight shone from the floor-to-ceiling window into the bedroom bed. Snow-white bedding. It was very aesthetically pleasing. Wang Su's body was the best and perfect. Chi Tang was too immortal and divine. It was also so that Wang Su felt that shock was also strong. Lust, spirit, soul, flesh. The next morning, Wang Su woke up early. Chi Tang was still asleep in his arms. Wang Su didn't understand either. Looking at Chi Tang, Wang Su understood one sentence. What more can a man ask for? Today's wonderful hand has not been used yet. Wang Su cast it on Chi Tang's level 100 infertility monster, which was still in dragon form. Wonderful hand divine thief was cast successfully. You gain dragon Dan. Wang Su. Success? What the hell? It worked again? He was still a bit giddy. There was no thought of success at all. When he had first performed the myriad handsteel on the second piggy, he had succeeded the first time. The next many times it kept failing. Failed all the time. Got numb. Just didn't want to waste the opportunity every day. Could it be because it was the first time? The first time it was cast on a special monster with a 100% success rate? Wang Su couldn't feel it. Or maybe the success rate was higher the first time? But no matter how it succeeded, it was very happy. Listening to the name was a good thing. Well, it was something stolen from a level 100 dragon monster. Dragon Dan, dragon's essence, allows pets to advance, drastically increase qualification attributes, gain new skills, and talent upgrades. 4 pets. Wang Su also currently had a pet giant panda, which Wang Su loved. He was considering whether he should get a powerful attack pet before using the Dragon Dan, or just give the meat shield giant panda to use. His own defense was extremely strong, but because of the bloodthirsty cloud-chasing crawl and green dragon Xuanwu armor, he needed to be meatier, especially with the treasure of the low-grade tiger talisman. He felt that he still needed to continue going with the meat shield stream, playing a late-stage output. Wang Su was really fond of this giant panda, and gritting his teeth, he directly gave the Dragon Dan to his pet giant panda to use. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. The shocking dragon's roar was not the kind from a movie or television production. It shocked the soul and was incomparably shocking, resounding through the sky. It was accompanied by flashes of brilliant multicolored light. The pet giant panda was surrounded by it. The sound of the dragon's roar, and a golden dragon shadow could be vaguely seen swimming in it. Of course, only Wang Su himself could see it. When everything quieted down, the pet giant panda changed. The appearance was still that of a giant panda. Very cute, but there was a small golden dragon wrapped around its body. Is from top to bottom, the whole body wrapped. In the giant panda's shoulder there a majestic and domineering dragon head. Overbearing, majestic, Good looking, give people the feeling of being very powerful, exudes a powerful breath. Hurry to view. Pet, Golden Dragon Giant Panda, Divine Pet. Level, 28. Blood, 840,000. Attack, 14,000. Defense, 420,000. Talent, Golden Dragon Shield Armor. Talent, permanently increases the pet's chi blood and defense by 2x. Damage reduction increases by an additional 20% when chi blood is below 80%. And immunity to all abnormal states when chi blood is below 30%. Skills, Frozen, 10% probability of freezing the target when attacking, making the opponent unable to act. Lasts for 1 round. Poisoning, 10% probability of poisoning the target when attacking, reducing current chi and blood by 5% per round. Lasting 5 rounds. Meat Shield, passive skill. Any damage received is reduced by 30%. Restores 1% of one's maximum chi blood every second. Life sharing, shares chi and blood with its master. Battle ends only when both sides' chi and blood are all depleted. Golden Dragon Counterattack, 100% of damage dealt will be counterattacked, and counterattacks have the probability of triggering freeze and harden poison. Golden Dragon Flame, when dealing damage, must hit the hit target, 100% attached to their own 1% of the upper limit of chi and blood true injury. Wang Su was dumbfounded. Golden Dragon Giant Panda, Divine Pet, level 28, this chi and blood, this defense. It is really a substantial increase in qualifications. Before it was gold level. Gold level belongs to what level Wang Su does not understand, but now it is the Divine Pet level. This should be the highest level. A Divine Pet. This modeling is also perfect. The Golden Dragon Panda is 6 meters tall. Still cute, but very powerful, especially the body of the Golden Dragon. It is really lifelike. The talent has changed. The name has become Golden Dragon Shield Armor, and the chi and blood has been raised from below 50% to below 80% before, triggering damage reduction. With the Meat Shield to reach 50% damage reduction. There are 2 more skills, Golden Dragon Counterattack and Golden Dragon Flame, 100% counterattack, also probability hardening and freezing. This is the equivalent of doubling the probability of freezing and quenching. There are also attacks that increase their own blood limit by 1% of the true injury, just like Wang Su's fixed damage, and it is bound to hit the target. Every round can hit close to 10,000 blood. The higher the blood, the higher the damage. There is still not much output, but 10 is to get a soaring. The biggest improvement is the growth. Blood reached 840,000. Defense reached 420,000. Horror, too horrible. The main thing is that Wang Su and the giant panda life sharing, which greatly makes up for Wang Su's shortboard of insufficient chi and blood. Strong, too strong. This Dragon Dan is really a good thing. Steady. Now Wang Su felt very stable. Without saying anything else, first let his pet Golden Dragon Giant Panda take the top for a while in front, and wait for his defense to stack up. Let the Golden Dragon Giant Panda hide behind whatever. Mainly with the Golden Dragon Giant Panda around, Wang Su is equivalent to 840,000 more blood value. Also, Wang Su's recovery and Golden Dragon Giant Panda's recovery can be stacked. The Giant Panda recovers more than 80,000 blood per turn. Wang Su's recovery is more than 1,000. Cool. It's really too cool. Ultra high defense, ultra high damage reduction, powerful recovery, and life-saving low-grade Tiger Talisman treasures. Plus the longer the round the more horrible Wang Su's output. Now give Wang Su 100 million. 1 billion. He will not be much happy. But now the evolution of the pet giant panda has made him so elated that he can hardly hold himself. Wang Su felt that he should have no problem fighting level 50 boss monsters now. Should we try it? Seeing a piece of equipment that he had gotten earlier in the item bar. White Tiger Bracelet. Level 30. Attack plus 500. Defense plus 500. Chi and blood plus 1000. Additional skill, Heavy Strike. A passive skill that increases the result of any damage inflicted by 20%. Durability, 300 days. This was the normal level 30 ordinary equipment. The bracelet on his body was still a long way behind this. Wang Su decided to level up one more level. And when he was level 30, he could replace this equipment. Although the boost was minimal. A mosquito's leg is still neat even if it is small. The main thing was that Wang Su didn't know if there would be any special rewards at level 30. If another talent is rewarded, it will be a double talent that will take off. Then we'll see at level 30. There's no rush first. Ask for stability. Not afraid of 10,000. Just afraid of what might happen. The main thing is that the breast cancer army leader on Chi Tang is a level 50. For title boss monster, one of the titles is strange. Legion monster. Listening to the name, it felt like something. The gentle country is really good. Wang Su restrained the urge to do something more. It wasn't that his body didn't allow it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his body was invincible with a divine gun. He was heartbroken for Chi Tang. Although Chi Tang's life was not in danger within 10 years now, his body was relatively weaker. After every pleasure, Chi Tang was a bit drowsy. This was a sign of a weak body. Weakness does not need to be supplemented. Wang Su realized that the body couldn't be replenished until this disease was cured. It was already good enough to maintain a balance. After today's events, Wang Su wanted to go back. He was just a little bit reluctant to let go of Chi Tang. At the same time, the news of Wei Xiangjuan's recovery went out. It was a big news that caught fire in the circle all of a sudden. It was the business circle here. There are some things that can't be hidden from people. It was good to find out who Wei Xiangjuan had contacted in the past 2 days. So Wang Su was known. A lot of people are looking for Wei Xiangjuan and want to get to know Wang Su through Wei Xiangjuan. What is the most important thing when people have money? It's health. It's to see who lives long. I don't see 60 or 70 years old bald old man still married a 18-year-old young model. Being rich is really good and really comfortable. Chi Tong is naturally known. Some people couldn't meet Wang Su, so they could only take the curve and look for opportunities to cooperate with Chi Tang. Even Lu Dazhuang was dug out. Lu Dazhuang, who was playing the game comfortably, suddenly had his cell phone ringing constantly today, one after another. All of them were old bosses, and all of them were old bosses of famous enterprises. Lu Dazhuang was directly confused. These people are very enthusiastic. These people were all here to inquire about Wang Su and wanted to get to know him. Some were very direct, and some were a bit more subtle, such as wanting to be friends with Fatty. A friend of a friend is naturally a friend. Fatty felt that these people were trying to karma his waist. They are all scam calls. La hey, he was immersed in the game world every day, happy as can be. Drinks, fried chicken, Coke, chicken wings, so fragrant. Occasionally bucket of noodles with 2 ham sausages. In the world of the game is a big brother. Across the world. Cool, the game is a world. Multiple forces, and he is a party big brother. In this world is really happy. Much better than reality. The body unknowingly weighed another 10 pounds. Fatty. The door of the room opened. When Lu Dazhuang saw Wang Su, he thought it was an illusion. He felt that he hadn't seen Wang Su for a long time. After realizing that it was true, he was especially happy. Standing up, happily walking over quickly. His chest is actually also choppy. That big fat ass, from the front can be seen very swaying from side to side. Old Wang, you can come back. Without your day, I eat are not fragrant. Wang Su, doesn't smell good anymore. Also fatter than before. Old Lu, you're just going to keep playing games like this. Wang Su patted his shoulder and laughed. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't pick up girls. I don't fish. That's all I have as a hobby. Lu Dazhuang was also helpless. Playing games is really happy. Eating is really happy. How to be happy, how to live. He feels no problem. Playing games is very good. But playing games we also have to protect the body well, so that we can play games for a longer time. Don't you think so? Wang Su looked at the fat man again with high blood pressure monster. High blood fat monster. High blood sugar monster. Lu Dazhuang knew that Wang Su was good for him. Their relationship was good and fun. Even now, Wang Su and Fatty were happy and relaxed in one piece. Fatty, you don't go out anyway. Let's do it this way. Go back with me. You can continue to play the game, but you can ride horses and pigs at my place. There are mountains and water. The environment is good, said Wang Su after thinking about it. Lu Dazhuang always felt that Wang Su said something less, but think about it anyway, is also a person. A change of place is not bad. Wang Su came this time, is ready to bring Lu Dazhuang back. Give him a house there in the Wild Boar Mountain, connected to the internet. Let him move. Food let him learn to do it himself, where you cannot order takeout. Nothing to do can exercise, such as feeding pigs, feeding horses, feeding sheep. When you want to relax, you can ride a horse or a pig. There are also vegetable fields. Nothing can go labor for a while. In addition to the game, you can also live broadcast. Wang Su gave him all thought. Chi Tang stayed there in the capital city. Chi Yun went back to the Stone City with him. The reason for coming to Stone City was to bring Fatty Lu Dazhuang with him. Wild Boar Mountain there from the nearby fields have long been connected to electricity. The net is not a problem, so Lu Dazhuang has no problem here in the Wild Boar Mountain. There is no need to be afraid of safety, but Lu Dazhuang will definitely be afraid to be here alone at night. Wang Su will accompany him. After all, he was going to open up land and remodel here at Wild Boar Mountain. Just as they were about to leave the Stone City, Lu Dazhuang's cell phone rang. As soon as the call was connected, Zhuang, come to the hospital. Your father is sick. A woman's voice rang out. Fine, I'll come right away. Right away. Lu Dazhuang's hands were shaking a little. He knew that if it wasn't serious, his mom wouldn't have called with him. Even if he had just called and his mom's voice seemed calm, he still heard that the problem was serious. It was still the same reason. If it wasn't serious, it wouldn't be on the phone with him. Not serious in general, maybe even humanly possible. So he was panicking. Wang Su heard it, pulled the fat man and left, called on Chi Yun, directly drove to the hospital, the First People's Hospital of Shur City. It is also the best hospital in Shur City. 10 minutes. The road is relatively smooth. Even the red lights are just wrong, mainly because the distance is not far. Lu Dazhuan looked dejected, and for the first time, he felt a little helpless. He can have the present life, because of his father. If his dad is gone, he can't imagine. Lu Dajiang is actually a child who has not grown up, and he feels helpless when he encounters such a thing, and he does not know what to do. If it was in the past, Wang Su was the same, but now he instead felt calm and things were not that bad. The more capable you are, the less you will panic, because it is useless to panic. You have to make the right choice at the first time. Don't waste your time on useless work. Lu Dajian's father has not yet been operated and has to do all the tests. Lu Dajian's mother is a good wife and mother type. Slightly rich, but with a soft face. At this time, she was a little anxious and restless, and kept walking back and forth. Mom, what happened to my dad? Lu Dajian was like a small child at this time. Wang Su was slightly lost in thought. What a simple name. But he had never called mom. It was a completely foreign word. Your dad went to the restroom today and suddenly fell over. Unconscious. Mother Lu stroked her son's big head, trying to lighten up. What did the doctor say? Lu Dezhuang asked. Cerebral hemorrhage. It's a bit serious. It's being examined and surgery is being prepared. Lu mother sighed. She had already signed the papers. There was no choice. You are Xiaosu right. Zhuang often mentions you, saying you are his best friend. Mother Lu squeezed out a smile and greeted Wang Su. Hello auntie. I want to go see uncle. Wang Su said. Mother Lu hesitated for a moment, but still led the two of them in. The doctor was busy. Some checks and measurements before the surgery. Wang Su looked over. Lu Dajian's father was also a big fat man. Compared to his father, Lu Dezhuang belonged to a small size. The visual estimation was a small 300 pounds. There were quite a few disease monsters on his body. High blood pressure, high blood fat, fatty liver, diabetes, obesity disease, cerebral thrombosis, high uric acid. But these are not currently deadly enough. There is a currently deadly disease monster. Cerebral hemorrhage monster, level 50. Boss monster, sudden monster, elite monster. Can be fought after acupuncture releases bruises, and can be cured of cerebral hemorrhage when defeated. I can cure it. Let them cure it. Can't get off the operating table. Wang Su opened his mouth. Lu mother froze. Lu Dezhuang also froze. Auntie can't hesitate anymore. What did the doctor say to you? Wang Su asked. The doctor said there is less than 20% hope. Even if 10% hope, we have to try. Lu mother said. Auntie, you come and talk to them. I'll treat it. Wang Su said as he took out the silver needle and walked over. Wang Su didn't even give Lu mother a chance to refuse. You guys don't lean so close. A nurse saw Wang Su leaning forward to block it. Let him come. Lu mother said at this time. What let him come? The doctor wondered. Let him cure it. Mother Lu felt that it was all ridiculous, but she didn't know why she believed Wang Su. She was a bit confused herself. At this time, Wang Su had already walked in front of Lu Chang. Directly a silver needle was stuck in. What are you doing? Nonsense, the doctor chortled, reaching out to pull Wang Su. He couldn't. What are you still doing? Quickly get him out of here. The doctor raged. Then several people stepped forward to pull Wang Su. Still not moving. Wang Su's golden needle piercing point was already level 4. Golden needle stabbing point, active skill, level 4, experience 529/800, efficacy, stop pain, stop bleeding, support righteousness, dissolve blood stasis and drain blood, hang life for a day. The silver needle stabbed in from the side. Black and red blood fell down the silver needle drop by drop. The doctor was still chortling. Wang Su didn't care about that either. Lu's mother stepped in at this time. That doctor's face turned blue and said loudly, crazy people, all crazy people. Lu Dezhuang was bewildered at this time. Over here, Wang Su on the other hand, was already fighting the level 50 cerebral spillage monster. The third title boss monster, level 50, was considered the strongest disease monster that Wang Su had fought so far. 5 huge red pythons, more than 20 meters long and water tank thick, a huge and incomparable hideous snake head, spitting out letters that were 3 meters long. The swimming bodies were rhythmic. It was a shocking visual impact. Even the extinct titan python wasn't as big as this. There were still 5 of them. That scene was terrifying to watch. Then 5 20-meter huge red pythons entwined and entangled. The picture was extremely spectacular and extremely oozing. Cerebral hemorrhage monster, 5,000,000 blood. Wang Su, 5 million chi blood. A level 50 triple title boss monster was so strong all of a sudden? Could it be that level 40 to level 50 was a watershed? This is also too big of a gap. Right. 5 million blood boss disease monsters. Fortunately, with a divine pet, a golden dragon giant panda. Let Wang Su not panic. Can fight. The pet can stand in front of him this time. This is what fits a meat shield pet. Bang 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 bang. 5 boa constrictors. Like red mangoes crossing. This is the 5 consecutive strikes. -9,000. -9,000. 9,000. -9,000. Dash 90009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900090009000900 So strong. The Golden Dragon Giant Panda's defense was a full 420,000, and there was also a 30% damage reduction, which could reach 50% when the blood was below 80%. God's favor is different, and before is the difference between heaven and earth. Wang Su's defense needed to be stacked. He originally thought that he would have no problem fighting a level 50 triple title boss monster by himself. However, he didn't realize that level 50 was actually a qualitative change. The difference between level 40 and level 50 was too big, so big that it was beyond his imagination. Bang 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 bang. -15,000. -15,000. 15,000. -15,000. -15,000. -15,000. -15,000. This was triggering the Golden Dragon Giant Panda's skill Golden Dragon counterattack. The Golden Dragon Giant Panda swung its big bamboo and furiously returned 5 consecutive strikes, looking so relieved and comfortable. Hardened poison. Freezing. One was quenched and one was frozen. The frozen one is unable to act for 1 round. End of the round. The pandas are back to 84,000. Full blood. Mainly because that 840,000 blood bar is too secure. Kidney fist. Wang Su used Kidney Void Fist, lowering the opposite side's attack and defense. The Golden Dragon Giant Panda also attacked towards the same target that Wang Su had attacked. As long as they could carry it, then they would definitely win the fight. These disease monsters are all medical problems, difficult diseases, and even terminal diseases. Level 50 is so horrible. Then the back level 60, 70. I don't dare to imagine. Before or think a little too simple. As the rounds kept increasing, it soon reached 100 rounds. 5 red pythons, tightly entwined together, formed a huge incomparable red beast. 5 huge red python heads. Looking down, a huge snake body stood there. It was as tall as a 6 or 7-story building. The image was truly shocking and immersive, which was many times more enjoyable than playing the game. Wang Su stood in front of the Golden Dragon Giant Panda. The defense stacked for 100 rounds now allowed him to get close to the defense of the Golden Dragon Giant Panda. Moreover, Wang Su's damage reduction was 50% throughout. The Golden Dragon Giant Panda's damage reduction could only reach 50% damage reduction when its chi blood was below 80%. Wang Su also had 800 block. Bang! -120,000. The low-level Tiger Talisman resisted fatal damage, and if Wang Su could not be killed, the effect of this low-level Tiger Talisman would not trigger. The opposite side reached a terrifying 120,000 chi blood with this blow. This was already very scary, knowing that Wang Su had less than 70,000 chi blood right now. However, he shared his life with his pet Golden Dragon Giant Panda. If it wasn't for the Dragon Dan that allowed that giant panda to evolve into the divine pet Golden Dragon Giant Panda, then it really couldn't be beaten. It simply couldn't be beaten. The single most initial attack couldn't even be topped. In the beginning, it was the Golden Dragon Giant Panda that was in the front. Wang Su needed time to stack his defense. The next battle is very easy. This disease monster belongs to the first 100 rounds is very powerful. The follow-up has been the level of the first 100 rounds. It did not have the characteristic of getting stronger as it fought. Wang Su's battle was easy, but it didn't mean that this disease monster wasn't powerful. The reason why it was easy was because of the divine pet Golden Dragon Giant Panda. Otherwise, Wang Su couldn't carry it at all. It was estimated that he wouldn't be able to last even 10 rounds. Before, he thought that he didn't really need a meat shield pet. After all, he himself could be considered a big meat shield. But reality gave him a good lesson. As the rounds increased, Wang Su's output became stronger and stronger. In the end, the 5 red pythons fell one after another, turning into Wang Su's experience. You have won the battle. You gained 1. 5 million experience. You upgraded to level 30. You obtain the skill Advanced Strong. Advanced Strong automatically replaces the Strong skill. Your pet Golden Dragon Giant Panda gains 5 million experience. Your pet Golden Dragon Giant Panda upgrades to level 30. Your pet Giant Panda realizes the skill Dragon Heart Protection. You obtain the Red Python Dragon Sword. You obtain Snake Gallbladder, Extreme, X10. Wang Su was still a little excited. He himself was level 30, and the Golden Dragon Giant Panda was also level 30. 5 million experience was really high, but thinking about the terror and difficulty of this disease monster, 5 million experience was normal. Wang Su first looked at Advanced Strong, the earliest to obtain a skill Strong, increasing 10 points of physique. Strong, passive skill, permanently increased 10 points of constitution. Not upgradable. Now it was covered by Advanced Strong and could not coexist. Advanced Strength, passive skill, permanently increases body mass by 100 points. Not upgradable. The boost isn't that big, but this one seems to be more of a boost in reality. An average adult's constitution is 10 points, and this 100-point boost is fine. Wang Su checked this new skill that the Golden Dragon Giant Panda had comprehended. Dragon Heart Blessing, when one dies, immediately resurrects, restores 100% of one's blood, can only be triggered once per battle, after resurrection, increases one's defense by 1% per turn, lasts until the end of the battle. Rising to level 30, comprehending this skill is really too strong, as a meat shield is already beyond Wang Su's expectations, but thinking about it as a divine pet, it was acceptable. With this skill, Wang Su's overall strength had a huge increase. After all, the Golden Dragon Giant Panda had an extra life, and the second life was too strong. It stacked 1% of defense every turn, and kept stacking until the end of the battle. This and the Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Crawl's Granite skill couldn't be said to be similar. This was exactly the same. A level 30 Golden Dragon Giant Panda with 900,000 blood, 450,000 defense, and 15,000 attack. Comfortable. Then Wang Su went to see which piece of equipment, listening to the name, should be a weapon. But for the equipment, Wang Su was now both looking forward to it, hoping to give to be able to wear it, but he also knew that the probability would be very small. Red Python Dragon Sword. Category, Weapon. Level, 50. Attack plus 10,000. Defense plus 5,000. Blood plus 5,000. Additional skill, Halo Hammer. Passive skill. 8% probability of putting the target into a stun state when attacking. Unable to act for 1 round. Additional skill, Continuous Slash. Passive skill. 20% probability of attacking the target twice and 10% probability of attacking the target 3 times when attacking. Limited to normal attacks. Additional effect, no level restriction. Durability, 1000 days. Surprisingly, it can be used with no level restriction. But unfortunately, it doesn't never wear out or become indestructible. It's a bit of a pity, but I guess I don't know what I'm talking about. Durability of 1000 days. Almost 3 years. Should be able to have a better one after 3 years? Thinking like this, Wang Su was much happier. Change it on. At the same time, he also changed into the White Tiger Bracelet. White Tiger Bracelet. Level 30. Attack plus 500. Defense plus 500. Blood plus 1000. Additional skill, Heavy Strike. A passive skill that increases the result of any damage inflicted by 20%. Durability, 300 days. Replaced the previous Red Jade Bracelet. The boost is very small. This Red Python Dragon Sword Wang Su feels interesting. The skill Halo Hammer can be used with the Golden Dragon Giant Panda's freeze, in addition to the probability combo and triple combo, which in turn increases the probability of Halo Hammer. Not bad. Exit the battle. The silver needles were still draining the bruises to the outside, but Lu Chang had already woken up. He was a bit confused and disoriented. His big, chubby face was comical, and his small eyes were filled with a simple wisdom. The few doctors around him were also confused. Dad, how are you feeling? Lu Dazhuang was excited. His eyes reddened with anticipation as he asked. I feel great. Lu Chang looked at his son. Wang Su closed the needle. Alright, Wang Su laughed. Lu Chang sat up and smiled at Wang Su. Xiao Su, Dazhuang just went to college. We had dinner together. When Lu father sent Lu Dazhuang to school, Lu mother didn't go. That day, Father Lu invited the people in their dormitory to eat together. Good day, Uncle. Wang Su smiled and said hello. Well, I still have to thank you for saving my life. Lu Chang actually had a stomach full of questions, but it didn't seem appropriate to ask now. Lu Dazhuang also happily patted Wang Su's shoulder. Brother, thanks. Okay, do we still need to say thanks for this relationship? Yes. No thanks. Lu Dezhuan laughed nervously. Lu's father looked at his son. Simple. But a fool has a fool's luck. He knew his physical condition. And he had thought about it when it happened. But there is always a little bit of luck. Discharged. Then the discharge procedures. But before it was done, the dean himself came over. He was in his 50s. National character face. At a glance is the kind of rich life. Hair black and dense. The body looks through a healthy energy. Wang Su's first impression was good. Because this person did not overindulge in lust. And his body was healthy. There was no messy disease strange. Hello Mr. Wang. My name is Hikai. I am the director of this hospital. I wonder if we can talk. The man said politely. Wang Su smiled. Hello Dean He? I know what you want to say. This is my cell phone number. Thank you. Thank you. Hikai baby saved the phone number. When this happened in the hospital, it just so happened that he was there. Rushed here at the first time, and then witnessed the whole process. So he knew very well how strong Wang Su's medical skills were. Lu Cheng is now just like he was before he got sick. But the hidden dangers of his body were actually still there. His physical condition was actually very bad. This time the cerebral hemorrhage was cured. But what about the next time? Fatness is not the root cause. The body's 5 organs are overloaded and can't work properly, leading to problems. Fat can also be said to be the external reaction of the 5 internal organs out of the problem. Healthy body, normal metabolism, is not fat or thin. There will not be large fluctuations. Overeating, increasing the burden on the stomach and intestines. Cannot afford it. Problems, continue to overeat. Slowly the condition will worsen. Exercise, healthy diet, good habits and mood. These are all important for the body. The healthiest food is roughage, and the best medicine is wind, sunshine and air. The human body has a strong ability to heal itself. But staying up late, eating junk food, indulging in sex, ruminating, internal conflict, irritability, mood swings, suffering, stress, envy, jealousy, chasing fame and fortune, for the sake of money, knowing that depletion of the body is also not worth it. In addition, drinking alcohol, smoking, how can this body withstand this kind of toss? After a long time, it is strange that there is no problem. Lu Dajian's family conditions can be said to be very good. Family business, assets of 1 or 200 million? Lu Dajian's father has 6 or 7 siblings. If only Lu Dezhuan father one person that can lie flat. Now the problem is a large family. It's impossible to share the money directly. Grandpa Lu Dajiang is still around. Everyone in the family can come to work, have a salary, and have red packets for New Year's holidays. The 7 great aunts, and many of the descendants and juniors in the family work in their own companies, because there is a way back from the beginning. The family motto is that if you don't go to school properly, you will come to work in your own company. Well, when you go to school are very easy, should eat and drink, should play. The result is that after graduating from college, you will come directly to work in your own company. During the university period, the ass skills did not learn. Girlfriends are all made several. Youth have been good. After all, one said that the family business, open the company, the assets of hundreds of millions of enterprises. Lu Dazhuang is an exception. Honest, straight. This also leads to the family business cannot see the future. The old man is still there. Everything is usual. If the old man is no longer there, it is estimated that the direct share of the scattered partners, Lu Chang actually also want to share the shares of the partnership. He only Lu Dazhuang a child. After the share left to his son can also be a lifetime of food and clothing. But other people have several children. 3 or 4. They said they wanted to split the shares according to population. That is, the old man's children plus the old man's grandchildren. The other thing is that the old man's daughter wants a smaller share. Now it is the old master's health is not very good. After all, is also almost 90 years old. This age is not resistant to disease. When it is good, eat and drink a little. The spirit is also good. But once you get sick, maybe it is the end of life. Wang Su can save Lu Chang this time. Because of coincidence, medicine can't kill a person. Wang Su helped him fight some other disease monsters on his body that he could. Uncle, you should lose weight and pay attention to your diet. Wang Su laughed. Well, I also have this intention. Lu Chang said. Wang Su smiled and didn't say anything else. After having a meal together, Wang Su left a few packets of Chinese medicine for Lu Chang to eat, to regulate his body. Old Lu, we're going back. Are you staying at home for a few more days to accompany uncle? Or, Wang Su asked. Zhuang and you go back. Lu Strong hurriedly said. Dad, Lu Dezhuang wanted to say something. Lu Chang waved his hand. I'm fine now. My body is fine. What are you doing staying at home? Mom, you supervise my dad and make him lose weight. Lu Dezhuang said. Don't talk about me. You should lose weight too. Lu Chang looked at Lu Dezhuang and said. Father and son sympathized with each other. On the way back, Lu Dajiang was relatively silent, as if he had grown up a lot overnight. Suddenly, it felt like the game wasn't that important. Old Wang, my dad. Lu Daxiang did not know how to ask. You urge to let uncle lose weight, appropriate more exercise, abstain from food, light diet, it will be fine. Wang Su said, it is easy to say, but these are not so easy to do. 1 day or 2 days is okay. It is difficult to insist. Many people are slightly better. Will be some taboos behind. There is a person hospitalized because of alcohol rescue. Finally recovered alive. A month later, he was discharged from the hospital. And that night a few brothers got together to give him a drink to lighten up. The same night directly on the road. Half a month. They gang 8 brothers. Sent away 2. Currently several other waiting for the lawsuit. The main county. Wang Su and Lu Dezhuang came directly to the wild boar mountain here. Wang Su had thought that he would be repulsed to live here. But Lu Dajiang acted calmly. The place to live was all done before. A wooden house. Very chic and upscale. There are computers. The furniture is all solid wood. Looking very atmospheric. Lu Dezhuang is very satisfied. There are also pots and pans. Stoves. This wooden house is there in the wild boar mountain pass. Not at the top of the mountain. Besides, fat Lu Daxiang cannot go up. Not far away is the big shed, which has pigs, horses, cows and sheep. Rest for a while. Wang Su took Lu Dezhuang to open the land. Gave him a smaller iron bar. Also brought shovels, hammers, bang bang, sweating and panting, but Lu Dajiang didn't complain a word. Soon blood blisters appeared on his hands. Do not even need Wang Su to speak. Keep insisting. Really can not insist. Then rest for a while. His father's matter had touched him deeply. Even if Lu Zhuang did not say let him lose weight, he also want to lose weight. Wang Su had advised him to lose weight many times before, but he couldn't listen to him. Either he can't get up in the morning, or he is too tired to hold on, and he can't refuse junk food. It seems that, as the saying goes, people need to pay a price in order to grow, but some of them are very costly. How many people can't quit smoking, and then quit immediately after being tested for lung cancer? But that's too big a price to pay. Some people can't quit drinking, alcoholic liver, fatty liver, still can't quit, when cirrhosis, liver ascites, liver cancer, immediately can quit. Some people just can't stick to exercise, can't avoid food, and so on with diabetes, and so on can't afford to pay the price of the time, can stick to it. Not to be sick has always felt that the disease is far away from them. There is a fluke mentality. When resting, Wang Su let the fat man ride the big black pig. Wang Su, on the other hand, rode the big boar. The 2 pigs ran side by side. Although Lu Dajiang is fat, but nowadays the big black pig is also big, especially thick, short and thick, like a big water tank, especially cute. Lu Dezhuang rode on it and actually had an indescribable harmony. Lu Daxiang is very excited. Riding a pig. Not many people have this experience today. Running up, 4 flat, where in the neck there is a rope ring can be held by hand. There are stirrups where the feet are stepped on, and saddles where they sit, or sponge pads to prevent choking. Wang Su gave Lu Daxiang a shot, looking at all the fun, up the hill and down the slope, like walking on the ground, swift as the wind, very fast, such a big pig, such a fat man, looking at the special decompression, there is a kind of water to the water, the momentum of the smoothness, very comfortable. Wang Su gave Lu Daxiang his ideas, including making videos here, feeding livestock, and going to the mountains to open up land when nothing is happening. These are all video materials. Make a video to record all this. The name will be Fatty's Happy Life. Record his metamorphosis. The first video is the pig riding that Wang Su helped him shoot. He is still riding a boar. If you want to be on fire, let's be fierce. The name of the video is Boar Rider. Why is it called Wild Boar Big Rider? Because the wild boar is bigger, and Lu Daxiang is also bigger. Wang Su thought about it, and quickly made a wooden long knife. The mold is the Green Dragon Crescent knife mold. It was exquisite, and the 100 years of carpenter level ability was very strong. Just the color is not right. No coloring, but it's not difficult. Directly coated with grass juice, and there is a dragon carved on it. Soon Lu Dezhuang rode on the back of the boar, single-handedly holding the Green Dragon Crescent blade, and stood across the pig. Old Lu, teach you a line. Wang Su spoke. Madman, the world's heroes heard Guan's name without fear. But unfortunately, my Green Dragon Crescent blade, I actually chopped the head of your rat. Lu Dezhuang came over. Crap, very addictive. Sounds cool, but only when you shout it out yourself will you know how cool it is, especially with a sword in your hand and a horse at your hip. Lu Dezhuang said excitedly. Pit bull. How dare you bully me? Kill. Chow thief. Rebellious thief. Evil thief. Traitor. I vow to capture you alive. Eat your meat. Sleep your skin. Wang Su. Wang Su also did not speak. Is shooting. Not editing. Not deleted. The main is a natural. Comfortable. Lu Dazhuang was panting and lying on the grass. His body was sore, but it was indescribably comfortable. He had been staying at home. His biggest exercise was walking, and he didn't even have a girlfriend, so it was almost like he didn't have any exercise at all. Lu Dazhuang admired the video. Very happy, very satisfied. He thought a lot today. A man must eventually earn his own living. His parents will eventually grow old. When the time comes, he has no wife, no children, and is alone. It is a little scary to think about it. Other people are single but young and flirtatious. Himself, really want to do it yourself. Artificial destruction. He also thought about becoming a real man. Yes, Lu Dazhuang is still a yellow flower man. No way. Too fat. Coupled with the character of a little inferiority complex. Simply cannot open his mouth. Afraid of being rejected. Feel like they pursue people. It is not like that. No woman actively pursuing him. He can only rely on family conditions to go blind date marriage. In order to become a real man. Wang Su is also such a person. But he met Chi Tang, this special existence. Obviously like a fairy. But she opened her mouth first. After dinner, Lu Dazhuang did not play the game for the first time and washed up. Too tired. But this night, the Boar Great Night was on fire. Although his screen name is Fatty's Happy Life, the internet calls him Wild Boar Big Night. And searching for Boar Great Night would also bring up the account Fatty's Happy Life. Isn't this the damn fat guy from the Xianmei Two Elders? Crap. I said how it looks a bit familiar. So it's that fat guy who eats a lot. Is this a real boar? How many pounds is such a big boar? More than 800 pounds. More than that. Look at that stoutness. This wild boar sells really well. Just can a wild boar be tamed? Lions and tigers have been tamed by people. Cold-blooded animals like snakes can be tempered with affection. Rats can be tamed. What else can't be tamed? There is. You tame a maggot for me and I'll call you daddy. The next morning, Wang Su called up Fatty. Wang Su practiced white tiger pile. Fatty went to move stones. Some of the rocks in the wild boar mountain needed to be cleaned up, just so Fatty could exercise his body in the meantime. While eating breakfast, Fatty looked at his cell phone in surprise. Old Wang, it's on fire. It's on fire. Wang Su was not surprised either. Wang Su's number also posted those videos. The Wild Boar Great Night had posted several pieces. And in the age of entertainment, as long as you were original enough and entertaining enough, you could be on fire. Even that classic line followed the fire. Berserkers, all the heroes of the world will not lose their courage when they hear the name of Guan. The comment section was especially hot for a while. Berserkers, the world's heroes hear my two dog eggs name without losing courage. But unfortunately this pig killer knife actually cut you with a dog head. Piff. The world's heroes heard my two dogs left the name of all gall. But unfortunately my wolf toothstick actually stabbed your chrysanthemum. Shark wall. The world's heroes heard my two fools of the name of all gall. Righteous father. The world's heroes hear the child's name without losing courage. But it is a pity that this square sky painting halberd of mine actually stabbed you to death. Wang Fengwei. The world's heroes heard the name of Wu Chang all lose their guts. But unfortunately, this 1,000 years to kill actually made you rigid. I'm sorry. Lu Dazhuang looked at the comments, looked at the heat and got a little excited. He was also an internet celebrity. Excited. And a little panicked. Excited is the fire. But panicked is that he feels that he does not have real skills. This flow he feels that he cannot grasp. Normal men that do not want women. Shi Yun exception. In Wang Su's opinion, Shi Yun meets the characteristics of martial arts obsessive. Is really a little bit not normal. This guy always feel that it is a woman in sucking his essence. He feels cannot be too early to break the body. Willpower is really strong. But Wang Su's appearance made him falter. After all, Wang Su was his brother-in-law. And his kung fu was so good that his own persistence was wrong? But those who are self-disciplined, fitness, muscle building, are to stay away from female color. Color is a steel knife to scrape the bones. This is not an empty word. When there is a delicate wife at home, it is difficult for the gods to cure her. Old Wang, I can't do anything. What do I shoot? I can't keep riding a pig? Lu Dazhuang suffered from a lot of anxiety and said, after all, there are too many people who have become a big fire overnight and quickly disappeared. This splash of riches cannot catch. In fact, online, many people rely on a trick, repeatedly on that trick, a trick to eat all over the world. People come and go in the live broadcast room. So many people. Some people can survive every day. So if you want to be a big fire, stay on fire, or even enter the entertainment industry in the future, then you need to have some real skills, and also be able to suffer. I'll teach you, Wang Su said. I'll learn. Lu Dezhuang gritted his teeth and made a decision. Good. Then today we will learn one. Remember, this is called Mad Dog Growl, Wang Su said seriously. Lu Dezhuang. It was just the two of them on this wild boar mountain, so Wang Su wouldn't be embarrassed. He and Lu Dezhuang belonged to the category of talking about nothing when they went to school, plus the 3 years after graduation. Absolute diehards. Life was muddled before the age of 12, counting from the age of 13. More than half of the time was eating and living together with the fat man. 4 years in college living in a room. 3 years after graduation again under one roof. Wang Su kinship on imperfect. Real friends, not counting hair small. In fact, only fat people. So the importance of the fat man in Wang Su's heart can be imagined. And Fatty was also quite good to Wang Su. Real good. Breathing, hair breath technique. Fatty's lung capacity is still okay. Dog barking. Yes, it's dog barking. It was a dog bark, but not a normal dog bark. It was a dog growl. Wang Su naturally had to bark. How can he teach without barking? Lu Dezhuang originally thought that Wang Su was joking, but when Wang Su barked, he felt different. His heart was confused and restless, and he even always felt cold at the back, as if a fierce beast was going to attack from behind. The scalp was numb, the back was tight, and the inner uneasiness was very strong. Wang Su was also stunned at this call. Damn, toxic. Why do I feel so excited? Then, Lu Daqiang studied and practiced. Lu Daqiang is too tall and fat, his lung capacity is okay, and he is very talented in learning Mad Dog Growl. This speed of progress shocked Wang Su. It was simply a little bit of learning. In learning the Mad Dog Growl, the talent is too much. This barking sound, even a dog would have to run the hell away when hearing it. Disturbed, panicked, disturbed, uncomfortable. This is actually high-intensity noise pollution. But I have to say, this thing is very good. The ability to interfere is particularly strong. And the closer the distance, the stronger the damage. Lu Dezhuang and Wang Su are the same, although the character is introverted, sullen, low self-esteem, and no special skills. Singing and dancing a will not. Socializing is even closer to social terrorism. But there is one thing, not stupid. Lu Daqiang also plays games, reads novels, watches videos, and understands at once. This is a stunt. Stunt, this is a stunt. Lu Daqiang has a deep understanding. As long as you have the ability, no matter what ability, as long as you can broadcast it. Nowadays, Lu Dezhuang feels that he is also considered to have a skill. I'll teach you another set of boxing. You now familiarize yourself with this routine first. Practice slowly. Think more. Practice with your brain. Wang Su struck the iron while it was hot. Lu Dezhuang was also excited. What fist? Is it awesome? Awesome. This you remember. You can perform, but life should never be used when it is not threatened. This fist strike is either death or disability. So powerful. What fist? Lu Dezhuang's eyes lit up with unprecedented anticipation. The beginning of everything is difficult. Mad Dog Roar made a good start and opened up the situation, giving him confidence and feeling passionate about whatever he learns now. Mad Dog Fist, Wang Su said seriously. Lu Dezhuang, this is having a hard time with Mad Dog. Wang Su finished and started to perform. After you've practiced the Mad Dog Fist, you need to incorporate the Mad Dog Roar into it. The power is beyond your imagination. Wang Su explained as he practiced. Basic movements, attack orientation, each movement 3 times, slow motion, then speed up 3 times. The movements require flexibility and change, not rigidity. Mad Dog Fist does not focus on physical beauty. The pursuit is the result. Each move first talk about the purpose. I want to attack that part. To achieve what effect? And then how to attack. Should be combined with the actual combat situation. Of course, this is something to be considered later. Mad Dog Fist also has its own stance and routine. The core of the Mad Dog Fist is flexible, versatile, swift, and vicious, all of which originally did not fit with Lu Daqiang, but Lu Dezhuang was too talented in Mad Dog Roar. So this Mad Dog Fist had to be learned. Wang Su taught very seriously. Lu Dezhuang also learns very seriously. Once and twice. It was the first time Wang Su saw Lu Dezhuang so persistent. The cell phone is fixed. These are filmed. This is all material. Leaving Lu Daqiang alone there practicing hard. Wang Su returned to the village. Looked around to find 2 pigs. Second piggy was sitting alone under a big sycamore tree at the entrance of the village, leaning against the tree. It was now 10 in the morning. There was no one around. Lonely, alone, no one to talk to, no one to play with. He is a fool. A fool doesn't know if he's happy or not. Second piggy, Wang Su called out with a smile. Wang Su, Wang Su. Second piggy called back happily. Seeing second piggy's silly smiling face, Wang Su was also happy. Taking out a hot leg of lamb from the item bar, he handed it to him. Looking at his dirty hands, Wang Su took out another pack of wet wipes and pulled out two. Come wipe your hands. Pigsy listened to Wang Su very well and could understand some simple words. He was more like mentally challenged, not crazy. Wiping his hands, he couldn't wait to take the big leg of lamb and start gnawing on it. Wang Su sat next to him. At this moment he was calm inside. There was no heart panic. In this world today, it doesn't matter if you are an elementary school student, a secondary school student, a college student, a teacher, an employee, a leader. It also didn't matter if you were single, married, divorced, etc. It can be said that all of them are stressed and all of them can't be still, worrying about this and that, longing for the future yet worried, busy with school, busy with college, busy with finding a job, busy with earning money, busy with raising a family, but also coaxed the girlfriend, but also coaxed the wife, but also afraid of encountering foodie demon, but also afraid of the other half of the cheating, but also afraid of the child is not biological. It is said that life is hard to get confused, maybe confused, silly, but really can clear the air. It is also said that people are wonderful is not so. Hard work, struggle, when the moment to get the harvest is full of happiness. In fact, perhaps not necessarily so, more is forced to helpless, in order to survive. False prosperity, overdraft vitality. There are not many people who can truly achieve inner peace, because your ability is not enough to cope with all the unknown, sudden and unexpected. You say you have a lot of money, but even more money you can't cure the damn disease. Wang Su could really be quiet now. The so-called desirelessness. Where in this world is there any desirelessness? As long as it is a normal person, there are desires, all kinds of desires. The so-called desirelessness is the desire to resist some temptations after getting maximum satisfaction. A raw egg, you want him to have no desire? For example, Wang Su has Chi Tang, and to a certain extent, he doesn't envy others who have beautiful girlfriends and daughters-in-law. Wang Su has power and strength, and does not envy others who know martial arts, work out, have a good figure, strong body, etc. It was this that made it possible to be indifferent, as if clearing his mind. Wang Su just feels that he has gotten enough, so he can be still. It's not lack of pursuit, not lack of desire, it's true contentment. The sunlight in the morning was not hot, and it sprinkled on the two people. Two Piggy's life is like this. He is muddled, perhaps he himself does not know who he is. Wang Su felt sorry for Two Piggy, but this was the best arrangement. Take out a bottle of water for him. Just sit like this until noon. In the middle, he cast a wonderful handsteel and failed. There were no waves. Two Piggy fell asleep leaning against the sycamore tree. Wang Su left to go to the county town. Only when he arrived at the county town, when he arrived at his own hot pot restaurant there, he saw a person who made him surprised, but he didn't want to see. Yang Shi, who had held hands with him twice. Yang Shi knows that Wang Su is now a big netizen. 10 million fans of the netizen, that can be sacks of money. Not to mention there is a very hot Netroots hot pot restaurant, at least $600,000 a month income. Therefore, Yang Shi was not calm all of a sudden, thinking about it all excited. Before Wang Su was diligent. 3 years, only left himself 500 every month, and the rest of about 10,000 were given to himself. 3 whole years. Even if he didn't let him touch himself, he still treated himself with nothing. What is this? This is true love. So Yang Shi decided to change her mind, decided to love Wang Su well, only love him alone. She thought a lot, thought of those 3 years Wang Su for her to do things. It is incomparably touched, happy. He is in love with me, do not love me cannot do this. It felt like I had to make it up to him. She decided to marry Wang Su now, immediately, have children, give him an incomparably happy home. Wang Su's life she knew, although at that time she did not want to hear at all, not interested at all. It was only after doing some homework yesterday that she learned about Wang Su's life. More and more, she felt that she should compensate him and treat him well. Seeing Wang Su, Yang Shi was teary-eyed, excited, guilty, and moved herself first. Su, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's my fault. Yang Shi was pitiful and soft. She was exquisitely made up and well dressed today. Shi Yun, Kung Fu King, Wang Yang, Wang Chong, Wang Dajiang, the eldest uncle, and the third uncle, were all there. Yang Shi said that she was Wang Su's girlfriend. They knew that Chi Tang existed, but they didn't know how to ask. When he was about to call Wang Su happened to arrive at the hot pot restaurant. Get lost, don't make me say it twice. Wang Su glanced at Yang Shi and said softly, but every word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The previous Wang Su was not like this. Yang Shi had always felt that Wang Su was the kind of person who was kind-hearted and soft-hearted, and as long as he took pity on himself a little, he couldn't refuse. People should be kind, but not soft-hearted. What is a soft heart? To put it bluntly, it is for the people who bully you and insult you. You forgive, and then they continue to come to bully you and insult you, and you forgive again, and it keeps cycling. Yancy froze. This was the first time Wang Su had spoken to her like this. Last time, Wang Su was angry and crashed into his business, and he ended up getting beaten up. Wang Su fought back later, but it didn't make her feel strange like this. It was also the first time Chi Yun had seen Wang Su like this, in front of his sister. He is a little milk dog. Every time he saw his sister and a little puppy getting all mushy together, it made him feel like the world was a little unreal. Yang Shi realized that Wang Su was really good looking and manly now. Why didn't she realize it before? Yang Shi had tears in her eyes. I know it's wrong. You were so good to me before. It's me who didn't cherish it. I also know now that I love you. I really love you. I want to make it up to you and love me like you do. Yang Shi was like an aggravated little daughter-in-law. Wang Su looked at the disease monster around her. The syphilis monster was still there, and the warts monster, and the hemorrhoid monster. There was also the murder monster. Murder monster, level 3, special monster, non-combatable. It's not red, it's green, it's in the shape of a puppet child. Wang Su understood. Abortion 3 times. Syphilis, warts, abortion. And you're still here to disgust me? Wang Su looked at Yang Shi's current appearance as a burst of nausea. Yang Shi. The others were also looking at her differently. They also didn't expect this girl with an innocent appearance to be like this. Yang Shi was very unwilling, but she still left in ashes. She had a hard time in her heart. A hard time because she couldn't enjoy this heavenly riches herself. Originally, this was all her own. All her own. The more she thought about this, the harder it was in her heart. Hard to breathe. Wang Su 3 years of payment. Let her feel that all this is her, but now are not. Can be difficult to die? Suffocated to death. In the afternoon, Wang Su went to Zhangxian Prairie area. The area was busy. Planting pasture grass, trees, transporting large stones, boulders, according to Wang Su's requirements of the position placed. Another thing is to dig an artificial lake in the center of the area, in order to drink water for the animals here. But one could raise fish in it or something. The pasture grass planted also grows in all seasons. Together with the spirit gathering formation, getting the best piece of grassland is still possible. The artificial lake is dug by excavators. Many vehicles sent the soil to nearby places that needed it. This was also what Wang Su said in advance. After all, some places were not suitable for planting, so that they could be planted with some soil covered on top. Those wigwams, Wang Su began to polish and carve them. Then the trees were transplanted. They were all big trees. The workers were responsible for going to dig, transporting them over, and planting them directly into the forest. It's not a problem to survive. So that's good. Zhangxian is now a lot of netizens here. So what moves in a lot of places will be transmitted to the internet. This piece of land was chosen well. In the northwest corner of Zhangxian, the original choice was the east, but in the end it was Wang Su who suggested the northwest corner. It is also adjacent to the mountain, and the wild boar mountain contracted by Wang Su is next to it. Only this piece of land is flat. The ground here is rocky in some places, so it can't be planted at all. You can't even plant trees. Wang Su let them cover the soil from digging the artificial lake on some stone surface, and some places on the stone surface, Wang Su reserved for making some animal nests, build some stone houses, or some wooden sheds. The style should be atmospheric and can shelter from the wind and rain. The boulders and boulders of the spirit gathering formation were carved by Wang Su to make many stone statues. There were dragons, tigers, boars, horses, cows, and even characters too. The style was a bit muddy and majestic. Obviously just a few simple modifications. Randomly polished, but also exquisite. The kind of divinity that emanated was the most shocking. It is not carved and refined, but more of a charm. Especially shocking. Let them carefully carve things in front of it eclipsed. Not at all on a level. There is no comparison at all. Wang Su one was the craftsmanship. The other was the divine charm and might of those giant beasts that Wang Su had seen in the disease monsters he had fought. Sort of opened up Wang Su's horizons. No one else could even imagine it if they wanted to, and there was a limit to creating something out of nothing. Therefore, Wang Su only managed to come up with a charisma, and the form of the carved stone statue could only be described as rough, but it is not that the roughness is not good. Instead, there is a feeling of ghostly workmanship. Which giant beasts are so delicate? Behemoths are all hideous. Wang Su's stone statues, on the contrary, more real, unconsciously let a person feel that those beautiful carvings, and these stone statues, compared to the vulgar, these stone statues, but the more you look at it, the more you feel extraordinary. For a time, the internet triggered heat. Zhangxian once again on the hot search. Let many people force their eyes to fall here in Zheng County. Many people naturally move their minds. The trend of the times, the wind in waves. In case of luck, it would really take off. Not long ago, the heat of Zhangxian hadn't gone down, and this time it was rushing even higher. The other thing is that a lot of things are under construction in Massive County, like shopping centers. A Chinese medicine center appeared next to the second hot pot restaurant in the world. One Chinese medicine center in the world. This is the name. A few words were written by Wang Su, and they were also written today, labeled today, and hung today. 100-year level calligraphy skills. 100-year level attainment. These few words can't be described as iron strokes and silver hooks. Let's put it this way. No matter whether one knows the words or not, or even if one can say that one knows the words or not, it doesn't matter. When one sees these words, one will feel very comfortable. Just don't know why. Let a person's mood happy, breath calm and quiet. That is a kind of indescribable peace, such as mountains and rivers, such as the wind blowing Yanglan. As soon as these few words appeared online, the internet directly exploded. Many people at some calligraphy greats and asked them to comment, including some carved stone statues. They also went to some professionals to comment, but no one had said anything yet. Just for these few words I'm also going to go to this world's #1 Chinese medicine center to cure my kidney deficiency. The doctor has already given me a critical notice. I'll go and have a look too. I don't know what kind of disease. I can't check it out even if I go to the hospital, but it feels like I'm going to die soon. And the doctor said that I should go to see a Chinese medicine practitioner. When I take a shit, my colon comes out. It's 10 centimeters. I've had 3 surgeries. It still doesn't work. I'm desperate now. I've decided to go and have a look too. I have money, a villa, a luxury car, and a beautiful woman. But I can't use that thing. And I can't take medicine. And I've been thinking about getting a prosthesis lately. Should I go to this world's first Chinese medicine center to take a look? For a while, there was a lot of hustle and bustle. The heat of Zheng County will definitely not go down in a short period of time. Many people had already traveled to Zheng County overnight. Many anchors were also going to come here to clock in and go live here. There were also people who were preparing to come here to look for business opportunities. Although they didn't know who wrote those words, they knew who owned this world's first Chinese medicine center, the world's second best, the world's second hot pot restaurant, the world's #1 ring, the world's #1 Chinese medicine hall. That's why Zhang Xian was on the hot search, and Wang Su followed suit. Many people are also paying attention to Wang Su, the anchor who doesn't seem to be very reliable. But there was one thing that made people look at him. He has so many fans, but seldom live, not with goods, not advertising, is not realizing at all. Those martial arts videos, many people expressed skepticism, and a few videos of fighting in the ring were also skeptical. Some people say he is a real master. Of course, some people say he is a fake master. But with time, froze by him alone will be positive county seems to drive up. Immediately after that, the boar great knight became even more fiery overnight. This is also the Zhang Xian big master, originally riding a wild boar, crisscrossing the landscape, has been envied, crossing the sword and standing on the pig, shouting, pie, also let people feel very cool. But Mad Dog roar this one out really a bit invincible, directly sealed God. That intensive Mad Dog growl makes people feel very difficult, but it is also difficult not to see and not to hear. It is really toxic. All in all it's just a tough one, and it's accompanied by text and instructions. Lost mastery. Lion's roar. The netizens couldn't calm down for a moment. You call this a lion's roar? Are you bullying me for not having seen a dog before? Let me tell you, I am the dog. Lu Dezhuang felt that the Mad Dog growl was really a bit pushy and insufficient, so he insisted on changing it to a lion's roar, which was mighty and domineering. Although it sounded like a dog barking, it was similar to a lion's roar. The comments section also exploded. If you don't listen to it, it's hard for a day. If you listen to it, it's hard for a day. I would also like to discuss with fellow Taoists why this lion's roar is like a mad dog barking. Fellow Taoists, I imitated it. It's so damn cool. It's just that the people around me are far away from me. This is not just a dog barking. This is a spiritual attack. In addition can also enhance their excitement, enhance the combat power. All the little friends, you can learn, later and girlfriend happy. Feel the strength is not good when use. But, you fucking toxic. That picture I really fucking dare not imagine. Upstairs big talent, Nima, while the dog barks, while, the picture is too good, can't, really can't, spicy eyes, for a while, the lion roars, the dog barks, the mad dog barks, and the mad dog growls are also a big fire, the real name is hidden in it, Lu Daxian was very excited. Looking at the horrible amount of fans, a little confused. There were also many people who left messages wanting to learn dog barking from a teacher. There were also many anchors who began to imitate. If eating shit can make money these days, I don't know how many people will go to eat it. If you don't want to say, earning money is like eating shit, if there is a shortcut, then it's good to take a shortcut, because Wang Su is on fire. So there are more people who come to fight and challenge because of the traffic. Now as long as you come to fight the fake, no matter win or lose, that's a wave of traffic. It was a sure thing. For a while, the world's first ring here was bustling with activity. It was suddenly especially lively. Wang Su was standing in the ring wearing gloves at this time. The live broadcast was on. Today, I'll give you all a good look at once, come as you are, and I'm not afraid of a wheel battle. The previous conditions will remain unchanged. Wang Su said with a smile in the live broadcast. People are not frivolous in vain. But Wang Su, even so, still let people not feel that he is young and frivolous. That kind of temperament is like a crane in the crowd, like a clear spring. Many anchors are live here today. The people who challenged also drove live. Luxury cars are parked a lot in the neighborhood. The team's people, plus the local people from Jiangxian, some people from outside, all converged here at the world's first ring. The anchors opened the live broadcast. Those who weren't anchors also took out their cell phones to shoot. For a time, Jiangxian's county town entrance location, in front of the hot pot restaurant, the world's first ring here, lively beyond imagination, a sea of people. Those who didn't know thought it was a star having a concert here. The first challenger Wang Su did not recognize, is a young man, looks quite handsome, 1 meter 8 tall, with abs and a bit of muscle. Boss, sorry for the offense, the young man said confidently. His name was Li Shang. He went to physical education school, graduated and became an anchor, and practiced martial arts off and on since he was young. Every person who practiced martial arts has a strength that is not to be defeated. We are all people. Height I have. The age of everyone is about the same. The weight I also quite a lot. Why I am not as good as you. Who hasn't practiced martial arts since childhood? Who doesn't have some talent in practicing martial arts? You're welcome. Wang Su raised his hand to signal him to attack. Pad step punch. The youth attacked fiercely, but Wang Su sidestepped and threw a punch. Bang! The youth was quick in coming and quick in going, directly as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. He retreated several meters and sat on his butt on the ground. For a while exhaled a breath. A move. Wang Su controlled the force so that he wouldn't injure the person, but he also didn't want to waste more time. After all, there were so many people who challenged. The surrounding people froze. The live broadcast also froze. This is a live broadcast, and there are still people with eyesight. And besides, acting and real are not the same. The real can't be fake, and the fake can't be real. Just the speed and power of this punch, and the dull ringing sound. Crap, what is this? Why do I feel like this is real? That Li Shan was dumbfounded. This look can't be faked. A movie star can't even act this look. Wang Su smiled. Still coming? Li Shan shook his head with a bitter smile. He already knew that Wang Su was showing mercy. Many people around him shouted. Li Baichuan had already brought people to maintain order at the periphery. At this time, many of the online platforms were broadcasting the Zhang County world's first ring live. Just this live and lively picture can also attract a lot of people. This was amateur boxing. Wang Su, on the other hand, allowed them to strike at will. There were no rules. This was confidence. The second one to go to the ring was a burly youth, 1 meter 7 in height, a bit bald, but that was all muscle, beard, chest hair, and a bucket waist. The arm span was a bit long, no neck, or the neck was short and thick. This man is also an anchor. He is a boxing coach, specialized in teaching people boxing. 1 meter 7 in height, weighing 180, bones thick, very solid, looking not very fat, very strong. In their county that is definitely the man of the hour. 500,000 fans. In a county belongs to the big network Red, and also opened a boxing gym, now 32 years old. Just in time. The county has a car and a house, and savings. There is also a young and beautiful girlfriend. Girlfriend is a dance teacher. The body is particularly good. Girlfriend is very gentle. He is very happy. Since there is a girlfriend, this body obviously declined a lot, but cannot control. Do not want to control. The game begins. Live and crisp. There was no grinding. Something that made the people watching the live broadcast cry out for more. With the failure of the last person, this boxing coach was very careful and protected himself very tightly. Wang Su smiled and punched with a straight punch. Then the body sidestepped forward. Bang! The solid boxing coach was staggered backward and his body was knocked eastward. And the empty door opened. And after the step up, Wang Su, who was already waiting there, threw a straight punch to his opponent's chest. It was exactly the same position as where Li Shang was hit before. Then he also took a few steps back and sat on his butt on the ground. His chest was stuffy and it was difficult to breathe, but he couldn't suffocate. His body was weak. The force of that punch was too great to digest in a short period of time. The boxing coach's face turned red. I don't know if it was bashful, or if he couldn't breathe well. 2 moves? The boss is so powerful? Is there anyone with big balls who came out to explain? Is this an act? The live broadcast, the internet also exploded. Is there any a great ability to touch the bottom of the boss? Wait, there must be. If it's real, there will be people who can't stand it. If it's fake, then there will be people to fight the fake. That's right. Wait and see. Hopefully in a while. The third, the fourth, 2 punches at most. No stopping. Dry. Even some of the people in the scene went up to get in on the action. Crap. I feel as if I'd been hit by someone riding a battery car. Or the kind that carries a person. The boss has something. This isn't acting. You look more like acting. I'm not. I'm really not ATO. Look. I didn't even say you were a trustee. You're not even playing yourself. Then why don't you go up and try? I'll try. The man said and went up. Just in time for an opening. Then he was dumbfounded by Wang Su's punch. Crap. This is real. Crap. Are all TOs serial TOs now? I'm really not A2. I was questioning him just now. The man argued with reason. You're more like a TO now. Or a qualified TO with money to earn together. That person felt powerless. As if he had just said the same thing himself. Goo. Here comes a powerful one. This is a good show. There was a commotion in the surroundings. Many people recognized who it was. Yang Sanquan, 8 million fans, runner-up of the boxing tournament 3 years ago in H province, now 28 years old, now teaches boxing on the internet, sharing some practice tips and often sparring with others. The height of 1.75 m, weight 150 pounds, well-proportioned, looking very athletic, inch head, eyebrows masculine. He's here today just to check it out because it's close by, but it's just an itchy hand that goes up there. Many people recognize him. The live broadcast room was also shocked, and one was looking forward to it. They also didn't expect Yang Sanquan to be here, and to be on stage. This is good. Whether the boss is acting or real kung fu, we'll see right away. Yang Sanquan had a characteristic that was true. Never faking. Can is can, can't is can't. Many people said he wouldn't be flexible. Otherwise he could make much more money, but also because of this kind of truth. Has a lot of hardcore fans. The main thing is, in his live room, follow him really can learn a lot of things, only including boxing inside. Yang Sanquan never talk about life axioms, unlike some anchors, after the fire, began to talk about life feelings, life reasoning, teaching people to fall in love. Obviously he is just a junior high school graduate. He is obviously relying on money to find a girlfriend, but many people still listen to the good. This is rich. Fart are fragrant. Yang Sanquan live broadcast is also very dry. Only say some things about boxing, share some of their own tournaments. When there is nothing to say, you will practice boxing and give them a demonstration. Sort of a clear stream among the anchors. When he went on stage, no one would think that he was doing it for false fame, because Yang Sanquan really likes boxing and martial arts. He often live broadcasts practicing martial arts for a few hours. Self-discipline, hard work, talent. To be the runner-up in a province in his weight class, that was already something. Wang Su recognized Yang Sanquan. This made Wang Su quite surprised. He thought that it would last for a while before the awesome one came. He didn't expect it to be this fast. Boss, I originally just came to take a look, but after watching the meeting, my hands are just itching, so please be merciful. Yang Sanquan said seriously. Wang Su nodded and smiled. Good. The surrounding people froze. The people in the live broadcast room were also stunned, but the fight had already started in the ring. Bang bang. Yang Sanquan bowed his body and bent his arms in front of him. Wang Su, on the other hand, attacked. Very quickly. The footwork was no longer nimble, but the kind of idle steps, casually landing his feet and then throwing punches. Every time he punched out, it was a visual treat. Yang Sanquan struggled to parry. Wang Su controlled the balance, forcing Yang Sanquan's potential out, allowing him to hold on. But it was just so menacing and intense that Yang Sanquan needed to be fully focused, not daring to have the slightest distraction. Dodging, blocking, misaligning his footwork, dodging, and making small leaps and bounds. This looked even more exciting than some action blockbusters. Each step out of a kind of indescribable mood. Natural. Such as the negative hand hanging in the air to climb the ladder of heaven. General feeling. Shocking. Spectacular. It was just a very real action. Without any processing, but it made people feel gorgeous. This kind of splendor is even more shocking than that kind of processed video. The people at the scene froze. The people in the live broadcast room also froze. It was different from what they thought. Wang Su's offense was like water to water. Movement, power, natural and comfortable. How to describe it? A master's style. Yes, it was a patriarchal demeanor. Wang Su pressed Yang Sanquan to fight, and at this time, no one was doubting that it was an act. Yang Sanquan was struggling to hold on, panting like a cow, his face red. Everyone could see that Yang Sanquan was at the end of his rope and was struggling to hold on. Not to mention the Grandmaster's demeanor. Even acting could not be as realistic as this. Wang Su stopped. Yang Sanquan arched his body and sucked in a big breath. His body had long been sweating and trembling. Over the top, Yang Sanquan struggled to squeeze out two words. Wang Su, on the other hand, didn't sweat a drop. His face was not red and he was not panting. At this moment everyone knew that Wang Su's kung fu was real. No one was challenging for a while. This was the real God-sealing battle. Wang Su's real God-sealing battle. And although Yang Sanquan was defeated, he was not affected. Instead he was considered to be someone with real kung fu. Nonsense. That was the top few boxers in H province. Wang Su walked out of the ring. That's all for today. After Yang's 3 punches, no one challenged for the time being either. Walking out of the crowd. When he looked up, Wang Su saw Li Qiao. She was looking at him with a smile on the periphery. Once the white moonlight of his youth. She was not as pretty as Li Baijie, and even less than Qi Tang. Her good looks were the kind that were the most grounded and made people feel down to earth. Kind and simple. She smiled beautifully. That was the smile that once Wang Su dreamed of having. Teenager ignorant. That is not the first love. That is the first crush. Li Qiao looked at her old classmate, who now seemed to shine. She didn't know since when. Already a little like him, but her own body let her curb her thoughts. I heard that he had a girlfriend too, and she was very pretty. Thinking about it was right. He was so good. He must have a beautiful girlfriend. Came to the park, found a bench and sat down. Wang Su took out the silver needle. Li Qiao smiled and stretched out his arm. Their interactions were limited to healing. Golden needle stabbing points. Gradient Army Wannabe, level 40. Boss monster, leader monster, special monster. Can be fought after acupuncture? 8 years of lifespan restored after victory in battle. Enter battle. Sure enough, 3 gigantic and incomparable polar bears, more than 10 meters in length, snow-white fur, giant beasts that exuded a ferocious aura. The icy sky and snowy land was endless, and the piercing cold wind whistled by. Gradual Frost Army Wannabe, 2, 000, 000 Qi in blood. Now such a disease monster was nothing in Wang Su's eyes. The existence of the golden dragon giant panda had boosted his strength too much, and the biggest shortcoming at the moment had already been made up. Bang bang bang. -0, -0, -0 to 0. A level 40 boss monster, even if it was strong, could not break the golden dragon giant panda's defense. Mad dog fist. Freeze. Hardened poison. The fight was so easy that it all felt like enjoyment. This powerful feeling is just great. You win the battle. You gain 360, 000 experience. Your pet giant panda gains 360, 000 experience. You obtain bear gallbladder, fine, times 3. You obtain bear paw, fine, times 4. You obtain life extension pill x1. What is it? Bear gallbladder. Bear paw. Wang Su had gotten used to it, and now had some stored in his item bar. This is something that Wang Su always made for himself to eat. Nothing to eat a meal with friends and family, but never say what it is. This longevity extension Dan. Wang Su was curious to check. Life extension pill, boiled with valuable herbs. It possesses a powerful medicinal power that can restore the body's state to that of a year ago. A person can use a maximum of 3 pills and cannot break the life limit. Crap. Wang Su was also startled. We also often encountered in our lives, such as what we often eat, have the effect of prolonging life, but that is not visible. In the end is not life extension. Many people actually do not believe. Just listen. The life extending Dan in front of you can be remarkable, because it can let your body state function back to a year ago. What concept? Not just extend life 1 year, because restored to a year ago, maybe your disease can be treated. Sometimes delayed a year is too late, or even delayed half a year. 3 months will miss the best treatment time. This life extension pill was good. Very good. To a certain extent it could be said to be an elixir. The small white porcelain bottle, snow-white jade-like elixir, the size of a finger belly, exudes a strange aroma. This fragrance is a medicinal fragrance. Pure medicinal fragrance. Especially good. In fact, many of the big ingredients are Chinese medicine. Cloves, Angelica dihurica, nutmeg, grass fruits, fragrant fruits and so on all belong to Chinese medicine. Put it on the item bar. It's a good thing. It's been so long that it drops one. The life extension pill also has a limit. That is, it cannot break the life limit. It is to extend your life within your normal life range. For example, you could have lived to 90, but because of illness and injury, you lost 10 years of your life. Now you can only live to 80 years old. Then life extension is to extend your life by 1 year of these 10 years. If you are already 90 years old, to the end of life, then this life extension Dan is not useful at all. Life extension pill is not a life extension. People eat grains and cereals. They will be sick. They will inhale the toxins. Life extension Dan can purify your body of toxins, diseases in the last year. In short, it is a good thing. The more the better. Nowadays people eat too much garbage. Everyone is folding life. Some people are depreciating their lives to the point of triple discounts and dying in their 20s. Some people drink carbonated beverages for 2 years and don't drink a sip of water. Also plus milk tea, barbecue, beer, liquor, smoking, fried chicken, burgers, kebabs, hot pot, bucket noodles, no water, not eat a bit of healthy food. Iron body also cannot top. Less than 2 years people are gone. If you don't believe me, you can go to the major hospitals. Nephrology, oncology, you will be surprised that so many are young people. Another thing is diabetes. So, almost no one can really end of life. No disease. That's why this life extension pill is incredibly precious. Wang Su also didn't expect this kind of thing to appear. Say it's against the heavens, but it's only for a year. And a lot of foods have the effect of prolonging life. You say it's not heaven-defying, but it's really strong. Wang Su collected the needle. A new disease monster has appeared. Gradient Disease Army General, Level 50. Boss Monster, Chief Monster, Summoned Monster, Legion Monster. After acupuncture, it could fight. And after killing the Grand General of the Acromegaly Army, it restored 10 years of lifespan. For titles, Level 50 Boss Monster, Summoned Monster, Legion Monster. Wang Su once again saw the title Legion Monster. Unsurprisingly, Wang Su would be facing a legion. He just didn't know how many there were. Thinking about it was a little hot, a little expectant, but a little worried, so didn't try it right away. Upgrading, the Divine Pet Golden Dragon Giant Panda will now have a considerable increase with every level. So upgrading strength is the king's way. Overall, right now Wang Su was not panicking inside. There was a powerful talent, Vajra Unbreakable, as well as 2 divine costumes, Green Dragon Xuanwu Armor, and Bloodthirsty Cloud Chasing Cushion, plus a divine pet, the Golden Dragon Giant Panda. Next, work on leveling up while enjoying life. These two don't conflict. When the reputation of the No. 1 Chinese medicine center in the world has been made, there is no fear that no one will come to see the doctor. This will save a lot of time. Wang Su withdrew the needles. Li Qiao felt a lot of strength in his body, and compared to before, his physical condition had obviously improved significantly. Thank you. Li Qiao exhaled slightly and said, no need to be polite. You should talk about your boyfriend and get married. It's fine. Wang Su said. He said this because he wanted to let Li Qiao know that it was fine. He knew that anyone else who had gotten a gradual frostbite would have a lot of inner pressure. There were real examples in reality. Telling a healthy person to believe he had cancer. Terminal. Not long after, he was shapeless and sickly, as if he had run out of gas. Not to mention the fact that he really has acromegaly. This is also a terminal disease. A certain death. Li Qiao was much lighter inside. The fact that Wang Su could say this meant that he could really cure her. Wang Su, you have changed so much. Li Qiao looked at Wang Su curiously. Those gentle eyes had changed a bit from her memories. She was 18 at that time, but now she was 26. Wang Su was the youngest among her class. In a flash, we haven't seen each other for 7 years. Wang Su laughed. After graduating from high school, Wang Su really didn't see Li Qiao again, and there wasn't any reunion. After graduation, he even only came back for a few days during the new year. Li Qiao was a smart girl and didn't ask Wang Su why his medical skills were so good. Kung Fu so good? Yes, time flies. You will stay in Zhangxian. Or, Li Qiao sighed a smile and looked at Wang Su, planning to stay, but it's not easy to say. Wang Su said after thinking for a while. He did plan to stay in Zheng County. Are you free? My parents want to invite you for dinner. Li Qiao looked at Wang Su. Li Qiao's parents were teachers, and although they hadn't taught Wang Su, they knew. Okay, tonight then. Wang Su thought about it and said, okay, I'll call you then. Li Qiao laughed. After Wang Su and Li Qiao parted ways, he decided to go buy a gift for Qitang, a parrot. This thing could talk, and Wang Su's taming could enhance the spirituality. He had forgotten about this before, but now that he thought of it, he acted immediately. He thought it would definitely be interesting. Buy a pair. The flower and bird market from before suddenly seemed to be bustling. There were a lot more people. There were a lot of people coming to Zhang County now, and these people went everywhere, even to the livestock market. It was probably because they didn't have any place to go, that's why they went everywhere. There is even someone who bought a lamb as a pet. There were also people who went looking specifically for earth dogs to buy. The main reason was that the number one god dog, Wang Su's earth dog, the Chinese field dog, Old Yellow, was famous. It's not just that it easily defeated the huge-sized Caucasian, it even saved a beautiful anchorwoman and easily took down a knife-wielding murderer. This is the main reason that made Old Yellow the number one god dog. Old Yellow's big name was very loud. It even made the news. There was even a rich woman who offered $10 million for Old Huang. Old Yellow is right here at the Hot Pot restaurant. Many people came to shoot and see Old Yellow up close. Coming to the flower and bird market, Wang Su ended up buying a pair of Xianfeng parrots. One was that Xianfeng parrots were legal to keep. The other reason was that Wang Su felt that the Xianfeng parrots had a lot of room for improvement. Not so much that it would turn into a little phoenix, right? But it would surely be exceptionally good looking. In addition, Wang Su also wanted to buy a kind of fish. It was also something he saw on the internet not long ago, and Wang Su was shocked that it could be so beautiful. Butterfly fish. In Wang Su's opinion, it was more like a mermaid in general. There was a chance to buy a few to raise, and after taming it, it would definitely be much more beautiful than the one on the internet. $500 a pair. It was quite nice to look at. Halfway there, Wang Su tamed the male Xianfeng parrot. Forgive me for being mentally prepared. It was still shocked. The head became much bigger, and that feather on the head was really like a phoenix crown. The feathers were bright and colorful. Feathers plump, colorful. There are 2 points. Xianfeng parrot appearance. Look closely is indeed Xianfeng parrot, but how to look more like a mini version of a small phoenix. For the phoenix, but also just pictures, video, is relying on some historical books recorded in the imagination, depicted, but this little thing who looks like a little phoenix, delicate, beautiful, mainly in form, ornate, shapely, beautiful, beautifully shocking. Hello, hello, the first one was said by Wang Su. Wang Su was trying to see if it could talk. The second one was this Xianfeng parrot. The voice was strange, kind of like a duck's voice, but not exactly. It sounded a bit uptight. Hello Ton Ton, Wang Su walked and taught at the same time. Hello Ton Ton, really smart, Wang Su lamented. This guy was a bit beyond his imagination. Hello little sister, Wang Su gave it a harder one. Little sister, hello, holy shit, so obscene. Wang Su's mouth twitched. Holy shit, so obscene. This doesn't need to be learned. This doesn't need to be learned. Fuck you. Wang Su didn't hold back. Fuck you. You fucking repeater. You fucking repeater. Wang Su didn't say anything. Is it appropriate to give this to Chi Tang? Would it be crazy? Wang Su was in deep thought. Hello little sister. Wang Su. Wang Su, will still come by yourself. Crap you big man. Wang Su. You're still reviewing? As a text to memorize? Fuck you. The parrot did it again. Wang Su's mouth twitched as he looked at it without saying anything. Fuck you. The parrot looked at Wang Su and did it again. Wang Su didn't know why he just wanted to pinch it to death, but he was a bit reluctant to do so. Besides, it was a life. I'm your father. Wang Su popped out. I am your father. Another damn sentence was learned by it. Wang Su stopped talking. Now the question was whether to give it to Chi Tang? I'll let Chi Tang take a look at it later, and if she likes it, then I'll give it to her. If it couldn't stand it, then he would keep it himself. Wang Su also found out that this one had a strong imitation ability, linguistically. In addition, not only imitating, but also memorizing, and then he would pop a sentence out of nothing. This guy was a bit two-dimensional. Wang Su always felt that it was provoking himself. Back to the wild boar mountain there. Lu Dezhuang had just ridden a round of the big wild boar. He was now riding it several times a day and then rampaging through the place, feeling especially comfortable. Not riding for a day felt uncomfortable. Earlier, he was worried that Wang Su was not there. What if such a big guy suddenly went crazy? Those two fangs. There are also two huge lychees under the tail. The more Lu Dezhuang looked at it, the more scared he became. However, after spending some time together, he found that the big boar was particularly docile and smart, and could even understand Lu Dezhuang's simple words and instructions. This made him very excited, feeling that this was his own mount. Crap! What is this? Lu Dezhuang saw the Xianfeng parrot on Wang Su's shoulder. Crap! What is this? Lu Dezhuang was stunned. Crap! 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 Lu Dezhuang's eyes lit up and filled with light. It was the first time he had seen such a smart bird. To know that other parrots speak, all say hello call a mom in short, very simple, and the voice is slurred. Crap you big man. Lu Dezhuang was excited. Crouch your grandpa. The unique voice sounded really uptight. Wang Su rubbed his head. I'm your father. I'm your father. Fatty, you can't talk past it. Wang Su advised him. Fatty, you can't say it. The Xianfeng parrot continued to mimic. I'm the big fool. Lu Dezhuang bellowed. I am the big fool. Lu Daqiang laughed, feeling like he had won intellectually. I am a shark wall parrot. Lu Dajiang continued. Wang Su's head was big. Wang Su and Fatty continued to open the land. There was a lot to do in the wild boar mountain. Wang Su would occasionally do a few random carvings. Fatty was laboring on the side, by the way, as exercise, eating something healthy and controlling the amount. This time Wang Su looked at Lu Dajiang's obese monster. Obese monster, level 40, special monster, regeneration monster, combatable, regeneration monster, special monster. Regeneration. I think it means you can't get rid of the root, right? Combat. A big fat pig. 4 meters long, close to a person's height, covered in fat, fat head, ears, tusks, big mouth. Not a boss monster though, just 2 titles, easily resolves the battle. You win the battle. You gain 8,000 experience. Your pet golden dragon giant panda gains 8,000 experience. Experience is so little. After the fight, Wang Su looked there. The obese monster was still there. Obese monster, level 30, special monster, regeneration monster, non-combatable. Becoming non-combatable. The obese monster was already a big internet celebrity and would go live every day. Also makes videos. Recently, he's been practicing Mad Dog Fist. While punching, the dog barks. The movements were not standardized, but there seemed to be something. After all, Wang Su told him the core things, which were not said, and others could not comprehend them at all. He also had to correct his posture. So practicing, there was still a little something, but not too much. But that dog barking was really up there. It's hard not to listen to it for a day. So many people have to come to the live broadcast room to listen to Lu Daqiang's crazy dog growl. I don't know how many people have learned it in private. Lu Dezhuang felt that his life was a lot more fulfilling all of a sudden. Becoming a big netizen. All of a sudden even his spine seemed to be straightened. This is how people are. Money and career can make a person become confident, make a person's waist straight and spine straight, although it had only been a few days. But Lu Dajiang felt as if he had gained a new life, and his entire essence, all changed. The main thing is that the energy of the heart fills the body. In the past, I couldn't get excited about what I was doing, so I thought that no one would bother me, immersed in the game, and escaped from reality, unwilling to make friends, even a little afraid to socialize with people, feeling very tired. But now, even urgently want to socialize with people. There is a big kind of rich and noble not to return home, such as the brocade clothes nightwalk general. In the wild boar mountain, because of the spirit gathering array in place, the trees planted were all full of vitality. Unconsciously, the air here has a slight change. Inhaling it all felt a bit cool and comfortable. Even in this wild boar mountain, it felt as if the sight seemed 3 times brighter. The vegetation was lush and green. During this time, the land was cleared, cleaned, carved and polished. Crushed stone was laid down and stone houses were built in large blocks. Without realizing it, there had been subtle changes. Many places were originally cluttered and messy, but now they were organized in a different way. A block of grass, very dense and solid. This is not the artificial lawn kind. It is grass, the original grass. From time to time, you can see a group of rabbits. There are wild rabbits, and domestic rabbits, and chickens. Occasionally a few mountain beavers can be seen. The one in the lead looks more like a baby leopard than a baby panther. There was a family of wild boars. The little ones were bigger and looked cute. Their round little bodies looked fit and looked and smelled good. Squeaking and squealing. There were many more birds above the transplanted swath of woods. There were also many more bird nests. There were some wildflowers in the woods. The crisp bird calls made people's hearts inexplicably quiet. And the birds and flowers were just like that. Wang Su was happy. He wanted to make this place a special home. This beast taming ability was too good. The place of Boar Mountain was big enough, and the terrain inside was rugged, and many places were just mountains and rocks, although there was also a lot of land. Such a place was not cultivable. Wang Su, on the contrary, liked this kind of terrain, as long as grass could grow and plants could grow. There were also small hills and boulders, which were all resources for Wang Su. Laying out the spirit gathering formation would require mountain rocks. These mountain stones could be carved. Wang Su could chisel out stone houses, or make stone platforms and so on. Nowadays, the wild boar mountain already had the breath of life, which was slowly spreading to the entire wild boar mountain. Lu Dezhuang live broadcasts the opening of the land. The popularity of the live broadcast room has been high. After all, this kind of open land cannot be seen at all. Others are at most an old house remodeling, And here is a real open land. Mainly from time to time, they can see some scenery that they cannot see. It is not a surprise to see a boar, because Lu Daxiang is now a boar grand knight. But there was something else. Brother Fatty, was that a chicken just now? It was the big rooster that Wang Su had tamed. Definitely a veritable chicken king, weighing over 20 pounds, thick and sturdy, 1 meter tall. The sharp chicken beak was more than 8 centimeters long, pecking you. It was estimated that it could peck a bloody hole. Chicken claws are also thick and powerful, such as eagle claws. Chicken claw parts are as thick as a baby's arm, not to mention the chicken thighs there, mighty and colorful, occasionally fluttering its wings twice. Its wings spread out over 3 meters. The live broadcast was stunned. So big chicken, so excited. If I wasn't in the live broadcast room, I thought you were fucking saying something. If only I had such a big chicken. Crap, you guys drive so much right. Boss, the animals here are so special. I just saw a leopard cat that nonetheless said it was a mountain beaver. What's so strange about that? We call that a bobcat. A wildcat. Isn't the bobcat a lynx? I have to say it's picturesque here. The place of my dreams is no better. If you want to say this, I won't argue with you. I also want to find such a place to live now, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. This live room is so green. It feels like I can purify my mind in this live room. That's because you didn't see them driving. In the evening, Wang Su received a call from Li Chao and sent him the location. Tonight her parents wanted to invite Wang Su for dinner. The best restaurant in Jiang County. A big table of food. Just 4 people. Li Chao's parents, Li Chao plus Wang Su. Li Chao is an only child. When they checked out the acromegaly, Li Chao's parents were a bit devastated. And now they were naturally grateful to Wang Su. Teacher Li, Teacher Zhang, Wang Su greeted with a smile. Good, Xiao Su, come, sit down. Mother Li had a loving face, and the way she looked at Wang Su made Wang Su a little flustered. This is the way a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law. Life was like this. Images that he couldn't even dream of before, now appeared. But now he didn't need it anymore. This was the reality. Those who owned people didn't need them, and those who dreamed of having them couldn't get them in their lifetime. Xiao Su, you are marvelous now. I heard that you wrote all those words. Li's father was very happy. His eyes were glowing at the mention of the words. If Mr. Li likes it, I'll give you one some other day. Fine, then it's a deal. I'll hang it in my study then. Li's father was very excited. Father Li and Wang Su drank. He was happier than anything else when his daughter saved her life. Wang Su couldn't get drunk in any way. After it was over, Wang Su went home. On the street, he ran into Li by riding and little Neon taking a walk. It's now 8 o'clock in the evening. The lights were on. Li Beck riding was holding the husky. There were also 2 cats following, which Wang Su had given to her and little Mian Mian. Brother, Li Bai riding called out when she saw Wang Su waving his hand. Daddy, little Mian Mian happily ran over with her short legs. It was really able to cute you a face full of blood. Wang Su happily picked her up and then held her high. The little milky voice's clear laughter was the best cure. The little girl happily hugged Wang Su's neck, her little face arching over Wang Su's face. Li Bai riding was happier to see this situation than how much money he made. Seeing Li Bai Jie, Wang Su remembered that Xiao Kai, Xiao Yunshan didn't feel comfortable with Xiao Kai, so the 2 of them worked together as waiters at the hot pot restaurant. He washed dishes, served food, and didn't get paid. I can't even get rid of them. People in Jiangxian County all know that the richest man in Jiangxian County, the 2 men in the hot pot restaurant washing dishes, but also all know what the reason is. What Xiao Kai had done in the beginning had been made into a video by himself, restoring what had happened. This is their sincerity. Especially recently, this matter was being discussed online as well as in the live broadcast. I'm curious as to what the boss is capable of, to make the richest man in a county stoop so low. You have to know that this Xiao Yunshan and the current parent official of Jiangxian County are in-laws. That's what I can't figure out. The boss doesn't look like the bullying kind either. That I'm from Jiang County. To give you a reminder, the Qiao family can do this. There's only one reason. There's a request, and it's a must. You say this, I also understand. Just what things must beg. Xiao Yunshan can take it so well. It won't be monetary. I've heard of his 2 sons. One is dead. Only one left. It's this dude. The world's first Chinese medical center is owned by the boss. I seem to get it. It must be that this son of Xiao Yunshan has a disease, or a big disease. That being said, how exactly is the boss's medical skills? I'm also waiting. I just have a headache. There are always so many times a day. Headache. Once 10 minutes. Check also can't check what kind of disease. Also can't cure. Wang Su's side is walking with Li Bai riding. It's pregnant. Li Bai riding pointed at the husky with a slightly red face. Old Huang's? Wang Su froze, just a little embarrassed after saying it. Li Beck riding laughed. Aha! Wang Su laughed awkwardly, and Li Baisher felt funny, boldly looking at Wang Su. The mature and enchanting woman bloomed her charm to the fullest at this moment. Although she had a daughter, she hadn't actually had a man. Under the streetlight, Li Bai writing was even more beautiful that people did not dare to look directly at her. Especially that proud body that trembled and made people want to explore it. Her face was beautiful and sexy, a sexy enchantment that radiated from her bones. The enchanting bones were heavenly, lips like crystal, snow-white shell teeth, light fragrance. Wang Su knows her heart. In fact, afraid of this woman in the end is smart or stupid, will account for all their cards. If you lose, it will lose completely. But this instead gave the difficult problem to Wang Su. With a different man, this is not a difficult problem. This is pie in the sky. After all, Li Bai writing does not let him be responsible for, not married to him, in addition to him, will not go to another person, and she has not had a man. Especially she is very beautiful, so beautiful that she is a disaster. Wang Su is just a man, not a god. This kind of test, he really a little overwhelmed. At the moment, Chi Tang's figure could still make him hold on for a bit, but he didn't know how long he could hold on. Many times he wanted to compromise. Life in this world is just a few decades. Why should he be so persistent? Many ordinary people had more than one woman in their lives, and those who had the ability to do so even more. Li Bai writing also seemed to feel Wang Su's inner struggle. She was happy. It showed that she was attractive to him. You, what are you holding on to? Li Baijie probed and whispered in his ear. After saying this, he retreated and slightly lowered his head to lead Era in front. Wang Su's heart was beating a little faster, and one word could punch a hole in his defenses. Shaking his head, he didn't know what he was holding on to. To be honest, he wanted to have a relationship with Li Bai writing. He was a normal man, even if he still loved Qitong and had to suppress himself because of duty, love, morality, and so on. As for how long he could suppress it, he was getting bottomless. The heat of Zhangxian was high. From time to time, something will break out. The prairie is being built and the park is being improved and expanded. The shopping center has begun to renovate. Day and night. Amazing speed. The world's first Chinese medicine museum plaque hung out. The interior is still being renovated. Simple, atmospheric, wooden furniture, all from Wang Su beat medicine cabinet, tables and chairs. Style naturally needless to say. Wooden wall panels, wooden floors, because this for Wang Su to save trouble. Medicine cabinet full of ancient flavor. Atmosphere. A look is extraordinary. Thick, moisture-proof, tight. The calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall are all words of persuasion. For example, Mo angry. Gas is the source of all diseases. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be angry. Anger hurts the liver. Don't worry. Worry hurts the spleen. Don't be sad. Sadness hurts the lungs. Don't indulge in lust. Color is a bone-scraping steel knife. The best medicine is sunshine. Is the breeze. Is the air. Is the mood is relaxed. The best food is plain tea. These words are framed and hung on the wall, like the finishing touch, so that the whole Chinese medicine hall has some more luster. Wang Su needed to find an old Chinese doctor to reside in. He, on the other hand, was only treating difficult cases, and to register first, Wang Su wouldn't treat patients here every day. He would take a day or two on weekends or during the week. Healing was actually quick, and when fighting disease monsters, real time could be said to stand still. So, seeing the disease, acupuncture, it didn't take much time, which meant that Wang Su's healing time was very short. One day could treat many people. Wang Su was going to let Wang Chong and Wang Yang to learn the prescription, as well as boil the soup. After all, being a waiter in a hot pot restaurant didn't have a bit of a future after all. It was better to let them learn something. In their spare time, let them start learning Chinese medicine. Wang Dajiang and Wang Hu expressed their desire to learn as well. Wang Su naturally agreed. This kind of thing, Wang Su could only make the whole process precise to the second, at least if it was within 3 seconds, and then make a table. The other thing was the size of the fire. This fireplace that was specially designed to fix the flame was divided into several gears. Wang Chong Wang Yang they saw that table and didn't want to learn. So complicated? They watched Wang Su decoct medicines without such complexity. This is the fire. Can control at will. And they cannot. This is also to think of one of the dumbest quick fix methods. The effect could only be said to be much better than the ones on the market. And this method, even if it was fully mastered, could only bring out at most 20 years of boiling fire. But this was already terrifying. However, if they wanted to fully master it, they would need to practice hard for a period of time, and they would also need to be taught by Wang Su, which had a lot of key points. At noon on this day, Wang Su's cell phone rang. Chi Tang. Hey, baby. Wang Su picked up the phone. Chi Tang. This guy's title upgrade is so fast. A lot of couples actually call themselves that, and Chi Tang knows that, mainly because there's someone else next to her. Wei Hearing Feng, her best BFF. Wei Hearing Feng came to find Chi Tang this time, and together they went to Zheng County to see what projects were available. So Chi Tang gave Wang Su a call. Wei Hearing Feng was surprised. Is this still her bestie? Little bastard. My bestie is next to me, Chi Tang whispered. Wang Su thought of that cold woman. Well, the only reason why he could remember her was because of that stone woman monster on her. Did you miss me then? Wang Su gently laughed. Aha! Chi Tang's voice was small. Without waiting for Wang Su to speak, she continued. Listening to the wind and I are going to Zheng County in a while. Good. Call me when you guys arrive. Wang Su said. Chi Tong, okay, see you in a while. Ending the call. Wang Su felt that they were here to invest. He was also wondering what would be suitable to do. In the future, there would definitely be a lot of people coming to visit here in Jiangxian. Wang Su thought a lot. Food was one option. Another Wang Su was a little bit interested in. Hotel. Wang Su could see murderous monsters, and with his beast-taming ability, Wang Su could get the safest hotel possible. Although Jiangxian County was a county, it was a large county with a population of millions, and the place was exceptionally large, so he could open a safe hotel neighborhood. Wang Su had 100 years of carpentry ability, no problem with construction, and could even get some wooden buildings. Very chic, unique, one of a kind. The hotel community are the first building in the world. You say shocking. Wigwam, stone sculpture, greenery, gathering spirit array can also be arranged on. The air quality is excellent. Attract the rich and famous to come. Wang Su felt that this is very feasible. Very feasible. Let's do it. It's idle anyway. Since we want to do it, let's do it. The more Wang Su thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was very feasible. After all, in reality, many rich people just want to have a very safe place to live. Otherwise, what would those rich people do if they went out and brought 100 bodyguards with them? And there were many bodyguards at home. Even in a peaceful world, there are some people who will go to extremes. The rich and the powerful are in danger. Being poor, many times is instead a kind of security. There is a saying that if you are poor enough, ghosts are afraid of you. The richer the person is, the more contradictory it is. It's hard not to let others know that I'm rich, like a brocade coat in the night. However, it is hard not to let others know that I am rich, like walking in the night with a brocade coat. However, it is hard not to let others know that I am rich, like walking in the night with a brocade coat. That's why it's a contradiction. Even so contradictory, living in a place will be uneasy. Encounter crazy and extreme people and desperados, is not for you to reason. When you meet one, it's a disaster. Sickness would have been terrible, but there were accidents to contend with. It was near noon. Chi Tang and Wei Hearing Feng came. They drove a car. Wang Su didn't know what kind of car it was, but it looked quite pleasant. Chi Tang also brought her 2 cats with her. Now no matter where they went, Chi Tang would always bring the 2 cats Wang Su sent her. As long as these 2 cats were around, Chi Tang was not afraid of anything and was especially at peace. Wang Su brought the Xianfeng parrot. Well, 2 of them. The other one was not tamed, but to Wang Su's surprise, he didn't know if it was the one that was tamed, but the other one could also talk. But compared to it, it was very stupid. At most 2 words. The words were not very clear. Wang Su felt that it was just right. Saying more was bad instead. Hello Ton Ton. Before Wang Su had a chance to speak, the stupid bird opened its mouth. Both Chi Tang and Wei Hearing Feng were shocked, incredulously looking at this bird they didn't recognize. It was too beautiful. With its slender figure and beautiful feathers, it was a miniature version of a small phoenix. Tong, Tong, the other one vaguely learned, but couldn't say more than 2 different words. Chi Tang was particularly happy. Hello, little sister Tong Tong. The tame male Xianfeng parrot came back with another sentence. Wang Su's head was big. Wei Xingfeng was surprised, curious, incredulous, and looked at Wang Su with odd eyes. Chi Tang, however, was rare. Tong Tong, this is a gift for you. It seems a bit off, broken and annoying. Wang Su said, crap your grandpa. The Gong Xianfeng parrot came up with a sentence. It actually didn't learn to speak like Wang Su. Could it be that the words were too long to learn? Crap, the other female parrot. Still 2 words. Crouch your ass. Wang Su was a bit angry, being scolded in front of his beloved woman. He didn't hold back. Put. Wei Xingfeng laughed. She really didn't hold back. She didn't expect Wang Su to have such a side. In her heart, Wang Su was a tall man and shouldn't be like this. He, a woman who was as cold as ice, actually didn't hold back. And that momentary smile was really beautiful. It might be that things are rare. It might be that things born from too much difficulty will be beautiful. For Wei Hearing Feng, to make her smile like this is really hard and difficult. Chi Tang is also full of love. Other pets tamed. Loyalty full. Will not speak. Spirituality increased greatly. Why is this silly bird language talent so good? Loyalty is no problem. Combat power increase is no problem. Spirituality increase is no problem. But this language talent is very strong, but cannot distinguish between good and bad words. Learn everything, the most critical is good to learn. Broken mouth. All in all it is still blamed on himself and Lu Daxiang. After all, when it comes to it, it is himself who first scolded it. I'm your father. Gong Xinfeng parrot looked at Wang Su. Wang Su. Female Xinfeng parrot, Dad. This Nima. Look at her. Look at you. Such a big difference. Dad. The male Xinfeng parrot called out again like the female Xinfeng parrot. Tong Tong, do you think you can handle it? It's annoying. Wang Su asked uneasily. No, I think it's fine. It's smart and beautiful. Chi Tang said with a smile. Tong Tong big beauty. Tong Tong big beauty. The Gong Xinfeng parrot squawked. This one was called by Wang Su not long ago. It had been taught several sentences. After all, it was given to Chi Tang, so it was better to let it speak more nice words. Chi Tang reached out her hand, and the Gong Xinfeng parrot would go straight over and land on her hand, not staying with Wang Su in the slightest. Wang Su. It's amazingly spiritual. It has all the abilities that other pets have when they're tamed. Plus it has an additional ability to learn to speak. It just couldn't distinguish between good and bad words, and it didn't know what to say or not to say. In short, it was a broken mouth repeater. Tang Tang, you can think about it. This thing has no mouth. It learns everything. Wang Su said. Tong Tong, you can think about it. This. Gong Xinfeng parrot tilted his head and didn't he finish. The look was so dumbfounded that Chi Tang couldn't help but laugh out softly as he watched. This fool's limit is estimated to be 7 or 8 words at a time. Wang Su pondered. The parrots Wang Su had seen in the video were usually hello, congratulations and fortune, with very unclear pronunciation. As for the parrots singing on the internet, Wang Su did not know whether it was true or not, and there were also those who said that parrots could call the police by themselves. Little sister, brother, I come to hurt you. Hey hey hey. Suddenly, the male Xinfeng parrot came. Female Xinfeng parrot, hey hey hey. Wang Su had a black line on his head. I really didn't teach this. Really? Wang Su explained a sentence feebly. Chi Tang looked at him with a smile. Wei Hearing Feng's eyes were odd, and her icy cold beautiful eyes had a little color. Chi Tang came and naturally wanted to meet Wang Su's family, bringing gifts. Wang Su's eldest uncle and eldest mother were naturally happy to see Chi Tang. This time the eldest mother had prepared gifts for Chi Tang. There wasn't any ancestral jade bracelet or anything like that. It was white gold jewelry, earrings, and necklaces that were bought before. Wang Zijuan also prepared gifts for Chi Tang. She also had money now, so she bought a lady's watch for Chi Tang. The family sat together to have a hot pot. Wei Hearing Feng was quiet, except for the beginning of the greeting. She is very active. After all, Wang Su is her benefactor. Saved her brother. She is a smart woman. With a smile, for the first time, she tried and willingly took the initiative to talk to people with a smile. The eldest uncle and the eldest mother knew that their son had made a difference. Now walking outside, whoever sees it will take the initiative to come and say hello, with a polite and respectful tone. What used to be the case they know very well. This is to see the son honor his father. They are honest and kind. Others honor themselves 1 foot, but also others 1 foot. After dinner, Wang Su and Chi Tang went out to go around. Wei Hearing Feng also followed. The current Jiangxian County is bustling beyond imagination. Everywhere is renovated. Storefronts opened. Wei Hearing Wind was also surprised. Even the roads were being renovated. A lot of netizens appeared here. The world's first ring here has instead become a place of entertainment. All sorts of sparring. Wang Bakfu sparring. It was usually the king of Kung Fu who was keeping order and organizing. Everyone knew that this guy was learning from Wang Su. Wang Su also taught him the white tiger pile. Who can learn this stuff? Wang Su is happy to teach. He has nothing to be ashamed of. He actually send video to teach. Just cannot hand in hand. Want to rely on video to learn? That need to be gifted. The real name of the king of Kung Fu is Niu Gang. It's that big, naive 260-pound guy. He kowtowed 3 times. Wang Su said he was teaching him for 3 months. Now this guy is fine working as a waiter in a hot pot restaurant. Live broadcasting, practicing white tiger pile, and the world's first ring master. This guy can't beat Wang Su, but ordinary people can't beat him. Niu just practiced white tiger pile for a few days and knew that he had found the right person. This master he will worship. 3 months later the big deal is to kowtow 3 more. Move fast. Niu Gang looks simple and honest, but not stupid. Even more intelligent than many people. He has a great point. Is decisive. and first look at the people in the work. He paid attention to Wang Su for a long time. Originally, if Wang Su did not have real kung fu, that is naturally claptrap. But only after he really fought with Wang Su, he saw a lot of things at once. Wang Su's entire human state, that calm demeanor, completely convinced him at once. He even felt that he could trust him unconditionally and completely, and could even trust him with his life. And he didn't know why, he just felt that way. So at that time, he kowtowed without hesitation. He was sincerely worshipping his master. And he also knew that someone like Wang Su would not let him kowtow for nothing. Most of all, he kowtowed sincerely. That was why Wang Su didn't let him kowtow for nothing. He also saw Chi Tang and also Wei listening phone. He knew that master was not an ordinary person. Many people would greet Wang Su. Look, what do you want to invest in? Wang Su said with a smile. Do you have any suggestions? Chi Tang asked with a smile. Wang Su thought for a moment. There might be a lot of people flocking here in the future. Restaurants and hotels I think will work. I want to hear your thoughts. Chi Tang smiled. She was gentle, intellectual, elegant, atmospheric, and cool as a song. A true goddess. In front of her, saying another girl was a goddess. That girl herself would sweat. Wei hearing Feng didn't say anything. On the other side of Chi Tang, half a step diagonally behind her. Not side by side, but not too far behind either. The distance is not too far and not too close. Although when the light bulb, but belongs to the soft light. Not harsh. Safe hotel neighborhood. Wang Su said. Chi Tang seemed to be thinking. I can create a luxurious neighborhood with a very high level of security. Wang Su smiled and looked at her. She was really pretty, like a fairy in a painting. For a while, he was a bit dumbfounded. Chi Tang reached out and gently tapped him on the forehead. She glared at him. Wang Su returned to his senses. Enjoying it, the look indescribably accomplished. I will match the guard dog and guard cat. Wang Su said. Chi Tang's beautiful eyes lit up. I see. Good. Then it's confirmed. Do this. The specific details. We'll discuss it when we go back in a while. Chi Tang was happy. She had caught the key point of it all at once. Wang Su had talked about the guard dog, the guard cat, the building style. These Chi Tang knew. Where in Wild Boar Mountain were there wooden buildings? That design, that interior decoration. Of course some people liked the security of a house. Then a reinforced concrete one would be fine. Dwelling is still better to be safe and hidden. But it is possible to build a wooden building landscape. Wei hearing Wind wouldn't be able to understand. She wouldn't ask. Anyway, what she decided to do, she just followed Chi Tang to invest. Other things are not considered. There is Li Changshan in. Take the land, what is good to say. Besides, Jiangxian County is attracting investments. Chi Tang and Wei Shifeng are the investors. Plus the relationship with Wang Su. Li Changshan was too happy. Before Wang Su dined at Li Changshan's home, he made some suggestions, such as the current shopping center, and the prairie under construction. Wang Su now wants to build a special hotel. It can also be considered a safe neighborhood, but the management style is a hotel. The price is definitely expensive. Going is high-end. After all, the environment here is good. Good feng shui, eat healthy, good medical care, but also very safe. When you go out to do your business, you can also have security guards to protect you. Right. Security guards. Wang Su is planning to train a group of security guards. This security candidate will be prioritized from his own village. Anyone with good character and aged between 18 and 50 would be fine. He would train them, practicing Mad Dog Roar, Mad Dog Fist, and mainly with the help of pets. Wang Su would tame a group of dogs and cats. Wang Su found himself with a lot of things to do, but it felt kinda fun. What safe hotel? Wang Su decided to get Safe Mountain Villa, forget it? Many famous neighborhoods in China. What with hundreds of thousands of dollars for a square meter, and hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions for a single building. Wang Su feels that his pattern is still small. They have a good location. Why is it good? Business circle, circle of life, in addition is medical, education, leisure, entertainment, transportation, shopping and so on better. All this Wang Su can also come. Medical care, needless to say. Eat, drink and health, this also do not need to consider. Attract people to come, establish some facilities. Living area, business circle is not slowly there. In addition, education, Wang Su felt that he could start with moral, intellectual and physical education. Build the best kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, incorporate martial arts, horseback riding and so on. Hire good teachers with high salaries, or flowers bloom and butterflies come? Shake your head. Too anxious. Take your time. Do the same thing first. Maybe the water will come to you as you walk. Along the streets of Jiangxian, the three people walked slowly. Wei hearing Wind froze without saying a word. Listening to the wind, What good advice do you have? Chi Tang asked. I believe in Mr. Wang, Wei Hearing Feng said. Wang Su. Wang Su looked at the stone woman monster beside Wei Hearing Feng. Today's myriad hands hadn't been used yet, so Wang Su used it directly. After all, it was still difficult to encounter this particular monster. Not every disease monster could reach level 100. So far, Wang Su had seen I don't know how many of them, even with terminal illnesses, and the highest he had seen so far was only level 80. Level 100 monsters, only 3 have been seen so far. Congratulations, Myriad Hand Stealer has been cast successfully. You obtained the skill, Nirvana Rebirth. Crap. Listening to the name, Wang Su was just surprised beyond words. This must be very strong. He couldn't wait to look at it. Nirvana Rebirth, passive skill. When blood is 0, 100% resurrection. Inherits all the status before death. If the pet has a life-sharing skill, resurrects together with the pet. Can only take effect once per battle. Strong, too strong. This is very powerful. You should know that the Golden Dragon Giant Panda itself also has a resurrection skill. The Golden Dragon Giant Panda also had a resurrection skill. This one was considered 2 resurrection skills. To know that Wang Su's defense was increasing every round. So resurrecting once and inheriting all the statuses from before he died was pretty unbelievable. And it was a resurrection with a pet, which was the divine pet Golden Dragon Giant Panda. 2 resurrection opportunities were enough for Wang Su to stack his defense to a terrifying height. This skill was very strong, especially for Wang Su, and was no worse than a piece of divine equipment. This boost was too strong. It also seemed to confirm one of Wang Su's suspicions. The level 100 disease monster, the first time he cast Mythical Stealer, had gotten good things all 3 times so far. The other thing was that Chi Tang's infertility monster was a small green dragon, Wei Hearing Wind's stone woman monster was a small phoenix, and Air Piggy's brain damage monster was a small, particularly fierce-looking beast, and Wang Su wasn't sure what it was, regardless of these. Anyway, this skill was so good. It smelled so good. Wang Su also had his own thoughts. If Chi Tang's industry over here got bigger, then it would be a permanent residence over here. So Wang Su needed to plan well. Safe hotel neighborhood or not? Safe mountain villa or not? Or safe villa area? In short, everything that should be there. In addition, the most important thing is to have one more safe property. It is a very safe kind. However, others may not be able to experience it for a while. But in the future, the word safety is the feature. The other thing is wellness. In addition to the level of medical care, in addition to living here, it was the environment here. The air quality under the Spirit Gathering Array has stood the test. And this is the big killer. So finally Wang Su released this nuclear bomb message after it was built. Just test the air index here. Detect the molecular composition of the air and so on. It will definitely blow up by then. It's natural that the water will be ready at that time. Chi Tang and Wei Hearing Feng both have real estate careers, so Wang Su doesn't care about this piece and leaves it to them. When the time comes, he will only select a location in which to set up a spirit gathering formation, and there should be a small artificial lake. Transplant a few huge ancient trees with long years. The location was already well chosen. Near the Boar Mountain there, an area was selected. It was also considered to be by the mountains and the water. The scenery and environment is good. This piece is relatively clean. The other side is next to the prairie that is being built. Since the decision has been made, the sooner the construction begins, the better. Li Changshan said. Listen to the wind. Go and make some contacts and get ready. Shi Tong said. Wei Hearing Wind went to work. When Wang Su and Chi Tang were left alone, Wang Su was especially happy. Chi Tang couldn't help but want to laugh. She naturally saw it long ago. This guy didn't want Wei Listening Wind to follow him. Several times he wanted to say something. She didn't need to think about it to know what Wang Su wanted to say. Tong Tang, the Wild Boar Mountain there has changed a lot. Let's go and take a look. Wang Su laughed. Chi Tang blushed, but still looked at him. Wang Su coughed. Little bastard, Chi Tang said softly in his ear. The voice was gentle and doting. Coupled with that unique coolness, Wang Su was indescribably flattered. That excitement. Wang Su lovingly embraced her in his arms. This moment his heart was all about her. Come to the Wild Boar Mountain there. Lu Dezhuang had just finished the live broadcast and was especially surprised to see Chi Tang. Stuttering a greeting. Good landlord. You continue. I'll take Tang Tang to see the scenery. Wang Su pulled Chi Tang and left. Lu Dezhuang looked at the backs of the two, and the hands the two were holding. His confidence in exercising and losing weight grew even more. Woof woof woof. Mad dog growl. Mad dog fist. Chi Tang looked back. Going up for a trip wasn't something Chi Tang could go up for. So Wang Su picked her up horizontally, slowly going upwards. This part of the process was actually quite nice. The stone steps winding up and down, circling up. It was quiet. and the breeze was refreshing. The view also gradually opened up. Wang Su walked steadily step by step. Chi Tang leaned in his arms, looking at Wang Su. Still so clean, natural, clear. He is a big man but gives people a feeling of special clean. Leaning in his arms is especially peaceful. Looking at him will also be heartwarming. Chi Tang face slightly red, naturally thought of some images. Wang Su saw it. My baby is becoming more and more like a little woman. Starting to think of some unhealthy images. Wang Su enjoyed teasing her. The fun between men and women was actually when they were not serious. The more proper you are, the more uninteresting it is. Only couples, men and women friends can be immodest. The more immodest, the better the relationship, the more shameless, the more harmonious the relationship between couples and men and women friends. You're the one who wants to. Chi Tang lightly pouted at him. I think about my family's little Tang Tang every day. Do you know what I think about? Wang Su laughed. It was quiet here, exceptionally quiet, and not afraid of anyone being around. I guess you know. Wang Su smiled and looked at her. The four eyes were facing each other. The atmospheric and cool phoenix eyes, beautiful as the sun, moon and stars, a hint of shyness and blush, stunning. Her eyes slightly evaded. She was uncontrollably a bit flustered. She wouldn't be like this before, but now she would occasionally think about Wang Su, and uncontrollably she would think about that soul-crushing feeling, every time she blushed herself. As the saying goes, once you experience something, you really can't quit it anymore. Wang Su felt especially enjoyable when he saw Chi Tang in this state. Visual enjoyment, and also spiritual fulfillment. It was an unspeakable fulfillment. Tong Tong, I've heard that other girlfriends can say the words of tiger and wolf. Can you? Wang Su came to her ear and said softly. Chi Tang shuddered and hugged Wang Su's neck without saying anything. Wang Su also knew that she was shy, but shy women are the most feminine. Not to mention that Chi Tang was such an unappetizing earthly beauty. You are getting more and more of an asshole now. Chi Tang's cool and soft voice rang out. Shall I say a word? Wang Su said with a smile. No saying, Chi Tang said in a shy and angry voice. Wang Su came close to her ear. My white tiger goddess. Chi Tang's face became very red all of a sudden. She understands ah. Wang Su whispered again in her ear. Chi Tang couldn't resist any longer and was groundless, covering his mouth. Cool as snow fairy face. Beautiful eyes have a layer of light water mist. Wang Su was stunned by her beauty and froze. A woman could be as beautiful as this. Who said that scratching one's head was the only way to seduce one's soul? Chi Tang like this could also make people lose their souls. At this moment she had less of a hint of coolness and more of an enchanting look. The cold enchantment is more fatal. It's not the same as Wei Hearing Wind's kind of coldness. Wei Hearing Wind's kind of Wang Su really didn't like it, even if that woman was also extremely beautiful. But who likes a woman with a drooping, cold face all day? Men like a woman's smiling face, a gentle smiling face, a woman's tenderness, encouragement, comfort, can make a man full of motivation. A cold face makes a man's enthusiasm for anything fade. Even if you look good, there is no interest, because it is a human being, not an animal. Wang Su held her tighter, didn't say any more crazy words. Moderation is the best way. It's not good to go overboard with anything. Chi Tang's face was flushed, squinting her eyes, leaning in his arms, smiling at Wang Su. This guy looks clean and pure, very positive. But who would have thought that when there are only two people, himself and him, he is also this horny asshole. But think about yourself all. Unconsciously has walked to the top of the mountain. Wang Su hugged Chi Tang and walked into the room. Wang Su could not resist. The gentleman moves his mouth. The gentleman also moves his hands. A gentleman also moves his gun. His favorite thing is to look at each other with four eyes. He likes to study and polish, doing the most sacred thing in the world. That kind of ultimate pleasure. Spiritual storm. And the most beautiful scenery right in front of you. Wang Su met Chi Tang before he knew what it meant to be thrillingly beautiful, and also knew what it meant to be in lust. Until the evening. Only then did the two come out. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled down on the mountaintop. The breeze ruffled the hillock, and there was a hint of indescribable vapor in the fresh air. This was the effect of the spirit-gathering array. The effect of the spirit-gathering formation on plants was very good, mainly in terms of growth speed and vitality, although there was no similar effect on animals and people. But for the health of people and animals, the effect was great. Great! What about the two parrots? Chi Tang seemed to have just remembered. Wang Su smiled. It's fine. They will come back on their own. For that silly bird. Wang Su was very relieved. After taming it, ordinary people really couldn't catch it. At this time, Chi Tang had more of a lazy womanly flavor. Wang Su couldn't help but be happy when he looked at her. Chi Tang didn't have the good sense to anger him. Auntie Tong, you are so nice, Wang Su said from the bottom of his heart, hugging her plain waist from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder. he really loved. The kind of love to the bone. Shi Tang was already numb to his name. Call him whatever you like. She just couldn't help but feel soft in her heart for Wang Su's occasional dependent address like this. She felt that Wang Su's occasional childish side like now should have something to do with his birth. Shi Tang placed her hands on Wang Su's hands that were wrapped around her plain waist. You're only good to me. Shi Tang laughed softly. You are my woman. I naturally have to treat you well. Wang Su was at the top of his life at this time. Looking up to the top of his life, with a good woman in his arms. After the pleasure, Shi Tang smiled and looked at her man. Twisting her head, ear to ear, she gently laughed in his ear. Man, little baby, I'm your man alone. I'm only your one woman. My innocent body and first kiss were all given to you. Wang Su said softly, very proud. Shi Tang is also speechless. He seems to be very proud. But thinking about it she also smiled. Little bastard, I am only your woman alone. Shi Tang's voice was small. Wang Su hugged her tighter, feeling especially happy and satisfied. Do. This time Wang Su's cell phone rang. Lu Dezhuang. Wang Su picked up. Old Wang, that bird of yours went out to spar with someone. It's exploding on the internet. Well, the location is Zhou City. That stupid bird flew out 200 miles to curse at someone? Wang Su was also surprised. I sent you the video. See for yourself. Lu Dezhuang hung up the phone after saying that. Wang Su clicked on the video Lu Dezhuang sent him. The video was captured by a surveillance place. So it was complete. It was a villa area. An elegant and beautiful beauty was holding a glass of red wine on the second floor balcony. With elegant posture and charming figure. Wearing a nightgown. Sexy and mature. Little sister. Hello, an abrupt Cockney voice came. The woman was startled and looked up to see an incredibly beautiful bird. Like a small phoenix. It was beautiful beyond words. It was none other than the silly bird that Wang Su had tamed. The male Xianfeng parrot. The beautiful woman closed her eyes in a bit of disbelief. Opening her eyes. But that little bird was still there. I Fei, Daddy is here. A man's voice came. Then a man in pajamas. Open arms. And a blindfold came out touching his hands. I Fei, Daddy is here. Gong Xianfeng parrot. Crap. Who is it? The man raged. Removing the blindfold. Crouch your ass. Gong Xianfeng parrot came in a reflex. Egu. Crikey. What's this? The youth was also confused. I'm your father. The Gong Xianfeng parrot continued and actually matched it. It was a repeater. Popping out words alright, and was not able to converse. Crap. I'm your grandfather. The youth drank some wine and was scolded by a bird for the first time in his life. Crap. I'm your grandfather. Believe it or not. I'll stew you. Believe it or not I'll stew you. Eat shit. Stupid bird. Silly bird. Youth. The youth didn't say anything. Hello little sister. The Gong Xianfeng parrot came back with another sentence. As if he was molesting his girlfriend. Youth. The youth was also a rich young man. And soon, his eyes were glowing as he stared at the bird. The youth slowly left. You stabilize it first. This silly bird is interesting. I'll go find something to catch it. The youth was excited. Crap you. Then flapped its wings and flew away. Just such a video. The youth did not know whether he was angry that he did not catch it, or he was afraid that someone else would catch it, and directly published it on the internet. Then instantly fire. Crazy fire. The main thing is that this bird is too beautiful, too smart. The almighty netizens also recognized that this is a Xianfeng parrot, which should belong to the genetic mutation, but good looking is king. So the whole net is looking for this god bird. That youth posted the video, which was instantly on fire. I didn't think much about it at the time. I just sent it out casually. I didn't expect it to catch fire so quickly. All know that he likes to wear an eye patch, shouting his girlfriend I Fei, and calling himself dad. In fact, there is nothing. The internet has this paragraph. The internet also has a girlfriend shouting boyfriend dad. Others are filming the segment, while he is really playing. But that villa, that high quality girlfriend, that body, that face value, still let a lot of people envy. Shi Tang also looked at could not help but laugh lightly. This stupid bird flew out 200 miles to curse at someone. I go. He won T lose its girlfriend. Wang Su froze. The other female Xianfeng parrot was not tamed. Speed, strength, endurance and so on couldn't be compared to this stupid bird. I am your father. I am your father. Wang Su wanted to say something. That stupid bird had come back, and brought the female Xianfeng parrot along with it. Daddy. The other one could only pop out two words. Wang Su suddenly felt that this female Xianfeng parrot was quite good. Stupid and cute. In fact, this female Xianfeng parrot was also very smart. It was just suppressed by that bitchy bird. I think it's better for it to follow you. I'll just come and talk to it when I'm not doing anything. Shi Tang laughed. Wang Su nodded. It was indeed hard to work with this fellow. and it was also very noisy. I Fei, Daddy is here. Gong Xianfeng parrot came. Tong tong, I'd better decide to stew it and eat it, Wang Su said seriously, not knowing that it was sensing the danger. The Gong Xianfeng parrot looked at Wang Su in a pitiful manner. 100% loyalty kept it from escaping. Even if Wang Su really stewed it, Wang Su naturally wouldn't stew it. He wasn't so bad as to bother with a bird. Crap. This dog was amazingly spiritual. It might have really sensed the danger. Alright, don't scare it. Chi Tang reached out. The silly bird flew over obediently. This thing was really psychic, but it just can't control that mouth of it. Let's go down to ride a horse and have a barbecue. Wang Su hugged Chi Tang. After all, it was 100 meters high and there was no elevator. Lu Dezhuang washed up at this time, changed his clothes, and lay on the grass. Indescribably cozy. He now had a direction in life. Now she felt that the whole person was very fulfilled, and she was very solid when she lay down to rest. Suddenly it felt like this world was very real. The game was still played, but now it felt like it was the game being played, and the mindset was different. Seeing Wang Su and Chi Tang come down, he also saw the pair of parrots. It wasn't the first time Lu Dezhuang had seen them. Old Wang, why don't you give it to me to live broadcast? Lu Dezhuang scratched his head and laughed nervously. It's okay, old Lu. It's more practical to promote yourself. Wang Su said. Well, I understand. I'll stick to it. For my parents and for myself. Lu Dezhuang said calmly. Lu Dezhuang has matured a bit now. Men, once they start doing the right thing, then they will become mature. The evening of Boar Mountain was refreshing. Now it was already the weather of the 8th month of the lunar calendar, and it would soon be the Mid-Autumn Festival, as well as the coming of the National Day holiday. Old Wang. Some people on the internet are rumoring that there will be a lot of people coming to Zheng County for the National Day this year. Lu Dezhuang suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth. Wang Su wasn't surprised, not to mention that it happened to be the National Day holiday. Even if it wasn't a holiday, there would still be a lot of people coming, and now the number of visits was increasing every day. Even some of the villages in Jiangxian County had already seen Nanjiale. There were always people who could smell business opportunities. Earthen chickens were the best chickens, as well as farmed rabbits. Earth eggs, wild vegetables and even pickled vegetables were becoming good, as long as the hygiene piece is over the top. So the young people in the family do it, with good hygiene. Parents help out. Jiangxian County really can't digest so many people, so a lot of people go to the village supermarkets, mini markets, or even spend some money to go to the individual's home to eat a meal. Now Jiangxian almost all restaurants, regardless of size, regardless of craft, are full, but there are too many people. The restaurants are still not enough. By the way, Tong Tong, the corn on my side has been harvested and is drying. When the time comes it can be stocked. Wang Su laughed. Good. When the time comes, you can just send someone directly to send it over. Shi Tong said. At the moment there are just two things, corn flour, and corn grits. The quality I can guarantee is #1 in the world. You set the price. Wang Su said. Wang Su's spirit gathering array had already enveloped the fields of Wang village. The quality of the corn grown would definitely be fine. This point of confidence was still there. A village's production was limited after all, and he was working for the welfare of the village, so he could only take the high-end route. How about this? Listen to the wind has a high-end supermarket. Go up to her. Chi Tang said after thinking about it. Wang Su nodded. That's fine too. High-end supermarket? Wang Su heard that there was some kind of dirt-cheap supermarket. It was said that the things inside were very expensive. A caddy of beef was over $600. A chicken $300. A caddy of black pork ribs $170. A durian over $600. Half a caddy of lightly dried sea cucumber $7,000. A caddy of foreign ham, $1,200. Some Maotai wines, of different vintages, range from $1 or $2 million a bottle to several $100,000 a bottle. 12 pigeon eggs sell for $120. A bottle of mineral water is more than $20. Wang Su is a poor man, can not understand. The reason why he went to understand. In order to figure out what price their products sell, whether you are imported from abroad or domestic, Wang Su is confident that his product is definitely better. He just needs a platform. High-end shopping malls, high-end supermarkets, dirt-cheap supermarkets. They don't have one. Then create one out. Since Wei Hearing Wind has a high-end supermarket, then save yourself some trouble and just go to her supermarket. Save trouble. Wang Su also knew that there must be a standard for what supermarket to enter. In fact, even if his own things are not up to standard, Wei Hearing Wind will certainly not refuse. But the quality of his products is certainly not a problem. Really not up to standard. Wang Su will not do so. He doesn't take profit from it. He just gets some benefits for the village. When the village is rich, It can influence the surrounding as well as the whole Zhangxian county. Eating barbecue and chatting. Unspeakably cozy. Or maybe the scent attracted that mountain beaver. Well, it's also called a leopard cat. It was just like a small leopard. More like a small leopard than a small leopard. It stood directly next to Wang Su, looking at the roasted meat. It was too cute. Shi Tang was surprised to see that this little man of hers was like a mystery. That last accident. She really all despaired. Originally, the disease is getting better. New hope. But did not expect to encounter that kind of thing. She was struck by lightning and despaired to the end. But it was soon reversed. Reversed by a cat. A cat crushed 6 men with iron bars. That kind of mood ups and downs. The surprise of the desperate. Lu Dezhuang opened the live broadcast. Old Wang, do you want to appear in the movie? Both. Wang Su said casually. Don't shoot Tang Tang. Wang Su said. Shi Tong looked at Wang Su. Wang Su smiled. I don't want others to see your beauty. The most precious treasure to treasure. Lu Dajiang felt like he had eaten a mouthful of dog food. Nowadays, Lu Dezhuang is also a big anchor. A very big anchor. Once a dog barks, the whole world knows. The main thing is that his live broadcast room can ride wild boars and steeds, very divine horses. The live broadcast room is named Black Horse called Black Dragon. The White Horse is called White Dragon. There is also a big bull like an iron ox, like the King Bull Demon. People named it Bull Demon, mainly because many people said it looked like Bull Demon. The magical big ram, the magical big rooster, and the oversized big hare, the fox, the weasel, the squirrel, and Lu Daqiang's magical dog bark. Well, Lu Daqiang kept insisting it was a lion's roar. The mouth is very hard. At this time, everyone saw Wang Su and Lu Dezhuang. The live broadcast room was hilarious. It's rare for the 2 old men of Xuanji to appear on camera together. Disrespectful. Crap. The boss is so handsome and the fat man is so fat. The boss is now engaged in the wind. Out of the ordinary. I just don't know what benefits to give to the family. That is, other live broadcasts are carrying goods. Giving benefits to the family. $10 for something, $80 to sell to the family. The family is grateful. I'm going to shoot. It's actually a friendly army. That said, the boss doesn't bring goods or advertise. I'm curious what benefits the boss can bring us. We want benefits. Come on, some benefits. Welfare. Welfare. Boss, give us some welfare. Welfare, welfare. Inexplicably the final screen was full of people wanting welfare. Lu Dezhuang was also speechless. Looked at Wang Su and said, Old Wang, they all want welfare. Is there any? The live broadcast room is also listening. Wang Su thought for a moment and said, you can select 3 quotas every day. To the weekend time to go to the world's first traditional Chinese medicine museum. Free treatment. Preferably difficult cases. Terminal diseases. General problems do not come. The live broadcast room also froze. What kind of benefit is this? This bullskin blowing. Boss, I farted and felt burning skin swallow. Am I dying? What's that to you? I fart a little pain. And I don't know if I should get a doctor to take a look. I can be normal alone, but I get nervous when I see a woman. And when I get nervous, I can't do it at all. I hang my head, droop my head, and I don't care about people at all. Is this a mental illness? I can't help but think of some indescribable images when I see a woman. It's like an intuitive reaction. Out of control. I'm very distressed. What should I do? You guys are okay? I recently learned an idiom, sheep's way, and also watched a short video that said sailing ships would carry some use. I've been panicking lately. Do I need to see a doctor? Lu Daqiang was also stunned. Does it feel like this benefit is bad? Not much use? Wang Su said with a smile. Many people in the live broadcast room really didn't like this so-called benefit, but there were also people who said they liked it, expressing that they wanted this spot. I don't carry goods, and I can't give you any other benefits. Brother Fatty, 3 quotas per day. Remember, it must be terminal or difficult cases. The quotas go to the people who need it the most. Wang Su laughed. Later perhaps they would realize how valuable this quota was. A quota was being clamored to sky-high prices. Lu Dezhuang nodded. Good. Then Lu Dezhuang laughed in the live broadcasting room. Those who need a quota can privately chat with me to sign up. Bring whatever disease you want. And wait for my message.